In a dilapidated city full of ruins, thick smoke billowed, blotting out the sky. The sky was overcast as if about to press down. A torrential downpour poured down, smashing heavily onto the ground with a crackling sound. The rainwater formed countless small streams flowing along the terrain to low-lying areas, gathering into puddles. In this desolate land, a newly built but very crude grave was being mercilessly washed by the storm, layers of soil being stripped away one after another. A few small wildflowers originally adorning the grave had withered, shattered by the violent raindrops, drifting away with the water vanishing without a trace. Creak, creak. A strange footstep suddenly broke the surrounding silence. A huge monster-like figure slowly approached. This creature was predominantly green, covered with dense black spots. Its vertical pupils exuded coldness. It had a pair of wings on its back, and a long tail dragged on the ground. The tip of the tail was embedded with a yellow sharp object shaped like a needle tube. In addition, its mouth, crotch, and waist were covered with hard shells, giving an eerie feeling. Especially the mouth-like orifice, even more bizarre. Cell, the ultimate android abandoned by Dr. Gero, a growth-type android that evolves by absorbing No. 17 and No. 18. Cell was created by Dr. Gero using the DNA of multiple individuals. He inherently possessed the aura and many techniques of Son Goku and Frieza, such as Kamehameha, special beam cannon, solar flare, and instant transmission. The tip of the tail on the back could be used to absorb aura and the life essence of humans. It was made by Dr. Gero in 762. Under the continuous efforts of the supercomputer, Cell, originally scheduled to be born in 786, prematurely emerged as an adult due to some unknown reason. The reason was, damn it, him so unlucky, transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world where planets explode at the drop of a hat and became the big villain Cell. Lee Si walked in the rain, looking at the small grave before him, his mind drifting far away, thinking about the matter when he first transmigrated. A month ago, Lee Si died from staying up late coding at home and transmigrated into Cell, who was still in the culture medium. Perhaps due to the powerful soul or some special substance brought during transmigration, Cell suddenly completed his adult evolution prematurely. At first he was very confused, but later he gradually accepted the fact. After all, in that world, he was just a loser making a living by writing novels that certain people liked to read. Life was not happy, but now in this world full of power, he could also master great strength, which filled him with extraordinary joy. Of course, he had also heard of transmigrators having cheat systems. But he tried various methods and found no system, so he gave up and started studying his own body. Although Cell was ugly in appearance, the power emanating from his body was real and perfect. Cell would be very handsome. He was not a saint. To improve his own power, he had killed many people these past few days. And for some reason, his first kill did not make him afraid, only the pleasure of life essence entering his body. Moreover, he was Cell, a villain. Then a villain should act like one, not just talk. After a few days of training, he had now perfectly mastered this powerful body and harvested a lot of life essence. He believed that by killing more people and absorbing their life essence, he would soon surpass those two androids. The lack of power was simply due to insufficient life essence absorbed. These past few days, he had also seen No. 17, No. 18 Trunks and Son Gohan. He had also witnessed their fates. Son Gohan was killed. Trunks became Super Saiyan in anger, and No. 17 and No. 18 went to another place to slaughter humans and destroy buildings. Before him was Son Gohan's grave. He had been guarding here for 2 days. Trunks had come several times, but not today, so he came. Although he could defeat Trunks now and even kill him, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. He was thinking about his future. The first step. Start from here. Lee Si no Cell looked at the small mound before him, dug it out, revealing the body of one-armed Son Gohan. His face was pale as paper, his breath gone. Cell's eyes sharpened, the tip of his tail fiercely stabbed into Son Gohan's corpse. The powerful Saiyan energy continuously poured into his body. Soon Son Gohan's corpse disappeared, leaving only the torn martial arts uniform. Cell slightly opened his mouth, his whole body covered with golden aura. He felt his body full of power, muscles bulging outward, and deep in his body something belonging to Son Gohan seemed to be left behind. It was his unique and powerful potential. The golden aura stirred a gentle breeze, evaporating the heavy rain, sending steam drifting away. Cell squinted, his eyes withdrew all his aura, and his power slowly descended to zero. Although some of Son Gohan's aura still dissipated, overall this slight dissipation was insignificant for Cell. He lowered his head, looked at his hands, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, the first step is done. From now on, I will be invincible in the world. I Cell am the one who stands alone above all. What all King Beerus in the future, I will trample them all under my feet. This world will be changed by my existence. Fine raindrops drift down from the sky, falling gently like ox hair. They first fall one by one, then gradually become sparse, and finally cease quietly. On the eaves hang strands of crystal-clear water droplets like strings of pearls. From time to time, a few drip down, splashing tiny flowers on the ground, emitting crisp and pleasant sounds. These water droplets seem to tell of nature's tranquility and beauty, yet reveal a hint of loneliness and desolation. Suddenly, a faint creak. The creak broke the silence. The sound seemed to come from stepping on wet ground with a unique rhythmic sensation. Sha Lu slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black night sky. His figure appeared exceptionally lonely and mysterious in the darkness, as if out of place with the entire world. As his footsteps moved, Sha Lu gradually merged into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Only the rain-soaked ground and the faint water vapor lingering in the air remained, proving that he had been here. Shidu, Universal Capsule Company. Now the Universal Capsule Company had long lost its former glory, dilapidated and ruined, many buildings blown up, many researchers killed. Now there were only 2 people in the Universal Capsule Company. At this moment, in a remote corner, a large warehouse, 2 figures gradually appeared. Telling Kizi, you've worked hard. Our current stored grain is enough for 2 people for a while. There's no need to push yourself so much. A young woman with blue hair spoke. No, Mom. Now that Brother Wufan is no longer here, I am the only boy in this family to stand on my own. I have to support this family. And even if I meet the artificial humans, if I can't defeat them, I can always run. I can already transform into a Super Saiyan. Home. Burma was stunned. Was this still a home? She was dazed for a moment, then quickly shook her head to shake off the negative emotions. She supported herself with both hands and smiled from the heart. Awesome. My telling Kizi has grown into a big man. Now he can even transform into a Super Saiyan. Burma broke into a smile, crow's feet gathering at the corners of her eyes. On her beautiful face, one could still faintly see her past stunning appearance. But her eyes revealed endless weariness. Super Saiyan, huh? Telling Kizi lowered his head, suppressing the emotions that were about to burst forth. If he had to become a Super Saiyan this way, he would rather not. Telling Kizi clenched his fists, lifted his head, and forced out an ugly smile. As if remembering something, he quietly asked, Mom, isn't there anything in this world that can revive Brother Wufan and the others? Burma was taken aback, then slowly said, the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls can grant this wish, but they can only revive those who died within the past year. And now the Dragon Balls have long turned into useless stones. But Brother Wufan mentioned the Dragon Balls of Namek. Do they still exist? The Namekian Dragon Balls do exist, but there are several problems to solve. First, we don't know the coordinates of the new Namek. Originally, we could have asked Lord Jiwang this question, but for some reason, after Lord Sun Jun and the others died, Jiwang never contacted us again. Second, we don't have Lord Sun Jun's instant transmission ability, so we need a spaceship. But we don't have one on hand, and even fuel is hard to come by. Third, as far as I know, the Dragon Balls on Namek have a limitation. They can only revive one person at a time. These are all problems, so if we can't overcome them, we won't be able to. Burma paused, looked up at Telling Kisa's face, which showed stubbornness mixed with a hint of unwillingness, and felt her heart soften. Let's find another way. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came. If androids 17 and 18 were dead, things would be much simpler. Who? Telling Kizi instantly turned his head, his eyes alert, looking toward the source of the sound. Creak, creak. Strange footsteps sounded, and a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The ugly face and monster-like body were exactly Sha Lu. Who are you? Telling Kizi shouted, and with a bang he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair stood on end, golden hair and green eyes, golden aura covering his entire body. A powerful aura emanated. Telling Kizi spread his arms to shield Burma behind him. Telling Kizi, we are not enemies. Our enemies are androids 17 and 18, aren't they? I said, who are you? Answer me. Telling Kisis' aura grew stronger. He drew the long sword from his back and held it horizontally before him, the sharp blade gleaming with cold light. Okay. Seeing this, Sha Lu raised his hands and slowly said, my name is Sha Lu. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Guluo to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Sha Lu, an android made by Dr. Guluo. Telling Kizi gripped his sword tightly and was about to split Sha Lu in two when Burma grabbed his ear. Telling Kizi, wait. Ouch, Mom, what are you doing? You kid, don't you want to hear the whole story? Didn't you hear the last sentence? He was built to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Sha Lu, is that right? How can you guarantee that what you say is true? Take a look at these. These are Dr. Guluo's research data on me, Android 17 and Android 18. It says that if I want to become my complete form, I must absorb Android 17 and 18. Is that so? Burma took the data and examined it repeatedly. After a moment, she concluded that this Sha Lu could absorb the 2 eternal energy furnaces for complete evolution. Mom, are we going to trust an android made by Dr. Guluo? Telling Kizi, I have a way to save your brother Wufan. How about that? Sha Lu felt a bit uncomfortable. He walked a few steps inside and then closed the door. I can use instant transmission. What? Telling Kisis' eyes widened in disbelief. Don't believe me. Sha Lu opened his mouth slightly and released a trace of Son Wufan's aura. How is that possible? This is Brother Wufan's aura. Telling Kizi was stunned again. He would never forget that aura. It was definitely Brother Wufan's. I was cultivated by Dr. Guluo using the genes of many people, so I have the blood of Sun Wukong's son Wufan, Bike Felisa, and others. With the help of the supercomputer, I have learned all their techniques. In that case, finding the so-called new Namek won't be difficult. Sha Lu waved his hand and said softly, let's make a deal. You need to kill the androids and I need to absorb them. If we join forces, we can eliminate these 2 scourges. But I have one more condition. Then tell us. What condition? We'll try our best to meet it. Suddenly Burma was startled. She pointed a finger at herself and asked in a daze, your condition? Isn't it me, is it? Wooya. Sha Lu showed an excited expression and clapped his hands. As expected of Miss Burma, you guessed right. But don't worry, what I want is your scientific research ability, not you personally. I need you to help me build a time machine to return to the past. A time machine? This is merely a conjecture of mine, not yet attempted. How do you know of it? I do not know. I merely wish for you to construct one, and you need not worry about materials and such. Once I have eliminated those two androids, the world will briefly return to peace, and obtaining materials will be easier. Moreover, whatever you desire you may tell me, and I shall procure it for you. Cell's vertical pupils glinted faintly as he observed Bulma, awaiting her response. Suddenly Cell's gaze darted to the side. The area covered by black cloth undoubtedly held materials for the time machine he intended to build. This deception lacks subtlety. Wait, I can agree to your terms, but I wish to ask, what do you mean by brief peace? And are you so confident you can eliminate those two androids? They are exceedingly powerful. Bulma clenched her hands, her heart pounding. This monster's arrival had brought the first glimmer of hope in years. Though uncertain of the outcome, she wished to try, for there was no worse outcome was there. Brief peace refers to the emergence of an even greater enemy in the future. But rest assured, Miss Bulma, though I am not a native of Earth, I am a part of it. I shall find a way to deal with any threat. As for combat capability, naturally I surpass those two flawed androids. Enough questions, madam. Your task now is to construct the time machine. Understand? Cell grew impatient, his tail beginning to twitch. How about this? By tomorrow I shall ensure that news of the android's disappearance spreads among the survivors. What say you? Very well, I believe you. Bulma swallowed hard, then added, one final question which you may choose not to answer. Bulma appeared tense as she spoke. If I prove to be of no use, that is if I lack the scientific knowledge and ability to construct a time machine, I would kill you both. I speak only the truth. Cell shrugged, voicing the question Bulma had hesitated to ask. After all, Trunks' psion energy is quite enticing. Cell extended his small tongue, licking around his mouth parts, his gaze filled with obsession for powerful energy. Just as I thought. Bulma's heart sank. From Dr. Gero's data, she had discovered that Cell was an evolving android capable of absorbing not only androids 17 and 18, but also the life energy of humans. Trunks, hearing this, his eyes blazing with fury, roared, Monster, what do you intend to do? His aura surged as he held his sword before him in a defensive stance. He had sensed from the aura the monster had just released that it possessed a power he could not currently contend with. Oomph. Cell's fingers twitched, and a cold, powerful aura emanated, a suffocating pressure crashing down upon Trunks. It sent him staggering backward, his sword trembling in his hands, emitting a mournful ring. Do you think I've given you a brat too much leeway? I speak civilly, yet you insist on resorting to violence. Trunks, are you all right? Bulma reached out to steady him, lowering his sword to the ground. Seeing his stubborn expression, Bulma's heart ached. She looked up at Cell. I agree, but you must promise to eliminate androids 17 and 18 and never kill again. Cell nodded helplessly at Bulma's resolute gaze and firm tone. He turned and strode toward the door, then abruptly pivoted. Madam, do not attempt any tricks. You wouldn't want Trunks to die, would you? With that, Cell's form vanished instantly. Trunks grabbed his sword and rushed outside, scanning the surroundings until he sensed not a trace of Cell's presence before returning to the warehouse. Mother, can we truly trust an android? Trunks asked, puzzled. Trunks, understand that he is now on our side. And even if he hadn't come, I had already conceived the idea of a time machine. Though she too harbored doubts about Dr. Gero's creations, he had the power to eliminate androids 17 and 18, did he not? Would he become another 17 or 18? She thought not. At least this one Cell could communicate and negotiate rather than resorting solely to violence, right? This is a hope. Let us pray it is not a fragile dream. Bulma studied the data in her hands, the concept and design of the time machine suddenly imprinting itself upon her mind, impossible to forget. It seems I must indeed perfect it. Trunks, leave me. I need some time alone. Oh, all right. Trunks nodded in agreement, slowly sheathing his sword. With steady, resolute steps, he walked out of the warehouse. With a soft click, the door closed tightly. Trunks halted, gazing up at the gloomy, overcast sky and the dilapidated, crumbling buildings around him. An indescribable loneliness and sorrow welled up within him, but he did not let it linger. He took a deep breath, a determined glint flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists. The vow he had once made echoed in his mind, to become a true man of responsibility capable of bearing the weight of his family. In that moment, Trunks seemed to find the drive and courage to move forward. No matter the trials ahead, he believed he could overcome them all, protect this home, and safeguard Earth, for he was the last warrior left in this world. With a familiar, distinctive sound of footsteps, the mysterious figure appeared once more upon the land. Cell emerged from the darkness, his steps slow yet resolute. His gaze was fixed on Trunks, as if probing the young warrior's inner desires and determination. How about it, little scion? Do you yearn for greater strength? If you wish to become a true powerhouse, follow me. Cell's voice was low and magnetic, carrying an irresistible allure. In truth, Cell had not left. He had been waiting silently for an opportunity to speak with Trunks alone. For in the entire Dragon Ball world, Trunks was undoubtedly one of his most beloved characters. This character was depicted with such vividness, the tragic timeline, the solitary struggle, all of which deeply moved and inspired Cell. It was these very narratives that had given him the courage and strength to persevere through his youth. During his long years in the orphanage, and even through middle and high school, whenever despair threatened to consume him, the image of Trunks would surface in his mind, urging him to grit his teeth and carry on. Such charisma stirred a longing within Cell, compelling him to intervene. Life should not be filled with endless suffering, should it? Why? Why should I trust you? Trunks waved his right hand forward, a skeptical expression on his face. Why? How ridiculous. My very strength should tell you everything. Well, although I admire you, that's as far as it goes. Follow me, and you will grow stronger, strong enough to surpass those two defective androids in no time. Are you telling the truth? Trunks' brow relaxed, his yearning for power reaching its peak at that moment. Oomph. Without another word, Cell rose into the sky and vanished in an instant. That guy? Does he always have to speak in riddles? A conflicted look crossed Trunks' face. After casting one last glance at the massive warehouse behind him, he gritted his teeth, took off, and followed Cell's energy signature. Whooshed. A white aura flared around him as Trunks sped off in pursuit of the sense direction. There. Trunks' eyes lit up as he spotted Cell's figure. Heh, the kid actually followed. Kids are easy to deal with. A little tease, and they come running. If he were an adult, he'd probably try to take a few swings at me for saying that. A smirk curled at the corner of Cell's mouth. He genuinely entertained the thought of training Trunks. But if the boy proved ungrateful, so be it. Nurturing someone was after all quite troublesome. With that in mind, Cell abruptly accelerated, vanishing from Trunks' sight in an instant. Ah, damn it. How can he fly so fast? The gap in our strength is enormous. Trunks clicked his tongue. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden aura erupted, his hair swept upward, and with emerald eyes, he shot forward in hot pursuit. He moved so swiftly that no figure was visible, only a streak of golden light blazing across the sky. Whooshed. Thud. Cell halted, his form materializing atop the lookout. Creak. Creak. Cell paced back and forth, awaiting Trunks' arrival. Whooshed. Soon a golden light descended from the sky and landed beside him. Cell, you said we'd get stronger fast by coming here. Where's this? The lookout. It was where the former Guardian and his attendant Mr. Popo resided. But when Piccolo was killed, the Guardian vanished, and Mr. Popo disappeared as well. Still, there's a useful place here. Cell explained, his mandibles slightly parted. The lookout. I've heard Gohan mention it. Trunks murmured. Indeed. The place here that can rapidly boost your battle power is called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. 1 year inside equals a single day in the outside world. Huh, really? You're not lying to me, are you? 1 day outside equals a year inside. Why didn't Gohan ever mention it? Trunks furrowed his brow, then shivered at Cell's cold expression. Well then let's get in quickly. Huh. Creak. Creak. The strange sound of footsteps echoed again as Cell strode deeper into the temple. After ascending numerous steps, they arrived before a room with a clock hanging above its door. Trunks followed, closely peering around like a thief, touching and tapping everything in sight. All right, let's go in. Oh, and one more thing. There's only plain food like noodles inside. We'll need to survive a year, though I suppose I needn't worry. Cell glanced back at Trunks. After all, in your time, you're probably used to not having lavish feasts. Is that so? Trunks scratched his head. He didn't recall ever worrying about food. Creak. Click. Cell slowly pushed open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and stepped inside. Follow me. Okay. The two of them walked in together. Click. The moment they entered, the door slammed shut automatically. Hey. Startled, Trunks took a few steps forward, instinctively moving closer to Cell. Cell glanced at him, but paid no mind. Pointing at the 2 doors nearby, he said, this one leads to your living quarters, and that one is where you eat. Is that so? Trunks opened a random door to find a bedroom, 2 large beds, a wardrobe, and a scattering of trinkets. Further inside, there was a large bathtub with a showerhead and a toilet beside it. The room to the left was filled with cooking utensils, along with large jars of flour and rice stacked to the ceiling. Cell watched the tiny Trunks darting around him. Cell. Uncle. Will there be enough food here for the 2 of us for a whole year? Whether out of familiarity or newfound boldness, after sensing that Cell wasn't truly malicious, Trunks began addressing him with a title, abandoning his earlier hostility. If you're going to use a title, call me bro. I'm not old enough to be your uncle. Calling me that ages me. Cell sat down on the large bed in the room. The food in that room replenishes itself automatically, more than enough for you. As for me, I don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. Cell lay back on the bed, closing his eyes in contentment. In this post-apocalyptic world, he hadn't lain on a bed in ages. It was a long-lost comfort. Hey, Uncle Cell, you don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. That's amazing. Trunks' eyes widened with envy as he ran over, touching Cell's tail and tapping it. It was rock hard. You rebellious brat. Call me bro. Uncle. Fine. Do you remember why you're here? Cell said softly. At that, the earlier excitement faded from Trunks' face, replaced by solemnity. To get stronger. Stronger than those 2 demons, Android 17 and Android 18. The resolute words came from his small frame. Good. Cell straightened up. See that white area down there? Our first task is to get down there. Go on, try going down first. A sly grin tugged at Cell's lips, as if he were anticipating something amusing. On his face, it looked almost lecherous. Okay, Uncle. Trunks stepped forward with determination, each footfall heavy. As he set foot on the first step, suddenly an indescribably immense pressure surged like a tidal wave, coursing through his entire body. Completely caught off guard, Trunks felt as if an invisible giant hand was pressing him down. Before he could react, he slammed into the hard ground. Ha ha, that's hilarious. An unrestrained burst of laughter came from above. Cell. At that moment, he seemed to abandon his cold, ruthless facade, doubled over and clutching his stomach. Damn it, what's going on? Trunks' face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up with all his might. Huff, huff. Trunks turned his head, glaring furiously at Cell. Hey, uncle, why didn't you tell me the gravity here was messed up? Tell you, and missed the chance to see you make a fool of yourself. The look on your face was absolutely priceless. Cell's smirk remained dripping with mockery. And here I thought you were a decent android. Turns out you're just a villain, a big villain. Trunks bared his teeth at Cell, seething with anger. Then Cell's smile faded, and his tone turned serious. But don't let your guard down. Besides the gravity, the temperature here shifts without warning. So you'd better regulate your ki in advance to avoid being affected. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Cell stepped down from the stairs. His figure paused almost imperceptibly for a moment before resuming its natural rhythm. The environment here is utterly alien to the outside world. This place exists within a divergent space-time. The air contains only 1/4 of Earth's atmospheric density, yet gravity is 10 times stronger. Temperatures fluctuate violently between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius. Thus, even if you do nothing at all, your strength will increase continuously second by second. You must therefore gather and circulate a reserve of ki internally to shield your vital organs and sustain your core stability. Do you understand? Cell waved his hand gently, his tone soft, though his gravelly voice undermined the warmth entirely. Yes, I understand. But why do you keep changing your demeanor so suddenly, sir? Trunks asked, puzzled, as a shimmering white aura briefly flared around his body before vanishing just as swiftly. Good. Train on your own for the first week. Acclimate yourself to this environment. The pristine white expanse warped abruptly. Ice crystallized across the ground in an instant. The air turned glacial, and each breath sent a shiver rippling through the lungs. Huh. Trunks exhaled, slowly releasing a thick plume of turbid breath, only for it to flash freeze midair into glittering shards before crumbling silently to the frost-laced earth. Whoa, this really works. Brat. Let's begin. Sir, you won't train with me. No. First I must recalibrate myself to my current power level. With that, Cell vanished before Trunks' eyes, soaring silently into the boundless frozen void. What an eccentric man he is. Trunks scratched his head, then pivoted sharply and murmured to himself, Yoshi, I'll grow stronger, fast. Trunks lowered his center of gravity, settling into a battle stance. He unleashed a relentless barrage into the empty air, left jab, right cross, uppercut, hook, side, kick, triple kick, each motion precise and unrelenting. His youthful face was etched with unwavering focus. He practiced techniques taught by Goten, moving fluidly in place, and occasionally drew the long sword strapped across his back, cleaving sharp arcs through the frigid air. Utterly absorbed in his discipline, far away across the desolate terrain, Cell hovered motionless, then slowly levitated higher, crossing his legs in midair to enter deep meditation. This technique he had learned from Piccolo. As for foundational combat forms, he no longer required instruction. His mastery had already been optimized to its absolute peak by the supercomputer's exhaustive simulations. What he now sought was absolute control over his power to bind every iota of ki within his flesh, eliminating even the faintest wastage, so that in battle every ounce of strength would be wielded with surgical precision and maximum efficiency. Cell reflected inwardly. At present my power vastly surpasses that of androids 17 and 18, and stands merely a hair's breadth below Vegeta's strength during his battle against my second form in the original timeline. From what I recall, the Super Saiyan transformation multiplies base power 50-fold. Thus, the 3 stages of Super Saiyan likely represent progressive mastery over that immense energy, learning to channel, stabilize, and refine it. As for that grotesque muscle-swollen form, where speed plummets and mobility collapses, it merely amplifies raw output to unsustainable extremes. It holds little practical value. So, what path shall I forge for my own evolution, he mused. I carry Saiyan blood. I should in principle be capable of achieving Super Saiyan, yet the process may differ fundamentally from theirs. Moreover, I possess the latent might of a frost demon, and have absorbed Gohan's extraordinary potential. After my first rigorous training session, my battle power will surge beyond comprehension. And S-cells, that too requires attention. Soon I'll consult the supercomputer once more to flood my body with S-cells. Then attaining Super Saiyan will become effortless. The era of Supercell has dawned. Time slipped away silent and swift. 7 days passed. Cell opened his eyes. A torrent of overwhelming aura erupted outward, carrying crushing pressure across the frozen horizon. The newly formed ice floor fractured with a brittle, spreading cascade. A gale coalesced into razor-edged wind blades, slicing furrows across the ground. Trunks halted mid-motion, turning sharply towards Cell's direction. His pupils contracted slightly. How formidable his aura has grown already. Cell planted his feet wide apart, stepping firmly onto the earth. Mental cultivation has reached its zenith. For now, it is time to forge the body. Cell extended his palm slightly. Whether due to his Namekian heritage or frost demon lineage, or perhaps both, his meditative advancement accelerated exponentially. His current battle power could effortlessly overwhelm Super Vegeta as he appeared during their clash with Cell's second form. Yet he remained far from perfect Cell. Still, he held firm conviction with dedicated physical training. pushing his body to its absolute limit in this era until flesh and spirit merged seamlessly. His power would explode upward, easily matching if not exceeding perfect Cell's might. A single total extraction of his latent potential would trigger an explosive leap in strength. Huh. Cell exhaled sharply, and in the next heartbeat he materialized beside Trunks, scanning the youth's aura with a slow, appraising nod. Acceptable, brat. You haven't slacked off this week. Your battle power has indeed risen significantly. Still, it falls short of defeating androids 17 and 18. Now, transform into a Super Saiyan. Show me. Ah, yes. Trunks blinked, startled, then instantly recentered himself, lowering his stance and holding his hands loosely at his sides. Rage surged. He roared. Ah! In that instant his aura exploded, fierce, golden, and violently turbulent. Shockwaves pulsed outward in concentric rings. His hair lifted blazing gold, his eyes blazed emerald, the unmistakable visage of a Super Saiyan. Humph. Impressive. It appears your first entry into the Hyperbolic Time Chamber unlocked dormant potential, and you trained exclusively in your base form throughout this period, correct? Who taught you? Goten. Cell regarded Trunks with genuine admiration. Though still outmatched by the androids, this boy now possessed enough resilience to survive their onslaught, unscathed. Yeah, he's the one who trained me, Goteniasen. Trunks rubbed the back of his head, relaxing instinctively, his golden aura dissolving as he reverted to his base form. Watching Trunks slump so casually, Cell narrowed his eyes, then flicked his finger. A compressed wave of wind shrieked through the air and slammed into Trunks' abdomen. Boom. Hoo-ha. Unprepared and physically exhausted, Trunks crumpled instantly, retching acidic while his eyes rolling white, with shock collapsing to his knees, nearly unconscious. Compare to Goku's reaction when pierced by a laser rifle. Trunks, this is your first lesson. Never let your body slacken, not even for a heartbeat. Every moment must be your strongest, your absolute peak for whatever stage you currently inhabit. Cell loomed over him, seized a fistful of his hair, and hauled him upright, then cast him roughly back onto the ice. Have you memorized it? Ugh. Bayou. Another wind pressure blast struck without warning. Uh-huh. Yes, sir, I've got it. Please stop, it hurts. Pain is how memory takes root. Understood. Clutching his stomach, Trunks staggered upright. Now that I've adapted to this environment, what comes next? Next, you will maintain your Super Saiyan form and fight me, without restraint, without reverting to base unless utterly spent. I will suppress my ki to match yours precisely, and I will engage you with lethal intent. Lesson 2 begins now, life or death combat. Time swiftly passed, and soon only a week remained until the end of the year. Trunks, muscular and fierce, glared at Cell, his aura having undergone a dramatic transformation. Under Cell's influence, he resolved to never expose his inner energy unless he was boosting his power during battle. This would greatly enhance his transformation duration while conserving stamina. With a thunderous roar, Cell vanished from Trunks' sight, reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful punch that exploded the air. Trunks' nerves were taut, fully focused on the fight. The moment Cell disappeared, he reacted swiftly, slightly angling his body to evade the heavy blow. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought, Uncle Cell, this time I've got you. He delivered a knee strike right to Cell's abdomen. What was this sensation? Something felt off. Oh no. Trunks quickly turned his head, but before he could react, an energy blast exploded inches from his face. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed the shockwaves, overwhelming as smoke enveloped the area, and Trunks was thrown from it, plummeting towards the ground. Cell squinted his hands, moving rapidly as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Trunks. The explosions were relentless, shaking the very fabric of space as Trunks' cries filled the air. Still pretending. You've used that move several times already. Cell was displeased. He had fallen for Trunks' trickery too many times and wouldn't be fooled again. Exhaling deeply, he lowered his stance, his hands positioned behind him like a blooming flower. A layer of golden flames erupted around Cell, fiercely burning and exuding an overwhelming pressure. Within moments, a deep blue energy slowly coalesced between his hands. Kamehameha. Cell thrust his hands forward. A massive blue beam shot forth, resembling a ferocious dragon, disturbing the air with a hissing sound as it surged towards Trunks. After launching the Kamehameha, Cell vanished, reappearing behind Trunks, seizing him and holding him in place, forcing him to confront the incoming blast without any chance to escape. Oh no. Trunks' eyes widened. If struck, he wouldn't just be injured, he would be obliterated. Thoughts of survival echoed in his mind as Trunks unleashed all his energy, the powerful instinct to survive awakening his inner potential. Boom. A golden aura exploded upwards, its might propelling Cell backward. A formidable energy shield enveloped Trunks, bracing against the impact of the Kamehameha. Bang. The two forces collided, releasing bursts of energy that shattered the ice beneath them. Cell's eyes lit up. Oh, are you tapping into your potential again? The Scions, especially the hybrid ones, truly have remarkable potential. Is it due to the cells? For nearly a year, his goal had been to defeat Trunks, not to kill him, but to incapacitate him. As long as he left him with a bit of energy, Trunks would recover quickly thanks to the Scions' formidable regenerative abilities. Moreover, due to their nature, each time a Scion was injured near death or in combat, their fighting ability would increase. During this time, Trunks' combat power had surged, now matching that of Cell when he first arrived in the time chamber. Additionally, throughout this period, he had maintained his Super Saiyan transformation, becoming accustomed to this brutal and enraged state. Though he couldn't maintain it indefinitely, he had made considerable progress. Yet Cell still felt some confusion as he sensed that Trunks seemed to possess greater talent and potential than in the original story. After all, in the original story, Trunks spent 2 years in the time chamber with Vegeta and only reached the second stage of Super Saiyan, failing to attain full power. Is it a matter of training methods? Cell habitually licked his lips. Besides pushing Trunks' potential to its limits, he also taught him techniques to master his power and control his energy. Of course, achieving a balance between work and rest was vital. One couldn't train day and night without respite. During the latter half of their time, he would teach Trunks various techniques, with the most effective being instant transmission. This technique was not only useful for escape and combat, but also for achieving spiritual balance. It's a variant of Qi. Mastering this technique would allow one to achieve a perfect balance between spirit and body, maximizing their power. However, for some reason, Trunks could never grasp the essence of it. Each time he attempted instant transmission, he failed. As a result, Cell abandoned that approach and shifted focus to developing his own strength. He had tried transforming into a Super Saiyan, but failed, suspecting it was still an issue with the cells. Nevertheless, the year's training had significantly changed his physique, achieving a balance between body and spirit. His combat power exceeded that of Perfect Cell and was even close to that of Super Perfect Cell. He suspected that this significant progress was merely a result of the initial buildup of his latent potential. Subsequent training would likely slow down and return to normal. Trunks' immense power coalesced into a beam that completely consumed and obliterated the Kamehameha. Thus the battle concluded. Huff, huff, huff. Trunks, exhausted, opened his eyes, panting heavily, feeling half alive. He plopped down on the ground and shouted at Cell, who was still lost and thought, "Uncle, you really tried to kill me. If it weren't for the sudden surge of power within me, I'd probably be done for now." Is it over? Cell snapped out of his contemplation and scrutinized Trunks closely. "Not bad. Let's call our special training here." "Oh, but there's still a little time left." Trunks pointed at the clock hanging above the door. "Take a break. Aren't you tired? Your current power level could easily handle androids 17 and 18. What are you worried about?" "But I want to grow stronger." Trunks pouted. "I want to be as strong as you, Uncle Cell. No, I want to surpass you." "Surpass me? Don't joke around. I could unleash my full power and spit at you, and you'd be pinned in place." "Do you believe that?" Cell was somewhat surprised. Had he really cultivated such ambition in the young Trunks? "I'm still young. I'm only 12 now, and soon I'll be 13. I have many years ahead of me, and I will definitely surpass you." Trunks lay back on the ground, his eyes filled with dreams of the future. "All right, then give it a try." "After trying, forget it." Cell shook his head at the small Trunks, choosing not to respond. P.S. The humble author is online seeking free gifts. Earth, in the West Capital, a secluded warehouse of the Universal Capsule Company. Dim light flickered within, where Bulma, with her blue hair, furrowed her brow, sketching on paper with a pen. She was deeply engrossed in her work, as it was a hope she held within. She meticulously pondered over the machine's operational structure and the choices of energy materials. When she was in a serious working state, she would forget everything else, even the matter of eating. She worked almost the entire day, integrating the accumulations and speculations from the past years in her mind to construct a perfect time machine. After a long time, soft light illuminated Bulma's weathered face, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes clearly visible, her gaze filled with exhaustion, yet that fatigue still revealed a glimmer of brightness. "I've done it. The design of the time machine is successful. Next comes the issue of materials and assembly." Bulma smiled happily as she looked at the black cloth that covered the materials she had prepared based on her earlier speculations. Goo goo goo, an untimely sound arose. It was Bulma's stomach singing. "Oh, has it already been so long?" Bulma glanced down at the time on her wrist, feeling a bit embarrassed as she rubbed her flat stomach. She pulled out a small box from the lining of her lab coat and opened it. Click. Inside were nearly 20 small capsules neatly arranged, containing many previous research tools and some rare materials, including some of the time machine materials and a few flying devices. Bulma carefully took one of the capsules marked 25, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air, and when the smoke cleared, what came into view was a pile of instant noodles nearly stacked to the top, along with various water kettles stored in a large box. After skillfully preparing a bucket of instant noodles, Bulma quietly ate, her gaze drifting as she looked outside. The sunset was no longer visible, only a faint red glow flickered on the horizon. In this way, savoring the scenery while eating instant noodles felt quite unique. After finishing the noodles in her bowl, she also drank the soup completely clean. Leaning her arm on her head, she thought of many things at that moment, reminiscing about the beautiful life of the past and the adventures with her friends, and then her thoughts drifted to androids 17 and 18. The inner turmoil and anger flooded her mind again, making her feel uneasy and worried. By the way, where's Trunks? Bulma turned her head to look around, opened the door, glanced briefly, and not daring to shout loudly, returned to the warehouse. Where is Trunks? Logically, he should have returned by now. Just as Bulma was troubled by this, two figures suddenly appeared before her. Whooshed! It was Trunks and Cell. Bulma's face instantly distorted, her heart racing as she jumped back a step. Once she saw who it was, Bulma calmed down and said, "Trunks, you scared me." "Wow, why has your hair grown so long and your clothes? You seem to have bulked up quite a bit." Looking at Trunks' tattered clothes, his height, and the exposed muscles, Bulma was somewhat stunned, completely oblivious to Cell standing beside him. "Oh, Mom, long time no see." Trunks grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "It's been a while." "Long time no see. Didn't you just leave this morning? Come here and explain yourself." Bulma frowned and asked. "Oh, I stayed in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for a while. Mom, let me tell you, it was incredible. A year there is just one day outside." Trunks wanted to hug Bulma joyfully, but was pushed away by Bulma's finger in disdain. Cough, cough. "Trunks, even if it's amazing, don't you take a shower?" Bulma pinched her nose with one hand while pointing at him with the other, her face showing clear disdain. "Shower? I find it too troublesome. Every time I finish washing, I need to wash again shortly after, so I decided to save it up and wash later." Trunks, with wide eyes and a wrinkled nose, sniffed his body and said, "I think it's fine." Uncle Cell also said this is the scent of a man, part of growing up as a man. "Uncle Cell." Bulma finally reacted, looking at Cell, who had a cold expression beside Trunks, and frowned. "Didn't you leave to deal with the androids?" "Tomorrow. We agreed tomorrow is tomorrow, and since it's so late, let me rest here for a bit. Given how well I've taught your son, you should go cook now." Cell waved his hand. Even though he didn't need to eat, it didn't mean he couldn't. During this time, he thought Trunks had been eating all sorts of post-apocalyptic food. But then he found out Trunks had been eating large amounts of meat and fish. At that moment, he remembered that this guy was a young master. Even in the apocalypse, it was different. During his time in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Trunks had been cooking for him. Now he also wanted to eat some good meat. Goo. Just as he mentioned cooking, Trunks' stomach began to play a symphony. Ha ha ha. Trunks rubbed his little belly, scratching his head awkwardly. "Right, Mom, go cook. I'm hungry." "Okay." Bulma's gaze darted between the two. She couldn't fathom how these two had become so close now. Shaking her head and not thinking further, she returned to the back to start cooking. A moment later, Bulma brought a large amount of meat to the dining table. Seeing Cell and Trunks instinctively swallow. Especially Cell. Even though he didn't need to eat, he couldn't help but be tempted by the sight, joking that he hadn't eaten like this in reality. Come on, don't be shy, dig in." "Trunks, do you want to shower first?" Bulma frowned. "What did you say?" Trunks had just shoved a big meat leg into his mouth, mumbling incomprehensible words. "It's fine." Bulma sighed, a bit helpless. She looked at Cell and found that Cell's appetite was not any less than Trunks'. Both of them formed shadows with their arms, stuffing the food from the table directly into their mouths, quickly devouring everything. "Oh, I'm full." Trunks joyfully patted his round belly. "I'm done too." Cell took out a piece of paper, slowly wiping his mouth, feeling that he hadn't eaten enough. He felt he could still eat another 3 heads of beef. "Mrs. Bulma, is there any progress on the time machine?" Cell asked. Bulma nodded. "Of course, just look at who I am now. It's just the energy and assembly left." "Great. Then I'll take a nap for a bit." Cell turned and casually found a room to lie down on the large bed. Joking aside, "Don't forget to wash the dishes after eating, right? Hurry up and run away." Sure enough, Trunks, under Bulma's direction, washed the dishes. Then he took a fragrant shower. Following Bulma's request, he trimmed his hairstyle and changed into a new outfit. He arrived at Cell's door. Knock, knock. "Enter." Trunks pushed open the door to Cell's room, carrying a plate of sweets. He noticed that Uncle Cell seemed unsatisfied, as if he hadn't eaten his fill. Upon entering, he saw Cell reclining on the bed, leaning against a pillow with one leg crossed over the other, his body twitching occasionally. "What's wrong?" Cell cast a sidelong glance at Trunks. This was his relaxation time. He didn't want to think about anything at this moment. It was quite comfortable like this. After all, tomorrow was a big day. If it weren't still early, he would have been fast asleep by now. Although this body didn't require sleep, he still retained some of his old habits. Previously, he either had no time or was occupied with training and meditation. Moreover, Cell squeezed the soft mattress beneath him. This kind of environment truly made sleeping feel satisfying. If only his phone worked at this moment, he'd borrow one to scroll through videos. After all, this kind of life could get a bit dull. "Uncle Cell, you didn't seem full," Trunks said softly. "Oh, I brought you some desserts and water." "So concerned about me, eh?" Cell sat up, picked up a small cake, and began to chew slowly. His eyes studied the boy. "After all, aside from Gohan and Mom, you are the one who treats me well." Trunks sat nearby, a hint of melancholy in his voice. He still missed Gohan. "By the way, after we deal with androids 17 and 18 tomorrow, Uncle, will you come with me to pay respects to Gohan?" Uffed. Cell spat out the water he had just drunk. "What did you say?" "Pay respects to son Gohan." Cell asked, somewhat uncertain. "Yes. What's the problem?" Trunks replied with a questioning look. Nothing." Cell wiped his mouth and explained, "I still think it's better to head straight to New Namek after dealing with the androids and use the Dragon Balls to revive son Gohan." "What do you think?" "That seems reasonable too." Trunks scratched his forehead and let out a silly laugh. After tomorrow, the world would be at peace with no more destroyers. How wonderful. Cell turned his face away, tapping his head, and thought to himself, better not let him know I devoured son Gohan's body. Otherwise, with how his mind works, he probably wouldn't understand and might come at me with a sword in the middle of the night. Phew, glad I covered that up. Cell wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Let's wait until tomorrow. You go back first. Okay, Uncle. Trunks slowly backed out and gently closed the door. Creak. Phew. Cell let out a long sigh, devouring all the small cakes and desserts in one go, licking the remaining cream from his fingers with satisfaction. After finishing the water from the teapot on the table, he lay back contentedly. This kind of life isn't so bad. Cell stared at the ceiling, sharing Trunks' anticipation for tomorrow. He also wanted to know how much his perfect form would boost his current power. After all, he was already incredibly strong and the increase might not feel too significant. As he thought about it, he began to feel sleepy and started counting sheep. 1 android, 2 androids, 3 androids, 4. That night, the moonlight spilled across the ground like a thin veil from above, ethereal and alluring. Cell still slipped out. He found that counting sheep wasn't helping him sleep at all. It was better to take a stroll. He flew upward until he reached the edge of Earth's atmosphere. Cell gazed down at the azure planet, his vertical pupils slowly dilating. So beautiful. Staring at it for too long even makes me feel a bit dizzy. Time passed quickly. Soon the sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat and light, illuminating everything with a bright glow. Slap. A sharp sound echoed in Cell's ears. Who is it? An android. Trunks, who had been drooling and scratching himself a moment ago, suddenly flipped over, assuming a combat stance. Yeah, an android. What about it? What time is it? The sun's already burning your butt, and you're still not up. Uncle Cell, what time is it? Around 10. What? Woke up too early. Cell's tail swayed constantly, the needle-like tip gleaming with cold light. This reminded Trunks of some unpleasant memories. Thinking back to the days in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, when he was constantly poked, those were truly happy times. Like hell they were. Who could imagine the feeling of being stabbed by such a huge needle every day? Though it didn't cause serious harm, it hurt a lot. Wait, Uncle Cell, I'm getting up right now. Trunks waved his hands, frantically, panic written on his face, a forced smile on his lips. He quickly got up, dressed, and strapped on his sword. After a quick wash, he was dragged out by Cell without eating anything. Bulma was busy tinkering with the time machine, paying no attention to the two of them. The two flew at high speed above the sky, weaving through clouds, overlooking the ground. Everything was in ruins. Potholes collapsed, houses flooded, rivers. The entire world had been ravaged beyond recognition. Of course, this didn't bother Cell, but Trunks felt a surge of indignation at the sight. Even his hunger from skipping breakfast vanished. Uncle Cell, do you know where they are? Trunks asked in confusion. How could he detect them when they had no key? Cell turned to look at Trunks, pointing upward with his small hand. See that? It's a micro-robot built by Dr. Jero. It sends collected data to the computer, which then relays it to my brain. They're currently in a town 1589645 units away, but the town's name is a bit strange. Is that so? Trunks squinted his eyes, focusing on the direction Cell indicated. His gaze pierced through the void, landing on a small bee that had been following them closely. Oh, it really is a robot. Trunks' eyes lit up with excitement, his joy evident. For any boy, seeing a moving robot was an exhilarating sight. This 79 town. It seems to have another name, Strive Town. What a peculiar name. Cell shook his head, a puzzled expression on his face. He couldn't fathom the connection between 79 and striving. Trunks was equally confused, but didn't dwell on it. He knew time was of the essence and couldn't afford to miss any crucial clues. Hurry, it looks like they're about to leave. Cell's eyes sharpened and his form flickered as he shot away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Trunks' sight. Wait for me. Trunks followed without hesitation, his speed equally astonishing. He raced through the air like a blazing meteor, breaking through the bonds of the atmosphere, speeding toward the distance. In the distance, the struggling town. Explosions roared one after another, the immense force flattening and smashing countless houses. Run. Mommy, where are you? Get the hell out of my way. If you want to die, die somewhere else. The world is ending. I don't want to live either. All kinds of people began wailing and howling, some even taking the chance to rob the weak of their food and resources. The multifaceted nature of humanity was displayed in that instant before the eyes of the two figures in the sky. TCH. No matter how many humans you kill, they're always the same, but that's what makes it fun. Your perverse taste is boring. No. 17. My perverse taste. How is killing perverse? By the way, no. 18. Are you still looking for your quality human? No, I'm not. I finally found a good one, and the first thing he does is curse me. Tells me to go die. He can't even see my beauty. No. 18 lowered her head, brushing her smooth golden hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with rage. Oh, now that is interesting. No. 17 looked down with a mocking smile, then quickly descended to the ground. Same old rules of contest. Whoever kills more people wins. Fine. The thought of killing made a glimmer of light flash in No. 18's azure eyes. Killing was still the most fun, the most satisfying. Thud. Thud. The two landed. No. 18 stood still with her arms crossed, silently watching No. 17's performance. He always liked to kill humans in a human way. But because of that, she always won their contests. One energy sphere could annihilate many humans. His method of killing was too slow. In appearance, No. 17 was a young, handsome youth with long hair. His azure eyes looked like blue agates. His long jet black hair was parted in the middle and flowed to both sides. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the doubler red ribbon army insignia with white cuffs on his arms. An orange scarf was tied around his neck. He wore blue jeans, a pistol holstered at his waist, and ordinary sneakers with vivid green socks. He had a certain Wild West cowboy look about him. No. 18, standing behind with her arms crossed, had short golden hair, slightly shorter than No. 17's. She wore a sleeveless denim jacket over a black long-sleeved shirt with black and white striped cuffs. Her chest was slightly prominent, and she wore a short denim skirt revealing her smooth, delicate skin that seemed to glow white in the sunlight. She wore a pair of brown knee-high boots. Ha ha ha. No. 17 drew his pistol, released the safety, and moved swiftly through the crowd, continuously pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The unique, acrid smell of gunpowder wafted from the muzzle. His aim was quite accurate. After all, there were too many humans to practice on. Each gunshot signified the death of several people. Ha ha ha, this is so fun. Come play with me some more. No. 17's dark eyeliner combined with his manic grin made him look like a demon in the eyes of the fleeing people. Bang, clang. A metallic clang rang out, and no. 17's head tilted slightly. Edge. No. 17 looked up diagonally in slight confusion. A burly man was aiming a large sniper rifle at him, smoke still curling from the muzzle. Oh, damn android, your skin is this thick. Can't even penetrate it. Fujino Tree grumbled in frustration, ducking his head down and firing shot after shot. Bang, bang, bang. No. 17 didn't dodge, instead appreciating his own invincibility and the human's growing despair. Shell casings ejected one after another. Soon the gun barrel began to heat up, even glowing red. Whoa, are you done? No. 17 put on a foolish look, pretending not to understand. He raised his own pistol. You fired so many shots, it's only fair if I fire one right. Quick run. Fujino Terra's face was filled with panic and regret. He abandoned his gun and ran into a building. How boring. This isn't fun anymore. A hint of disappointment crossed No. 17's face. He holstered his pistol, and a beam of light shot from the finger of his right hand. Boom. The entire building collapsed, all the window glass shattering into a storm of debris. Flames erupted and thick black smoke billowed everywhere. Crash. Large and small chunks of rubble fell, hitting the ground and kicking up dust. Or No. 17 was about to fly elsewhere. Suddenly 2 figures appeared. One of them swung a fist, smashing No. 17 straight into the collapsed building. A booming explosion created a huge crater. Trunks. And who was that? No. 18 was somewhat shocked. She lowered her arms, about to move, when a wave of pressure descended, slamming straight into her body. No. 18 suddenly felt an immense pressure, her body crouching as the ground beneath her sank. Boom. The pressure intensified, flooding every part of her body like a tide, as if a giant hand was pressing her down. The surprise on her face slowly turned to fear. She struggled to even lift her head. Boom. The ground continued to cave in. Trunks stared coldly at No. 18, his face expressionless. He pressed his hand firmly on her, using the simplest method, pure overwhelming force of ki, to create immense pressure. Ah, No. 18's beautiful face was contorted by the pressure, her posture changing from a crouch to a prone position. Her denim jacket and black shirt couldn't withstand the force and exploded, revealing her smooth jade-like back and the purple inner top beneath. Ah, No. 18's screams grew louder, echoing through the area. Boom. No. 17 flew out of the rubble. Seeing No. 18's miserable state, rage consumed him. Trunks, you're asking for death. No. 17 formed energy spheres in his hands and hurled them at Trunks. Boom. Explosions thundered and thick smoke rose. No. 17 wasn't careless. He moved at high speed from the side, appearing in front of Trunks, intending to rescue No. 18, but saw Trunks completely unharmed. Nanny, how is he not even scratched? Trunks narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and vanished in an instant. A fist wreathed in golden aura swung towards No. 17's abdomen, the air cracking with each movement. Boom. Hotch. The immense force struck him, caving in his abdomen. The pressure of the punch blasted out from his back, tearing through his clothes and penetrating into the distance. No. 17's eyes glazed over, rolling back. He fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, and vomited large mouthfuls of blood that dripped onto the ground. Trunks looked down at him coldly, then lifted his foot and brought it down. Boom. The sole of his shoe slammed onto No. 17's head, grinding it left and right. The ground cracked, forming a crater with dense fissures spreading in all directions. Trunks felt it was not enough, so he threw both of them into the same pit and kept increasing the pressure until they both fell unconscious. They actually passed out. If it weren't for Cell needing to absorb UID, love to bash your dog heads one by one. Trunks wore a black tank top, his muscles coiling like dragons, a true hunk. Cell had been watching from the air, seeing Trunks finish the fight in a flash, and couldn't help but muse. If Goku were here, wouldn't it take him half a day to do this? Cell shook his head, flashed beside Trunks, and gazed with burning eyes at the 2 androids lying on the ground. His tongue lightly licked his mouthpart, a cold gleam in his vertical pupils. He tilted his head toward Trunks. You go watch from the side. This might get a bit loud. All right, Uncle Cell. Trunks leaped backward, looking at Cell with anticipation. After all, Uncle Cell had said many times before that once he absorbed Android 17 and 18, both his power and form would be vastly different from before. And it was said he would become very handsome. Though Uncle Cell had been kind to him, Trunks had to admit he was indeed ugly, with a look that didn't fit human aesthetics at all. Calling him a monster was quite accurate, especially with that long tail dangling from his back. Whoosh! Cell exhaled a turbid breath, and the tip of his tail expanded large enough to swallow 2 people whole. Cell slightly curled his tail, covering both of them. Before they could react, he swallowed them into his body. Whoa! Cell's eyes brightened. The spots all over his body began to emit white light, and the aura within him involuntarily surged outward. A white flame instantly enveloped him, and a powerful energy shot into the sky. Oh! Cell let out a soft cry, the white light growing brighter and brighter, wrapping him in a perfect white sphere. Boom! The sky began to change color, clouds gathering overhead, and a fierce wind swept across the entire earth. Buzz! As time slowly passed, the white light suddenly turned green, illuminating the whole world. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, lightning flashed, and bolts struck the ground, carving deep ravines. The sea began to churn, forming waterspouts that sucked up the water. A powerful aura surged outward, spreading beyond Earth and extending across the universe. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the green sphere. Trunks stood in the distance, exclaiming this aura has reached a level I can't even imagine. So strong. In West City, a Capsule Corporation, Bulma looked up from the shaking ground and gazed outside. A green pillar of light shot into the sky, dyeing the entire heavens green. Waves of white energy surged outward and fierce winds howled. Frightened Bulma rushed back inside, slammed the door shut, and continued assembling the time machine. In Effort Town, boom. A pillar of light rose with white energy swirling around it like a vortex. The green sphere shattered and a figure stepped out, his body shimmering green, with crackling electricity dancing around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Powerful energy rippled through the air, causing the space around him to warp and distort. Whoosh! Cell slowly exhaled, and the green light faded, revealing his true form. His once ugly appearance had completely transformed. Green remained the dominant color, but his hands, neck, and face now showed a distinct white tone, while other parts were filled with green and black. From his chest to his tail, his entire body was cloaked in black, as if he were wearing a mysterious and cool ninja suit. This black covering didn't feel monotonous or oppressive. Instead, it enhanced the three-dimensionality and layering of his form, pushing his bodily harmony to its peak. His face was as handsome as if carved by a knife, with sharp lines and clear contours exuding a unique charm. Behind him, a pair of black insect-like wings spread out, their joints covered in a deep purple, giving a mysterious vibe. Around his cheeks, it seemed as if carefully applied purple paint had been rendered, finally encircled by a ring of bright yellow shell, creating a striking color contrast. Most eye-catching were his slightly pinkish eyes, with black pupils clear and deep like sparkling stars in the night sky. Cell lowered his head, looking at his own body. The enhancement in physical function wasn't as high as he had imagined. It was just that this form was more perfect, allowing him to control his aura with almost no leakage. Sealing his aura within his body, achieving unity of body and mind, his aura intensity was not much different from before, likely far below Goku's Super Saiyan 3, let alone legendary Super Saiyan. But Cell didn't dwell on it. This body was already very strong. Even if Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he couldn't defeat him quickly. In a drawn-out battle, Cell would have the advantage. For now, as long as no one of Majin Boost level or above appeared, he wasn't too afraid. If he really couldn't win, he could just run. No shame in that. Cell lightly tapped the ground with his toes, swinging his fists through the air, creating whistling sounds. Uncle Cell, you've become so handsome. And your aura is many times stronger. It's really different. Trunks jumped over a bit, excited. Really? Call me bro. I look pretty young now, don't I? Cell touched the contours of his face, a smirk curling on his lips. Wow, even your voice sounds better. Amazing. Trunks' eyes sparkled with stars, almost idolizing this new Uncle Cell. This transformation was far better than any plastic surgery. And not bad. Trunks, I'm going to Dr. Jiro's lab. Want to come? Of course. But Uncle Cell, what are you going there for? Trunks scratched his head, puzzled. The androids were gone, so why go there? Let's go. He'll tell you on the way. Cell slowly rose into the air, looking at Trunks. Oh, okay. Trunks nodded and followed Cell, heading north. In the air, Trunks, do you know how the Super Saiyan came to be? Huh, that. It was the power of rage that made me transform into a Super Saiyan, right? Trunks glanced at Cell, speaking uncertainly. Correct. But the prerequisite is enough cells and meeting the power level standard, roughly breaking through the 3 million mark to qualify for the Super Saiyan transformation. The reason I'm going to Dr. Jiro's lab now is to have the supercomputer inject enough cells into me or forcibly activate and catalyze the cells already in my body. Along the way, Cell told Trunks everything he knew, making him nod repeatedly, his eyes growing even more admiring. Uncle Cell knows so much. Uncle Cell knows so much. Trunks flew beside Cell, his mind brimming with thoughts. He always felt that Uncle Cell was sent by heaven to save this world. Powerful, kind to him, intelligent, like a walking encyclopedia. Whenever he raised questions about combat or physique, Uncle Cell could solve them. Previously, he thought the only flaw was his appearance, but now that was no longer an issue. Uncle Cell had become incredibly handsome. Moi. Cell turned his head to look at Trunks. What are you thinking? Why have you been grinning foolishly? Have you remembered everything I've been saying along the way? Cell found it somewhat odd. Ever since he transformed into his perfect form, Trunks' gaze had been drifting toward him every now and then. He had even stopped listening to the lessons. Uncle Cell, I'm listening. Trunks suddenly snapped back to reality, laughing somewhat awkwardly. You just said that the S cell is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Only when there are enough S cells can the transformation be achieved, and it also requires at least 3 million battle power, right? Trunks blinked, looking at Cell. Oomph. At least you listened a little. But just now your eyes were wandering. You were definitely daydreaming about something. As punishment, I'll draw 2 vials of blood from you later. Cell said half-jokingly, though he meant it. He would definitely draw Trunks' blood later to let the supercomputer study the S cells. After all, they were the only two on Earth with S cells, and Trunks were certainly far more abundant. If not his, then whose? Would he draw his own? Wasn't that ridiculous? Cell suddenly stared at Trunks with a sinister grin, his purple pupils gleaming as if he had spotted some priceless treasure. Eek! Trunks shuddered, his voice trembling as he whispered, with a needle. Can we do something else? Huh? What are you saying? If not with a needle, then what? With my tail. Cell curled his lips into a smirk, extending his tail to brush against Trunks' skin. Haha, that won't be necessary, Uncle Cell. Trunks quickly pushed the tail away. He'll just cut my skin open. You need blood, right? No need for a needle. So I see. You're afraid of needles. Cell leaned in close, staring into Trunks' eyes. A little. Huh? Trunks gestured with his fingers. Fine, whatever. I only need a little blood. Cell said, we're here. Let's go down. Okay. Trunks let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thud, thud. The two landed. Cell surveyed the barren ground and found a cave entrance which led to Dr. Jiro's laboratory. Uncle Cell, is this the place? Trunks looked around, curiously peering about. Yes, it is. Cell nodded. He gazed at the steel door before him, which bore two capital RS and a red bow. This was indeed Dr. Jiro's laboratory, though he had never entered it. During that time, he had stayed in the underground lab, and after becoming an adult, he had burrowed out. Cell lightly tapped the door with his finger. Whooshed. The entire door shattered into small square fragments that fell to the ground. Cell walked in. Follow me, Trunks. Yais, Uncle Cell. Trunks nodded and stepped inside slowly. Yet he was somewhat astonished. He could have smashed the door himself, but to achieve the precision Cell had shown required immense control over power. Uncle Cell was truly strong. Trunks clenched his fists secretly, his desire for greater power intensifying. Cell fumbled in the dark nearby. With a click, the laboratory's entire power system activated and the bulbs flickered with white light. Amazing. Trunks' eyes widened as he took in the room full of experimental equipment. Many of these items he had never seen, even in his own family's lab. However, the floor was messy, littered with all kinds of documents, manuscripts, and notes. A strong, unpleasant odor filled the room. Cell walked forward and saw two incubation pods labeled 17 and 18. At the sight, he unconsciously rubbed his abdomen, a satisfied smile curling on his lips. Meanwhile, Trunks was rummaging through the papers on the floor, seemingly intrigued. Trunks, what are you doing? Cell turned around and saw Trunks picking up trash, his expression darkening. I'm not picking up trash. I'm just seeing if there's anything useful here for Mom to look at. After all, Dr. Jiro's research was ahead of its time. Trunks felt a bit embarrassed. It did look like he was scavenging, especially since he had even pulled papers out of the trash bin. He couldn't deny it. Hey, what's this? Uncle Cell, look, I found your name on this. Trunks pulled a stack of documents from a locked box with Cell's name written on them. My name? Cell was surprised. He walked over and took the documents. Look, the evolutionary path of the ultimate android Cell. Dr. Jiro made this. Cell flipped through the pages searching for useful information and found some intriguing details. So absorbing androids 17 and 18 was only the first step in his evolution. The document stated that in the third underground level, a supercomputer was hidden containing androids 13, 14, and 15, all part of Cell's evolution. The final evolution involved. Then the notes cut off, leaving only the faintly visible word self. What is this, Uncle Cell? Is it useful to you? Trunks was excited. Seeing the upward curl of Cell's lips, he knew he had been a great help. Indeed, Trunks, you've been a great help. Use a capsule to take all the documents, research equipment, and materials back. Who knows what might be useful? Cell habitually licked his lips, his gaze sharp. But I didn't bring a capsule. Trunks scratched his head apologetically, his tone deflated. Then forget it. You can come alone next time. Cell didn't mind studying the documents in his hand. They were a good source of inspiration. Cell's gaze shifted forward to the deepest part of the room, where a tall incubation pod was embedded in the wall with several large tubes supplying power. Beside it lay a set of tattered clothes and skeletal remains, presumably Dr. Jiro's. Cell ignored them, crushing the skull underfoot as he examined the pod labeled 16. Number 16. Nutrition. No, the robot's pod should be called a hibernation pod. Cell gazed at the bionic robot inside. It bore the face of a burly man with a shock of red hair only in the middle, the rest of its head bald. It was clad in green armor over a black bodysuit, its eyes tightly shut in a state of hibernation. Once the pod was activated, it would awaken. Uncle Cell, should we destroy it? Trunks asked, his expression cold as he stared at the android still sealed in its pod. Destroy it, yes, but not now. And this isn't an android, it's a robot. Cell chuckled and continued, besides, if that robot inside harbored any killing intent, you might find it quite troublesome. Its techniques are quite intriguing. A robot. Trunks' interest piqued, and he pressed close to the pod's wall to peer inside. This is a bionic robot created by Dr. Jiro in the image of his deceased son. It possesses power even greater than androids 17 and 18, but a flaw in its design rendered its temperament extremely docile. Dr. Jiro deemed it a failure and never opened it until now. Cell explained from the side, his tone suddenly turning cold. But its docility has nothing to do with me. It will likely never awaken in this lifetime. Cell pointed at its chest and said, there it houses an eternal energy furnace larger than those of androids 17 and 18. I must absorb it. Such a cool robot. Trunks clicked his tongue, which made Cell laugh in exasperation. Ha ha, Trunks, you change your mind so quickly. One moment you want to destroy it, the next you feel regret. What's the contradiction? Cell's mouth twitched as he looked at Trunks. No, I thought it was an android at first. But since it's a robot, there's no need, right? And Uncle Cell, you did say its personality is gentle. Trunks spoke up. Oh, that. Mrs. Bulma can build you a few later. You can take all the data back this time. After she finishes the time machine, building a few robots isn't out of the question. Cell said slowly, his fingers tapping a line of code into the nearby computer. Great. That's great. Trunks was exceptionally excited, but he looked at Cell's actions with some confusion and asked, Uncle Cell, what are you doing? Inputting commands to put him into eternal slumber so he never wakes up. But it'll be a bit troublesome on the way back. You'll be responsible for taking him and the data back later. Oh, okay, Trunks replied, firmly obeying orders. All right, let's go down, Cell said, stopping his movements. He walked to a spot, pushed open a floor panel revealing a hidden passage. Trunks followed closely behind Cell as they descended. Click, click, click. One by one lights flickered on, as if the supercomputer was welcoming his return. Phew. Cell looked at the familiar laboratory before him, his emotions complex. After all, this might be the last time he would ever come here. Cell walked over to the supercomputer and entered a line of code. Then, carrying a container, he came to Trunks' side. Roll up your sleeve. It's time for a blood donation. Well, no needles. Cell deliberately paused, glanced at Trunks, and added, Ha ha ha. Trunks scratched his head awkwardly. Cell's fingernail, sharp as a blade, gently traced across the skin of Trunks' arm. In an instant, a long gash opened, revealing the tender pink flesh beneath. Yet, as if the blood hadn't realized what had happened, it hesitated for a brief moment. Then, like a sudden flood released from a dam, it gushed forth with overwhelming force. The blood cascaded down like a waterfall, pouring noisily into the container Cell held. Isn't this a bit too much? Trunks' eyes widened, a huge question mark forming on his forehead. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his gaze fixed on Cell. Cell remained expressionless, explaining calmly, Don't worry. I just accidentally nicked an artery. It'll stop bleeding soon. Relax, take a deep breath. Everything will be fine. Really? Trunks' voice trembled slightly. Though he tried to believe Cell's words, his face grew paler, drained of all color. There, Cell said suddenly. Two of his fingers emitted a white light as he wiped them across Trunks' skin, and the wound healed instantly. Hey, Uncle Cell, you know a technique like that? Trunks' eyes widened, full of curiosity. It works for minor injuries, but not for serious ones. Cell replied offhandedly. He took the container filled with blood over to the supercomputer, drew a tube of blood, placed it in a test tube, and inserted it into the computer's interior. Beep, 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 beeped. The computer whirred to life, beginning to analyze the blood's composition, searching for the cells that stored vast amounts of energy. Trunks, why don't you sit down for a while? Cell said, seeing Trunks' pale face and swaying body as if he were about to collapse. Cough. No need to trouble yourself, Uncle Cell. I'm really fine. Trunks quickly waved his hand, signaling to Cell that he was unharmed. All right then. Good. Cell turned around, carefully extracting the collected blood drop by drop, pushing it into test tubes, and storing them one by one. These precious blood samples, all donated selflessly by Trunks, could not be wasted. Beep, 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 beeped. A series of urgent electronic beeps sounded. Oh, are the results out already? Cell's eyes locked onto the computer screen, barely concealing his excitement. On the screen were the data generated from combining his own parameters with the immense power contained within the blood. I see. So my body already contains a large amount of cells. Is this because of Son Gohan? Cell murmured to himself, stroking his chin. He then commanded the computer to produce 2 vials of cell enhancement proliferator. These enhancement proliferators would be synthesized using the blood as a raw material mixed with some special substances. Of course, this would take some time. Cell was not in a hurry. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. After inputting a sequence of commands, countless microrobots emerged from a compartment, beginning their work according to the supercomputer's instructions. Cell looked on with a contented expression. He turned to Trunks and said, Nothing to do now. Come take a walk with me downstairs. As he spoke, he popped a capsule into Trunks' mouth. This should help restore your vitality. It's one of the few medicines Dr. Gero left behind. Cell paused, then added, Though I don't know if it's expired. Give it a try. Through Cell's relentless exploration, he eventually found the entrance to the second underground level. Let's go, Trunks. Cell glanced over. It seems that medicine was effective after all. You look much better now. Really? I think so too, Trunks replied with a nod. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the dark, narrow passage. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell slowly. It seems this is a hollowed-out cave. Cell remarked. That appears to be the case. But now I'm curious about what will happen when I achieve my second evolution. Trunks said, Then Uncle Cell will surely become incredibly strong. Nonsense. Cell turned his gaze to Trunks and gave him a flick on the head. Uncle Cell, you can't do that. Trunks covered his forehead, speaking with a aggrieved tone. Troublesome. Let's go, kid. A purple light flashed in Cell's eyes, revealing everything before him. At the end of the pitch-black cave was a metal door identical to the one above. 2 large white letters R with a red bow tied between them formed the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Uncle Cell slowed down. I can't see. Trunks fumbled in the darkness, disoriented, spinning in place aimlessly. Somewhat annoyed, Cell raised his left hand slightly. A golden energy sphere rose slowly, floating to the top to serve as a light source. "Oh, I can see now, Uncle Cell." Trunks exclaimed excitedly like a fool, his eyes sparkling as he stared wide-eyed at Cell. Cell looked at him with some helplessness and said, "Trunks, did that blood draw damage your brain? If so, I apologize." With that, he turned and walked toward the metal door, leaving a bewildered Trunks behind. "No, Uncle Cell, my brain's fine." "What are you talking about?" Trunks followed behind Cell, scratching his head. "Shut up. You're being too noisy." Cell frowned. At that moment, he truly regretted bringing Trunks down. He couldn't tell if it was due to the blood draw or the medicine, but Trunks' mind seemed to have suffered some after effects. "Oh, okay." Trunks paused, covering his mouth with his hand and making no more sound. "We're here." Cell looked at the door and raised a finger to touch it lightly. Boom. A dull thud rang out as immense force laced with energy enveloped the area with a faint glimmer. Crash. The entire door shattered into dust and vanished. "Wow. Amazing." Trunks' eyes lit up at the sight, speaking through his covered mouth. Cell said nothing, reaching for the switch on the wall to turn it on. Click. Beep, 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 beep. A series of electronic sounds rang out as rows of lights flickered to life, illuminating the entire second underground level before the two of them. Trunks looked at Cell, his lips moving slightly, his eyes pleading. "Go ahead, speak. Who can argue with you?" Cell waved his hand dismissively. He looked at the 3 incubation pods ahead, and the supercomputer in the center, which was still running, flashing with colorful lights that danced continuously. The place appeared quite barren. All that was visible were 3 large incubation pods and several long dark pipes connecting to the supercomputer. There wasn't even a single table. Creak, creak. Cell walked slowly toward the 3 pods, reading the labels above: 13, 14, and 15. Trunks looked at each one and summarized: a black guy, a white guy, a big guy. Except for that black guy with glasses, the others looked pretty strong. Trunks no longer harbored the anger toward androids he once had, as in his mind they were now merely nourishment for Uncle Cell. After all, they were destined to be absorbed, so why be angry? "Hey, your summary is quite accurate," Cell said with a hint of sarcasm, his mouth twitching. "Of course. Trunks. Stop. Don't get carried away. Come help me activate them. I can't wait any longer." Cell's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stared at the eternal energy cores embedded in the chests of the 3 figures. His vision had already pierced through their bodily structures. These androids were designed to fuse, and absorbing all 3 would result in exponential growth, far surpassing the minimal power increase he gained from absorbing androids 17 and 18. "All right." Trunks nodded and pressed the activation buttons on the 3 incubation pods in sequence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pods began to glow and hum. White vapor hissed out as the hatches opened. The 3 figures opened their eyes simultaneously, a fierce red light surging within. Boom. Before they could react, Cell moved. Cell stood before 14, extending his tail to envelop him completely. Muffled sounds emerged from within as the body convulsed, but Cell gave him no chance, absorbing him directly. For the remaining 2 androids, Cell grabbed one with each hand. A powerful suction force erupted from his palms, draining the flesh and blood from their bodies. He then pressed his hands together, using his tail to absorb everything in one go. Exhilarating. A grin spread across Cell's face. He felt the power surging within him, wild and untamed. With these 3, he had effectively absorbed the energy of 5 eternal energy cores. Moreover, these 3 resonated uniquely with the power inside him, continuously nourishing his body. As the power surged uncontrollably, a golden aura erupted from him, revealing an overwhelming presence. Golden electric arcs crackled and danced, striking the ground with a sizzling sound. "This?" Trunks' eyes widened as he leaped backward, astonished by the immense force. A fierce wind blew. Fortunately, they were deep underground, and the materials used here were of the highest quality, or else the place would have crumbled in an instant. Even so, cracks began to appear throughout the lab, threatening to shatter completely. Realizing this, Trunks' eyes widened. There were still many valuable items here that hadn't been taken. If the place collapsed, all these useful things would be lost. His robot would also be gone. Trunks gritted his teeth, and with a roar transformed into a Super Saiyan. With golden hair and green eyes, his aura expanded as he created a barrier to protect the area. Whoosh! The wind of his aura turned into blades shooting outward as energy clashed violently. Bam, bam, bam. The barrier was pounded relentlessly, dense cracks spreading in all directions. I can't hold on much longer. Uncle Cell always does things recklessly." Trunks exhaled sharply. His aura surged, his muscles suddenly bulging, his frame expanding. His muscles coiled like dragons, and his golden aura blazed, illuminating the entire space. Super Saiyan Grade 3, a transformation that sacrificed speed for increased strength and energy, ultimately a failed form. Super Saiyan 1 3rd Grade, a breathtaking transformation state. It was achieved by sacrificing speed to fully amplify one's aura and power. At this moment, the aura expands at an astonishing rate, reaching an unprecedented height that nearly rivals the realm of Super Saiyan 2, yet it remains merely close. In this form, all of Trunks' abilities are compromised. Endurance, strength, speed, agility, constitution, and aura. None can compare to those of Super Saiyan 2. However, facing the formidable foe, Cell, Trunks had no choice but to rely on this transformation to barely hold his ground. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a surge of immense energy, forming a sturdy barrier to arduously withstand the terrifying aura radiating from Cell. Every moment was laden with overwhelming pressure. Trunks felt his body on the verge of collapse, yet he clenched his teeth. Suddenly a gush of blood burst from Trunks' mouth, staining the space before him. He gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes revealing an indomitable will. He stared fixedly at Cell's gradually weakening aura, and the stone in his heart finally eased slightly. Can I reach such a level? Trunks murmured, lowering his head in a whisper. Huff. At last my second evolution is complete. Cell grinned with delight, meticulously examining his new form. A crackling sound like beans popping emanated from his body, with strands of green lightning swirling around him. Within him now resided 5 eternal energy furnaces. Crack, crack. Cell clenched his fists, bones grinding with a crisp sound. Power surged and churned within him, an indescribable energy elevating his physique. Outwardly little seemed to have changed, but his strength and aura had undergone an exponential increase. Previously he might not have had the right to claim it, but now he was certain he had reached the realm of Super Saiyan 3, at least matching the intensity of Goku's battle against Majin Buu in the original story. He even seemed to surpass it slightly. Cell gazed at his own palm and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha! The laughter rang out, reverberating through the entire laboratory. After a long while the laughter gradually faded. Cell turned his head to look at Trunks, who was spitting blood from his mouth. In a flash, Cell appeared beside him, grasping his arm and releasing a wisp of energy to circulate within him. Upon sensing only minor injuries, Cell let out a slow sigh of relief. Trunks, this is my fault. I was too hasty. Cell's eyes flickered as he channeled a portion of his energy into Trunks' body. Zzz. Energy poured in, continuously improving Trunks' complexion. Huff. It's fine, Uncle Cell. You've become so strong all of a sudden. I am afraid I can't keep up with your pace. Trunks lowered his head, unable to meet Cell's eyes. He didn't mention being hurt at all, only fearing he would lag behind Cell's progress. Cell paused, taken aback. He hadn't expected his power boost to trouble Trunks so deeply. He burst into hearty laughter. Trunks, were different life forms. I was born strong. Besides, my training hasn't been that much more intense than yours. This is merely the evolution of my artificial body. Scions, of course, have their own evolution. Haven't you noticed that your strength is already greater than before? Cell laughed heartily as he spoke. Is that so? Trunks asked doubtfully, carefully examining the energy within him. Moments later, a smile spread across his face. My power has indeed increased. But why is that? Trunks inquired curiously. Cell explained. In every battle, when the body reaches its limit or survives near death, a scion's potential is unleashed. That's why scions grow stronger the more they fight. As a scion, the same applies to you. Then, if that's the case, Uncle Cell, you should be the same, right? After all, you have scion cells within you. Trunks shook his head and said softly. Hey, it seems the injury wasn't for nothing. That little mind of yours is working again. Cell's eyes lit up as he said half-jokingly. Yes, and inside me are also cells from Frisia's race. So my potential is immense. Moreover, if I let my tail absorb their life energy, in theory their cells will remain within me, granting me their abilities. Cell clenched his fist and continued, my current cells are from your father's time long ago. If I hadn't trained hard, I feel using their techniques would be very weak. For example, solar flare afterimage technique, Kamehameha, special beam cannon, and Masenko. I can use them all. Wow, Uncle Cell is truly amazing. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration, almost overflowing, though a hint of sadness crept in. So that means you'll never surpass Uncle Cell. That's right. Cell nodded. Your goal is the you from yesterday, not me. I will reach far into the distance, even surpass the gods, and reach the pinnacle. Just being able to see my back is impressive enough, Trunks. Don't trouble yourself over this. You're already stronger than 90% of the universe's beings. From now on, you need to forge your own path, and it'll help you. Cell gazed at Trunks, tenderly, moving him deeply. With a determined look, Trunks clenched his fists and declared, all right then, from now on, I'll be your strongest support. Even as a sidekick, I'll be the strongest sidekick. Hey, that's not wrong. I'm going to be the strongest, the number one in the universe. I believe you. Trunks turned to look at Cell, his tone resolute. All right, let's leave this place. There's no point in staying any longer. Once we return, get some empty capsules and pack up all these items to take with us. You know, in this special time, these devices are incredibly precious resources. Okay. Trunks replied, nodding in agreement. Cell used instant transmission to bring Trunks back to Capsule Corporation in West City. Now Cell could simply lie comfortably in bed and contemplate his next evolution. As for the poor Trunks, he had to bear all the hard work, returning alone with empty capsules to pack up all the research notes, various equipment, and even the 2 supercomputers and bring them back to Capsule Corporation. Of course, the most important one was still the No. 16 android, for the eternal energy furnace within his body was the largest of them all, and if the technology inside him could be deciphered, mass production would become possible. The mere thought of mass production made Cell's lips curl upward involuntarily. His future counting sheep ritual could transform into counting energy furnaces. Once mass production began, he would consume 3 furnaces daily, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Ha ha ha, fantastic. What a life this is. Cell laughed, growing more excited the more he pondered. At Dr. Jiro's laboratory, the round, fiery red sun hung high overhead, radiating scorching rays that baked the earth. Tread, tread. Footsteps echoed. Trunks emerged from the laboratory, his face etched with exhaustion. Phew, There's so much data here, I have no idea how much there is to sort through, and those equipment pieces require such careful handling. Trunks gazed at the tiny capsules in his hands, packing them one by one into a box, then carefully tucking it inside his clothing. A satisfied smile spread across his face along with gratitude toward Uncle Cell. He had never imagined that androids 17 and 18 could be so easily dealt with. It was Uncle Cell who had made him so strong, and it was also Uncle Cell who had eliminated the androids. Trunks' grin kept widening, his laughter swelling until it echoed through the air, startling distant birds into flight. Suddenly the laughter ceased, replaced by a wrenching sob. Looking ahead, Trunks still had his mouth stretched wide, but from it came choked weeping. Tears welled in his eyes, slowly trickling down into his mouth. The taste was utterly bitter, much like the experiences of these past years, equally bitter. What's wrong with me? Trunks kept wiping his tears with his sleeve, but somehow the tears only increased until the sleeve was soaked through and completely drenched. Huff, 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 huff. Trunks struggled to control his surging emotions, then let out a long howl toward the sky. Oh! Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The sky suddenly became overcast with dense clouds blocking the blazing orb of fire, plunging everything into darkness. Rumble, rumble. Crack, bang. Lightning flashed incessantly. Golden thunderbolts writhed within the clouds like a majestic thunder dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck the ground right beside Trunks, carving out a charred pit. Huh. Trunks clenched his fists, his body bending forward, his azure eyes flickered with golden light, and the immense energy within him overflowed, forming a golden aura that swirled around him. The golden radiance behind him grew brighter and brighter until it finally burst open. Boom. Trunks' entire body erupted in a golden aura. A fierce wind spiraled outward from him, lifting fragments of stone from the ground, which were then crushed into dust by the overwhelming pressure. The ground was scoured by the gale, gradually forming a massive circle. Zzz. Blue electric arcs surged from within his body, a manifestation of energy overflowing and oscillating violently. Trunks' hair stood on end, arcs of electricity crackled and flashed around him, his pupils vanished, and his bluish-purple hair instantly turned a brilliant gold. Just as his energy was about to reach its peak, Trunks' pupils suddenly reappeared, and the immense aura around him vanished in an instant, causing him to collapse to his knees. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Sweat poured down Trunks' face as he gasped for breath. A grimace of pain twisted his features, and veins bulged and throbbed on his forehead. He had just reached his limit, though it had lasted only a few seconds. Huff, huff. A gentle breeze stirred the sky, scattering the clouds and revealing the scorching sun once more. Light and clarity returned to the world. What was that just now? Do I really possess such immense power within me? Trunks stared at his own hands in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. In those few seconds his energy had multiplied exponentially. It felt as though he had unlocked another Super Saiyan on top of the existing Super Saiyan form. Is this because of the serum Uncle Cell injected into me? Trunks pulled out the half-filled syringe of blood-red liquid from behind him. It sparkled with flecks of gold, a truly beautiful sight. If half can achieve this level, what would happen if I injected the entire dose? Trunks fixed his gaze on the syringe, swallowing involuntarily, and finally, unable to resist, prepared to inject the remaining half as well. Clink. Trunks pressed the plunger and a long, thick needle emerged, gleaming silver in the sunlight. The sight of its length made him dizzy, and he had to look away. Couldn't Uncle Cell have made it into a drink instead? After that first injection, I nearly fainted. This one. Trunks swallowed, repeatedly pressing the needle against a vein, closing his eyes hesitantly, his trembling hand ready to pierce the skin. Just then a figure flashed beside him and grabbed his arm. A familiar voice rang out. Huh. Trunks, I can help you if you're struggling, but why are you aiming for an artery? The newcomer was none other than Cell. Having sensed the enormous energy signature belonging to Trunks, he had rushed over to see what the boy was up to. And what he witnessed was Trunks transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, albeit only for an instant, but it was undeniably the genuine Super Saiyan 2. However, the scene that followed was even more amusing to him. Trunks, terrified of needles as expected, was about to plunge the needle into his artery without even noticing. Good thing he arrived in time. Cell's gaze swept over Trunks as he sneered. It's okay to be afraid of needles, there's no shame in it. Uncle Cell, stop laughing at me. Trunks' face flushed crimson, and white steam practically rose from his head. Cell patted him on the shoulder. For now, just use half the dose, there's no need to inject it all. I'll give you my share too since I don't need it. I already have plenty of cells in my body. What you need to do now is master the training of maintaining Super Saiyan as your base form. The fact that your Super Saiyan 2 only lasted an instant is partly due to insufficient training. It's not much about the serum, this comes from your own effort. Cell's gaze softened, and his violet eyes held a unique charm that inspired trust. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks focused on the key point, a hint of confusion in his voice. Oh, that. He'll explain later. Let's go first. Have you finished cleaning everything up? Yes. Trunks nodded. Good. Cell slowly rose into the air, and Trunks followed closely behind. After one last look at the laboratory, Cell tossed an energy sphere and then vanished with Trunks. Boom. The golden red orb plunged into the laboratory. Moments later, a massive fiery red hemisphere erupted on the ground, sweeping through the air and kicking up clouds of dust. A thick fog burst forth, coalescing into a mushroom cloud. The sphere slowly dissipated, and upon looking, the laboratory had been reduced to rubble. Whooshed. Two figures suddenly materialized before Bulma. Trunks, what happened to you? Are you injured? Bulma halted her work and rushed over to Trunks in a fluster, examining and patting him down. It's nothing, Mom. There's someone else here. Trunks' face flushed crimson as he gestured behind him towards Cell. Is that so? As long as you're fine. Bulma let out a slow breath and looked back. Cell, is that you? I saw you hovering around me earlier, but you've completely transformed. You look so handsome. Bulma blinked her large, sparkling eyes, speaking with puzzlement. Wait, was that tremor just now you're doing? Have you completed your evolution? Bulma inquired cautiously, her voice trembling with trepidation. After all, Cell's evolution meant that androids 17 and 18 had already. Of course. How does my perfect form look? Isn't it beautiful? Cell chuckled, spreading his palm to showcase his newly attained perfect body, his tone brimming with confidence and satisfaction. Don't worry, 17 and 18 are long. Thud. Cell froze mid-sentence as Bulma dove headfirst into Trunks' embrace. Soon sobbing sounds filled the air. Wah! The androids have finally been eliminated. Unaccustomed to such a scene, Cell shrugged lightly and glanced at Trunks with a crooked smirk. The two exchanged silent stares while the lab echoed with muffled weeping. After a moment, Bulma slowly wiped her tears and pulled away from his embrace. Trunks, the only step left now is the resurrection process, isn't it? Her voice was still choked with emotion, but Trunks understood and nodded. Yes, Mom. We just need to find the new Namek and Earth will be restored to how it once was. Trunks' gaze was resolute, his fists clenched instinctively as he glanced at Cell. Cell, noticing this, quickly added, exactly. Finding the new Namek will be easy for you, ma'am. It must still be in this galaxy. Locating it won't be difficult. Oh, by the way, Trunks, show Mrs. Bulma what you got from Dr. Gero. Cell patted his shoulder, signaling him to take out the capsules. All right, I almost forgot. Trunks slapped his forehead, retrieved the capsules from inside his clothes, pressed them, and tossed them into an open space. Bang! A cloud of white smoke tinged with yellow erupted out of nowhere. As the smoke dissipated, stacks upon stacks of paper documents were neatly piled high. Along with a chaotic array of equipment and two massive supercomputers, the most crucial item was the robot Android 16. All of this was the valuable legacy Dr. Gero left for the world. Of course, the most significant of all was Cell himself, the ultimate android, a deviation from the original timeline, a uniquely different ultimate being. Gazing at the towering supercomputers and the scattered experimental apparatus, Bulma's lingering melancholy instantly vanished. What remained was sheer astonishment. You too, all of this belonged to Dr. Gero. Bulma approached in disbelief, already reaching out to touch the precious equipment and the supercomputers. It's true. I suppose it's only fitting that Cell, as Dr. Gero's creation, should inherit all of this. Bulma murmured to herself, running her hand from one device to another. What luck. Most of this equipment is usable. But what's this? An android? Bulma pointed curiously at 16's hibernation pod. That's a robot. I'd like you to study its technology, ma'am, and see if you can improve it. Ideally replicate the 2 perpetual energy reactors in its chest for mass production. Indeed, 16 possessed 2 perpetual energy reactors, a fact Cell discovered later. However, the second one was smaller, a tiny power source used to assist with intricate calculations. Perpetual energy reactors. Truly inexhaustible energy. Bulma furrowed her brow, staring at the giant inside the pod, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck. She rummaged through the documents and soon unearthed the blueprints for the perpetual energy reactor. Dr. Gero truly was a genius. If he had used these technologies for world peace, the world would have. What a pity. Bulma examined the plans closely and clicked her tongue. So this might be mass-producible. With some improvements, I could even build a time machine powered by perpetual energy. Then would never have to worry about fuel again. And looking at 16's design schematics, it's not that hard to replicate. I could even create an enhanced version. Just you wait. The entire company will be equipped with these robots to ensure security. Bulma envisioned the future and couldn't help but grin triumphantly. Is that so? That's wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Cell's face beamed with a satisfied smile. He could already picture a future where he enjoyed 3 energy reactors daily, perhaps even more. With that thought, Cell added, Mrs. Bulma, you still run the Survivors Information Network, don't you? Announce the android's destruction and be sure to include my name. This? No problem. We do have that network. They'll post it right away and name you as the great hero. Bulma excitedly scurried into a small dark room, sat before a computer, and rapidly typed away, broadcasting the thrilling news across the global network. The world. Great news. Androids 17 and 18 have been defeated by the hero Cell, humanity's new savior. The moment Bulma posted, message windows popped up instantly. Is this for real? The androids are gone. After all these years, I'd almost given up hope. Fake. The androids were unstoppable. Armies and cannons couldn't touch them. Who does this Cell think he is? It might be true. There was constant rumbling over here earlier, and some people even heard the androids screaming. Really? Then this Cell really is humanity's savior. It's true. I'm from Effort Town. Today the androids were about to destroy our town, but I saw 2 flying people kill them. In that instant, every person on Earth who saw this news widened their eyes in sheer astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet as more and more people shared the post, they were compelled to accept this exhilarating truth. That truth was those two demonic androids had finally been eliminated. On the most viral pop-up windows, images of Cell erupted like a volcanic explosion. In some photos, he was seen trampling upon Android 17 and Android 18. In others, he was depicted sending them flying with a single punch. What was more, someone had instantly created a personal heroic anthology for Cell. Among the claims were some truly astonishing ones. Someone asserted that Cell was born with divine strength, but had been afflicted by an extremely cruel curse transforming him from an ordinary human into his current form. However, it was precisely because of this that he had acquired an unparalleled and formidable power. There were also rumors that he could walk from the moment he was born, and at his birth strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Flowers rained down from heaven and golden springs burst forth from the earth. He was simply a reincarnated celestial being sent down to save this world. In any case, regardless of the final outcome, only one thought remained in people's minds: Cell had destroyed the androids and saved the entire world. He was undoubtedly the greatest hero of this world, the savior of the present age. Phew, finally resolved. I was worried people wouldn't believe the news I posted, and I even thought about hiring some online trolls to help me. Never expected it to be this easy. Bulma looked at the screen before her, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Though she hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Bulma stretched her limbs, languidly leaning back into the recliner with a look of utter contentment. She no longer had to live in fear. Those days of constant anxiety were gone forever. Trunks, Cell, come over here and see this. News spread so fast online now, or it even reminds me of the old days. Bulma stood up and called out excitedly toward the doorway. No response. What's going on? Where are they? They were both standing right here a moment ago. Bulma's brow furrowed deeply as if pressed by an invisible force. She opened her mouth to call out again, but just then the corner of her eye caught sight of a piece of paper on the table, seemingly torn from somewhere. The paper was slightly yellowed, and the handwriting on it was somewhat distorted, as if left in a hurry. How to describe it? It was like being in a crucial exam with large blank spaces still on the paper when the invigilator cruelly announced that only 5 minutes remained. That surge of tension, urgency, and helplessness overwhelmed one, making it impossible to maintain composure. Consequently, the handwriting became erratic, wild, and even somewhat jagged. Bulma stepped forward, spread the paper flat on the table, squinted, and painstakingly deciphered the words. It says, "Mom, I'm going to train with Uncle Cell very." The writing ended there, but the rest was unimportant. Bulma's sharp mind quickly deduced the rest. Probably something like, "We'll be back soon, right? That kid." Bulma shook her head. With Cell accompanying him, nothing major could go wrong. Since she had nothing to do now, she began studying the robot still in its hibernation pod and the so-called eternal energy furnace within it. All around the world, more and more survivors emerged from sewers, hidden bases, shattered buildings, deep mountains, and even from submarines near distant islands beneath the sea. They greedily inhaled the air as if without the androids the very atmosphere had become sweeter. Each person's face bore a different expression. Some panicked, some elated, some slowly calming from rage, as if nothing had happened, yet their hearts felt hollow, devoid of any joy. Gazing at the devastated cities, watching friends and family leave one by one, it seemed that after the initial burst of happiness, there was nothing left to celebrate. In a base hidden deep underground, crowds of people moved about. At a glance, it resembled a cluster of small, semicircular mounds. The people wore identical uniforms bearing the familiar red bow tie emblem on a white background with a double R. This was the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. After suffering attacks from the androids, they had wisely relocated their base underground, where they continued to harbor the dream of world domination, though it was nothing more than an impossible wish. At the center of the base, due to its underground location, the construction was rather crude, just a small platform. However, lights flickered above it, and at the top of the platform a massive glass pane was embedded. Through it one could clearly see a rather odd pair. A short man and a tall one. The comical part was that the short man, despite the scarcity of resources, was still impeccably dressed in a Weinert suit, holding a goblet in his hand. However, the goblet contained not the expected red wine, but clear, nearly overflowing plain water. Moreover, his attire appeared somewhat eccentric. He wore a finely tailored, high-quality Weinert suit, but around his neck hung a thick, gaudy gold chain that starkly contrasted with the formality of the suit. His hands were adorned with numerous rings, set with sapphires, rubies, diamonds, gold, and other precious gems, sparkling brilliantly, as if flaunting his wealth and status. Not only that, but on his wrist was a gleaming gold watch, its hands shimmering, seemingly reminding people of the preciousness of time. Yet strangely enough, in his other hand, he held a cigar, merely toying with it without lighting it. He was short in stature with a slick-back, shiny pompadour. His slightly weathered face exuded a mature and steady demeanor, and his signature handlebar mustache seemed to have become a symbol of his identity. Undoubtedly, this man was the biological son of the former Red Commander who had never been completely eradicated, Mazeda. Judging solely by appearance and height, the father-son resemblance was unmistakable. "You say you found Dr. Jiro's grandson. But what use is that? Look at this." Mazeda turned the computer in his hands around. "You've been busy, so you might not know. This man who has gone viral on the internet is named Cell." He is the one who killed Android 17 and Android 18. His name is the same as the discarded Project DR. Jero researched the ultimate android cell, and judging by this design drawing this cell, is that cell? The tall assistant across from him calmly smoothed his towering pompadour, adjusted his glasses, and said, "It does look similar, but wasn't this just a random design DR? Jero came up with to secure exorbitant research funding. Let's set that aside for now and talk about my discovery. DR. Jero also had a brilliant genius grandson. Although the man himself has disappeared, most of his plans and designs remain on his work computer, so we can actually carry out the so-called android project. We're just missing someone who can truly bring it to life, aren't we? And DR. Jero's grandson Hyde is the talent I've found for the organization. I lured him with a hefty research fund, and he has agreed to help us restart the android project. Most importantly, create the ultimate android cell, another cell." "What? A hefty research fund? Who would even want that these days?" Mazeda waved his hand, and his assistant immediately understood, bending down to trim his cigar before lighting it with a lighter. Mazeda took a puff, exhaled, and said leisurely, "Give him all that stuff and our materials as long as he can create another cell for me. A powerful one, stronger than anyone else." A glint of greed flickered in Mazeda's eyes as he gazed at the photos and comments of Cell on the computer, taking another puff. "By the way, how did you discover Hito's abilities? We've searched for years without finding a single talent." Mazeda took a sip of the pure water from the glass, wearing an expression of bliss, as if it were some divine nectar. The assistant adjusted his glasses again and said, "When I found him, he already had 2 androids by his side. According to him, he used the inheritance to exchange for supplies, and now he makes a living by cracking down on lawbreakers and eliminating evil." Cracking down on lawbreakers and eliminating evil. Mazeda paused, instinctively taking another puff. "Oh. In other words, he robs." "No, he helps people eliminate evil in his eyes and take some supplies along the way." "Huh. This Hito is quite amusing. When will you bring him to meet me?" "Tomorrow." The scorching sun recklessly poured down its light and heat, blanketing the earth in a fiery glow. Many people out searching for supplies had sweat streaming down their backs without pause. "Phew, it's so hot. Good thing my battle suit has a temperature control system." A short, stout man with large, heavily lined eyes walked along the road. He wore a self-developed purple battlesuit, yellow gloves, and a yellow belt. His slick, shiny hair gleamed even brighter under the sun. "Don't you think so, Gamma 2? Gamma 1. Hito stared at the building before him and said, "Of course, Doctor. How could you ever be wrong?" Exactly," Gamma 1 echoed. The 2 simple androids beside him chimed in agreement. Both wore uniforms of the same style, but different colors. "Huh." Hito grinned, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He looked at his creations before him, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, with great delight. Though they were built from simple materials and equipment far from his ideal invincible superheroes, they were still quite formidable. But the energy issue was tough to solve. Thinking of this, Hito furrowed his brow slightly and looked up at the building ahead. Capsule Corporation, the company of the richest man. Stinger. Hito spoke to his wrist. In an instant, the yellow part of his wrist rose like an antenna, and a small wasp-like robot appeared on it. "Just as I thought. Cell frequents this place. And the richest woman, Mrs. Bulma. A hero. A great hero. He took down androids 17 and 18. The only thing that bothers me is that nothing was left behind, otherwise my Gamma series could have boosted their combat power." Hito shook his head. He knew Cell was a bio-android that evolved by absorbing androids 17 and 18. "My grandfather did many evil deeds, but in the end he did one good thing." With a gleam in his eyes, Hito sent out Stinger again and strode into the Capsule Corporation. This time he was here to apply for a job. He hadn't wanted to before because he wasn't keen on working for others. But now it was different. This was the workplace of the Hero Cell. Working under the same roof as the Hero's company was nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, there were plenty of supplies here, plus the funds and equipment he had swindled from the Red Ribbon Army. He could better complete his research, couldn't he? Without further ado, Hito had Gamma 2 carry him on its back, and soon they arrived at the large warehouse where Bulma was. Tap tap. Hito first straightened his clothes, then instructed Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 to be polite and bow when they met Mrs. Bulma. "Got it. Okay." Both Gammas nodded simultaneously. "Good." Hito adjusted his hairstyle and knocked on a side door of the warehouse. "Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, I'm here to apply for a job. I don't need a salary, just a little use of materials and equipment." Hito frowned and spoke again. "I'm very capable. I'm a super genius. I can build androids." Hito muttered hesitantly. Click. The door opened a crack. "You said you can build androids, right? Take a look at these blueprints first." Bulma shoved a large roll of blueprints into Dr. Hito's hands. "Huh, a kid. Are you messing with me?" Bulma glanced at Hito's youthful face, puzzled. Just as she was about to close the door and return to her research, she caught a glimpse of the 2 somewhat crude androids behind him. "You built them. You're a genius too." "I built them, but ma'am, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not a genius. I'm a super genius." Hito smirked proudly, then bowed slightly. The Gamma duo behind him exchanged glances and bowed as well. "Please let me join your research. They'll definitely be helpful to you." Hito paused, a hint of hesitation in his voice, but he continued, "Dr. Jero was my grandfather. Of course I'm more of a genius than him. Give me enough materials and equipment, and androids are easy to build." "Dr. Jero, You're Dr. Jiro's grandson. Bulma frowned, ready to shut the door immediately. But I'm not close to him. He wasn't around when I was born and my parents didn't like him either. Of course that doesn't stop me from being a super genius. Gamma. Yes. Understood. Huh. Cracking down on lawbreakers, eliminating evil. Gamma duo. Dr. Hito. The two Gammas struck a pose they thought was cool, grinning confidently at Bulma, while Hito crouched in the middle with arms spread wide. Why does this look familiar? Bulma rubbed her forehead. She confirmed that this young man wasn't a bad person, just a bit off in the head, and the androids he built were the same. Fine. It seems I can't stop you anyway. Come on in. Bulma looked at the Gamma duo. Even the weakest android was no match for her, and Trunks and Cell were out training. What else could she do? Within the Celestial Temple, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Cell lay quietly on the spacious and soft bed, his eyes tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. Before him, Trunks had brought a small stool and sat upon it, gently, his gaze fixed intently on Cell. Uncle Cell, please continue. I truly yearn to know about the Super Saiyan and all that entails. Trunks' voice brimmed with longing and anticipation. Cell shifted slightly and suddenly uttered something seemingly irrelevant. Do not worry, we can remain here for a very long time. As for your mother, you need not fear her. At least for a considerable period in the outside world, you will both be safe. Off. Trunks was stunned, clearly not expecting such words from Cell. He furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, isn't it a rule that one can only stay here for 2 days in a lifetime? We already spent nearly a year here last time. By that logic, shouldn't we only have a little over a year left? Cell opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting into a mysterious smile. He spoke softly, rules are not immutable. Sometimes miracles occur when least expected. This world is filled with countless possibilities, and our circumstances may not be as simple as they appear. Trunks blinked, striving to comprehend Cell's words. A strange tension and excitement surged within him. Could it be that Cell possessed some special method or plan to prolong their stay in this enigmatic place? Cell's gaze grew deep and distant, as if peering through time and space to glimpse hidden secrets. He spoke slowly. The power of a Super Saiyan is boundless, but to truly master it, one must endure countless trials and tribulations. In this journey, time is not the sole limiting factor. With determination, courage, and wisdom, you can transcend the ordinary and forge your own miracle. As Trunks listened, a fervent surge of passion ignited within him. He silently resolved to make the most of this precious time to explore the mysteries of the Super Saiyan and elevate his own strength. Rules cannot change themselves, so learn to be one who alters them. Only then can you achieve greatness. Follow me. Cell slowly rose, stretched slightly, and walked toward the blank expanse outside. This series of bewildering moves left Trunks utterly perplexed, his mind a fog of confusion. He had only wanted to inquire about the Super Saiyan transformation. How had the topic veered into the usage time of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Never mind, I'll figure it out later. Trunks shook his head and followed close behind Cell, descending the steps into that white space. Unlike the previous time, there was no struggle now. Walking straight down caused no trouble at all. Cell stopped at a distance from the house, turned to face Trunks, and asked, do you know what this place is? What place? Trunks frowned at the sudden question. Is this an alternate dimension? Trunks said, his tone uncertain. Exactly, it's an alternate dimension. Since it's a dimension, it can be broken, or rather any space can be shattered. It's merely a matter of power. With enough force, even the universe can be torn apart in an instant. So if you possess the strength to shatter this dimension, you can move about freely like this. With that, Cell began to gather his energy. A golden aura surged from his body, coalescing into his right hand, igniting it into a blazing gold. Tendrils of golden lightning crackled around it, and an immense pressure erupted like a volcanic explosion. Cell's eyes sharpened, a flash of gold within them. His right arm swelled as he hurled a fierce punch. Boom. Crack. His fist struck the air, yet the void shattered like glass, echoing with a cracking sound. The fissures spread and Cell slowly withdrew his hand, gazing calmly at the ruptured space before him. Phew. Incredible. Truly amazing, Uncle Cell. Trunks' eyes widened. Though he had known what Cell intended, witnessing it firsthand was still awe-inspiring. Space itself had been shattered, a feat he could never have imagined. Boom. A vortex blossomed as the space before them completely collapsed, forming a gaping hole. Cell stepped aside, allowing Trunks to see the scene within. Is that the main hall outside? Trunks hesitated, looking up at Cell for confirmation. Indeed, this is the Celestial Temple in the outside world. I have forcibly torn through the boundary between this realm and the other. I will give you time, and once you can achieve this feat, we shall leave. Cell squinted, fixing his gaze on Trunks. The Super Saiyan form can be roughly divided into 3 stages. You are currently just shy of the final full power state. Once you continue training and gain the ability to freely control the Super Saiyan form, you will attain full power. Then you must strive to push beyond the Super Saiyan limit, reaching the stage of Super Saiyan 2. This transformation is not difficult. Simply attempt it, and when you can fully unleash the energy of a Super Saiyan, you will achieve it. As for whether there are forms beyond Super Saiyan 2, I can tell you with certainty, there are Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. However, they are extremely challenging. For you, it will require awakening the Saiyan blood within. What? Any questions? Cell noticed Trunks' furrowed brow and asked, Uncle Cell, which level of Super Saiyan can you currently transform into? Trunks pondered for a moment before speaking. Why would you ask me that? Cell replied with a playful expression. Because you said your body also contains Saiyan cells, Uncle Cell. So you should be able to assume the Super Saiyan form too, right? I do have them, but I haven't tried yet. Many matters have kept me occupied. Now that you mention it, I feel inclined to give it a go. Cell glanced down at his hands. Logically, his cells should be sufficient. Should he try? 50 times the power. With his unique, perfect body, perhaps, he would even start at full power Super Saiyan. After all, he was Cell, the being with the greatest potential in the Dragon Ball world at this moment. Shatters squinted slightly, and the more he thought, the harder it became to calm his restless heart. He lightly pressed his feet onto the ground, causing his body to levitate. His legs crossed in the air. Trunks, stay away from me. I'm going to attempt to become a Super Saiyan. No, it's a super android that I'll be trying. Shatters smirked, casting a quick glare at Trunks, who obediently nodded and flew off into the distance. Who? Let me give it a shot. Shatters' eyes flickered with a purple glow before he tightly closed them. He entered a meditative state. Trunks, watching from afar, felt a bit puzzled at Shatters' behavior. Shouldn't transforming into a Super Saiyan require immense rage to draw out the power within and unleash one's potential? But now Uncle Sharu appeared calm, entering a state of meditation. How could he? Forget it, Uncle Sharu must know what he's doing. Trunks frowned, but soon his frown deepened. Boom. A powerful aura emanated continuously from Sharu, a tremendous pressure radiating forth, producing an unpleasant sound in the air. The recently frozen ground shattered into pieces, disappearing into the sky. Who did Uncle Sharu begin to exert his power? Trunks' eyes sparkled, his brow furrowed, his palms lightly sweating, and his heart racing. He appeared so tense, as if he were the one attempting to transform, not Sharu. Yet if Sharu saw him like this, he would surely feel a prickling sensation. Damn it, you look like I'm about to die or something. Such words would definitely slip out. After all, this wasn't some dangerous experiment. Even if it failed, what could happen? Sharu immersed himself in his thoughts, suddenly engulfed by a golden light that consumed his entire being. A wave of brutality and anger surged through him, as if a tempest of violent energy filled his body. This reminded him of being abandoned by his parents in a past life, bullied by children in the orphanage as a child, and later mistreated by his company manager. The good deeds he had accomplished were forcibly taken from him, while all the failures and criticisms were heaped upon him, leaving him entirely blameless. Past grievances, current frustrations, and all the moments that sparked anger surged through his mind in a relentless echo. In an instant, the golden light intensified and Sharu let out a loud roar. I'll fuck you up. Waves of energy erupted, exploding in the air, powerful forces radiating outward, a blend of brutality and a chilling aura immediately enveloping the entire temporal spirit room. The entire space began to shake and rattle as if it were about to collapse. The area where Sharu stood fractured piece by piece, with countless cracks spreading like a spider web. Sharu released all his energy at once. This aura is too strong, right? Trunks stared blankly at the distant Sharu, who was now hovering in the air, continuously shouting as the cracks expanded outward. Is this still within human limits? Trunks clutched his chest, his heart pounding violently, his legs trembling under the weight of that overwhelming aura. Sweat had already soaked through his back. What? Trunks' pupils constricted as gusts of energy turned into sharp winds, relentlessly striking towards him. Boom. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair and blue eyes ignited golden flames enveloping him as he drew his sword and swung it fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades exploded, and Trunks, with a serious expression, stared at the incoming wind blades, unable to hold back his complaints. What is this? Why is it only aiming at me? Is Uncle Sharu doing this on purpose? Ugh. Trunks relaxed his mind, exhaling a breath of foul air, his golden aura surging, wrapping around his sword, forming a faint golden light at the edge, continuously pulsating with energy. My training is yielding results. Trunks looked at the golden light on his sword, his eyes filled with joy. He finally managed to achieve this. He thought he would fail again this time. Uncle Sharu's teachings were finally showing some progress. Trunks, now brimming with confidence, watched the wind blades approaching rapidly. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, adopting a defensive posture. Clang! The wind blades were severed upon contact with the sword, dissipating into a gentle breeze, leaving only the sound of impact behind. Indeed impressive. Trunks looked at his sword, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips, but it vanished the moment he caught sight of Sharu. Is Uncle Sharu still a Super Saiyan? Why does his aura keep growing more terrifying, still climbing higher? A roar erupted from Sharu, his golden flames shooting upwards, shattering the surrounding space and revealing the appearance of the divine temple outside. Golden flames surged from his feet like a dye, turning Sharu's green into a glimmering gold resembling a gilded statue. His wings slightly lifted behind him, arcs of golden lightning crackling, flashing, continuously striking towards the divine temple. Boom! The divine temple instantly erupted with several craters as Sharu suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of golden light shimmering in his originally purple gaze, looking quite beautiful. Sharu seemed to awaken, suddenly feeling the overwhelming power within his body, momentarily stunned. His fingers lightly curled as the immense aura instantly vanished, the golden flames slowly retracting into his body, the arcs of electricity diving into him. Sharu exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling exceptionally good, though the brutal and angry emotions still echoed in his mind. Shara glanced indifferently at his body shimmering with golden light radiating a dazzling brilliance. This transformation is quite handsome. By the way, wasn't I just battling the manager? It felt quite satisfying, so how did I suddenly succeed in transforming? Shara frowned, realizing that his transformation seemed different from others. Forget it, but that feeling was quite enjoyable. Sharu's brow relaxed, and the hint of brutal emotion in his mind faded away. Sensing Trunks' aura, he took a slight step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant, appearing behind Trunks. Trunks. Whoosh. A glimmer sparked, rippling in layers, the sword's edge aimed directly at Shara's head. Shara looked at the direction the sword was pointing, the brutal emotion in his mind resurfacing. Although the movement seemed slow as a snail to him, it didn't give Trunks the right to attack. Shara lightly flicked his finger, redirecting the sword, and suddenly delivered a loud slap to Trunks' face, instantly leaving it red and swollen. Oh, what was that? Trunks opened his eyes, the sword he had tightly grasped falling to the ground. Seeing Shara's face, his right hand clutched his reddened cheek, recalling something, his eyes awkward and his mouth twitching. Uncle Sharu, I swear I didn't notice you, believe me. Hep. Cell's gaze was flat, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as he looked at Trunks with a hint of mockery. Do I look like a complete fool to you? Cell moved swiftly, delivering another resounding slap to the other cheek, ensuring perfect symmetry. Smack. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the entire space. Trunks, now clutching his left cheek, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Wah, Uncle Cell, listen to me. I thought it was a wind blade. Your energy signature is everywhere. How was I supposed to tell, right? Trunks' face was now swollen like a balloon, both sides equally red and puffy, making his speech slurred. Oh, is that so? Cell stroked his chin, appearing to ponder the matter seriously. Uncle Cell, you look so cool. That golden aura all over. Are you a Super Saiyan? Super Android now. Trunks quickly shifted his gaze, changing the subject as he noticed the transformation in Cell's appearance. Cool, eh? Cell said flatly. Though it was a question, his tone and the look in his eyes carried a hint of affirmation. Cool. Absolutely cool. I've never seen anyone cooler. Trunks nodded frantically, his head moving so fast, it left faint afterimages. Is that so? It seems, Trunks, you do have good taste. Not bad. Cell teleported with Trunks to the main hall of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his mood soared, and the trace of brutality in his mind vanished instantly. Slap. Cell slowly placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder. Ugh. Trunks couldn't help but shudder from head to toe, a sudden chill running down his spine. His attempt to sneak away was halted by Cell's grip. Uncle Cell, anything else? If not, I need to go train. Trunks shrank his neck, pointing downward. How could there not be? I just recalled the best way to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Cell spoke with a hint of amusement. Oh, really? Trunks' eyes widened as he met Cell's mischievous gaze. Never mind, steady training is better. No worries. It'll help you consolidate your skills. Cell twisted his neck, lowering his energy to match Trunks' level, then clenched his fists. Come on, let's see who's stronger, the Super Android or the Super Saiyan. Whooshed. Cell yanked Trunks' shoulder with a fierce pull, then delivered a powerful shoulder check from the right, sending Trunks flying backward. Uncle Cell, are you serious? Trunks steadied himself midair, looking down at Cell with a troubled expression. Yet his body was honest. He summoned his sword with a wave of his right arm, lowered his stance, and held the blade horizontally before him. His left hand formed a sword finger, which he sharply drew across the blade, infusing it with a golden stream of light. A soft chime resounded. A razor-thin golden aura shimmered with particles of light, revealing its sharp edge. Trunks smirked proudly at his sword. Uncle Cell, you've underestimated me. Even with equal energy, I still have a trump card. Oh, that's quite impressive, but mine's bigger. Cell raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. He hadn't expected Trunks to merge his swordplay with energy manipulation. But it was merely a fleeting surprise. Cell exhaled a stream of golden, turbid air, grabbed it, and slowly condensed it into an energy blade. Come on, let's see who's better. They both roared and charged at each other. The clash of blade and sword light scattered countless golden particles. Trunks' eyes narrowed sharply. His right arm bulged, veins popping on his forehead as he swung downward with all his might. Cell countered upward, but as the energy blade met the sword pierced through. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Hep. Cell let out a cold laugh. The ethereal energy blade solidified again, slashing fiercely toward Trunks' chest. He made no effort to defend against the incoming sword light. The blade light carved a crimson line into Trunks' body, spraying blood. Meanwhile, Trunks' sword struck Cell squarely. Zzz. The energy crackled, sparking upon contact with Cell's chest armor before cleaving it open, revealing the gray-brown flesh beneath. Both recoiled simultaneously. Trunks ignored the long gash on his chest, instead looking at Cell with concern. Uncle Cell, this. Trunks spoke apologetically. You don't think you've dealt me serious damage, do you? Cell frowned slightly. The gray-brown flesh gradually knitted itself back together, appearing completely healed. He vanished instantly, leaving a clear afterimage. His foot lightly stepped on the air as he threw a fierce right punch. Damn. Trunks blocked with his sword, but was sent flying backward with a cry of pain after a single impact. Oomph. Cell gathered energy in his hands and fired a straight energy blast. The golden wave engulfed Trunks instantly. Arg. Trunks screamed as he crashed to the ground, his clothes scorched and body emitting black smoke. Boom. Cell descended slowly, his eyes looking down at Trunks from above. Trunks, has your combat instinct dulled? Did the destruction of 17 and 18 strip you of your warrior's resolve? Didn't I tell you? In the time chamber, our fight is a life-or-death struggle, and you're worried about your enemy. You need the conviction to kill me. Think of your father, your uncles, and Gohan. Even if they're revived, stronger enemies will come, and they'll die again. Are you content with that? Or will you remain a helpless child? Cell's voice grew louder, an invisible pressure radiating from him as his golden aura blazed brighter. Trunks, Gohan, you're both useless. Especially Gohan. He died so easily. Suddenly 17's voice emerged as a face materialized on Cell's. Huff, huff, huff. Trunks' eyes turned bloodshot. A flame of rage ignited within him. Arg, shut up, damn androids. A flash of red crossed Trunks' mind. His aura surged, golden sparks crackling around him. His pupils vanished, his hair stood on end, and a golden inferno erupted skyward. A whirlwind swirled from within him, causing the unstable space to crackle. Trunks snapped his head up, glaring at 17. His eyes focused and he spoke. Die. Trunks raised his head, his originally blue eyes now shining with golden light, revealing the green iris within laced with veins of blood. With a fierce killing intent in his gaze directed at number 17, a unique sense of pressure emanated from him, and a cloud of white steam slowly escaped his mouth. Trunks bent deeply, placing his left hand on the ground, while gripping his longsword with his right, hoisting it onto his back. Cell's gaze was deep, his brows slightly lowered, glancing at the somewhat dazed Trunks on the ground. Feeling the overwhelming aura that far surpassed his own, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was not fear, it was excitement. The thrill of facing a powerful enemy in his current state. However, he did not intend to raise his aura, instead opting to expel the distracting thoughts within him, maintaining the unstable, full-power super android form. Cell's lips curled into a smile as his body slightly sank, taking a combat stance in the air, his fingers beckoning Trunks. Come on. Die. Trunks shouted, his feet pounding the ground fiercely, his form vanishing in an instant. So fast. Cell's pupils dilated as he conjured an energy blast with his right hand, smashing it backward without looking. He knew that in Dragon Ball fights, every disappearance would be followed by an appearance behind. Boom. A massive explosion echoed, striking Trunks directly, but it had no effect. Trunks squinted his eyes, swinging his longsword fiercely, golden sword light flashing forth, the blade aimed directly at Cell's head. Poochie. As the sword pierced through flesh, Cell's head separated from his body. In the air, one could still see the terror on Cell's face, albeit that of number 17. Huh. Trunks growled softly, sheathing his sword, his hands continuously forming seals in the air. Swish, 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 swish. The remnants of his hands swung continuously, creating a whispering wind, the sound howling. Once the seal was completed, his right hand transformed into a palm, a golden energy gathering continuously, its immense power crackling in the air, golden light, flickering arcs of electricity, dancing wildly. Goodbye. No, never to meet again. Trunks' indifferent voice rang out as the energy in his palm erupted with great force. Bang. The golden light instantly engulfed number 17's head, scorching half of his body before shooting off into the distance. Bang. Rumble. The sound of violent explosions echoed repeatedly, smoke billowing, causing the very space to tremble. Ha 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 ha. Trunks wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with dense bloodshot veins, appearing particularly terrifying. Boom. Half a body fell to the ground, emitting thick black smoke, leaving people bewildered. Is there still a body? Then I will turn you to ashes. Trunks' eyes narrowed sharply, his body leaning back slightly, hands behind him. Boom. A purple aura surged upwards, burning fiercely. The void began to hum violently. Huh. Special beam cannon. Trunks unleashed with both hands a purple energy wave accompanied by swirling arcs of electricity crashing down towards the ground. Bang. The black smoke on the ground vanished instantly. The half-body was completely consumed, disappearing into the powerful purple energy wave, not even ashes remaining. Huh. Now it should be completely gone. Trunks was in a near-manic state, his mind hazy, his head tilted back as he laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to him, a small green orb floated in the air behind him, which transformed into number 17 within moments. Number 17 patted his head, then stretched lazily, yawning. Nanny. Trunks certainly heard it too, instantly turning his body around in disbelief. One step. Number 17 took a step forward, an indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly radiated from him, crashing down fiercely upon Trunks. Poochie. Trunks plummeted to the ground, instantly blood spewing from his mouth, the pressure fully unleashed upon him, like an invisible hand firmly pinning his body down. His eyes became somewhat unwilling, tinged with a hint of fear. Second step. Number 17 stood directly in front of him, lightly tapping his back. Touch. Bang. A tremendous force slammed into Trunks' body, a deafening roar followed. Ah! A scream escaped Trunks' lips, coupled with his bloodshot eyes, making him appear extremely tragic. All right, no more games, Trunks. Cell spoke softly once again, transforming back into his original body. He lightly pointed at Trunks' neck. Crack. In an instant, Trunks' pupils vanished, his head drooping straight towards the ground. It's done. His Super Saiyan 2 is now complete, though the process was rather tragic. Cell smacked his lips, gazing at the bloodstains covering the ground. He slowly dragged Trunks' body towards the building at an angle. The once relatively clean ground was now stained crimson. A month passed. Cell lay half-squinted on the large bed, watching Trunks train. He disliked being too close to the building for fear of an explosion, so he simply moved the bed below. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough to withstand 10 times the gravity. Watching Trunks dance with his sword. Too slow, too slow. Faster. Cell shouted loudly. Hearing this, Trunks, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, quickened the pace of his hands and feet. The sword whistled through the air. The long sword danced in his hands with gusts of wind thrusting upwards, slicing down, and sweeping horizontally. Various techniques were nearly all utilized. Cell smiled as he watched Trunks' movements accelerate. This kid progressed too quickly. In just a month, he had fully mastered Super Saiyan 2 and attempted a transformation similar to overclocking, though he had not succeeded. But this was also the result of his hard work. He had not taught him anything in this regard. During this time, he had shared everything he knew about Super Saiyan transformations, various Saiyan examples, and everything he knew about Super Saiyans. He wanted Trunks to carve out a path of his own, instead of simply replicating the route of Super Saiyan 3. After all, although that transformation far surpasses Super Saiyan 2 in speed, strength, aura, and defense, its sustainability is severely lacking, causing great harm to the body and exhausting stamina. Moreover, he recalled that in the future anime, Trunks did indeed master a transformation that was not Super Saiyan 3, but its power and speed reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. Of course, Super Saiyan 4 should still be attempted, but not at this moment. Cell's gaze wandered, his finger lightly tapping his chest plate. His own Super Android transformation was already mastered, waiting to try with 2 later. 100 times. Cell's eyes narrowed slightly, his face expressing satisfaction. Earth. West City Capsule Corporation. In the air around the area beside a large tree and underground, small blue figures chattered incessantly, as if talking to themselves. Hey boss, are we really letting that shorty and those 2 shoddy androids in there? Didn't father order that no one uninvited is allowed in this place? A small blue figure who had just emerged from underground looked puzzled, holding something in his hands while eating. He stuffed one piece after another into his mouth, looking rather foolish. Shut up, number 6. Didn't father transmit the memories to you? All you do is eat all day. That little fatty is a scientist too. With Bulma, one responsible for energy and the other for creating bodies, they're a formidable team. This is a good thing. Oh, I don't know. There are so many memories I don't have time to look at them. I'd rather eat. Delicious. Number 6 swallowed the remaining yellowish-brown solid in his hand in one gulp, wearing a satisfied expression. He patted his little belly. Boss, do you want some? He'll go find more. Number 6 looked at the sky with a sincere expression, his tongue still licking his hands. No need. I don't need to eat. Number 1, known as the leader, hovered high in the sky, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he suppressed the urge to hit someone. Number 6, if you eat that again, I will eliminate you in father's name. What do you all think, brothers? Number 2 agreed. Number 3, the boss is mighty, let's do it. I can't stand it anymore. Number 4, fine. Number 5, I think number 6 is too much of a disgrace to the Cell Squad. He must be destroyed. I support it. Number 6, boss, I won't eat it anymore, I swear. Don't tell father. He'll work harder from now on, okay? Hearing that his brothers all supported his elimination, number 6 suddenly found the yellowish-brown remnants in his hands unappetizing and quickly wiped them on the ground. As you wish. Number 1 lowered his brow slightly and said softly, report the situation, everyone. Nothing in the east. Nothing in the west. Nothing in the south either. Nothing in the north. Number 6, nothing underground. Never mind, you don't need to report. I understand. Number 1 lifted his head, sitting cross-legged in the air, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 6 small figures, only he was green. He bore a 90% resemblance to Cell, almost a miniature replica. These beings were prepared by Cell before he entered the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, forming the Cell Squad to prevent any accidents involving Bulma. Except for number 1, each small cell possessed 50% of the real Cell's combat power. Number 1, the strongest, had 70% of Cell's strength. It could be said that they were the most powerful beings on Earth aside from Majin Buu. Cell felt reassured, entrusting Bulma's protection to them. Inside Bulma's large warehouse on the ground. Wow, Hito, you're truly brilliant. Why don't you come work for me? You've solved a huge problem for me. Bulma's eyes sparkled with a golden light as she looked at the computer data that had been quickly deciphered, patting Hito's shoulder repeatedly with her left hand. You're a genius. Haha, this is simple. I've been interested in this since I was a child. I'm naturally gifted, you know. Hearing Bulma's praise, Hito scratched his hair slightly, then added, but ma'am, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not a genius. I'm a super genius. Hito lifted his short neck, looking smug. All right, you're a super genius. Bulma glanced at Hito and thought to herself, kids will be kids, they just love being praised. So Mrs. Bulma, since I've solved these problems, could I take a look at the blueprints for the eternal energy furnace? Hito looked at the blueprints beside Bulma, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Oh sure. You want to upgrade those 2 androids of yours, right? I can help. Looking at the 2 inferior creations beside Hito, Bulma handed him the blueprints. No need. I'll do it myself. Hito took the blueprints, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With this, his Gamma series would never have to worry about energy again. It would be an endless supply. With that thought, Hito took 2 capsules from his pocket and tossed them onto the empty ground nearby. Bang! A loud noise accompanied by smoke dispersed, revealing their true forms. A pile of experimental equipment, and a large amount of materials including food, water, and even several small robots. Wow, how do you have so many materials? Bulma covered her mouth and nose slightly, looking surprised. She didn't have this much equipment herself, as most had been destroyed, leaving only a little. If it weren't for Trunks and Cell bringing all of Dr. Gero's things, she wouldn't be able to develop these robots now. But now there was no need for further robot research, as Dr. Hito had brought his own technology capable of transforming even inorganic or non-human objects into androids, a new type of android. Their functionality, practicality, and obedience to their master's commands were absolute. There would be no repeat of the betrayal scene with number 17 and 18. It could be said that Hito was an even greater genius in the field of androids than she was a super genius, as he claimed. Oh, some are mine, but most of them I tricked out of an organization called the Red Ribbon Army. That's the organization my grandfather once joined. I told them I wanted to join and help them research androids. Who knew they'd be foolish enough to hand all this over to me on the spot? Hito let out a sinister chuckle, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The Red Ribbon Army. They still haven't been wiped out. How tenacious. Bulma was somewhat astonished. After all these years, there were still remnants besides Dr. Gero. It's fine. I remember they're your enemies, right? Once I use their materials and the eternal energy furnace to upgrade Gamma, it'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. After all, such a menace to society must disappear. Hito looked at Gamma as he spoke. That's right, Doctor. Number 2 and I will surely annihilate those villains. Number 2 grinned, slinging an arm around number 1's shoulder. Is that so? You guys are really something. Bulma's lips twitched slightly as she gave a thumbs up in the direction of Hade. Of course. Who do you think I am? Hade's cheeks flushed, his nose twitching slightly as he approached the array of equipment ahead. Well, Lady Bulma, I won't disturb you. I'm off to upgrade Gamma. Hade waved his hand and strode toward the devices without looking back. Then from somewhere he produced a white lab coat, draped it over himself, placed Gamma into a special container, and began calibrating the machine. Phew. Time for me to get busy too. The time machine needs assembly, and I have to import data to check everything properly. Bulma let out a slow breath, turned, and walked toward a room behind her to start working on the time machine. To her left, the time machine was already mostly assembled. With all materials and equipment on hand, coupled with her Hansen skills, most of it was complete. The next steps were energy source selection and some adaptation and assembly issues. Bulma frowned, her fingers flying over the computer keyboard as she entered numerous command codes. To her right lay the dismantled No. 16, reduced to just its shell. The eternal energy furnace and other core components had been removed. She had already connected the large eternal energy furnace to the time machine, aiming to create a time machine powered by eternal energy capable of traveling to any era at will. No more worries about energy consumption. Time flew by, and 3 days arrived swiftly. It was night. Humanity had now realized that androids 17 and 18 had been eliminated. Major cities erected statues of Cell, venerating him immensely. Much of life had gradually returned to normal, with many power systems repaired. From high above, the city was ablaze with lights. Even shattered homes glowed, and survivors dared to walk the streets, no longer fearing enemy attacks. Many people even set up stalls on the streets, trading their goods in a lively bustle. Finally done. The time machine is ready. Bulma gazed at her time machine with satisfaction, stretched slightly, and tapped her arms. What a grind, working day and night. But I finished it. The Eternal Energy Edition time machine. I wonder what Cell even wants this for. The whole point of building this was to solve the android problem. Now that they're gone, is there any use for it? Bulma felt a pang of doubt. She lay back in her swivel chair, letting her mind wander. And Trunks and the others, how long do they plan to train? Earth is peaceful now, yet they still want to get stronger. They'll never understand how those Scions think. If they train for another year or two, who's going to keep me company? That little brat. Bulma paused, stood up slowly, turned off the lights, and closed the door, then headed to where Hade was working on the androids. Lady Bulma. Good evening. Long time no see. Hade's eyes lit up at the sight of her. He spread his arms, slightly showing off his work. Tada. Inside this nutrient tank are the new gammas. In about 3 months, they'll awaken from within. By then, my eternal energy furnace should be ready too. Once they're equipped with the furnaces, it'll be perfect. When that happens, their power will reach an unimaginable level. Androids 17 and 18 won't stand a chance. One punch, and they're done for. Hade used exaggerated gestures and words, circling around Bulma, hoping for more praise. What's this? Bulma glanced indifferently at the gamma in the tank, but her attention was soon drawn to another larger nutrient tank. Inside the green liquid floated a bead-sized sphere with white bubbles rising and covering its surface. Which one? Hade turned and followed Bulma's gaze to the tank. This is my masterpiece from these 3 days. Though it irks me that it's based on Dr. Gero's research, this is the pro version of the superhero cell, the essence of my intellect. I've infused it with my own ideas and my new android manufacturing techniques. Since it's a biogrowth type, android cultivation will be slower, about half a year. My only complaint is the equipment and materials. For now, I can only make the Cell Pro version. Once I have enough materials, I can build the Pro Max version, and then it'll be the strongest in the universe. Hade raised an eyebrow, proudly crossed his arms, and half closed his eyes. So this is Cell as a baby. Bulma pressed against the outer wall, eyes wide, staring at the sphere inside. It pulsed and contracted continuously. Will it be stronger than the current Cell, eh? Bulma asked with a hint of doubt. That's not clear. In theory, androids like Cell grow stronger by absorbing life essence and energy. Based on what you've said, if he trains and cultivates, his data will change, so it's hard to say. Hayde shrugged and tapped the tank's outer wall. But I trust my work. Even if it's not as strong as the current Cell, its combat power won't be weak. 3 years. Look out. Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Achoo. Who's been talking about me behind my back? Cell exited his meditative state, his feet touching the ground. Sensing the surge of power within his body, a faint smile curled on his lips. 3 years ago, at full power in his base form, he likely matched the strength of Super Saiyan 3 Goku against Majin Buu. In his Super Android form, a 50-fold multiplier pushed his power to an extraordinary level, nearly rivaling Super Saiyan God. Now having mastered Super Android 2, and with his base power far exceeding that of 3 years ago, he had definitely surpassed Super Saiyan God. Cell estimated that once he achieved Super Android 3, he would reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue. With a 400-fold multiplier, even if it fell short, the gap wouldn't be too large. Of course, these were just his own conjectures. Actual combat was still uncertain. After all, they had never truly fought. Super Android 3 is almost complete. It should be a matter of days. I can sense an opportunity. Cell spoke softly, lowering his head to look at his hands, clenching them slightly. With his perfect Bodhi's control over energy and the balanced state of his mind and body, Super Android 3 shouldn't suffer from massive stamina drain or inability to gather energy. Sigh. How should I approach Super Android 4? I don't have a furry tail. Should I wish for one from Shinron? So how do I achieve Super Artificial Human 4? I can't just grow myself another tail, can I? Cell was slightly troubled, arms crossed over his chest, fingers gently stroking his chin as he pondered various methods. Then he sensed a unique oppressive aura. This pressure made even the surface of his skin feel its sharpness. Is this Trunks? Cell muttered with a hint of doubt, raising his head to gaze into the distance. Their Trunks had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His eyes were tightly shut, his long sword held firmly in hand as strands of white light gracefully spiraled around the blade, emitting a series of fierce auras. His golden hair, grown over 3 years, danced in the wind, and his clothes rustled loudly under a sudden gust. The air itself seemed to freeze. With each breath Trunks took, the aura of his sword grew more immense. Buzz! A resonant sword cry echoed through the entire space. Instantly, the white light surged and swirled around Trunks, forming a vortex that enveloped him. Trunks' eyes snapped open, 2 sharp beams of light flashing from them. The muscles in his arms tensed, his legs bulged, and his entire aura peaked at this moment. Break! Trunks whispered, thrusting his long sword forward with all his might. A startling sword light shot out, crashing into the spatial wall. Boom! In an instant, a small crack split the space. A blinding white light flared and radiated outward, and like shattered glass, countless fissures spread, forming a spiderweb pattern in the air. Whoa, not bad, that move. Cell's eyes lit up, a look of admiration crossing his face. The power of this sword technique was formidable, capable of breaching the dimensional barrier in a single stroke. But the opening was rather small, barely enough for one person's hand to pass through, let alone 2. Trunks suddenly raised his hands, preparing to slash upward. But then the white light abruptly dissipated. His body jerked to a halt, and his motion ceased mid-swing. Huff! Huff! Trunks collapsed to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. He seemed utterly drained. His Super Saiyan transformation could no longer be maintained, and his golden hair reverted to its original color. Whooshed! Cell took a light step and instantly appeared beside Trunks. A golden light flickered in his hand as he struck toward Trunks. PFF. The golden light enveloped Trunks, replenishing his body with a surge of energy. Uncle Cell, have you finished your training? Did you get much stronger? Trunks' face lit up with joy, feeling his strength return. Just average, I guess. Only the strongest in the universe. Cell smirked, his entire face beaming with smug satisfaction. But why has your energy grown so slowly over these 3 years? You should have become much stronger. Cell frowned, his purple eyes fixed intently on Trunks. That's because I was inspired by you, Uncle Cell. I've spent almost the entire 3 years mastering swordsmanship, so I neglected my energy training. Trunks chuckled, scratching his head and lowering it. What inspiration did I give you? I don't remember. Cell's head practically sprouted a giant red question mark as he grabbed Trunks by the shoulders. Well, didn't you tell me about those immortals who fly on swords, and how sword immortals kill invisibly with immense power? You said a swordsman must have a sword heart, and a sword will to truly demonstrate a sword cultivator's strength. And the world you described seemed so fascinating, Uncle Cell. Trunks grew more excited as he spoke, breaking free from Cell's grip and demonstrating flying on a sword, sword manipulation, and condensing energy into sword energy on an empty patch of ground. Cell watched, bewildered, completely dumbfounded. Wait, I just said that offhandedly, and you actually made it real. Cell's mouth twitched slightly. He began to ask, Trunks, how did you figure all this out? Can you tell me? Of course. Trunks stopped swinging his sword and began explaining each technique one by one. First, flying on a sword is the simplest. You just need to control your energy well enough to keep the sword pressed against your feet, and you can achieve flight. That's the coolest move, I think. Sword manipulation isn't hard either. The principle is similar to the energy sphere technique you taught me before, just separate a bit of energy, channel it into the sword, and control it. Then using the energy condensing technique I learned earlier, I compress and solidify the energy into a blade, making it incredibly sharp. I've studied and refined all those moves for a long time. Anyway, I just aim to make everything look as cool as possible. So how is it, Uncle Cell? Did you understand? Trunks blinked his big blue eyes and asked. Oh, I get it mostly. Haha, Trunks, you're a damn genius. Cell threw his head back and burst into thunderous laughter, his body trembling uncontrollably. It seemed he'd have to tell this little guy more stories and techniques from those fantasy and cultivation novels in the future. The kid's ability to combine imagination with practical application was truly remarkable. Just from hearing descriptions and using his imagination, he had created so many techniques in only 3 years. It was astonishing. This reminded him of the scene in the original story where Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks. Those techniques were probably thought up by those two little rascals too. All sorts of bizarre and whimsical moves. Especially that move that summoned ghosts. It was incredibly powerful, and each ghost had its own independent consciousness. Truly amazing. Cell pondered as he patted Trunks on the shoulder firmly. Trunks shouted excitedly, "Am I a genius?" Uncle Cell finally praised me. Yes, you're a genius. But I think we should get out of here. Staying too long in this place isn't necessarily a good thing. But didn't you say, Uncle Cell, that I can't leave unless I can break the space? That little crack I made earlier isn't nearly enough. Trunks' eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Cell. Slap. Cell smacked Trunks on the head and scolded. Learn to be flexible. He'll just lend you some energy. You're old enough now. Considering the time here, you're 16. Start thinking like an adult. If that doesn't work, I can always pull out your tail. Take your pick. Or both. Forget it, I'll leave it in. What if I damage it by pulling it out? Cell patted his forehead, gathered a mass of high-energy aura in his hand, and with a swift flick of his right hand sent the energy orb into Trunks' body. Buzz. The energy rapidly enveloped Trunks' entire form, swiftly replenishing his depleted body. Before long, the golden radiance that had encased him vanished. Trunks' eyes gleamed with sharp light as he gently twirled the long sword in his hands, marveling at the power within him, far greater than before. Uncle Cell, can we get out now? Trunks gazed at his hands, and the sword speaking slowly. Though it was a question for Cell, it sounded more like he was asking himself. Cell glanced at the sharp glint in Trunks' eyes and gave a slight nod, unwilling to speak. I see. This technique can be even stronger. Step back, Uncle Cell. Trunks' eyes blazed with intense light, and the sword in his hand let out a piercing ring. His entire aura shifted, brimming with confidence. Cell tilted his head, hopped back a step, and watched Trunks' solo performance from a distance. Success would depend on his heart. If he believed he could, then he could. With arms crossed, Cell observed the flowing white aura around Trunks, a thoughtful expression on his face. Mixing chi with another system? No. It's just a high-level application of aura manipulation. If Trunks can do it, so can I. Cell furrowed his brow, watching Trunks form intently. Trunks slowly exhaled a mouthful of stale air, then continuously circulated and elevated the energy within his body. Boom. Suddenly a surge of immense power erupted from him, like a volcanic explosion, majestic and overwhelming. A dazzling blaze of golden flame shot straight into the sky. That fiery aura rose from his feet, instantly engulfing his entire being. His originally purple hair was dyed a brilliant gold, and his sapphire-like eyes turned emerald green in the blink of an eye, radiating a chilling light. As his aura continued to release, fierce waves of energy burst forth relentlessly, forming powerful whirlwinds that howled around his body. The wind grew fiercer, whipping his golden hair and clothes, making them snap loudly. At the same time, arcs of blue electricity began to crackle around him, their sharp sounds unending. The sparks danced like agile dragons. Yet just then the white aura that had been swirling around him quietly faded, replaced by a more transparent energy that silently seeped into the blade. Simultaneously, the blue arcs of lightning, as if drawn by an unseen force, converged toward the sword. Finally, even the blazing golden flames vanished in an instant. With that, the immense pressure and oppressive force radiating from Trunks also disappeared. Cell squinted at the scene, feeling that it was getting interesting. Buzz. A sword hum resonated. The emerald hue in Trunks' eyes faded, replaced by a smooth, jade-like whiteness. A novel aura emanated from him. He now appeared like an unsheathed sword, a sharp aura reaching Cell and eliciting a string of wonder. Trunks let out a soft cry, the white light in his eyes intensifying. Gripping the hilt, he thrust the sword forward with force. Swish. Time seemed to slow. The entire space fell into utter silence. A sword beam shot forth, striking straight at the space ahead. Bang! A deafening crash like shattering glass echoed. The space in front of Trunks burst apart, leaving a hole the size of a basketball that slowly began to heal. Not enough. Trunks gritted his teeth, his face contorting with determination. His aura surged higher. Gripping the sword with both hands amidst endless howling winds, his arm muscles bulged and veins stood out on his face. The white light on the blade grew blinding as he struck down at the closing rift. Rumble. The white light of the sword extended with unstoppable force, crashing down upon the fractured void. Crack, crack, crack. The entire space ahead shattered completely. No longer a small hole, the whole expanse was cleaved apart by the strike. Dense cracks spread, then fragmented bit by bit. Boom. The white light blazed brilliantly, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave. Clap, 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 clap. Not bad, Trunks. You're only a step away from this realm now. I look forward to the day you truly break through space with your own power. Cell walked over clapping and patted the sweat-drenched Trunks on the back. You've done well this time. Really? Trunks squinted one eye, panting heavily. Sweat poured down his forehead, some stinging his eyes and trickling into his mouth. The slightly salty taste made him smack his lips. Uncle Cell, this isn't the time to chat. Let's get out first. Otherwise the space I worked so hard to open will close up again. Trunks stood up and pointed at the exit ahead, shouting. This? No worries, we can take it slow. I've got it covered. Alright, enough joking. Let's go. Cell's expression turned serious. He grabbed Trunks' arm tightly and activated the instant transmission technique. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace. Swish. The moment they disappeared, the shattered opening rapidly shrank and eventually vanished, completely restoring the space to its original state. Earth Capsule Corporation warehouse. Bulma had long grown accustomed to this place, so she saw no need to relocate. Moreover, with the time machine here, she needed to stay for some adjustments. Though the machine was already built, there was still debugging to be done. Besides, it was more convenient here. She also needed Head's help to clarify some matters regarding the androids. Reluctant as she was to admit it, Head's expertise in android creation had indeed reached an inhuman level. At least in the realm of artificial humans, she cannot compare to him. Calling him a super genius is something he can fully bear. Sigh. Bulma let out a slight sigh. This era belongs to the young. As I grow older, my heart keeps up, but my body does not. Bulma stroked her wrinkled cheek, her fingers trembling slightly as she lamented the power of time. Forget it, it'll just continue working. Just one step away now. Bulma instantly regained her focus, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as several lines of code connected to number 16's head. What I need to do now is restore number 16's mobility. After all, I've already researched his data thoroughly. I just need to modify his command code, changing the order to kill into one of loving humanity, loving the earth, and protecting her company and Trunks. After all, with Cell being so strong, he probably doesn't need it. And as for Vegeta, after being revived, he would surely scoff at such things. Huh. Is the command to kill Son Goku? Let me modify it. Bulma froze for a moment upon seeing that familiar name, feeling a bit dazed. Just as Bulma was seriously modifying the command and preparing to assemble and activate number 16, she suddenly felt two strange winds blowing from behind her. Turning her head in confusion, the expressionless look in her eyes transformed into one filled with light. Trunks, you've grown up. Wow, look at those strong muscles and that hair. My Trunks looks like a real man now. Bulma's eyes, once sparkling, suddenly widened as she poked at Trunks' muscles. Mom, there's someone next to us. Trunks' face turned red, lowering his head as he shyly glanced at Uncle Cell beside him. Seeing Cell expressionlessly staring ahead, he finally let out a sigh. Trunks, you weren't in that room of spirit and time with Cell for 3 years, were you? You've changed so much, turned into a handsome young man. Bulma said with a hint of confusion, but also as if confirming it. Yes, ma'am, 3 years have made me and Trunks stronger than anyone else. Cell interjected, at least in this universe. Is that so? I thought so too. But your hair needs a trim, Trunks. Later I'll give you a little cut, a shorter looks better. Bulma rubbed her small hands together, looking very pleased at her handsome son. Oh, speaking of which, Cell, the time machine is nearly finished, and I've also upgraded it by fitting an eternal energy core inside number 16's body. The time machine can theoretically make unlimited time travels now. Bulma suddenly spoke in a low voice as if recalling something. Oh, really? That's quite a surprise, or I thought it would take a bit longer. Cell's previously calm eyes sparkled with a hint of light as he lowered his crossed arms. Can you take me to see it? You can check it out yourself first. The operation method is on the computer in that room. He'll first give Trunks a haircut and change his clothes. He's only left with a tank top. Bulma murmured, pointing to the large black door at the very end, signaling Cell, then took Trunks back to her room. Got it. You two go ahead and be busy. Oh, by the way, I originally wanted to make the time machine yellow, but thought green suits you better, so I changed it. Hope you like it, Cell. After saying that, Bulma closed the door, leaving only the sound of it shutting. Is that so? Then thank you very much. Cell smiled sincerely and then pushed open the door. What greeted his eyes was the familiar shape in his mind, only the color had changed to green, matching his own. Bulma really is thoughtful. Cell grinned as he stepped forward to gently touch this maximum black technology of the Dragon Ball world apart from the Dragon Balls. Even the God's time ring cannot freely traverse time, yet this has managed to do so. Bulma is truly impressive. Cell's gaze was continuously drawn to the perfect time machine as, according to Bulma, he could use this to visit various timelines, attempting to obtain everything he desired, even the time periods from the movies. After all, this place for him is no longer just a spectator but a reality. The beings here are no longer mere paper figures, and the dragon that fulfills wishes and the king who governs all truly exist. Since the time machine is built ahead of schedule, the plan needs to change a bit. Let's find the Dragon Balls on Namek first. I can't wait for that wish. My power is itching to be unleashed. Soon Cell memorized all the operation methods on the computer in front of him and left the room with satisfaction, closing the door behind him. Click, click. Cell turned around, ready to return to his own room for a rest, but suddenly saw someone who shouldn't be here. Who is this? Dr. Hito. Cell squinted, placing his finger to his ear and whispering, Cell Squad. Number 1, why didn't you report this kind of information? Father, I thought you would see me when you returned, so I didn't think to report it. Suddenly, a mini version of Cell appeared before him, standing on the ground, his small figure, not even reaching half of Cell's height, wide-eyed, and pretending to be cute, blinking. All right, who are you trying to act cute for? Go away, oh, I have serious business. Cell looked at Number 1, who was pretending to be cute on the ground, and the thought of slapping him instantly vanished. He gestured for Number 1 to leave, and then walked towards Dr. Hito's direction. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps were loud. Cell flashed forward and quickly arrived at Dr. Hito's area. Seeing his father not hitting him, Number 1 revealed a triumphant expression, his figure instantly disappearing as he left the place. You are Dr. Hito, right? Cell stood not far from him, crossing his arms slowly, speaking in a low voice. His tone was not loud, but he ensured that the fellow in front could hear. After all, this guy was currently wearing headphones that looked like they had strong noise cancellation. What was that sound? Who's calling me? Dr. Hito took off his headphones, stopped eating, stood up, and looked in the direction of the sound. This is Hero Cell. Dr. Hito's eyes lit up as if he had seen his idol, throwing his headphones aside. Is this real? Could it be a hallucination from overdoing my experiments? I haven't seen you in days, and today I finally caught you. Heidi rubbed his eyes, his face a mixture of excitement and disbelief. He had forgotten that his original intention for taking this job was because Peak's monitoring had detected Cell's last appearance here, and even deceiving the Red Ribbon Army's plan was part of his effort to curry favor with Bulma and the others. After all, they were adversaries of the Red Ribbon Army, and this way he could not only boost his goodwill, but also acquire some research equipment and materials. Why not? Hero. Cell shook his head and said, what kind of hero am I? Why don't you tell me? Cell lowered his hands, stepped closer, and stared at Heidi, scrutinizing him. Now he was certain. This was the same overpowered being from Dragon Ball Super that he recognized. He had created 2 Gamma androids with extraordinary combat power capable of reaching Super Saiyan Blue level if they unleashed their full energy, though it was highly draining. What intrigued him more was the so-called Cell Max, whose combat prowess in the series was immensely impressive. If Dr. Heidi had perfected the brain control aspect, who knew how powerful it could have become? He felt a surge of desire. Cell's eyes gleamed as if sensing something, and he turned his gaze toward the massive container nearby. Oh. Cell's pupils dilated as he stared at the contracting sphere in the center. Don't you know? Because you eliminated androids 17 and 18, you're now hailed worldwide as Hero Cell. Heidi was ecstatic, tapping his toes occasionally and intertwining his fingers, looking somewhat shy. He completely failed to notice the change in Cell's expression. Is that so? Forget that. Let me ask you, what is this? What are you creating? Cell's eyes were fixed on the sphere inside the container, and he pointed at it, speaking with a hint of excitement. Heidi, who had been about to ask how Cell knew his name, froze. This? Heidi's face showed hesitation. Could it be that Hero Cell was angry about him creating another cell? It's fine, just tell me. I won't be angry. Cell looked at Heidi's awkward and embarrassed expression, met his eyes, and slightly adjusted his own excited mood before speaking. This is my creation, the Cell Pro version. Heidi mumbled hesitantly, his voice low as if embarrassed, and he fidgeted with the earphones he had just discarded. Cell Pro version, not Max. Cell was taken aback. The name seemed slightly different from the version he knew. How did you know I was planning to make Cell Max idol? But you got one thing wrong. My real goal isn't Max, but the Pro Max Ultimate Edition Cell. It will be my greatest masterpiece. Pro Max. Not bad. Cell nodded eagerly and asked, how long will it take to create this? Cell grabbed Heidi by the shoulders, his face nearly pressed against Heidi's. This. Well, Heidi's cheeks flushed, and he stammered as if searching for something, glancing left and right at the ground. Moi. Cell seemed to realize something and stepped back, clearing his throat. Then in a gentle tone he asked again, Dr. Heidi, how soon can you complete this work? Cell's expression turned serious. His bloodline and body were stimulating his nerves, telling him he needed, to devour the sphere before him. He had never felt such a strong urge to devour, not even when he saw 17 and 18. The moment he laid eyes on the cell embryo, his gaze was locked, and his body seemed unable to resist. Suddenly he recalled the draft left by Dr. Gero, which mentioned final evolution, with only 2 words, himself. Could it really be him? Did it refer to another cell? So the final evolution was to devour another version of himself. The more Cell thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, as it would explain the intense devouring urge within him. Heidi, hearing Cell's gentle tone, felt as if he had tasted a rare chocolate cake. Sweetness filled his heart. Then, as if resolved, Heidi took a deep breath and exclaimed, if you have a request idol, I can finish it 3 months early, but it'll need just a little bit of your blood. Heidi vividly pressed his right thumb and index finger together, leaving only a tiny gap to indicate, just a little. 3 months, just a little blood, right? Cell snapped back to reality, scanned the lab, and finally pulled out a massive container from below. He then transformed his right hand into a sword-like shape, forming a small energy blade, slashed open a wound, and let out a torrent of blood. Frowning slightly, Cell felt the blood was flowing too slowly. He sliced off his entire left hand, squeezed out all the blood from it, then tightened the stump, and reached inside, instantly releasing another gush of blood until the container was full. Only then did he turn to look at Heidi. How is it? Enough. If not, I can get more. I know you scientists are too shy to ask for materials, so we'll give you extra. Cell turned around, his face splattered with blood, and looked at Heidi with a benevolent expression. No, I really only needed a little. Seeing the blood behind him and his idol sacrificing his hand for him, Heidi was deeply moved and quickly spoke. Cell only needs a large amount of mixed cells in the early stage. Cultivation is quite fast, and my cell will grow even quicker. I only needed a bit of blood for the cells. This much is useless. As if realizing something, Heidi's voice grew softer. And so Cell's once cheerful smile froze on his face, gradually fading as he looked at Heidi with a completely different expression. Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Cell flashed a nuclear-friendly smile again and said calmly, Haha, I misspoke. This blood is absolutely necessary. Without it, the Cell Pro wouldn't be able to grow at all, haha. Heidi forced a faint smile and quickly added, Haha, so that's it. I knew my efforts wouldn't be in vain. They'll leave it to you. Cell patted Heidi's shoulder, happily vanished in an instant, and returned to his room. At least for now, he didn't want to see Heidi again. He needed some peace and quiet. Haha, I forgot to ask. How did my idol know my name? I'm so thrilled, I even forgot to take a selfie. Hyde scratched his head in confusion, wondering what he had just said. Why did he feel like his mind had suddenly gone blank in front of his idol, unable to utter a single coherent sentence? And why had he urged himself to quickly produce the Cell Pro version? Hyde frowned, straining to recall the conversation, searching for clues. Muttering to himself, he began scouring the computer for relevant data on Cell. After some searching, he finally found a clue in Dr. Jiro's research report on Cell's nature and evolutionary process. So that's it. It matches my earlier speculation. Cell created by Dr. Jiro evolves by devouring other beings. Could its ultimate form be to devour itself? Hyde's gaze grew profound, as if he had seen through Cell's essence. Devouring another cell to merge all those tangled bloodlines into one, creating a unique bloodline and an entirely new race. Oh, so in this process I am immensely beneficial to my idol. A flash of insight struck Hyde, as if he suddenly understood everything. If he truly succeeded in creating Cell Pro, it would mean that Cell would devour him and achieve ultimate evolution. In other words, he was the key to this evolution. This is truly a divine arrangement. Then so be it. Hyde will spare no effort, using all the best resources to perfect it further. A sinister smile curled on Hyde's lips as he activated a special device, pouring the entire bowl of blood into it without hesitation. He then injected the blood into the nutrient pod, aiming precisely at the round cell embryo. Gurgle. A low sound echoed as the liquid in the pod churned violently, bubbles surging and bursting. The once still round embryo suddenly contracted sharply, as if squeezed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the powerful suction from the contraction pulled the freshly sprayed blood into the embryo without resistance. Thump, 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 thump. A thunderous heartbeat resounded. The round embryo split open, revealing a bizarre figure, humanoid yet distinctly alien, crawling out. The figure expanded at an astonishing rate, in an instant growing to the size of the nutrient pod. Holy crap, no way. What the hell is in my idol's blood? How is my Cell Pro growing so fast? It seems these two cells have a mutual attraction, devouring each other brings tremendous change. Hyde pressed against the culture vessel, observing Cell Pro's changes with wide eyes. He slowly adjusted his short hair, then began scanning Cell Pro's data to transfer to the computer for study. Click, click, click. His fingers flew over the keyboard. Amazing. That blood contains vast energy, not only supplying the cells Cell Pro needs, but also providing all the energy for its growth. Now I don't need to supply energy anymore. I just wait for its organs and tissues to develop, and Cell Pro will be complete. Hyde's eyes gleamed brighter. He was even tempted to dissect Cell for research because, according to Dr. Jiro's data, Cell shouldn't possess such immense power and energy. The energy in that blood was truly indescribably vast. Now it seems a week will be enough, maybe even less. Cell's room. After returning, Cell first regenerated his arm, then lay down on the large soft bed. His expression was both excited and wistful. So the next evolution is to devour myself. Dr. Jiro was quite a genius. Cell smirked, raising an eyebrow, but he felt a slight discomfort from a sense of depletion within. Jow, I gave too much blood. Now I feel a bit dizzy. He sat up, supporting himself on the bed, one hand on his forehead, feeling utterly unwell. Resigned, Cell sat cross-legged, entering meditation to balance his body and ease the discomfort. He kept thinking, just 3 more months. 3 months to complete the true ultimate evolution. After devouring that Cell Pro, he wondered what changes his body would undergo. It probably wouldn't boost his power or aura much, but would likely bring his physical functions to a perfect state. Soon Cell balanced his body and mind, the weakness fading as he regained his original vitality. His dim purple eyes now sparkled with brilliance. Phew, that was exhausting. Cell wiped the cold sweat from his face, then stood up, ready to find Trunks. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well take him to Namek, find the Dragon Balls, fulfill a few wishes, and revive the dead. If only I had some Senza beans now, they'd be so convenient. But Karen is gone, probably dead, and there's not a single bean left. A hint of regret crossed Cell's face as he knocked on Bulma's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, aren't you done with the haircut? I need to see Trunks. Cell's purple eyes glowed. He was genuinely looking forward to the arrival of the future Z fighters. Many of them he had seen before. Above all, he wanted to see how Krillin breathed without a nose. Hep. Cell shook his head, dismissing such idle thoughts. Click. Suddenly the door opened and Trunks stepped out with his classic hairstyle, giving Cell a momentary daze. The same hairstyle and outfit as in the original. The blue denim jacket, black cargo pants, yellow combat boots. All stirring memories in Cell. Cell murmured softly, his voice barely audible. What is the same? Trunks frowned slightly. Though the voice was faint, he could vaguely hear Uncle Cell muttering those two words. What is the same? I said you're acting like a fool, so why do you care so much? Cell curled his lip and delivered a swift slap straight toward Trunks' forehead. Speaking of which, are you still looking for the Dragon Balls? If you have nothing else to do, come with me to the new Namek. Cell crossed his arms, adopting a slightly authoritative tone. Looking for them? Of course I am. I've got nothing right now. How about we go now, Uncle Cell? Trunks' eyes glimmered faintly, his heart pounding violently. His vision seemed to blur for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Let's go then. Cell waved his hand, then glanced inside. He saw Bulma reclining in a chair, her eyes closed as if asleep. Tired. Makes sense. Cell walked slowly ahead, then inadvertently noticed the room housing the time machine. After some deliberation, he decided it was better to keep such an item with him at all times. He strode inside, turned the time machine back into a capsule, and handed it to Trunks. Huh, what's this? A model I've never seen before. Trunks took it, holding it up to his eyes for a closer inspection. But he didn't dwell on it for long, stowing it away in the capsule container. After all, the Dragon Balls were the priority, now nothing else seemed as important in comparison. Let's head out first. I need to find a few people, Cell said calmly, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, both figures vanished, leaving only two faint breezes in their wake. High above, the Capsule Corporation No. 1 seemed to sense something and turned his head to look behind him. Whooshed. In the next moment, Cell and Trunks appeared before No. 1. Father, is there something you need from me? No. 1 tilted his head slightly, his large eyes blinking with a hint of confusion. Why are you coming to see me now? Oh no. Wow, Uncle Cell, you have a kid. Why didn't you tell me? So adorable. Trunks' eyes widened. Trunks was unusually excited, never imagining that Uncle Cell, an android, would have a child. Wait, that didn't add up. Uncle Cell, you can have kids. By yourself. Trunks' mind was reeling. Could males give birth now? Slap. Slap. Cell rewarded Trunks with two resounding slaps, the sound echoing loudly. Don't interrupt, and don't ask. Cell shot Trunks a warning glance. Okay. Trunks covered both reddened cheeks, nodding his head like a quail, obedient and utterly devoid of his earlier curiosity. No. 1 watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he recalled his own experience of being slapped. Sigh, just thinking about it hurts. All right, let's get down to business. Call your brothers over. We're heading to Namek. Forget about this place for now. Cell glanced down at the Capsule Corporation below and spoke slowly. Actually, just you come along. Better for the others to stay here. Cell suddenly reconsidered and added. Grab my shoulder, Trunks. We're departing. Cell said, impatiently looking at Trunks, who was still rubbing his cheeks. All right. Okay. Trunks moved swiftly, afraid of another beating, and quickly placed his hand on Cell's shoulder. In the next instant, they vanished from the spot as Cell activated his instant transmission. Cell had long known the location of the new Namek planet and could head there directly. As for No. 1, he also knew the technique, so there was no need to bring him along. On the new Namek planet, the environment bore a striking resemblance to the Namek that had exploded and perished. The sky was tinged with green, the lakes shimmered green, and even the inhabitants were green, a verdant paradise through and through. Today it would welcome two more beings with green skin. In the largest Namekian tribe, Elder Muri was playing joyfully with two children. Whooshed. Suddenly 3 figures materialized behind Muri. Moi. Muri paused, holding the child as if sensing something. The smile on his face grew even brighter. He spun around abruptly, his tone gentle. Mr. Son Goku, you're... Before he could finish, Mori's gaze froze. Staring at the 3 strangers before him, his face registered confusion and wariness. Who are you? How did you get to our planet? And why do you carry the aura of Mr. Son Goku? Mori's expression turned stern, his voice dark and demanding. At the same time, he set down the 2 Namekian children, shielding them behind him. The Namekians working nearby, or staying in their homes, heard Mori shout and rushed out, surrounding the trio. These 3 were of course Cell, No. 1, and Trunks. No. 1 was unimpressed by Mori's loud outburst, but when he saw the crowd of Namekians encircling them, a flicker of disdain and mockery glinted deep in his eyes. Trunks, on the other hand, looked dejected. His cheeks drooped, and he seemed deeply frustrated and helpless. He waved his hands frantically, trying desperately to explain something to the surrounding Namekians. In contrast, Cell remained eerily calm, his face almost expressionless. He gently patted Trunks on the shoulder as the latter had begun to ramble due to his mental confusion. Then Cell turned to face Muri, his voice gentle yet firm as he spoke slowly. Please don't misunderstand, Honorable Elder. The 3 of us come from Earth. Cell's voice was resonant and powerful, carrying across the entire area so that everyone present could hear his words clearly. Earth? Elder, they said they're from Earth. Earth once saved our Namekian people. That's right. Looking at them, they don't seem like bad people. The Namekians murmured among themselves, sizing up the 3 strangers while nodding in approval. Indeed, all 3 were quite handsome. They didn't look like villains. Earth, do you have any proof? And what about that aura on you? Muri pondered for a moment before asking further. But Cell cut straight to the chase. I'm here to revive Son Goku and the people who died tragically on Earth. Aren't you going to help your savior? Boom. The words instantly stirred up a huge commotion. Mr. Son Goku is dead. Is it true? He was the one who defeated the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. How could he fall so easily? What? You mean Mr. Sun Wukong has passed away. How could this be? Elder Mura's eyes widened, his arms trembling slightly, utterly incredulous. In his view, Sun Wukong was in his prime, immensely powerful. How could he have died so prematurely? The crowd murmured in discussion, though a few young lads looking bewildered glanced around with confusion in their eyes. Mr. Sun Wukong has died. What about Son Gohan? Has he also passed away? A distinctly youthful voice came from the side. A young Namekian of average height, his face etched with worry, clasped his hands together and spoke softly, yet Cell still heard him. Ahem. Cell cleared his throat, spreading his hands and pressing down to quiet the crowd's clamor. Beside him, Trunks shuddered violently at the mention of Son Gohan's name, staring intently at the young Namekian. Silence. Elder Mura's eyes betrayed a trace of sorrow, yet he stepped forward to maintain order. Soon the chattering tribe fell silent. Esteemed guest from Earth, speak your mind without reservation. Elder Mori said, his face pale and voice trembling. Cell nodded and began recounting the events on Earth following the Frieza incident, starting from when Frieza and his father King Cold headed to Earth only to be slain by the returned Sun Wukong. Then came Sun Wukong's sudden death from a malignant heart disease. Shortly after, androids 17 and 18 emerged, slaughtering humans and ravaging cities. One by one, Earth's warriors fell. Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Chaozu, Kuririn, Yamcha, Vegeta, and others. In the end, only Vegeta's son and Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, fought side by side. But recently, Son Gohan too was killed by the androids, leaving Trunks all alone. Finally, Cell, that is he himself, took Trunks to train and cultivate, reaching a transcendent realm and successfully defeating androids 17 and 18, saving the world. Phew. Cell slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. After telling such a long story, his mouth was nearly parched. Well, was that clear enough? So could we borrow your Dragon Balls? Cell patted Trunks, who was emotionally stirred, and spoke calmly. Trunks froze for a moment, wiped the tears from his eyes, and composed himself. The young Namekian's emotions were also in turmoil. So it's him. He's dead. Cell glanced at the weeping Namekian, small in stature compared to him, and thought to himself. Oh, I see. Your Earth has indeed been through a tumultuous journey ahem. You may borrow the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, having learned from past mistakes, we have upgraded and refined them several times. Purunga's power is now far greater than before. Even if Sun Wukong died of natural causes, he can be revived, though it will consume much of Purunga's energy, requiring a rest of perhaps 2 years. Mori said with a wry smile, addressing the trio. Moreover, he can now revive multiple individuals at once. With that, Mori turned and gestured to the other elders, who acknowledged him and returned to their tribes to fetch the Dragon Balls. The Namekian tribes now lived close together, with almost every few steps leading to the next settlement, making it very convenient. Trunks, be a man. Your brother Gohan will soon return. Why are you crying? Cell looked down at Trunks, who barely reached his chest, and said helplessly. What? I'm just too moved. Trunks wiped the tears from his eyes, but they only increased, soaking his collar. Stop crying, or he'll hit you. Number 1 grumbled, flew onto Trunks' head, plopped onto his shoulder, and tugged at his ear. Watch my ear-wiggling technique. Huh. SSS. It hurts. You little brat. Trunks yelped, about to scold Number 1, only to find him hiding behind Uncle Cell, making faces at him, leaving him with no recourse. Enough. You're both little brats. Stop your racket. Look, you scared that kid into tears. Cell frowned, pointing at Din ahead, and tossed Number 1 off his shoulders, speaking with a hint of amusement. Huh. Isn't that the Namekian from earlier? Trunks pondered for a moment, then walked toward him. Number 1, cheeks puffed with anger, glared at his father with wide eyes, sitting on the ground, as if throwing a tantrum. TSK, it's been a while since I've given you a beating. Cell clicked his tongue, raising his right hand. But Number 1 instantly stood up, looking obedient, standing at attention. Cell found himself at a loss, wrestling with whether to follow through. Finally, gritting his teeth, he made the difficult choice and gave Number 1 a slap, and imparted a wise saying, striking your body pains my heart. Meanwhile, Trunks approached Din and said from a short distance, you know brother Gohan too. What? Din's eyes glistened with tears as he turned to look at Trunks. Are you Trunks, son of Mr. Vegeta? You look just like him. Yes, I know son Gohan. He saved my life and was a childhood friend of mine. Really? Can you tell me about your time together? Trunks' voice and expression softened at the mention of brother Gohan's childhood friend. Of course. Din was delighted to recall those memories, smiling through his tears. Well then, Din. Hello, Trunks. Haha, I'm Trunks. Hello, Din. Soon the two began exchanging stories about Son Gohan's adventures on Earth and Namek. They chatted cheerfully, knowing Son Gohan would soon be revived, which eased their sorrow. Cell felt a bit bored and began looking around, observing the Namekian's unique artistic aesthetic. Alright. Suddenly struck by a thought, Cell strode over to Trunks, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him toward Elder Mori. Whoa, Uncle Cell, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. Trunks flailed, being dragged across the ground. Elder Mori, I recall that Namekians of your type can unlock others' potential, right? Oh. Yes, Mr. Cell, you. No, not me. It's this kid. Cell waved his hands and pointed at Trunks, whom he held in his grip. Me. Trunks pointed at himself in surprise. What potential do I have? I have potential. Are you serious? Trunks stumbled to his feet, freeing himself from Cell's grip, his face etched with disbelief. So that's why my power has been increasing so slowly, because I haven't unlocked my potential yet. Trunks' gaze darted between Cell and Elder Guru. Then, Mr. Cell, do you not require it as well? Elder Guru asked with slight surprise, instinctively clasping his hands behind his back. I'm afraid you don't have the capability for me right now. So for now I only ask you to enhance this boy, even if it's just a little. Cell furrowed his brow briefly before replying, my current battle power could almost be considered the strongest in the universe, so I have no intention of having you unlock my potential. Cell spoke with a calm demeanor, as if stating an undeniable fact. And indeed it was the truth. The mightiest warrior in the universe. Very well then. A flicker of awe passed through Guru's eyes, but he said no more. Observing Trunks' naive expression, he reluctantly placed his hand on the young Scion's head. Then let me see what potential this little one holds. Guru's eyes sharpened abruptly, and a flash of white light enveloped him before surging into Trunks' body. What's happening? Trunks stood rigidly watching the old man's strained expression, afraid to move a muscle. Oh, what remarkable potential. The Scions are truly incredible. A golden gleam shone in Guru's eyes as he straightened his hunched frame, suddenly exuding an air of immense dignity. Guru parted his lips lightly as his right arm swelled abruptly, and a stream of golden light plunged into Trunks' body. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted violently from within Trunks, flooding every part of his being. Arg! Guru was utterly astonished. The unleashed energy wave sent him flying hurtling toward a towering mountain. Just then, Number 1 moved at Cell's command. With a light step, he vanished and reappeared in an instant, firmly catching the flustered Guru. He then flashed back to Cell's side, leaving Guru atop the mountain. Snap! Cell raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A green energy barrier formed around him, creating a hemispherical dome that pushed out all bystanders, leaving only the 3 of them inside. Bang! Bang! The surging energy became uncontrollable, manifesting as blades of wind that crashed against the barrier walls with thunderous roars. What is this? This endless power welling up inside me. It feels incredible. Trunks exclaimed excitedly, gazing at his hands as he instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. The ground beneath them caved in, grass obliterated by an invisible pressure. Golden flames rose from his feet, his hair spiked upward, and his entire form was enveloped in a golden radiance. His violet hair and blue eyes transformed into a golden mane and emerald irises. Sparks of golden electricity flickered and danced around Trunks, crackling incessantly, a testament to his formidable power. As his potential was unlocked, white energy waves swirled around him, gradually integrating into his own strength. Phew! Trunks closed his eyes, slowly exhaling a long breath. He relaxed his shoulders, letting his body unwind as the electrical arcs receded into him and the golden light vanished. He entered a state of perfect equilibrium between mind and body. It was a form Cell had taught him for prolonged battles, relying on supreme energy control to minimize stamina consumption and regulate power output. Having achieved this state, Trunks snapped his eyes open, clenched his fists, and threw a punch through the air at Cell. Boom! An invisible shockwave accompanied by a whistling gale shot forward. Slap! Cell casually swatted the pressure wave away with his palm, then chuckled. What, Trunks? The first thing you do with newfound strength is try to hit me. Just look at what you've done to the surroundings. Trunks spun around to survey the area. The ground was utterly ravaged, and the Namekians who had been chattering nearby now stood outside the barrier, staring at him in alarm. Oh damn, I spent too long in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and got used to. Trunks instantly detransformed, scratching his head awkwardly. He then lowered his head, cheeks flushed, and walked over to Cell, asking in confusion, where's the Elder? Why is he not here? Look, up in the sky. Number 1 clicked, his tongue pointing upward with a mischievous grin, clearly amused by Trunks' embarrassment. The sky. Trunks quickly looked up. There a disheveled Elder Guru descended slowly, his face dark as he muttered under his breath. I'm so sorry, Elder. Trunks' cheeks grew even redder as he bowed, repeatedly offering a flurry of apologies. Ahem, it's fine, but your potential is truly astonishing. I've only unlocked about a third of it, the rest is beyond my ability. Guru waved his hand, staring at Trunks with one eye wide and the other narrow, still not fully recovered from the shock. That aura was terrifyingly intense. Being so close to it, his legs would have given way if not for sheer willpower. Forcing a faint smile, Guru wiped the cold sweat from his brow before speaking. Mr. Trunks, I apologize, but I'm feeling quite fatigued. I need to rest now, so we'll take my leave. With that, Guru turned and headed toward the house behind him. Cell obligingly retracted the energy barrier. Fortunately, the house had remained undamaged, a small mercy. As the barrier vanished, the Namekians who had gathered to watch dispersed. Some returned to their work, others went home, leaving only a few lingering. Just then the village elders rushed back. Their faces were etched with panic as they quickly piled up the Dragon Balls they carried, then hurried into the elders' resting chamber. There's one more here. Dent approached, carrying a 1-star Dragon Ball larger than his head, and placed it beside the others. Thus all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. Suddenly they resonated, emitting a brilliant flash of light. Yet the radiance came and went in an instant, vanishing as if it were merely an illusion. Did the Dragon Ball just flash for a moment? Trunks, standing nearby, felt as though he had been pricked by a golden light, and it seemed to emanate from the Dragon Balls on the ground. Trunks raised the question, but Cell and no one present had no desire to answer such a naive inquiry, and simply ignored him. Only Din smiled calmly and patiently replied, Trunks, this is merely the resonance produced when all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Everyone saw it, so there is no need to point it out. Haha, is that so? Trunks chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. He lowered his gaze, glancing sidelong at Uncle Cell's reaction. Seeing his composed expression and eyes fixed on the Dragon Balls, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Dent, summon Porunga now. Cell's expression turned serious. He uncrossed his arms and addressed Dent. Very well, Mr. Cell. Right away. Dent's smile gradually faded, replaced by an exceptionally grave demeanor. He lowered his hands, pointing them at the 7 large round Dragon Balls below, and began chanting in a language incomprehensible to ordinary people. Ubashil Lamdalam Diode Omicron, come forth Shenlong. At the final syllable, he raised his hands high toward the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzzed. The 7 Dragon Balls blazed with an exceptionally bright golden light accompanied by a peculiar energy fluctuation and burst open instantly. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal pillar of light shot into the sky. The entire green-tinged heavens turned pitch black in an instant, and the light radiance illuminated the space completely. Several arcs of golden electricity crackled with a sizzling sound, continuously swirling around the 7 Dragon Balls. The clouds above seemed to resonate, as golden lightning churned within them, erupting with thunderous roars. Sizzle. The pillar of light gradually solidified, transforming into a towering, majestic, yet somewhat unsightly green lizard dragon. Porunga. Below, Cell's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he stared fixedly at the strange, imposing lizard dragon in the sky. This was the first divine dragon he had seen in the Dragon Ball world. Though its abilities far surpassed those of Earth's Shenlong, was this really all there was to its appearance? It seemed even uglier than in the anime, with crooked, jagged scales, 4 antenna-like spikes on its head, a dorsal fin, and a flat pancake-like face. It was visually striking but utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. Perhaps the only thing exuding a sense of overwhelming pressure was its muscular, sinewy body, which carried a faint aura of draconic majesty. Porunga descended, its crimson eyes shimmering with flowing light. It parted its jaws slightly and spoke in the Namekian language. O brave warrior who has summoned me, state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes. Porunga's voice rumbled like rolling thunder, deafening and resounding. Trunks stood nearby, stunned, his face a mask of shock, mouth agape, eyes wide and arms trembling slightly. So incredible. So cool. Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement, his elation evident. He had never imagined the divine dragon would look like this, so imposing with massive biceps and triceps, majestic horns, and a colossal body. Truly awe-inspiring. But the language seemed incomprehensible. Den turned his head and looked at Cell, speaking slowly. Mr. Cell, what is your first wish? Den clenched his fists, slightly cold sweat beading on his face as his gaze swept over Cell's expression. He felt both joy and nervousness, for once the wish was made, Gohan would come back to life, and so would Mr. Son Goku and their companions. Revive everyone killed by androids 17 and 18 plus Son Goku. Cell lowered his head, lips slightly parted, and spoke. Very well, I understand. Den slowly exhaled, looked up at Porunga in the sky, and repeated the words, translating them into the Namekian language. After the words faded, Porunga remained still for a while. Cell frowned slightly, a hint of impatience creeping in as he looked at Den. What's wrong? Can't Porunga fulfill this wish? I don't know. This has never happened before. Let me ask. A flicker of panic crossed Den's face, cold sweat streaming down as he quickly inquired. Son Goku died of natural causes. Are you certain you wish to revive him? This time Porunga responded, its grand voice echoing. Without waiting for Cell's reaction, Den continued. Yes, Porunga, please revive Mr. Son Goku. Den's tone grew extremely earnest, his gaze resolute. Understood. Your wish shall be granted. Porunga nodded, its crimson eyes flaring with intense light. A strange energy emanated, creating ripples in the void that surged outward into the distance. This wish has been fulfilled. What is your next wish? Den turned his head, but before he could speak, Cell stepped forward, a hint of anticipation in his expression. My second wish is to elevate my dragon lineage to the highest level, and my third wish is to possess the ultimate ability to create Dragon Balls. Oh. 2 cries of surprise rang out from Trunks and Den. Uncle Cell, that wish is absolutely awesome. Trunks punched the air in excitement. Den, however, wore a different expression, one of shock and disbelief. Mr. Cell, do you also possess dragon lineage? Den's face was full of incredulity. How could Mr. Cell have dragon lineage? Even among the Namekian tribes, very few possessed dragon lineage. How could an outsider have obtained it? It's a long story. I'll explain later. For now, grant my wishes. Cell glared at Den with a tone both forceful and threatening, scaring Den to the brink of tears. Yet despite Cell's intimidation, Den unhesitatingly relayed Cell's 2 wishes to Porunga. Porunga's crimson eyes flashed, and sparks of golden electricity burst forth, rapidly piercing into Cell's body. Then, until we meet again. Porunga nodded, its body gradually turning ethereal. The massive form transformed into a streak of golden light in an instant. At the same time, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground began to rise slowly, eventually turning into 7 streams of light, each speeding off in a different direction. Almost simultaneously, no. One took action. He swiftly transformed into a super android, his entire body radiating a dazzling molten gold light. Then he took a step forward and vanished without a trace in an instant. Trunks stood by, witnessing the scene, somewhat dazed. He had never imagined things would develop to such an extent. Everything before him far exceeded his imagination and comprehension. He had never anticipated that Uncle Cell's son could be so powerful, with speed so astonishing that not even a trace of an afterimage could be caught disappearing in the blink of an eye. Time slipped by. Just 7 seconds passed. Whooshed. With a sharp sound, no. One materialized in midair like a specter. Behind him floated 7 massive stones, circling him in an uncanny manner before gently descending to the ground. Incredible. He can even keep up with the speed of the scattered Dragon Balls. Den's eyes widened, his face a picture of disbelief. His mouth hung slightly open, and his small hands clenched into fists, clearly stirred and excited. Yet at that moment no one noticed Cell standing still. His body radiated a golden-red glow, as if brewing some formidable power. Buzzing golden arcs of electricity burrowed into Cell's body, a ring of red light erupted around him, and his aura began to seep out bit by bit. A thunderclap roared from the clear sky, and the dark clouds that had dissipated descended once more upon this land. Rumbling booms echoed. Golden arcs of electricity coiled and twisted endlessly. An astonishing current overflowed, crashing into the ground and blasting out a massive crater. What's happening? This is even more spectacular than when Shenron appeared. Uncle Cell is so cool. Trunks shifted his gaze, grabbed Den, and retreated several miles to watch from a distance. Number 1 stood beside Cell, acting as a guard, never leaving his side. A barrier also unfolded around him, enclosing the two of them inside. With a bang seemingly triggered by the golden arcs, Cell's hidden power was unleashed. A powerful aura surged forth, the ground sank beneath him, and the surrounding grass vanished instantly. The pupils in Cell's eyes gradually disappeared as he felt a storm of knowledge flooding into his mind, burying everything else. SSO, this is how Dragon Balls are made. And these? Cell stared in amazement at the golden light around him, which seemed to transform into countless scrolls filling his mind. They contained various methods for creating Dragon Balls and the myriad miraculous abilities of those with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Gazing at the shimmering golden light, Cell extended his right hand, his eyes filled with greed, and randomly touched a beam of it. With a strange hum, the golden light instantly scattered, flowing like water into his body, drilling into the horn-like protrusions on his head. This is a healing technique. Cell patted his head, sensing the changes in his body and mind. He looked at the endless golden light in the distance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! So all of these are the abilities of the Namekian Dragon Clan, aren't they? Granting one wish, and now all of this belongs to me. Excellent. I never thought the method for creating Dragon Balls would come with so many bonuses. Purunga, you're not bad. Cell blinked, a smile spreading across his face. He was very satisfied with this arrangement. Now I just need to master all these abilities and manufacturing techniques. But grabbing them one by one is too slow. Come to me, all of you. Cell let out a fierce shout, spreading his arms and legs wide. He opened his mouth, slightly forcefully expelled his breath, and then took a deep inhalation towards the golden light. With a roar, all the golden light transformed into particles, entering Cell's mouth and forming a golden storm. Cell's face lit up with surprise. He opened his mouth wider, swallowing all the golden light into his body. With a series of popping sounds, the golden light flickered continuously. Countless abilities were mastered within Cell's body. The light grew more dazzling, eventually enveloping Cell, entirely forming a massive golden egg. Outside, golden lightning bolts flashed and thundered in the sky, rumbling with dull roars. They intertwined, gradually forming a golden lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, its face twisted in ferocity. Its entire body shimmered with golden light, its scales uneven, weaving and dancing through the clouds. This is so cool. Did you see that, Den? That dragon is amazing. It's even cooler than the Shenron from before. Trunks was incredibly excited, nearly jumping for joy. He grabbed Den by the collar and shook him back and forth. SSO, he really does have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Den looked dumbfounded. He lost his balance and sat down hard on the ground, pulling Trunks down with him. But Den seemed unresponsive, staring fixedly at Cell, who was also encased in a golden egg outside. Den. Seeing Den like this, the excitement in Trunks' eyes gradually faded, and he too stared at the central golden egg. With a creak, the door to the Grand Elder's chamber opened. 7 elders, including Muri, filed out solemnly. They looked grimly at the celestial dragon phenomenon in the sky and the golden egg on the ground, which radiated a powerful Dragon Clan aura. Grand Elder, this man also possesses our Dragon Clan bloodline, and it has become even stronger after receiving Purunga's divine power, said the second elder, leaning on a staff, his voice slightly hoarse. I know. I can see it. It seems the bloodline he originally carried was that of the Earth's Namekian, the one called Piccolo. The Grand Elder's face drooped as he watched the phenomenon, a look of shock in his eyes. He then calmed the others, telling them to simply watch quietly. What is Father up to now? Why do I feel the blood in my veins boiling? Number 1 stared wide-eyed at the golden egg in front of him, occasionally touching and poking it. With a deafening rumble, the lightning dragon in the sky seemed to have gathered all the thunder. It let out a roar at the golden egg below and then plunged straight down. It moved with incredible speed, passing in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the green barrier number 1 had erected and struck the golden egg containing Cell. With a bang, number 1 was startled and leaped backward. Cracking sounds echoed as arcs of electricity crawled over the golden egg from top to bottom, tearing it open. With a shattering sound, a fair hand shot out, smashing through the egg, and then a figure emerged. Phew, my head is completely full now. Cell slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His tightly shut eyes opened leisurely, and a strange golden light flickered to life within them. His originally black pupils had turned gold. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly see the lightning dragon that had been circling in the sky now imprinted within his golden pupils. It was as if golden pupils were set within purple irises, a mesmerizing sight. Cell looked up as if sensing something. He slowly raised his right hand, golden arcs of electricity climbing from his arm to his palm, and the golden light in his eyes intensified. With a hum, several broken orange-yellow fragments within the Grand Elder's chamber seemed to respond. They burst through the wall and flew rapidly towards Cell. Are those materials for making Dragon Balls? Grand Elder Muri squinted, catching sight of several golden beams of light shooting out from his room. They look like the materials for making Dragon Balls. With a whoosh, the fragments moved at incredible speed, soon hovering right above Cell's right palm. Cell's expression remained unchanged. The golden arcs of electricity in his hand suddenly swelled, burrowing into the fragments. With a cracking sound, the fragments in his palm shattered into 7 pieces of uniform size. Cell's eyes moved slightly. In the distance, a large mountain collapsed, sending boulders flying and filling the air with dust. A sharp snap echoed, rippling through space. The entire mountain shimmered with golden light and instantly crumbled into 7 stones of equal size, each as large as a house. Then, with a gesture of Cell's right hand, the 7 fragments flew straight into the stones and slowly merged into them. Buzz! The fragments seemed to pierce into a flowing mass of water, ripples spreading in layers. Moments later, the 7 fragments were fully submerged into the stone, which was as large as a house. Huff! Cell stepped lightly, inhaling a deep breath of cold air, his eyes burning with fervor. Imagine possessing a Dragon Ball of your own that could grant wishes. What would that be like? Would he lie awake at night, tossing and turning, thumping on the bed? Regardless, Cell was now ecstatic beyond measure. His left foot took a slight step forward, and in the next instant he appeared before the 7 colossal stones. His fiery gaze undiminished, his entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light. He extended both hands and clapped them together with a resounding smack. Slap! The sound of his palms meeting echoed. Cell muttered the incantation ingrained in his mind, not in the language of the cosmos nor that of Namek, but the tongue exclusive to the Dragon Clan. It was a language created by the dragon god Zalama specifically for forging Dragon Balls. Legend held that whoever spoke these words would be watched from the void by the dragon god Zalama himself. Soon Cell finished reciting the long, intricate, and tongue-twisting incantation. He retreated several steps, observing the 7 colossal stones from a distance. Roar! A deafening bellow like that of a majestic dragon pierced Cell's mind. Simultaneously, a phantom rose from the void, a golden dragon with 5 claws. Its antlers resembled a deer's, its head a camel's, its eyes a rabbit's, its neck a snake's, its belly a mirage's, its scales a fish's, its talons an eagle's, its paws a tiger's, and its ears an ox's. It was a classic Chinese dragon, somewhat akin to the Earth's Shenlong. Only the number of claws, color, whiskers, and size differed. Roar! Another furious cry erupted from its mouth, majestic and ferocious in presence. Then the 7 elders of Namek and all who bore even a trace of dragon blood saw and heard the oppressive roar of this phantom. Instantly, they felt the blood within them boil, their vision filled with the golden dragon's sight. Their bodies grew heavy, legs weak. Thud! Thud! One after another they knelt, including the Namekian elders. Only the Grand Elder Muri struggled on his face, strained fingers gripping the protrusions of his dwelling, legs trembling uncontrollably. So, this is the pressure brought by a top-tier dragon bloodline. Truly formidable. After enduring a few seconds, Muri also fell to his knees, his eyes filled with devotion, his body shimmering with golden light that resonated with the golden dragon phantom ahead. The entire Namekian tribe, over 20 individuals with dragon blood, all knelt radiating golden light. Dent, what is this? Trunks glanced up at Uncle Cell in the sky, then looked back astonished to see all the Namekian elders prostrate on the ground. So this is the dragon bloodline, Trunks murmured. He had also heard Uncle Cell's 2 wishes. What Cell was doing now was undoubtedly creating Dragon Balls, and the elders kneeling must be due to the supreme dragon bloodline. Trunks' eyes widened slightly, his azure pupils fixed their motion, ceasing as his gaze rested on Cell, or rather on the colossal stones, emitting faint golden glimmers. Cell stared directly at the golden dragon, his eyes wavering until he noticed its claws. Not 4, but 5. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Am I to become an emperor? Cell's body jolted. If he recalled correctly, true dragon form Shenlongs always had 4 claws or fewer. His Shenlong was likely the first with 5 claws. His current Dragon Balls were only smaller than the Super Shenlongs. Cell half closed his eyes as the golden dragon phantom suddenly vanished, dissolving into golden particles that scattered toward the 7 colossal stones. Whooshed! The 7 stones gradually took on an orange-yellow hue, with 7 stars appearing at their centers. Dragon Balls, Cell's very own Dragon Balls, had been created. Ha! Ha! Subarashii. Cell burst into laughter, his arms spread wide as if welcoming something. Above Earth, the vast, boundless cosmos stretched out, countless stars twinkling with light. The blazing sun, unique to the solar system, radiated intense light and heat, bringing brightness to Earth. High above, a bizarre-looking spaceship materialized instantly, its surface marked with what seemed like a huge, slanted M drawn in ink. Inside the ship, two figures strolled through the immense corridors. Devour, are you confident about this trip to Earth? Babidi asked, his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of worry flickering across his face. Babidi had discovered long ago that Majin Buu was hidden within this planet, but due to various reasons his plans had been delayed for a long time. However, not long ago he detected two rather powerful energy signatures on this Earth, so formidable that he even feared his warriors might not prevail. Lord Babidi, worry not. With me, Devour, the king of the demon realm, all enemies are no problem. Devour smiled confidently. You think nothing of anyone. Can you even defeat Majin Buu? Babidi, irritated by Devour's arrogant tone and expression, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Majin Buu, that creature might only have a fearsome reputation. The likes of the Supreme Kai are nothing but trash. As for conquering planets, what's that compared to this? Devour, fiercely competitive, retorted defiantly. Excellent. Then I hope you can maintain that arrogant tone before Majin Buu. Babidi grew even more furious at Devour's belittlement of Majin Buu's status in his heart. Yet he had no choice. Devour was indeed his most powerful subordinate now, and he couldn't demand too much of him. Then set course for Earth. Babidi walked to the lounge, plopped down onto a soft sofa, and grumpily issued the order. Devour chuckled and left the room. Click. The door closed. Devour's back straightened instantly, and with an expressionless face he strode toward the cockpit. Boom. The ship's engines ignited, hurtling toward Earth's atmosphere. The fiery surface of the spaceship seen from Earth looked like a shooting star, brilliant and beautiful. West City. Capsule Corporation. A small blue figure standing on a large tree opened its eyes. Everyone except number 6 follow me. Number 2 opened its violet eyes and spoke. Number 6. Why? For the mere fact that you like eating feces, you're not even worthy to go. Number 2 analyzed calmly as the others emerged and slowly nodded. You can be the vanguard. Go. Number 2, seeing the defiant number 6 holding a lump of yellowish-brown solid, shuddered and quickly added. Really? So you agree? Number 6 took a big bite of his delicious-looking food. Fine. Agreed, you go. As he watched number 6 devour the delicious food, number 2's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly waved his hand, signaling him to leave at once. You simply don't understand what true delicacy is. This is top-notch, can't you tell? It smells bad but tastes divine. Number 6 disdainfully glanced at the others. Upon seeing their reactions, everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all took a step back, extending their arms to signal number 6 to stay away. You all find me that disgusting. Number 6 noticed the contempt in their gazes and their retreating actions, feeling a deep sense of emotional injury. An inexplicable rage surged within him. Moi. Number 2 scratched his head, looking puzzled at number 3, who then turned to number 4, who in turn looked at number 5. Number 5 glanced back at number 2, and they all quietly nodded in agreement. In unison, they declared, exactly. We do find you very unpleasant. Their voices boomed, exuding an intimidating presence. All right. Then after I accomplish something, I'll have my father come to seek justice for me. Number 6 made a bold statement, eyes wide open, angrily finishing off the delicacy in his hands as a white aura surged around him and he flew backward. Number 2, are we being a bit excessive? Number 5 chuckled foolishly, plopping down on the ground and tracing small circles with his finger. Yeah. Number 2, isn't it a bit unfriendly to number 6? Number 4 whispered, eyes darting around as if lost in thought. Indeed. Number 3 crossed his arms, mimicking someone unknown, slightly squinted his eyes and spoke. Number 2 stood frozen, hearing his originally cooperative brothers complaining. His body stiffened slightly, pupils dilating as his right foot slowly retreated. As if realizing something, number 2 suddenly let out a cold laugh, a smirk appearing on his face, revealing a mocking expression. So do you eat shit? Number 5. Who eats that kind of stuff? Number 5 clumsily stood up from the ground, his rotund body and slightly protruding belly making him the fattest among the brothers. No, number 2. What do you mean by that? I wouldn't even touch something like shit. Number 5's expression turned frantic as he looked at number 4 and number 3, who were gradually distancing themselves, repeatedly waving his hands. You're just afraid that number 6 might tell our father, right? Don't worry. I assure you our father will not blame us for this. Number 2 confidently walked over and patted number 5 on the shoulder. Really? Number 4 looked suspicious, his large eyes wide open, doubting the truth of his words. Of course. You should know that the boss is also quite annoyed with number 6, so what do you have to fear? Number 2 turned to meet number 4's gaze. That's true. So, does number 3 have any problem? Number 2 looked at number 3, who was still with his arms crossed, shaking his head, feeling a bit uneasy. I'll follow the boss. All right. Then let's set off. Number 2 nodded in satisfaction, signaling everyone to hold on to his shoulders. After all, in the entire Shala squad, only he and number 1 had learned the skill of instant movement, a valuable technique for escape and pursuit. Whoosh! Their figures instantly vanished from the spot. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering a few green leaves from the trees, falling sporadically and fluttering to the ground. A town not far from the western capital. A spaceship slowly descended, landing amidst a wasteland. Puff. The cabin door slowly opened, and a group of minor soldiers quickly emerged, followed by Dapula. Dapula donned a blue battle robe with a white cloak billowing behind him in the wind. His skin radiated a reddish hue, his face elongated, sporting a comical beard at the chin and two short horns protruding from his forehead, cold-blooded and indifferent yellow-brown eyes revealing a sense of detachment. From the front, his hair looked like a thin layer of black covering sticking to the scalp, forming a large M shape that added to his sinister appearance. He was the king of the demon realm, Dapula. Tap, tap, tap. Standing beside Dapula, Pwai cautiously spoke, "My lord, is this earth? Not only is the gravity so light, but the cities are also so dilapidated." Pwai looked at the ruin before him with a puzzled expression, his yellow eyes wide open. "It certainly is an eyesore." Dapula nodded slowly, rising into the air, a red glow intensifying in his eyes, then let it vanish. Whoosh! Two red beams shot from Dapula's eyes, blasting towards the ruins ahead. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and the entire ruined city exploded in an instant, shattering into pieces. A massive mushroom cloud rose, dispersing into the sky. Bang! An invisible energy wave stirred up, layers of dust breaking through the smoke. Dapula gazed at his handiwork, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The whole city was reduced to rubble, leaving nothing but yellow earth and charred remains. "This can be considered my first greeting to the Earthlings." Dapula chuckled lightly as he returned to the spaceship's deck. "Pwai, you can start the invasion of Earth with these soldiers." "Yes." Pwai displayed an evil grin, waving his right hand, preparing to set off. Just then a clump of yellow-brown viscous substance flew from nowhere and plopped directly into Pwai's open mouth. Pwai initially didn't react, but when he did, his tongue made intimate contact with the yellow-brown goo. A foul odor suddenly wafted into his mouth, shooting straight to his brain. What is this stuff? It smells so bad." Pwai instantly donned a mask of agony, the stench overwhelming him, causing him to feel utterly nauseous, collapsing onto the ground as he tried to scrape it off. "Moi." Dapula observed this, seeing his muscles tensed up, his eyes darting around, scanning his surroundings. He couldn't see where this thing had come from. Dapula, sensing a threat, slowly floated up, looking around. "Who is it? Dare to come out and fight? Stop with these petty tricks." Whoosh! A dark stick-like object flew swiftly towards him. Moi. Dapula glanced sideways, his left hand shooting out to catch the dark object directly. Just as he was about to mock such audacity, the moment the object touched his palm, it exploded, covering Dapula in shit. "Wow. Oh, what is this stuff?" Dapula felt a strong stench enveloping him, staining his entire body and soaking his originally white cloak. Dapula suppressed the foul smell and leaned in to take a closer look. "Damn, isn't this shit? Who the hell uses this as a weapon?" Dapula glared at the mess on him, his aura reaching a boiling point. Whoosh! A red light flickered around him, and the shit immediately vanished, and he changed into fresh clothes. "Who is it? Dare to come out?" Dapula's eyes glowed crimson, a red light igniting and a purple aura flickering around him. "Of course it's me." A youthful boy's voice rang out from behind Dapula. Turning around, it was none other than Number 6, still munching away. "What? You didn't want to waste food when I offered you a bite of something hot, did you?" Number 6 looked down at Dapula from above, deep within his gaze filled with murderous intent. The two stood opposed. After finishing the viscous substance in his hand, Number 6 wiped his mouth and spoke. "What? Did my blessing give you some unpleasant thoughts?" Number 6's gaze grew vacant, a violet light surging in his eyes as he looked at Devour with utter arrogance, showing no regard for him. "Blessing? You call that filth a blessing?" Devour's fury mounted with each word. "Just because you enjoy eating dung you think it's something good? What twisted logic is that?" With a slight clench of his wrist, Devour materialized a long blade. His aura pressed down menacingly, his face dark as a storm, and he growled, "Then go to hell." As he spoke, he swung his right arm fiercely. The air seemed to tear apart, howling as it sliced toward Number 6's neck. Clang! Two pale fingers clamped tightly onto the blade. Amid Devour's panicked expression, Number 6 wrenched the entire sword from his grasp and crushed it into a ball. "You should die." Number 6's voice turned cold, all traces of his earlier playfulness gone. With a flick of his fingers, an overwhelming pressure descended, crashing heavily onto Devour. Devour's face twisted in shock as he felt a bizarre energy constricting his entire body. Several parts of him began to deform under the strain. "How can this be? I have no strength to resist." Devour now regretted coming to Earth. He felt as if he would be crushed to death by this immense force, leaving not even a complete corpse. The crushing force felt like a giant hand squeezing him, making it hard to breathe. "Gee, great one. I know I was wrong. Spare my life." Devour's eyes bulged. His arms and legs had already been ground into pulp, compressed into a mass, leaving only his torso and head. "Oh, spare you." Number 6 produced another warm lump from somewhere, holding it quietly by Devour's lips. He whispered, "Just eat this delicious thing, and he'll let you go. How about it?" Number 6 smirked playfully, placing his hand near Devour's mouth, waiting to see the reaction of a demon realm king. Would he choose dignity or survival? Though he never intended to let him live anyway. Swish! Suddenly, a red energy sphere shot up from the ground. Number 6 glanced at it, and it exploded. Boom! Smoke billowed. Standing on the ground were Babidi and a dunk-covered Pui and Yakon. As the smoke cleared, number 6 didn't look at them, but raised his head coldly to the sky. For figures similar to him appeared above, all with arms crossed, as if watching a show. Yo, found us after all. Number 5, your stealth skills are lacking. Number 4 joked, pinching number 5's chubby belly. What? You can watch, but don't steal my glory. Of course we're just here to observe. Right? What else? Same here. Number 6 nodded as his brothers verbally agreed. He turned to Devour beside him, whose eyes widened further as he stared at the 4 figures above, disbelief flooding his face. There are 4 more this powerful. Number 6 shook his head. The viscous substance in his hand suddenly vanished. Seeing Devour's despair, his mood soured, and he lost interest in playing. There are many stronger than us. This is nothing. By the way, become my nourishment. Before Devour could react, number 6's right fingers curved sharply, gripping his head directly. A spike extended from his palm, piercing into Devour's skull. In an instant, Devour was absorbed by number 6, leaving only his blue battle robe and fluttering cape. This feeling is quite nice. And I've gained some new abilities. Let me see. Swish. A suit of armor materialized on number 6's body, fitting him perfectly, and a long spear appeared in his right hand. Seems pretty good. Number 6 fiddled with the armor, grinning like a mischievous child. On the ship's deck, Babidi trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping out. He gripped Yakon tightly and roared hoarsely, "Everyone attack," with full force. Now, Babidi gasped for air, muttering a string of incantations, and vanished. Hearing his command, all his minions' eyes turned bloodshot, charging madly at number 6 in the sky. Kill! The synchronized battle cry wiped the smile off number 6's face, replaced by a sinister, playful grin. Look! Number 6 is at it again. Are we just standing here? Number 4 yawned, leaning on number 5's round belly. No. Let's snag the top credit. I saw the enemy leader run off. We'll catch him. Number 2 watched number 6 playing without disturbing him, sensed Babidi's energy, then pulled the others into an instant teleport. On a desolate island, Babidi appeared suddenly, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn it. I never should have come to Earth. This is terrifying. I think Earth's already been taken over by another group. They're all monsters. Demon Realm King Devour couldn't even last a single move. No, I need to get farther away. Babidi straightened his small frame, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and prepared to flee to an even more distant place. Swish. The 4 figures appeared in the sky, scanned the area, and spotted Babidi. Hey, you okay? Number 4 greeted politely. Oh God, they're already here. Babidi panicked, chanted another spell, and vanished again. Oh ho, playing games. Number 2 was a bit surprised, but didn't rush to chase. Instead, he mentally said something to number 1. But the signal seemed poor, he got no reply. Well, I'm the boss now. They'll play however I want. Number 2 laughed heartily and led the other 3 in another instant teleport to give chase. Babidi ran, they followed. The chase continued until they reached Antarctica, where Babidi was almost gasping for breath, waving his hands in surrender. I surrender. I can't run anymore. Babidi sprawled on the ice, panting heavily. That's it. How boring. Number 4 clicked his tongue. Number 3, you handle him. Why, oi? Didn't he surrender? Number 3 squinted, speaking slowly with arms crossed, his face a mask of indifference. Yeah, 4th brother. Shouldn't we treat prisoners well? Number 5 rubbed his fat belly, whispering. Treat well. What do you say, number 2? Number 4 scoffed, turning to number 2 for his opinion. Treat him well first, then kill him. 1 minute of good treatment is still treatment. Number 2 pondered for a moment before giving his answer. Haha, that's just like you. Number 4 patted number 2's shoulder, satisfied with the reply. Number 2, no, 2nd brother. Haha, we're really on the same wavelength. From now on, I'll handle anything you need perfectly, unlike 3rd brother, who's like a bodhisattva, always pretending. What's he even playing at? Number 4 shot a fierce glare at number 3, then pinched number 5's belly with satisfaction before flying down toward Babidi, who lay exhausted like a dead dog below. Completely oblivious to his anomaly, Babidi, during their argument, spotted something through the ice that filled him with glee. Is that? Am I seeing things? Haha, heaven hasn't abandoned me. Babidi rejoiced inwardly, a shadow of malice creeping across his face. He cast a sidelong glance at the 4 little ones in the sky, his murderous intent reaching its peak. Moi. Number 3 furrowed his brow slightly, his half-closed eyes flashing with purple light. This guy's murderous intent is getting thicker, even in his state. Could he still have a trick up his sleeve? But in his condition, what could he do? Number 3 couldn't figure it out. He lowered his crossed arms, sensing that something was about to happen. Number 4, watch out. Number 3 began, but before he could finish, the ice beneath Babidi's feet exploded with a crack. Countless fissures spiderwebbed outward, and the surface suddenly collapsed. What? A flicker of surprise crossed number 4's arrogant eyes as he turned to number 3 in confusion, dismissing Babidi's antics as mere death throes. I sense something is about to emerge. It might be Majin Buu. Number 3's expression darkened. It was true they possessed half their father's battle power, but that was half of what he had long ago. Back then, their father's strength had only just touched upon Super Saiyan 3. With only half that power, they had no way to deal with an opponent like Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Scared number 3. It's just a little Majin doll. We've got a trump card. A trump card. Number 2 was baffled. What trump card did they have? So do we kill Babidi now, or let Majin Buu out? Let's discuss it. Number two's eyes swirled with purple light as his tone grew serious. Let's vote on it. He'll go first, Majin Buu. Haha, just like second brother. Same here. What about you, number five? Number four patted number five's belly, a hint of meaning in his words. Aye. He'll go with fourth brother too. Number five's face changed slightly as he stammered. Excellent. See that third brother? That's 3 votes. Your opinion doesn't matter anymore. Just wait. Number 4 planted his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. Speaking of which, will Majin Buu be useful against father? Number 2 rubbed his chin deep in thought. Bang bang bang. As they chatted, the ice sheet shattered entirely. Babidi, with a confident expression, raised a pink egg-like shell in his hand. Ha! You little brats are finished. Even if this isn't a full-power Majin Buu, he's still more than you can handle. Babidi levitated the sealed egg of Majin Buu in the air, bit his right finger until blood flowed, and with a flicker of pain on his face, smeared it onto the shell while chanting an incomprehensible incantation. The sky gradually darkened thick, clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The countless bolts of electricity excited the 4 little ones, stirring the Saiyan blood deep within them. Ha! Second brother, it really is Majin Buu. Jackpot. No need to be afraid. If we can't beat him, well, just run. Number 4 laughed heartily, exhilarated by the changing surroundings. Fear was absent. Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't lose face. Afraid? Didn't you hear? He's not at full power, and it's just Fat Buu, a piece of cake. Number 2's lips curled upward, his aura soaring as golden flames swirled around him, his eyes blazing. No choice. Let's go. Number 3's half-closed eyes snapped open and golden flames erupted from him, matching Number 2's intensity. Then, he'll watch. Number 5 grinned sheepishly and stepped back. Whatever. Suit yourself. Fine. Number 2, 3, and 4 stood in a row, their auras surging golden flames shooting into the sky, their battle intent at its peak. Think that scares me. Babidi quickened his chant. With a hum, a golden light burst forth, splitting the eggshell and releasing a cloud of pink smoke. Majin Buu. Where's my Majin Buu? Babidi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body going limp, legs trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that he died of old age from being sealed too long? Then what was the point of my coming all the way to Earth? Babidi's face turned ashen and his body gave way as he collapsed, no longer wanting to live. Oh, here we go. The 3 little ones moved simultaneously, reaching out 6 hands as golden energy spheres coalesced in their palms. Golden arcs of electricity danced around them, the very space seeming to groan and crackle. The 3 energy spheres merged into a colossal energy blast. From a distance, it was hard to believe such power resided within the 3 little ones. They hurled it together, the blast hurtling straight toward the expanding pink smoke in the sky. With a whoosh, the smoke condensed instantly into a plump pink figure, Fat Buu. Fat Buu's eyes widened as he sensed a threat from the massive energy sphere. Fat Buu's hands extended, slid down his body, and with a sudden upward motion, he flung the sphere skyward. Boom. The powerful energy blast scattered the dark clouds and shot into space. Babidi, who had been ashen-faced, seemed resurrected, his eyes wide with delight. The 3 little ones panted heavily, their eyes growing more excited. Looks like even at less than full power, Majin Buu is still tough. Not something we can handle. Number 2 blinked, glancing at Number 4 on his left. Hey, Number 4, it's time to use that trump card you mentioned. That big guy fatter than Number 5 seems angry. He shifted his gaze. Fat Buu strained to widen his eyes, white steam shooting from the pore on his head, his face contorted in anger. Oh, he is angry. But second brother, don't hit me when I say this. My trump card is us fusing using the Metamoran fusion technique. It's simple, just a few moves. Number 4 sneaked a peek at Number 2 to gauge his reaction. Fusion, huh? Seeing Number 2 unmoved, Number 4 even demonstrated it. Number 4, I'm going to join Number 5. Bye. Number 3 blushed at the embarrassing moves and quickly ran off to hide behind Number 5. This is your so-called trump card. Number 2 raised an eyebrow, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this what you call a trump card? Number 2 felt like dying, the humiliating posture evoking memories left by his father. Yeah, this move looks fine to me. Number 4 scratched his head, chuckled, and continued. What's there to fear, second brother? It's just this once. Besides, once we transform, we'll be incredibly powerful. Beating up that fat bastard will be a piece of cake. Just this once. Number 2 pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, just this once. Then we'll learn to cultivate like father and the others to boost our combat power, right? Number 4 gave an awkward smile. Suddenly, a hissing sound of steam interrupted their conversation. Watching them chat and laugh from afar, Majin Buu was visibly enraged. First, he had been trapped inside that broken shell for so long. And just as he emerged, he was attacked. The energy blast was no small thing. His yellow gloves were still charred black. Swish! A purple energy sphere shot toward them, carrying a loud sonic boom. Its speed caught Number 4 and Number 2 off guard. Boom! Purple light swirled as the energy sphere detonated violently the moment it neared them. A thunderous roar echoed. Amidst the spreading smoke, purple arcs of electricity flickered with stark clarity. 2 screams rang out, stirring Number 3 and Number 5's emotions. They itched to join the fray. Well done, Majin Buu. Fantastic. So much better than that useless Devour. Babidi danced joyfully on the spot, even his eyebrows brimming with excitement. Suddenly number 3 from afar seemed to notice something. He stepped forward from behind number 5, crossed his arms over his chest, and narrowed his eyes. Then he cast a glance at Babidi, who looked like a jumping clown. Hee kidding, just kidding. Babidi clearly sensed the murderous intent in number 3's gaze, shrinking his neck slightly as he muttered. Whooshed. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 2 green energy shields. Then a youthful voice tinged with anger emerged. Majin Buu will FCK your mother. No, you don't have one. Ambushing me, huh? Sneak attacks are my specialty. Did you pay the patent fee? Number 4's curses rang out. Majin Buu tilted his head slightly, as if he didn't understand, a hint of confusion flickering in his small eyes. How I knew it. Number 3 smiled, watching number 4 protected by 2 layers of shields, then turned to look at number 5. Number 5, go take out that annoying Babidi. This mission is yours. Number 3 said in a commanding tone. Why me? I don't want to. Number 5 pouted, turning his face away in refusal. If you don't do it, it'll tell number 6 that you number 5 have a crush on his cooking. Number 3 spoke slowly with an air of having the upper hand. How can you do this? Aren't you my third brother? Is this how you treat your own kin? Number 5 clutched his chest in disbelief. Hurry up. Number 3 frowned, a faint purple light flashing. Fine. Number 5 looked reluctant. With a light step, his figure instantly appeared beside Babidi. Under Babidi's incredulous gaze, number 5 effortlessly severed his head. You ambushed me. Babidi's fallen head exclaimed in terror. Oh, lost your head and still alive. Tenacious. Then I'll kindly send you to the afterlife. Number 5's eyes flickered. From his palm surged a transparent energy sphere, within which numerous small golden destructo discs spun. He thrust it forward slightly, enveloping Babidi's entire head. The small sphere instantly expanded, completely engulfing Babidi's head and body. Bang! In an instant, Babidi was ground into a pulp. Mixed with blood, it exploded violently, staining the icy ground into a world of crimson. Scene shift. Majin Buu no longer bothered to ponder the meanings of dead mother or no mother. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his figure vanished instantly. Bang! Majin Buu's right arm swelled abruptly. He threw a lightning-fast punch, shattering the air with an explosive sound aimed directly at number 4, who had been spewing profanities. Holy crap! Number 4 and number 2 reacted simultaneously, conjuring multiple energy shields before them. Pop, 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 popped. One by one, the shields were shattered by Majin Buu into streaks of green light. At that moment, number 5, still on the ice, pondered briefly before charging forward. With a wave of his hand, a sky full of destructo discs materialized crazily, hurtling toward Majin Buu. Their speed was so immense that they sliced him into pink mincemeat. Number 2 and number 4 snapped to action, clasping their hands together to form a Kamehameha that instantly incinerated the mass into ashes that scattered. Swish. Number 5's massive figure blocked in front of them. He said, you two fuse quickly. I can hold him off for a while. But remember, when number 6 gets back, tell him that third brother loves sharing food with him. Number 5 Zera held a grudge. When number 3 threatened him with that, he should have expected payback. No problem. Old 5 for your help. Just now your fourth brother and second brother will definitely vouch for you. Right, second brother? Number 4, eager to stir up trouble, said to number 2 beside him. Of course. Enough talk for now. Old 4, let's fuse. Number 3. Do you think I can't hear you? Whooshed. The remaining tiny embers after burning gathered in the sky. Soon Majin Buu's figure emerged from within his eyes, carrying a hint of killing intent. Purple aura swirled around him continuously. An immense pressure surged skyward, causing the entire earth to tremble. You've made me angry. Steam erupted from Majin Buu's head as his figure vanished instantly. Watching Majin Buu disappear, number 5's gaze grew increasingly serious. With a sweep of his hand, numerous small destructo discs swiftly orbited around him, enveloping him in a perfect protective barrier that seemed to combine offense and defense. Swish. Majin Buu reappeared behind number 5, aiming a vicious low blow at his groin. The small destructo discs swirling around number 5 instantly severed Majin Buu's right leg. More discs followed, shredding him into mincemeat in an instant. Hep. Majin Buu suddenly grinned eerily. The minced right leg regenerated instantly, landing a solid blow to number 5's groin, sending him flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. The kick drove number 5 straight into the ice floor. Majin Buu burst into laughter. Pop, pop, pop. At that moment, a dazzling white light blazed forth. A tall, upright figure stepped out from the light. His skin was a vivid azure blue, his figure was tall and imposing. His chiseled face was handsome, yet tinged with killing intent. His originally purple eyes were now filled with crimson. The fusion of number 2 and number 4. He'll call you number 8. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Number 8 struck a pose he thought was handsome, glancing back at number 3. How could I say no? You all look exactly like father now, except for the color. If I said you weren't handsome, I'd be lying to my conscience. Number 3 froze, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Damn it, saying he's not handsome would be insulting father. How could I dare? I wouldn't dare say that. The complaints number 3 had prepared instantly changed when he saw the look in number 8's eyes. I knew it. Seems my appearance is truly outstanding. Even number 3, who rarely says nice things, could say that. Number 8 pulled out a mirror from who knows where, admiring his own reflection. He was very pleased with what he saw, but Majin Buu was not happy. Majin Buu's rage toward these few reached its peak, steam occasionally puffing from the holes on his head. He'll kill you all. Majin Buu struggled to open his eyes, murderous intent surging within them, his face twisted with malice. His aura continuously rose, purple flames swirling up, mingling with white steam, engulfing his form. Boom. Purple lightning crackled across the sky, thunder rolling. Hey, you're being pretty noisy, you know. Where's your manners? Didn't your mother teach you any? Number 8 put away his mirror, looking displeased at the mass of white steam. He swung his right arm sharply, and a golden beam shot into the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds with their rolling thunder vanished completely. Slap, slap. Oh right, you don't have a mother. Number 8 felt great looking at the blue sky, took a deep breath, and crooked his finger slightly. A strange force instantly enveloped the steam, binding Majin Buu and pulling him closer. The white steam dissipated completely, leaving only the ferocious-looking Majin Buu struggling in place. He'll kill you. Majin Buu glared at Number 8, with his small mung bean-like eyes staring daggers. If looks could kill, Number 8 would have died 1,000 times over. Boom. A layer of ice on the ground collapsed with a crash, and a bulky figure struggled to fly out, eyes also blazing with fury. Though his eyes were half-flitted, the anger and malice radiating from him exploded forth. A golden light flickered within his body, as if trying to dye his entire form in gilded gold. Number 3's half-flitted eyes widened, as if they might pop out, his face full of disbelief. This? Could Number 5 also be about to achieve super android status? Number 3 murmured, his expression dazed as he slowly lowered his folded arms. No, probably not. More like half of one. Number 3 shook his head, looking at the golden light, covering only half of Number 5's body. After all, none of them had undergone training or practice. Fully mastering this would be difficult. Still, it was surprising that Number 5, who usually had the least presence, could reach this point. Was it anger? Number 3 slowly composed himself, returning to his usual demeanor, half closing his eyes and rubbing his chin, lost in thought. Oh, Number 5, you. Number 8 began, a hint of joy in his voice, but before he could finish, Number 5's form flickered and appeared beside him, his voice much firmer than before. Number 8, right. I heard that just now, but can you leave this guy to me to blow off some steam? Number 5 tilted his small head, eyes narrowing, a thin line of a smile on his lips. Combined with his tone and aura, it was quite unsettling. Oh, sure. Number 8 nodded, unconcerned about whether Number 5 could handle it, and released his hold on Majin Buu, instantly leaping back. He didn't know what Number 5 was planning, but brothers should understand each other. At worst, they'd die and father could resurrect them later. Number 8 looked on expectantly at the two. Hey, seems about right. Both are fat guys. Fat guy versus fat guy? Nice. Number 8 nodded. The scene shifted. Number 5 and Majin Buu stood opposite each other, their auras clashing. Die. Majin Buu, nearly insane with rage, threw a punch, carrying immense pressure. It was incredibly fast. Number 5 barely reacted before being sent flying back into the pit he had emerged from. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Majin Buu's face turned serious as he waved his hands, rapidly firing a barrage of purple energy spheres like shooting stars, all plunging into the pit. Boom. Explosions rang out continuously. The ice cracked and finally shattered, spewing out a torrent of water that flooded back in. Phew. Majin Buu proudly admired his handiwork, hands on his hips, and made a face at Number 8. Naya. Majin Buu shook his head, pulling his mouth wide with his hands and sticking out his tongue. Number 8 and Number 3. How embarrassing. Seriously, if you don't have the power, why act all tough? I thought you were about to unleash some ultimate move. So this is all you've got. Number 8 scratched his head in frustration, sensing Number 5's faint aura, and decided to avenge him. He straightened up and slowly swept his hands through the air. Tiny golden energy spheres gradually formed into bullet-like shapes with pointed tips. Go. Number 8 flicked his hand, and all the bullets shot out, slamming into Majin Buu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of tearing air filled the space as the bullets flew swiftly. Majin Buu, still making faces, was instantly riddled with holes. Oh, what a hassle. Number 8 waved his hand, lowered his body, and lightly stepped forward. His form vanished, then reappeared right in front of Majin Buu. With his left hand, he grabbed the antenna on Majin Buu's head, then swung his right fist repeatedly. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of breaking air rang out continuously, white shockwaves burst forth, and the thuds of flesh echoed all around. Punch away, bounce back, punch away, bounce back. These two steps repeated endlessly like a cycle. 20 minutes passed. Looking at the sun high in the sky, Number 8 grew bored and finally stopped. Hurl. Number 8 casually tossed Majin Buu onto an icy surface, not bothering to check, and turned to find Number 5 and Number 3 had disappeared. Where are those two going to Number 6's place? And that aura? Number 8 frowned slightly, losing all interest in the pile of flesh lying on the ground. Whooshed. Number 8 landed and nudged the pink mass of flesh that was Majin Buu. Boing boing. He poked it. No response. He couldn't be dead just like that, could he? Number 8 leaned in and pinched it. Logically, Majin Buu shouldn't die so easily. Just as Number 8 was about to leave out of boredom, the lump of flesh that was Majin Buu moved. The pink viscous mass shot up into the air and lunged at Number 8. Number 8 turned in confusion. How had the sun disappeared so quickly? A huge glob of pink goo instantly enveloped and swallowed him. Number 8 was consumed. Hoo-hoo. Number 6 took a deep breath as if to draw all the air around him into his lungs. His eyes were slightly closed, yet a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. A hint of mockery flashed in Number 6's eyes as he slightly spread his hands, and suddenly hundreds of various weapons surged into existence in the void. These weapons shimmered with a cold light, seemingly alive, aimed directly at the crowd below. Buzz! A deep humming sound resonated, vibrating the entire space. He stood at the forefront, his eyes filled with fervor and murderous intent. He shouted, "Kill!" while continuously launching energy spheres from his hands, bombarding Number 6 above like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed one after another, deafening. A thick plume of black smoke billowed up rapidly, enveloping Number 6. However, Number 6 stood unscathed at the center of the black smoke. In front of him lay several knives and spears, forming a solid line of defense that effortlessly blocked Pu's energy sphere attacks. These knives and spears sparkled with strange light, seemingly containing boundless power. Heh, so weak. Number 6 smiled coldly with his hands behind his back, his body continuously rising and the weapons behind him slowly rotating. Die. Number 6's eyes narrowed slightly, his murderous intent rampant. He raised his right arm slightly, and all the weapons instantly plunged down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades and sticks descended, instantly piercing through the bodies of the small soldiers and smashing them into the ground. Awed. The sounds of agony echoed continuously. Number 6's expression remained calm, his lips barely curling. "You go. Kill him." Pu's eyes were bloodshot as he hid behind Ye's massive frame, his gaze flickering. Caught between the command of the incantation and the struggle for survival, he chose survival, yet he felt no pain for some reason. Kill. Ego was pierced by numerous swords and spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he pressed on in pain. Heh, ants. Number 6 looked at the approaching duo, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. His fingers twitched slightly. "I'm done playing, it's boring." Number 6's eyes were indifferent as he pointed downward with his finger lightly tapping in the air. Buzz. Suddenly a ripple appeared in the void like a drop of water falling onto the surface of a still lake, causing the entire void to tremble slightly. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the two grotesque figures before him suddenly froze in place. Their eyes slowly widened, filled with shock and disbelief, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, a dark red liquid flowed continuously from their 7 orifices, quickly staining the ground beneath them. Number 6's earlier strike had already shattered their internal organs. Now, they were merely shells devoid of life. Long since devoid of any signs of life, they had simply been too fast to react. Number 6, observing their increasingly horrifying eyes, hurled an energy sphere with his right hand, and after a loud explosion the two disappeared without leaving a trace. TCH. Boring. The only one worth fighting is this Depu La. Number 6 clicked his tongue, stretching lazily. He turned to leave. At that moment the sky suddenly filled with auspicious clouds, and a beam of golden light flashed momentarily, dazzling Number 6's eyes. What is this? I've never seen it before. Number 6 looked up in confusion, gazing at the auspicious clouds in the sky. This is Earth. An old hoarse, yet somewhat familiar voice emerged, startling Number 6. Turning his head, he saw an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a face pale as paper. Deep and shallow wrinkles covered his face, as if the years had left countless marks on him. His long white beard cascaded like a waterfall around his upper lip, imparting a sense of antiquity. On his head, he wore an oval black hat complementing his overall image. Looking at his upper attire, he wore a black jacket that appeared sharp and neat. Inside the jacket was a yellow striped garment that added a touch of mystery to his appearance. His lower half was paired with black fitted trousers, making him look even more spirited. If one carefully observed his palms, they might discover an inconspicuous dark red device that glimmered faintly. And that hat atop his head undoubtedly bore the white double, or paired with a red bow, the mark of the Red Ribbon Army. He was none other than Dr. Jero. It seems that the upgraded Barunja revived Dr. Jero from hell and teleported him to Earth. So did the others also arrive on Earth? Dr. Jero. You are Dr. Jero. Number 6 pointed at the old man somewhat uncertainly. Why did father revive this old fossil? Number 6 felt a strange familiarity upon seeing the elderly man with white hair. After all, if one were to consider it, this old man was his grandfather, though he was reluctant to admit it. Number 6 shook his head. Moi. Originally shocked at his appearance on Earth, Dr. Jero turned his head, looking at the blue-clad Number 6 with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Me. Number 6's mind was racing, contemplating whether to send his grandfather back, when Dr. Jero spoke again. You are Cell, aren't you? Dr. Jero appeared exceptionally excited, recalling that he had an abandoned Project 1 that resembled his design for Cell's perfect form, only the colors and sizes were somewhat mismatched. Why are you so small? Did you not get enough nutrients back then? Dr. Jero frowned, starting to reminisce about his previous research. Cell, yes, I am Cell. Number 6 hurriedly shook his head, feigning a pitiful expression. You don't understand. I was born, but was malnourished. The cultivation time was insufficient, causing me to emerge prematurely, resulting in my current appearance. And I know that it was Android 17 and 18 who cruelly killed you, so, in order to take revenge, I used the essence of human life on Earth as energy and ultimately ambushed Androids 17 and 18, achieving this perfect form, then used the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. As number 6 fabricated the story, he felt it lacked authenticity, and tears streamed down his face, almost convincing Dr. Gero. No, you are not Cell. I am certain of it, Dr. Gero quickly distanced himself, shaking his head. Cell's personality wouldn't be like this, and your previous statements were lies. Dr. Gero blinked his mind's auxiliary machine, determining that this person was mostly lying. But you must also be an android, right? Did someone take over my experiments? Dr. Gero kept retreating his mind, constantly recalling past events. TCH. As expected, I was discovered. Number 6 wiped his tears, grinning slyly. The smile appeared exceedingly wicked. Indeed, I am not suited for deception, but it truly surprises me that you old fool could be revived, Number 6 said. Yet it seems I did not deceive you. I indeed count as Cell. Moreover, it was created by you, and androids 17 and 18 are indeed gone. Number 6 lifted his small head, his knees swirling in the air as he spoke. Only one thing, reviving you, a foolish old man, is definitely not my doing. Number 6 shook his head. Suddenly, he sensed 3 powerful auras appearing nearby. So it is. Since you are androids, then please die. A figure quickly dashed through the sky, arriving beside Number 6. A golden-haired figure descended from the sky, radiating confidence with a resolute face. That classic M-shaped hairline, donned in a battle suit unchanged for a century, was none other than Vegeta, the eternal second from the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, bathed in golden lightning, with a proud expression and a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand, thumb pointing at himself, saying, "Although I don't know how I was revived, you annoying androids must be dealt with by me, the Prince of Science Vegeta, known now, it's Super Vegeta. After all, I am now Super Vegeta." Vegeta declared arrogantly, his gaze fixed upon the 2 androids below as he spoke slowly. "Super Vegeta, is it?" Dr. Gero shook his head. "It seems quite a lot has happened while I was dead. Damn those 17 and 18. Dr. Gero's face darkened with resentment, his hands clenched into fists. He now deeply regretted activating the 2 permanent energy-type androids without properly adjusting their personalities. This had led to their wicked dispositions and thoughts, to the point where they even sought to kill their own creator. "Yo, what's the matter? Too scared to move? Kid, I heard you claim to have eliminated androids 17 and 18. Let me test your strength." A golden light flashed in Vegeta's jade-colored eyes as he instantly appeared before Dr. Gero, striking out with a handblade. How can this be? Dr. Gero's eyes were filled with terror. Was he to die again so soon after being revived? Having just been granted the hope of life, was death now to be bestowed upon him? As Dr. Gero's mind raced, searching for a remedy, a figure even faster than Vegeta arrived beside him, kicking the arrogant scion away. Boom. The force was immense, sending the unprepared Vegeta crashing into a distant mountain, blasting out a crater and raising clouds of dust. "Pa, shameless bastard. Picking on an old man is no feat. You said you wanted to test my strength, yet you bully an elder." Number 6 stood with an air of righteousness, shielding Dr. Gero behind him. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Doctor, are you alright? Did Vegeta hurt you?" Looking into Number 6's sincere eyes, Dr. Gero was stunned. How could this fellow be so kind to him? It was disconcerting. The last person to treat him this well had been 17. Dr. Gero adjusted his hat and swallowed hard. "You? What exactly are you? Why help me?" "Why, oi?" Number 6 repeated, shaking his head. He pressed his palms together, eyes slightly closed like an enlightened monk, and spoke slowly. "Because I am a man of virtue. I cannot bear to see killing." "Virtue?" Dr. Gero looked at the bloodstains and weapons on the ground, then at the man before him. He almost believed it. "Oh, damn android brat." A furious roar suddenly interrupted the conversation of the virtuous man. Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, radiant and imposing, his body trembling with rising anger. "Step aside, doctor. Let me handle this." Number 6 pushed the doctor behind him, signaling him to move away. Then, with a sharp gaze fixed on Vegeta, a hint of mockery appeared. "What's the matter, Number 2? Angry? Come on, hit me then. A scion prince who can't even beat a low-class warrior. How do you have the face to live?" Number 6's words were a masterstroke to provoke Vegeta, comparing him unfavorably to Son Goku. "Nanny, what did you say? I am inferior to Kakarot." Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his aura nearly berserk, while Number 6 remained nonchalant, adding fuel to the fire. "Oh ho, I didn't even mention a name, yet you brought him up yourself. Or is it that deep down you truly believe you're no match for Son Goku?" Number 6's tone shifted, becoming serious. Shut up, Aya." Vegeta lifted his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, fury blazing. His aura was like an erupting volcano, a spectacle to behold. Golden arcs of electricity danced around him, the entire planet trembled, and a pillar of golden energy shot skyward. A wild, savage energy enveloped him. "They'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." Vegeta vanished and reappeared before Number 6's right fist, swelling with immense power, aimed straight at his head. Number 6 smirked and met the punch with his own. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as white shockwaves erupted, sending powerful energy rippling outward. "Moi!" A flicker of doubt crossed Vegeta's mind as he moved swiftly preparing a counterattack. Whoa, that's strong, huh? Number 6 distanced himself, shaking his numbed right hand. He hadn't expected an enraged Vegeta to be this powerful. It seemed he could no longer hold back. Number 6 initiated the attack, flying rapidly toward Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrent of mercury. Vegeta's expression was grim, but he blocked every blow. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed across the sky, white shockwaves bursting forth as two storms clashed. Such combat power. Dr. Gero marveled, his eyes wide. This was the battle prowess he had always dreamed of. This level of strength far surpassed 17 and 18. It was a complete domination. Are people this strong nowadays? Dr. Gero looked at his own hands, a doubt creeping in. Could this old man still create warriors powerful enough to face these beings? Dr. Gero stood frozen, lost in thought. Bam, bam, bam. The battle raged on. Vegeta grew increasingly shocked. He hadn't slacked off in hell training all those years, so how could this brat match him? An opening. Number 6's eyes sharpened as he caught Vegeta's momentary lapse. He dropped low and delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. Damn. Vegeta's pupils dilated. He was too slow to block. Bam. The punch landed squarely on his jaw, scattering his thoughts. Number 6 didn't relent. Huh. He clasped his hands together, bent slightly, and drove them down onto Vegeta's head. Boom. Vegeta shot down like an arrow, smashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Smoke swirled and dispersed. Huh. Now that's a real fight. Number 6 wiped the sweat from his face, gazing down at the crater, lost in thought. Then he lowered his body, pressed his hands together, and held them at his side, forming a cup shape as he began to gather energy. A cerulean energy soon emerged. A playful grin spread across Number 6's face as he thrust his hands forward, aiming at Vegeta below. Take this. Kamehameha. With a mighty shout, a cerulean energy wave shot downward. The sheer power shook the very air, making Dr. Gero's eyes nearly pop out. Damn it. Vegeta knelt on the ground, struggling to rise, his right arm hanging limply over his left. His face was weary, then his eyes widened in alarm as he saw the attack. He hastily fired a ki blast to intercept it. Boom. The two energy waves collided, unleashing a fierce, crackling discharge of power. Oh. Vegeta gritted his teeth as the ground beneath him crumbled and sank. He was barely holding on. Dr. Gero watched, offering a neutral assessment. Indeed, I can barely hold on. A childish voice came from behind Dr. Gero. Who? Cold sweat instantly soaked the back of Dr. Gero's neck. His pupils contracted sharply as he turned to look. He saw two figures that looked almost identical to the brat who had just called himself Cell, except one was fat and the other thin. The fat one seemed a bit odd. You? Don't tell me you're also Cells. Dr. Gero stumbled backward, his arms trembling slightly as his mind raced. Why, after being resurrected, was he seeing things he could never have imagined? Was he really that popular? Did Number 6 tell you that? Number 3 crossed his arms, squinting as he glanced at Number 6, who was still locked in a beam struggle. Dr. Gero, before you say anything else, tell me. What use are you? What value do you have as a living being? Number 3 cut off Dr. Gero's next words, speaking slowly. Value. Use. Life. Dr. Gero's face darkened. The question had clearly stumped him. Moreover, the atmosphere around him felt off. He suddenly felt a chill in the air, and his artificially modified body began to shiver. Looking at the person before him, he really didn't seem like a good man. I can create androids, conduct research, and handle many scientific projects. Dr. Gero waved his arms frantically, trying to demonstrate his worth, only to be interrupted again. This time it was Number 5. Let me ask you one thing. In your drafts you wrote about Cell's ultimate evolution. What exactly is that ultimate evolution? Number 5 asked. Ultimate evolution. Let me think. Wait, I'm a bit nervous right now. Dr. Gero swallowed hard, glanced at Number 6 still in the beam struggle, and said, the ultimate evolution was just an idea of mine. After Cell completes his 2-stage evolution, he undergoes a fundamental transformation by devouring another genetic composite identical to himself, another Cell. This would complete the evolution of his life, allowing his bloodline to achieve true advancement. Then his chaotic bloodlines would merge into one, and he would become a genuine created life form. Before that, even if he absorbed others and gained their abilities, he couldn't use them perfectly. But after this, those abilities would manifest flawlessly, even stronger than before. Dr. Gero grew more excited as he spoke, for Cell was the most remarkable artificial being he had ever designed. Is that all? I thought there'd be something more. Number 3 and Number 5 exchanged glances and laughed. All right, we've seen your worth. You can rest in peace now. Number 3 spoke, raising his arm. A pressure blade formed from the wind, instantly cleaving Dr. Gero in two. Even then, his face still bore that excited expression. The wind blade was so fast he hadn't realized he was already dead. He never imagined that he would be killed right after being resurrected. What a nuisance. Number 3 frowned slightly, slowly raising a hand, as an energy wave gathered within it, instantly obliterating him, leaving only a few drifting ashes. Third brother, why do you think father resurrected Dr. Gero? That old geezer annoyed me to no end. Number 5 rarely showed a look of disgust as he spoke. How should I know? It has nothing to do with me. Vegeta was the one who killed him. Number 3 glanced at Vegeta, who was still struggling desperately, and chuckled. Is that so? Number 5 tilted his little head, then pointed at number 6 high in the sky and said, "What are we even here for? Just to witness the birth of the Super Vegeta? But this is so boring, isn't it? And I haven't sensed number 8's presence for a while now. It's like he vanished. Shouldn't we go check?" "Don't worry. I have a feeling Father will be back soon. When he does, Majin Buu will be easy to deal with. For now, let's just enjoy the show." Number 3 shook his head, ignoring number 5's words, and quietly watched the battle between number 6 and Vegeta. Zzzzz. Powerful energy waves clashed violently, and Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, as his lower body nearly sank into the ground. He let out a roar of defiance, but just as he thought he would die again, number 6 withdrew his power, calmly watching him. But from Vegeta's perspective, it seemed like mockery. Just as he was about to launch another attack, number 6 vanished in an instant, reappeared behind him, and delivered a chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. His Super Saiyan transformation forcibly deactivated, his golden hair reverted to black, and his fierce aura dissipated entirely. A Super Saiyan should know his place. Just lie down and stay quiet. Number 6 watched as Vegeta's once grim face gradually relaxed, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He felt a pang of helplessness. Being the Saiyan Prince wasn't easy either. Then number 6 shook his head, pondered for a moment, and decided against forcing the delicacy he had saved into Vegeta's mouth. Whooshed. Thump. Thump. 2 figures landed. It was number 3 and number 5. "What are you two doing here? Weren't you chasing down the fleeing Babidi?" Number 6 asked in confusion. Babidi was killed by number 5, but Majin Buu got away. Right now I can only sense Majin Buu's key, not number 8's. Maybe he got absorbed. Number 3 shrugged, pinching number 5's little belly as he replied. "Did Father give us another brother? Who's number 8? Number 6 scratched his head impatiently, barely restraining his urge to eat, and asked urgently. "Oh, he's the fusion of second brother and fourth brother. They call themselves number 8. Number 5 raised his small hand and answered quickly. "So, is number 8 really absorbed?" Number 6 blinked and asked. "Here he comes. Just watch." Number 3 seemed to sense something and quickly turned around. "And there will be some friends coming along." Number 6 sensed several powerful presences approaching. "Wait, what did you guys do? Why is everyone coming here?" Number 6 preemptively accused. "How could it be us? It's obviously the clash of your ki and Vegetas that attracted them." Number 3 pointed at number 6, nose then at the direction Majin Buu was coming from. "You're the strongest among us now. You take the lead." "Yeah. Number 5 chimed in repeatedly, still haunted by the shadow Majin Buu had cast over him. "They're here." As the words fell, the sky shimmered with radiant colors. Several streaks of white light flashed across and halted in the air above. "Are they all here?" Number 3 murmured, his eyes low and his arms once folded across his chest, slowly lowering as he looked upward. In the sky, 2 groups appeared, one side with a single figure, the other with a crowd. Hey, number 3, how about this? They'll take the tough job and handle that group, and you take the one guy." Number 6 said, patting number 3's shoulder with a mischievous grin. "No need. It looks like number 8 has been absorbed by Majin Buu. Let's just surrender. Why not call the boss to bring Father here? None of us can beat this." Number 3's face darkened as he sensed Majin Buu's completely unrestrained aura, cold sweat streaming down his body. "Gohan, look, is that Vegeta?" A bald man in the crowd suddenly shouted, his eyes glinting as he pointed at the 3 figures standing on the ground. "Yes, Uncle Krillin, but our bigger problem is over here." Son Gohan stared solemnly at the right side at that pink figure. The aura it exuded was more powerful than anything he had ever felt from his father, an existence utterly impossible to resist. "Damn it, what do we do?" Son Gohan turned his head, glancing at his father beside him. Son Goku looked astonished, staring at his own hands, muttering to himself. "Incredible, truly incredible. Such powerful energy. My body is trembling with fear." A smile curled on Son Goku's lips. Though his words spoke of fear, his face was brimming with excitement. Suddenly he lifted his head, his eyes sharp and fierce, locking onto Majin Buu. Majin Buu had transformed completely, no longer the pudgy figure. His muscles were taut, his physique sleek, and the antenna-like appendage on his head elongated, stretching down to his feet. His body bore an exoskeleton-like armor similar to number 8's, clinging to his chest and shoulders. A pair of pink wings sprouted from his back, and his lean, taut frame radiated a terrifying aura. His face resembled Cell's, a twisted, corrupted version of Cell in pink. "Umph." Majin Buu snorted, turning his head to lock eyes with Son Goku across the distance. The oppressive pressure struck instantly. "Eek. We'd better run." Krillin's face turned pale, cold sweat soaking his back as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Without looking back, he bolted into the distance. "Uncle Krillin," Son Gohan called out, bracing against the pressure. In an instant, everyone present felt as if facing a great enemy, their pupils dilated as they assumed combat stances. "Gohan, let him go. With his power, staying here would only hold us back," Piccolo said through gritted teeth. "Besides, only a few of us came this time. We just followed the clash of auras between Vegeta and his opponent. Many didn't come right. And we don't know who revived us. It's only natural that Krillin, just brought back to life, doesn't want to die again," Piccolo added, addressing Son Gohan. "True, Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan's gaze shifted to Majin Buu, sensing the malevolent and overwhelming power emanating from him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. "New Namek. Thunder rumbled continuously through the clouds, golden lightning dancing in streaks. Cell stood in the void, his eyes wide, marveling at the beauty of the Dragon Balls. Then he raised his hands, his expression turning serious, and spoke in Chinese, "Come forth. Shinran, grant my wish." As the words fell, Cell gazed expectantly at the Dragon Balls, each as large as a house, his heart brimming with joy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly flickered, resonating, as if in harmony, bursting forth with a blinding light that seemed to illuminate the entire planet. A colossal pillar of light shot into the sky, golden lightning flashing and roaring. The 7 Dragon Balls slowly rose, spinning continuously. The immense golden pillar of light gradually transformed into a majestic dragon writhing through the clouds. Finally, a gigantic golden head emerged, its crimson eyes glowing as it fixed its gaze on Cell. If anyone had been near New Namek's outer space at that moment, they would have been terrified. In the cosmos, a colossal golden dragon had appeared, its body stretching across several planets. Now its head, larger than any planet, loomed over New Namek. "Lord Cell, I can grant you 3 wishes." The golden dragon's mouth opened, its voice like thunder, speaking simply to Cell, though only he could hear it. "So cool. This is the real Shinran," Trunks exclaimed, hopping excitedly on the spot, shaking Denda's arm vigorously. But Den stood there dazed. Though he had risen to his feet, his eyes remained locked on the golden dragon high above, unable to utter a single word, just staring. Number 1, standing nearby, crossed his arms over his chest, lifting his head with an indifferent expression, as if completely uninterested. Phew. Cell exhaled a long breath, his emotions stirred as he gazed at the golden dragon in the sky. He spoke slowly. "My first wish is to possess the omniscient ability like Zunos. That is simple for me. Granted immediately." The golden dragon nodded slowly, its crimson eyes blazing. A blood-red hue dyed the entire sky, and then golden arcs of electricity shot from its eyes, striking directly into Cell's body. "Your wish is granted," the golden dragon declared. It doesn't seem like anything has changed." Cell examined his hands, his eyes filled with confusion. "Is this a passive ability?" Cell clenched his fists, golden light surging in his eyes as he slowly closed them. Suddenly faint images flashed before his eyes, and then he saw Earth, every scene from its ancient past to the present. He witnessed the arrival of Babidi and Dabura number SIXS battles, and more. Phew. So this ability is indeed passive. Whenever I think of something, all relevant information about it floods into my mind. Cell rubbed his head in bewilderment before stating his next wish. "I want to gain all abilities related to souls in the universe." This time the golden dragon didn't speak. Its eyes flickered with a crimson light, and Cell felt a change within himself. In an instant, he had complete mastery over those abilities, understanding them perfectly. "State your third wish," the golden dragon urged. "I want the ability to instantly appear anywhere in the universe," Cell said, looking up solemnly. "This wish is somewhat difficult, but I can still manage it." The golden dragon's eyes glowed red once more. "Very well, you may leave." Cell felt the myriad of abilities within him and nodded in satisfaction. Then until next time. Whoosh. The golden dragon's form slowly dissipated, leaving behind a sky full of golden particles. The majestic figure in the cosmos vanished as well, and the spinning 7 Dragon Balls came to a halt, descending gently. This was the first advantage of Cell's set of Dragon Balls. No waiting period was needed to make wishes, and the Dragon Balls wouldn't scatter. The second advantage was that only he could use them as he would carry them with him, and summoning Shinran required his native tongue. Boom. The sky instantly brightened as the dark clouds dispersed rapidly. Cell waved his hand, and all the Dragon Balls were immediately stored in his dimensional space. This was one of the abilities granted as a bonus by Purunga to the Namekians who created the Dragon Balls for making wishes. In addition, Cell had acquired many other peculiar abilities. Cell's form flickered, and he appeared beside Trunks and the others. Soon the elders who had been standing in shock hurried over as well. "Mr. Cell, no chief, you are now the chief of the Namekian race," Elder Muri said, respectfully bowing slightly. The remaining Namekians all spoke with reverence, bowing and addressing him as chief. Chief. Cell's mind struggled to process this. How had making a wish turned him into the chief of the Namekians? Was it related to the Dragon Clan's bloodline? Indeed. Muri said, seeing Cell's puzzled expression. "We Namekians have a long-standing rule: whoever possesses the Dragon Ball bloodline capable of summoning the 5-clawed golden dragon becomes the chief. Regardless of how you achieved it, Mr. Cell, we must honor you as our chief." Muri nodded, speaking slowly. "Is that so?" Cell frowned. "But you don't need to stay here with us," Muri said, quickly seeing Cell's furrowed brow, waving his hands. "Phew, that's a relief. Well, my business here is done. A small problem has arisen on Earth, and I need to go back and check," Cell said, exhaling in relief. "Then farewell, Chief." Muri led all the Namekians in saying, "Farewell, Chief." "Good." Cell nodded, preparing to leave with the group. He noticed something seemed off with number 1. Moi. Number 1 suddenly frowned. A faint voice came through. Their telepathic bond, which allowed long-distance communication, very convenient. Boss, if you can hear me, request backup, request backup." Those idiots number 2 and number 4 fed themselves to Majin Buu. "His power now is beyond what we can handle. Tell Father to come back quickly or Earth is doomed." "Father, let's go. Earth is in trouble." Majin Buu has consumed number 2 and number 4. A rare look of urgency appeared on number 1's face. "What? Trouble on Earth again?" Trunks quickly pushed past Din, walking toward the 2. Then there's no time to waste. Let's go. Cell's expression turned serious as he nodded, grabbing both by the shoulders, and in an instant they vanished from the spot. The world is about to descend into chaos. Muri shook his head as he watched the departing figures, his face grim. Earth. Having absorbed number 8, Majin Buu inherited his arrogant demeanor. Seeing Son Goku staring at him intently, a smirk curled on his lips as he took a step forward. Whooshed. In an instant he appeared before Son Goku. So fast, I can't even react. Everyone nearby widened their eyes, their faces pale with shock. Majin Buu's smile was sinister. Damn it, run. Son Goku seemed to realize something and shouted urgently. Too late. Majin Buu's expression hardened as he punched out with both fists. The sheer force of the blows howled through the air, striking Son Gohan and Piccolo squarely in the abdomen. Ugh. Oh. The light faded from both their eyes, and their bodies were sent flying backward. Gohan. Piccolo. Damn it. Son Goku's face twisted in anguish, his muscles tensing as rage erupted within him. Huh. Son Goku roared, about to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, when a large hand clamped down over his mouth, silencing him. Then Majin Buu grabbed Son Goku by the head and plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Whoosh, boom. The ground exploded into a massive crater. Inside, Son Goku, still in his base form, had lost the light in his eyes, hovering on the brink of death. Smoke swirled as shattered rocks scattered in all directions. Huh. Fun. Majin Buu's purple eyes flickered as he turned his gaze toward the trio of brothers. Shit. What do we do? Those guys got taken out in a second, and we're next. Number 6 jumped up and down, shaking number 3 frantically. Don't panic. We just need to stall. Normally, the Metamor infusion technique lasts 30 minutes. At most, we have about 10 minutes left. Just hold on a bit longer. Number 3 analyzed calmly, his eyes fixed on number 6. Hey, third brother, why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. Number 6 shuddered. Use your crappy technique to harass him. That should buy us about 10 minutes. Will it work? Number 6 stood frozen, glancing at number 3 and number 5. It'll work. Go for it, number 6. I believe in you. Number 5 encouraged. All right, here I go. Phew. Number 6 closed his eyes tightly, exhaled slowly, then floated upward, raising both hands. Boom. From nowhere, a torrent of filth descended, suspended in the air by number 6. A pungent, overwhelming stench of excrement instantly flooded the entire sky. Sniff, sniff. Son Goku's nose twitched, and the foul odor jolted him back to consciousness, the color returning to his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. What is this stuff? Son Goku frowned, clearly in pain. Majin Buu, also hovering in the air, saw the scene, and his expression changed drastically as he tried to flee. But number 6's attack arrived first. The deluge of filth surged and rolled toward Majin Buu. No way. Majin Buu's eyes widened, his pupils contracting as he watched the wave of excrement hurtling toward him, panic written all over his face. Suddenly, he remembered one of his abilities. In an instant, a mass writhed atop his head, and a purple bolt of lightning shot out, clashing with the filth in midair, the two forces locked in a stalemate. The purple lightning gradually transformed the filth into dark chocolate, which fell to the ground in clumps. Cold sweat streamed down Majin Buu's face, his expression one of sheer terror. He had come so close, just a hair's breadth away, from being engulfed by that mountain of excrement. Majin Buu stared at the falling chocolate, feeling a wave of nausea. After today, he doubted he would ever want to eat chocolate again. It was too disgusting. Zzz. The two figures in the sky remained locked in their struggle. Piccolo still lay collapsed in a mountain peak, while Son Gohan struggled to his feet, staring at the astonishing scene before him. When the overwhelming stench hit him, his body, which had barely held on, gave way. His face turned purple as if poisoned, and he collapsed, knocked unconscious by the smell. Third brother, isn't this what they call killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own? Number 5 and number 3 had somehow acquired gas masks and put them over their heads. It is a bit costly, but no matter. Let's circle behind the enemy. Number 3 patted number 5's small belly and flew to a position behind Majin Buu. Together. All right. Number 5 nodded, and both of them unleashed their full power in an instant. Boom. Golden flames rose slowly, powerful energy, surging outward, radiating in all directions. Use your strongest attack. Number 3 roared, then pressed his right index and middle fingers together against his forehead. Blue arcs of electricity began to crackle. All right. Number 5 nodded, his expression serious. He spread his hands, and instantly a barrage of destructo discs materialized, filling half the sky. Zzz. The energy in number 3's hands grew stronger, arcs of electricity spreading outward, the crackling sound of energy intensifying. Now, number 3 let out a loud shout as the energy in his hands reached its peak. He thrust his right hand forward. A spiraling beam of red and yellow energy twisted together, hurtling toward Majin Buu at incredible speed. Special beam cannon. Barrage of destructo discs. Boom. Number 3 and number 5 struck simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Both number 3 and number 5 unleashed their strongest techniques, both being devastating moves. Number 5's vast energy slash reached the body of Majin Buu first, as several energy slashes carrying immense winds fiercely struck Majin Buu's form. Puff! Countless golden streams burst forth, and the energy slashes striking Majin Buu's body exploded in an instant, leaving a sky full of light particles. Buzz! At that moment, the magic light cannon in number three's hand followed suit, as a spiraling energy wave of red and yellow interwoven with blue arcs shot straight towards Majin Buu's head. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and black smoke spread everywhere. A glint of excitement flashed in number three's eyes, for he could see his magic light cannon piercing through Majin Buu's head before exploding. It seemed that the strange tentacles capable of casting those bizarre spells from his head would be rendered unusable for a short while. Indeed, the purple thunder that had clashed with number 6's vast mountain of filth vanished instantly, burying Majin Buu beneath it. Cough cough, let's get out of here. Number 3 sensed something was off and hurriedly grabbed number 5's hand to escape the scene. Boom. The massive mountain of filth began to spread forcefully, smashing Majin Buu's body down to the ground, unleashing a wave of foul odor. Number 6, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, but understood upon seeing number 3 and number 5. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Then number 6 exhaled a breath of stale air, followed by a deep inhalation, swallowing the surrounding oxygen. His cheeks puffed out slightly, and his eyes widened in astonishment. With a slightly open mouth, a torrent of scorching flames erupted forth, the pale orange fire growing fiercer the further it traveled, as if the air itself was being scorched, emitting a burnt smell. Boom! The orange-yellow flames instantly engulfed the entire mountain of filth, and in an instant the foul odor spread everywhere, causing number 3 and number 5 to feel alarm, tightening their protective masks. Sizzle sizzle. Glug glug. As it burned, some viscous spots bubbled continuously, making a sizzling sound where they contacted the flames, quickly drying out and solidifying. Clap clap clap. The sound of loud applause came from behind, as number 3 squinted his eyes, gazing down at the mountain of filth with a peculiar expression. Impressive, impressive. Number 6, you truly deserve the credit this time. Ugh. Number 3 retched, waving his hands repeatedly. Number 6, feeling it was about time, retracted the ability to unleash flames learned from devour, turning to look at the two masked individuals. He posed a fatal question. Isn't it stinky? Doesn't it smell great? Didn't you see? Number 6 first displayed a confused expression before taking a deep breath through his nose, showing an expression of enjoyment, leaving number 3 and number 5 baffled. Majin Buu is still inside, right? Number 5 adjusted his mask, asking curiously. He should be inside, right? What do you think, number 6? Number 3 chimed in, continuing to inquire. Yes, he's definitely inside, but I can't shake the feeling that this will actually be effective. Once we truly anger Majin Buu, we're doomed. Number 6 said this, yet his face displayed an indifference, shrugging his shoulders. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, are you all right? Krillin, watching from afar, didn't run too far. At this moment, he held his breath against the foul odor, dragging the three away to hide in a secret location. By the way, what about Vegeta? A flicker of hesitation appeared on Krillin's face as he glanced in Vegeta's direction, too close to those three terrifying blue goblins. Moreover, their origins were hard to clarify. Just now, while watching from a distance, he surprisingly witnessed an energy slash belonging to him, and it seemed that its practicality surpassed his own. At least he could only use a few in a short time. The level of energy slashes filling the sky was something he estimated he would never hope to achieve in this lifetime. Moreover, another person actually used Piccolo's technique, the magic light cannon. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes based on Goku and the others' previous descriptions, it was likely the magic light cannon. Damn it. Recently, these strange incidents have followed one after another. First, those who had originally died were inexplicably resurrected. Then there were those terrifying blue figures fighting Vegeta, and now a pink one has appeared, seemingly even stronger. Even Goku couldn't handle it. Why are there so many troubles on Earth? It feels like the entire universe revolves around Earth, with enemies coming to battle and plunder. Krillin's mind was now in disarray, a complete mess. The bit of joy from being resurrected had completely vanished as he looked up at the three little blue figures discussing, then at Vegeta. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but in the end he gritted his teeth and prepared to move forward. Suddenly, the originally solidified mountain of filth emitted strange sounds, drawing the attention of the three brothers. Majin Buu is about to come out. The three immediately took their fighting stances, their expressions grave as they looked at the mountain of filth below. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, and the entire solidified mountain of filth instantly shattered, exploding apart. A pink figure slowly emerged. Majin Buu now had a sinister glare, his face twisted with rage. Oh, damn it! You all shall die. Upon seeing the trio, his originally purple eyes turned blood red. A powerful aura erupted instantly, and the purple flames soared into the sky. Powerful energy surged outward, creating unceasing gales. Boom! The sky darkened as thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, while pink lightning rolled through the clouds, producing a deafening roar. Majin Buu's aura continuously rose, and it felt as though the void could not bear it, making cracking sounds like glass. Boom! A pink lightning bolt struck toward Majin Buu in an instant with flashes of lightning. Threads of purple arcs continuously wrapped around him, and an astonishing momentum surged forth, causing the ground to crack and the floating rocks to shatter. Crack! A loud sound of shattering glass rang out, and the space surrounding Majin Buu suddenly fractured, with countless cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. Heh! Majin Buu's entire body shimmered with purple light, arcs of electricity crackling around him, popping and flashing. He exhaled a breath of stale air, and his form suddenly surged, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Energy shields quickly. Number 3 noticed first, raising his hands as countless energy shields manifested in space to block Majin Buu's assault. Number 6 and Number 5 reacted as well, their expressions grave as they raised their hands, a dense cluster of energy shields immediately enveloping them. Huh! Number 5 shouted loudly, golden streams swirling around him, a golden hue enveloping his lower half, and golden flames surged up all over his body, sparkling brilliantly. The energy shield seemed to have been touched by a glimmer of gold. Whoosh! Majin Buu suddenly appeared, his aura overwhelming, his right arm raised vigorously, launching a powerful strike, the air whistling incessantly. Bang! A roaring sound erupted. After withstanding for 0.01 seconds, the outermost energy shields began to disappear one after another as Majin Buu wore a derisive smile, staring at the three. Majin Buu let out a scornful laugh, his right arm suddenly tensing as arcs of electricity crackled around it. With a burst of force, he unleashed a fist pressure. The transparent fist pressure shattered the energy barrier blocking his path. Damn it! The three of them widened their eyes in sheer disbelief. They never imagined the barrier they had conjured together would be as fragile as paper against him, crumbling at the slightest touch. Goodbye, you trash. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Majin Buu's lips, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at their reaction. He drew back his right fist, spread his fingers, and revealed a violet energy sphere. With a thunderous bang, a thick beam of purple energy erupted, instantly followed by a deafening roar. A plume of smoke billowed out, spreading and expanding in all directions. Huh! Finally, you trash are dead. What the hell are you yelling about? A warm, polite voice emerged from the smoke, immediately resorting to a crude insult. Majin Buu's smile froze on his face. Unlike before, he now understood the meaning behind that insult. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the thick smoke to reveal a towering figure. It was Cell, a look of interest on his face as he gazed at Majin Buu, a smirk playing on his lips. You know, number 3, 5, and 6, this imitator does look a lot like me, but lacks the charm, Cell remarked, shaking his head and glancing back. Father! The three exclaimed in unison. Cell! A rare flicker of panic crossed Majin Buu's face as he stumbled back a few steps. Cell clapped his hands slowly, a playful tone in his voice. That attack of yours actually stung a bit. Look, my hand's all black. He extended his left hand, which was now charred black. Father, where's the boss? The most restless of the three, number 6 asked. Down there, of course. He's taking Trunks to see his father, Cell replied, pointing at the crater where Vegeta lay. And you, number 6? Once this farce is over, Trunks will have a word with you. Picking on someone else's old man isn't right. Haha. Don't worry, father. From today, on, we'll start training too. I doubt he'll ever surpass me, number 6 declared smugly, arms crossed. Wait, what's that stench? Cell suddenly caught a foul odor hastily covering his nose. Following the smell, he saw a disintegrated, reeking pile of filth and twitched his mouth. Damn it, this thing needs to disappear. Cell waved his arm, and a golden light illuminated the heavens, striking like a pillar of light to erase that patch of land from existence. With a deafening crash, the entire mountain of filth vanished instantly, along with several meters of soil beneath it. A fierce wind swept through, cleansing the air of the stench instantly, making it much fresher. Damn, father's awesome. Number 6 spoke with a look of regret and sorrow, his eyes filled with lingering attachment. Finally, we can take these off. Yeah. Number 3 and 5 exchanged a glance, then tossed away their gas masks and took a deep breath of the crisp air. Ah, refreshing. Everyone in the area except number 6 wore expressions of relief. Cell simply chuckled, turning to the now fearful Majin Buu. What's the matter? Still want to play? In-game. With a snap of his fingers, a sharp sound echoed through the air. An energy barrier slowly expanded from him, pushing the three brothers aside, leaving only Majin Buu and himself inside. Cell landed softly, muttering to himself as he looked at his hands. Let me try out this bonus magic. Flame. Ice. At his whispered command, space itself twisted. A golden flame filled half the space, the temperature skyrocketing as steam rose from the ground. Majin Buu tried to use instant transmission to escape, but found it failing to activate. As if with a sigh, a chilling wind blew from nowhere, freezing everything it touched. The other half of the space transformed into a world of ice and snow. Light snowflakes seemed to fall from the sky. Not bad. It seems my magic is also determined by the strength of my ki. Cell mused, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Majin Buu. Let me show you something fun. With that, Cell exhaled a breath, his gaze sharpening. He stepped forward, his expression turning serious, and clapped his hands together. He then used wood-based magic. Cell version true, several thousand hands. Buddha at the summit. Just for fun. Giant trees erupted from the ground, vines and branches growing taller and taller, turning the once barren land into a lush forest. A massive tree slowly transformed into a wooden statue, its face resembling Cell's. With a series of thuds, countless giant hands formed from the wood, creating an awe-inspiring ring of arms. How about it? Cool, right? Cell stood atop it, hands clasped, his gaze domineering as he faced the floating Majin Buu. Damn it. Majin Buu grew furious, gathering energy in his hands as his aura peaked. Arcs of electricity danced around him. Majin Buu extended his hands, forming a small energy sphere that grew larger and larger, eventually becoming a planet-sized violet energy blast. Its oppressive force cracked and shattered the ground beneath, sending white shockwaves surging outward. Cell dropped his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious. He gathered his energy and directed the ice and flame to collide with the blast. The violet energy sphere instantly swallowed them, rippling and then swelling massively. Damn, this thing is strong, Cell grumbled as he instantly transformed into Super Android Cell. A golden light flared, rising from his feet and spreading upward. Where the light touched green turned to gilded gold, and a hint of emerald tinged his violet eyes. Golden aura flared and surged, his power skyrocketing. The giant statue beneath him also grew, causing the ground to collapse further. Die. Majin Buu lowered his hands, and the massive energy sphere crashed down. Cell, feeling the abundant power within him, exuded confidence. What seemed impossible before was now effortless. Rise. Cell commanded, casually manipulating the Cell statue, now 10 times larger, to strike. Countless giant hands shot out one after another, each carrying a gust of wind, catching the massive energy sphere. Damn, this is boring. I've transformed, and this is all you've got. Is this your limit, Majin Buu? Cell roared, unleashing his full power. The hands swelled again, countless trees extending and climbing over the destructive energy sphere as if absorbing its nutrients and taking root. With a boom, a massive wooden hand enveloped the entire sphere, rapidly absorbing it at an astonishing speed. The oppressive pressure vanished. Cell felt the power flowing through him and let out a contented sigh, even burping. He appeared before Majin Buu in an instant, placing a hand on his shoulder. My little one, it's time to give them back. Without waiting for a reaction, golden light burst from Cell's hand, piercing into Majin Buu's body and tearing out the two little ones whose time was up. He then flung them toward his companions. Now then, you're mine. Cell sneered coldly at the terror-filled eyes of Majin Buu. With a faint shimmer, Cell reached into Majin Buu's head and pulled out his soul, one of the secret arts he had learned. And then he simply stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it to strengthen, or rather feed, his own soul. Why, not bad at all. Cell laughed, feeling his soul grow stronger, his spirit now surpassing his body. The fatigue from all the knowledge and abilities he had used vanished instantly, leaving him feeling exhilarated. It was like a full-body SBA for his soul, the royal treatment. Now for the body. Cell murmured as a suction force erupted from his hand, drawing the pink body into his own, absorbing it completely. A burst of suction erupted from Cell's hand, instantly drawing Majin Buu's body into it. At this stage, he could control every part of his form, no longer needing his tail for absorption. Swoosh. Cell twisted his neck, eliciting cracking sounds, and clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. He still coveted Majin Buu's abilities. Thump, thump, thump. A dull sound suddenly came from within his body. Clouds of pink mist billowed out, enveloping him. Cell narrowed his eyes, savoring the changes Majin Buu was bringing to his form. Whoosh! A tornado arose without warning. The sky darkened with dense clouds, and rumbling thunder echoed. Pink lightning, like a thunder dragon, danced among the clouds. Crack! Lightning flashed, and thunder roared across the sky. An eerie aura spread outward. The energy barrier they had maintained suddenly vanished. How are those two idiots doing? Number 3 maintained his aloof demeanor even after the crisis, arms crossed, eyes half-closed, speaking softly. They're fine, just unconscious. They'll wake up soon. I'd say they're a couple of fools, fused with such immense power and still got absorbed. Were they copying Gotenks from the original story? Number 6 picked his nose and then popped it into his mouth. There was no helping it, all his stash had been purified by father, so now he had to produce and consume his own. True. Fourth brother is already like that, and second brother is similar. When those two fuse, they're the duo of folly. It wouldn't be them if they weren't reckless. Number 5 chuckled and shrugged helplessly. But his father absorbing Majin Buu. He rubbed his small belly, a puzzled look on his face. That's right. A childish voice came from behind. Boss. The three of them blinked their wide eyes in surprise. Number 1 walked over slowly, followed closely by Trunks, who was carrying Vegeta on his back with a cautious, yet joyful expression. It seems father intends to completely integrate Majin Buu into his body. That way he'll gain a formidable, nearly immortal regenerative ability. The magic to alter matter, enhance learning capabilities, and even his absorption will become more effortless. It's safe to say that now, aside from the god of destruction and the angel's father, is virtually unmatched in this universe. A smile curled on Number 1's lips. The stronger his father grew, the happier he felt. Exactly. That's right. I say once father absorbs Cell Pro and achieves his final evolution, completing the unity of his bloodlines with that immense potential and Cell Pro's power, he might even force Beerus to use 10 to 20% of his strength in a sparring match. Number 6 was getting excited, his eyes fixed on the egg-like shape formed by the pink mist. I don't know, Number 1 shook his head. Beerus has had too many power-ups. Who knows his limits? It's hard to say. At least reaching the level of Black Frieza might force out a fraction of his true power. After all, he knocked out Goku and Vegeta, who had transformed into perfected Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego with a single punch. His strength has reached an indescribable level. What are Beerus and the God of Destruction? Are they very strong? Trunks spoke up, a hint of confusion in his voice. Beerus is the God of Destruction, incredibly powerful. Compared to him, father is like a speck of dust next to the bright moon. Father is the dust. Number 1 sighed and began educating the curious child. After all, Trunks had been peppering him with questions the whole way. How many brothers he had, how old they were, how they were born. This guy had to ask about everything. All right, Over there are some of your companions. Don't you want to go see them? Number 1 suddenly remembered something and pointed to a distant area, signaling Trunks to look. What? Trunks followed the direction of the finger, but saw nothing, only sensing an extremely faint key. This is... Trunks frowned, focusing his senses. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. As realization dawned, tears slowly streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground. Gohan. It's Gohan's key, though it's very faint. Trunks' eyes lit up. He set Vegeta down, asked the others to look after him, then instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. He shot off into the distance at incredible speed, a golden streak vanishing across the sky. Boss, look, he was so excited he just dumped his dad here. Number 6 said, still picking his nose, his voice muffled. Never mind that. Father is about to emerge. Number 1 glanced at Vegeta on the ground, then fixed his gaze on the pink eggshell ahead, his eyes sharp. The pink eggshell suddenly cracked, and a figure emerged. Pink energy arcs crackled and sparked around it. Boom. A bolt of pink lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Cell directly. Bang. With that single strike, the pink outer shell around Cell dissipated, revealing his true form. His appearance remained predominantly green, but a ring of pink light radiated outward. His height seemed to have condensed from over 2 meters to about 1.90 meters. Visually, that was the only difference. Phew. Cell parted his lips, slightly exhaling a stream of murky air. He slowly opened his eyes. His once violet irises had turned pink, emitting an eerie glow. Boom. His unrestrained aura exploded forth. A terrifying pressure expanded outward, shattering mountains and causing the planet to tremble. Damn, we're dead. Number 6 quickly erected an energy barrier. The others followed suit, spreading a pale green shield that enveloped Vegeta. Bang. A wave of pressure slammed into the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed as cracks spread across the shield formed by their combined efforts. Just hold on for a few more seconds. Number 1 gritted his teeth, glancing at Vegeta on the ground. Boom. Cell's aura instantly retracted, and the oppressive pressure vanished. Zzz. Pink arcs of electricity continued to flicker around him. Cell looked down at his hands and clenched them. Then a smile spread across his lips. Heh, my power has increased a notch, but this body feels different. A sharp glint flashed in Cell's eyes. Now his spirit and body were once again in perfect balance, an unprecedented sensation flooding his being. Cell gazed at his own pale fingers, then raised his head, aiming at a distant mountain. A bolt of cyan lightning gathered in his hand before suddenly shooting forth. Swoosh. The violet lightning surged forward, instantly engulfing the entire mountain. Bang. White smoke billowed, and an explosive sound rang out. The towering mountain had transformed into a colossal golden statue of Cell. It was made entirely of pure gold, an entire mountain of gold. Hey, I'm filthy rich now, aren't I? Cell raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. I must be the wealthiest man now. Cell murmured, stroking his chin. Something feels missing. Ah, that glistening sparkle. Cell chuckled, abruptly raising a hand. A fierce gale swept forth, instantly scattering the clouds overhead, allowing the dazzling sunlight to cascade down and strike the golden mountain statue. Buzz. As the light struck the statue, a blinding golden radiance burst forth, reflecting brilliantly even in Cell's eyes. It was like a miniature solar flare. Phew, I thought I was a goner for a second. Number 6 sighed, collapsing onto the ground, the terror in his eyes slowly dissipating. The sheer oppressive pressure from earlier, just the pressure alone, had nearly crushed the energy barrier they had all conjured together. Not bad, 6. Aren't you unafraid of death? Number 3 asked calmly. Damn, that's different. Majin Buu isn't even fit to lick my father's boots. I was just saying that you didn't actually believe it, did you? You want me dead? Number 6 shot up, winking his finger, almost poking Number 3's nostril. Go on, Scram. Stay away from me. I wish you would. Number 3 retreated, pulling out a tissue to wipe himself, his face full of disdain. Agreed. Same here. Number 1 and Number 5 raised their little hands, showing appreciation for Six's earlier remark, and would appreciate it even more if he actually followed through. Can't a guy have his hobbies? Look at you ugly mugs. Number 6 pulled a face, lifting one eyelid with his finger. He declared he wouldn't waste his life on such a thing. At most, he'd exercise restraint when in a group. Good. Cell watched from afar, then appeared behind them in an instant. He found their bickering amusing, a gentle smile, curving his lips, his eyes soft. Father, they turned and called out. All right, let's get down to business. Cell nodded, feeling a bit troubled seeing the fallen figures before him. He still had to heal them. Forget it'll just handle Vegeta and the others. These two brats need a good punishment. Cell said, lightly extending a hand toward Vegeta. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rings of red ripples flowed from his hand onto Vegeta, a healing energy surging through him from head to toe. He's fine now. Let's go, Cell said softly. As if confirming his words, Vegeta soon woke, but they had already left. Ugh, what happened to me? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. The pain and fatigue in his body vanished instantly. Energy surged endlessly within him, a powerful force once again washing over his body, making it even stronger. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, stirring up dust and lifting the tattered fabric on Vegeta. What is this? Vegeta stood up in confusion, feeling the surging power within him, and looked around the environment, utterly bewildered. Right, where's that brat? Suddenly remembering something, Vegeta's face twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he sensed the surrounding energy. That direction. Boom. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his aura surging violently, golden flames blazing the ground, cracking beneath him. Oomph. Damn brat. Vegeta snorted, stomping the ground, and shot off towards Cell and the others. Bam! A massive crater exploded in the ground, collapsing inward. Damn it. And no senzu beans now. What are we going to do about Goku and the others? Krillin frowned. Trunks, are you sure that green guy named Cell is the one who revived us? Of course. Uncle Cell is really kind. He can do practically anything. He'll probably come help heal Gohan and the others soon. Trunks looked at the pained Gohan on the ground, frowning slightly, and spoke. Really? Krillin was skeptical. He looked up at this Trunks who claimed to be Vegeta's son. With his burly build, tall stature, and handsome face, he didn't resemble Vegeta in the slightest. If it weren't for his blue-purple hair and his recent transformation into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't have believed it. But now it seemed that this guy named Cell was indeed formidable. Swish. Just as they were speaking, Cell arrived with his 4 strapping sons. Literally. As for number 2 and number 4, he had forcibly awakened them and given them a task: move the statue he had created to Capsule Corporation. They were already on it, so it was just the 4 strapping sons. Cell. Krillin was startled, then asked. Huh. Uncle Cell, you're here. Trunks' worried expression vanished instantly, his face beaming like a crescent moon. I'm here. Cell gently ruffled Trunks' hair, then looked down at the 3 on the ground, completely ignoring Krillin. Feeling left out, Krillin stood there awkwardly, observing their movements. Trunks, do you want your Gohan's arm to grow back? Cell's gaze fixed on Gohan's severed left arm, his eyes flickering as he suddenly asked. Of course I do. Trunks' smile grew even brighter, but he still asked, but Uncle Cell, since when did you have this ability? Oh, you don't know? Purunga the Namekian dragon gave me a wish as a bonus, and everything I got was the enhanced version. So my healing ability is quite strong now. Cell shrugged as if it were all simple and easy for him. But Cell shifted his tone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Come on, Trunks, call me big brother for a change. You weren't being honest in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber last time. Uncle, don't do this. Trunks' face flushed as he waved his hands. Moi. All right, Uncle Cell. Big brother Cell. Trunks blinked, looking troubled. You'd better stick with Uncle. Trunks, you're really something. Cell laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. Teasing Trunks now and then was a delightful part of daily life. All right, I'll restore them now. Cell nodded to himself. Red ripples emanated from his hand, enveloping the 3. Instantly, their scratches and pained expressions vanished. The tails on Gohan and Goku's backs slowly grew back, and Gohan's left arm regenerated completely, looking as if it had never been lost. Done. Now then. Cell was about to say something to Trunks when a rough, furious voice boomed from the sky. Brat, get the hell out here. They all lifted their heads only to see a fierce-looking Vegeta charging toward them with murderous intent. Vegeta, somewhat irritated, paused for a moment as he looked down at the group below. Kakarot. Piccolo is that son Gohan. But why are there so many of that brat? Are they a series of androids? Vegeta looked bewildered, feeling the gradually chilling aura in the area, and couldn't help but shiver. Sensing an unfamiliar energy, he shifted his gaze to Cell. It was better not to look. When Vegeta's eyes met Cell's, an overwhelming pressure surged from behind, gripping his heart. Those cold pink pupils made him feel as if he were staring death in the face, reminding him of the time he was killed by the androids. What's wrong? Cell asked indifferently, his smile fading as he slowly floated up to eye level with Vegeta. His aura gradually spread, pressing down on Vegeta. Vegeta's expression twisted in horror, as if facing a formidable enemy. Despair and terror flickered in his eyes, and his Super Saiyan transformation instantly dissipated, reverting to his base form. Thighs. This feeling is so familiar. Vegeta's hands and feet trembled involuntarily. Cold sweat soaked his back, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he instinctively stepped back. Who are you? Vegeta swallowed hard. Are you also an android? Me. I am Cell, an android created by Dr. Gero, Cell said with a slight shrug, observing Vegeta's rare demeanor. Of course I'm not your enemy. I took care of Android 17 and 18, and I personally went to Namek to revive you and these people using the Dragon Balls. Cell pointed at the unconscious figures on the ground. Moreover, I raised your son. He tilted his body slightly to the right, allowing Vegeta a clear view of Trunks' face. Trunks. At this thought, Vegeta's emotions grew complex. A flicker of joy appeared deep in his eyes, but vanished in an instant. Vegeta's trembling ceased as he spotted Trunks with his blue-violet hair. Trunks kept his head slightly lowered, his cheeks flushed occasionally, meeting Vegeta's gaze, before quickly looking away. Cell stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with a smile. It reminded him of the moment in the original story when Trunks revealed his true identity to Son Goku. Was it similarly shy? Are you really Trunks? Vegeta repeated, abandoning his earlier concerns about the other children and approaching Trunks. Yes, Dad. Trunks lifted his head and spoke earnestly. You and Bulma, all these years know have you trained well. The words that were about to slip out changed as Vegeta spoke. Yes. I've trained hard. I've become very strong now. Trunks' eyes sparkled as he declared loudly. I've been trained by Gohan and Uncle Cell all these years, and I'm much stronger now, though still far from being a true powerhouse. Trunks glanced at Cell as he spoke, raising his voice. A distance. Cell tapped his arm with a finger and smiled without a word. A distance was fine, as long as the child was happy. Is that so? Vegeta's lips curled into a sly grin. Then let me test you. He suddenly dropped low, clenched his right fist, and delivered a right hook aimed at Trunks' abdomen. Bang! A dull explosion echoed, sending out ripples of air. Trunks blocked the blow with both hands at his stomach, smiling. Don't underestimate me. Boom! Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His aura erupted violently, surging forth without restraint, shaking the surroundings. Golden flames flowed upward from his feet, enveloping his entire body in gold. With golden hair and blue eyes, blue electric arcs crackled around him, flashing with a terrifying presence. Huh! Vegeta's face filled with shock as he leaned back, then his shock turned into heartfelt laughter. Ha ha! Truly worthy of being the son of Vegeta, Prince of Saiyans. Excellent. Vegeta's lips curled upward, and with a boom he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2, facing off against him. Whoosh! Trunks suddenly closed his eyes. The golden aura around him vanished, and the electric arcs withdrew into his body. This allowed for more efficient use of energy, reducing stamina consumption and energy dispersion. Father, since you want to fight so badly, let's go over there. Trunks lifted his head, meeting Vegeta's gaze, recalling Uncle Cell's assessment of his father, a true man of immense pride, hungry for power, yet who valued family deeply. To earn his recognition, one must first demonstrate strength. Then hurry up. Vegeta instantly flew off, heading toward an open space ahead. Then Uncle Cell him off. Trunks nodded to Cell, then rose to follow Vegeta. Strangely, I feel like I want to punch Vegeta myself. Cell scratched his head in surprise, choosing not to watch, and slowly descended. Thud. Aren't you awake yet? Cell murmured. Shortly after, the three figures stirred, accompanied by a groan, and slowly opened their eyes. This is... Why am I lying here? Right, where's Uncle Krillin? The three murmured as they slowly stood up. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, you're all right. Krillin trotted over, his face beaming, completely free of his earlier distress. Krillin, what happened to us? I remember being knocked out by a pink monster, but... Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Yeah, Uncle Krillin, who are these people? Son Gohan looked bewildered, staring at the group of cells that looked almost identical. Cell, Dr. Jiro's android. These are my... well, sons. Cell suddenly spoke, repeating the explanation. Dr. Jiro, androids. Hearing these key words, Son Gohan's eyes sharpened, his expression shifted, and he instinctively assumed a fighting stance. You've got it wrong, Gohan. Cell is a good guy. We were revived, the androids 17 and 18 were killed, and he even healed all of you. Krillin hastily waved his hands, explaining. Cell was not only their great benefactor, but even if he weren't, his terrifying power was beyond their ability to oppose. How could they treat him like that? Is that so? Then I really must apologize, haha. Sun Wukong's gaze instantly turned clear, and he subconsciously scratched his hair with his right hand. Cell nodded slightly with arms crossed, indicating he didn't mind at all. I'm truly sorry. Thank you once again. Sun Wukong bowed politely, and Sun Wukong followed suit. Seeing this, Piccolo also released his arms, but hesitated slightly, merely bending his waist a little as a gesture. It's nothing. Reviving you was just Trunks' wish. I only wanted to help Trunks, so don't overthink it. Cell smiled and spoke slowly. Trunks. Then he must be living well now. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned before realizing a brilliant smile spreading across his face, his eyes glinting as if reminiscing. Of course. Oh, by the way, your left hand is a gift he left for you. Cell nodded and added. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, and my left hand has grown back and a tail too. Sun Wukong looked left and right in confusion, and Sun Wukong also grew curious. Wukong, my tail has grown back too, look. With that, Sun Wukong stuck out his rear towards Sun Wukong's face. Father, that's so rude. Sun Wukong said, feigning anger. Sorry. Haha. Sun Wukong scratched his head, then, as if sensing something, his expression turned exceptionally serious. This is... Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened, his brows furrowed tightly, and his right hand instinctively formed a sword finger, placing it on his forehead to sense. Vegeta and another aura similar to his. Sun Wukong stated calmly, then smiled at Cell. Mr. Cell, next time you come to Mount Paozu, we'll treat you to something delicious. Shishi's cooking is wonderful. But I have something now. Before Cell could respond, with a whoosh, his figure vanished and reappeared in the distance. Mr. Cell. Sun Wukong was about to speak. It's fine. Go ahead and do what you need to. Don't stay here for me. Cell said, slowly waving his hand. Then, as father said, you must come to Mount Paozu next time. Sun Wukong smiled. All right. Cell nodded. Then Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, let's go find father. Sun Wukong said with a resolute expression and a firm tone. All right. With that, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin all flew off into the distance. After a moment, once they had left, Cell suddenly looked up at the sky and said slowly, does the supreme deity of the universe enjoy lurking in the shadows to spy? On a desolate, godforsaken island, Vegeta and Trunks stood facing each other. Trunks, I'm astonished you've reached this level, but there's still a gap between us. Come on, give it your all, don't hold back. Vegeta's lips curled into a grin. Ever since he saw Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan 2, he had so painstakingly achieved, his smile hadn't faded. His son's potential far exceeded his imagination, likely just behind his own. All right, Trunks shouted, lowering his body slightly, assuming a fighting stance. In an instant, Vegeta initiated the attack, stomping the ground and charging at Trunks. Vegeta bellowed, extending his hand slightly to test Trunks. Bang! Trunks caught Vegeta's hands, their fingers interlocked tightly, each unleashing immense power. Ea! With a boom, the ground beneath them caved into a semicircular crater, expanding continuously, the surrounding earth cracking into a dense web of fissures spreading in all directions. Vegeta exerted his full strength, erupting his entire aura outward. A golden flame surged skyward from his body, golden arcs of lightning swirling around, crackling and exploding incessantly. In contrast, Trunks' hair merely turned golden, with not a wisp of aura leaking out, only an overwhelming presence. A sharp, powerful surge of energy. Trunks, you've already reached this level. Vegeta's face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to speak. To become stronger. I've never slacked off in my training all these years. Rise up. Trunks roared, his eyes flashing gold, his arm muscles bulging, as he swung Vegeta up and slammed him into the ground. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed the ground, splitting into cracks, the edge near the sea collapsing and falling away. Huff! Vegeta, utterly incredulous, smashed his face into the earth. Huff, huff, huff. Trunks retreated rapidly, widening the distance, panting heavily. After a moment's thought, he drew the long sword from his back. After all, his father had said to go all out. Rumble. A surge of energy exploded forth, the force of the aura causing the ground around to collapse, continuously rocks of various sizes floating up before turning to dust. I actually. Vegeta's eyes turned bloodshot, steam rising from his body, as if the fury of being outdone by his son pushed him past his limits, reaching a critical state. Bang! Vegeta instantly went berserk, stomping heavily on the ground and charging at Trunks. His right fist, wrapped in golden flames, came hurtling at Trunks with a howling wind. So fast. Trunks' eyes turned grave, rings of white air swirling around him slowly, and a sharp, awe-inspiring sword cry rang out. At that moment, Trunks was like an indomitable sharp blade, his sword intent fully formed. As the approaching fist drew near, Trunks thrust his longsword forward. Boom! The two forces collided, the ground beneath unable to withstand the impact, exploding outward, their energies clashing. Shockwaves rippled outward into the distance. A streak of white light suddenly appeared on the blade, and Vegeta's expression shifted to shock at the sight of it. Bang! A sword beam shot forth from the blade. The white light formed into a sharp edge that instantly sliced through the golden flames around Vegeta's fist, though he reacted in time, leaving only a bloody gash. Vegeta leaped back, repeatedly retreating. He looked down at his right fist, the white glove torn a shallow cut, oozing blood. Trunks, have you reached such a level? Vegeta murmured to himself, staring blankly at his hand. He knew the next strike would likely decide the victor. Is this my limit now? Vegeta muttered to himself, clenching his fists tightly with a hint of unwillingness. No, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly Vegeta grinned, his eyes shining with a faint glow as he looked at Trunks. I still have one last move. I won't be defeated. Vegeta roared, instantly raising his aura to its peak. Golden flames erupted into the sky, with arcs of electricity crackling around him as the ground collapsed, his eyes radiating intensity. Bang! Vegeta's face twisted in a fierce grimace, veins bulging on his forehead as he pressed his hands together, arcs of metallic energy swirling between them. Trunks raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. He noticed many flaws in his father's stance, and sensed he was preparing a powerful move, rendering him unable to act. Trunks suddenly frowned. His body wanted to act, but something in his heart felt it might be unfair. Sigh. Fine. If father says to go all out, then I will. After all, Uncle Cell can heal him. Trunks exhaled a breath of stale air, lowering his body, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, and slowly closing his eyes. Buzz. A resonant sound of a sword echoed. In an instant, Trunks was enveloped in a surge of white energy, streams of white light emerging from his body, gradually coating the sword. The sound of the sword grew even more resonant, and Trunks' aura transformed, resembling a sharp blade. Breathe. Trunks entered a special state, his body radiating a brilliant white light that illuminated the entire island. Buzz. As Trunks slowly opened his eyes, the sword began to tremble incessantly, almost in excitement. In his originally azure eyes, a hint of white light appeared, and the white glow on the sword intensified, emanating a terrifying sense of pressure. Vegeta certainly noticed the change in his opponent, his expression suddenly tightening as he focused his energy. Zzz. A golden energy sphere radiated, a destructive aura surrounded by golden arcs of electricity, its fluctuating energy becoming increasingly volatile. Watch my ultimate flash. Vegeta's eyes widened suddenly, and with a powerful thrust of his hands, a beam of golden light burst forth, gradually expanding into a golden pillar filled with violent energy charging towards Trunks. Buzz. Trunks' sword trembled even more violently. Upon seeing Vegeta's ultimate flash coming at him, the corners of Trunks' mouth curled upward. Gripping his sword tightly, he slightly thrust it forward toward the incoming energy beam. Bang! Suddenly a flash of white light erupted, forming a sword chi generated from the compression of energy from Trunks' sword, slicing through the air. Bang! The two forces clashed, and in the face of Vegeta's ultimate flash, Trunks' sword chi appeared utterly insignificant. Vegeta felt a force pushing back against him and increased his energy output. This was truly his last move. After this, he would be exhausted. After all, losing to his own son was not something that should happen to him, the Prince of the Saiyans. Bang! The golden pillar suddenly expanded, and the ground shattered, forming a massive gash. Startled, the white sword chi suddenly exuded a fierce aura, its white tip shining as it thrust deeply into the golden pillar, seemingly aiming to cleave it in two. Huh! Trunks suddenly roared, his body swelling with power, muscles rippling as he grew taller, appearing extremely bulky. Amidst the golden light, his hair transformed into a spiky style. This was the culmination of his 3 years in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, having also developed Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that prioritized sheer power. Like Super Saiyan's third stage, this transformation sacrificed speed for a significant boost in power, a fact he had not even shared with Uncle Cell. Of course, he had no opportunity to mention it, as Uncle Cell had been focused on his own training for a long time, engaging in what he called meditation. Huh. Trunks' eyes widened, and under his increased energy output, the sword chi surprisingly shrank further, but the light emanating from its tip became exceptionally bright. It was as if the entire world had turned white. In an instant, he cleaved through Vegeta's ultimate flash, reaching Vegeta in the blink of an eye. However, under Trunks' control, the sword chi exploded, instead of directly targeting his father's head. After all, this was not a fight. His opponent was not an enemy, but his own father. Moreover, he couldn't hover in front of his father's face, as Uncle Cell had said this would be too much of a blow to his proud father. Boom. The white light exploded with a tremendous roar, echoing as a bright white light illuminated the area. The entire island began to tremble violently, enveloped in smoke, and half of the island was abruptly severed. If Cell were here, he would undoubtedly remark that the island had gotten off easy, only losing half, and should be grateful to Trunks. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared, catching the falling Vegeta and instantly flashing to stand before Trunks. Hey, Trunks, this must be our first meeting, Goku said with a slight smile, turning to speak. Oh, Mr. Goku. Trunks seemed to snap back to reality, reverting to his normal state and sheathing his sword. Trunks, you're now much stronger than I am, Gohan said with a smile, his eyes filled with warmth and satisfaction. Gohan. Trunks stepped forward and embraced Gohan, repeatedly touching the spot where Gohan's left arm had been severed, tears welling up in his eyes. All right, it's all in the past, Gohan said, gently brushing Trunks' hair aside. He understood perfectly why Trunks was touching his left arm. Huh, Uncle Cell is indeed remarkable. One can't tell he was artificially created. Trunks laughed and cried, releasing Gohan and wiping his eyes, smiling as he made eye contact with him. At that moment, Trunks was almost at the same height as Gohan, no longer needing to look up. All right, it's not like I just left for that long. How come you've grown into such a young man? Gohan asked, somewhat surprised. I think he must have gone to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Piccolo, arms crossed, watched the touching scene with a dazed expression, lost in thought. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head, honestly forgetting about that place, or perhaps he never knew. Hey, didn't you mention it to me before, Gohan? Trunks asked with a puzzled expression. No, I never said that. I haven't even been there myself. Gohan blinked, indicating he didn't know. Well, this is a trivial matter, but let's not dwell on it. The best thing is that we're all back now, and androids 17 and 18 have been eliminated, bringing peace to the world. Meanwhile, Krillin waved his hand, saying quickly, what about Vegeta? Should we take him to Uncle Cell for treatment? Goku suddenly said with a frown, feeling they should treat Vegeta first. Given his aura, he could tell he was seriously injured. Despite wanting to spar with Trunks, Vegeta was also very important, wasn't he? He held the unconscious Vegeta in his arms, feeling sorry for him, having been knocked out twice in one day, the second time by his own son. Right, father? Trunks paused, remembering having let the joy of seeing Gohan wash away the previous concern. Then he'll take father to Mr. Cell, Trunks said hastily, taking his father from Son Goku's arms. Looking closely, his chest was charred black with a shallow scratch on the breastplate. It was caused by his own sword aura. If he hadn't detonated it, he and his father might have been separated by life and death again. Trunks, holding Vegeta in his arms, swallowed awkwardly. Next time he fought his father, he would never trust his words again. Telling him to use full power was far too dangerous. How about using instant transmission? It'll be faster, Son Goku said calmly. All right, Trunks nodded in reply. Gohan, go find Shishi and the others. Just the two of us here is enough, Son Goku said, slowly looking at Son Gohan. Understood, father. Son Gohan glanced at Trunks, then said a few words to Piccolo and Krillin before leaving. Then I'll take my leave too, Goku. I'm going to find Master Roshi and rest there for a while. Krillin smiled, waved to them, and flew into the sky, vanishing. Son, I'm off too. Piccolo nodded, then soared away, disappearing from sight. All right, let's set off too. Son Goku pressed his right index and middle fingers together against his forehead, carefully sensing Cell's unique and powerful aura. Then he placed his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. Yes, Mr. Son Goku. Trunks' eyes glinted sharply as he nodded. Whoosh! Both figures suddenly vanished, leaving a fierce gale, swirling yellow sand into the sky. Cell narrowed his eyes. Though he sensed no aura, he was certain someone was spying from the clouds. With no aura and a penchant for peeping and Majin Buu's recent rampage, he was sure it was the inept yet playful Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito. After all, divine auras couldn't be sensed by mortals, one had to learn to possess divine energy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sky was tranquil with a gentle warm breeze. Numbers 1, 3, 5, and 6 behind him all wore grave expressions. They trusted their father completely. If he said something was there, it was there. Number 5, unusually displeased, floated in the air, extending his right hand slightly. Instantly the sky was filled with small energy disks. As the energy surged, the clouds scattered. Soon two figures emerged clad in strange attire with earrings, their hairstyles and skin tones vastly different from Earthlings. They were Supreme Kai-Shin and his attendant Kibito. Seeing the real Supreme Kai-Shin, Cell almost burst out laughing. The shaved sides with a strip of white hair in the middle looked utterly ridiculous, especially his current expression, a forced smile that barely masked his unease. Ahem. Cell coughed to signal number 5 to cease the attack. Number 5 lowered his hand, landed slowly, and looked displeased. Thud thud. The two figures in the sky descended rapidly. As they landed, Kibito immediately began shouting. You know this is the Supreme Kai, yet you show such disrespect. He is the most revered god in the entire universe. Kibito's face flushed as he screeched in a hoarse voice. Oh, the most revered. Cell landed slowly, a playful look on his face as he addressed Supreme Kai-Shin. So most revered Supreme Kai, have you mastered the creation techniques that all Supreme Kais should know? The previously composed Supreme Kai-Shin suddenly faltered, his face falling and turning sour. He couldn't admit that he was the least talented Supreme Kai, having only just begun learning and knowing almost nothing. Oh, Mr. Cell, thank you for defeating Majin Buu. Supreme Kai-Shin deflected the question, bowing slightly. Supreme Kai. Kibito looked incredulous that his revered god would bow to a mortal, even one who defeated Majin Buu. Kibito's eyes widened as he felt Supreme Kai-Shin's hands tugging at him from behind. Understanding dawned, and though reluctant, he obeyed and bowed as well. Cell shook his head, arms crossed over his chest, standing at the front to accept their bows as he was entitled to. Since I've done you such a big favor, I need your gratitude. Cell's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. Gratitude? Supreme Kai-Shin was taken aback, but quickly recovered. Of course. What reward do you seek? Kibito snorted and turned his face away, saying nothing. Cell ignored him and continued. I want the sacred sword of your Supreme Kai realm, the Z-Sword. What do you say? The Z-Sword? Supreme Kai-Shin and Kibito exchanged shocked glances. How did a mortal like Cell know about the sacred realm and the Z-Sword? But without overthinking, Supreme Kai-Shin patted Kibito's shoulder to silence him. All right. Though I don't know where you heard this, since you know of the Z-Sword's existence, you must also know it has never been drawn since its creation. Supreme Kai-Shin stated. I know, but that's only because you Supreme Kais are too weak. Don't blame others. Cell waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Supreme Kai-Shin wiped the cold sweat from his face, stopping the irate Kibito, and said, Then please follow us, Mr. Cell. Hey, no need. Cell suddenly thought of something amusing and grinned. He grabbed the four young ones one by one and said, See you at the sacred realm. Then he vanished instantly. Whooshed. The four young ones disappeared with him. WH. Supreme Kai, did he say see you at the sacred realm? Kibito's eyes bulged, his hands flailing in disbelief. Yes, I believe I heard that. It seems this mortal named Cell is incredibly powerful. I've never even heard of him before. Supreme Kai-Shin shook his head and said slowly, Let's go. Back to the sacred realm. All right. Kibito nodded, and with a flash of green light, both vanished. Whooshed. At the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai world, Cell and his group suddenly appeared, gazing at the so-called sacred land. Wow, father, it's beautiful here. Indeed. Agreed. Same. The four young ones stood up and looked around. The area was enveloped in green with towering ancient trees and a pinkish sky dotted with many planets. Haha. If you want to play, feel free to explore. There's no one up here anyway. Cell laughed heartily. Truly, his divine dragon was reliable. No coordinates needed, just a thought, and he could arrive instantly. A perfect ability for travel. He imagined Supreme Kai-Shin and Kibito must be utterly stunned. Cell smiled and gestured for the four young ones to play freely. In an instant, they all disappeared, including number 1. Still kids, always wanting to play. Cell shook his head. Whooshed. Two figures suddenly appeared near Cell. He looked and saw old acquaintances. Cell turned his head and glanced over. Oh, if it isn't Trunks and Son Goku. Taking a closer look, there was also an injured Vegeta. With a whoosh, Trunks and Son Goku blinked, and in an instant they followed Cell to the Supreme Kai's realm. Trunks shook his head, lifted it, his eyes glinting faintly as a smile crept across his lips. It's good to see you again, Mr. Cell. But, where's this place? It feels different from Earth. Son Goku scratched his hair, frowning slightly as he spoke. The Supreme Kai's realm, the sacred land of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai is the most revered god in our universe. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Cell continued, Did you follow my energy here? Cell's beautiful pink irises blinked as he raised his hands and murmured, It seems my unrestrained energy emission was picked up by Son Goku's instant transmission, and he followed me here. Cell's gaze shifted to Vegeta. Sensing his weakened aura and the myriad wounds on his body, then looking at Trunks, an expression of understanding dawned on his face. It seemed his years of training Trunks hadn't been in vain. The father-son duel had undoubtedly ended with Trunks' victory. Uncle Cell, my father. Trunks furrowed his brow, about to speak when a green light suddenly flashed and two figures emerged from it. So we really are in the sacred realm. Kibito's gruff, hoarse voice rang out, but when his eyes fell on Trunks and Son Goku, he let out a gasp of astonishment. And where did you two come from? Kibito's eyes bulged like eggs round as saucers. He spread his legs, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he bellowed. How could these mortals so easily set foot upon this holy Supreme Kai's realm? He had endured such hardship just to. Kibito was both shocked and somewhat irked. Kibito, the Supreme Kai Shin seemed unconcerned, his voice raised in a frown of displeasure. These must be Mr. Cell's friends. Welcome to the Supreme Kai's realm. Shin the Supreme Kai flashed his signature smile and extended his hand slightly. Lord Supreme Kai, is it really all right for these mortals to enter the sacred Supreme Kai's realm? Kibito froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and blurted out. To this the Supreme Kai Shin merely shook his head without a word. Cell walked slowly towards Trunks, his eyes half-closed, signaling him to lay Vegeta on the ground. With a hum, Trunks complied, gently placing Vegeta down. Cell raised his right hand and waves of red and yellow ripples emanated from his palm, falling upon Vegeta. With a series of beeps, the healing energy instantly surged into Vegeta, restoring his entire bodis injuries. The scrapes on his face, the blood at the corner of his mouth, the gashes on his chest, all vanished at a visible speed. HNGH cough. Vegeta, lying on the ground, awoke instantly. His face was contorted with rage at first, but then realizing the situation, he shot up muttering, I lost to Trunks. I lost to Trunks. Vegeta's expression twisted. After a long moment, he regained his composure and looked around. Cell, you healed me. Vegeta frowned, rising slowly. Before Cell could speak, he continued, Humph. Don't think that just because you heal me, I'll thank you. Feeling the surging energy within his body, a flicker of delight crossed Vegeta's face. He then stepped back, putting some distance between himself and the others, and snorted coldly. He then folded his arms across his chest and surveyed his surroundings. Huh, Uncle Cell. Trunks laughed awkwardly at the scene, scratching his head. It's nothing. Cell shook his head, ignoring the proud Scion Prince warrior, and instead turned his gaze to the Supreme Kai duo. Lord Supreme, Kai, my reward, or rather, where is the Z-Sword? Lead the way. Cell spoke softly, looking at the unreliable pair before him. The Z-Sword. Follow me. The Supreme Kai Shin slowly levitated, signaling Cell to follow, then flew off into the distance. Cell nodded without a word, rose, and followed, suppressing his energy slightly. The three soon disappeared over the horizon, fading from the view of those left behind. Hey Kakarot, what is this place, and what is this Z-Sword thing? Vegeta walked over and inquired as Cell departed. Huh, you're asking me, Vegeta? Son Goku pointed at himself in surprise, his usually sharp eyes suddenly turning blank and innocent. TCH, forget it. Trunks, you explain. Vegeta suppressed his confusion. Looking at his son, who was even more muscular than himself, an unconscious smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ah, father. According to Uncle Cell, this is the residence of the universe's most revered god, the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai's realm. But I have no idea what the Z-Sword is. Trunks was taken aback at first, then answered seriously. The universe's most revered god, the Supreme Kai? What nonsense. Vegeta scoffed under his breath. Still, the environment here is quite suitable for living. If it were for sale, it would probably fetch a good price. Vegeta looked into the distance, his gaze gradually growing distant as he recalled past events, his fists clenching unconsciously. Suddenly, a furry object swayed into his field of vision. Following it, he saw it attached to Son Goku's back. Unmistakably a tail, the symbol of a Scion's identity. A tail? Where did you get that tail? Vegeta blinked, unclenching his fists, and quickly asked. He had never seen Kakarot with a tail before. Recalling his many strange ideas, Vegeta grew wary and suspicious. Tail. Son Goku was stunned, then swished his tail back and forth. He turned his rear towards Vegeta and asked, puzzled, what about the tail? But I don't know why it grew back. It seems it just appeared after I slept. Son Goku said nonchalantly. Bang. Vegeta angrily swung his fist, smashing it into Son Goku's forehead, raising a large swollen lump. Oh. Vegeta, what are you doing? Ouch, that hurts. Son Goku clutched his head, his face a mix of innocence and fury. What did you hit me for? It hurts so much. Tears are welling up in my eyes. Didn't anyone teach you manners? Shoving your rear in my face is disgusting. Vegeta wore a look of utter disgust, extending his right hand, as if to strike again to teach him a lesson. Oh, I think I know what Uncle Cell is up to. Watching the two of them bicker, Trunks looked at the tail on Son Goku's back, rubbed his chin, and pondered deeply. Finally, a memory of what Uncle Cell had told him before flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up, he understood. What? Vegeta asked in confusion, casting a glance at Trunks, his eyes flickering. At the same time, although Goku did not speak, he also focused on Trunks, eager to hear his insights. Based on my speculation, Uncle Cell specifically reactivated Mr. Goku and Gohan's tails for the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 in the future. As Trunks spoke, his eyes lit up with envy as he looked at the tail behind Goku. He regretted not asking Uncle Cell to give him one back then. And it's so cool to have a tail behind you. Trunks secretly glanced at that fluffy tail, thinking it looked awesome. I also remember Uncle Cell saying that after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the tail and hair would turn dark red. Wouldn't that be even cooler? Just thinking about it gets me excited. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta and Goku exclaimed in unison, their tones tinged with joy and shock. Trunks, do you know how to transform? Vegeta's eyes glinted with anticipation. He felt proud of having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2 over the years, which greatly enhanced his power, but he never expected to hear about Super Saiyan 4 here, especially since he had no idea how to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4. But I can only transform into Super Saiyan 3. That guy named Cell really knows a lot, Goku said, lifting his head with a slight frown. I don't really. Kakarot. You. You've already transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This. At this moment, Vegeta clearly had no interest in Trunks' words. He stepped forward and grabbed Goku's clothing, his voice filled with questioning and confusion. Why? Why does this guy always get ahead of me? Vegeta, I just recently learned this transformation. I've only transformed once. Goku raised his hands, seemingly recalling Vegeta's character, and quickly explained. However, hearing Goku's seemingly humble words only made Vegeta angrier at himself. Alright, show me your transformation now. Let me see what this Super Saiyan 3 is all about. Vegeta exhaled, calming his emotions and controlling his anger as he spoke. But what? Prove it to me, hurry. Vegeta urged, his eyes wide open. Okay then, Goku pondered for a moment, nodded, and then signaled both of them to step back. Tap tap. Trunks and Vegeta both leaped back, arriving at a higher vantage point. Trunks' eyes also sparkled. He had heard Uncle Cell mention Super Saiyan 3, but he also heard that Uncle Cell wasn't very supportive of him pursuing that path. He only deemed it suitable for one person, but he never made it clear who that was. Now it seemed likely that he was referring to Mr. Goku. He just couldn't understand how Uncle Cell knew that. Goku exhaled a deep breath and took a deep inhale. His muscles tensed, filled with rage. It was time to unleash. Boom. A golden aura continuously surged from beneath him, enveloping Goku in a golden glow as his hair stood up, changing from black to gold, his blue eyes shining and his aura soaring. This is Super Saiyan, Goku murmured, seemingly explaining as he looked towards Vegeta and the others. As if I wouldn't know that what I want to see is Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta scoffed, clearly displeased. Trunks, standing to the side, chuckled awkwardly, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. To be honest, this father seemed nothing like the one his mother described. Is this what they call love, being blind? Trunks felt a bit confused and chose to ignore it, focusing on Goku in the arena. Now next comes. Goku paused for a moment and his aura erupted violently, spreading like a torrent around him. A powerful whirlwind surged toward the dead, lifting the grass beneath him and forming a clear area with a 5-meter radius, turning the plants into dust. Boom. Zzz. A series of blue electricity continuously swirled around Goku, the arcs dancing like little fairies. Goku's hair became denser with a tuft of bangs falling down his forehead, his expression turning colder and more imposing. Super Saiyan 2. And now here comes Super Saiyan 3. Goku gradually floated into the air, his body bending, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscles taut, and his aura bursting forth like a dragon erupting into the sky. Here it comes. Vegeta's eyes sharpened, closely watching the scene, not wanting to miss a single detail. Rumbling. Above, the clouds began to thicken, gathering toward the direction of Goku's aura, while the ground shattered continuously, rocks of various sizes floating and being crushed into dust by the powerful aura. A shout reverberated through the skies as Goku's golden aura shot straight up, forming a vortex in the white clouds swirling in the horizon. As Goku's shout echoed, his aura rapidly intensified at an incredible speed. Goku's body slightly hunched as his hair gradually grew outward, finally reaching the length of his waist and even his legs. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted from the ground as a golden light suddenly burst forth, startling everyone. The blue arcs of electricity, denser than before, continuously swirled and jumped. Looking at his face, Goku's eyebrows vanished, adding an air of fierceness, his cheeks slightly drawn and his gaze cold, and his long golden hair cascading down his back, his aura exploding outward into the universe. Buzz! Streams of golden aura rose slowly, and Goku's tail behind him involuntarily twitched, gradually transforming into a golden hue, revealing itself. This is Super Saiyan 3. Goku said coldly, then looked at his hands, feeling that this transformation was even better than his experience in the other world. Is it because of the tail, eh? Goku furrowed his brow, revealing his form. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta's body trembled with excitement, his arms that were crossed over his chest dropping, filled with desire for Goku's power. Super Saiyan 3, it's so cool. Trunks blinked, his eyes full of stars, much cooler than he had imagined. Uncle Cell still won't let me learn it, Goku's aura has risen this much. Has he transformed into Super Saiyan 3? The corner of Cell's mouth curled up as he flew alongside King Kai. Is this Mr. Goku? This aura has spread throughout the entire King Kai's realm. King Kai, Asen, and Jebet both stopped in their tracks, looking back, their eyes filled with shock. I never expected that Goku, who looked ordinary, would possess such strength. Let's keep moving. King Kai. Without looking back, Cell continued. Alright, I suppose that's true. King Kai, Asen wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly flew forward. P.S. There will be another chapter tonight, possibly two, so I'm updating a lot. Sending some free gifts and a 5-star review would be appreciated. To all the readers, thank you. Delta. Well, Vegeta, are you satisfied with this transformation of mine? Son Goku's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Vegeta, his expression detached as he spoke. His body radiated a shimmering yellow glow, the single strand of hair on his forehead swaying with the gusting wind. Viewed from the direction of the clouds in the sky, coupled with the angle of the light, Son Goku at that moment resembled a divine being. Vegeta was completely frozen in place. In his base form, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Son Goku up close, he could scarcely move. Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 has reached this level. Then what about Super Saiyan 4? How strong could that be? Vegeta swallowed hard cold sweat streaming down his face. Huff. Son Goku slowly exhaled a turbid breath, instantly reverting from his transformed state. The powerful aura vanished, his hair retracted, and his eyebrows grew back. Sugoi, Mr. Goku, that's incredible, and that transformation is so cool. Trunks suddenly rushed over, his eyes sparkling like stars as he scrutinized Son Goku's appearance. Haha, you can do it too if you want. Just train diligently and meditate on it, though I can't say if it's suited for you. Son Goku chuckled, speaking gently to Trunks. Kakarot, I will surpass you. Trunks, tell me about Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta first shot a glare at Son Goku, then turned to meet Trunks' gaze. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he bit his lip lightly. Alright, Trunks nodded slightly. According to Uncle Cell, you need to have a tail first, then absorb the blood's waves from a full moon to transform into a Saiyan Great Ape. Next, while maintaining a clear mind, use the Great Ape form to become a Super Saiyan, which is called a Super Saiyan Great Ape. Then condense that Super Saiyan Great Ape form into a human shape, and that's Super Saiyan 4. Unfortunately, Uncle Cell doesn't know how to revert from the Great Ape to human form. It probably depends on willpower-based battle power and something called cells inside the body. Trunks finished there, leaving Son Goku staring wide-eyed and Vegeta stroking his chin in deep thought. So, I just need to turn into a Great Ape and then change back, right? Son Goku quickly grasped the key point. Transforming into a Great Ape and reverting would grant the power of Super Saiyan 4. I guess so. Trunks couldn't explain it clearly. Alright, I have an idea now. Super Saiyan 4, is it? He'll definitely achieve it. Vegeta, as if struck by a thought, burst into laughter. Transforming into a Super Saiyan Great Ape posed no challenge. He had the willpower and believed his battle power was sufficient. As for those cells, they were likely connected to the golden energy within his body. Had just tested out first. So he needed to find Cell to regrow his tail. With this thought, Vegeta felt elated. Sensing Cell's energy, he erupted in a white aura and shot into the sky. He'll be the first man to become a Super Saiyan 4. Trunks and Son Goku stared at each other dumbfounded as Vegeta's white aura vanished before their eyes as he blasted off. So let's go find Uncle Cell first, Trunks said to Son Goku. He too wanted Cell to regrow his tail and give it a try. After all, power was what he craved. He was falling further behind Uncle Cell now, and if this continued, he needed to become stronger. Okay. Son Goku narrowed his eyes, formed his right hand into a sword-like gesture, and placed it on his forehead while resting his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. Swoosh! Their figures vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Look, that's the Z-sword. We've arrived. Kaioshin smiled, pointing at a sword embedded in a small stone pillar. Oh, this is it. Cell instantly appeared before the sword. A very ordinary-looking sword, nothing special. Cell bent down, tapped it, and listened to the crisp sound as he remarked calmly, hey. So it's really the old Kaioshin's problem. Don't worry, he'll set you free soon. Tap tap. Kaioshin and Kibito had just landed when they heard Cell say indifferently, just watch right here as I pull it out. Cell spoke slowly, his right fingers gripping lightly as he exerted a hint of true force. Boom. The stone pillar shattered into pieces, and the Z-sword was effortlessly grasped in Cell's hand. He swung it through the air with vigor, the wind howling and space seeming to tear. See, wasn't that easy? After having his fun, Cell rested the blade on his shoulder and spoke calmly. Inker. Dibble. He actually pulled out the Z-sword. Kaioshin's eyes widened in shock, but that was all. After witnessing Cell's battle-crushing, Majin Buu, nothing about Cell seemed surprising anymore. Behind him, Kibito, weary of Cell's constant taunts, was inwardly astounded, but refused to show it, enduring silently to avoid further mockery. And now let me show you a little magic trick, bringing a man to life. Cell eyed the sword in his hand with amusement. He tightened his grip on the hilt with his right hand and flicked the blade with his left middle finger. A tremendous force struck it, and with a crack, the blade broke. The blade broke. At this, Kibito could no longer contain his shock. His eyes bulged, his body bent forward, his teeth nearly popping out, and he trembled all over. The Z-sword, a divine artifact with tens of millions of years of history, was broken by a mere flick of the head. No way is this real, Kibito exclaimed loudly, feeling his faith shatter and crumble. Calm down, Kibito. Stay calm. Compared to Kibito, Kaioshin appeared more composed, though cold sweat still poured from him. He kept muttering inwardly, it's not important. Compared to Majin Buu, it's not important. How can I stay calm? Lord Kaioshin, this is a sacred relic. Kibito turned around, easily pulling the broken tip out of the ground. Oh, has that old geezer already come out? Cell, seeing Kibito pick up the tip without effort, understood immediately. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his eyes and spotted a short, wizened old man approaching with a lecherous grin. Cough, cough. So what if that sword broke, and you treated it like a treasure? A hoarse, aged voice sounded. The elder Kaioshin, hobbling and rubbing his lower back, walked over, snatched the tip from Kibito's hand, and tossed it into a nearby lake, where it vanished. I'm the star of the show here. The elder Kaioshin pulled a grotesquely lecherous face, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth at Kibito, his wrinkled face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Jebet, already in a foul mood, saw the lecherous old geezer actually discard the sacred Z-sword he held in such high regard. His eyes bulged wide, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his face flushed an even deeper red. Crack, crack, crack. Jebet clenched his right fist, the sound of bones grinding echoing. His fist shot out with lightning speed, striking the old geezer square in the face. Bang! Fueled by the pinnacle of his fury, Jebit's punch sent the Elder Kai flying. The old man's body tumbled backward, blood streaming from his nose, and a tooth was knocked loose. Ouch! Aye! The Elder Kai's initial excitement and joy were utterly shattered. He hadn't anticipated being ambushed by an elderly god. He was too careless, too slow to dodge. Brilliant! Cell witnessed the scene, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He immediately gave a thumbs up, silently applauding the act. Such a talent for defying authority must be preserved. A thumbs up for you, Jebit. Where did this lecherous old geezer come from? How can just anyone waltz into the realm of the Kais now? Jebit snorted coldly, a surge of dark satisfaction washing over him. The pent-up frustration finally found release. He looked at his hands, pleased with his own strength for having sent the old man flying. Jebit, who was that? Shin, the Supreme Kai, had been lost in thought, his gaze unfocused. He only saw a small figure sent hurtling by Jebit's fist, oblivious to the cause. Lord Supreme Kai, he's just some random old geezer who dared to throw away the Z-sword. A single punch was lenient. Just watch how I deal with him. Jebit spoke with indignation, rolling his neck, ready to deliver another beating. Just then Cell, who had been watching the spectacle, spoke up, a taunting grin on his face as he looked at the Kai duo. Are you sure you want to hit him, old man? This is the Elder Kai from 15 generations ago, your ancestor. He was just sealed inside that sword. Think of his plight, poor soul, imprisoned for so long, only to be knocked away by his own kin the moment he's freed. Oh, how pitiful, how tragic. Cell feigned wiping his eyes, chuckling at the bewildered pair. Jebit. Did I hear that right? How could I hear Mr. Cell say that person is our Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago? Shin's face instantly froze. He turned his neck stiffly inch by inch and fixed a murderous glare on Jebit, cold sweat pouring down his face. The Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. Jebit roared. Remembering how he had treated the old man, his body felt as heavy as lead and a chill ran down his spine. Especially after seeing the look in Shin's eyes, he felt like dying. MMR. Cell, you must be joking. Jebit forced a painful smile, spreading his hands. I am not joking. Cell dropped his playful expression, his face turning serious as he shook his head. The moment the words left his mouth, Shin and Jebit vanished, racing at their fastest speed to the Elder Kai's side. They hurriedly helped him up, and Jebit, panicked, began healing him. Cough, cough. You little rascal. Are you trying to kill me? I survived Beerus back in the day, only to be finished off by you. The Elder Kai clutched Jebit's neck in fury, looking ready to fight to the death. He gritted his teeth, but a missing front tooth caused his words to whistle. Ancestor, I was wrong. Stop him healing you. Jebit swore this was the most tense moment of his life. Imagine a servant punching his master's master and knocking out a tooth. Beerus. Was it Lord Beerus who sealed you in the Z-sword? Shin frowned, his small mind racing. How do you know that? I haven't even mentioned it yet. The Elder Kai was stunned. He got up from the ground, his injuries healed, even the missing tooth had grown back. He was puzzled. First, how Jebit, who appeared to be a Kai's attendant, dared to strike him. Second, by Shin's words. Thighs. Mr. Cell told us. Shin stammered, his legs trembling as he pointed behind him. Oh, the one who freed me. The Elder Kai clasped his hands behind his back, speaking slowly. His narrow, half-closed eyes fixed on Cell, and he was instantly captivated. Cell, a brand new being. The Elder Kai seemed intrigued and stepped forward to investigate. Suddenly, his right foot paused, as if recalling something. Slap, slap, slap. The Elder Kai suddenly leaped up and delivered 3 quick slaps to Jebit's face. That's for disrespecting your elders. That's for disrespecting your elders. This is for you, you little scoundrel. The Elder Kai's movements were swift and sharp. In an instant, Jebit's cheeks turned bright red. Ouch, my old back. The Elder Kai landed unsteadily, twisting his back, and wailed in pain on the ground. Whoosh! Cell flashed before him. Before Jebit could act, Cell extended his right hand. Rings of red and yellow ripples washed over the Elder Kai instantly, healing his strained back. Ho, you're not bad, kid. Unlike this one. The Elder Kai glanced at Cell with a slight smile, then turned to Jebit with a look of utter disdain. Ugh. Jebit touched his face, still dazed, feeling the lingering sting. He hadn't even processed what happened. The ancestor was indeed fast. Fast to strike and fast to fall. Mr. Cell. Shin stepped back a few paces, trying to make himself inconspicuous. Get over here. What kind of Supreme Kai are you? I was sealed for all those years, and a mere human had to set me free. Aren't you ashamed? Huh. The Elder Kai grabbed Shin by the sleeve, pointing a finger at his nose. Ha ha, ancestor. Shin waved his hands, smiling awkwardly, offering no rebuttal. Well, forget it. You clearly know nothing. The Elder Kai shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and squinted as he spoke. As for you, you've done this old man a favor. Name your request, and he'll find a way to grant it. The Elder Kai tilted his head up, looking up at Cell. A wish. That won't be necessary. Cell thought of the Dragon Balls in his space, and shook his head. But soon he spoke again. I need you to teach me the power of the gods, or rather help me become. Or rather let me become an apprentice Supreme Kai. I think you should have the ability to do that. Cell said in a low voice. Oh, the aura of a god, an apprentice Supreme Kai. How could you have such a thought? As soon as the words fell, even the Supreme Kai's Old Kai and Kibito felt somewhat astonished and turned their gazes over. Old Kai was also somewhat surprised. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a flash of white light burst forth as he looked towards Cell. While he didn't know what he'd see, but he was startled by the sight. He sensed an immensely powerful force within Cell, though it was still far from reaching that of that damned cat Beerus. Yet it was already extraordinarily formidable. If he could also acquire the aura of a god. Old Kai dared not even imagine what level this being could reach. Perhaps in the future the thought of giving Beerus a good thrashing might not be so far-fetched. Old Kai clicked his tongue, looking somewhat troubled. Logically an apprentice Supreme Kai. Cell seemed to discern Old Kai's hesitation. Seeing his furrowed brow, he suddenly leaned in close, bringing his lips to the old man's ear, and whispered, "Old sir, what if I bring you a stack of adult magazines from Earth?" Thump. Supreme Kai Shin, with his keen hearing, caught what Cell said to his elder. He immediately grew indignant, frowning, and said, "Mr. Cell, how could you do this? Our elder." "I have no need for such things," Old Kai declared with righteous indignation, speaking with utter seriousness. "Even without those books, I can still use my clairvoyance to see beautiful women all over the world." Old Kai said, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. He placed his hand above his eyes, squinted, and spoke with some excitement. Thud. Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito instantly collapsed to the floor, their faces filled with disbelief. They stammered in a fluster, "Elder, what are you saying?" Their faces flushed as they looked at Cell, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. Discs of the most stunning beauties. How about it? Cut me some slack." Cell continued, nudging Old Kai, his face also wearing that expression all men understand. Seeing this, Old Kai felt he had found a kindred spirit. After a moment's thought, he gave his answer. "Ahem. You have done me a favor, so I shall agree. But whatever you manage to learn will be yours. This is not out of courtesy for the discs." Old Kai coughed twice, clasped his hands behind his back, and struck the pose of a transcendent master. Excellent. Rest assured, old sir, I am a quick learner." Cell rubbed the tip of his nose and gave an embarrassed chuckle. He had no fear of learning such things. He had just absorbed Majin Buu, the universe's most powerful learner. He estimated it would take him at most half a year, at least half a month. It all depended on fate. Moreover, he had an absolute advantage. He could completely seal his own aura within his body, preventing it from leaking. This was highly beneficial for cultivating the aura of a god. As for development and enhancement, that was a matter for later, not something he needed to consider now. What he needed to do now was master the power of the godly aura, attempt the transformation into Super Android 4, and then step by step merge the power of the two systems into one. He believed that by proceeding in this manner, he could surpass any being or god. Even Super Android 5, Ultra Ego, Ultra Instinct, and Gohan's beast form for his blood also flowed within him. Cell smiled. Although these were future prospects, he felt they were not far off and would soon be realized. "Excellent. It's good that you have confidence." Old Kai muttered a few words, then produced a pair of earrings from somewhere, the Patera earrings. He handed them over, saying, "Put these on both of them. With these your learning will be twice as effective. If you are confident in your learning ability, you should master it quickly," Old Kai said with a smile. Cell stared at the familiar earrings, stunned for a moment, then took them and promptly put them on. The instant he put them on, a faint white light flickered and a trace of an unknown aura different from anything before poured into his body. It was a majestic, vast, and immensely powerful presence. Is this the aura of a god? Cell was taken aback, feeling the strangeness within him. His pink eyes flickered, then he closed them tightly, sinking into deep contemplation, floating in the air in a meditative state. Oh, he's starting to comprehend already. So fast. Old Kai was once again astonished by this mortal. Even with the absorption of Majin Buu and his powerful learning ability, it shouldn't be like this, should it? Yes, Old Kai had already detected that the faint aura emanating from Cell carried the signature of Majin Buu. Using his clairvoyance, he had observed that Majin Buu had vanished completely, both body and soul gone without a trace. Then combining that with the multiple and complex bloodlines within him, he could guess this being also possessed the ability to absorb others. He had absorbed Majin Buu. It seemed this person had always excelled at meditation and comprehension, which was why he could immediately enter a meditative state to grasp that pure divine aura he had deliberately infused. Whoa, this young man is truly remarkable. A joyful smile of praise appeared on Old Kai's face. Elder is he. Supreme Kai Shin also sensed that pure divine aura. Looking at Cell's body, the mortal aura around him had completely vanished. This young man is a genius, and he's also hardworking. Old Kai shook his head and continued, but you being a Supreme Kai are highly unqualified. You too go train. With a wave of his hand, a stream of white and green light shot into Supreme Kai Shin's forehead. It was the method for developing the Supreme Kai's creation ability, a knowledge repository refined over tens of millions of years. He had noticed upon his arrival that this young being, calling himself the Supreme Kai, possessed only divine power, lacking the very abilities inherent to a Supreme Kai. Ha ha ha. Supreme Kai Shin awkwardly scratched his tuft of hair and said sheepishly, I am the youngest Supreme Kai. The Grand Supreme Kai was supposed to teach me, but he was absorbed by Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Shin's expression grew heavy and Kibito beside him also became somber. Is that so? Then it's not your fault. But, now immediately get lost and go practice. Go. Old Kai didn't care about such things. The gods who had passed were gone, what was there to mourn? He had witnessed the passing of countless gods in his lifetime, he was long accustomed to it. Old Kai bellowed, raising his voice, shouting directly into Supreme Kai Shin's ear. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going right now. Supreme Kai Shin appeared, flustered, cold sweat streaming down his face. He thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to have a superior. The Grand Supreme Kai was much gentler. With that thought, Supreme Kai Shin moved swiftly, taking Kibito with him as they left the area, heading to his training grounds within the temple. Soon the two departed, leaving behind only the forlorn old Kai and Cell, who was still in deep meditation. I wonder how long it will take for this fellow to attain his own divine power, but something feels amiss. Old Kai pondered for a moment, then shook his head, retrieving a television set from the dimensional space. He tuned the channel, sat down cross-legged, and watched the young, beautiful girls on screen stretching their figures gracefully in a rhythmic dance. 1-2-1-2 he. Old Kai wore a foolish grin, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, swallowing repeatedly as his eyes were glued to the screen, almost sinking into it. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled as two figures appeared beside Cell. Old Kai, noticing this, narrowed his eyes, quickly shut off his TV, and stashed it back into the dimensional space. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a healthy magazine, holding it with a chuckle. Ahem, what relation are you to him? Old Kai coughed twice, looking at the two before him. Well, old man, are you also a Kai? Uncle Cell is my brother. Or uncle. Trunks turned to look at the old man, whose attire resembled the previous to his mind, in a muddle, momentarily unable to process. Yes, I am a Kai. Old Kai nodded. Oh, Grandpa, I heard that Kais are the most powerful gods in the universe. Are you very strong? Goku's face lit up with excitement, taking a step forward, eager to spar. The most powerful god in the universe. Well, in a sense, yes. In a certain way, I am quite strong too. Old Kai was taken aback by Goku's question, pausing before replying. Technically, the god of destruction was the supreme deity of the universe, and he was linked to the god of destruction by fate. So claiming to be the most powerful god wasn't entirely wrong, as their divine positions were equal. So that's it. Then can you fight me? Goku asked, warming up. No, why would I fight you? Besides, my strength lies not in combat, but in the ability to unlock potential. If you want to fight, wait until this one wakes up. He's my disciple now. Old Kai shook his head, a sly grin spreading across his face as he pointed to Cell, still in meditation. Huh, so it's not about combat strength. Goku's fighting spirit instantly deflated. Mister, Cell is far beyond my current level. I seek strong opponents, but am not foolish. Goku clasped his hands behind his head, losing interest in the old man, and turned his gaze to the meditating Cell. Hey old man, what is Mr. Cell doing? Meditating. Indeed, meditation is part of training. Old Kai shook his head, pulled out the magazine, and sat cross-legged on the ground, flipping through it. Oh, won't the body become sluggish if it stays still for too long? I rarely meditate these days. Goku scratched his hair, grinning. Trunks was about to speak when Old Kai interjected. I see you used the hydration instant transmission to get here. Logically, you must have practiced that kind of training, or you wouldn't have mastered it so easily. Old Kai explained without looking up, engrossed in his magazine. I suppose so, but back then I just wanted to learn a new technique. It's all part of training. Goku clenched his fist, his brow smoothing out as he smiled. Of course, the Yardration's training and key for mortals is meticulous. They demand unity of mind and body to maximize the use of inner power. Look at you though, the gap isn't huge. Your body and mind are clearly not in sync. You're not as good as that purple-haired kid beside you. He's nearly achieved balance. Since your body now far exceeds your mind, you need proper rest and meditation to achieve harmony. It will only benefit you. Old Kai muttered, suddenly lifting his head, pulling out an even more healthy book from the dimensional space, examining it closely, his eyes wide, not wanting to miss any detail. Wow, Lord Kai, what you said is almost exactly what Uncle Cell told me. Amazing. Trunks, after hearing Old Kai's words, gained more respect for him, since this man echoed what Uncle Cell had taught him, indicating real expertise. His eyes lit up, hoping for guidance and training. The same. Old Kai paused his actions, thinking Cell's balance was due to meditation and physical training, but it turned out he had realized this himself. Good, this disciple was well chosen. Old Kai glanced at Cell with satisfaction, then stood up, showing some interest in the purple-haired boy. Whoosh! A streak of white light cut across the sky, landing, revealing Vegeta. Kakarot, Trunks. You got here faster than me. I almost forgot about that instant transmission. Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, then regained his composure, crossing his arms with a disdainful snort. Who's this old man? Another Kai. Vegeta frowned, but didn't pay much attention, focusing on Cell instead. What did this old geezer matter to him? Seeing Cell in meditation, Vegeta seemed to have a realization, a spark of insight flashing in his mind. Do you know this man? Old Kai stared expressionlessly at Trunks and Goku. He's my father. Trunks said, his voice trailing off as he lowered his head, feeling his father lacked manners. Trunks, what is Cell doing? When will he wake up? I need him to restore my tail. Vegeta snorted, glancing at Trunks, who shook his head. Father, I only know Uncle Cell is meditating. For anything else, you'll have to ask Lord Kai. Trunks stepped aside, revealing Old Kai behind him. So this Lord Kai? He is sensing and training in Divine Ki. Before Vegeta could ask, Old Kai answered. Divine Ki. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. If Cell was learning it, it must be something formidable. Literally, it's the key of God, something only deities can possess. Don't even think about it, I won't teach you, as you're not a god. Old Kai saw through Vegeta's intentions and immediately dismissed him. As for Cell, he's now an apprentice Kai, making him a god too. Old Kai added. And about your tail, Yes, I can regrow a Scion's tail, but why should I help you? Old Kai glanced at Vegeta, muttering softly. We're not exactly acquainted. You can too. Humph as expected of the Supreme Kai. Vegeta chuckled, though his words were flattering. Something about it felt off. Vegeta squinted, suddenly catching sight of the healthy magazine on the floor, and a flicker of understanding dawned in his mind. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough point. If not, he would return to Earth and find the Dragon Balls. Such a simple wish should be within Shenron's power. I can give you plenty of these. How about it? Can you make my tail grow back? Vegeta frowned slightly, thinking there must be many such items on Earth. Just brush him off casually, and even a promise didn't have to be kept. Oh, the Elder Kai raised an eyebrow, his eyelids drooping as he glanced at the aloof Vegeta. Could he be a kindred spirit? Never would have guessed. Well, I don't need these for now. You're too late. This fellow has already promised me the same terms. How about offering something else? The Elder Kai pointed at Cell, who was meditating. Nanny. Vegeta stared blankly at Cell's figure, never expecting their conditions to be identical. Forget it, I don't need it. Vegeta waved his hand after a moment's thought. He could always go to Namek or Earth for the Dragon Balls. No need to waste time here. Kakarot, send me back to Earth with your instant transmission. Vegeta's words sounded like a request, but carried the tone of a command. I can't, Vegeta. This place is too far from Earth. I can't sense a thing. Goku frowned, placing his fingers on his forehead. After a brief search, he felt nothing. Not even Earth nor any life force beyond this planet. Nanny, then how do we get back? Wait here. You brought me here, so take me back. Vegeta was stunned, then dropped his hands and grabbed Goku by the collar in fury. Don't be mad, Vegeta. I didn't mean to. I sensed Cell's energy when I came. He was so strong. But now on Earth, no one's energy compares to his, so I'm stuck. Goku smiled and stepped back. What about Namek? Can't you go there? Vegeta's eyes widened, his grip tightening. I'll try. Let go of me first. Oomph. Vegeta released him with disgust, walked aside, and crossed his arms. Where is it? Goku frowned deeply, forming a blade with his fingers against his forehead. He searched for a while, expanding his range, but found nothing. No luck. Can't find it. Goku shook his head. Damn it. Are we just supposed to wait for Cell to wake up? Vegeta gritted his teeth, ignoring everyone. White aura erupted from his body as he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Vegeta's gone. Yeah. Father just wants to go back. Trunks sighed, having nothing better to do. He might as well train, especially since Cell had apparently become a god. He must have grown even stronger. The gap between us is widening again. How will this ever end? And since we can't return to Earth, waiting for Cell gives me time to train. Don't worry. If you want to go back, I can help. Instant transmission. It's not that hard. The Elder Kai chuckled, his hoarse voice echoing as he stepped forward. Really? Thank you so much, Lord. Elder Kai. Trunks' face lit up with a broad smile. But my father. Trunks' smile faded as he whispered. Oomph. That rude fellow can wait here on his own. I won't send him. The Supreme Kai is not a taxi service. The Elder Kai pursed his lips, raised an eyebrow, and tilted his head with a snort. Then, I suppose that's how it must be. Trunks said. He missed his mother. The thought of her joy at seeing her friends warmed his heart, and his smile was unstoppable. As for his father, he could stay here a while longer. There was nothing else to be done. Really? Great. But Trunks, how about we spar here first? I saw your fight with Vegeta. You're really strong now. Goku grinned, his eyes blazing with battle lust as he fixed his gaze on Trunks. Since the problem of going home was solved now, it was time to satisfy his craving for a fight. Earlier, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he felt a bottleneck about to shatter. He wanted to fight now to see if he could break through in battle. Mr. Goku. Trunks tilted his head, but quickly caught on, grinning back with a sharp glint in his eyes. Truth be told, he also wanted to clash with Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Then, old man, we'll leave it to you. We'll fight somewhere farther away. Goku turned to the Elder Kai. No problem. Go ahead. We'll take a rest. The Elder Kai exhaled deeply, sat cross-legged, and pulled out the healthy magazine again, reading it with relish. Seeing this, Trunks and Goku nodded simultaneously. White aura burst forth as they soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Ah, the youth of today. The Elder Kai shook his head, then brought out a tea set and kettle to brew some tea. Buzz. Suddenly, a prismatic stream of light surged from Cell's body, enveloping him with a faint white glow flickering within. Oh, he's already refining the residual divine power within him this quickly. The Elder Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise. At this rate, Cell might master divine power, his own divine power, in just a few days. Too fast. Let's spice things up a bit. The Elder Kai muttered to himself. A white light gathered on his index finger, and with a gentle tap it surged into Cell's mind. All the techniques and knowledge of Supreme Kai should know he transferred entirely, including creation. Now it's up to him. The Elder Kai took a sip of his tea. What is this stuff? Gone bad. I'd love to sell this place. Vegeta snorted coldly as he flew at high speed, gazing at the lush mountains and clear waters below. It seemed much larger than Earth given how far he had already flown. Suddenly, as he flew on, Vegeta's expression darkened. He sensed the brat's energy here along with several other similar signatures gathered together. Damn it, why did Cell take those brats with him when he left? Vegeta was about to turn around when a provocative voice came from behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, several figures appeared behind Vegeta, swiftly dispersing to surround him. Well, if it isn't the Prince of Science, the one who always powers down. Haha. Number SIXS, small form, emerged, a crooked smirk on his face, his expression dripping with mockery. Oh, number 6, don't be so harsh. He's Super Vegeta, not Power Down Vegeta, ha ha. Number 1, who had been serious a moment ago, couldn't hold back his laughter. You dare mock me, huh? Vegeta roared in fury, grinding his teeth. His skin turned red and a golden aura erupted violently, blazing fiercely. The immense energy burst forth, sending the surrounding figures flying backward. At that moment, he only wanted to kill number 6, forgetting about Cell entirely. It looks like Power Down Vegeta is angry. Number 6 spat on the ground, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. A golden aura flared up, releasing a surge of power, but he quickly retracted it, making it vanish. I am not interested in him. Number 1 shook his head, flashing backward to hover high in the sky, his eyes lowered as he calmly watched the battle. Number 3 followed suit, and number 5 also withdrew. Only number 6, who had been taunting, remained on the scene. Still, his power has increased a lot. I wonder if number 6 can handle him. Number 1 said, slowly folding his arms. I don't know. Number 3 shook his head. It'd be best if he got killed. The usually honest number 5 suddenly blurted out. Whoa, number 5, you've changed. So violent. Number 1 was somewhat shocked, dropping his arms as his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt number 5 had transformed, becoming different from before. Agreed. Number 3 spoke after a moment of silence. But boss, wasn't this your idea first? Why act so surprised? Stop pretending. Number 5 sighed, calling out number 1's clumsy acting. The hell, wasn't I just playing along? Number 1 returned to normal, nodding as he spoke. That's what I think too. How about we set him up? He leaned in and whispered. And boss, you were far away then, so you might not have smelled it. Back then, number 6 used a technique that created a sky full of filth. It was disgusting. I still feel like throwing up thinking about it. Number 5 cleared his throat, his expression exaggerated. Exactly. Number 3 nodded, eyes narrowing. Forget it, don't say that. What if father hears? Let's just watch the show. Number 1 spoke, and the others nodded. Below, despite his taunting words, number SIX's body was tense, his expression grave. He didn't underestimate Vegeta at all. Though only a short time had passed, Vegeta had grown stronger. He hated to admit it, but his battle power had already surpassed number SIX's. Hop. Vegeta continued to power up, thick blue electric arcs crackling around him, flashing and dancing, striking the ground and leaving craters. His energy kept rising, the golden aura shooting into the sky. Below him, rocks detached from the ground floated and then crumbled to dust, exploding into nothingness. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai's realm was stable, or a massive crater would have opened up. Died. Vegeta suddenly shouted, his body blurring as a streak of gold tinged with blue shot through the sky. Boom. A dull thud echoed as a huge crater exploded in the ground. Smoke billowed and debris flew everywhere. Cough, cough. Damn, so fast. Number 6 coughed twice. Just as he tried to rise, a figure slammed down both legs, striking him squarely in the stomach. Bam! A deafening roar filled the air as the ground shattered, the crater deepening. A dense network of spiderweb cracks spread outward. 2. Number 6 spat out a mouthful of bile, his eyes contracting. Before he could react, Vegeta grabbed his head, fingers tightening. Go on, shout again. Why are you so quiet now? Huh? Vegeta spat on the ground, then finding it boring, clenched his left fist, enveloped it in golden energy, and swung it with tremendous force. The air seemed to explode with a continuous roar. Bam! Vegeta's fist connected squarely with number SIX's head, shattering it. Blood splattered everywhere, and chunks of flesh fell to the ground. Number SIX's body went limp, kicking up dust before collapsing. Ha ha ha! Dead. Trash, you were just an eyesore. Vegeta laughed heartily, his aura surging, whipping up winds that howled incessantly. I told you I am Super Vegeta, and you dared to provoke me. Vegeta's expression turned cold, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He pointed his left thumb at himself, speaking arrogantly. As his words fell, Vegeta shifted his body slightly, his right hand opening as a golden energy sphere materialized in his palm, radiating a dazzling light. Bam! A golden blast shot forth, striking number SIX's corpse. The brilliant light flared as the energy wave carved a massive winding trench through the ground, erasing number 6 from sight. Who's next? Vegeta said, coldly folding his arms with an imposing air. Boss, is number 6 really dead? Killed so brutally? Number 5 swallowed hard, incredibly excited. Had his wish come true. Dead, my ass. Look closely. Number SIX's core, like a piece of filth, is still squirming. Number 1's face darkened as he pointed downward. Though he often talked about killing number 6, that was their own business. It was another matter entirely when an outsider acted arrogantly. Number 3 said nothing, closing his eyes tightly, remaining silent. Boom. From the trench, an immense energy erupted, shocking even Vegeta. Was that brat whose head he had blown off and body reduced to dust still alive? Was this a joke? Rumble. A sudden thunderclap roared across the sky. Number 6 emerged, wrapped in a golden aura. The blue from before had vanished, replaced by a gleaming gold that shimmered with formidable power. Damn, you hurt me. Now it's my turn, right? Number 6 flashed a grin, showing his white teeth, and chuckled. Mr. Goku right here. Trunks said with a smile, turning his head to look at Son Goku behind him. All right. Son Goku chuckled as he gazed at the barren land. A wasteland devoid of even a single tree, likely one of the few places on this planet without a trace of greenery. With heavy footsteps they landed and stood facing each other, their eyes blazing with intense battle lust, eager to clash, the Saiyan blood within them seething. Mr. Son Goku, give it your all. Trunks narrowed his eyes, his expression turning stern. No, I'll only unleash my full power after I've seen your strength. Son Goku's face hardened, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he spoke coolly. Very well, watch closely. Huh. Trunks let out a fierce roar as surging waves of immense energy erupted, golden aura spiraling upward from his feet, instantly enveloping his entire form. His hair stood on end, turning a shimmering gold, and a gust of dust swirled around him. With a thunderous boom, Trunks' power surged once more, blue electrical arcs crackling and snapping as the ground beneath him slightly caved in a violent storm, whipping outward from his core. Huh. Son Goku's face flushed with excitement. Trunks' strength was indeed formidable. But it's not over yet. Aya! Trunks roared as the surging energy within him erupted, all at once golden flames shooting skyward. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, swelling and expanding, his frame instantly growing taller as the ground beneath him continued to sink. Golden light blazed as arcs of electricity wreathed around Trunks. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath, his chest heaving. This was a relatively balanced state he had developed within Super Saiyan 2, sacrificing speed for power, yet less extreme than the previous form. It only cost a slight reduction in speed while greatly amplifying strength. With a sharp crack, the golden aura retracted into his body, the electrical arcs vanishing within. Trunks steadied his energy, drew the long sword from his back, held it horizontally before him, and lowered his stance, his gaze sharp as a blade. How do you find my power, Mr. Son Goku? Trunks spoke slowly. Haha, excellent. Now it's my turn. Huh. Son Goku burst forth in an instant. A flash of golden light aura surging skyward, his hair standing on end and growing longer. Golden electrical arcs crackled like thunder, his body slightly hunched, eyebrows gone, eye lines deep in cheeks drawn and lending him a fierce demeanor. A furry golden tail swayed behind him. Super Saiyan 3 had arrived. Come on. Both roared in unison as Trunks shot forward, first the ground beneath him instantly collapsing. Moving at blinding speed, he swung his blade. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Son Goku, a smirk on his lips, parried each strike with his fingers. Huh. Trunks' eyes sharpened as a streak of white light flowed into his sword, a resonant hum filling the air. The blade's edge gleamed with piercing sharpness. Son Goku's smile faded, his expression turning grave. Even he dared not block this carelessly. He clenched his fists, golden aura swirling around them. With a swift motion, Trunks leaped and slashed downward, a white sword light flashing as a surging blade of energy erupted. Son Goku's eyes narrowed instantly. He formed a sword hand sign and vanished, reappearing behind Trunks. The white blade of energy struck the ground, cleaving it open and racing into the distance, carving a long, deep trench. Hey, Mr. Son Goku, you're scared. Trunks raised an eyebrow, then suddenly contracted his body like a deflating balloon, accelerating as he thrust his sword backward. In an instant, a storm erupted as the white blade energy shot towards Son Goku. His palm was pierced, blood spraying. He winced, pulled free, and teleported away again, widening the distance. But Trunks seemed to foresee the move. Half twisting his body, he gripped his sword with his right hand and launched a golden energy sphere with his left. The moment Son Goku reappeared, a golden blast was already upon him. Damn! His pupils shrank. With no time to dodge, he crossed his arms before him to block. A thunderous roar echoed as clouds of smoke billowed. Phew, this is exhausting. Trunks' eyes faded from white as he sheathed his sword. This form drained too much stamina. Time to use my fists. Frowning, Trunks sensed the energy within the smoke and wasted no time. Golden light flared in his hands as he unleashed countless energy spheres into the figure within the haze. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out in succession, a massive mushroom cloud rising. Yet Trunks didn't stop. He pressed his hands together, energy surging, muscles swelling, frame expanding. The ideal stance for a beam clash. Mystic flash. Trunks bellowed, his overlapping hands unleashing a colossal golden energy wave, arcs of electricity dancing along it as it tore straight into the smoke. You let your guard down, Trunks. Son Goku, battered and tattered, panted heavily as he brought his clasped fists down with immense force. A figure slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater as smoke spread. Phew. Phew. You startled me. I take this. Son Goku's body burned with heat. His Saiyan blood was boiling. He felt he was just one step away from ascending further. Exhaling deeply, he lowered his stance, brought his hands together behind his back in a cup-like shape, and unleashed his aura. A brilliant azure energy sphere materialized between his palms. Kamehameha, here it comes. Son Goku roared as he thrust his hands forward. The azure energy wave like a blue dragon slammed straight into the crater, perfectly aligned. The ground collapsed, further cracks spreading. A piercing sword cry rang out, white light swirling as dark clouds gathered overhead. From within the crater, Trunks gripped his long sword with both hands, raising it upward. The white light grew brighter, a sword aura suddenly surging. Seeing this, Son Goku pressed his hands downward again, the already massive azure energy expanding further. The clashing forces erupted violently. He pushed downward. Trunks seemed to go berserk. His pupils vanished, muscles swelling as he thrust his sword upward, piercing straight into the azure energy. A blinding white flash erupted, a terrifying burst of energy detonating. The ground split apart instantly, a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a pillar of light tore through the heavens, shattering the clouds. Huh, so tired. Trunks collapsed on the spot, clutching his shattered sword. Son Goku, panting heavily, appeared beside him in an instant. The crater was scorching hot, the ground charred black. "Hey, not bad, kid." Son Goku smiled, returned to his normal state, hoisted Trunks onto his back, and flew off into the distance. "Hey, you must have enjoyed beating me up just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn, isn't it?" Number 6 grinned, and all the rubble in the surrounding ravines levitated, exploding into dust. The ground collapsed as a formidable aura erupted, his golden flames blazing fiercely, his gilded body shimmering brilliantly. "Damn, boss. Number 6 is the first among us brothers to achieve the super android form." Number 5 stared at Number 6, who lay on the ground gleaming and unscathed, having transformed into a super android, his heart seething with envy. He clutched his belly, pouting in displeasure. "Super android. Isn't that simple? Your cells are sufficient, and your combat power is enough. You just need a bit of guidance and anger. It's very easy." Number 1 raised an eyebrow, though slightly surprised, but as the leader, he couldn't show it, could he? "Let me think. This must be because Vegeta provoked Number 6, plus he was reduced to mere scraps, leaving only his core. The Saiyan blood within him drove him to grow stronger, so becoming a super android was only natural." Number 1 waved his hand, signaling he could transform anytime. "I don't believe you. Boss, you're full of it." Number 3 dropped a bombshell. "Same here." Number 5 shook his head in agreement. "Oh yeah, they'll show you later. Let's watch the fight first." Number 1's gaze wavered, his eyes blinking slightly, his tone uncertain. "Below. Nanny, you are." Vegeta's face was filled with disbelief. This brat could transform too. This aura was even more overwhelming than Super Saiyan 3 son Goku standing before him. If Number 6 could hear Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely mock him. Of course, originally, he was a mini-cell born from his father with the power of the original Super Saiyan 3 son, Goku, possessing half his father's strength, half of Super Saiyan 3's. Not long ago, he absorbed a devour, though not exceptionally powerful. But it still boosted his power. In this state, transforming into a super android multiplied it 50-fold, making him the second strongest on this planet. Whoosh! Number 6 slowly inhaled a cold breath, crouched, slightly lowered his body, then with a sudden force from his feet. Bang! Number 6 shot out like a bullet, his aura retracting into his body. His right fist slammed down hard, striking Vegeta square in the face. Boom! Vegeta's pupils contracted, his body couldn't react in time. The blow smashed into his cheek, twisting his face. He was sent flying backward, blood spraying across the ground. "Heh, I won't let you off easy. He'll precisely control the force just enough to hurt you." Number 6's emerald eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body blurred, instantly appearing before Vegeta. He delivered an upward kick, unleashing a burst of power that sent him hurtling into the sky. "Bye. Number 6 mimicked the sound, a smirk curling on his lips. He teleported above Vegeta, gazing at the bleeding prince. His spirits soared, the Saiyan blood within him seething. Number 6 clasped his hands together and slammed them downward. Uff! Vegeta's body shot down like an arrow, crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Smoke billowed the ground around them, torn apart, riddled with craters and cracks. Thud! Number 6 landed, peering down at Vegeta in the crater, finding it amusing. He thought of grabbing a snack, but realized his stash had been wiped out by his father, dampening his mood. "Hey, stop pretending. I wasn't even trying. Anyone would think you're here to scam me." Number 6 clicked his tongue, picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, and casually tossed it. With his immense strength, the stone shot down like lightning, swift as an arrow. Smack! Vegeta raised his hand and crushed it instantly, his face twisted in fury. The blood on his cheek and lips added a savage edge, making him look like a ravenous wolf. "Oh yeah, hit me if you can." Number 6 jeered, winking and making faces at Vegeta. "Oh, die." Vegeta's golden aura blazed, showing signs of surging higher. His energy roiled around him. He clenched his right hand, as if gripping something, then stomped the ground, exploding forward. Golden light enveloped him, electricity crackling incessantly. He appeared before Number 6 in an instant, swinging his right hand. A cloud of dust flew into Number 6's eyes. "Ah, damn it. Can't win, so you resort to cheap tricks. Damn it." Number 6's eyes were blinded. He rubbed them, frantically wailing in pain. "Oomph." Vegeta smirked coldly, throwing a powerful punch that tore through the air with a roar. Bang! Number 6 was sent flying, hurtling into the distance. Boom! Vegeta gave chase, extending 5 fingers, unleashing a barrage of golden energy spheres that rained down on Number 6. Bam! 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 Explosions echoed as Number 6 was blasted away, repeatedly, black smoke swirling around him. Vegeta didn't let his guard down, his face remained stern. He swiftly caught up, appearing above Number 6, and delivered a powerful kick with his right leg. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Number 6's right hand firmly gripped Vegeta's kick, sending rings of white shockwaves rippling outward, distorting the space around them. Playing dirty, huh? Number 6 struggled to open his eyes, now bloodshot, his right hand clenching Vegeta's foot tightly. Damn it, why is this Vegeta so sneaky? Playing dirty tricks. Huh? Number 6's right arm muscles bulged instantly, and he shot downward. Damn! Vegeta's pupils contracted, his teeth clenched, his face contorted. Then a spark of cunning struck him. He smirked and shot an energy sphere from his right foot aimed straight at number Six's head. Boom. The explosion rang out as Vegeta seized the chance to retreat, leaping back. Whoa, this brat is such a pest. Like an unkillable monster, his energy barely seems to drop. Vegeta exhaled a cloud of turbid air, his expression grim. His stamina was nearly spent, a victory seemed hopeless. Boom. Number 6 charged in swift as lightning, throwing a punch at Vegeta. Nanny. Vegeta's pupils shrank. He hastily swung his right fist in response. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted. Centered on the 2 rings of white shockwaves surged outward, shattering the nearby ground into dust. But number Six's strength still overpowered Vegeta's, sending him flying. How boring. Let me finish you off. Number 6 muttered to himself, watching Vegeta tumble. He pressed his hands together, and a golden light emerged, forming a sphere of energy that swirled with strands of gold. Hey, using your own move against you. Final flash. Final flash. Huh. Number 6 wore a relaxed expression as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a thick golden energy wave brimming with formidable power that shot toward Vegeta. The void trembled, the air hummed softly, and threads of golden arcs rose ceaselessly, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Whoa. Boss, don't let number 6 kill Vegeta. If he dies, things won't be as entertaining. Number 5 pursed his lips, sensing the might of this energy, a slight tremor in his heart as he spoke to number 1. Relax, it should be fine. Number 3 crossed his arms over his chest, narrowing his eyes as he carefully assessed the situation before speaking softly. Indeed, number 6 wouldn't dare. Number 1's eyes shimmered with golden light, a faint glow of gold emanating from within his body as he spoke coldly. The thick golden energy wave carried immense power, causing the air to explode with a roar as it hurtled straight toward Vegeta. Damn it, is this where I end? Vegeta struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the ever-closing energy wave, his gaze revealing a burning desire for strength. Vegeta was born in splendor, hailed as the hope of the Saiyans with extraordinary combat prowess, a high-class warrior from birth. Yet later Frieza, Kakarot, and even the artificially created androids of Earth could easily defeat him. Now he was being ground down by Cell's spawn. Where had he fallen short? A faint glimmer appeared. It struck in an instant. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the energy wave engulfed Vegeta, burying him deep beneath the earth, carving out a massive crater and leaving no trace of him. The surrounding ground collapsed entirely, sliding into the vast pit, and a colossal mushroom cloud burst forth. Huh. If you're weak, you need more practice. Number 6 laughed heartily, sneering at the massive crater on the ground as he spoke coldly. Having said that, as if finding it somewhat dull, he tilted his head slightly, glanced up at the sky, and suddenly shouted, "Number 1, come play with me. Let me see how far apart our strength still is." Number 6 narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, his aura restrained, yet his presence surging, the blood within him burning hot. "You want to fight me?" Number 1's eyes seemed ready to burst with golden light. With a single step, he appeared instantly before number 6, his expression calm as he spoke slowly. "Tell me, do you want to be beaten into a pig's head or a dog's head?" Number 1's gaze was piercing, looking at him with an expression that mirrored how number 6 had looked at Vegeta. This ignited the darkness and pent-up fury within number 6, erupting violently. "Who the hell do you think you are, the boss? Oh, what are you? Just because I call you boss, you think you're the leader? Our strength now is worlds apart. Pig's head, dog's head." Number Six's face darkened, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Venting this made him feel much better. "Oh, so that's your real thoughts?" Number 1 raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Had number 6 lost his mind? Why was he so berserk? It seemed some discipline from the father was in order. "Let's get this straight first. Don't start crying later or it won't look good for anyone." Number 1 smirked slightly, letting out a chuckle. To be honest, watching the others fight lately had made his hands itch. Was it finally his turn? Hep. Number 6 scoffed, looking at him as if he were a clown. In an instant, he unleashed his full aura, a tremendous pressure surging and bearing down on number 1. He wanted to see just how tough number 1's mouth really was. Holy crap. Number 6 is challenging the boss. This is bad, this is bad. Now we're in for a show. Number 5 put on a look of alarm, yet his face was brimming with excitement. He unconsciously rubbed his small belly and turned to look at number 3. "So, isn't this interesting?" Number 5 draped his arm over number 3's shoulder and spoke. "Boring. Number 6 is definitely going to die a few times. So for now it seems only number 6 has mastered the complete super android, but the boss never said he couldn't either." Number 3's lips curved up slightly. He had sensed the blood boiling within the boss and the golden light surging inside him. Below, number 6 exerted pressure with his aura. The overwhelming force caused the void to hum and groan. Boom. The terrifying pressure descended directly upon number 1's body, and in an instant the ground beneath him collapsed and sank. Number 1 merely grunted, his knees bending slightly before he abruptly lifted his head. Huh. A powerful aura erupted, instantly shattering number Six's oppressive pressure. Golden flames surged upward, a storm swirling outward from him, sending waves of white energy rippling through the air. Number 1's body suddenly grew taller, his muscles bulging, his entire form gleaming with gold, his presence awe-inspiring. His eyes a striking blue burst with brilliant golden light, and his aura surged without restraint, instantly repelling number 6. Judging by their auras, the two were on entirely different levels. Impossible. How can this be? You can transform too. Number 6 was dumbfounded. By all logic, he should have been the first. How? Number 6's pupils contracted, his heart shuddering violently. A wave of terror swept through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his spine chilled. Had he spoken too soon? Now had have to die a few times before number 1 would let go. Number 6 now regretted it. His mouth had moved faster than his mind. Haha, boss, we're brothers after all. Number 6 gave an awkward laugh, his eyes darting around as he wondered what to do. I know. Brothers are the most satisfying to fight. Number 1 nodded with understanding. After all, you don't have to take responsibility for killing your own brother. Number 1 took a deep breath, his oppressive aura vanishing, and the golden flames retracted into his body. He lowered his stance, slightly spreading his hands. Boom. In the next instant, number 1's form surged forward, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His right fist tightened the wind of his punch, howling as it struck number 6's body with full force, holding nothing back. Damn, it's over. Number 6's pupils shrank. His mind registered the attack, but his body couldn't move. If that hit landed, he'd be black and blue. Boom. The force of the punch erupted the air, exploding with a roar, space shattering into a dense web of cracks that spread outward. Number 6's body burst apart from the chest down, spewing a torrent of blood that painted the sky crimson as he was sent flying, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. Hep. Number 1 grinned, a wild madness in his eyes. White steam billowed from his mouth as his form surged forward again. Number 6 still wore an expression of terror, his eyes filled with agony as he looked at his body, his face twisted in pain. Just as his body began to regenerate, a shadow loomed over the sky. Looking up, he saw number 1's wild blue eyes. Number 6 tried to flee, but a pair of large hands swiftly covered his head perfectly and precisely. Terrified, number 6 suddenly thought of a trick. He extended his tongue, dripping with saliva, and frantically licked number 1's palm. Number 1 grunted, sensing something amiss. He clenched his hand violently, hurling number 6's head to the ground like a shot put. Boom. A streak of golden light crashed into the earth, carving out a massive crater that stretched for hundreds of meters, shattering countless layers of soil. Thankfully, this was the realm of the Supreme Kai. Oh, if it had been Earth, it would have been pierced through. Number 1 looked down. Sure enough, a strange sensation spread from the center of his right hand, where stone was slowly creeping outward, climbing rapidly toward his torso. In the distance, Sun Wukong and the recently awakened Trunks were wandering aimlessly when they suddenly sensed two immense energies colliding, their auras anything but ordinary. Mr. Wukong, is that my father's energy? Trunks asked, his eyelids drooping with fatigue, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Ah, that's Vegeta's energy. But the other aura is even stronger. It seems far more powerful than my Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong replied, his eyes burning with intense excitement, a flame of battle lust dancing within his heart. Only the strong could drive him to improve. Trunks, why don't you go find that old man? He'll head over there and take a look. Sun Wukong looked up at Trunks, whose condition was far from ideal. No, I want to go to Mr. Wukong. Trunks shook his head, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. I want to see who's fighting my father. Sun Wukong was silent for a moment before speaking. All right, but you must keep your distance. Understood, Mr. Wukong. Trunks smiled faintly in agreement. Then let's go. In an instant, white auras surged around Sun Wukong and Trunks as they shot toward the direction of the battle. High in the sky, number 1 gazed at his right arm, glancing at the petrified section with a cold expression. He gripped it with his left hand and tore the entire arm off in one brutal motion. Blood gushed out, splattering across his face. Bang! He casually tossed the petrifying arm to the ground, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, gray, tentacle-like flesh writhed, and a new gleaming golden right arm regenerated. Hey, interesting. Devour's saliva. Number 6, you know that trick? Looks like you've been busy while I was away. Number 1 clenched his new fist, flexed it, then vanished, reappearing suspended above the crater. He narrowed his eyes, tilting his head down, a sharp light flashing in his gaze. What's the matter? Not coming out. Your body should be healed by now. Scared? As his words faded, a gentle breeze stirred up dust, but the crater remained utterly still. Underground. Hundreds of meters beneath the earth, number 6 was pale with terror, his heart pounding wildly. He stared at his newly regenerated body, his face twisting into a savage grimace. That last attack had truly made him feel the breath of death. Number 1 had held nothing back, striking with full force, leaving him utterly helpless to resist. Without his incredibly resilient body, he would have been pulverized by that single punch. No, how many times do I have to regenerate at this rate? Number 6 gritted his teeth, racking his brain for a way out. Damn it, still not coming up. You think I can't do anything to you, huh? Number 1 shouted for a long time without any response. His face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and his aura erupted violently around him. Who? Number 1 exhaled a breath of stale air, muttering to himself as he looked at the ground. I hope this Supreme Kai's realm can take a beating. With that, he hovered in the void, lowered his stance, brought his hands together behind his back, forming a cup shape, and began to gather energy. Phew. A faint azure energy slowly materialized between his hands. Me. The azure energy gradually coalesced into a small sphere. The azure energy stabilized, radiating a brilliant light as a terrifying power began to rise and spread outward. Me? Huh. Number 1 roared, thrusting his hands forward. A thick azure energy wave surged forth, causing space to tremble and crack with a series of sharp sounds. Waves of white energy rolled out as the massive blast plunged into the deep crater. Inside the crater, number 6 sensed a colossal energy approaching. He cursed under his breath and used his signature skill to burrow deeper. He spun wildly, drilling downward in an erratic pattern. Soon the Kamehameha struck, carrying immense pressure that blasted the entire crater apart. The ground churned, mud flew, and some of it was disintegrated into nothingness. Shit. Boss, I was wrong. Spare me. Number 6 turned his head, his face full of despair, and shouted upward. Too late. Number 1's lips curled into a smirk as he pressed down with even more force. The azure energy wave instantly engulfed everything and exploded. Boom. The entire planet seemed to shudder. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, shrouding the area in smoke. The searing heat scorched the ground. Number 1 hovered above, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Is that Vegeta? Oh. Sun Wukong and Trunks rushed over only to spot a figure lying in a crater on the way. Who else could it be but Vegeta? Father. Trunks landed and shook Vegeta's body, but it was no use. He remained unconscious. Vegeta's face was black and his upper body completely bare. His battle suit had been reduced to ashes, revealing his firm, muscular physique. Don't worry, Trunks. Vegeta's just unconscious. His energy isn't critically low yet. Sun Wukong frowned. One thing puzzled him: why did Vegeta always end up getting beaten, injured, and then healed in an endless cycle? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Trunks, stay here and watch over Vegeta. He'll go see who's fighting up ahead. A flicker of excitement crossed Sun Wukong's face, his body trembling slightly. Mr. Wukong. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong had already shot into the sky and vanished, leaving only Vegeta and Trunks in the crater. Are those Cell's sons? Trunks murmured to himself, then glanced down at Vegeta, his brow furrowing slightly. Swoosh. Sun Wukong appeared beside number 1, his eyes lighting up as he greeted him politely. Hey. I've seen you. Are you Mr. Cell's son? Number 1 turned his head, slightly surprised. How did Sun Wukong always show up everywhere? He had sensed Sun Wukong's energy earlier, but it had been far away. Now he had come directly. Is there something you need? Number 1 asked. I wanted to. Bang. Countless golden energy spheres shot through the air, surrounding number 1, seemingly about to explode. Oh no. Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting. Instantly, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 state, his hair turning gold, his eyes green, and a golden aura rising around him, crackling with azure lightning. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, a single lock of hair fell over his forehead, and his hair grew longer. His aura exploded outward as he clapped his hands together, and the explosions erupted. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out in rapid succession. The energy spheres meant to trap number 1 had now caught Sun Wukong in the blast. Boom. Explosions rang out one after another, smoke spreading in all directions. Before Sun Wukong could react, he was caught in the energy sphere unleashed by number 6, his body flung from the black smoke. His golden hair billowed as powerful energies surged around him. Are you alright? Number 1's indifferent voice came, his gaze falling upon Sun Wukong. I'm fine. Such minor injuries can't harm me. Sun Wukong was taken aback, not expecting this son of Cell to care so much about his safety. Good to hear. You should leave now. I have some family matters to attend to. If you wish to fight me, please wait. At this moment, number 1 became exceptionally gentle, his tone completely different from before, now polite. After all, in front of outsiders, they were the face of their father, and basic courtesy was a must. As his words faded, a golden figure suddenly shot out from the pit. It was number 6, his face twisted in fury as he closed in on number 1. Initially, number 1 paid it no mind, yanking him with his right hand and hurling him into the sky. He then used the unique telepathic link between brothers to instruct number 5 and number 3 to take Sun Wukong away from the scene. The shockwaves from their clash were still too dangerous for him. But when number 1 saw number 6 puff out his cheeks, his heart leaped into his throat. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, does number 6 only know how to use filthy tricks? First feces, now saliva. He's the type to disgust you even if he can't win. To be honest, he wasn't that afraid of the petrification ability, but the saliva was just too revolting. Number 1 reacted swiftly, instantly conjuring a green barrier with his left hand for defense, while forming a finger gun with his right. Small energy bullets fired out, striking at number 6. Puff, puff, puff. 3 streams of saliva shot out, hitting number 1's barrier, and quickly petrifying it, making him feel a wave of nausea. Boom. An explosion erupted, sending shockwaves spreading outward, whipping up fierce winds. Number 6 at the center of the blast plummeted toward the ground. Damn it, my ultimate move failed. Number 6 scowled, flipping in the air, landing on his feet, and then launching himself up again. Boom. The ground shattered beneath him as number 6 fled the scene, overwhelmed by number 1's sheer power, leaving him no chance to fight back. High above, number 3 and number 5, having received number 1's orders, understood the situation. Whooshed. Number 5 rose, using his potbelly to cushion the rapidly approaching Sun Wukong, bouncing him gently as he caught him. Thank you. Sun Wukong flipped in the air, steadying himself and hovering beside him. You're welcome. Haha, but for now you'll have to watch from up here. You can go down once the boss is done. Number 5 grinned innocently, his double chin bulging and eyes squinting shut. Honestly, it was a mystery how he got so fat without eating. Is that so? Alright then. Sun Wukong scratched his head as he reverted to his normal form, his expression turning serious as he looked down at the chase below. Boss, I was wrong. How about I treat you to my most precious treasure? I've saved it for so long and couldn't bear to take it out. Number 6 wailed, softening his tone. He had no choice but to yield. How could he ignore those golden fist-sized fists and the endless energy blasts? You'd be better off silent. Mentioning it only makes me want to hit you more. Number 1's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. But I won't deny you a chance. He'll lower my energy to match yours, and we'll have a proper fight. How about it? Number 1 paused, then added, really? Number 6 halted, his face full of doubt. Truer than true gold. Seeing Number 6 stop, Number 1 gave a cheerful laugh, lightly clenching his right fist, which emitted a cracking sound. His energy indeed dropped to match Number 6's level. Damn, why didn't you say so sooner? All this fuss for nothing. Number 6 blinked, then relaxed after a moment, his tense body and mind easing. Then come. Number 1's eyes sharpened and a powerful aura radiated from him. He tightened his fists, lowered his stance, and with a slight push off the ground, he vanished, reappearing instantly before Number 6. TCH. With equal energy you think you can beat me? Dream on. Number 6, unflustered by the near teleportation, assumed a fighting stance, ready to trade blows. But in that instant a sudden change occurred. Number 1's speed surged, golden light blazing in his eyes and wrapping around his fists. His energy exploded upward, making him appear like a divine being from afar. What the? Number 6's face twisted in terror, his pupils contracting as his heart trembled. Seeing Number 1's sudden shift, he knew he had been deceived. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Number 6's body was blasted apart. The look of terror on his face was to Number 1 the finest gift. Instantly Number 1's hands moved like a blur, delivering a flurry of blows akin to Wing Chun, smashing every part of Number 6's body. Flesh and blood flew, leaving not a single intact piece, all shattered by Number 1's fists. In his mind, this was the truest expression of brotherly love, the most sincere and burning affection from the eldest brother. Whooshed. Number 1 exhaled a deep breath, his body relaxing slightly. He grabbed Number 6's tattered head, a warm, almost benevolent smile spreading across his face, a sight that made Number 6 feel oddly comforted. Blood was everywhere, so of course it felt warm. As your big brother, let me teach you one more thing: never trust others' empty promises. Number 1's mood was now unprecedentedly light. Suddenly recalling something important, he spoke up. I want you to swear you'll never touch those filthy things again. Like feces, got it? Knowing verbal promises were useless, Number 1 raised his fist, glowing with golden light above Number 6's head, forcing him to swear. Oh well, I understand. I swear I'll never touch those dirty things again. Tears glistened in Number 6's eyes, streaming down as his mouth, beaten to a pulp, made his words slurred. Sob, do you know what it feels like for a baby less than a year old to have those golden fist-sized fists raining down on him non-stop? He knew. A good child. To err is human, to forgive divine. Stop crying. It's bad for your health. Number 1 smiled warmly, his eyes seemingly full of care. But in Number 6's eyes it was terrifying. A great menace. Alright, I'm done teasing you. Get up. Number 1's indifferent voice rang out as he hauled the battered body of Number 6 upright. Remember this, you can show off to Vegeta and the others, but not to me. He'll kill you. Number 1 slowly clapped his hands, instantly returning to his usual size. Lowering his gaze at the pitiful sight of Number 6, he could not help but mutter, damn it, don't play the pitiable act before me. Recover at once, or he'll give you another punch. Number 1's brow tightened. He could not explain the restless agitation that rose within him whenever he saw Number 6, a sudden urge to strike, so strong that this otherwise courteous, well-mannered man nearly swore. Sigh, it's all Number 6's fault. Number 1 shook his head with helplessness. Coughing, Number 6's body rapidly mended as countless gray tendrils wove together and his form returned to normal. Boss, I'm fine now. Number 6 forced a smile, tears glinting at the corners of his eyes. Though his body had been restored, the pain was still real, an agony he never wished to feel again. Very good. Come with me, Number 1 nodded. The sky. Sun Wukong stood agape, stunned that the politely mannered, seemingly harmless fellow could strike his own brother so mercilessly. He could not imagine how much it must have hurt. Haha, Number 3, did you see that? Number 6 got beaten. Serves him right. Number 5 laughed heartily, taking cruel pleasure, his eyes narrowed before he vanished. Heh, I told you. Number 6 was courting death, such an end is deserved. Number 3 smirked, folding his arms in obvious satisfaction. From now on there will be no more fear. That troublesome matter is finally resolved. The words left Sun Wukong stunned. Are all the brothers like this? With a whoosh, 2 figures appeared, the sorrowful Number 6 and the smiling Number 1. Both were in rather high spirits. Sun Wukong, you fight him first. Don't be fooled by his looks. He's not expending that much, Number 1 said softly, his tone gentle and expression placid. With a light push of his right hand, he shoved Number 6 forward. This behavior left Number 6 glancing back in shock, his mind muddled. He suspected Number 1 had been usurped, for otherwise how could he be so different? What happened to the fierce boss who once seemed like a bandit? How had he become so gentle in speech? What are you staring at? What's so amusing? Number 1 turned, slightly squinting as he met Number 6's gaze. Nothing. Number 6 stammered, his body trembling, legs shaking as he forced an awkward smile. Huh. Are you going to fight me? Number 6 turned, exhaled a foul breath, and looked at Sun Wukong with puzzled curiosity. All right, I meant to fight him earlier, but fighting you will do as well. Are you sure you don't need to rest? Sun Wukong scratched his head in puzzlement, having been moved by number 6's pitiful state. I'm fine, come on. Oh, and please bring Telling and the others up here. With that, the two landed and faced one another. Oh, Telling. Number 1 grinned, activated instant teleportation, and arrived at the pit where Vegeta lay. Telling was still meditating there, seated cross-legged on the ground, his expression relaxed. Oi! Number 1's face turned into a cheeky grin as he hurried up to Telling and shouted into his ear. What the? Telling startled awake, collapsing backwards with his hands bracing the ground. When he realized it was number 1, he pressed a hand to his chest, his expression hostile. What are you doing? How come you're already done? Of course. I just taught that rascal of mine a lesson. He's too disobedient. See, Vegeta was hurt by him, so I disciplined him a bit. How's that? Am I not splendid? Number 1 smiled, his features softened as he spoke. Well, thank you very much, brother number 1. Telling rolled his eyes. He did not trust a word from that man. Everything he said was deceitful, and only a fool would believe him. Really, I'm serious. I've already beaten him up. Now Sun Wukong will fight him. I came to relocate you too, but I have no healing abilities, so go find Jaibite. That fellow can tend to Vegeta's wounds. Number 1 considered for a moment before speaking. Jaibite? Who's that? Telling asked in confusion. He had never heard the name. He's that flushed-faced man beside the Kaioshin with long silvery gray hair. Actually rather stylish. Oh, I remember now. You're not lying to me this time, are you? Telling paused, recognition dawning as he recalled that tall man. Still, to be safe, he voiced a slight doubt. Unbelieving. Humph. Number 1 curled his lip in disdain at Telling. Look at you, still so weak. You need to improve. You're not even on par with that wretched creature. That wretched creature? Telling asked, puzzled, before number 1 grabbed his shoulder and vanished. On the ground, Sun Wukong and number 6 faced each other, brimming with combat intent. Oh, number 1's idiot aura drifted away, number 6 said, raising an eyebrow as his mood brightened slightly. He spread his hands and stretched lazily. What? Are you sure you want to fight me? You've surely seen what Vegeta looks like. I won't hold back. Number 6 smiled, arrogantly speaking with swagger. Is that so? Wouldn't it be better if you used your full strength? Sun Wukong's lips curved upward. A breeze tousled his hair, his garments fluttering as dust swirled about. Oh, arrogant. Number 6 ground his teeth as his power erupted. A vast aura surged forth, and in an instant a column of golden light rose from beneath his feet, bathing his form. His blue body shifted to gold as golden flames flared. The ground collapsed outward as a crushing pressure rushed towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong spared no effort and instantly activated Super Saiyan 3 mode. Boom. Golden light shimmered and the clouds heaved, hair turned gold, and eyes shone azure. His once black long hair was dyed golden. A golden aura rose and leapt toward the sky with tumultuous force. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, his hair fell to his waist, and blue arcs of electricity danced as energy pulsed outward. A shaggy brown tail behind him blazed gold and coiled about his waist, accentuating his strength. In this moment, the full-fledged Super Saiyan 3 had emerged. Now with the tail as the source of Saiyan power, Super Saiyan 3 no longer leaks energy, its consumption is greatly reduced, and its endurance is enhanced. Sun Wukong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, gradually retracting his internal energy. The golden aura slowly faded and strands of electric arcs seeped back into his body. This was the best method he had derived from observing the battle between the two, a way to conserve stamina. After all, their transformations resembled that of a Super Saiyan, and they had both drawn their leaking energy back into their bodies. Thus he resolved to do the same. Though challenging, it was evident from this that Sun Wukong was a true genius in combat. Sun Wukong's face showed difficulty. Doing this was indeed arduous. The immense energy within him could not be vented and had to be fully contained. Yet this allowed him to unleash the complete power of Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Since he could not release the energy, he would fight. His body sank slightly, his feet stamped the ground, and his form burst forth like a golden streak of light from afar. Bring it on. Number 6 laughed excitedly. This time he had to reclaim his pride. Fighting number 1 had been stifling. If he couldn't win against Sun Wukong, now he might as well give up on living. Number 6 moved with equal speed, even faster than Sun Wukong. His right arm swelled abruptly, veins bulging on his face, and he threw a punch. Boom. A dull thunderclap erupted. The ground beneath them shattered, the air roared, and the pressure of the punch exploded outward. Rings of white shockwaves surged in all directions, and an invisible energy blast spread, splitting rocks and mountains. Sun Wukong's face turned grim as he was sent flying. He tumbled through the air, stomped the ground, and carved a long trench in the earth. Is he this strong? Sun Wukong laughed, looking at his own hands. His right hand trembled uncontrollably. Yet fear did not seize him. The tremor spread through his entire body. This was excitement. The Saiyan blood within him boiled with all its might. His golden tail swayed incessantly, and a smile crept across Sun Wukong's face. I can do it. I already grasped that opportunity during the fight with Trunks. In this battle, I will surely break through. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and looked ahead. Number 6 staggered back dozens of steps, a hint of surprise on his face. Though he hadn't yet used his full power, his strength was already formidable. Being pushed back was unexpected. Hey, interesting. Number 6 licked his pale lips and smirked. His aura intensified once more, and with a fierce stomp of his right foot, he charged again. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement as he threw a punch. Bang, 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 bang. The air resounded with a continuous barrage of flesh-and-flesh impacts. Moving at high speed, the two struck each other relentlessly, fist against fist, leg against leg. The air thrummed with dull booms, and the entire planet seemed to tremble. Power rippled outward, and mere shockwaves shattered mountains and tore through clouds. Rings of white air surged, and strands of electric arcs were the residual traces of their leaking energy. Throughout the battle, Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage, yet Number 6's expression was far from pleased. This Sun Wukong is truly favored by fate. He breaks through mid-battle, and his strength grows heavier with each blow. The gap between us is shrinking fast. Number 6 gritted his teeth, his face somber. The more Sun Wukong fought, the brighter his eyes became until they shone with a golden light. With one punch, he sent Number 6 flying. Boom. The wind howled with the punch. Number 6 crossed his arms, his form hurtling backwards, smashing through several peaks. Damn it. This is just unreasonable. Number 6 no longer held back his strength, nor did he fear wasting stamina. His immense aura erupted instantly, golden light flared, and his aura blazed upward. He felt like a sparring partner with his opponent, growing stronger while he stagnated. The frustration of being dominated by Number 1 earlier now transformed into power. His aura gradually rose, and a whirlwind swept outward from him. Number 6 strode through the air at incredible speed like a golden meteor. His entire energy converged into his fists, and with a flash of golden light, his aura flooded his hands. In an instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong and swung his right fist. Boom. The air exploded. The fist had not yet landed, but the wind had already ceased. A pressure wave roared with gale force, lifting Sun Wukong's hair and causing his skin to ripple. Damn, I can't dodge it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his pupils contracting. His heart trembled. This surge in power was too immense. He couldn't react in time. Boom. The punch struck Sun Wukong square in the abdomen. The force crushed the air, passing through his body to blast the distant mountains into rubble. The air around Sun Wukong's form detonated, and he shot backwards, spewing a torrent of blood that drenched his body. He crashed through several peaks before plunging into the ground, carving a long trench. Sun Wukong's face was pale. A fist imprint lingered on his abdomen, deeply etched, as if stamped there. Agony racked his entire body, his features twisted in pain as he coughed up blood. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped for air, each breath a struggle. He tried to rise, but a golden figure suddenly appeared above him, grabbing his head and dragging him along the ground. Crash, 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 crash. Number 6's face was cold. He pressed Sun Wukong's head firmly into the earth, dragging him at high speed. The ground shattered beneath them, forming a trench that stretched endlessly forward. High above, while Number 6 is ruthless. Using full power like this, how can Sun Wukong still fight? Number 5 opened his mouth wide, patting his small belly. Nothing to be done. He asked for it, didn't he? Number 3 shook his head and said no more, flying toward the two fighters. Number 5 followed closely. Crash. After smashing through 10 mountains, Number 6 finally let go. He soared into the air, gripping Sun Wukong's head and lifting him high. Sun Wukong's aura had weakened considerably. His face was twisted in pain, his eyes half closed, as he weakly tried to pry open Number 6's grip. It's over. Number 6's eyes sharpened. With a sudden pull and a flick of his wrist, he hurled Sun Wukong like a cannonball. Sun Wukong smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Not satisfied, Number 6 lowered his body, gathered energy spheres at his waist, and hurled them endlessly at the crater. Rumble. Explosions rang out in succession, thunderous booms echoing. The ground gradually collapsed and shattered, leaving the surrounding land riddled with craters. Inside the pit, Sun Wukong stared dazedly at the sky. He had reverted to his base form, lacking the energy and stamina to maintain Super Saiyan 3. He gazed blankly at the faintly purple, beautiful, yet alien sky. That star is so big, so beautiful, Sun Wukong murmured softly. In his view, a cerulean star shimmered with a gentle light. In the distance. Seriously, you're so weak, and yet you still put on airs. I thought you'd teleport me straight to Kabuto, but all you did was get me out of this pit. Trunks spoke in an uncharacteristic tone. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Number 1, he felt a pang of discomfort. Combined with the poor first impression, he couldn't help but taunt him. Having spent years with Cell, he had picked up many so-called memes. He rarely used them, but today seemed like the perfect occasion. Ahem, you're still not working hard enough, Number 1. Is it because your inner demons are too distracting, right? Let me say it for you. How boring. Number 1 rolled his eyes, wondering what his father had taught Trunks to make him spout such stale memes. You actually knew that? Well, I suppose it makes sense since you're Cell's son. Trunks was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered, realizing Cell must have told him everything. He let out an awkward chuckle, thinking to himself, I wonder how Cell managed to have so many sons, each with such different and bizarre personalities. You can't really blame me. Logically, father's energy signature should be here, but for some reason I can't find it. And I forgot that Kibito, despite being the supreme Kai's attendant, is still a god. Without his energy signature, I can't use instant transmission. Number 1 shrugged helplessly and continued, so now we have to find father. After all, didn't you just come from his place? Let's just fly around this planet. Honestly, the path we took to get here wasn't this way. I think Mr. Son Goku used instant transmission too. Trunks smiled and waved his hand, equally resigned, then added, Cell is currently meditating on the essence of divine energy. It's better not to disturb him. Divine energy. So that's why father came here. I understand now. Number 1 nodded. What rotten luck. Father keeps getting hurt and healed. First that idiot number 6 knocked him out, then he got injured fighting me, and now he's hurt again fighting number 6. Father really has it out for that guy. We can't help it. We like cracking jokes too. Number 1 murmured softly. What did you say? Trunks asked, wide-eyed and puzzled. Nothing. Let's get going. Number 1 stood up, his body erupting in a golden aura. Actually, wait here for me. We'll find Kibito and bring him back. With that, Number 1 shot off without looking back, moving so fast that faint afterimages lingered in the air. What a strange guy, Trunks muttered. He flew slowly to a nearby mountain peak, set the unconscious Vegeta down, and entered a meditative state. Number 1 was right. His current strength was far too weak. He needed to train harder. At the very least, he had to reach a level comparable to Mr. Son Goku's Super Saiyan form. He was just one step away from mastering Super Saiyan 2, from breaking through that barrier to achieve a completely new transformation. It's a bit noisy. The Elder Kai frowned, stashing away the health magazine in his hands, and turned his gaze toward the meditating Cell. Almost there. His speed has reached an incomprehensible level. He should emerge from his meditation soon. The Elder Kai watched as Cell's body radiated a brilliant multicolored light, a grin spreading across his face. I never expected my first disciple to possess such extraordinary talent. I wonder if he can reach, or even surpass, that hairless cat Beerus. Just thinking about that cat puts me in a bad mood. The Elder Kai straightened his back, raised his head to the sky, and clasped his hands behind him, gazing at the beautiful heavens with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Number 6 hovered high above, his cold eyes fixed on Son Goku below. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. What a beautiful blue star. Son Goku's eyes were locked on the azure planet below. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a smile of pure joy spread across his face. Suddenly, a deep, thumping heartbeat echoed. The furry tail on Son Goku's back began to twitch violently. His eyes turned bloodshot, his heartbeat raced erratically, and his body hair started to grow at an unnatural rapid pace. Roar. A roar erupted from Son Goku's throat. Is this going to? Number 6's brow furrowed. Then a flash of realization hit him, and his face twisted in shock. Damn it. He's turning into a great ape. No, a Super Saiyan great ape. Number 6's expression shifted to one of confusion and horror. He hadn't noticed that furry tail on Son Goku's back. He looked up, his face darkening. Was Son Goku mistaking that planet for Earth? Was this Dragon Ball GT happening to him? The two figures high above watched the scene with fascination, but made no move to help Number 6, simply observing from their lofty perch. Third brother, shouldn't we help Number 6? Number 5 asked, frowning slightly. Wait, let him come to us for help. It's like a web novel author begging for gifts from readers. If he doesn't ask, the readers won't give. We'll help him when he begs. Don't worry, he won't die. And even if he does, father can just wish him back with the Dragon Balls. Number 3 crossed his arms, delivering this somewhat philosophical statement, which made Number 5 nod repeatedly in agreement. The heartbeat grew louder and louder. Son Goku's eyes turned crimson, his body rapidly expanding. Thick black hair sprouted everywhere, his mouth twisted and jutted forward, and his form shot up to a towering height of several dozen meters, shredding his martial arts uniform. Roar. The Son Goku version of the great ape had arrived. A wave of savage primal wildness erupted from him. Number 6 circled in the sky above, waiting. He wanted to see Son Goku's Super Saiyan great ape form before engaging him in battle. He had made up his mind. He too carried Saiyan blood, including the blood of Son Gohan, the one with the greatest potential. He would grow stronger through combat. A mindless, slow, but massive Super Saiyan great ape would make an excellent sparring partner. He had just served as Son Goku's training dummy. Now it was only fair to turn the tables. Soon Son Goku's energy began to swell, as if by instinct. A golden aura enveloped his body, dyeing all his fur a brilliant gold. The flat hair on his head shot upward. The Super Saiyan great ape had arrived. Roar. The golden giant ape, transformed by Sun Wukong, let out a furious roar, exuding an aura of brutality and savagery. As its foot stomped down, the ground instantly cracked apart. Lifting its head, it caught sight of Number 6, and promptly launched a giant ape cannon at him. The golden giant ape beat its chest in exhilaration, a beam of golden energy erupting from its mouth, shooting straight toward Number 6, suspended in the sky. Let me see what you've got. Number 6 narrowed his eyes, stretched his body, and suddenly clasped his hands together, unleashing a Kamehameha. A cerulean energy wave surged forth from his hands, colliding with the golden ape cannon. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as a powerful energy shockwave radiated outward. Cerulean and golden particles of light scattered across the shattered ground, forming a tug-of-war between two pillars of light that seemed to connect. Roar! Feeling provoked, the golden giant ape opened its mouth wide, and the golden beam instantly expanded, blasting forth with even greater intensity. Damn! I can't hold on. Sweat dripped down number six's face, falling to the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead, pulsating wildly. The opponent's energy output far surpassed his own. The golden ape cannon swiftly engulfed the small cerulean beam and surged toward the comparatively tiny number 6. Gritting his teeth, he dodged in an instant, landing on the ground with a grim expression. The golden beam shot into the mysterious cosmos, gradually fading from sight. Roar! As if declaring victory, the golden giant ape pounded its chest again, producing deep, resounding thuds. What a pain. I refuse to believe his speed is that good too. Number 6 lowered his body, stomped the ground with explosive force, and shot forward like a cannonball, leaving a shattered crater and white shockwaves in his wake. Boom. Number 6 no longer cared about energy consumption, going all out. A golden aura blazed skyward, crackling with intensity, enveloping his entire being. He clenched his right fist, suffused with golden energy, then transformed it into a single finger, its tip gleaming with sharp condensed light. This was his ultimate killing move, improvised from a past life anime combined with concepts of energy swords. He refused to believe it couldn't inflict even a scratch. Number six's figure grew faster in the air as he closed in, drawing the golden giant ape's attention. Rip! His right index finger, glowing faintly, pierced the ape's ear, sending a spurt of blood flying. At the critical moment, the ape turned its head, causing number 6 to miss his mark. He turned away in frustration, intending to leap again, but the golden giant ape's massive right fist came crashing down with such speed that he couldn't react. Boom. A punch filled with nothing but raw power shattered the space around number 6. The air tore and exploded, a web of cracks spreading outward. Number six's body broke apart in multiple places, blood spilling freely as he was slammed into the ground, shooting downward. Rumble. Number six's eyes went vacant as his body crashed deep into the earth, finally halting after pulverizing countless layers of soil, his mouth filled with blood. His body was mangled in many places, his right arm had snapped off and vanished. Damn, in the anime he wasn't this fast. But I still managed to break through his defense. Number 6 snapped back to reality and burst into laughter, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. His expression turned serious as gray-black tentacles coiled around his body, rapidly restoring him to full condition. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within, filling him with exhilarating comfort. I knew this bloodline of mine would come in handy. Number 6 wiped the blood from his lips, raised his fist, and shot forward, his body blazing with golden light. High above, number 3 and number 5 watched the entire beating of number 6. Isn't this golden giant ape supposed to be a 500-fold boost? And that fast? Number 5 turned to number 3, speaking softly. That's right, but Sun Wukong's base combat power has made a huge breakthrough during this fight. So now he's much stronger. Honestly, I'm considering whether to help him achieve Super Saiyan 4. Number 3 rubbed his chin, a glint in his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke slowly. Why, oi? Number 5 asked. Because father will reach this stage sooner or later. But seeing Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan 4 might help his own transformation, even if just a little. As a son, I can help as much as I can. But how? There's no Pan here, not even Gohan. Number 5 waved his hand, looking somewhat helpless. No need. We just need to make him regain consciousness. Beat him out of this berserk state. Just keep hitting him. Number 3 replied after a moment's thought. Will that work? It sounds a bit unreliable. Number 5 scratched his head, muttering. I'll be fine. Start fighting. Number 3 nodded, but made no move, still watching with arms crossed. Number 5 understood that number 3 was waiting for number six's signal. He shook his head and fell silent, gazing below. On the ground, the golden giant ape rubbed its injured cheek in a rather human-like manner. When it saw the smear of fresh blood, it entered a frenzy again. Roar! The golden giant ape stomped the ground alternately, but the earth couldn't bear the force and collapsed beneath it. With no support, it tumbled into the deep pit, landing on its back. How, what a fool. Number 6 flew out from underground, witnessing the scene, and sneered with a curled lip. Number 6 hovered in the air, lowered his body, pressed his hands to his waist, and conjured one energy sphere after another. He hurled them down with blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. Rumble! Countless energy spheres rained down, collapsing the ground further and burying the golden giant ape deep underground. Explosions rang out incessantly, mixed with faint simian cries. Boom! Thick black smoke billowed and rolled toward the horizon. Number 6 panted heavily, having held nothing back in terms of energy. He had lost count of how many blasts had unleashed. If the golden giant ape still wasn't seriously injured, he'd have to call for help. He was truly exhausted. Huff! Number 6 exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began gathering energy into his right fist, which became wrapped in golden light. Underground, the golden giant ape was dazed from the relentless bombardment, all aimed at its head. Its once golden hair was now charred black. For a fleeting second, Sun Wukong's consciousness returned. What? But before he could finish, the violent instinct reclaimed him, and the giant ape leaped out, savagely shattering rocks. As smoke swirled, number 6, suspended in the sky, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the golden giant ape with a singed head, roaring in fury. Not bad, I gave the guy a die job. Phew. This fight is truly exhausting, even though it only grazed my skin at the very start. Number 6 sighed, helplessly clenching his right fist as all his energy converged there. This was his final blow. If it still failed to inflict any real damage, he would have no choice but to call for reinforcements. Number 6 shook his head, his gaze suddenly sharpening. After slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he slightly bent his body, took a light step, and burst forward with explosive force. His entire form shimmered with golden light. In terms of brilliance, even the golden giant ape could not compare. His speed increased, gradually reaching an inconceivable velocity by the time he stood before the golden giant ape. Afterimages cascaded, golden radiance erupted, and his fist tore through the air with a single strike. The golden giant ape, naturally aware of the formidable power emanating from this irritating little insect, responded in kind. It raised its massive right arm and swung a fist in return. When the two fists collided, although number 6's fist appeared utterly dwarfed by the golden giant ape's, in truth the comparison was indeed impossible. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as energy rippled outward. Rings of white shockwaves surged in all directions, spreading violently. The intense energy blast instantly reverberated throughout the Kaishin realm, erupting into a dazzling golden radiance that shone brilliantly. The energy pulsed and extended into the depths of the cosmos. Rumble! The ground caved in, ripples spreading in all directions. Number 6's figure was instantly blasted away, his body drenched in blood, his right arm shattered. Like a cannonball, he flew across the ground, carving a long, deep trench in his wake. The golden giant ape, however, retreated only a few steps before stabilizing itself. Seeing this, number 6 hesitated no longer. He lifted his head toward the sky and shouted, "Fifth brother, third brother, save me. I'm too weak, I can't defeat it alone." With those words, the figures of number 3 and number 5 instantly appeared before number 6, without a moment's hesitation. "Number 6, why are you so pathetic now?" Number 3 smirked and said with a chuckle, "Damn it, number 3, are you blind? Is he still Sun Wukong right now? He's nothing but a frenzied beast now." What did you say?" Number 3 asked after floating a short distance. "Third brother." Number 6 reluctantly called out, "That's right. First you need to have the right attitude. Without the right attitude, nothing you do will turn out well." Number 3 shook his head, signaling number 5 to speak. Everything third brother says is correct." Number 5 nodded in agreement. "Let's get one thing straight first. Our last resort is either to blow up this planet overhead or cut off its tail. But it's best not to do that. This is our final option. We need to make Sun Wukong regain consciousness and successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. Exhaust his power by attacking his head. In terms of endurance, we have the advantage." Number 3 spoke slowly, his eyes glancing toward number 6, as if waiting for his response. "No problem, I'll follow your lead." Number 6 waved his hand, unusually refraining from raising any questions. "Then let's go." Number 3 charged out first, with number 5 close behind, followed by number 6 flying out as well. "Huh!" Number 3 let out a fierce shout, pushing his aura to its peak. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon the golden giant ape's left leg, while number 5 hovered in the air, unleashing a storm of small energy blades that hammered its right leg. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the golden giant ape howled incessantly. Seeing the two insects attacking, it raised its arms to block, but they refused to follow any predictable pattern, focusing solely on its legs and the ground beneath. This infuriated the golden giant ape to no end. It repeatedly fired golden giant ape blasts from its mouth, but number 3 and number 5, being small and incredibly fast, evaded them effortlessly. The blasts couldn't even touch the hems of their clothes because they had none. Rumble! A continuous series of explosions erupted. The ground beneath the golden giant ape collapsed entirely. Due to number 5's relentless barrage of energy blades focused on a single spot, the ape's right leg, which initially couldn't even be scratched, finally had its skin cut open. The blades tore into flesh and muscle, splattering copious amounts of blood. Boom! Throughout this time, number 6 had been gathering and shaping his energy, transforming it into an arm even larger than the golden giant ape's, which he pulled back behind him. Watch this, giant ape slap." Number 6 grinned, his form shooting forward with incredible speed. He stomped the ground, leaving a crater, and charged toward the golden giant ape's head. His massive right arm trailed behind him, the air roaring and shockwaves surging. Roar! The golden giant ape let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes glimmering with a faint light as it bellowed incessantly. The scene was awe-inspiring, but to no avail. Most of its body was buried underground, leaving only a charred head still roaring in fury. "Keep screaming. I've got a gift for you," Number 3 said softly, raising his right hand. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, energy continuously converging between them, emitting a crackling sound. Arcs of electricity danced around, exuding a formidable aura. Since the golden giant ape kept its mouth wide open, number 3, after a long charge, thrust his hand forward abruptly. Special beam cannon. A spiraling beam of intertwined red and yellow light laced with golden electrical arcs crackled and flashed as it shot straight toward the giant mouth. Puff! Just as it was about to strike, the golden giant ape clamped its mouth shut, taking the attack on its head. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the beam struck the ape's skull, scattering in all directions and slicing through the ground. Number 3 roared, pouring all his energy into the attack. The beam thickened into a pillar of light, exploding with a thunderous boom. Smoke billowed as the golden giant ape let out a mournful cry and toppled backward. At that moment, number 6's figure arrived beside it. Though minuscule compared to the ape, he pulled back his right arm, which had transformed into a massive hammer, and delivered a devastating punch. The air screamed under the immense pressure exploding with force. Bang! The iron fist slammed directly into the golden giant ape's head. The ground beneath shattered, the fist pressure howled and burst outward. The ape's skull rang with another explosion, its face twisted and deformed as it was pinned to the ground. Swish! After the strike, number 6 swiftly retreated, hovering high in the air. At that moment, number 5 and number 3 appeared beside him in an instant, placing their hands on his back. This is, you guys. Number 6 felt the endless stream of energy flowing into him and the strange sensation at his back, turning his head in surprise. Relax, I'm not gay and am not into that. It's just that you are the strongest among us in combat. Give him one final blow, aim for the head. Number 3 chuckled. Go for it, old 6. Number 6 sighed, slowly exhaling. Well, if it doesn't work in the end, don't blame me. His figure continued to rise, golden electrical arcs dancing around him. A golden aura blazed upward, radiating a formidable and awe-inspiring presence. He looked at his own hands and murmured, "This is truly astonishing power." With that golden light surged from within his body. He slightly lowered his stance, bringing his hands to his right hip, wrists touching to form a cup shape. A brilliant azure energy swelled, emitting a dazzling radiance. A powerful aura emanated, sending white shockwaves rippling around him. The sky darkened with dense clouds and rumbling thunder, as if dragons of lightning writhed within. Kamehameha. Number 6 chose his most trusted technique, thrusting his hands forward. Whooshed! A thick azure energy wave burst forth, laced with golden electrical arcs that spiraled around it. It erupted with a roar, slamming into the golden giant ape's head. The poor golden giant ape, its head repeatedly battered, had its eyes grow somewhat clearer, its violent aura dissipating significantly. Bang! The Kamehameha erupted, striking its head directly. It enveloped the ape and pushed it sideways, carving a long, deep trench. The ground cracked and split, earth flying, rocks turning to dust. Rumble! An explosion resounded, smoke billowing everywhere. Number 6 gasped for air, his body now left with only a sliver of energy to sustain movement. Nothing more. He was about to fall to the ground when number 5 caught him with both hands and his soft belly. In the deep crater, number 3 stepped forward, approaching the golden giant ape. Ouch! What happened to me? My head hurts like hell. The golden giant ape, no Sun Wukong, rubbed his head and exclaimed in surprise. Why had his body grown so large? Sun Wukong, try to condense a humanoid form. You won't be able to maintain this state of clarity for long. Remember, when condensing your form, you must hold a strong desire to become stronger. Only then can you suppress the violent energy inside and successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. Is that so? Sun Wukong asked, his voice filled with doubt. Exactly. If you want to become stronger, do this. To be honest, there are many powerful warriors in the universe waiting for you to challenge. In the future, many evil beings will attempt to invade Earth. So you must become stronger and defeat them with your own power. But first you must conquer yourself. Number 3 spoke with grave seriousness. Alright, I'll try. Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes, stirred by number 3's words. The Saiyan blood within him boiled, his desire to grow stronger intensifying. A faint red glow emanated from his body, enveloping him completely as he gradually rose into the air. Number 3's eyes widened as he thought, so it really is about conviction. He swiftly retreated, hovering high in the air, his eyes wide and glimmering. He was determined to record the entire transformation process. Puff! Within Sun Wukong's inner world, everything was blood red. The violent energy tried to engulf him once more. My resolve to grow stronger cannot stop here. Sun Wukong's face contorted with struggle as he roared in fury. Golden light surged and the blood-red haze instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. His inner world transformed from crimson to clear, warm, and golden. At that moment, Sun Wukong gasped, inadvertently opening his mouth. A flash of lightning struck his mind. The golden giant ape curled up and gradually shrank, finally forming a naked version of himself. Boom! Outside, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble violently. Strands of red light burst forth. The sky darkened with dense clouds, crimson thunder dragons writhing within. Golden light surged and intertwined across his surface, golden shockwaves rippling and exploding outward. Sun Wukong's massive form was enveloped in a golden glow. Suddenly, a crimson thunder dragon descended from the sky, striking him. Cracks appeared, then erupted, revealing a human silhouette. It was Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His stature had grown significantly. Golden electrical arcs danced and flickered around him. A mane of jet black hair cascaded to his shoulders with 2 bangs hanging over his forehead. His golden eyes were deep and profound, reflecting black pupils surrounded by a ring of crimson eyeshadow. Muscles like coiling dragons bulged, covered in deep pink fur that spread across his entire upper body, leaving only his powerful chest exposed. Blue wristbands and a belt adorned him, while his lower half was clad in bright yellow training pants. Matching blue ankle bands encircled his calves beneath, which were polished boots. A deep pink furry tail curled and swayed behind him. His entire being exuded a wild, untamed charm tinged with a hint of roguish handsomeness. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth as a fierce, violent aura erupted. At this moment, he was the protagonist of Heaven and Earth, Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his oppressive aura radiating outward as he descended, slowly landing on the ground with a gentle step of his right foot. Since the ground had been blasted into a shapeless ruin, constantly collapsing and sinking, the spot where he now stood was elevated compared to the surrounding shattered terrain. Number 3 hovered above the collapsed crater, gazing up at the deep pink figure awestruck. His purple eyes emitted a faint glow as he etched the form into his memory, overlaying it with the figure from the original anime, Super Saiyan 4. In truth, the battle had already ended. There was no contest. Before Sun Wukong and his Super Saiyan 4 form, the others were like mere ants. A single flick of his finger would lay them flat, leaving no room for alternative outcomes. The conclusion was inevitable. Of course, they could have avoided this entirely by cutting off the tail or destroying the planet, but then they would never have witnessed the birth of Super Saiyan 4. A little extra effort was worth the spectacle. So it succeeded after all. Number 6 gritted his teeth, steadying himself. He was slowly recovering his strength and energy, thanks to Number 5 channeling some power into him, allowing him to move normally. Success is only natural, isn't it? Overcoming one's own brutality with strength and conviction, maintaining one's sanity. That is Sun Wukong. Number 5, holding his small belly, slowly stepped out from behind and spoke. So what exactly is Number 3 trying to record? A man as formidable as Father naturally succeeds in transforming into Super Android 4. It's only right. What challenge could this pose for him? Number 6 puzzled inquired. I don't know. Who knows what Number 3 is thinking? Maybe he just wanted to increase the odds a bit more. After all, he can transform into Super Android 4 too. With some training, it's a simple feat for us. Number 5 pondered for a moment before adding. So this is Super Saiyan 4. This power exceeds my expectations. Sun Wukong's golden eyes glanced at Number 3 as he spoke softly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, this is Super Saiyan 4. How does it feel? Number 3 flew over quickly, asking. Great. My body is brimming with power. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this strength is more than tenfold. An endless surge of energy flows within me, bringing complete ease. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the immense force within his body as he spoke slowly. This power far surpassed his imagination, as if something extraordinary had transformed within him. His perception, defense, strength, and even speed seemed to have soared. Moreover, after all this time, he felt no depletion of stamina, as if it were inexhaustible. This transformation is truly formidable. How I can even sense the existence of Earth now. Sun Wukong closed his eyes slightly, revealing his red eyelids. Faint crimson light radiated from within his form. He could detect 2 relatively strong auras on Earth, likely cell suns. Oh, that's indeed impressive. Number 3 nodded. This place was far too distant from Earth, and even the boss with his instant transmission couldn't return because he couldn't sense the planet. Yet Sun Wukong could now perceive it. His sensory ability had strengthened significantly. I truly must thank you all, but I wouldn't have attained such power otherwise. Sun Wukong said with a warm smile. Huff huff. Soon Number 5 and Number 6 flew over, having overheard the conversation from afar with their keen hearing. Send me back. Back to Earth. Number 6 stated firmly, speaking slowly. And me too. There's nothing for us here anyway. It's better to go back and train, preferably in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I won't come out until I reach Super Android 2. Number 5's usually simple words now carried gravity and resolve. Then I'll go with you. Number 6 paused, glancing at Number 5 with slight surprise, then agreed. He'll stay here. Once Father is done, he'll follow along. Number 3 nodded, fully approving of their resolve. He planned to enter the chamber himself for rigorous training upon his return. All right then, take my hand. Sun Wukong said softly, extending his left hand while pressing the index and middle fingers of his right together against his forehead. Number 6 and Number 5 exchanged a glance, placing their hands in Sun Wukong's palm. Farewell then. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, and in an instant his form vanished, using instant transmission to return to Earth. Huff, they're gone. Who should I look for now? They'll go find the boss. Number 3 exhaled slowly, then soared into the sky, gazing down at the ground with slight resignation. He chuckled at the sight of the cratered, collapsed, and ravaged Earth. Their battle had truly reshaped the landscape. He wondered who would clean up this mess. Number 3 smiled, and a golden aura flared from his feet, enveloping his entire body. Without hesitation, he shot off toward Number 1's location, leaving a brilliant white streak across the sky. This aura feels familiar. The elder Kaioshin stood up, gazing toward the direction where the massive energy had erupted, frowning. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and dismissed the matter. He turned his attention to Cell, who now emanated traces of divine energy. The godly power within him had been mostly absorbed. He should be awakening soon. The elder Kaioshin glanced at Cell, enveloped in a 5-colored radiance, and mused inwardly. Boom. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The 5-colored light on Cell's body grew brighter, culminating in a massive pillar of multicolored light shooting into the sky. Rumble. Above, auspicious clouds filled the heavens, piling and swirling together. Cell was shrouded in a strange glow, his form obscured. The once bright sky suddenly darkened, turning pitch black, then shifted back. Rain, snow, and hail fell in an alternating cascade. Finally, the light vanished. Cell's form levitated, a burst of radiance flaring and then fading, revealing the figure within. It was still Cell's original appearance, but his body seemed leaner, more delicate. His once pink pupils had turned blood red, and his eyebrows had also become crimson. A golden red stream of light slowly rose from his feet, enveloping his entire form. The black portions of the chest armor and the exoskeleton on the wings were all stained with a tinge of blood red. The immense aura emanating from his body suddenly vanished, replaced by a golden red radiance bearing a terrifying pressure. His body exuded a mysterious and profound sensation, as if he was both within this world and yet not of it. At the same time, it brought a feeling of peace and warmth, a profoundly contradictory experience. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations. It seems you found a way to wield the divine essence on your own. The Elder Kai blinked, clapped his hands, raised an eyebrow, and stepped forward. You have only just begun to grasp the use of divine essence. It will take some time before you fully master it. Once you do, you can use it to condense a vast amount of your own divine power, which will greatly benefit you. As for the divine power currently within your body, it is nothing more than the divine power from the two Supreme Kais that Majin Buu absorbed. You are merely converting it into your own divine power, not truly yours. The Elder Kai rambled on, but Cell merely nodded along. Much of it he didn't need to hear, as it wasn't particularly necessary. After all, if he wished to know, he could simply know, remembering it all held little practical use. Instead, he focused all his attention on his current form. This state was the result of channeling the divine essence he now possessed into his Saiyan bloodline. To him, this form seemed rather peculiar. His combat power had indeed surged dramatically, far surpassing what he achieved as Super Android 3. Yet it didn't seem to be a fixed state. In his estimation, as he continued to condense divine essence, this form would grow even stronger. However, this was only his own perspective. According to the original lore, the power boost of Super Saiyan God was fixed with only variations in how the power was utilized. The multiplier should be around 10 times that of Super Saiyan 3, roughly a 4,000-fold increase. This was entirely different from his own state. Interesting. A smirk curled at the corner of Cell's mouth as he slowly descended to the ground. He rapidly punched the air, his feet lightly stepping forward, instantly appearing at various mountain peaks and riverbanks before returning. Combat power, speed, agility, all greatly enhanced. Stamina is average. And this body? Cell furrowed his brow, tapping his outer armor. He had glimpsed his reflection in the lake earlier. His body had shrunk considerably, becoming gaunt. To him, it felt as though his defense had weakened. I wonder what level my combat power has reached now. After all, based on his calculations, when transformed into Super Android 3, his base combat power multiplied by 400 times would reach a terrifying level, likely not too far off from Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, his energy consumption was minimal, nearly approaching perpetual energy. With such low consumption, rapid recovery, and precise control, even if his power fell short of Super Saiyan Blue, he could outlast him. Now, however, after being baptized by divine power, his strength had far surpassed his former self. He estimated that his current combat power could effortlessly overwhelm so-called Super Saiyan Blue. He could even become stronger. After all, his body had been honed to its absolute limit. Further training would yield no results. But transformations were a different matter. His unique physique allowed him to transform into Super Android, essentially Super Saiyan Blue, while in the state of divine essence. Possessing divine essence within the body, mastering the method to prevent its leakage, having a powerful physique, and learning the Super Saiyan transformation. These were all the conditions required to become Super Saiyan Blue. He met every single one, making the transformation effortless. As for the color, it would likely be different from theirs. After all, he was now a god, even if only half of one. Cell slowly exhaled a turbid breath, reverting to his normal state. His aura swelled his body, instantly becoming robust and powerful. His pupils returned to pink, and the golden red radiance around him vanished. He had no intention of experimenting here. There was no need. He would ponder it further in a secluded place. So, how does it feel to be a god? The Elder Kai asked, having watched Cell in a daze for a while, without interrupting, only speaking when he returned to normal. Quite remarkable. This feeling is extraordinary, as if one is omnipotent. Cell replied slowly. No, it's not omnipotence. That's just an initial illusion of becoming a deity. How could one truly be omnipotent? The Elder Kai shook his head and continued. Try using the divine power you've absorbed to create something. The Elder Kai glanced at Cell and pointed at the ground. Start by creating a tree. Like this. Cell recalled the method of using divine power from his mind. He channeled the moderate amount of divine power within him, and a 5-colored radiance emerged from his palm, slowly spreading over the ground. In an instant, a small sapling sprouted from the soil, as if from nowhere. As he increased the divine power, the sapling quickly grew into a towering tree, blocking out the sunlight above. You've got quite a talent, kid. Succeeding on your first try, you're far better than I was back in the day. The Elder Kai's face lit up with joy, his mouth slightly open, revealing a row of yellow teeth as he chuckled. So how many tries did it take you back then? Cell withdrew the divine power, asking with a puzzled expression. That's not important. None of it matters. The Elder Kai coughed awkwardly, brushing it off. Could he possibly tell Cell that he hadn't succeeded even once in his first year? That would be far too embarrassing. He, an old man, still had some dignity to maintain. To be honest, I'm thinking of retiring now and letting you take over my position. After all, I'm old and should be enjoying my retirement. The Elder Kai smiled, gently stroking his chin. You're still in fine health, no rush, no rush. Cell seemed to think of something and quickly waved his hands. No way. You cunning old man, you just want to step down from this divine post, so you won't have to share your lifespan with Beerus anymore, don't you? He had no intention of truly becoming this so-called god. He only wanted to acquire some divine essence, and use the title of Apprentice Supreme Kai. Actually taking the job. No way. Constantly worrying and losing his freedom. No, he wouldn't do it. Soon. The Elder Kai squinted, grinning lecherously, as if thinking of some delightful scheme. Well, Elder Kai, I have some matters to attend to now. I've already fully grasped all of this. They'll come again next time. Without waiting for the Elder Kai's reply, Cell vanished instantly. Whooshed. Only a gentle breeze remained at the spot along with the Elder Kai, who was cut off mid-sentence. I'll forget it. Young people, impatient, that's fine. The Elder Kai shook his head, retrieved the television, and resumed watching the graceful dancers. Time flew like an arrow, and the days of the delightful Kaishin realm tourism trip ended in the blink of an eye, feeling as if it were only yesterday. When Cell vanished before the Elder Kai, he found the lost Trunks, and then at Trunks' request reluctantly healed Vegeta once more. To be honest, it wasn't that he looked down on Vegeta or held any ill feelings from disrespect. Rather, he felt that a warrior, now a deity, playing the role of a healer, was simply unbecoming. Moreover, Vegeta's injury rate was far too frequent. Just a few days had passed, and he was already wounded again. Cell was too weary to even complain. After finally healing himself, brought Trunks along. However, upon learning that Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Cell's expression remained largely unchanged, but Vegeta instantly became agitated. Subsequently, Vegeta pestered Cell shamelessly to allow him to join in training. Cell expressed indifference. Teaching 1 or 2 made no difference to him. Besides, after arriving on Earth, they would occasionally need a place to stay. Vegeta agreed to this without any hesitation. Finally, Cell summoned his Dragon Balls. One of the wishes was to create a space similar to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, but with the spatial hardness set so that one could not leave without reaching the level of Super Saiyan Blue. He also added features like adjustable time flow and an abundance of food. To train well, one must eat well. Trunks and Vegeta agreed, praising this arrangement as perfect. Of course, Vegeta was astonished to discover that Cell possessed his own set of Dragon Balls. As for the remaining 2 wishes, Cell said they were of no use to him and left them to Trunks. The 2 wishes were first to reinforce the Earth's core, making the planet more stable. Second, to restore human life and cities to their state before the androids' destruction, including supplies. Upon hearing this, Goku somehow got wind of it and rushed over to join them in training. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber was at Capsule Corporation, but Cell refused entry and Vegeta strongly objected. Following Cell's lead, Trunks also politely declined, so Goku had to train in the one at Camus Lookout alongside Cell's 6 creations. In the end, human life became prosperous and happy. The restoration of cities and the revival of people were hailed as miracles, and large statues of Cell were erected in every city. Dr. Hito deemed Cell Pro too inferior to match the Hero Cell of today, so he began improvements to create a Cell Pro Max, which would require another 3 months. As for Gamma 1 and 2, once the cities were restored and equipment was complete with the help of Bulma, they were quickly finished and upgraded with eternal energy cores, both reaching the level of Super Saiyan Blue, though Goku and the others remained unaware. The Red Ribbon Army seemed to be plotting some secret experiments again. However, the 3 months quickly slipped by. 3 months later, a space near the edge of the universe. The realm of the gods of destruction, planet Beerus. Planet Beerus was a planet shaped like an inverted tetrahedron. The most prominent feature was a towering dead tree rooted into the entire planet, growing in a spiral shape, with numerous castle-like structures embedded within its branches. Below, small trees formed a complete forest. The sky was resplendent and colorful, more dazzling than the Kaishin realm, evoking admiration from all who beheld it. Suffice it to say that Hairless Cat had impeccable taste in aesthetics. The corridor was exceptionally dim, devoid of light, with only faint rays from outside filtering in. A tall male figure sauntered slowly, leaning on a staff. His hair was pure white, slicked back into a single tuft that curved slightly backward. Judging by his face alone, he could be considered a handsome man, though his skin was blue and around his neck hung the halo, symbolizing his angelic life and power. He was the angel of the 7th universe, the caretaker and attendant of the god of destruction Beerus, Whis. Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Whis frowned as he entered a room filled with clocks covering his mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief. Boom. An explosion rang out, flames raged, and smoke billowed. The room tilted, and on a high sleeping mat lay a hairless cat lazily waving a hand, as if the clock explosion had nothing to do with him. Lord Beerus, if I recall correctly, you set that alarm clock bomb yourself. If you don't get up, the bomb will. Boom. Another explosion sounded, followed by a chain reaction as the adjacent alarm clock bombs detonated together. All right. Beerus' ears twitched. He tumbled off the sleeping mat, stood up shakily, and staggered toward Whis, rubbing his bleary eyes. Whis, how long did I sleep this time? Less than 50 years, 13 to be precise. Whis frowned, apparently disgusted by Beerus' odor. Lord Beerus, you should bathe, you're starting to stink. No. Before Beerus could finish, Whis waved his staff, and the black magic orb embedded in it enveloped them, both teleporting them to the bathroom. Whis waited outside. Splashed. Water splashed and rippled. Beerus' tattered sleeping robe fell away, just as he plunged naked into the bath. He instantly snapped awake, submerged his head blue bubbles, and stared resentfully at a corner. Lord Beerus, the water temperature is just right. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. With no choice, Beerus quickly washed, then emerged wrapped in a towel. I haven't slept well this time. Only 13 years like a mere nap. My sleep quality has indeed deteriorated. Didn't you set that time yourself, Lord Beerus? Whis said calmly. Beerus stretched lazily on the sofa, ignoring Whis' remark. Whis, I dreamed of someone who could rival me, but I forgot his name. Something like Super. It's quite frustrating I've forgotten the name. Beerus rolled around on the sofa, sometimes burying his head, sometimes lying on the cushions. You're overthinking it, Lord Beerus. How could anyone in this world surpass you? It must have been a nightmare. Whis chuckled softly. Never mind, I'll ask the language fish later. It said the same thing before. Beerus scratched his ear and continued, so has Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta yet? He has, but he was killed by a Saiyan named Goku. Whis tapped the ground with his staff, projecting a hologram of Goku and Frieza's battles on Namek and Earth. What a Saiyan killed Frieza? Beerus' eyes widened as he shot up from the sofa, the towel around him falling to the floor. Lord Beerus, your towel fell off. Whis turned his head away, shyly, cheeks flushed. Beerus instantly realized he was exposed, hastily picked up the fallen towel and wrapped himself again. Then he asked in confusion, is this Saiyan named Goku really that strong? And why does he have golden hair? It seems to be a transformation called Super Saiyan, which multiplies combat power many times over. He relied on that transformation to defeat Frieza. Whis said calmly, Super Saiyan. Oh right, I recall now. My destined foe is called the Super Saiyan God. Beerus mused for a moment before answering. A god, eh? Whis was somewhat puzzled, then withdrew those images, squinting one eye as he glanced at the black magic crystal ball. After searching for a moment, he added, Lord Beerus, there is no such being as the Super Saiyan God. Not a trace of him exists in the entire universe. Then where is that Sun Wukong you mentioned? Let's go take a look later. Beerus narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. On planet 4032 Green Star 877, a world called Earth. Sun Wukong is currently in a room with a different flow of time, known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. A room with a different time flow. Humans possess such things. Beerus was taken aback. A mere human, a Saiyan, owning something like that. It was left behind by Earth's guardian, not something of Sun Wukong's own. Shall we go? It will take about 30 minutes. Precisely 27 minutes and 11 seconds. Whis said with a smile. About the length of one cartoon episode. Quite a distance indeed. Beerus muttered, rubbing his chin in difficulty. Let's consult the oracle fish first. Whis, prepare some food. I'm hungry after sleeping for a while. Understood. Whis replied, turning to prepare the meal. Beerus, now clad in his destruction god attire, strode to the balcony and bellowed, Oracle fish, come out. I have something to ask you. Silence hung in the air. After a long moment, a bizarre fishbowl suddenly crashed down from the sky, smashing through the balcony railing. Beerus closed his eyes with a resigned expression, staring at the dazed blue loach-like fish within the bowl, and said, You told me I'd meet a rival equal to me in 13 years. Is it called the Super Saiyan God? Beerus glared menacingly at the oracle fish as if ready to annihilate it if it dared to say no. The oracle fish, bleary-eyed, saw Beerus' pitch-black expression and nodded frantically, repeatedly affirming. Good, that's all. You're dismissed. Beerus waved his hand and sauntered into the living room, drawn by the aroma, no longer wanting to deal with the foolish fish. Soon after finishing his meal, Beerus grabbed Whis and transformed into a golden streak of light, hurtling into the cosmos and vanishing. Only the lonely oracle fish was left muttering to itself. Was it the Super Saiyan God or the Super Android? Or both? Oh well, that miserly glutton Beerus has already fled. The oracle fish shook its head, turned around, and returned to its nest to sleep. The realm of the Kai. The elder Kai seemed to sense something, clasping his hands behind his back as he furrowed his brow with concern. Lord Beerus has awakened, and it appears he is heading toward Earth. Ancestor. So the destruction god Lord Beerus really exists. I thought it was just a legend. In contrast, the Kai Shin seemed delighted, though he felt Beerus' profound destructive power. Still, like a fool, he wore a cheerful grin. Even the nearby Kibito couldn't bear it anymore and suggested, should we inform those on Earth? Great idea. Kibito, let's go to Earth. I want to see what the legendary destruction god Beerus looks like. Kai Shin clearly didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, and Kibito, equally clueless, took his hand and vanished, teleporting to Earth for some fun. This infuriated the elder Kai. Why did they never include him in such adventures? They only knew how to eat, lacking even an eye for beauty. Though truth be told, he didn't want to go either. He had no desire to see Beerus, that hairless cat. Indeed, the two weren't heading to Earth to deliver a warning. They were enamored by Earth's cuisine. The apprentice Kaishin Cell had dragged Kibito to Earth for a visit, and Kibito, unable to refuse, brought Kaishin Shin along. Bulma, playing the part of the wealthy heiress, warmly hosted them with a feast of delicious food that instantly captivated their taste buds. They were utterly enchanted, unable to stop, craving more after every bite. Incidentally, Bulma had used Earth's Dragon Balls to restore her youth, now appearing as a young girl of about 20. This delighted Bulma immensely. After all, what woman doesn't love beauty? At the temple of the gods, Piccolo stood with arms crossed, hovering in the air, with a stern expression, deep in meditation. Behind him, the Guardian looked toward the horizon in terror, and even Mr. Popo's face darkened further. Guardian-sama. Mr. Popo tugged at the Guardian's sleeve, uneasy. Don't be afraid, Popo. This may not be a bad thing. Right? The Guardian's face was drenched in cold sweat. He sensed an immense, unfathomable divine power. At Capsule Corporation inside the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Cell stood with arms crossed, his deep pink eyes fixed on the battle between father and son before him, both having transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, Super Saiyan gods. Cell had created a small pocket space, converting all his divine power into divine ki and storing it there. Since he had comprehended divine ki himself and developed his own divine power, these external forces were merely dross, inferior to his own, and they weren't one-time use. In critical moments he could reclaim them. He had trained Vegeta and Trunks for about 3 months here, following the method of Whis divine ki training as in the original story. Cell had adjusted the time flow to match the outside world, so it was exactly 3 months. Why? Because he felt like it. Why do I feel a pang in my heart? Is something about to happen? Cell suddenly frowned, his expression darkening. After a moment of thought, realization dawned. So that's it. Beerus has awakened and is heading to Earth. Cell's brow relaxed as a smile spread across his face. Beerus' arrival was a good thing. The plot of Dragon Ball Super was finally beginning. He could leave them all to Whis. I can consider returning to the past. Cell stroked his chin, lost in thought. Not bad. Before leaving, he could spar with the destruction god Beerus, test his strength, and see just how powerful he truly was. After all, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. On the North Kai's planet, the Kai felt the familiar surge of power, cold sweat streaming down his face. His flustered demeanor was classic, but this was the most tense moment of all. Suddenly, a hoarse, aged voice echoed through the sky. It was the voice of the Elder Kai. North Kai, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Lord Beerus should not go too far this time. Lord Kaishin, are you certain? Lord Beerus' moods are unpredictable. For him to come specifically to Earth within my jurisdiction, how could I not be anxious? If his mood turns foul and he annihilates my entire North Galaxy, North Kai felt the immense pressure. This time was unlike previous occasions where there was still a glimmer of hope. Who in the entire galaxy could stand against the god of destruction Beerus? Sweat beaded on North Kai's brow, and he continuously dabbed it with a handkerchief to mask his nervousness. Do not worry. I still have my disciple on Earth. From my understanding of Lord Beerus, he will certainly be intrigued by him. As he spoke, the Elder Kai's face bloomed with a look of profound satisfaction. Truly a master guides the disciple, but the path is walked alone. His disciple was perfect in every way. The moment he returned, he summoned a bevy of beautiful dancers to swirl around the old Kai, a spectacle he had never witnessed in his many years. Recalling that time, it was indeed wonderful. The Elder Kai chuckled, his expression wistful and reminiscent. Unlike that unworthy descendant of mine who knows nothing and understands no social graces, a greenhorn. Entrusting him with the title of Kaishin is a complete waste. In short, North Kai, do not fret. At worst, it is merely death. Relax. If you are still worried, I can transfer you to my Kaishin realm. No, I dare not accept such a grand gesture. I can only place my faith in your disciple. The conversation was fleeting, ending almost as soon as it began. North Kai gazed at Earth with a worried sigh, his only hope being that the reckless son Goku would not provoke Lord Beerus. On Earth, within the Temple of the Gods, the Guardian had also received North Kai's instructions. Learning of the god of destruction Beerus' identity, he was gripped by terror, yet felt utterly helpless. Whoosh! A pillar of golden light descended, revealing 2 figures, Beerus and Whis, who had arrived from the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis, is this the so-called Temple of the Gods on Earth? Beerus yawned, looking around at the architecture. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this is the place. The scion named Son Goku is currently training inside the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Whis spoke calmly. Are you Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? The Guardian asked, bowing humbly, his legs trembling. In contrast, Mr. Popo remained composed, merely bowing. Whis frowned as he sensed a familiar aura from Mr. Popo. He immediately withdrew his staff, stepped forward, and thrust a finger at Mr. Popo. All the deities present were stunned, but Mr. Popo's expression remained unchanged, his body moving instinctively, sidestepping to evade Whis' attack with ease. Interesting. Whis chuckled, returning to Beerus' side, his gaze appreciative as he regarded the dark-skinned attendant. Though still raw, it was unmistakably Ultra Instinct. The god of destruction Beerus naturally noticed the anomaly. His eyes sharpened, all traces of laziness gone, as if he had become an entirely different deity. A profound aura of destructive power emanated from him as he spoke. Whis, is this Ultra Instinct? And how did you learn it, little dark one? Yes, Lord Beerus. It is but a rudimentary form, yet it has been honed almost to an instinctual level. This somewhat resembles a newborn angel. Beerus' expression grew grave. He could hardly believe that upon arriving on Earth he was greeted with such a surprise. A lone, unguided angel. How is that possible? I am sure Father will be most interested. Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh. He had probed, but could not see clearly. There was a vague sensation as if this being was a deity, yet entirely different, piquing his interest. Lord Beerus. The sudden, almost aggressive probing startled the Guardian, especially the mention of angel. The very word sent a chill down his spine. Do not be so flustered, Guardian of Earth. However, regarding your attendant, after I finish my business here, he will accompany me. How about it? Though phrased as a suggestion, the tone was unmistakably one of command, leaving the Guardian bewildered. The commotion roused Piccolo from his meditation. He crept close to the ground, frowning at the 2 unfamiliar figures. Hey, old man, are these friends of yours from afar? Whis raised his eyes, his gaze falling upon them, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Lord Beerus, it appears they are two individuals sharing one life. A very unique specimen. This trip to Earth has not been in vain. What is that to me? Have you heard me, Guardian of Earth? If you do not comply, I will destroy this planet, Beerus said impatiently. Then Lord Beerus, you will not harm Mr. Popo or anything. Though terrified, the Guardian mustered his courage to ask. Do I seem like one who enjoys such trivial pursuits? Rest assured, even if Earth is destroyed, I will ensure this one is spared, Beerus snorted, pointing at the dark-skinned Mr. Popo. The Guardian let out a long, relieved sigh. He then gave his instructions to Mr. Popo, who nodded in agreement, ever obedient to the Guardian's words. Then Whis lead the way. Let me see this scion called Son Goku, Beerus said, resting his hands behind his head. Right away, Lord Beerus. Whis stepped forward, heading into the temple. Stop. Who are you two? One moment you're talking about destroying Earth, the next you're looking for Goku. Speak, who sent you? Before Piccolo could finish, Beerus instantly appeared behind him, his expression turning serious. He extended a finger, precisely striking Piccolo's nape. In an instant, the Namekian, who had been speaking too loudly, lost the light in his eyes and crumpled to the ground. Bothersome. Hey, Guardian, for your sake, I didn't kill him. You should thank me. Beerus reverted to his goofy demeanor and followed Whis into the temple. The Guardian said nothing, only sighing. Only after the two had completely vanished did he begin to heal Piccolo, restoring him. The power of this god of destruction was truly astonishing. Are we there, Whis? Beerus, who was eating a small dessert brought from the realm of destruction, spoke from behind. Whis nodded, gazing at the room with a pendulum clock above its entrance. Without another word, he silently opened the door, channeling a trace of power to reopen the space that had once been connected but had since vanished. Whoosh! A golden energy blast came flying straight at his face. Whis frowned slightly, giving his staff a gentle wave, and the golden projectile vanished as if it had never existed. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. It seems they are busy. Whis stepped aside, revealing the scene before them. The scion named Son Goku, browless and with golden hair, was locked in combat, with two miniature golden figures seemingly at a disadvantage. Give it up, Goku. Number 2 declared arrogantly, his hands moving like blurs as he unleashed a relentless barrage of golden energy blasts, the air howling with each strike. Even if you lose to us, brothers, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Number 4, positioned opposite Number 2, fired energy blasts like a continuous volley of cannon fire. Together they formed a pincer attack, bombarding Goku from both sides. Goku remained silent, his face set in a grim expression. A faint red aura began to emanate from his body as he furrowed his brows. Boom! Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, a sudden roar erupted. Goku instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 state, golden flames swirling around him. His jet black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, and deep pink fur rippled in the wind. His golden eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure, and with a mere burst of his aura, he nullified the duo's combined assault. Beerus narrowed his eyes at the transformation, comparing it meticulously to the vision from his dream. Whis, however, remained impassive, merely arching an eyebrow as he continued to observe the battle. Since Lord Beerus hadn't spoken, it was best to stay put. Goku vanished in an instant, appearing before Number 2 with blinding speed. Before the latter could even register the shock of seeing Goku in this new form, a single punch sent him flying, blood spilling from his lips and a deep fist imprint embedded in his abdomen. Knowing his opponent's incredible regenerative abilities, Goku moved with even greater swiftness. With a light step, he appeared behind Number 2 as he rebounded from the ground. A hand chop carrying a howling gale struck down, and in one blow Number 2 was rendered immobile. Number 4's eyes widened in shock, his heart shuddering. Before he could react, Goku teleported again. Every cell in Number 4's body and mind screamed in alarm. Just as he turned to defend, a powerful leg swept in, carrying immense force that sent him hurtling away. How is this possible? He learned Super Saiyan 4. When? Why didn't anyone tell us? Number 4 looked at Number 1 and Number 3, who were watching from the sidelines, his face full of questions. They must have known but said nothing since they had gone to the Kaioshin realm with Goku. He and Number 4 had been completely in the dark, having only just entered the room of spirit and time. As for Number 5 and Number 6, after 2 years of training, they had volunteered to form a patrol guarding Earth daily. Who knew what they were up to? Bang! Shockwaves exploded outward in concentric rings, energy scattering in all directions, unleashing a fierce gale. Goku, playing it safe, had hurled several energy blasts. Number 4 was sent flying, whether by design or chance, rolling to the spot where Number 1 and Number 3 were resting. Whis, wait here. I want to test him. Beerus' face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fist and shot forward, leaving a trail of roaring wind in his wake. After Beerus left, Whis glanced around furtively, pulled a backup dessert from his staff, and conjured a bench. He sat down, savoring the treat with a blissful expression, murmuring praise with every bite. Nanny. Sensing the chill behind him, Goku acted without thinking. Infusing his fist with a savage crimson aura, he spun around and threw a punch. Beerus responded in kind, meeting the blow with his own. Boom. Their fists collided, sending white shockwaves rippling outward. The energy surged, cracking the space that Cell himself had reinforced, leaving tiny fissures in its wake. Boom. Both combatants were pushed back. Goku stared at the hairless cat before him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but it was quickly overtaken by excitement and joy. After all these years, 3 years inside the room, the only one who could spar with him was Number 1. The others failed to ignite his fighting spirit. But this opponent, he felt a genuine sense of pressure. Son Goku, I presume. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of approval in his voice. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan Go. D. Goku paused, counting on his fingers. I know Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and my current Super Saiyan 4. But I've never heard of a Super Saiyan God. Maybe you should ask Cell. Having trained for about 3 years, Goku had, according to Cell, honed his body to its peak, reaching a point where further physical enhancement seemed impossible. That was when Cell suggested pursuing a transformation. Ever since Goku had been fixated on deciphering the strange energy Cell had injected into him and achieving the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. You don't know? Strange. Still, you do carry a faint divine aura. Never mind then. As for this Cell, Whis, investigate him first. Whis. Beerus bellowed, his mouth wide open. Right here, Lord Beerus. Whis dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Have you been sneaking food behind my back? Beerus leaned forward, scrutinizing Whis. I'll forget it. Find out where this Cell fellow is. He might know about the Super Saiyan God. Beerus, seeing through Whis' guilty demeanor, waved a hand dismissively. This Cell is a recently promoted apprentice Kaishin currently located at a place called Capsule Corporation on Earth. Whis squinted at the black orb in his hand. An apprentice Kaishin. Beerus' eyes widened as a thought struck him, then he relaxed, speaking with relief. Good thing he's not a full Kaishin. Beerus let out a sigh, patting his chest. Lord Beerus, it seems the Kaishin himself has also come to Earth. He's at Capsule Corporation, now chatting with the apprentice Kaishin Cell. Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle. Nanny, why isn't that fellow staying in the Kaishin realm? What's he doing on Earth? Beerus' face darkened instantly, his tone hostile. It seems they're eating. It looks quite delicious. Whis swallowed hard, glancing at Beerus. Let me see. Beerus snatched the staff and peered at the array of delicacies on the table. Drool escaped his lips and tears of emotion welled in his eyes. Whis, let's go. I suddenly wish to meet this Cell. Beerus cleared his throat and spoke. Yes, Lord Beerus. I'd like to go too. Whis nodded eagerly. Lord Beerus, how about a small sparring match first? Goku, who had been ignored, raised his hand and interrupted timidly. You still want to fight? Beerus looked at this Goku with a hint of curiosity. Although this so-called transformation was not Super Saiyan God, the aura emanating from this body was already among the top tier for mortals. Yeah, I still want to fight. That one move just now was nowhere near enough. Let's go again. Goku nodded repeatedly, his body brimming with excitement as he hovered in the air, jogging in place in a hilariously comical manner. Hey, interesting. If all Saiyans from planet Vegeta were like you, it would be quite amusing. Fine, I accept. Beerus grinned, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Whis, signaling him to wait a little longer. Whooshed. Below. No. 1 and no. 3, who had been watching the battle, while still conscious, quickly flew over. They bowed slightly, and no. 1 spoke slowly. Respected Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, what brings you to our humble abode? Both no. 1 and no. 3 were shocked inwardly. They had not expected Beerus to arrive so soon, nor had they anticipated he would come to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber to find Goku. Is this place off limits to me? Beerus narrowed his eyes, glaring at the two. No, of course not. Your presence is our honor. No. 1 cursed the old geezer under his breath, his face blooming with a flattering smile. Step aside. Beerus, unwilling to waste words with him, said sternly. No. 1 and no. 3 exchanged a glance, then slowly descended back to their previous spot to resume watching. They lifted the fallen no. 4 and no. 2, each receiving a sharp slap before fully waking up. Boss, I thought. No. 2 was stunned for a moment. The moment he saw no. 1, he tried to muster some emotion, but was promptly slapped again by no. 1. Shut up. That hairless cat Beerus is here. No. 1 glared fiercely at no, for who was also trying to perform. What? He's here that fast. I thought it would take a while longer. No. 2 touched the red handprint on his face, speaking in shock. He looked up and indeed saw a hairless cat in clothes standing with hands on hips, wearing an expression that screamed, I am the ruler of all. Opposite him stood Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The two faced each other, locked in a standoff. Lord Beerus, may we begin? Goku assumed a combat stance, his expression serious. Yes, attack me. Let me see your strength. A hint of a smile played on Beerus' lips. He slightly turned his body, clasped his right hand behind his back, and casually waved his left hand in a provocative gesture. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He raised an eyebrow, quickly adjusting his breathing and physical state. Then with a sudden stomp on the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was extreme, like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. At the same time, a low roar escaped Goku's mouth as he clenched his right fist, unleashing a devastating punch with a howling pressure. This punch contained boundless power, carrying the force of an avalanche as it hurtled straight toward Beerus. The air itself seemed to tear apart wherever the fist wind passed. Seeing Goku's ferocious assault, a flicker of surprise passed through Beerus' eyes, but it was overshadowed by confidence and composure. He slightly bent his waist, rapidly gathering a potent energy in his right fist. Likewise, he threw a punch at astonishing speed, meeting Goku's fist. Boom! 2 muffled thunderclaps echoed in the sky as if the entire world trembled. Their fists collided violently, generating a tremendous impact. In an instant, fierce shockwaves erupted between them, forming rippling rings. A powerful atmospheric pressure swept through, distorting the surrounding space. The four lesser beings felt this terrifying force, and their expressions changed dramatically. They quickly raised their hands together, trying to withstand the immense pressure. No. One even released a thick energy shield enveloping the four of them to block most of the impact. Even so, they struggled to breathe, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, identical smiles appeared on both their faces. Their bodies surged forward, exchanging blows at superhuman speed in the sky. Muffled thuds erupted from their physical collisions, and the cracks in space grew larger, spreading outward before being rapidly repaired by some force. Amidst this cycle of breaking and repairing, space emitted a series of hissing sounds, bursting forth with white airwaves. Beerus grinned, speaking slowly amidst the fighting and dodging. Goku, among the opponents I've fought since becoming a god, you are one of the stronger ones. Is that so? Goku's eyes grew sharper, his movements faster. As his fists danced, a mysterious aura within his body began to stir restlessly. Then who was the strongest you've ever fought, Lord Beerus? I can't remember clearly. It's been many years. Beerus instantly distanced himself, gesturing with both hands, and countless golden energy spheres materialized in the sky. They shone like miniature suns, brimming with immense power. Hey, take this. Goku felt no fear at the sight of the countless energy spheres, only excitement. The Saiyan energy within him stirred his blood to a boil. He grinned, revealing a bright smile, then brought his hands together, bending them backward. A cerulean energy wave instantly condensed, and he thrust his hands forward like a blue dragon, devouring everything ahead. Interesting. Beerus chuckled, swinging his hands downward. The countless blazing energy spheres shot forth. Boom, 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 boom. With each deafening explosion, the entire space was engulfed in violent blasts. Smoke billowed everywhere, obscuring visibility. Beerus' energy spheres were easily popped like balloons by the shockwave Goku had fired, shattering into countless fragments that danced in the air. Each explosion released immense energy fluctuations, as if trying to tear apart everything around them. Huh. Beerus let out a light shout, releasing a fraction of his destruction god power. A faint purple aura rose around him, intensifying the oppressive pressure he exuded. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Goku. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he kicked out with tremendous force. At that moment, Goku was fully focused on executing the Kamehameha, unable to divert attention to what was behind him. The kick landed squarely on his back, the immense force sending him flying. Thud! A muffled sound rang out as Goku's body crashed to the ground, rolling before stabilizing. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but it didn't affect him. He wiped it away. Huh! Goku roared, unleashing a surge of immense power. Rings of golden aura flared up, and a crimson glow enveloped him. This was the full power state of Super Saiyan 4, his current strongest form. Oh, still holding back power. Then let me see your limit. Beerus smirked, releasing another portion of his destruction god power. His divine aura surged, exuding an imposing might. Wow. Boss, when will you reach that level? No. For whispered, watching the two with envy. No. One glanced at the clueless No. 4 and said nothing. He was now thinking of finding No. 6 and having him use his forbidden technique to cover No. 4 entirely. That would shut him up. The two stood opposite each other, their golden and purple auras expanding and clashing. Come on. Huh. They said in unison, charging at each other, colliding and separating. In the sky, two streams of different colors clashed repeatedly. Energy rampaged and surged, whipping up fierce storms that tormented the four below, who cursed Beerus as an idiot under their breath. Beerus took a light step, and space instantly shattered, fragments flying everywhere. Goku faltered for a moment, and Beerus shot forward like a cannonball, delivering a headbutt that slammed straight into Goku's abdomen, sending him flying. Then, his fists wrapped in divine aura, he pursued Goku, appearing above him. He clasped his hands together and brought them down with crushing force. Boom. Goku fell like a meteor, a golden streak crashing into the ground. Beerus let out a strange cry, instantly appearing beside Goku. He grabbed his tail and slammed him in every direction until Goku seemed unable to fight. Holding Goku's tail with one hand, he lifted him high, bringing his face close to his own. How about it? Didn't disappoint you, did it? Beerus' expression was serious, his bean-sized pupils fixed on the Saiyan who had fought him for so many rounds. Cough, cough. Lord Beerus, you're truly strong. Goku coughed lightly, his eyes turning clear as he grinned. How you're a strange one. You get beaten and still smile. Beerus frowned, then began swinging Goku by his tail in circles, dragging his body through the air, leaving red streaks before flinging him away. Whis. Beerus retracted his destruction god power and shouted loudly. But he saw was shaking his head as he spoke slowly. Lord Beerus, your battle isn't over yet. How is that possible? Beerus' eyes widened as he saw Goku hovering in the sky, the divine aura within him expanding more and more. At this moment, Sun Wukong had his eyes tightly shut, his expression calm and serene, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Only the mysterious and powerful aura within him surged endlessly. Upon closer observation, it can be noted that this aura did not originate from him, but rather stemmed from the divine energy that Cell had infused into him. As the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Cell had ultimately given Sun Wukong a measure of respect. Sun Wukong hovered majestically in the sky, resembling an immovable mountain. The divine aura within him grew increasingly dense, surging like a mighty river, breaking free from his body and enveloping him. His deep pink fur gradually transformed into a crystalline brilliance emanating a faint glow. Each strand shone like a star adorned with endless radiance. At the same time, his previously soaring aura began to retract, no longer as aggressive as before. The violent and brutal aura gradually dissipated with the twinkling of the starlight on his body, replaced by a tranquil and harmonious power. Suddenly, a brilliant stream of light erupted from his body, encircling him like a rainbow. This stream was woven from red and purple hues, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Under the illumination of this stream of light, Sun Wukong's originally deep pink fur danced in the wind, shimmering with a faint glow, its color becoming increasingly vibrant. The dark strands atop his head gradually transformed into an orangered hue, shining like burning flames. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide, the divine aura around him growing even more intense. Once sacred, solemn, and heavy, it became extraordinarily violent after being tainted by the aura of Super Saiyan 4, with his golden eyes filled with sharp light. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4's limit-breaking form had arrived. In this moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. Infinite waves of energy surged like a tide, suffocating in their intensity. By chance, Sun Wukong perfectly fused his own power with the divine aura given by Cell, successfully condensing into this brand new transformation state. His body was filled with immense power, every muscle line exuding unparalleled majesty. The ferocious power of Super Saiyan 4 surged forth like an unstoppable volcanic eruption. Amidst this ferocity, the agility of the Super Saiyan God and the sublimation of divine energy blended in, resulting in a nearly exponential increase in Sun Wukong's combat strength. At this moment, he had become the most powerful being on Earth. Of course, this only referred to humans, for neither Cell, Beerus, nor Whis were human. Oh, how interesting, truly fascinating. Whis, do you think this can be considered as the Super Saiyan God? Beerus couldn't help but widen his mouth, laughing heartily. This man Sun Wukong always managed to bring him unexpected surprises, first with that wild transformation, and now further enhanced by divine energy, displaying such immense power. It made Beerus feel even more amused. It should count after all. According to what he said, his previous transformation was Super Saiyan, and now he bears the mark of divine energy. For now, we can consider this as the Super Saiyan God. Whis spoke indifferently, his tone casual. Although he appreciated Sun Wukong at this moment, he was more interested in tasting those seemingly delicious foods. Down below, damn it, this Sun Wukong keeps hanging on one after another. First Super Saiyan 4, and now another limit-breaking transformation. Who could possibly compare to him? Number 4's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What was once the same combat strength had secretly grown stronger. One could only say that the protagonist is indeed favored in this world. Indeed, Number 4, I feel that even if Sun Wukong were to manifest a zenith technique now, I wouldn't be surprised. Number 2 remarked, rolling his eyes and linking arms with Number 4. Number 1 also found it hard to believe this power surge was just too incredible. A talent like him had now merely become Super Android 2, but he was only a step away from Super Saiyan 3. Clearly, this was also a very good mentor. Just a simple spin allowed Sun Wukong to grasp limit breaking. That was impressive. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong in the sky found this state of his quite strange. His golden eyes gazed at his hands, clenching them as he felt the powerful energy and enhanced physique within. A smile crept onto Sun Wukong's lips. No matter what, this was undoubtedly a good thing, wasn't it? Sun Wukong released the red-purple stream of light from his body, and his aura burst forth in an instant. An overwhelming pressure descended, a heavy mix of majesty and ferocity emanating from his divine energy. Below, the little ones could not perceive it, but Beerus and Whis felt it vividly. Sun Wukong looked at the slightly astonished pair and immediately spoke. Hey, Lord Beerus, although I'm not sure what's going on, can't we spar again now? Sun Wukong chuckled, touching the tip of his nose and grinning. This kid doesn't even know where his power came from. Beerus frowned, intending to praise him, but unexpectedly found him to be a fool. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, there was a faint trace of his destructive divine power within him, albeit just a hint. So, Lord Beerus, shall we continue the fight? Whis seemed to have taken interest as well, covering his mouth with a smile. Evidently, he had also noticed the trace of destructive divine power on Sun Wukong. Very well, but impressed for time, so let's settle it with one move. How about it? Beerus tilted his head and slowly flew in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Great. Then let's see if you can withstand this move of mine. Beerus smirked wickedly, and suddenly a massive fired energy sphere appeared behind him, radiating brilliance and emitting scorching energy as Beerus stood in the air, his gaze stern. With a slight flick of one hand, the enormous fired energy sphere began to press down, sweeping away countless white energy waves with a powerful sense of oppression directed solely at Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately pushed his power to the limit, his glowing fur dancing in the wind, the red-purple stream wrapping around him, red arcs of electricity appearing in the space, crackling and flashing. Sun Wukong slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air pressing down his body, his hands clasped behind him, forming a flower-like shape as strands of azure energy gradually radiated light. As he reached the peak of his power, almost unable to control it, a flash of light suddenly crossed Sun Wukong's eyes, his golden pupils shining brightly. Tenfold Kamehameha. Sun Wukong thrust both hands forward. The azure energy wave wrapped in a layer of red light surged toward the massive fired energy sphere in the sky with unstoppable momentum. Bang! Upon collision, a series of energy ripples erupted, powerful energies continuously surging forth as a fierce wind swept from the two massive energy conglomerates. The air instantly compressed and shattered, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted again as the tenfold Kamehameha thickened slightly. Below him, Sun Wukong struggled to hold on, gritting his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth, his form continuously retreating. Oh, there is such power. Beerus' eyelids twitched slightly. He extended his left hand and flicked again. Boom. The massive fired energy sphere increased in size several times, pressing down further. Off. Sun Wukong struggled to hold on with both hands. This newly acquired power seemed insignificant in front of the god of destruction, easily suppressing him. The four little ones had scampered over to Whis' side when the two began to fight again, as that was undoubtedly the safest place. Feeling that it was too much of a waste of time, Beerus extended his entire right hand, directly suppressing Sun Wukong. The poor Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha completely lost its effect in the face of this being entirely engulfed. Booming. An explosion rang out, the roar incessant as space completely shattered, the immense shockwave engulfing the entire hyperbolic time chamber, sending everyone flying into the normal timeline of the Supreme Kai's realm. Whis opened a shield wrapping the four little ones and sending them to the ground, while Beerus remained suspended high in the sky, watching the center of the explosion as a figure gradually emerged. It was Sun Wukong, who had reverted to black hair, still holding the Kamehameha posture, his gaze dazed with almost all of his energy drained. Lucky kid. Beerus smiled, faintly gazing at Sun Wukong on the field. Lord Beerus, could you tell me how much of your power you used just now? Sun Wukong struggled to lift his head and asked softly. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong's earnest expression and chuckled. 70%, I suppose. You did very well to push me to use so much power. You should be proud of that. Whis, it's time to go. Beerus shouted. Whis casually waved his staff, and the energy shield disappeared. He quickly floated to Beerus' side, tapping the void lightly with his staff as the two were enveloped in a brilliant golden light toward the Capsule Corporation. After all, he hadn't tasted the delicious food on Earth yet. The instant Beerus and Whis vanished, number one lunged forward, flicking a senzu bean into Son Goku's mouth with his right hand. After a light chew, the injuries on his body vanished instantly, and he was as lively as ever. This senzu bean was cultivated by Karin after his revival. Back then he was pitiful, having learned of the Warrior's plight and intending to deliver senzu beans. He was killed by the shockwave of Android 17 and 18's explosion. His soul returned to heaven, so he was also revived within Shenron's wish range. Thank you. Son Goku expressed his gratitude to number one. Number one nodded, signaling to those in the sky to come over. Once everyone had gathered, he used instant transmission to return to Capsule Corporation. Old son. Piccolo rushed over after they had left and inquired. You actually fought that great figure. Your strength has now reached an absurd level. Haha, I'm still far from it. Son Goku chuckled, tearing off his tattered clothes to reveal a powerful physique like coiled dragons. Lord Beerus is incredibly strong. I feel the power he used wasn't even a tenth of his true combat strength. That so-called 70% was probably a lie too. Fighting me was like playing for him. If he weren't enjoying the fun, I probably couldn't have withstood even one move. Son Goku's face twisted into a bitter smile. Not dying feels like a win to me. After all, he is a god of destruction, the most fearsome existence in the universe. Piccolo recalled the moment he was knocked out in an instant. Truly terrifying. He never wanted to face such an opponent again. It seems they're heading to Cell's place, which is Bulma's house. I'm going too. Piccolo, will you join? Son Goku straightened his back, exhaled a turbid breath, and gazed intently at Piccolo. Me? I think he'll pass. The gap between us is growing too wide. I can't even defeat Vegeta now. I need to train. He'll head to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber soon. I won't come out until I reach a strength I'm satisfied with. Piccolo paused for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head. He turned sideways, patted Son Goku on the shoulder, and revealed a relatively gentle smile before speaking. Remember to take good care of Gohan. He's been through enough. With that, Piccolo ran into the Hyperbolic Time Chamber without looking back. Only Kami, Mr. Popo, and Son Goku remained on the scene. Lord Kami, I've truly troubled you, haha. Son Goku scratched his hair awkwardly and laughed. I don't find it troublesome at all. Kami shook his head. It's just that Mr. Popo is the one troubled. I wonder what Lord Beerus sees in him. He intends to take Mr. Popo away when they leave. Kami's face showed worry as Mr. Popo had been with him for a long time and was the one he cared for most. Maybe it's a good thing. What if Lord Beerus simply wants an apprentice and has set his sights on Mr. Popo? Son Goku blinked, shifting his gaze to Mr. Popo. He was also a bit curious about what Lord Beerus intended. Oh, right, I could also go to Lord Beerus and ask him to teach me. A flash of inspiration struck Son Goku, and he slapped his thigh. Why hadn't he thought of that before? He had to go quickly and find Lord Beerus. With that thought, Son Goku prepared to leave. Thank you, Lord Kami and Mr. Popo, I've troubled you during this time. Saying this, Son Goku pressed the index and middle fingers of his right hand to his forehead, ready to depart. Wait. Kami called out to him, closing his eyes slightly and slowly extending his hands. A flash of white light passed, and a martial arts GI identical to his previous one appeared on Son Goku's upper body. However, the character written on the chest and back was God. Oh, haha, thank you so much. Son Goku was pleasantly surprised by the new GI, and a smile spread across his face. Well then, see you next time. Son Goku's gaze sharpened as he looked seriously at the two. He placed his right hand at his temple, gave a slight forward salute, and with a smirk on his lips vanished on the spot, using instant transmission. Sigh, Mr. Popo, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Kami turned around frowning, and leaning on his staff walked forward step by step. It should be a good thing. After all, Lord Beerus is a deity of very high status. Mr. Popo lifted his head to look at the slightly worried Kami. Sigh, everything is fate. Kami shook his head, said nothing, and looked up at the sky with shimmering eyes. West City Capsule Corporation. Inside, Vegeta and Trunks were still in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber training in the essence of divine ki and tempering their bodies. Only Cell Board had stepped out for some fresh air and to inform Bulma to prepare food in advance. As it happened, he ran into those two unreliable Supreme Kais. Whooshed! A faint green light flickered and the figures of Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito materialized before Cell, smiles on their faces completely lacking the worry on the Elder Kai's face. What do you want from me? Cell waved his hand, speaking with slight resignation. Although he knew these two gluttons had come to freeload food and drink, he still had to go through the formalities of asking. Mister. Cell, we're here to provide important information. Kibito looked at Cell, who had appeared right in front of them, and spoke softly, his tone much gentler, completely devoid of his previous arrogant and stubborn attitude. After all, Cell had now become an apprentice Supreme Kai, and even in terms of divine rank, he was infinitely higher than them. After all, the Supreme Kai was the highest divine office in a universe. It's about the god of destruction, Beerus, isn't it? Cell beckoned, and a humanoid maid walked over carrying a tray laden with various desserts and tea. Come, let's go over there, eat, and talk. Oh, sweetie, go tell the lady to prepare more delicacies, especially desserts like pudding. Cell's eyes flickered as he spoke relatively gently to the more feminine-looking android before him. Of course, mister. Cell'll go right away. The android named Sweetie set the desserts on the table over there, then got up and left to find Bulma. However, if one looked with the naked eye, they would never be able to tell it was an android. It was built entirely in the image of a human. It was a personal robot created by Hito to take care of his daily life, obedient to him alone, not even Hito himself. Moreover, it possessed considerable combat power. After Hito's specialized development, though its strength didn't match the Gamma series, it still had the power of a Super Saiyan god. It also had infinite energy. Hito also said he would periodically upgrade it to ensure it matched his heroic status. Cell graciously accepted this. After all, what was the harm in using such a useful and powerful robot? You already know. Kibito paused, smiled awkwardly. It made sense, this one was also a Supreme Kai, albeit a trainee. Supreme Kai Shin also smiled awkwardly. Then Kibito's gaze was drawn to the desserts. Sit. Take a seat. Cell waved his hand, lightly smiling at the two before him. He sat down first, grabbed two pastries, and stuffed them into his mouth, with a smacking sound, raising an eyebrow to signal they should not stand on ceremony. Then we'll help ourselves, said the Supreme Kai Shin as he found a reclining chair and sat down. Seeing his lord at ease, Kibito also picked a chair and settled in. At first they feigned restraint, but soon their true natures emerged. They devoured the food ravenously, and before long the table was nearly bare. Kibito, this is delicious. Don't take mine. Supreme Kai at the dinner table, speed is all that matters regardless of rank. You taught me that yourself. You can't go back on your word now. Kibito mumbled, his mouth full of cakes and sweets, yet his movements remained swift, his hands a blur. He had trained his speed after their last meal, and it paid off this time, unlike before when Shin had claimed almost everything. Cell stared blankly at the battlefield, even more intense than the last feast. He said nothing, simply sipping his tea and waiting for them to finish. After a while, how satisfying. Earth is truly a wonderful place. It deserves to be called the star of gastronomy. Shin let out a burp and lounged comfortably in his chair. Except you, Kibito, took a bit too much of my share. Otherwise, everything was fine. Shin suddenly sat up, glaring with some resentment at Kibito, who reclined even more leisurely. Supreme Kai, speed is key. If you're not good enough, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't eat. All right. Have you put in the effort over the years? Have you trained your speed? Don't just make accusations. It's tough for me to train daily, and it's not easy. This barrage left Shin utterly baffled. His eyes widened as he stared at this unexpectedly eloquent attendant. How had he never noticed such sharp wit and smooth talk all these years? Only Cell was even more stunned, thinking, dude, did you just transmigrate here too? How do you know about Incident 79 so clearly? He was even more adept at dropping memes. By the way, aside from telling me about the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, is there anything else? Cell steadied himself and spoke. Anything else? No, that's all we came to report. The Supreme Kai is correct. Kibito nodded earnestly. Very well. Sit for a while, I'll have more food brought in. Cell rose and left, waving his hand. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop Capsule Corporation. He closed his eyes, sensing Beerus' presence in the sky. Shall we continue eating? Shin asked uncertainly. Let's carry on, Supreme Kai, since we're here. All right. Soon another feast arrived, including not only sweets, but also hot dishes. Their eyes gleamed as they dug in again, showing no signs of being full. Like bottomless pits, they devoured everything voraciously. Sometimes in their rush, they even skipped chewing and swallowed whole. Soon Cell sensed an exceptionally powerful divine energy, deep mighty like an abyss. It was moving at high speed. Here they come. Cell opened his eyes, his beautiful pink irises flashed with a red light, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Whooshed! A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, landing right before Cell. As the light faded, the figures of Beerus and Whis came into view. You're Cell? The one son Goku mentioned. Beerus squinted hands on his hips and smirked. Yes, I am Cell. Greetings, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Cell bowed slightly, meeting Beerus' gaze. Good. Huh. Beerus then rubbed his eyes, staring at the earrings on Cell's ears. Slightly flustered, he exclaimed, Are you a Supreme Kai? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing Beerus' shocked expression, Cell replied calmly, Just an apprentice Supreme Kai, not an official one. Oh, that explains it. No wonder you possess such powerful divine energy. Beerus narrowed his elongated eyes, as if seeing through Cell's body. But that brat gives me a headache, Beerus muttered, recalling the reckless youth who had come to Earth for food. If he gets attacked, it's over for me too. They'll have to discipline him later and make him obedient. Beerus resolved to teach him a lesson. Anyway, Earth's cuisine looks decent. Bring it all out. Beerus waved dismissively, snorting. Just as I thought, Cell mused. After fighting Goku, he had indeed become a Super Saiyan god. My divine energy wasn't wasted. Cell nodded. Lord Beerus, everything is ready, waiting for your arrival. He then flew toward a spot filled with delicious food, all prepared by Bulma. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, smiled, and followed. The instant they caught the aroma, their nostrils flared, sniffing eagerly. Seeing the mouth-watering dishes, they couldn't help but swallow. Gulp. 2 audible gulps rang out. Their eyes widened, and in a flash they appeared at the tables. Beerus began feasting heartily, while Whis, though his eyes sparkled, maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, savoring each bite and occasionally praising the food. Whis, this is indeed excellent. Earth really is a wonderful place. Beerus mumbled between mouthfuls. Indeed, Lord Beerus. This one is also delicious. Please try it. Whis smiled, offering a delicate dish to Beerus. Beerus took a bite and exclaimed, Wow, such a delicate texture, the juices exploding in my mouth. My. Beerus was deeply moved, silently grateful he had come to Earth. Compared to this, everything he had eaten before was garbage, not even fit for dogs, which explained why he had destroyed them so easily. With that thought, Beerus ate even more fervently, muttering praises nonstop. His hand speed increased, and the waitstaff smiled as they cleared empty plates and brought fresh dishes. Cell shook his head slightly, watching this spectacle. What kind of food do the gods of this world eat that they're so moved? Such table manners. But this was exactly what Cell wanted. The more they enjoyed it, the better. This way they would grow attached to Earth, and the story would unfold in the direction he desired. Just as Shalu was fantasizing about a bright future, Number 1 appeared beside him with his 3 little brothers. Oh, you guys are back. How was the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus? What was it like seeing gods fight live? Shalu raised an eyebrow and casually asked. How should I put it? It wasn't really gods fighting. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 through a limit-breaking technique, so he isn't exactly a Super Saiyan god. Number 1 recalled the terrifying aftershocks and trembled briefly before vanishing from sight. Huh. Super Saiyan 4 limit breaking. So fast. I just learned how to transform not long ago, and Sun Wukong has already mastered it. Shalu looked at Number 1 with some surprise. Seeing him struggling to express himself, Shalu closed his eyes and began to ponder the fierce battle between the two. After a while, Shalu recollected himself and exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "Oh, that was merely a coincidence. It doesn't count as a true limit breaking. He hasn't fully mastered it. He just absorbed a trace of the god of destruction's energy from Beerus, and it clashed and fused with the energy I injected into him. It's just a temporary state." However, that was quite impressive, Shalu thought to himself, slightly raising his left hand to stroke his smooth chin. His Super Android 4 was somewhat different from theirs. He didn't have that activating tail, but one day, he tried using instant transmission and ended up on a moonlit planet. To his surprise, the 2 objects on his head that resembled horns reacted, and he successfully transformed into Super Android 4 without becoming a massive version like Shalu Max. Instead, the Saiyan blood within him surged, resulting in the transformation. Moreover, after training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for a period, he merged the powers of these 2 systems. However, unlike others, his limit breaking was distinct in that he possessed divine power cultivated by himself with no limits. As long as divine energy continued to flow, he could keep growing stronger. Unlike them, who as mortals could only forcibly assimilate the essence of the divine into their bodies using the energy of mere mortals, and could not harness divine power to its fullest due to not being gods. For them, the power system of bloodlines was more suitable. This was his conclusion. With this in mind, Shalu snapped back from his thoughts, gestured for the 4 little ones to disappear, crossed his hands in a 10-point formation, and slowly said, with a professional fake smile, "So how is it? Lord Beerus, how's the food?" It's quite good. Just average really, and isn't there too little of it?" Beerus suppressed what he was about to say as he looked at the table filled with empty plates. Beside him, Whis hid behind Beerus, continually giving him thumbs up with a look of bliss on his face. Huh. Shalu awkwardly laughed while constantly scheming in his mind. "Old Beerus, this must be the best meal you've had in over 1 billion years. If you want more, just say it, don't worry about appearances." With that harsh self-encouragement, Shalu's expression blossomed into a smile. He looked at the nearby waiter and whispered, "Bring out all the supplies from the kitchen. Lord Beerus, they are still cooking in the back. How about we spar a bit first?" Shalu extended his right hand, leaving a small gap between his index finger and thumb, squinting his eyes as he spoke slowly. You want to spar with me?" After swallowing the food in his mouth, Beerus became serious and spoke solemnly. "Exactly." Shalu also revealed a serious face, straightened his previously bent waist, towering over Beerus with his gaze lowered. Divine power radiated from him, and an immense sense of oppression instantly spread, felt only by Beerus and Whis. "Oh, interesting." Beerus also shook slightly, stood up, and unleashed his god of destruction energy, causing two extremely powerful pressures to collide, generating gusts of wind. The two figures shot up into the sky, flying higher and higher until they reached the stratosphere. Below, the four little ones watched their father slowly disappear from view with some concern. This was the first time they felt worried about their father's strength, especially since he was up against the god of destruction Beerus. A faint purple aura ignited around Beerus, showcasing even greater combat prowess than during his battle with Sun Wukong. The pressure of the god of destruction squeezed out and the aura released, while purple arcs of electricity crackled around the space, distorting the area engulfed by that purple flame, filling Shalu with a sense of impending death. "Haha, it seems I need to step it up too." Shalu looked at Beerus, who had entered a serious state, a slight smile, curling his lips, feeling the blood surging in his veins and his body ablaze with energy. Boom. Huh. Shalu bellowed, his expression twisting as the divine aura burst forth from him. Fiery red flow surged out, rising even higher. Shalu's body began to change. His originally green form gradually turned red, the green fading into a soft pink, the spots on his body temporarily disappearing, enveloped in a shimmering glow, with his two horns on top shining exceptionally bright. The black parts of his chest armor and exoskeleton darkened further, while the surrounding fiery red light transformed into azure blue, only to turn into a soft pink shortly thereafter. His entire body was enveloped in a soft pink hue, while the space around him distorted from the glowing energy. An intense wind of aura spread out, and energy swirled. "Kid, you've got me a bit excited." Beerus grinned, his aura gradually expanding. "Really, Lord Beerus?" Shalu smirked, exuding charm, slightly lowering his body and taking a battle stance. "Come on." Beerus' face was filled with excitement, not expecting to encounter a trainee god of destruction with such strength. He truly wanted to replace the fool below with this person before him. Beerus licked his lips, thinking to himself. Shalu noticed a momentary distraction from Beerus, took a step forward, and instantly vanished, reappearing behind Beerus. He drew all the glowing energy into his body for maximum utilization and threw a powerful punch, causing the space to shatter and air to explode. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Beerus slightly raised his left hand, gripping Shalu's iron fist tightly, like a vice, while tilting his head slightly to reveal his deep, penetrating gaze. In an instant, the air seemed to ignite and explode, with visible waves of energy rapidly spreading out, the powerful shockwave sweeping through space like a tempest reaching deep into the cosmos. Beerus instantly withdrew his body, agilely rotating, and then swept out a kick that struck Shalu's head with lightning speed. Bang! Another dull sound reverberated in the air, and Shalu was sent flying. A sinister smile appeared on Beerus' face as he flickered and shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward Shalu. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike raining down on Shalu like mercury, each blow infused with unparalleled power and speed dazzling to behold. Shalu's body quickly became covered in bruises from the punches, the air continuously exploding with deafening sounds. Meanwhile, Beerus' smile grew ever brighter, as if he were relishing this exhilarating battle. Suddenly, Beerus clapped his hands together, instantly condensing two golden energy spheres that shimmered with dazzling light. He smirked and unhesitatingly smashed them down. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the entire space seemed to tremble. Shalu groaned, smoke enveloping him as he plummeted like a meteor towards a barren island, crashing into it and creating a massive crater. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Beerus let out a sinister laugh, his form darting swiftly toward the spot where Cell had fallen. With such incredible speed, his figure tore through space itself, friction enveloping him in a crimson glow. From the ground, he looked like a falling meteor. Crash! Cell pulled himself out of the massive crater, shook his head, brushed the dust off his body, and rose as if unharmed. Lifting his head, he fixed a blazing gaze upon Beerus above. A maniacal grin spread across his face. He crouched slightly, stomped hard on the ground, and launched himself upward like a projectile, charging straight at Beerus. His right fist was coated in a peach red radiance as his body swelled abruptly, the fist tightening and thrusting forward. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, the entire island collapsed, the ground splitting apart as mud and debris flew spilling into the sea. It stirred up towering waves thousands of feet high, yet none of this concerned the two deities. Beerus' lips curled wider and wider, revealing a set of white teeth. Destructive divine energy also wrapped around his right fist as he surged forward. He wanted to see just how far this boy could go, how much of his true power he could force out. How thrilling! Beerus' eyes flashed with light. This was the first time a human had fought him to such a standstill without a scratch. Soon the two fists met and clashed. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the entire planet began to tremble, violently powerful energy waves radiating outward, churning rings of white air. The sea below was instantly struck and burst apart, seawater cascading as colossal water columns sprayed upward. Droplets splashed onto the two figures, and under the sunlight rainbows shimmered across the sky. Huh. Both laughed at the same time, their forms separating in an instant before crashing together again, the air exploding with each impact. Purple and peach-red beams of light collided incessantly as they moved at breakneck speed, exchanging blows while the sea churned wildly. Their forms vanished and reappeared, manifesting across the globe. Some eagle-eyed individuals even caught a glimpse of Cell during the moments when Beerus and Cell separated after their clash. Holy shit. Holy shit. Buddy slapped me. Am I dreaming? I fucking saw Hero Cell. A young man with a crew cut holding a matcha ice cream cone tilted his head up in disbelief. Fuck, don't freak out like that. You didn't drink much and you ate plenty. How are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Damn it, if Hero Cell is in the sky today, ill. Before he could finish, Cell flew low over their heads, hurling several energy spheres toward Beerus. Beerus slapped each one away, annihilating them into nothingness, leaving behind a trail of golden particles as he gave chase. Soon the two vanished from the spot. Go on, buddy, what's up? What were you gonna do? Be my son. Sorry, I'm already your godfather. That's no fun. How about letting me play your account? The crew cut guy raised an eyebrow with a smug look, speaking slowly. Holy crap. I've made it. I saw Hero Cell. The other guy chased after the direction Cell had disappeared, shouting Cell's name repeatedly. Soon the entire city erupted in excitement. Many had seen Cell fighting some hairless cat-like being, and word spread like wildfire. Everyone cheered and rooted for him. Go Cell. You're the hero. Cell. 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 The cheers grew louder and spread instantly across the internet. Some fearless influencers even flew planes and jets to the scene just for a piece of the buzz broadcasting live. Didn't expect you to have so many admirers, Beerus snorted, extending four fingers to stab straight at Cell's chest. Slash. It went in smoothly, surprising Beerus, his eyes widening in disbelief. Haha. Lord Beerus, you let your guard down. Cell's lips curled upward as he delivered a headbutt to Beerus' forehead, while another hand sprouted from his chest, firmly gripping Beerus' right arm. What? Beerus stared wide-eyed at the extra hand, bewildered. Point-blank tenfold Kamehameha. Cell's hands came together behind his back, and an azure energy wave erupted instantly. The two vanished, reappearing in a desolate wilderness. Boom. The powerful energy wave shot forth, striking Beerus square in the face at close range. Screams rang out continuously, accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. Rumble. The small hand on Cell's chest released Beerus, and in an instant Beerus was blasted to the ground by the Kamehameha, his form skidding along, gouging a long, massive trench into the earth. Sizzle. The searing heat turned the ground red-hot, emitting wisps of steam. At the end of the trench, Beerus' face was charred black, giving off a faint aroma of roasted meat, his eyes shut, as if unconscious. But Cell didn't believe it. He thought Beerus was just playing along. Cell's body shimmered with flowing light, faint red arcs of electricity crackling and dancing around him. Now 2 extra arms grew from each side of his waist, and 2 additional heads sprouted from the sides of his neck. 3 had 6 arms. This was a great divine power. Cell had figured it out himself, thinking it would make fighting more satisfying. Buzz. Suddenly the ground trembled as Beerus' form slowly rose into the air. The charred marks on his face vanished, and his destructive divine energy grew even more intense. An aura of supreme dominance radiated from him, his narrow eyes widening, pale, yellow pupils fixed on Cell. He tilted his head slightly, his neck cracking with a series of pops, a curious expression on his face as he regarded the bizarre Cell. You sure know a lot of tricks, but this warm-up is over. Show me what you've got. True skill? Lord Beerus, what do you mean? Isn't this all I've got? Cell feigned Son Goku's mannerism, widening his eyes, letting out an awkward laugh while scratching his head. Stop pretending. You're terrible at it. I can sense a powerful force within you far stronger than this. Beerus waved a hand, snorting. Oh, you noticed. Cell returned to normal, shaking his head, his tone turning flat. I do have another transformation, but I was thinking of saving it for later. After saying that, the peach red glow on Cell vanished instantly, and he reverted to his normal state. He let out a slow breath. Lord Beerus, watch closely. This is my transformation. Cell's eyes sharpened, his expression turning deadly serious. Beerus cast a smile at the apprentice Supreme Kai, before him remarking that this one was the most formidable he had ever encountered, even ranking moderately among the gods of destruction. Although he had not yet wielded the authority of destruction in terms of pure strength alone, this being named Cell was already exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he was now concealing his true power. Perhaps the language fish had referred to him after all. A sinister grin spread across Beerus' face as he grew more and more satisfied with this individual named Cell. If only he were an apprentice god of destruction, then soon he could cease working, no longer share a life with those foolish Supreme Kais, and live a carefree existence of play, feasting, and slumber without a worry. Cell exhaled a slow breath of turbid air, his form relaxing. Instantly, a powerful, dazzling golden radiance surged from within his body, enveloping him entirely. The sky darkened abruptly, thick clouds gathered, and rolling thunder rumbled within them. A formidable aura burst forth, instantly spreading across the entire earth, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. The ground began to shake violently, and with crisp cracking sounds the earth slowly fractured, forming enormous fissures. These crevices spread rapidly, tearing the entire surface asunder. Stones of various sizes slowly rose from the ground accompanied by a powerful aura floating gently in the air before shattering and being ground into dust. The thunder in the sky grew even more intense, golden bolts writhing like dragons within the clouds, now darting between them, now converging into a dazzling golden ocean. This golden sea expanded unceasingly as if to devour the entire world. Cell's body began to emit a golden radiance, the golden light flowing forth from him, continuously, gradually spreading and illuminating the entire space. A crisp sound rang out like some sort of transformation effect. The green parts of Cell's body were completely overtaken by gold, and his spots vanished one by one. In their place was a smooth, gleaming golden shell, as if forged from gold. At this moment, Cell's body had turned entirely golden, a stark contrast to his previous appearance. His aura grew even more powerful, the suffocating pressure freezing the very air around him. Golden Cell was a transformation born from the bloodline of Frisia. Once fully mastered, it granted heightened defense, a rapid surge in power, speed, endurance, and all-round improvement, with defense being the most prominent. Recall how Frisia endured Broly's relentless assault for an hour, creating an opportunity for Goku and Vegeta to fuse, a testament to the immense defensive power. Moreover, this transformation did not consume significant stamina and surpassed the Saiyan's Super Saiyan Blue in every aspect. Not finished yet. Cell radiated dazzling golden light, golden streams swirling around him. Divine power surged from within, enveloping his body. Tainted by the blood of the frost demon, the divine power shifted from white to gold, and the black parts of his exoskeleton gradually turned yellow. Except for his wrists and face, his entire body became golden. The profound aura vanished, becoming imperceptible, replaced by a trace of golden divine essence that gently intertwined. It was now utterly devoid of the wildness of the earlier limit-breaking form. Now he radiated pure sanctity, solemnity, and majesty like a true god. Golden Cell God makes his entrance. This was Cell's form after transforming into Golden Cell and infusing it with divine essence, his most powerful form to date. Nanny. He had reached this level. Beerus wore a look of utter shock. This could already be considered a god of destruction, and one wielding the authority of destruction at that. At the very least, this form was far stronger than that fat lump Kampa. Even if not quite reaching his level, their combat prowess was close, and given that the other fellow never trained Cell was likely a notch stronger now. Beerus was truly astonished, never expecting such a talent to emerge in the universe under his jurisdiction. At that moment, far away in the Kaishin realm, the Elder Kai was equally stunned. In only 3 months, he had not only fully mastered the use of divine power, but had also made such a leap in strength. This was truly magnificent. Ha ha ha, that hairless scrawny cat Beerus must be dumbfounded. Good thing I struck first, or that fellow Beerus would have snatched him away. Hit him, give him a good thrashing, Cell. Show him your full power. The Elder Kai in the Kaishin realm was nearly in tears of laughter, waving his arms, as if he were in Cell's shoes ready to pummel Beerus. Haha, I'm too excited. In all my years, I've never been this thrilled. The Elder Kai slowly sipped his tea to calm himself. What's this? Beerus is on Earth, yet so many planets are being destroyed in an instant. The Elder Kai frowned, taking out his magic orb to investigate. Suddenly, he spotted 2 immensely significant figures within it, and instantly hurled the orb away. The Elder Kai's face grew panicked, cold sweat streaming down his face. Why had people from the 6th universe come to join the fray? A brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, suddenly descending upon this land. 2 figures emerged from it. A short Promax version of Beerus appeared before him. This was none other than the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa. And the tall woman beside him was Vados, the angel of the 6th universe. Vados had her hair tied high in a ponytail, her eyes calm, yet mysterious. Her white hair fluttered in the wind behind her, and the light blue ring around her neck marked her as an angel. Hey old man, were you just spying on us? Kampa blustered, approaching the Elder Kai with a gangster-like air. Lord Kampa, there's some good news you'll definitely want to hear. Vados covered her mouth with a gentle smile, her delicate features curving into a grin, one eye turning into a crescent moon. A lovely sight, though no one present could appreciate it. Spit it out, Vados. Kampa glanced at her with a snort. Lord Beerus is fighting a Supreme Kai, and it's the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Nanny. Huh. Someone's rebelling against Beerus. Hurry, take me to see quick, Vados. At this, Kampa's previously gloomy face instantly bloomed like a chrysanthemum, beaming brilliantly. Not collecting. Before Vados could finish, Kampa interrupted. This is far more interesting. I can collect that later. Besides, I'm very curious about the one fighting Beerus. Let's see if we can recruit him into our 6th universe. Placing such talent here is a waste. Kampa was in an excellent mood now. He grabbed Vados' arm and left the place, leaving only a fading beam of light. Bye-bye. With that, only the Elder Kai was left standing bewildered in the wind. Good heavens. First a god of destruction and an angel came to Earth, and now the god of destruction from the 6th universe was joining the fun. Earth was truly plagued with calamities. The Elder Kai shook his head, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Well, this just got a lot more interesting, didn't it? Well, Lord Beerus, can I force you to unleash your true power now? Cell gazed at his own hands with satisfaction. This was actually his 2nd time transforming into this form. He had to admit the feeling was indeed exhilarating. You've truly impressed me. But to make me use my true strength, you're still a bit lacking. However, in my base form, I can still play with you. Beerus' mouth was nearly splitting into a grin. His aura grew increasingly formidable, and a powerful pressure burst forth. The pale purple flames surrounding his body vanished, instantly drawn back into him. Beerus slowly closed his eyes, white wisps of breath streaming from his mouth. His body seemed as ordinary as ever, yet the oppressive force had become overwhelming. Come on, this is 70% of my base power. Let me see just how strong you are. Beerus gestured with a fighting stance, his body slightly lowered, a cruel grin curling on his lips. Very well, then let me witness this 70% of your power, Lord Beerus. Cell met his gaze and assumed a combat posture. Their auras clashed and compressed in the air, producing a shrill screech as space itself shattered. Huh. Cell, unable to contain himself, launched the first attack. With a slight step, his form shot forward, his right fist punching out, tearing the air apart, like thunderclap, carrying immense force. Oomph. Beerus tilted his head, slightly lowered his body, and delivered an uppercut with his left hand. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Cell's body faltered momentarily, stepping back. Then he seized Beerus' left arm, tightly sneered, and swiftly swung him, slamming him viciously into the ground. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted, the ground shattering into a massive crater. Debris burst apart, and smoke filled the air. Hep! A cruel smile twisted across Cell's face. He lifted Beerus again and hurled him in another direction. Bang, 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 bang. Beerus' body repeatedly collided with the earth, creating several craters in an instant. Each impact, fueled by immense force, sent him bouncing back up. Whoosh! With blinding speed, Beerus' tail suddenly coiled around Cell's arm. Before Cell could react, the air exploded as a flying knee struck. Bang! Cell's form was sent hurtling backward. Beerus, suspended upside down in the void, lightly patted his shoulder and said, "Your strength is lacking, kid." With that, his eyes blazed with violet light, and he vanished, pursuing Cell's trajectory. Rip roar! Cell's feet scraped across the ground, shattering several mountain peaks along the way with continuous rumbles before finally coming to a halt. A long, deep trench was carved beneath him. Smoke slowly spread, dust swirling all around. Lord Beerus, that's not fair, using your tail. Don't blame me then. Cell shook his slightly numb hands. A faint glimmer sparked within his golden eyes, and his body flashed intensely. As before the transformation, 2 thick arms sprouted from his waist, and 2 additional heads emerged from his neck. The left head bore a ferocious, wrathful expression. The right head was placid, as if nothing could stir emotion within it. The 3-headed, 6-armed form manifested once again. Beerus had seen this before, yet still found the technique intriguing. He flashed across the sky and appeared behind Cell, unleashing a punch. Bang! Cell turned his head slightly, using all 4 arms from behind to block. The force of the punch was completely neutralized, causing the void to tremble violently, sending out rings of white energy. The void shattered instantly, and the two plunged into that other dimension, continuing their battle. 6 fists against 2 legs against legs, a fair sparring bout. In the void, the sound of flesh colliding rang out incessantly. 6 golden arms swung repeatedly, leaving imprints on Beerus' body. Though Beerus' punches were faster, and Cell couldn't defend, Cell wasn't aiming for defense at all. He just wanted to fight to his heart's content. After all, he had 6 fists giving him the advantage. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Cell let out a hearty laugh, still unsatisfied, as his tail joined the fray. The air boomed with continuous impacts, fists blurred, and energy rippled outward. Beerus laughed along with Cell, but astonishment swelled within him. Not only was Cell incredibly powerful, but he also unleashed one bizarre technique after another. Moreover, his body would rapidly regenerate each time Beerus tore it apart, exchanging wounds for wounds. The void shattered once more, and both fighters hurtled back to Earth. Seizing that fleeting moment of respite, Cell swung his right hand, and a golden streak of light formed into a long, ethereal blade. The sword hummed with sharp, piercing energy as it arced toward Beerus' neck. As he flew backward, Beerus suddenly sensed a threat. The fine hairs on his body stood on end, and in a daze he caught a flash of golden light. Without hesitation, Beerus closed his eyes, an inexplicable sacred aura enveloping him. A silvery white glow swirled around him, and when he opened his eyes again, a mercury-like gleam shone within them. His body involuntarily twisted backward, dodging the strike with an uncanny, precise motion. Whooshed! The sky suddenly blazed with golden light. Beneath the dim heavens, a flash streaked into a line, then erupted brilliantly. Shing! The air screamed, and the clouds were torn to shreds. The ground split open, revealing a colossal chasm visible even from space. A bottomless, massive gorge. The silvery white glow around Beerus slowly faded. He looked at the ground, then touched his neck, where a faint white mark remained. Beerus smiled. Even the residual force of that blade's flash could achieve this. This was no longer a game. Beerus shook his body, and a profound, destructive divine power surged forth, forming a deep violet-black aura around him. His fur grew more lustrous, a ring of light flashed across his forehead, and divine halos appeared behind him. Dark violet-black particles dripped to the ground. In an instant, as if erased, the ground they touched was obliterated, scattering into faint particles of light. Hey, Lord Beerus, please cease your actions. 2 radiant staffs materialized, positioned like execution blades across Beerus' neck. A male and a female, 2 angelic figures appeared, speaking coldly. They were Whis and Vados, who had been secretly watching from the sidelines, covertly protecting Earth. Otherwise, at the very first clash of their fists, the scattered energy would have caused Earth to explode into oblivion. Lord Beerus, you cannot wield your authority here. It would lead the entire universe to destruction. Whis now stared at Beerus with utter seriousness, as if ready to act should he make another move. All right, why so stern? Beerus paused, raising both hands. The profound destructive divine power gradually receded, and his body returned to normal. Cell also reverted to his base form, though the long sword of golden light in his right hand still trembled and hummed. Was that attack really that destructive? Cell took one last look at the golden blade before dispersing it into particles of light. But Lord Beerus is truly strong. That transformation of his at the end, was that the unique transformation of a god of destruction, the authority to destroy a universe, the true power of rules. As they were speaking, a short fat figure resembling Beerus appeared before Cell, startling him greatly. Hey kid, I see you have extraordinary potential. How about coming to my 6th universe to become the Supreme Kai? You'll be promoted immediately to a full-fledged Supreme Kai, not just an apprentice. What do you say? Kampa was extremely excited. Such a talent must be poached. With such strength, yet only an apprentice Supreme Kai, he must be undervalued in the 7th universe. If he kept such a talent in the 6th universe, he would treasure him like a gem. Not like now, still just an apprentice Supreme Kai. If it were him, he would have made him a full Supreme Kai immediately and bound him. Otherwise, even if he made him a candidate for God of Destruction, and if he were willing, the position of God of Destruction could also be given. After all, he had grown tired of the job, but anyone could do the work now. Lord Kampa, are you here to? Cell pondered the current plot for a moment, then said with a start, you wouldn't be here in the 7th universe to get the Super Dragon Balls, would you, eh? Cell continued his question, catching Kampa off guard. How do you know I'm here in the 7th universe, searching for the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa was baffled. Logically, even that pointy-faced Beerus shouldn't know his movements. This apprentice Supreme Kai was not only powerful, but could he also read minds? Kampa. A furious roar came from afar, and with a gentle breeze Beerus made a grand entrance. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Super Dragon Balls. They belong to our 7th universe, don't they? Are you here to steal? Beerus asked angrily with a hint of suspicion. Oh well. This. Kampa turned his face away, somewhat embarrassed, sweat dripping down his face. Finally, unable to bear Beerus' stare any longer, he spun around and shouted. I'm just here to challenge you to a contest, understand? A contest. These are to be awarded as prizes. Lord Kampa. Vados suddenly appeared beside him, hesitating to speak. Shut up, Vados. Kampa scolded, slightly annoyed. The Super Dragon Balls are wish-granting orbs that can fulfill any desire. Gather all 7 and make a wish, and anything is possible. How about it? Kampa said smugly. Oh, wish-granting orbs. Yes, Lord Beerus. Such wish-granting orbs do exist. The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians in our 7th universe have similar properties, but with limitations. Whis appeared and spoke slowly. These Dragon Balls existing between the 2 universes might be more powerful. Not just more powerful, but without limits. Any wish can be granted. Kampa retorted. All right then. How do you propose we compete? Beerus smirked, showing some interest. Food. The cuisine of our 6th universe is the most delicious in all the cosmos. Vados. Kampa turned confidently to Vados as if victory was assured. Yes, Lord Kampa. With a light wave of her staff, Vados produced an egg-shaped container with a bizarre appearance. Cell looked slightly bewildered. How was it that just as the battle was about to begin, they were moving on to another competition? A contest with the 6th universe. He was sure to win this, whether in combat or food. As Vados pressed a button, the container hummed, steam hissed out, and it opened to reveal 5 eggs inside. A golden device nestled among the 5 eggs floated up, moved before the 5 of them, then vanished into their hands. Haha, Beerus, these are boiled eggs from a new creature I discovered, the Dong bird. They'll blow your mind. Kampa chuckled, then said to Cell, you should try some too. If you come to the 6th universe, you can have delicious Dong bird eggs every day. With that, Kampa peeled his egg and popped it into his mouth, wearing an expression of sheer bliss. Cell found it a bit ridiculous. In the original story, it was just a boiled egg. How could he enjoy it so much? Cell's mouth twitched slightly, but he peeled and tasted the egg anyway. Beerus, Vados, and Kampa also peeled and ate theirs. Chewing X5, so delicious, isn't it? Kampa said, hands on his hips, smug and confident. Just so. It's okay. Not bad. Beerus and Cell gave similar reviews. If Beerus hadn't been to Earth, he might have found it delicious. But after experiencing Earth's cuisine, this egg was nothing special. What? I don't believe you can come up with anything better. Kampa was taken aback, then realized Beerus was probably just making an excuse not to admit defeat. Don't believe me. Beerus suddenly grinned. He had just remembered he hadn't finished all that food yet. This was the perfect chance to go back and eat more while also blowing Kampa's mind. Hey Cell, let's go. Let's show them the power of Earth's cuisine. Cell nodded, waved his hand, and instantly teleported everyone to the dining area of Capsule Corporation. Now he could teleport not only himself, but also others. That was the benefit of omniscience. Mastering any cultivation method, even lost techniques. For instance, he was currently learning the time skip technique, but he was just a beginner and hadn't succeeded yet. He figured once he saw Hit use it, he could learn it quickly. Anyway, there was no rush. He would wait at least 3 months until after absorbing the final upgrade from Hyde's upgraded Pro Max version of Cell. By then he reckoned he would be strong enough to disregard all the gods of destruction except Beerus, even those wielding authority. The scene shifted from the barren wasteland to a modern city with a pleasant environment. Everyone except Cell was amazed by his display of power. In Kampa's eyes, this supreme Kai was someone he desperately wanted to poach from Beerus. As for that green fatso, once Cell took office he would destroy him. After all, a lazy good for nothing who only slept all day was useless. Clap, clap, clap. At Cell's light clap, Candy immediately led a group of waiters pushing carts laden with food. The aroma was so enticing that Kampa's nose twitched involuntarily. This was what Cell had prepared in advance. What he had given Beerus earlier was just a preview. This was the real feast meant for him. Now it would also benefit that fat cat Kampa. Damn it. Kampa thought to himself, tears of longing streaming uncontrollably. Just by smelling it his mouth began to water profusely. Beside him Beerus was in a similar state, unable to hold back any longer. As the dishes were served, Beerus flashed to the table in an instant, his arms moving swiftly as he chewed and swallowed. Seeing this, Kampa could no longer restrain himself. He trotted over to the table panting heavily and sat down. Watching Beerus' crude eating manner, Kampa let out a scoff. Even if it's that delicious, there's no need to eat like this. Kampa thought dismissively, casually grabbing a piece of dessert and stuffing it into his mouth. Is this food? If this is food, then what was I eating before? Kampa glanced at Beerus and, unwilling to be outdone, launched into a frenzy himself. His hands moved in blurring motions, rapidly devouring the food on the table. Kampa, I saw that drumstick first. Beerus, his mouth stuffed full and his hands clutching some unknown meat, grew furious when he saw Kampa daring to snatch the drumstick he had his eye on. His two yellow eyes fixed on Kampa, radiating the oppressive aura of a god of destruction. Moi. Kampa was stunned for a moment, then shoved the entire drumstick into his mouth, swallowing it instantly, and looked at Beerus with a hint of provocation. Naya, whoever grabs it first owns it. It's in my stomach now, what can you do about it? Kampa felt immensely pleased, having both enjoyed the drumstick and irritated Beerus. What did you say? Beerus narrowed his eyes and stood up, his pressure doubling. A gentle breeze stirred around him, growing stronger as a faint purple aura flared up. His gaze turned increasingly hostile. I said you. What about it? Kampa chuckled, his expression defiant. He stood up as well, releasing his own god of destruction's pressure, the two facing off against each other. Boom. The sky gradually darkened, thunder roared, and rolling golden lightning surged through the clouds like golden dragons, writhing and gleaming. Sigh. X2, the two angels found this scene somewhat troublesome. Just as they were about to step in to stop it, Cell held them back. Hey, no rush, let's watch a bit more. Cell smiled, gesturing with his right hand for the two to move to the right side to eat, where a waiter was already prepared. Hesitant, the two glanced at Beerus and then at the array of sumptuous food on the right. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, they sat down. Among them, Bardock was quicker than Wisp, plopping down first and gracefully picking up chopsticks to eat. This is delicious, and this too. Bardock's eyes widened, as if discovering a new world, continuously sampling the food. Wisp soon joined the fray, and the two debated which dishes were tastier, as if they had no intention of intervening. Cell just smiled, saying nothing, and continued observing the two confronting each other. Beerus, do you want to fight? Kampa frowned, shrinking his neck slightly, his double chin becoming prominent as he shouted loudly. Oh, are you sure you can beat me? Beerus sneered, his face full of mockery, just as they were about to float into the air and start fighting. Little Sweetie moved, grabbing a large drumstick and shoving it straight into Beerus' mouth. Instantly, Beerus' expression cleared, and he began chewing. As for Kampa, Little Sweetie stuffed a big cake into his mouth. Both of their eyes suddenly became clear and innocent, and the hostility in their gazes toward each other faded. Seeing this outcome, Cell felt relieved. He went over to where Whis and the others were and started discussing the food. Hey Kampa, this contest is mine now, right? Beerus spoke with a smile on his lips. Moi. Kampa was stunned for a moment, then remembered this was supposed to be a competition between the two of them. He gradually recalled the reward was the Super Dragon Balls. He stopped chewing, swallowed directly, and cold sweat began streaming down his face. It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing the Dragon Balls, he just didn't want to lose to that bastard Beerus. How embarrassing. After thinking it over, Kampa spoke reluctantly. Well, it's just so-so. Kampa felt a bit guilty, his voice growing softer until it faded away. Nanny, you ate more than I did and so fast, and now you're telling me it's just so-so. Beerus stood up abruptly, enraged. I think it's just so-so, so what? Kampa stood up as well, throwing caution to the wind. If you're so capable, let's have a tournament between our universes. If you win, then it counts. A tournament? How do you want to play? Beerus crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, showing some interest. Seeing that he seemed to have fooled Beerus, Kampa quickly said, each universe can only choose people to compete. Pick 5 for a team battle. First choose 1 fighter. The winner continues to the next match until one side wins. What do you think? My proposal's pretty good, right? 5 people. Beerus rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and looked at Cell. Hey. Beerus, Cell doesn't count as a human, he's a god now. Kampa said nervously, seeing Beerus glance toward Cell. After all, he had witnessed the previous battle clearly. Cell's combat power was on par with his own, maybe even greater, like that final move which he doubted he could withstand. If that guy joined, what chance would Universe 6 have? Look at you scared. Don't worry, I won't call him. Beerus slowly walked over to where the 3 were eating and said to Cell, on Earth besides you and Son Goku, can you scrape together 4 more people with decent combat strength? Moi. Cell slowly turned around, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said calmly, for Lord Beerus, I could get you 10 if you wanted. Excellent. Compa, we accept this match. Beerus grinned, seeing Cell's confident expression. Don't get cocky, Beerus. If you lose, you'll hand over this Earth to Universe 6. Compa said with a grimace, walking over slowly. Earth? Doesn't Universe 6 have one? Beerus asked, puzzled. Logically, the 2 universes mirrored each other, so if there was one here, there should be one there too. Lord Beerus' Earth in Universe 6 was devastated by large-scale human wars. It's now a dead planet with no humans left. Cell wiped his mouth and said slowly. Beerus was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Compa, your Universe 6 couldn't even take care of a great place like Earth. How hilarious. I didn't know either. ID never even heard of Earth before. Anyway, we'll win this match. Tomorrow I'll send you the notice, and then you won't be laughing. Bardock, let's go. Compa waved his hand abruptly. Such a brief moment of happiness gone just like that. Bardock pretended to cry, wiping tears with her sleeve. Nevertheless, she stood up and went to Compa's side, ready to leave. Sister Bardock, wait. Cell took out a box of capsules and said slowly, inside here are some Earth delicacies. They can be preserved for a long time. Take them with you. Oh. Bardock's eyes widened. She smiled in gratitude, then lightly tapped her staff on the ground. A brilliant light rose, and the 2 vanished instantly. Do you already have someone in mind? Beerus leaned in close to Cell, resting a hand on his shoulder as he spoke slowly. That depends on what kind of spectacle Lord Beerus wishes to see. Total annihilation or sparing some dignity for the brother. Cell chuckled, turning around to fix his gaze on Beerus, as if anticipating a joke. Oomph. Beerus crossed his arms over his chest, pursed his lips, and tilted his head slightly, speaking as if casually. Then let's spare him some face, but he cannot lose. Haha, rest assured. They'll summon them for you to see later. Cell made an okay gesture. Alright, we won't linger here any longer. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis held a small bundle in his hand, stowed it into his staff, and prepared to escort Beerus back to the realm of destruction. Lord Beerus, allow me to send you both off. That'll give you extra time to watch cartoons. Cell raised his hands, slightly extending a finger, and in an instant the 2 vanished. Only a faint breeze and the yellowed sky remained. Was it the sunset? Cell smiled, instructed the attendants to clean the area, then disappeared himself, returning to the room of spirit and time. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, a bewildered Beerus snapped back to reality, glancing around with slight astonishment. He had only seen Cell's mouth move without catching a word, then noticed him extend a finger, and in the blink of an eye he was back in the realm of destruction. The distance from Earth was immense, and instantly transporting 2 people across such a span was no trivial feat. Beside him, Whis also felt a flicker of surprise, but nothing more. Did I forget something? Whis, do you recall? Beerus walked toward his dwelling with his hands behind his head, speaking slowly. Something. Lord Beerus, I brought back this bundle. Was there anything else? Whis tilted his head, following behind with a hint of confusion. I've forgotten, but it felt like something very important. Beerus suddenly halted, clutching his forehead, visibly agitated as he racked his memory. After a long pause, Beerus finally realized, his eyes widening as he roared. Whis. We didn't bring that little black fellow. We need to go back to Earth. I forgot too. Let's set off now. Whis furrowed his brow, slightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a radiant light burst forth, carrying them away. Earth. What? Beerus the Destroyer. The 6th universe. A universe entirely opposite to ours. We have to pick 5 people for a tournament. Vegeta looked baffled. He had never heard of this before. He only had a vague impression of Beerus, and a rather unpleasant one at that. I know about it, father. There are 12 universes in total, and ours is the 7th universe. Trunks beside him spoke with excitement, having learned these details from Cell during his idle chats. We must win this tournament, but we can't make it look too easy. Both of you can now wield the power of Super Saiyan God proficiently, and with your royal bloodline, Super Saiyan 4 comes naturally. Your next step is to merge the divine essence with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, achieving limit break. That's all I can tell you. The path ahead is yours to forge. But remember this, let your bloodline, the Super Saiyan transformation, be your foundation with the divine essence as a supplement. Limit break. Vegeta frowned. Super Saiyan 4 wasn't overly challenging for him, especially after Cell restored his tail, and he had mostly grasped the so-called divine essence. But fusing them together was an immense difficulty. Seeing Vegeta's furrowed brow, Cell added another remark to fuel his motivation. Son Goku or Kakarot once fought against Beerus the Destroyer and successfully transformed into Limit Break. If you have questions, you can ask him. What? Kakarot fought Beerus the Destroyer in Limit Break. Hearing this, Vegeta instantly grew restless, the faint sense of superiority he had felt vanishing without a trace. No, he had to start training immediately. He couldn't let Kakarot surpass him again. He would prove that he was the strongest Saiyan. Cell, please adjust the time to a full year. Isn't the tournament tomorrow? I must succeed in achieving Limit Break. Trunks, you're not leaving either. Vegeta paused for a moment, gritting his teeth as the thought of Kakarot filled him with power. Yes, father. We will surely succeed. Good. But handle such minor matters yourselves from now on. This house is yours, Vegeta. Cell nodded, patted Trunks on the head, and vanished. Only the father and son, excited about the upcoming tournament, remained, along with the thrill of acquiring the room of spirit and time. Later Cell also arranged things with son Goku, bringing the count to 3. The final 2 spots were chosen from the 4 little ones. Numbers 5 and 6 were drawn. Congratulations. What troubled Cell was that the 2 Kaioshin freeloaders insisted on staying on Earth. Whooshed. A brilliant flash streaked across the sky. It was Beerus and Whis who had returned. You two still haven't left. Why aren't you staying in the Kaioshin realm where you belong? Especially you Kaioshin. Get back there. Beerus spoke through gritted teeth. But the terrified Kibito, feeling the destroyer's pressure up close, used instant transmission to flee, leaving Kaioshin Shin speechless. Phew. Now that's better. Beerus felt relieved. Lord Beerus, why have you returned? Cell frowned, a hint of confusion on his face. I came to find that little black fellow. We'll talk tomorrow. See you. Beerus waved his hand, and the two vanished again. Little black fellow. Mr. Popo. In the neutral space, an unnamed star. 2 uninvited guests flew over. Lord Kampa, this is the place. Botros dragged 5 Super Dragon Balls behind her and spoke slowly, gazing at the barren planet before them. The 5 Super Dragon Balls emitted a faint orange glow, each as massive as a planet, dazzling and radiant. The 2 figures landed lightly, and Kampa looked around curiously. This is the unnamed star. Great'll give it a name. Kampa suddenly felt a spark of inspiration as he stared at the desolate, empty planet. Excellent, I name it the Star of Nothing. A trace of joy flickered across Kampa's face, clearly showing that he himself was quite fond of the name. Botros beside him showed no surprise, casting a glance at Kampa and speaking calmly. As expected of a god of destruction, even the names you choose are so destructive. Hee. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Don't praise me too much. Kampa smirked, looking slightly smug. Alright, let's get this arena set up. The match is tomorrow and time is running out. Thinking of this, Kampa couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Finding 5 people in just one day was no easy feat. Botros. Yes. Botros lightly tapped her staff, instantly arranging the battlefield, complete with spectator stands, a snack bar, and a barrier that enveloped the area, filling it with rich oxygen. At the same time, massive portraits representing the 2 factions were erected on either side of the arena. Every detail was tailored to Kampa's taste, leaving him exceptionally satisfied. Just as Kampa was sitting by the snack stall devouring food with gusto, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him, dragging a colossal Super Dragon Ball. Thus, all 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Yo, Lord Kampa, it's been a while. And Sister Botros. Cell emerged slowly from a shadow, greeting Kampa and Botros. Kampa was slightly taken aback, while Botros merely smiled, her mood clearly uplifted. You? How did you know where I was? You arrived in an instant, and that thing behind you. Kampa looked at the Super Dragon Ball Cell had dragged behind him, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after all his hard work to find 5 Super Dragon Ball Cell would find one in no time. Oh, this is a gift for you, Lord Kampa. As for how I found it, I can only say that I'm quite skilled at locating things. Cell chuckled and continued. Besides, the Dragon Balls are complete now, aren't they? This unnamed star is also a Dragon Ball. Cell tapped the ground with his foot and spoke slowly. What? This Star of Nothing is also a wish orb. A look of astonishment crossed Kampa's face, and he glanced uncertainly at Botros. Lord Kampa, I wouldn't have noticed it without breaking the surface. Botros shook her head slightly, then turned her gaze to Cell, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Well then, Cell, you've really helped me out. To be honest, have you thought about switching sides and coming to Universe 6? Kampa winked and nudged Cell with his shoulder. I'd rather not, Lord Kampa. I'm just an apprentice supreme, nothing special. Besides, my goal lies elsewhere. I want to become stronger, even transcend. Transcend. Kampa waved his hand dismissively. Only Botros, upon hearing the word transcendence, had her pupils contract sharply before quickly returning to normal, unnoticed by the other 2. Alright, my task here is done. Lord Kampa, are your contestants ready? And what are the rules of the match? Kampa's face darkened with lines of embarrassment as he struggled to speak. Truth be told, he hadn't decided yet, and he was already regretting setting the date so early. Oh, Lord Kampa hasn't decided yet. You can use the rules of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament as a reference. I recommend you head to Planet Lacer in this area to find some Scions the renowned assassin hit, or perhaps some Frost Demons. Especially the older Frost Demons. Take this as a suggestion. While my time is limited, Lord Kampa, see you tomorrow. With that, Cell made a waving gesture bidding farewell and vanished instantly. Botros, did you catch what Cell just said? Kampa scratched his head, beads of sweat trickling down his face. To be honest, Cell had spoken too fast. Lacer what, Frost what? He hadn't registered a thing. Of course, Mr. Cell suggested we find some Scions the Frost Demon Clan and the Assassin Hit to participate in the match. The rules will follow those of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament. Botros squinted one eye, looking at the black magical orb on her staff, which reflected scenes of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament. In no time she had grasped the rules. The rules are surprisingly simple. No killing, elimination by falling off the stage, no weapons, no stimulants, and a simple written test. I think these rules are quite straightforward. What do you think, Lord Kampa? Shall we adopt them? Okay, I like it. Let's go with these rules. We'll find 3 of the members as Cell suggested, but we need the strongest among them. That still leaves 2 spots. I'll pick those 2 myself. Botros, let's move now. Yes, Lord Kampa. First stop, Planet Lacer. Botros nodded, slightly tapping her staff on the ground. A flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished instantly. One day later, Earth. The The 5 members for Earth's team had already been selected. Cell No. 5 Cell No. 6 Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Cell stood to the side smirking. He hoped the opponents would be strong enough to make things interesting, otherwise it would just be another one-sided stomp. There were also many spectators, Huda, Bulma, Krillin, and others, who upon hearing about traveling to a planet in space all expressed a desire to go. Since Cell had already informed Beerus and Whis, and they had agreed, Cell had no objections either. Whoosh! A brilliant light flashed and landed, revealing Beerus and Whis. Okay, everyone's here, right? Beerus' narrow eyes swept over the group, briefly landing on the short Vegeta prince in the back, but he merely smiled and said nothing. Then let's go. Cell nodded, waved his hand lightly, and everyone vanished from the spot. Buzz! Kim, and they're finally gone. Quick, let's go in. A short figure in a burgundy suit burst out from the bushes, speaking to the tall silhouette beside him. In an instant, all the members of the 7th universe vanished from their original positions. The next moment, on the planet of nothingness, just as Kampa and his group emerged from the cube, the entire 7th universe party descended upon the scene. In terms of style, the entrance of the 7th universe was undoubtedly more impressive. Haha, Beerus, you arrived quite quickly. Come, these spectators can head to the stands now. Kampa suddenly approached, addressing Hyde, Bulma, and the others. Beerus let out a cold snort, but still slowly made his way toward the spectator stands. The stands were now quite comfortable. The original hard seats had been transformed into plush ones. Of course, this was all Vedas' idea, aiming to enhance the spectator's experience. Several individuals, including some from the 6th universe, like its Supreme Kai, took their seats first to watch. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the Elder Kai and the others. Lord Beerus, please handle things here. I need to go to the realm of the Kais. The contestants also began to encounter one another. The familiar Metal Clawed, the Big Lazy Bear, and the Assassin Hit were present. However, the Frost Demon and Scion representatives had indeed been replaced, differing from the previous lineup. Vegeta, did you sense that? That man and that fellow who looks like Frieza. Both of them have incredibly strong auras. Son Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, his body tensing up, a mix of tension and excitement evident. He turned to speak to Vegeta beside him. Do I need you to remind me? Of course I sensed it. Trunks, no weapons are allowed in this match, so you can't use your sword. Any problem? Vegeta snorted coldly, ignoring the foolish Kakarot, and instead questioned Trunks. Father, I have no problem here. Even without a sword, I can handle it. Trunks was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He hadn't expected his father to show concern for him. Good. Later, whoever faces that Frieza lookalike, make sure to give him a thorough beating. Vegeta growled fiercely, his expression murderous. Yes, father. Trunks gulped and replied softly. Among them, number 5 and number 6 were the least concerned. One was utterly indifferent, carrying a nonchalant attitude, while the other had originally planned to sneak off to various places on Earth to find delicious food during the competition, but the draw had chosen him. This left him somewhat frustrated and in a bad mood. However, when he caught the almost warning-like gaze from number 1 in the audience, he mustered a bit of fighting spirit, observing the opposing contestants with wide eyes. The first 4 were very familiar to him, as they were all characters from the original story. However, the Scion had been switched from Kaba to Kale, the mutant Scion with the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan. The last one was a Frost Demon clansman who appeared relatively gentle. He was as short as Frieza, but the aura emanating from his body suggested considerable strength. Hit on the opposite side also looked over, his gaze clashing with Son Goku's almost blazing eyes. However, he quickly stopped paying attention to Goku and slowly closed his eyes. Whooshed! 4 figures instantly appeared, Cell and the trio of Supreme Kais. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa. Good morning. The Elder Kai greeted them briefly before scurrying off to a relatively secluded corner to sit quietly. Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito, seeing their ancestor rush off, quickly followed. Made it in time. Cell looked at the opposing lineup and smiled. He had known the contestants would likely be different. Alright, everyone, please proceed to the venue. The written test is about to begin. Vados floated in the air, speaking softly before drifting higher up for the written exam portion. Lord Beerus, Mr. Cell will be off then. Son Goku was the first to take flight, waving toward the audience. Good luck, everyone. Son, you must win. Go Goku. Sokkin, Vegeta, Trunks, and number 5 and number 6, do your best. Their friends from Earth cheered them on. Among the 5, 3 wore grim expressions while 2 grinned and waved back. Vegeta glanced back only once, catching sight of the vibrant Bulma, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The written test was completed quickly, and unsurprisingly, everyone passed. It was all very simple. Right, Father, Uncle Goku? Trunks said with a bright smile, but upon noticing the slightly sour expressions on the 2 men, he wisely fell silent. Bang! With a loud sound, the host on the field announced the official start of the match. Host, now let's begin the first round. First up, we have Batamo from the 6th universe, and Son Goku from the 7th universe. Yo, my turn. Son Goku leaped down excitedly, while Batamo stood up with a confident look. 10 minutes passed. Son Goku knocked Batamo off the stage. The first match was a victory for the 7th universe. After some praise from their Earth friends, the competition moved to the second round. What's wrong, Kampa? You don't look so good. Beerus laughed heartily at Kampa's crestfallen expression, clutching his stomach as if it hurt from laughing. Don't be smug. The next fighter is no pushover. We will definitely win this match. Kampa was in a terrible mood, but he could only rely on this strongest frost demon to save face. Hey Gyrit, I'm telling you must win this match. Kampa thought for a moment, stood up, and barked loudly. Gyrit. Cell stroked his chin, pondering the memories of this individual. In an instant his mind was filled with information about him. Gyrit was originally the weakest of the Frost Demon clan, born with a battle power of only 1000. He endured endless mockery within the talented clan. Eventually, he left his home planet, traveling across the universe to train. Owing to his amiable nature, he learned a great deal on many planets. This included the control of power and the use of ki. He then worked diligently, training every day without slack, and ultimately became immensely powerful. He trained for several decades. Although his talent was poor, he managed to approach the threshold of black gold. In battle, he disliked stalling and preferred to fight at full strength. Finally, he wandered the universe, never intending to return to that cold planet. After Cell's reminder, Vados found him and requested his help for the tournament. Gyrit, being warm-hearted, agreed without asking for anything in return. So this guy is the strongest on the opposing side. Even stronger than Hit. Cell's eyes flickered repeatedly before returning to normal. Son Goku, don't be careless. The opponent is strong. Transform before engaging. Cell thought for a moment and spoke to Goku, who was about to step onto the stage again. Got it. Son Goku replied with a smile before walking toward the arena. Hey, you're not taking this seriously. You'll pay for it. Cell shook his head, crossed his legs, and reclined comfortably, waiting for Goku to be sent flying back. Gazing at the two sides who were ready, the host slowly nodded, raised the microphone, and declared loudly. Then the match between Gullit of Universe 6 and Son Goku of Universe 7 will now commence. With these words, the host hurriedly descended from the stage, waiting to observe and report on their battle. To be honest, when those two men stood on the same stage as him, he sensed an unusual atmosphere that made his legs tremble slightly. Son Goku, have you ever tasted defeat? Suddenly Gullit lowered his arms from his chest, his eyes icy cold as he fixed his gaze on the slightly excited Son Goku, and spoke slowly. Defeat. Of course I have, many times. What does it matter? Son Goku furrowed his brow slightly, said no more, and lowered his body, assuming a combat stance. He sensed a powerful aura brewing. Boom. A flash of golden light, rings of golden aura rose slowly from his feet. His formidable power surged rapidly, muscles bulging slightly, stirring up a layer of dust. Amidst the surging energy, golden hair and azure eyes appeared, his locks lifting gently. Super Saiyan. From a certain perspective, Son Goku had indeed heeded Cell's words, for wasn't Super Saiyan also a transformation? Interesting. Then let me show you my transformation. Gullit looked at the radiant golden Son Goku, clearly intrigued. According to the data he had obtained, this fellow named Son Goku was supposed to be a Saiyan. How could he transform as well? Though he wasn't as dazzling. Gullit let out a continuous roar, his voice echoing across the entire planet. The barrier above the arena began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. His aura skyrocketed like a rocket, surpassing its peak in the blink of an eye, reaching an entirely new realm. His body emitted powerful energy fluctuations, distorting and deforming the surrounding space. As Gullit's power continued to intensify, the storm around him grew fiercer. These tempests raged like roaring dragons, madly sweeping through everything in their path. The ground began to crack under this terrifying pressure, with massive fissures spreading out of sight, both shocking and awe-inspiring. Gullit's body was enveloped by a golden radiance that slowly ascended, gradually covering his entire form. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by crisp sounds, Gullit's body shimmered with dazzling light. Soon his entire body, except for a few gem-like, gleaming exoskeletal parts, turned a uniform golden hue. His aura grew even more formidable, surging endlessly from within, forming a torrent of power that struck fear into the heart. Son Goku raised both hands together, but the surging energy sent him stumbling backward, his face contorted with strain. He had never imagined that this Gullit could exert such immense pressure, rivaling even Beerus, whom he had once fought. Nanny. In the stands, Vegeta stopped, crossing his legs, his face filled with shock as he instantly rose to his feet. He had never heard that the Frost Demon race could achieve such a powerful transformation. If the Frost Demons could do this, wouldn't Frieza have conquered the entire universe long ago, leaving no chance for Kakarot to blow him to pieces? Trunks, sitting beside him, was also somewhat surprised, but only to a limited extent. He had gained a certain understanding of his own strength, and his goal was Uncle Cell. Compared to Uncle Cell, all this was nothing. Trunks stealthily glanced sideways to catch a glimpse of Uncle Cell, only to find Cell looking back at him. Instantly, the young man, brimming with a sense of being caught, flushed red. Oh, Uncle Cell caught me. How embarrassing. At that moment, Son Goku hesitated no longer. Rings of crimson light flared around him as his aura converged. Just as it was about to reach its peak, Gullit moved, unwilling to wait any longer. Gullit moved swiftly, stomping the ground hard. With a slight sway, he shot forward, instantly throwing a punch with restraint. In his understanding, if he used his full strength, this Son Goku would be reduced to a bloody mist, exploding outright. Whoosh! Watching Gullit's sudden appearance, Son Goku's mind alone reacted. His body remained motionless, his pupils contracting sharply, his heart trembling. As the wind of the fist whistled past his ear in the final instant, he used instant transmission, appearing where Gullit had stood moments before. Gasping heavily, his heart pounding wildly, his entire body felt as if set ablaze. The Saiyan blood within him was boiling. Son Goku slowly raised his head, cold sweat soaking the collar of his neck, yet a contrasting, excited smile spread across his face. His aura surged ever higher. Amidst the surging red light, a golden flame rose his tail, swaying behind him. His body shot up in height, the orange martial arts top on his upper body tearing apart, revealing a set of muscular, powerful form. Thick, deep pink fur grew densely over his body. A wild and savage aura suddenly erupted, colliding with the aura of Gullit, who had yet to turn around. This collision stirred up a storm, causing chunks of earth to burst upward from within. Beneath his flowing black hair, a pair of golden eyes gleamed. The red rims of his eyelids and brows exuded a hint of eeriness. Sugoi, is this still Goku? Chi-Chi, who had also been restored to youth by Shinran, gazed at the powerful and handsome Son Goku above. Her eyes nearly overflowed with infatuation, her face flushing crimson. She felt a burning desire. After this match, she wanted to rekindle some passion with Goku. Of course, that was a matter for later. Is this Goku's new transformation? Piccolo exclaimed from the stands, the corners of his mouth lifting into a grin. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and the others discussed animatedly in the stands, clearly thrilled. Cell lounged leisurely on a chair, his eyes half closed, as if none of this concerned him. Only Son Gohan, whose arm had grown back, furrowed his brow. He glanced at the reclining Cell and spoke slowly. Mr. Cell, with my father's current strength, he stands no chance against this Gullit, does he? At this, everyone who had been excitedly discussing fell silent. They wanted to hear the opinion of Earth's great hero. Of course he can't win, unless he enters that realm again. Only then is there a sliver of possibility. Cell turned over, a glint flickering in his eyes. Beerus, also in the stands, stood up with a grim expression. He was troubled, wondering where Kampa had found this contestant whose strength was already formidable. Son Goku, why don't you use your godly aura? That Super Saiyan God transformation. Beerus muttered to himself, clenching his fist slightly. Deadly. Bardos, you actually managed to find someone this formidable. Kampa blinked, his expression one of incredulity, unaware that such a powerful being had existed in his universe. This strength approaches the realm of gods achieved by a mortal. Oh ho ho. Lord Kampa, you never bother with such matters. You only care about where the next delicious meal lies, or which bed and pillow offer the most comfort. Bardos chuckled softly behind her hand, then turned her beautiful eyes toward Cell, who was comfortably on the opposite side, curious to see who could break this deadlock. Zzzzzt. Energy surged continuously as their auras clashed. Coola smirked, turning around to gaze at Son Goku with keen interest in the technique he had just used. By the way, that move you just used was instant transmission, wasn't it? A technique of the Yardratians? Coola retracted his aura slightly as he asked. Huh, so you know about instant transmission too? Yeah, the Yardratians taught me that move. Son Goku paused for a moment before replying. It's nothing. I'm just saying I can do it too. With that, Coola vanished, reappearing in a flicker behind Son Goku and launching a punch. What a... Sensing the powerful aura behind him, Son Goku shifted his body, slightly clenched his right fist, infused it with energy, pivoted, and threw a punch. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as waves of immense energy radiated outward. Amidst the surging power, rings of white air churned, and the ground at the point of impact exploded, the air shrieking and tearing apart. Half of the entire arena was obliterated. Son Goku's figure was sent flying backward, tumbling uncontrollably, while Coola stood utterly still. It seems this battle is over. Son Goku, your match ends here. Coola narrowed his eyes, instantly levitating. He raised a finger, and a massive golden-red sphere of energy materialized before him. Zzzzzt. Powerful energy surged forth, radiating immense pressure that crushed the dust and rubble below. Several golden-red arcs of electricity danced around it, striking the ground and leaving craters. Huh. Son Goku steadied himself, pushing upright. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His entire right arm was now numb and paralyzed. Such incredible power. Heh. A grin spread across Son Goku's face. Even losing this match was no loss, as fighting such a powerful opponent was a wonderful experience. Besides, there were still Vegeta and Trunks to come. Even so, it's still frustrating. A bitter expression crossed Son Goku's face. For some reason, the divine essence within him refused to obey his will. It rampaged inside him, and he simply couldn't find the feeling he had when fighting Lord Beerus. Whoosh. Letting out a breath of stale air, Son Goku's expression turned deadly serious. The aura around him churned violently, and the crimson glow enveloping him swelled. He abruptly pressed his palms together, condensing his energy, then clasped his hands behind his back, forming a lotus shape. A faint azure light flickered into being, its surface ringed with a red glow. Boom, boom, boom. The ground crumbled continuously. Witnessing Son Goku's indomitable spirit, Coola grew intrigued and hurled the energy sphere down without hesitation. Whooshed. White air surged as an overwhelming pressure bore down. Gritting his teeth, Son Goku thrust his hands forward. Tenfold Kamehameha. Huh. A colossal thick energy wave erupted, resembling a surging azure dragon, and hurtled toward the golden-red sphere above. Rumble. The two massive energy masses collided instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The pale green energy barrier above shattered, and the space where they clashed began to warp and distort. Finally, it began to disintegrate. The entire arena, except for the spot beneath Son Goku's feet, was annihilated by the terrifying force, scattering into ashes. Push it up. Son Goku roared, eyes shut tight, pouring all his power into the attack. The immense azure energy wave grew thicker, momentarily suppressing the massive golden red sphere and lifting it upward. Oh, such tenacity. Then I must reward you with something grand. Cooler grew excited too, his blood surging. A golden light enveloped him, and he switched from a single finger to pressing down with both hands. Boom. Without any resistance, the energy sphere swelled, instantly absorbing the Kamehameha's power and growing even larger, like a miniature golden red sun radiating searing energy and light. It plummeted straight down, engulfing Son Goku's figure. Whoosh! Crash! A colossal explosion roared, followed by a series of blasts. The entire arena vanished in an instant, smoke billowing everywhere, obscuring the scene below. Father, Goku, son. On the spectator stands Goku's earthling friends cried out in alarm, deeply worried for his safety. Quick, Krillin. Send some beans. Piccolo said in a low voice, his face etched with concern, sweat beading on his brow. Shishi collapsed, her body going limp. Cell stood up abruptly, his pale pink eyes narrowing slightly. Son Goku is fine. He just lost, but the other guy didn't win either. My. Hearing this, Kampa's smile froze instantly, while Beerus, who had been frowning, suddenly broke into a grin. Smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. In other words, it's a draw. Both of them should be out now since the arena has been destroyed. Cell stated flatly, the corner of his mouth curling upward. His pink eyes fixed on the announcer, who shuddered, surveyed the ruined scene for a moment, and then gave his verdict. Both combatants are outside the designated area. Both are eliminated. This match is a draw. Son Goku of Universe 7 and Cooler of Universe 6 are both disqualified. The announcement instantly stirred up a commotion. Off. How can you call yourself an announcer and referee? Watch me destroy you right now. Kampa stood up in a rage. He had finally found such a powerful fighter who should have won, and now they were calling it a draw. Ha! Kampa, a draw is a draw. Why are you yelling at the referee? The referee's authority in a match surpasses that of a god. Beerus also stood up, a smirk spreading across his face as he declared loudly. Even though they hadn't won, a draw was an acceptable outcome. At least seeing Kampa's anger and frustration always improved his mood. Zzzzzt. The smoke cleared. Son Goku stood in the crater below, his body shimmering with a fluorescent light surrounded by rings of red. Golden flames interwoven with crimson arcs of electricity flickered around him. He had absorbed most of the energy sphere's power. Cooler was slightly taken aback by this sight. Above, Kampa fell silent while Beerus grew even more exuberant. The second match a draw. Ha, did you see that, Kampa? Goku's aura is even stronger than before. If the fight continued, the outcome might have been reversed. You're gloating now. Beerus exhaled a breath, his mood much improved. Come back, Goku. You disgrace. Get back here too. Kampa glared with his narrow eyes, his belly fat jiggling incessantly in agitation. Hep. Frost scoffed disdainfully, his gaze filled with contempt for the grotesque display of the god of destruction. Such was his caliber. What great deeds could he ever accomplish? Son Wukong, I hope we can fight again after this match. I'm quite intrigued by you now. Frost instantly returned to his normal state, descending steadily until he touched the ground. He tilted his head back to look up at the towering Goku. I believe we'll have another battle. By then he'll be even stronger, rest assured. Goku frowned slightly, speaking with earnest gravity. After a moment, he reverted to his base form and extended his right hand. Frost extended his right hand as well, and the two powerful grips met. Until next time then. Goku withdrew his hand and flew back to the contestant area. Frost slowly walked back to the 6th universe's contestant area, the floor creaking incessantly beneath his steps. Son Wukong, why didn't you use your divine aura? Beerus sat firmly on the sofa, his gaze slightly cold. This was also the doubt of Trunks and Vegeta. They had clearly heard Cell mention that Goku had also used a breakthrough in his limits. Lord Beerus, I haven't mastered it yet. That fight with you last time was just a fluke. I'm still quite troubled by this divine aura thing. Goku frowned and scratched his head, looking equally troubled. Mr. Goku, after this tournament ends, come to the realm of the gods of destruction, and he'll teach you how to use it. Whis smiled, covering his mouth as he spoke softly. Beerus merely snorted in response, as if in tacit agreement. That would be wonderful, Mr. Whis. Goku couldn't contain his excitement, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. He clenched his hands, tightly brimming with exhilaration. Kakarot, you haven't even grasped the divine aura yet. I've already surpassed you. Vegeta, standing behind Trunks, spoke abruptly, his tone laced with unmistakable glee. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Beerus' face showed a flicker of surprise. Was this to be expected from the Prince of Saiyans? Who taught him? Cell. Beerus looked up, gazing at Cell, lounging even more leisurely than himself in the audience area below. Their eyes met. Whis beside him remained expressionless. He had known of this long ago, and found nothing surprising. Wow. Vegeta, you've already mastered it. Amazing. Goku's eyes widened, stepping forward in excitement. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? I am the Prince of Saiyans, the most powerful existence among our race. As Vegeta spoke, the grin on his lips could barely be contained. The anger from Goku's loss to that Frieza lookalike had subsided. I've finally surpassed Kakarot. Vegeta thought inwardly. If this weren't a public setting, he might have jumped for joy on the spot. Alright, I'm up next. Let me show you who the true strongest Saiyan is. Vegeta smirked, raising his right thumb to point at himself, his face beaming with radiant confidence. Whoosh! Vegeta quickly leaped down, but when he saw the arena devoid of a platform, how was he supposed to fight? He'll handle it. He'll make it sturdier this time. Cell, who had been lounging leisurely, appeared in midair. His eyes narrowed as a streak of white light swirled between his hands. Swoosh! Cell waved his hand and dense threads gradually wove together, forming an entire arena identical in design to the previous one, but slightly more durable. Having done this, Cell clapped his hands and bowed gracefully to the gods of destruction and angels on both sides. Then he withdrew, this time returning to the contestant area. Is this also a Kaishin? A large green being from the 6th universe spoke slowly, sensing the creation and the peaceful divine energy of a Kaishin emanating from him. My apprentice, isn't he exceptional? Let me tell you, he trained with me for just 1 day, then cultivated on his own for 3 months to reach this level. The elder Kaishin's smile was nearly uncontrollable as he heard the Kaishin from the neighboring universe discussing his disciple. His tone was calm, as if it were nothing remarkable. What a... The Kaishin, who had been kneeling nearby, exclaimed, springing to his feet with a look of gravity, astonishment, and envy. Announcer, now let's welcome the 6th universe's contestant Vegeta and the 7th universe's contestant Vegeta. Bulma, go Vegeta. You have to win. Krillin, come on Vegeta. Triple X go. XX go. XX go. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Vegeta looked disdainful, his eyes closed, arms crossed, and a cold smirk on his lips. Ha, as if I need this kind of encouragement. I'm certain to win. Boom. Suddenly a thunderous crash erupted, kicking up clouds of dust. The previous clamor vanished instantly as shockwaves rippled outward. The metal being Vegeta made his entrance. Weighing a full 1,000 tons, he landed on the arena, creating a tiny crater as the entire structure shook. The announcer and referee declared, now the match begins. Just a pile of scrap metal. It'll smash you to pieces. Vegeta thought, inwardly unleashing his full power. Vegeta let out a fierce roar. Rings of crimson light surged around him as a terrifying aura erupted. He cried out, his entire body straining with effort. Crackle! Thin red arcs of electricity danced around him. Layers of golden flame rose from his feet, shattering the upper part of his battle suit. A tinge of red spread from his tail, which turned from brown to a deep crimson. On his exposed upper body, strands of dark red hair sprouted and grew, covering his powerful arms, lower abdomen, and back, leaving only his strong abs and chest bare. The dark hair on his forehead grew long, draping over his shoulders and turning deep red. His black pupils shifted to a pale blue, while the rims of his eyes and eyelids became a vivid red. It wasn't over yet. As streaks of crimson light flared, the dark red hair on Vegeta's body gleamed with a starry sheen, his strands turning a brighter red. The overwhelming aura from before vanished, replaced by a paradoxical blend of savagery and divinity, along with an oppressive pressure that radiated outward. Vegeta's entire being radiated a fusion of the divine and the savage, his stature slightly elongated, and his presence now exuded an overwhelming sense of majesty. That's it. The aura of a god. Let me feel it. Son Goku's eyes widened as he stared intently at Vegeta, a gleam of exhilaration sparkling in his gaze. This form is called Limit Break. Then let me see what makes the prince's Limit Break so special. Beerus squinted, glancing at the arena, his right hand supporting his head as he spoke slowly. Your apprentice learns quickly, you teach well. Cell paused, knowing he was being addressed, and chuckled softly. First, he is not my apprentice. Trunks is my apprentice. He merely followed us and picked up a few things. Vegeta is a natural-born fighter. What he lacked was a systematic approach. His learning ability and reflexes are remarkable. To be honest, he might be more suited to your path, Lord Beerus. Cell glanced sideways at Beerus and, seeing no strong reaction, continued. So how about letting him train under you from now on? He will surely exceed your expectations. It's not out of the question. We'll see how he performs. If he does well, I might just agree. Beerus spoke with a hint of seriousness, then casually added, Cell, have you ever thought about taking my place as the god of destruction? No, absolutely not. The realm I seek is far higher than that. I am without limits. Cell shook his head. Very well, then let's watch the match. Beerus lost interest, his head drooping as he looked down. Energy pulsed outward, and Vegeta recalled Cell's advice. He exhaled a turbid breath and sealed his aura completely within. The energy coursed through his body, not leaking outward so as not to waste power and stamina. His body was now honed to perfection. The next step was to use this power without waste to unleash the full potential of this physique. Before throwing a punch, the body must remain empty, mind and body in perfect balance. At the moment of striking, release explosively without wasting energy or stamina. Vegeta slowly raised his fist, striving to keep his body relaxed. The Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break form already boasted incredible endurance, consuming only slightly more energy than his base state. Seeing the small figure standing motionless, Vegeta scratched his head in confusion. Was he being ignored? Did his opponent look down on him? At this thought, the red magma-like liquid within Vegeta churned violently, releasing vast amounts of steam from his body. The air instantly grew scorching, the temperature soaring. Almost forgot about this pile of scrap metal. A smirk curled on Vegeta's lips as a crimson glow enveloped him, shielding him from the heat. After unleashing the heat, Vegeta let out a strange roar at the sky, then lunged forward, swinging his massive right fist at Vegeta. The wind howled as the air tore apart, creating a whistling sound. Vegeta barely glanced at him, dismissing the attack. A red glow enveloped his right glove, the muscles in his arm bulging instantly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked under the immense pressure. He threw a devastating punch. Boom. Fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, and the shockwave of the impact surged outward, shattering the ground. Even the reinforced arena could not withstand the powerful shockwave. The air screamed and exploded with a deafening crack. Vegeta's figure was sent flying, fine cracks spreading across his right arm. He crashed into a portion of the arena, breaking it apart before landing on the ground. The match ended swiftly, concluded by Vegeta's single punch. This scrap metal is quite tough. Vegeta's azure eyes gazed at his right hand, which trembled briefly before he steadied it. Vegeta won. Ha. With just one blow. Vegeta won. Vegeta, you're so cool. Vegeta, you're such a waste. You lost just like that. In one move. Weren't you supposed to be tough? Kappa had lost count of how many times he had raged. Judging by the current performance, this match was as good as lost. Only 2 fighters remained on his side. Hey Vados, are you sure this female Saiyan is strong? Can she beat that Vegeta? Kappa asked, his face twisted with resentment. In contrast, Beerus, despite winning, did not seem as pleased as before, knowing his victory was already assured. Damn Kappa, I've won again. It's lonely at the top. Beerus' heart exulted, but he forced a cool exterior to maintain his dignity before Cell. Even Cell noticed the change, wondering if Lord Beerus had become more composed. Lord Kappa, just watch. Vados shook her head, refusing to answer the foolish question. Kale, go on. I'm already thrilled. Another female Saiyan, as slender as a whippet, stood excitedly on the participant platform, looking at Kale with enthusiasm. She had witnessed Kale's hidden power, and it was absolutely incredible. She was certain Kale would win this match. Kale, who had been troubled and conflicted, saw her big sister's confidence in her. The gloom in her heart evaporated instantly, her eyes wide and shimmering with a faint light. Yes, big sister, I will win this match. Kale nodded firmly, stepping lightly onto the arena. Poor Vegeta, climbing back to the participant platform with a dejected look, dared not meet Kampa's eyes for even a second. Hey, don't worry. Let me heal you. Vados smiled, gently waving her staff. A green glow swept over, and the cracks on Vegeta's right hand vanished, restoring it completely. Vegeta's pitiful big eyes suddenly sparkled like stars as he stared adoringly at Vados. She merely smiled and turned her attention back to the match. Announcer and referee, now the 4th match, Universe 7's Vegeta versus Universe SIX's Kale. Begin. A woman. Vegeta won't show mercy just because you're a woman, so you might as well give up. Save me the trouble of beating you to a pulp. Vegeta, seeing his opponent before him, didn't even have the will to fight. With arms crossed over his chest, he wore a look of utter disdain, barely deigning to glance at her, instead shifting his gaze to the assassin Hit, who sat on the participant stand with eyes tightly shut. He sensed a hidden formidable aura and a piercing, killing intent emanating from that man. This was what a battle should feel like, not facing this somewhat timid, dark-complexioned woman before him. Kale, give him a thorough beating. Show him the power you displayed for me on planet Loss. I can't stand this arrogant man any longer. Caulifla pounded the table violently, her face twisted with rage and irritation, shouting down at Kale. Nanny. Planet Loss. You're a Scion. The prince's scornful expression finally shifted upon hearing this news, morphing into one of slight shock. He never expected this woman to be a Scion. With such slender arms and legs, the prince couldn't help but shake his head. Big sister. Kale paid no heed to the insolent man before her, instead slowly closing her eyes to feel the power lurking within her body. Boom. Her aura has changed, and my body is suddenly trembling. Vegeta watched the female Scion, whose power was surging, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet seeing his own body tremble involuntarily, he still found it hard to believe. Fear. No, Vegeta shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. He had never known fear from birth until now. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was merely excitement, nothing but excitement. This woman could actually ignite his battle fervor. Excellent. Vegeta lowered his crossed arms, relaxing his body and mind. The trembling vanished instantly as he fixed his gaze intently on the female Scion before him. A roar erupted from Kale, and streaks of green light began to swirl around her body. These streams of light coiled around her form like nimble serpents. As her aura surged, Kale's body rapidly elongated, her originally petite frame gradually growing tall and imposing. Simultaneously, her muscles swelled in an instant, veins bulging, as if containing boundless power. The black irises of her eyes turned emerald green in a flash, exuding a strange and wild aura. Then a violent energy erupted from her, soaring skyward. This force swept through like a gale, distorting the very air around her. The ground trembled violently under the impact, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, spreading outward in all directions. It seemed as though the entire earth quaked before her might, unable to withstand such immense pressure. Snap! With a soft sound, the hairband holding her hair broke, and her long jet-black locks cascaded down like a waterfall. Then at a visible rate, her hair grew and lengthened. What was once shoulder length now flowed freely. Each strand shimmered with a faint green luminescence. It's here. It's here. It's finally here. The incredible transformation. Go Kale. Crush him. Caulifla, brimming with excitement, bounced up and down on the participant stand, reigniting Kampa's enthusiasm as he joined in the cheer. Go Kale, beat Vegeta. Even Vegeta, who had just recovered from his injuries, raised his right hand in support. Uncle Cell, is that the legendary Super Saiyan you mentioned? Incredible. Her aura has surged so much it feels like a different person, and my body is trembling. Trunks gazed at his own trembling hands, marveling at the anomaly of such an existence. After all, she's a super warrior born once every 1,000 years, the true royal blood of the Saiyans. It's only natural she's this powerful. And our 7th universe has a warrior like that too. I just haven't gone looking for him yet. Cell gently stroked Trunks' hair as he spoke, noticing the excitement tinged with disappointment on the boy's face. Really? I'd love to meet him. Even more, I want to fight him. Trunks' eyes sparkled as he looked up at Cell. Want to meet him? Cell rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. Then after this tournament, Inz'll bring him back to Earth. Originally I planned to absorb him, but since Trunks says so, I'll choose someone else. Uncle Cell, you were going to absorb him. The excitement on Trunks' face vanished instantly. Uncle Cell, you don't have to do this for me. Your wish is to become the strongest in the universe, isn't it? Cell shook his head and spoke gently. It doesn't matter. I have my own methods, so don't worry. For now, let's watch the match. Sensing that violent, rampaging aura, a mix of delight and confusion appeared on Vegeta's face. Delight because this aura indeed belonged to a formidable fighter, at least someone who could exchange blows with him without falling too quickly. Confusion because he had never seen such a transformation before, and this wild berserk energy was eerily similar to that of his Super Saiyan 4 form. Without any warning, Kale began to sprint across the ground, each step digging a small crater into the floor with tremendous force. Gone berserk, Vegeta murmured to himself. He straightened his right arm slightly, leaning his body to the left, forming his hand into a finger gun. Beams of red energy shot from his fingertips, screaming through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out one after another. Each energy blast struck Kale perfectly, but the damage and impact only halted her for a moment before she charged onward toward Vegeta. Oh, interesting. Vegeta watched Kale closing and deciding to stop toying around. He lowered his stance slightly, muscles tensing, his dark red fur swaying as a divine aura began to envelop him. The moment Kale burst through the smoke, his right fist shot forward, carrying a violent and surging torrent of power. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The seemingly robust and mighty Kale was instantly sent flying, her body skidding across the ground. The force shattered the floorboards along the way, carving a long, deep trench. Caulifla could no longer sit still, unable to believe that the short and arrogant man before her possessed such overwhelming strength, effortlessly defeating Kale in her transformed state with a single punch. In a way, he was indeed formidable. What? Vados, is this all the strength they have? Are they here to make a joke? Kampa's freshly ignited excitement was instantly doused, sending Beerus into a fit of laughter, clutching his stomach. Hehehe, just watch Lord Kampa. Miss Kale is not so fragile. Vados chuckled behind her hand, inwardly marveling that the warriors of Universe 7 were indeed far more formidable than those of her own Universe 6. The spectators in the stands chuckled knowingly at the stark disparity before them. The camera panned to the competitor seating area. Son Goku, witnessing this scene, unusually refrained from shouting, his expression instead turning increasingly grave. Beside him, Cell had somehow produced a wine glass from thin air, swirling the crimson liquid within as a look of amusement played across his face. The real show is about to begin. The moment the words left his lips, a sudden anomaly occurred. A colossal surge of energy erupted skyward, shattering the barrier protecting the entire arena in an instant. A powerful suction force from outer space swept in, devouring the air within the venue. Many were pulled into the air by the immense pull, cries echoing everywhere. At that moment, the angels of both universes appeared simultaneously high in the sky. With a wave of their staffs, streaks of green light flowed forth, and a mysterious law-like power gradually emerged. 2 flashes of light passed, instantly repairing the breach they had torn open. A wild roar erupted from within the arena. As the energy rippled outward, the smoke was cleared, revealing Kale, whose stature had grown to over 2 meters, bellowing incessantly. A green radiance continuously emanated from her body. The sheer force of her power shattered half the ground with a dense network of cracks spreading rapidly toward Vegeta. This kind of power is no joke. Vegeta's expression turned panicked. He swallowed involuntarily, staring at the frenzied woman before him. It was the first time he had felt such a terrifying aura. Kale's upper garments had been torn away, leaving only a few strips of cloth to preserve her modesty. The green pupils in her eyes had vanished, replaced by pure white sclera. Her thick flowing hair had transformed into a greenish-gold hue, and the berserk energy within her radiated outward without restraint. Die! A guttural voice rang out. The entire sky seemed to be dyed green, the color shifting like ripples, now red, now green, until finally 2 miniature energy spheres coalesced in Kale's hands. Kale hurled the 2 energy spheres directly at Vegeta with her thick arms, sending a jolt of terror through him. He swiftly dodged. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the 2 energy spheres kicked up clouds of dust. The ground where they struck was instantly reduced to ashes, completely annihilated. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He flew into the air, his body slightly crouched, and formed golden energy spheres in his hands. He then swung his arms, repeatedly charging at Kale with a speed surpassing even a machine gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several energy spheres streaked through the air, exploding and releasing massive plumes of smoke. Just as Vegeta sensed the opponent's energy weakening and a hint of joy crept onto his face, a figure burst forth with a roar. Leaping high, a massive right hand clamped directly onto Vegeta's head. What? Vegeta's pupils contracted, his heart shuddering violently. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the grip. Kale bared a grin like a demon. With a sudden powerful squeeze, she hurled him like a fragile chick, sending him crashing into the ground. Whoosh, bam. Vegeta shot down like a cannonball, slamming into the center of the arena and creating a massive crater. Dust billowed everywhere, debris scattered, and the entire planet shuddered violently. Vegeta stared in terror at the madwoman above, uncertain of her origins. A surge of rage welled within him. He sprang to his feet with a kip up, his face twisted in fury. Summoning all his strength, a vivid red aura enveloped his fist. He stomped the ground and launched himself into the air. Roar! Inhuman cries erupted from Kale's mouth. Seeing the charging Vegeta, she swung her right fist in return. Her thick, green glowing fist seemed ready to swallow him whole. Bang! A dull thud echoed as their fists collided. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, sending white shockwaves exploding across the entire arena. The entire planet trembled for an instant. The force of the punch bore down, and Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand emitted a cracking sound, as if broken. His pupils went blank for a moment, and his body was once again blasted away. He crashed back into the original crater, enlarging it further. Everyone present was stunned by the scene save for the two angels and Cell himself. "Ha! Well done, Kale. Well done." The flame of hope reignited in Kampa's cooled heart. He leaped from his lounge chair, his laughter echoing as he cast a mocking glance at Beerus. The sound of knuckles cracking rang out. Beerus clenched his right fist tightly, grinding his teeth. Seeing Kampa's taunting expression, he felt a murderous rage, but upon noticing Cell's calm demeanor, he slowly composed himself. He then spoke slowly. "Kampa, even if you win this match, it's just one victory. What's there to boast about?" Beerus exhaled deeply, his expression softening. He forced a smile, stood up, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and continued, "We still have Cell's disciple Trambus." "Lord Beerus, it's Trunks." Trunks, who had been wearing a worried expression, was startled by the pat, his body feeling a sudden chill. Yet his tense nerves gradually dissipated. "Oh right, Trunks. He's our trump card." Beerus paused, cleared his throat, and continued. "What does a trump card matter? Hit. Where's Hit? Get over here." Kampa, flustered and furious, yanked the meditating Hit up from his lounge chair, patting his shoulder as well. "This is the true trump card of Universe 6. He hasn't even fought yet." Kampa's antics seemed to draw a flicker of embarrassment across Hit's usually stoic face. Bang! Another loud crash drew everyone's attention back to the arena. Huff! Huff! "No way, I can't lose." Vegeta slowly crawled out of the crater, struggling to his feet. His left hand cradled his right arm, his face and body covered in blood. High above, Kale was once again drawn to Vegeta. She roared continuously, her mouth slightly open as a green energy sphere began to form within, growing larger. "I've found your weakness." Vegeta snorted coldly. His right arm hung limp, but his left hand clenched tightly. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Kale in midair, delivering a brutal kick. Bang! The powerful energy exploded prematurely within Kale's mouth. "It's your speed. And this form of yours can't last long. Look, your energy has already dropped significantly." Vegeta grinned savagely. An energy storm gathered around him as he stepped through the air, spinning behind Kale and striking downward with a swift axe kick. Bang! Kale, who had been dominating moments before, was sent flying backward. A trace of fear flickered in her eyes, and the green in her pupils appeared for an instant before vanishing. She too crashed into a crater, kicking up a cloud of dust. If it came down to sheer explosive power and strength, he knew he was no match for this madwoman before him. However, in terms of stamina, speed, and endurance, he far surpassed Kale, a realization he had only just made. The two times he was sent flying, once because he was stunned by the eruption of her power, causing a momentary lapse in the unity of his body and mind. The second time, he simply lost in a contest of strength. Since he couldn't overpower her, he would outpace her. "Huh? Who?" Vegeta squinted, panting heavily. He wiped the fresh blood streaming down his face, and gazing at the crimson stain on his hand, a faint involuntary smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "To think I've ended up in such a pathetic state. How ironic." Vegeta chuckled, unsure whether he was mocking others or himself. "Then let's take this match first." After catching his breath, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Clenching his left fist, his energy surged and a radiant aura flickered and swirled around him. In an instant, his body shimmered and he reappeared on the ground. His brow furrowed, his expression twisted into a snarl. He lifted his chin slightly, yet his eyes looked downward as if gazing with contempt, staring arrogantly at Kale buried within the crater below. "I never thought Vegeta could still fight. This is absolutely incredible." Beerus' stunned expression was instantly overtaken by joy. He had made up his mind, seeing Vegeta struggle with such tenacity. Even if he lost this match, he would still take him to the realm of the gods of destruction for training. This indomitable spirit was something he rather admired. "It seems Mr. Vegeta has already found the weakness of this scion named Kale," Whis said with a smile, his eyes sharp as he gazed at the arena below. "Of course, he's Vegeta. I believe he will win. Goku clenched his fists, a wide grin spreading across his face. He had been ignited by Vegeta's fighting spirit. How can this be? Kampa's rekindled hope was extinguished once more. He rubbed his cheeks in disbelief at the turn of events. Kale, fight. Defeat him. Caulifla, standing nearby, shoved Kampa aside and rushed to the forefront, shouting encouragement. Go Vegeta, you're the best. From the spectator stands, Bulma rose to her feet and yelled at the top of her lungs, using her hands as a makeshift megaphone to project her voice onto the arena. Bulma. Vegeta turned slightly, his body trembling for a brief moment. Bang! In that moment of Vegeta's distraction, Kale, growing more berserk within the crater, hurled 2 condensed green energy spheres toward him. You think you can pull that trick again? Vegeta's form flickered as he moved like a phantom, maximizing his speed advantage. He fired off energy spheres as if they cost nothing, spinning Kale around in circles until the blast he had been charging exploded as well. Boom! The explosions were relentless and unending. Just as a thick cloud of dust and smoke was about to rise, Vegeta sent a surge of energy rippling outward, dispersing it instantly. Roar! Seeing Kale's movements grow sluggish from exhaustion, a smirk crept across Vegeta's face. He appeared before her in an instant and delivered a resounding slap. Slap! A sharp, echoing slap rang out, stunning Kale mid-roar. After a momentary pause, she opened her mouth wider, and a thick green energy sphere began to form slowly. Slap! Boom! Another mighty slap, accompanied by an explosion, sent Kale tumbling as her own energy sphere detonated, causing her to collapse forward. Heh! How amusing! Vegeta sneered, executing a sweeping leg kick that hastened Kale's fall. As she hit the ground, Vegeta slowly rose into the air, hovering directly above her. Boring. Let's end this. Vegeta's expression turned serious. Straining, he raised his right arm and brought his hands together. An immense divine aura instantly radiated outward, crimson light swirling around him. A storm began to form, revolving around Vegeta, laced with crackling golden arcs of lightning. The pressure spread throughout the barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. It seemed as though the barrier would shatter at any moment. But in the next instant, Cell appeared in midair, gently touching the barrier with a finger, and the trembling ceased immediately. Zazup! A golden sphere of energy coalesced between his hands, arcs of electricity leaping out and blasting craters into the ground. Lightning flickered as immense power gathered. At that moment, Kale's pupils became faintly visible, revealing a hint of green cornea. The golden hue in her hair vanished, replaced by swirling green light. Looking up at the dazzling energy sphere above her, a flicker of fear and panic flashed in her eyes. Enjoy this gift. Final flash. Vegeta roared, and the golden radiance in his hands erupted forth, forming a colossal, brilliant pillar of light. Boom! The dazzling golden pillar instantly engulfed Kale below. The immense impact shattered the floor in an instant, the air trembling violently, and the entire nameless planet seemed to quake. Within 0.01 seconds, Kale was blasted out of the arena, disqualified from the match. Damn, Vegeta is amazing. Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at the majestic Vegeta in the sky, exclaiming in awe. Whoa, Vegeta, you did well. After a moment's pause, Beerus reacted instantly, casting a slightly provocative glance at the crestfallen Kampa across from him. This infuriated Kampa. He stood up, baring his teeth, veins bulging on his face, as a faint purple aura of destruction began to emanate. The oppressive pressure of a god of destruction surged forth, startling Magetta and the large yellow bear sitting beside him. Hit slowly opened his eyes while Gullit raised an eyebrow, showing a flicker of interest. Caulifla, meanwhile, had already rushed down to find Kale, who had crashed into a pit below the arena. You're all useless. Can't even win this. He'll destroy you. Kampa's face darkened as he rose, floating in the air. His full pressure was unleashed, pouring an immense force into the entire barrier. Referee announced the result. Cell teleported onto the stage and repaired it. A green light flared from his right hand, flowing into Vegeta's body. The light seeped into him, instantly healing his fractured right arm, all his abrasions, and internal injuries. He extended his left hand, forming a green membrane that enveloped the spectator stand of Universe 7, shielding them from Kampa's god of destruction pressure. Then, without intervening, he simply watched the internal strife unfold before him. Well, this match, the winner is Vegeta from Universe 7. The host, or rather the referee, announced loudly before staring blankly at the scene before him, then politely took cover behind Cell. Vegeta examined his own body, still marveling at this ability. It felt just like Senzu Beans. He clenched his right fist, sensing no discomfort whatsoever. Then, sensing the divine power of the god of destruction Kampa, he too looked upward. The beings of Universe 7, including Beerus, watched the situation opposite with mild interest. Lord Beerus. No can do. That's their universe's business, the prerogative of a god of destruction. Beerus cut off whatever Goku was about to say, speaking with irritation. Trunks furrowed his brow, glanced at Uncle Cell, but said nothing. Below. Could you heal Kale too? A voice that sounded pinched came from behind. Caulifla, her face flushed, dragged Kale over. Me. Cell pointed at himself, then looked rather oddly at Caulifla, who seemed to be in heat. Did he really have that much charm? Rubbing his chin, he glanced at Kale beneath her. With a casual gesture, a streak of green light swirled and plunged into the girl's body. The wounds on Kale, now shrunken and with wild hair, instantly healed. She was merely unconscious and would awaken soon. All done. Are you going back? Cell pointed upward at the 6th universe's seating area, which looked ready for a brawl. No, they'll just wait here. Caulifla blushed, lowering her head slightly as she spoke softly. Hearing this answer, Cell paid no further attention and fixed his gaze above. Caulifla, what's wrong with you? Show some of that boss lady spirit. Caulifla's mind was about to explode. She had no idea why when facing this man her cheeks burned, and she couldn't speak properly. She didn't understand why. She felt an inexplicable charm radiating from him. Above, Lord Kampa, shut up. Vados don't plead for them. Kampa bellowed, directly baring his teeth with a ferocious expression. In his right hand, a deep, dark violet energy sphere slowly materialized. Oh, then let me see just how powerful this so-called god of destruction really is, and whether he's worthy of the title. Graded, who was frowning, spoke slowly. At that moment, he couldn't stand this pig-like figure. A golden radiance blazed around him, and an immense aura burst forth instantly. Golden light enveloped Graded entirely, with golden streams of light swirling slowly. Suddenly, the golden light on his arms exploded, emitting threads of black radiance. His energy skyrocketed, and the seating platform instantly collapsed and shattered. The remaining fighters, including Vegeta, stared wide-eyed as they floated in the air. Even Vados and Hit were shocked by Graded's declaration. Oh, interesting. Provoking a god of destruction. Haha, truly amusing. Beerus smirked as he stood up, watching the two face off. Cell on the arena floor couldn't suppress a grin. Good heavens, he himself wouldn't dare to openly clash with these gods of destruction right now. Was Graded really this bold? Cell found this immensely intriguing. He wanted to recruit this man Graded into his own camp. Even Vegeta and Goku were stunned. Goku in particular was even more excited, seeing the energy surging higher than during his own battles. He hadn't expected Graded to dare challenge a god of destruction. He himself had only sparred with Lord Beerus, but this was outright provocation. Oh, you've truly angered me. Kampa's face darkened. The destruction energy in his right hand shot toward Graded instantly. A piercing sound rang out. Graded watched the fast-approaching destruction energy, let out a sneer, then swung his right fist fiercely. A streak of black light flashed, striking the energy sphere directly. Zzz. A sizzling sound echoed. The veins on Graded's right arm bulged as a pitch-black energy soared several meters long, pierced straight through the destruction sphere, annihilating it into dissipating particles of light. Witnessing this, Trunks was initially startled, then narrowed his eyes, studying the long, dark sword, intently marveling at its immense power. Nanny, he blocked it. Kampa's eyes bulged with utter shock, muttering that it was impossible. Is this all a god of destruction amounts to? Then it seems I could be a god of destruction too. Graded looked at the pig-headed Kampa, a sneer on his lips and mockery in his eyes. You? Kampa couldn't finish his words. The pale violet energy aura around him instantly shifted to a deep violet black. Streams of violet energy particles danced and leaped, and his pressure escalated to an extremely oppressive level. Behind him, white divine rings rotated, and a mark appeared on his forehead. From a distance, he resembled an immensely oppressive black hole, though without a strong gravitational pull. The space around him directly twisted and deformed as if being swallowed. Just as Kampa was about to make his next move, Vados appeared behind him in an instant. A flash of silver-white light streaked from her right hand, striking his neck. Thud! A dull sound rang out. Kampa collapsed unconscious. The pressure vanished, the distorted space instantly restored, and the seating platform was also repaired. Vados simply dumped Kampa into a corner. The final match hit, you're up. Vados wore a sweet smile as if nothing had happened. Under her sweet smile, the remaining few sat back down, silent and obedient. Referee announced the start of the next match. Colorful, let's go. With that, Cell teleported to Universe 7's seating area. Mr. Whis, in terms of strength, are you stronger, or is Lady Vados? Cell asked with mild curiosity. Ho. Mr. Cell, that question is a bit difficult for me to answer. In the past, my sister was stronger, but we haven't sparred in many years, so I really don't know. Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle and spoke softly. Is that so? Below, the referee tremblingly stepped onto the arena and shouted loudly. Next up, from Universe 7 of Vegeta, and from Universe 6 Hit. After announcing, the referee quickly retreated to his hiding spot. Caulifla dragged Kale back to the seating area. Hit slowly descended. The two opponents faced each other. The fifth match begins. When Caulifla returned to the 6th Universe's spectator area, she placed Kale on a comfortable recliner and began to let her thoughts wander. Her cheeks flushed, her body burned with heat, and her expression grew increasingly disturbed, yet no one noticed her state at the moment. Oh, that guy actually knows my name. Could it be? Caulifla's mind spiraled into wild fantasies, her face turning even redder, the flush spreading down her neck. Truth be told, she didn't understand why she felt such intrigue and shyness toward that man. The moment she laid eyes on him, something stirred within her. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight. In the 7th Universe's spectator area, Beerus slightly tilted his head, glancing at Cell beside him, and asked slowly, "This Hit is the ace of the 6th Universe. Can Vegeta defeat him?" No. Cell shook his head. The answer was simple and blunt, causing Beerus to click his tongue in surprise. Then what about Trunks? He's our trump card. Honestly, it depends on fate, but I believe in Trunks. Cell looked at the slightly nervous Trunks and patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Uncle Cell, is that Hit really that strong? Why do I feel he's not as? Just watch. See Vegeta's duel with him, and you'll understand soon enough. Don't ask me to explain everything. Use your own eyes to see. Remember, there's always a sky beyond the sky, and there's always someone stronger. Never think you're already invincible. Keep yourself grounded, neither too high nor too low, and just be yourself. For instance, the unreliable Lord Beerus is far stronger than I am now. Mr. Whis, who seems to be merely Lord Beerus' attendant, is actually his master and surpasses him by a vast margin. And above Mr. Whis there exist beings even more powerful. Cell wore a serious expression, leaning close to look into Trunks' eyes. Yes, Uncle Cell, I understand. Trunks paused for a moment before quickly replying. He had only just learned today that Mr. Whis was Lord Beerus' master. No wonder he always seems so reliable. Kid, who told you all this? How do you seem to know everything so clearly? Beerus snorted in displeasure, his nose twitching. Haha, it's because I possess the same ability as Zuno. Almost everything in this universe. If I wish to know it, I can clearly understand. Cell chuckled in response. Lord Beerus was truly amusing. Hehehe. Lord Beerus still acting like a child. Whis covered his mouth and laughed softly. You cannot win. Although your earlier fight was impressive, you should surrender now. Hit opened his eyes, glaring with his crimson gaze, and spoke in a calm tone as if achieving all this were effortless, which infuriated Vegeta. Nanny, you want me to surrender? Ridiculous. It seems you're the strongest in the 6th universe, but it'll shatter that pathetic confidence of yours. Vegeta's face twisted into a ferocious snarl upon hearing this, though his eyes grew serious. This Hit might be boasting, but his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Is that so? Hit casually thrust both hands into the sleeves of his coat, appearing completely defenseless. If you're trying to anger me, congratulations. You've succeeded. Vegeta, seeing his opponent's unguarded stance, assumed it was a sign of disdain and instantly unleashed his full power. Boom. Layer upon layer of energy radiated outward, kicking up dust from the ground. Fluorescent red light cascaded and illuminated Vegeta, his body shimmering as his hair swayed in the wind. An immense pressure spread, bearing down directly on Hit. Whooshed. The pressure carried a breeze that stirred Hit's gray coat, but he remained motionless. Vegeta, however, moved. He couldn't stand the other's posturing any longer. Vegeta took a light step forward, the glow around him retracting. With blinding speed, he lunged at Hit, his right fist swelling with power as he struck. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to connect, a faint, transparent light flickered in Hit's eyes. The flow of time around them slowed. Hit leaped through time, appearing to Vegeta's right. He clenched his fist, protruding his index finger, and delivered a heavy, unyielding blow to Vegeta's temple. From Vegeta's perspective, Hit moved with a speed far surpassing his own, arriving at his side in an instant. Thud. A dull sound echoed as a purple shockwave pierced through Vegeta's temple, sending him flying. By the time Vegeta realized what had happened, he was already on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, thick with red veins, and the spot where his temple had been struck was swollen. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Vegeta struggled to his feet, staring at Hit across from him. The speed was so immense, he couldn't even catch a trace of his movements. Moi. Hit looked at his own hands with some confusion. Using the time skip technique this time had been extremely taxing, nearly failing. This opponent was indeed formidable. On the stage, the spectators in the stands were all stunned, for they only saw Vegeta charge forward at incredible speed, then fly back, just as fast, spitting blood. Some couldn't even see anything clearly. They only saw Vegeta vanish and then reappear, flying back with blood. In the competitor area, Mr. Cell, can you see Hit's movements? It's astonishing. I can't track him at all. Sun Wukong scratched his head and sought Cell's guidance. I can see it clearly. It's merely a leap, Mr. Whis is quite familiar with this. At that moment, Cell's eyes were filled with white light, like shards of glass sparkling within. The instant he witnessed Hit's time skip technique, he finally mastered it himself. He had been only a step away before, but now he understood it completely. Oh, a leap. Through space. No, through time. I never expected a mortal to achieve this. Whis seemed delighted, speaking with a smile. Time leap. Is that really possible, Uncle Cell? Trunks was puzzled, finding the concept absurd. How could one leap through time? Trunks, ahem. Cell gestured with his hands, signaling him to be quiet. They would discuss this privately. After all, when it came to time, hadn't his mother used both theory and a tangible invention to prove that humans could toy with time? Using a time machine to leap into the future and past was, after all, a manipulation of time itself. And honestly, I can use that move too, so just watch, Trunks. Cell paused for a moment before continuing. Oh. Trunks suppressed his urge to ask further and quickly nodded in response. As for Whis, he gazed at Cell's retreating figure with a hint of intrigue, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beerus, however, paid no heed to these matters. He merely lifted his head and cast a downward glance at the battle unfolding in the arena below. For him, all that mattered was securing a victory. Below, both combatants paused, sinking into contemplation. Vegeta struggled to his feet, observing his opponent Hit, who was staring at his own fists with an expression tinged with confusion. Witnessing this, Vegeta's face also mirrored that confusion. This man's speed was too great, so swift it bordered on teleportation. Yes, much like Kakarote's instant transmission. But the activation time was so brief that he had no chance to defend against it. Huff! Vegeta exhaled slowly. A crimson radiance suddenly flared up, enveloping his entire body. This served as an energy barrier for protection and also expanded his perception. It was the unique extrasensory ability of Super Saiyan 4. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta's fighting spirit surged to an immense intensity once more. Observing Vegeta's heightened pressure, Hit once again thrust his hands into the pockets of his coat, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This was the first time his time skip had nearly failed since mastering the technique. Truth be told, he felt a thrill of excitement too. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could become even stronger. Vegeta charged forward again, stomping the ground with such force that it split apart, unleashing a powerful shockwave toward Hit. Ah-da-da-da-da. This time Hit did not use his time skip, he merely dodged with incredible speed. Vegeta swung his fists relentlessly, the air roaring as each punch carried a howling gale. Yet not a single blow landed on Hit. Oomph. Hit's expression turned serious. He withdrew his hands from his coat pockets and launched a counterattack. Bam, bam, bam. Their fists clashed continuously, sparking with flashes of light. Muffled impacts echoed, and the ground beneath them fractured into countless cracks. They fought from the sky to the earth, sending wave after wave of white air currents surging and trembling. Now this is a real fight. Vegeta laughed heartily, pouring all his strength into his attacks. Now that his opponent's speed and power were inferior, he wanted to see how Hit could possibly turn the tide. As Hit swung his fist, Vegeta grinned savagely. A cerulean light flickered in his eyes. He ducked low, sidestepping Hit's powerful blow, and then delivered a devastating uppercut, his right fist cloaked in a shimmering crimson glow. What a... Hit's eyes widened. He forcibly restrained the urge to use time skip and hastily brought his hands together to block. Crash. The force of the punch erupted. The ground instantly collapsed and blasted apart, splitting into a fan-shaped pattern. Dense cracks spiderwebbed across the entire arena. Hit skidded backwards, steadying himself, his feet carving two long grooves in the floor until he reached the very edge of the platform, on the verge of falling out with just one more strike. Hep. Hit let out an eerie laugh. A violet aura flared around him for an instant before vanishing. He brushed off the massive fist imprint on his arm and clenched his fists. Just as he had anticipated, he had grown stronger. Come, I've adapted to your rhythm. This battle can end now. A trace of violet light flickered in Hit's crimson eyes, translucent gleams swirling with radiant luster. He thrust his hands back into his coat pockets and even closed his eyes, waiting in utter stillness. Crack, crack, crack. Vegeta clenched his fists so tightly that his bones ground together. The crimson glow expanded like igniting flames, setting half the arena ablaze with its radiance. His aura soared and his pressure surged. Vegeta no longer wished to conserve his stamina by restraining his form. He was going to pummel this arrogant fool. Adapted to my rhythm. What a joke. Vegeta's grin turned vicious. In an instant he vanished from his spot. With a light step, a wisp of dust trailed behind him as he appeared before Hit. He drew his right arm back, dragging a streak of crimson light, and unleashed a devastating punch at the motionless Hit. Before the fist landed, the pressure arrived first. The air screamed, and a sonic boom cracked through the silence. Boom! Just as the blow was about to connect, a ring of violet light enveloped Hit. Vegeta's heavy fist passed straight through Hit's body, and he himself was carried forward by inertia, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. What a... Vegeta's expression shifted drastically. His pupils constricted. Gritting his teeth, he stomped the ground, spun around, and swept his left leg at Hit. Boom! He struck nothing but air again. Astonished, Vegeta was about to take to the air to create distance when Hit slowly opened his brilliant, luminous eyes. Hit clapped his hands lightly, and concentric rings of glassy cracks appeared in the air, expanding outward. A violet radiance flared, as if freezing the entire space. Hit turned slowly, gazing at Vegeta, whose feet had already left the arena. He smiled and assumed a combat stance. Then, like a raging storm, he unleashed a barrage of punches, hammering relentlessly at every weak point on Vegeta's body. Stream after stream of violet energy pressure pierced through Vegeta and surged into the void. Crack, crack, crack. As the time skip ended, Vegeta's face contorted in shock as if struck by lightning. His body convulsed in midair, fists imprints appearing all over him. His eyes lost their pupils, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 faded away. Finally, he fell slowly outside the arena, marking his defeat and Hit's ultimate victory. A worthy opponent, but that's all he is. Hit brushed the dust off his coat, glancing at the flustered referee below, and said calmly, "He's already fallen out of bounds. By the rules, shouldn't you declare my victory?" The winner of this match is Hit from Universe 6. The referee looked around hesitantly, then jumped onto the platform. He walked forward and shouted loudly at the fallen Vegeta. Upon hearing this announcement, Hit closed his eyes again, calmly awaiting his next opponent. Man, that guy Hit is really something. I'd love to try my hand against him. Son Goku was exhilarated, his Saiyan blood boiling with excitement. He lost after all. It's up to you now, boy. Beerus snorted, patting Trunks on the shoulder with a slightly displeased tone. Although he had known Vegeta would ultimately lose, it still irked him that the victor was from Compa's team. Understood, Lord Beerus. Then Uncle sell him off. Trunks turned back with a smile, waved at them, and leaped down. Boom! The injured Vegeta suddenly appeared in midair, floating back to the spectator stand. A green light enveloped him, instantly restoring him to peak condition and erasing all negative effects from his body. He was still unconscious, however, and would take a little while to wake up. Cell had deliberately arranged it this way. After all, sleeping was the right thing to do after an injury. It saved them from having to listen to him grumble and complain when he woke up. With a decisive step, Trunks landed on the ground, his expression serious as he gazed at Hit across from him, feeling a bit of tension due to the matter of Lord Beerus and Uncle Sheru being the champions of the 7th universe. Moreover, the so-called time leap from Hit was quite challenging to deal with. Could he truly win? This was a daunting question. Sara looked at the dilapidated arena below and sighed, gathering divine power in his hand, and suddenly striking down, instantly restoring the arena to its former state. On the stage, the audience from the 7th universe erupted in chaos the moment Vegeta lost. Krillin exclaimed, "I never expected Vegeta to lose despite being so strong, and what kind of technique was that guy Hit using? I can't see it at all, it's completely unclear. And that last move Vegeta actually passed right through him. Was it an afterimage?" Tianjin Han responded, "No, it's impossible. This can't be an afterimage, it seems more like." Gohan added, "More like he transcended this space as if he didn't exist." The group exchanged suspicions, unable to clarify the situation, and could only pray for Trunks to win, otherwise there was no other contender for victory. Like no. 5 and no. 6. Gohan turned to see no. 5 and no. 6 sleeping comfortably, drooling. Those two little brats. Gohan chuckled at the sight, shaking his head helplessly. His gaze softened as he realized he could only trust Trunks. Looking at the young man below who had grown into a determined young adult, Gohan's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with warmth. The little guy who used to chase after him, calling Gohania, had grown up. With that thought, Gohan clasped his hands together as a megaphone and shouted, "Trunks, go for it. You can win this match, believe in yourself. Right? Trunks, your mother believes in you too." Bulma stood beside Gohan and shouted as well, "Mom, Gohania." Trunks quickly turned around, waving and greeting the two on stage for encouragement. Soon, all his friends began to cheer him on. "Everyone, I can't lose." Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve, glancing at Uncle Sheru in the spectator area. After receiving an encouraging gesture, he felt a surge of confidence, and his tension vanished. Are you ready, contestant Trunks?" the referee nervously asked, afraid of provoking the contestants. "Ready." A voice filled with confidence breathed out as Trunks pulled back his sleeve, his piercing eyes flashing like blades. Then for the 6th match, the contestant from the 7th universe Trunks will fight against the contestant from the 6th universe Hit. With the referee's announcement, he hurriedly jumped off the stage to find a safer spot. Hit finally opened his eyes upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashing through his purple gaze as it met Trunks' fierce eyes. In their first clash, Trunks' eyes exploded with a sword-like brilliance, his sword energy trembling the space around him as he moved at incredible speed, reaching Hit in an instant, penetrating him with a soft gasp from Hit. It was the same, he couldn't cause any damage at all. If that's the case, I'll break through forcefully. Trunks' eyes widened in realization. He saw that Hit was currently in a different space, projecting his own image into reality while his true self was not there. Boom. A surge of red light enveloped Trunks in an instant, the flowing light swirling around him. Bang. The radiance exploded and Trunks' figure instantly became much slimmer. His cheeks appeared much younger, enveloped in a layer of red light. His originally light purple hair transformed into a fiery red, and his blue eyes turned into a fiery hue with a hint of darkness. The fierce aura surrounding him vanished, completely replaced by an unquenchable red light and overwhelming pressure. Super Saiyan God Trunks makes his entrance. Exhaling a deep breath, Trunks pressed his palms together and pulled outward a flash of golden red light, igniting a fiery sword of energy erupting forth, immediately slicing the entire arena in half with its sharp brilliance. Trunks gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze brightening as he plunged it into the ground, then turned and shouted, "Open up." In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Countless fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, and the ground continued to crack. Then a storm of fiery sword energy surged forth, enveloping everything around it. The sword energy spiraled around Trunks like burning flames spreading outward. Though the speed of the sword energy was not fast, each strike contained boundless power, creating a heavy and powerful sense of oppression. As the sword energy extended, deep gashes were left on the ground, as if it aimed to completely sever this land. Meanwhile, strands of white light emanated from Trunks, blending with his aura and gradually spreading throughout his body. He tightly closed his eyes, his brows furrowed, as if he were exerting all his effort into this move. In the distance, hidden in the void, Hit frowned slightly upon witnessing this, feeling it troublesome. After battling Vegeta for many rounds, he had grown capable of compressing 1 second into 0.5 seconds. Crack, crack. Hit pushed his time leap technique to the extreme. Glass-like patterns emerged around him. As he attempted to approach Trunks, he found that the dense sword energy completely sealed off his surroundings, preventing him from getting close. If he did, he would be shredded by the sword energy. This is bad. I can't even approach with energy blasts. Hit began to take the young boy in front of him, seriously feeling for the first time that this was troublesome. Hit unleashed all his power in an instant, purple flames rising around him as beads of sweat dripped down his face, showing the strain he was under. This was Hit's full energy state, where he could unleash all of his Bodis capabilities, but he could only maintain it for 1 minute. Seeing the sword energy growing increasingly violent, threatening to engulf the entire arena, Hit gritted his teeth and activated his full energy state. His surrounding purple flames roiled his brows furrowed tightly, the purple light in his eyes growing more intense, transparent light, filling his eyes as he pushed his time leap technique to its utmost. The space continued to crackle as Hit unleashed purple light from his hands, grasping at Trunks, who was fully releasing sword energy, and hurled him into another space. All the fiery sword energy instantly disappeared, as if it never existed, leaving only a gentle breeze and a motionless Trunks whose face turned pale. Whose sweat poured down Hit's face. Using this ability in his full energy state was extremely exhausting. Trapped in another space where time was frozen, Trunks emanated a faint purple light, his face contorted, and the golden-red sword energy remained in place, unable to move. As he watched Hit approaching him, Trunks felt a hint of tension wash over him, the violent power within him churning, a powerful aura surging forth, mixing with the pure oppressive and solemn divine aura. His hair began to break free from the constraints of time, growing outward. The originally light purple strands turned deep purple, cascading down his shoulders, red light streaming forth as his black vest tore apart, revealing dark red fur that shimmered. The color in his eyes shifted back to a deep blue-white. Energy waves surged forth, the energy continuously swirling, and his furry tail transformed into a dark red hue, while the golden-red sword energy surged forth, becoming even more powerful, slicing through the so-called prison of time. Bang! Seeing this scene, Hit acted instantly, channeling all his strength into his right fist, purple light swirling as he unleashed a punch that formed an energy shockwave, striking towards Trunks with incredible speed. Merge! Trunks roared, and hundreds of sword energies in the sky converged into a gigantic sword, the violent sword energy swirling as the already cracked ground continued to shatter with the released sword energy rampaging, piercing towards the purple punch. Whoosh! The punch broke through the giant sword and launched towards Trunks, striking him in the heart, causing his pupils to gradually fade, and the golden-red long sword in his hand scattered into light particles. Trunks fell to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Hum. The sound of swords vibrating approached Hit. Hit's eyes shone brightly, creating a special space in the air, attempting to freeze the incoming sword energy. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the massive golden-red sword energy, along with wisps of white energy, crushed through, shattering the entire space as it collided with Hit. Puff! Hit's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting as he coughed up blood, countless small sword energies darting around, cutting into him, while he struggled to hold back the massive golden-red sword energy, which rampaged through his insides. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, the entire arena shattered by the sword energy, a cloud of dust swirling as the entire barrier shook violently. The outcome of the match on the arena became unclear. Whoosh! Shatters squinted, furrowing his brows as he approached the arena that had been reduced to ashes. Sensing Trunks' aura, he arrived at his side. His clothes were torn, his face covered in scratches, and his chest was caved in, just a step away from death. Seeing this, Sharu felt a surge of fury, and sensing Hit's aura, discovered that both were just a step away from death. Instantly, his energy diminished significantly. He then released 2 streams of green energy, pouring them into both of them, rapidly healing their injuries. Before long, Hit slowly stood up, looking incredulously at his fists, feeling the strength in his body. He realized that after experiencing the battle with Trunks, his growth had accelerated rapidly. Now his time leap could last about a second. His control over his abilities had also improved significantly. On the other side, Trunks awakened from his unconsciousness. The first thing he saw was Uncle Sharu. Uncle Sharu, did I lose? Trunks looked somewhat dejected, his eyes downcast, afraid to meet Uncle Sharu's gaze. Despite his hard work, he had been knocked down by his opponent in the final match, and victory certainly belonged to the other side. Thud. Sharu gave Trunks a light knock on the head, making him wince. You didn't win, Sharu said solemnly with a hint of anger in his tone. All right, I knew it. Despite some glimmer of hope, it appeared he truly had no chance. He had indeed lost. Just as Trunks' spirit sank to the lowest point, Sharu continued, but you didn't lose. Both of you fought to the brink, so this match counts as a draw. However, since we still have 2 contestants yet to compete and the other side has already been eliminated, this match can also be counted as a win for the 7th universe. You held on to the final victory. Congratulations. You've grown, kid. Sharu smiled, playfully ruffling Trunks' long hair. Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? As the swirling smoke cleared, the scene inside revealed that the entire arena had vanished and both contestants stood unharmed in the dissipating arena. Referee announced it. This match is a draw, with the ultimate victory going to the 7th universe, the team of God of Destruction, Beerus. Sharu's slightly magnetic voice reached the referee's ear, who was unscathed. It also reached the ears of everyone present. Beerus was momentarily stunned, then began counting. 1, 2, 3. 5. 5 contestants have all battled, so the 7th universe has won. Ha. Beerus stood up instantly. Rising up, brimming with arrogance, his tongue shot out, eyes wide open, hands on his hips, he suddenly arrived at the competition seats of the 6th universe. He glanced at the corner where the slumbering Xiong Pa lay and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The loud sound echoed, causing Xiong Pa plump cheeks to jiggle and his snoring to abruptly stop. He then slowly rubbed his hazy eyes and opened them wide. Looking at Beerus, who was staring back at him from less than a centimeter away, he yelled, Ah! 102 The victory of the seventh universe. What is this? Xiangpa sat up abruptly, colliding his head with Beerus, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Oh, it hurts. Xiangpa, what the hell are you doing? Beerus stood up, instantly rubbing the red bump that had formed on his forehead, angrily rebuking. Oh, so it's Beerus. Why are you so close to me? Xiangpa slowly stood up, sporting a red bump on his head, as well brushing off the dust on his body and looking around. What? Are we not continuing the match? How did you end up over here? In the end, your trump card and our trump card ended in a tie. However, we still have two contestants yet to take the stage. In short, the seventh universe has won, and you Xiangpa lost to me, Beerus. Beerus' face instantly lit up with a smug smile as he placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head back in triumph. After all, every victory is worth celebrating, and this time, it was a competition between selected contestants which only highlighted the strength of their seventh universe. Thus, the glory of the seventh universe naturally belonged to the efforts of its god of destruction, Beerus. Nanny, the match is over. It lost in the end. Xiangpa was somewhat bewildered, wondering how he had woken up to find the match already concluded and his side had lost. It must be a dream, surely he hadn't fully awakened, that's right. Xiangpa could not believe this outcome. How could his universe possibly lose? Lord Xiangpa, this is not a dream. You don't need to shake your head anymore. The sixth universe indeed lost this match. Beside him, Beerus looked at Xiangpa, who seemed to be in a daze, shaking his head. That's right. The fact is that the sixth universe lost the match, and you still think you're dreaming. Are you out of your mind? Wait. Let me take a moment. It's hard for me to accept this fact right now. Xiangpa shook his head as he looked at the shattered battle arena below, then glanced at Trunks and Cell, who were unharmed but had torn clothes, and suddenly turned to look at Beerus. Seeing Xiangpa like this, Beerus suddenly said, "You don't want to admit defeat, do you? The Super Dragon Balls now belong to us from this moment on." Fine. The Super Dragon Balls and Wish Orbs are yours now. Enough already. Why are you so smug? It's just winning a match, isn't it? Xiangpa waved his hand, impatiently rubbing the sore spot on the back of his head, his gaze drifting to the side, where Gyurid stood watching the commotion, and he spoke softly. I remember you were quite arrogant and insulted me, right? Oh. Beerus grinned at this scene, a wicked smile spreading across his face, clearly looking forward to a good show. He crossed his arms and took a few steps back, motioning for those blocking the view to step aside. What? Fat pig, are you not allowed to be criticized for your appearance? The god of destruction is truly amusing. You just look at the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Lord Beerus, and see what he's like. What about you? Fat pig, chubby pig, lazy pig with a foul mouth. One would think you had eaten something foul. Gyurid slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with sarcasm, yet as he looked at Beerus, there was a hint of respect, and he slightly bent at the waist. Oh, you're not bad. Beerus nodded in slight surprise, as if Gyurid had voiced all the words he wanted to say, giving him a thumbs up in appreciation. Oh, it's over. I need to run away quickly. Cold sweat streamed down Bardock's face as he instantly distanced himself from Gyurid, also pulling Magneto along. Huh, amazing, brother Gyurid. I support you. You spoke so well. I must find a good spot on Planet Salad to bury you. Kefla smiled inwardly, pulling the blushing Kale, who had just awakened, and they both flew to the audience seats to avoid being caught up in the chaos. Kale was still unaware of anything, only knowing that her big sister was holding her hand with a slight blush creeping up her face. Ho. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to Lord Xiangpa like that. Gyurid, you're quite an interesting fellow. Bardos also paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed heartily, showing no regard for Xiangpa dignity. Among them, Cell, who had ignited the gossip flame, stood on the battle stage, but his ears were quite sharp, and he heard everything they said. To be honest, he was starting to like this guy named Gyurid. Perhaps he could bring him into the seventh universe. After all, his evaluation of Beerus was much higher than that of Xiangpa, wasn't it? Trunks, stay here for a while. I'm going to watch the show. With that, Cell's figure instantly appeared next to Beerus, draping an arm over his shoulder and jokingly saying, So Lord Beerus, what do you think? Should we recruit this guy into our seventh universe? He's powerful, and his attitude toward you, Lord Beerus, is also quite good. Huh? You want me to bring him into the seventh universe? That's not impossible, it just depends on him. Beerus was not surprised by Cell's arrival, only raising an eyebrow, slightly stroking his chin, as if considering the feasibility of this matter. Really? Xiangpa now appeared very calm, his expression stern, showing no hint of humor. His face remained indifferent, but his fists were tightly clenched, and purple-black radiance flowed around him. The divine ring behind him manifested, and the unique mark of the god of destruction appeared on his forehead. His imposing pressure surged, his body slowly floated into the air, and there was no peculiar phenomenon around him, only a powerful aura and momentum akin to the calm before a storm. I'm not afraid of you. Gyurid smirked, also floating in the air, an overwhelming aura bursting forth. Golden flames mixed with hints of black gleamed. His wrists transformed into a blackish-purple color shimmering with light, and his pressure was equally astonishing. Both stood in the sky, facing off against each other, while Beerus and Cell watched with flickering eyes. Cell spoke calmly. It's still a little short. This form called Gyurid can upgrade to another realm, but right now he definitely can't defeat Lord Xiangpa, and even if he succeeded, it would only buy him a little time. Of course, even if you give it your all, you would barely match Xiangpa, right? How could he possibly defeat Xiangpa? He would just die a little slower. Beerus waved his hand casually, his eyes closing as he spoke. 103 Chapter The Pinnacle of the Universe, King of All arrives. Boom. The clash of their auras erupted as Beerus had mentioned. Gyurid was instantly pushed back by the overwhelming destructive force, crashing into the battle arena below. Bang! A loud noise rang out as Gyurid exploded into a massive pit, smoke billowing everywhere and debris scattered. Hit and Trunks exchanged glances, both darting away from the smoke, leaving the arena to the two who needed it. To be honest, you've really angered me. Xiangpa instantly appeared in the air above the battle arena, the surrounding dust dissipating as if erased, turning into purple light particles that scattered in the air. His expression calm, yet his eyes were filled with fury. Die! Xiangpa lightly raised his hand. A dark energy laced with purple light surged forth, expanding instantaneously, forming an energy sphere larger than 3 Xiangpa figures appearing in his hand. Gyurid slowly emerged from the ground, brushing off the dust on his body, as if nothing had happened, sneering, and as he waved his hands, a dark, gleaming light burst forth. Smack! He clasped his hands together and then extended them outward, revealing an extremely long spear, dark and glimmering at its tip, while the space in front of it twisted continuously. Just as the two were about to unleash their ultimate move simultaneously, 2 authoritative shouts echoed from the sky, as if time had frozen or reversed. Both were suddenly anchored in place, and then a brilliant glimmer appeared, crashing down to the ground, revealing 3 figures. As the figures revealed themselves, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Bardos, who were initially prepared to watch the show, were both taken aback and hurried to the battle arena, kneeling down in reverence, while the 2 angels knelt on one knee, each appearing very respectful. Cell also appeared on the battle stage, but he merely bowed slightly to the 3 figures. Xiangpa, whose eyes were filled with rage and whose face was contorted, suddenly stared, wide-eyed, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face, his heart racing. He felt as if he were about to collapse, his imposing aura dissipating as he knelt beside Beerus. Seeing this scene, Gyurid looked at the 3 figures and the so-called gods kneeling down, and after dissipating the spear in his hand, he mimicked Cell's gesture and bowed slightly. These 3 figures were of course the supreme rulers of the universe, and their 2 attendants, the king of all, looking like 2 pencils and an eraser, very abstract. We do not know why the king of all has descended. Beerus and Xiangpa both exclaimed in unison, kneeling on the ground with trepidation. The king of all spoke in a slightly childish voice. Actually, am here. Beerus and Xiangpa exclaimed. Hi. I came today merely to remind you not to forget the primary duties of the gods of destruction, as you've taken it upon yourselves to organize this match. Also, I found the match you held quite interesting. I would like to organize a competition on a universal scale next time. Hi. That sounds wonderful. Oh, let's hold a universal competition next time. That's a great suggestion. After slightly bowing, Cell stood up and approached the king of all, only to be blocked by the 2 pencil attendants. Cell, what are you doing? This is His Majesty the King of all. How can you be so rude? Beerus shouted as he suddenly lifted his head. Move aside. A coldness mixed with indifference emanated from the small body of the king of all, scaring the 2 pencil attendants into quickly disappearing behind him. Who are you? Cell. I'm that guy's master. Cell pointed at Trunks, who was already standing in the audience. It looks like you're a god of destruction. The king of all tilted his head, observing the earrings on Cell's ears, and spoke softly. Just a trainee god of destruction. By the way, your majesty the king of all, I have a treat for you. These 2 can be eaten whole. With that, Cell pulled out a lollipop and a small candy figure resembling the king of all from the dimensional space. This instantly captivated the childish heart of the elder. Wow, amazing. Cell. The king of all froze for a moment, and then a dazzling smile broke out on his face as he accepted the lollipop and candy figure from Cell, licking it with his tongue before stuffing it into his mouth, gazing at the candy figure in joy. At that moment, he truly felt that Cell was quite impressive. He had so many good things, and they tasted so good, nothing was available in his palace. The Grand Universal Meeting will be held 1 year from now, according to Earth's time. 1 year? Why a year later? The king of all tilted his head, still sucking on the lollipop, and spoke indistinctly. Because I have things to do this year. If it's a year later, I can also participate. Isn't that a good thing? Right? Then it's set for a year later. At that moment, Cell extended his right hand, and although the king of all didn't understand, he still reached out and squeezed it. Beerus and Xiangpa, kneeling with wide eyes, were on the verge of madness as the 2 angels chuckled softly. A martial arts tournament will be held with 10 chosen from each universe. Let all the participants from every universe train hard this year, so the final tournament will be spectacular. Good. It's settled. I'm off then. Like a child, the Omni King, licking a lollipop and holding a sugar figurine, waved his hand behind him. Goodbye. Cell also stood up and waved at the Omni King. Then farewell, everyone. The 2 attendants said in a deep voice, instantly transforming into a brilliant beam of light before drilling into space and vanishing. After a long while, the 2 gods of destruction slumped to the ground and let out a slow sigh. At this moment, Beerus spoke with irritation. Hey Cell, you should know that was Lord Omni King. He can annihilate an entire universe in an instant. Don't go causing me any trouble, alright? Of course I knew it was the Omni King. That's exactly why I thought it was a good idea to build a good relationship. Besides, Lord Omni King was in a great mood, not as bad as you said. Cell raised a thumb and spoke slowly. 1 year, in 1 year, a universe-wide martial arts tournament will be held. Lord Kampa, what do you think would happen if during the tournament one universe was too weak and Lord Omniking didn't feel any joy? Cell said with a grin, the meaning of his words easy to understand. He was telling him to give up on destroying Grateful. Soon a helpless Kampa could only accept this reality and instead fiercely ordered him to train hard and shine brilliantly in the tournament the following year. Otherwise he would still kill that guy Grateful. The result was that Grateful was completely unafraid of Kampa, ignoring him entirely, finding a corner to stand in, arms crossed over his chest, eyes tightly shut, caring about nothing. Trunks, after seeing what had just happened, naturally had to come down and ask. He said a word to Bulma and then rushed down at top speed. Uncle Cell. I'm here, Trunks said excitedly, his feet lightly stepping as he landed on the ground. He looked at the smiling Cell and spoke slowly. Uncle Cell, who were those three just now? Oh, the most revered and powerful being in the entire universe, the Lord Omniking, who governs the 12 universes, and his 2 pencil attendant escorts. Cell winked slightly and spoke in a deep voice, his tone seemingly respectful. Really? Is that really Lord Omniking? Trunks asked, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had heard Uncle Cell talk about how powerful the Omniking was, and he had imagined what he would be like. Pencil attendants. He looks more like an eraser to me. Hey kid, don't gossip about Lord Omniking. Even though you tried your best in the final match, it's still not good to talk about others behind their backs. Otherwise you'll be quite troubled. Wondering what would happen if I couldn't help but destroy you. Beerus grabbed Trunks by the shoulder from behind and said slowly. His tone carried a hint of firmness and threat, and Trunks hurriedly nodded in response. Footsteps echoed continuously, as if deliberately. Hit the assassin from Universe 6 walked with his hands in his pockets, a breeze following his stride as he approached slowly. Looking at Trunks, who was forcing a smile, he said, in the tournament a year from now, I will definitely surpass you. That's all. Goodbye. After saying this, Hit vanished without a trace. By the way, you all must train hard this year. It's best if you come to my destruction realm and let Whis teach you. Whis? Hi, Lord Beerus here. Teaching them is certainly no problem, but to be honest, choosing 10 people. Which 10 will it be? Whis flashed to Beerus' side, frowned, and said, He'll leave this matter to Cell. After all, he was the one who proposed the 10, so let him choose them himself. Beerus said after stroking his chin in thought for a moment, handing this important task over to Cell. Okay, no problem. He'll handle the selection. Don't worry. Don't forget he'll be participating in the tournament too, so victory belongs to Universe 7. Cell made an okay gesture to the others, signaling them to rest assured. His strength even now was not too low when placed across the entire universe. It could be considered mid to upper tier. Besides, it's not like he couldn't get stronger. 1 year was enough time. And if he wanted to cheat, he could create a hyperbolic time chamber and train for 10 or 8 years. It wasn't impossible, but the efficiency was too slow, so he probably wouldn't consider it. With this time, it would be better to devour the Cell Promax that Haji painstakingly prepared for him, completing his final evolution while absorbing its massive energy. First of all, the power of Cell Max alone was not below that of Beast Gohan in his Ultra Instinct state. This Cell Promax would definitely be stronger, but probably not by too much. At most, it would be some optimizations. However, it could indeed double his strength. If he were to give it an autonomous, well, no one on Earth except himself would be able to deal with that creation. Of course I trust your strength. That's why I'm not at all flustered about the Universal Tournament. But Kampa. Beerus pointed at the group from Universe 6 who had already boarded a cube and were preparing to flee, and continued, compared to us, the ones to worry about are these other universes besides ours. After all, you are Cell, the ace of aces. But Cell, you'd better save some face for the gods of those universes. Don't go all out, or it won't be fun. Beerus leaned his head back, resting it on his clasped hands. He was feeling quite relaxed now. All right, Lord Beerus, everyone has left. What about these Super Dragon Balls? Whis stood beside Beerus and spoke slowly. There are 7 of them. The nameless planet beneath our feet is also a Dragon Ball. We'll know once we fly a bit farther away. Cell interjected at this point, pointing at the planet beneath their feet. Is that so? That guy Kampa didn't even collect all the Dragon Balls before wanting to compete. So the last Dragon Ball was just stumbled upon by accident. Whis. Hi. Whis lightly waved his staff, and the cube landed. After a moment, when everyone had entered the cube, Whis gently tapped his staff on the void, causing faint transparent ripples to resound. Outside, only Beerus, Cell, and Whis were in the cosmos. The Supreme Kai had left long ago. The cube gradually moved away from these planets, and Whis only stopped when they could clearly see all 7 Dragon Balls. His eyes fixed on the nameless planet in the center, he lightly tapped his staff. Boom, boom, boom. The outer shell of the nameless planet instantly shattered, and all the structures on it vanished completely. Layers of piercing golden light emerged, a dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire expanse of cosmic space. Finally, its true form was revealed. It was unmistakably a 4-star Dragon Ball. Ah, the 4-star ball. How nostalgic. Goku said, looking at the magnificent colossal Super Dragon Ball, with its 4 stars, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the old days. Lord Beerus, what wish would you like to make? The summoning incantation is, Come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish. But it must be recited in the divine language. Cell, seeing Beerus standing with his hands behind his back and a pensive look on his face, asked, Whis? Beerus thought for a moment, then looked at Whis and whispered in his ear, Hi. Whis smiled at the words. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at the Super Shenron before him and fluently chanted the divine language. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the words fell, each Dragon Ball began to glow and resonate. Threads of golden lightning connected the 7 Super Dragon Balls, spinning continuously, erupting with a blinding golden light. The golden light was even more intense than before, flooding the entire cosmic space. Everyone inside the cube shielded their eyes with their arms. The world seemed filled with gold. After the light faded, a coiled golden dragon appeared. After a moment, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing a massive crimson orb that exuded immense pressure. Then its colossal body soared into the sky, growing larger and larger, as if swimming through the cosmos, making the surrounding planets seem increasingly small. It opened its mouth slightly, and countless planets beyond calculation flowed into its body. Even Cell and the others were drawn inside. Finally, it fully extended its body, spreading its wings with galaxies beyond description hanging one after another beside it. Inside the Super Shinran, everything was colorful and brilliant, with spheres resembling planets or small galaxies tumbling about everywhere. Everyone inside the cube was in awe, including the recently awakened Vegeta, who now stared wide-eyed, feeling the mighty power of this so-called Super Shinran. Krillin, somewhat astonished by the breathtaking scene before him, exclaimed, "Planets! Galaxies! I never imagined this Super Shinran would be so much more powerful than the ones on Earth and Namek." Piccolo looked around in amazement, his head turning constantly, his eyes wide. This kind of Shinran might truly be able to grant any wish one asked of it. Damn! Super Shinran! Number 6 looked around excitedly, the joy in his eyes almost overflowing. Hey, if you get inside the Super Shinran, do you think you'd get turned into poop and get pooped out? Smack! Number 1 gave Number 6 a hard slap on the head, sending stars spinning in his vision and making him wobble unsteadily. Are you an idiot? Don't you know whether it changes or not? What are you yapping about? You're ruining everyone's mood. Yeah, yet. Number 5 chimed in beside him. If it can grant any wish, what do you think? Could I have all of the Omni King's power bestowed upon me, or swap bodies with the Omni King? Would that work? Number 3 slowly lowered his crossed arms, opened his eyes, revealing violet pupils shimmering with light, and voiced a thought that sparked wild imaginations. After he finished speaking, everyone's faces showed great shock. They stepped back, moving away from Number 3, stunned by his words. After all, they had all heard that the Omni King was the most revered being in the universe, a super powerhouse who could destroy a universe in an instant. Could the Super Dragon Balls even do things like that? Hep. You kids sure have a lot of rebellious ideas. Next time you collect them, you can try it out. No one knows the result anyway, since no one else has come up with so many thoughts. Beerus, who had been watching the show from inside the cube, couldn't stay calm the moment he heard the words Omni King. He pricked up his ears and clearly heard those obviously treasonous words. He gave a reply, but his expression didn't look very good. In his view, someone as powerful as the Omni King, the supreme ruler of the universe, could never be constrained by these mere little wishing orbs. It was obviously impossible. But his mind couldn't settle down. What if? And if he couldn't swap with the Omni King, could he swap with the Grand Minister? The angels? Beerus, his head full of chaotic thoughts, shook his head to banish all those bad ideas from his mind, and his expression calmed down again. Number 1, hearing the question Number 3 had raised, also fell into some thought. Yeah, could the Super Shinran really do something like that? If it really could, wouldn't the universe be in chaos? So obviously it was impossible. But simpler wishes. Well, that was a different matter. Soon the cube arrived at a place full of darkness. A super miniaturized version of the Dragon of the Gods appeared before them, but even this miniature version was still enormous to everyone present. Is this the true form of the Super Shinran? Bulma asked, looking at the colossal Super Shinran outside the barrier, frowning slightly. More or less. But it would be more appropriate to call this the core, Beerus said calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Super Shinran. Whis and Beerus exchanged a glance. With Beerus' slight nod of permission, Whis' expression turned serious as he spoke to the Super Shinran. Whis, after hearing this, Super Shinran nodded its head, a crimson light blazing in its eyes as it said softly. Having said this, the core of the Super Divine Dragon began to shrink and vanished. The colossal Super Divine Dragon in the outer world, its crimson eyes blazing, raised its long neck, opened its maw, and let out a thunderous roar. Then a golden radiance gradually swelled, and the entire dragon vanished, leaving behind only the 7 planet-sized Dragon Balls gleaming with golden light. They then shot with incredible speed between the 2 universes and disappeared, awaiting discovery by the next destined one. A flash of light and Cell's group materialized in the void, gazing in awe at the silent, empty cosmos. Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Cell sidled up to Beerus, a playful glint in his eyes, slinging an arm over Beerus' shoulder and whispering. I just made my bed at home a bit more comfortable, that's all. Beerus opened his half-slitted eyes, shrugged off Cell's arm, and retorted grumpily. Hearing this, Cell chuckled, leaning in close to Beerus' ear and murmuring, I think Lord Beerus created a new Earth for Lord Kampa, didn't you? At these words, Beerus sprang up like a startled animal, his composure shattered. His nonchalant demeanor vanished. He dropped his folded arms, pointed a finger at Cell, eyes wide, and shouted, How do you know? I heard it, of course. What else? It couldn't be a guess, could it? To be honest, Lord Beerus, don't you know I also possess the divine race's gift of prophecy? Cell moved Beerus' pointing finger aside, tapped his own ear, and smiled. Ha ha ha. Mister. Cell, since you know, please don't spread it around. Otherwise Lord Beerus will surely throw another tantrum. Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh. Oomph. Whis, it's all your fault. And you, Cell, you are not to speak of this, understand? Beerus glared, looking as if he was about to have a fit. See, there he goes. Fine, I won't say anything. It's not worth talking about anyway. I'd rather train. Cell shrugged, waved a hand, and said to Beerus and Whis, all right then, we'll be off. You two chat for a while. Bye. With that, Cell snapped his fingers, and everyone within the cube, including himself, vanished without a trace. Hey. Whis' staff glowed, enveloping the two of them in a cube. He smiled at Beerus. You are quite kind-hearted. It seems the bond between you brothers is indeed strong. Oomph. You talk too much. I just wanted to. Never mind, no explanations. Let's go home. But I really do need to change my bed. Beerus waved dismissively, stretched, and gazed toward the direction of Universe 6, a little lost in thought. Hey, Lord Beerus. Let's go. Whis' staff shimmered, and a stream of light dragged them into the cube, which then drilled into the cosmos and disappeared. After everyone had left, a small figure with hands clasped behind its back appeared instantly where Beerus and the others had stood. Feeling the lingering energy of the wish, it murmured, Universe 7. A variable. Cell, is it? How interesting. With that, a brilliant white light flashed, and the figure vanished. Only the silent cosmos remained twinkling with light. At the edge of Universe 6, a dazzling streak of light raced through space before suddenly halting. Hey, what? Vados, what are you doing? Why did you stop so suddenly? Compa, mid-bite of his dessert, had it smeared all over his face from the abrupt halt. He lowered his head, licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue, and spoke to Vados, who was staring thoughtfully ahead. Vados ignored him, frowning slightly, and bowed her head. Her staff projected an image of a blue planet, Earth. Oomph. Why show that? To remind me that I lost Earth. So infuriating. Compa thrust his large head forward, glaring at the projection, his body trembling with anger. He took a few bites of his dessert to calm down, pursed his lips, and tilted his head to look at Vados, showing his displeasure. No, Lord Compa, you are mistaken. This is not Universe 7's Earth. This is our Universe 6's Earth. That means we can also enjoy Earth's delicacies. Vados' beautiful eyes sparkled. She retracted the projection, her emotions stirred. Just then, an orange-eared Super Dragon Ball whizzed past outside the cube, filling both their vision. It's from Lord Beerus. Oomph. At least he has some sense of loyalty. Compa tried to feign disdain, but a smile crept irresistibly across his face, turning his eyes into crescent moons as he slowly turned around. It was in the direction of Universe 7. In Universe 7, Earth, before the tournament between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Lord Magenta, is it really necessary for both of us to come? Couldn't we just send some underlings? Carmine smoothed the tuft of hair on his head, adjusted his glasses, and whispered while bowing. Oomph. What do you know? I don't trust those underlings with anything. That damned Hito ran off with most of our resources. Luckily, those people made a wish to that dragon, and all our old resources came back. So our goal this time is to find the hidden Dragon Balls, revive Dr. Jero, and use his android technology to become stronger. Magenta smirked, darkly remembering the day he had used a microdrone to film the events at Capsule Corporation. Otherwise, he would never have known the use of the Dragon Balls. And now it seemed all the powerful people from that company were gone. Capsule Corporation was now just an empty shell. Magenta looked around and gestured for Carmine to follow him. He knew which room the Dragon Balls were kept in. The two of them sneaked in stealthily, both dressed in black clothes and wearing masks for concealment. Of course, it was utterly useless, serving only to fool themselves. After all, in broad daylight, what good were these black outfits and masks? Guided by the microdrone, Magenta quickly found the laboratory where the 7 Dragon Balls were stored. He snuck inside. In the pitch-black lab, he carefully closed the door and turned on the light. Click. The whole world became clear. Lord Magenta, aren't you afraid of being exposed like this? See? Carmine stood to the side, his heart racing. Sneaking into an enemy base, was it wise to be so bold? Carmine, why are you so timid? Too many distracting thoughts will prevent you from achieving greatness. Magenta ignored his expression, his eyes fixed on the 7 small, orange-eared, golden glowing spheres on the experimental table. Carmine, look. We found them. Magenta rushed over, excitedly grabbed one of the Dragon Balls, clutched it in his hand, kissed, and hugged it. Then, restraining himself, he packed them all back, compressed them into a capsule, and put it in his pocket. Quick, Carmine, we need to leave before anyone finds out. Magenta looked over at Carmine, who was approaching another experimental table, and spoke softly. Lord, this is Hito's android design blueprint. Should we take it back? Carmine held the blueprints, a glint in his eyes. He turned to Magenta and spoke excitedly. Design blueprints. Let me see. Magenta walked over, snatched the blueprints from Carmine's hand, and examined them closely. He considered himself somewhat of a scientist, though not of the highest caliber. Oh, the Gamma Series androids. Not bad, Carmine. You've done a great service this time. Magenta grew more and more amazed the longer he looked, realizing what a genius Hito was. He then gathered all the blueprints on the table, rolled them up, and stuffed them into Carmine's pants. Then he turned off the light, and they sneaked back the same way they came. No one stopped them. They didn't even see a soul. Soon they reached their aircraft and flew off, returning to their base. Phew, that was quite an adventure. But thanks to my brilliant planning, I found a time when they were all away. I successfully obtained the Dragon Balls and these blueprints. Once I revive Dr. Jero, the Red Ribbon Army will rule the world, and I will become the true king of the world. achieving the goal my father never could. Magenta's laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the aircraft, forcing Carmine to cover his ears. As he spoke, Magenta took the Dragon Balls out of the capsule, arranged them neatly, and admired them silently. Then he pulled the blueprints out of Carmine's pants. Looking at these two keys to victory, Magenta felt that world domination was within reach. Soon they arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's base, passed through a special barrier, and slowly landed the spaceship. Come on, Carmine. Let's go to my office for a drink first. We'll summon Shenron at night. Summoning him will darken the sky, so we need to be cautious. Magenta was extremely pleased, winking at Carmine. Carmine adjusted his glasses, nodded, and the two walked along. Soldiers they encountered saluted or greeted them. Magenta, who usually ignored them, replied to each one, feeling too good to be bothered. The soldiers were somewhat surprised, but just scratched their heads, returning to their duties and training as usual. A long time after the two thieves had left, everyone on Earth suddenly teleported back to their respective planets. A whoosh sounded, and all those who had gone to watch and participate in the tournament had gathered at Capsule Corporation. Earth is so much better. That place was a dump, nothing compared to Earth. Though no one would have guessed, that was the Super Shenron. Krillin looked around at the familiar Earth environment, took a deep breath, and spoke calmly. It was fine. I just didn't expect there to be other universes, 12 in total. Meeting the strong ones from Universe 6 made the trip worthwhile, not to mention seeing the Super Dragon Balls. Piccolo smiled, folded his arms, and clenched his fists. It seemed he needed to train harder. His power now was far below Goku and Vegeta's. He couldn't allow that. He had to intensify his training or he'd fall behind. Piccolo glanced at Cell, who was chatting and laughing with Trunks, then lifted off the ground. We'll see you next time. Piccolo waved at Gohan, a hint of gentleness on his face, then shot into the clouds and vanished. One after another, Krillin and the others, after saying their goodbyes, also flew into the clouds and disappeared, heading to their own homes or training grounds. Goku and the others' battles had shocked them countless times. Though they might never reach such heights, the desire to become stronger had taken root in their hearts. Boring. I'm going to train. Vegeta glanced at the departing weaklings, ignored them, and crossed his arms, a look of disdain in his eyes. He turned to leave. A flicker of anger burned deep in his eyes. Anger at himself. He had to become stronger. He and Trunks trained together, yet he couldn't even match Hit. He needed to work even harder to become so strong that no one could look down on him, not even that damned Beerus. Hey Vegeta, where are you going to train? How about we train together? Goku suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta, scratching his head excitedly. I still haven't mastered the essence of that limit break. Come on, let's train together. Goku looked at Vegeta expectantly. Kakarot, I don't want to train with you. Besides, I've already surpassed you. You'd better catch up quickly. Vegeta snorted coldly, looking at Goku with utter disdain, as if his current strength was unrecognized. Haha, you two don't need to discuss training here anymore. I've already sold you to Lord Beerus, so you might as well head to the Destroyer planet. I believe you will surely have a surprise. Sheriff finished speaking without caring whether the two agreed or not. He slightly extended his finger and lightly tapped them. Whooshed. Under the puzzled expressions of the two, he sent them to the Destroyer planet, and the world instantly became much quieter. Hey, Sheriff, couldn't you just send Goku? Why did you have to take Vegeta as well? My husband and I haven't had a chance to catch up for a long time. Bulma quickly strode over, looking furious, her beautiful eyes blinking lightly, her brows furrowed, hands on her hips. Mom. Trunks hurriedly placed himself in front of Bulma, his hands raised in front, appearing somewhat tense, even more so than during his match with Hit. What do you mean, Bulma? Goku hasn't been home for a long time either. He's been training and hasn't had time to see us. Right, Gohan? Shishi also came over, tugging on son Gohan's arm, equally displeased with Sheru. She wanted to have a monumental battle with the now handsome Goku. But now it had all turned into a puff of smoke. Ha 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 ha. Son Gohan smiled awkwardly, his eyes squinting as he scratched his head, and exchanged a glance with the equally awkward Trunks, both sharing a chuckle. He didn't dare to refute his mother's words, and awkwardly looked at Sheru. To be honest, he also wanted to train with Lord Beerus. After all, he desired that kind of immense power. He didn't want Earth to revert to its previous state. He wanted to protect everyone with his own strength rather than being protected by his father and Uncle Vegeta. And Trunks. He had already fallen far behind. Son Gohan's smile gradually faded, his head lowering slightly, hands clenched tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Oh, Sheru, standing opposite, had no time to listen to the complaints of the two women blocking out their chatter. However, he noticed the look in son Gohan's eyes, a gaze filled with the desire to grow stronger. Seeing the yearning for strength in son Gohan's expression, Sheru's lips curled into a smile. For this individual with the greatest potential in Dragon Ball, he felt a sense of regret while watching the anime. For instance, the final version of the once carefree and lazy Gohan, who had been forced by Shishi to focus on studying, ultimately became the person his mother hoped for. But the current son Gohan obviously no longer held such thoughts. Now he had his own ideas and independent thoughts. This was a good thing. Then I'll send you to Lord Beerus as well. Suddenly the noise in the scene vanished. Shishi and Bulma turned to look, only to see Sheru pointing, one hand lightly tapping the air, and son Gohan also vanished in a look of shock. Oh, Sheru, you sent my Gohan over too. You sent both of them. Shishi suddenly collapsed onto the ground, her hands slapping together as she wailed incessantly. Son Gohan's heart yearned to grow stronger, not to be the obedient child you imagined. This was his own desire, and as a mother you should respect that. Besides, what's the rush? It's just a year, he'll be back, right? Sheru raised his head, looking down at this woman with a cold expression. If he wouldn't indulge her. Sheru flashed and appeared next to Trunks, then vanished again, both disappearing from the sight of those present. It's okay, Shishi. My two have also been taken away. Don't worry. Bulma said, looking at Chi-Chi, who sat on the ground in silence, her face hardening and looking increasingly grim, feeling a bit sorry. It's fine, it's fine. Children growing up and running around is a good thing. I was too permissive. I was too permissive. Oh. Bulma, it was my fault for being too permissive. Shishi suddenly broke down, hugging Bulma and starting to cry. Feeling the atmosphere, Heidi slightly supported his forehead, shook his head, and prepared to return to his laboratory. The adjustments to the Gamma series after Shero Pro Max still needed to be refined. P.S. I've been a bit busy recently. The next few days we'll have 3 updates. Brothers, please, all you handsome readers, send some free gifts. Additional updates with the urging symbol. Chapter 108. Journey to Planet Vampa, Training in the Destroyer Realm. In the high-altitude, Sheru and Trunks figures appeared instantly, floating in the air, looking down at the vast expanse of clouds below. Uncle Sheru, why did you bring me here? What's here? Trunks looked puzzled, glancing around, realizing there was nothing. Ahem, didn't you want to spar with that special scion from our 7th universe? I was just about to take you there. It's a bit noisy down below, so I brought you up here to avoid it. Sheru coughed twice, casually said. Hey, great. Where is he? Let's set off now. Trunks instantly became extremely excited, his azure eyes shining with light as he looked at Sheru. He had long been interested in this scion, said to be a on sin 1,000 years, true scion royal blood. His strength must be formidable. Oh, this is good. You seem to be full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, he definitely won't disappoint you, and his potential is the strongest I've seen besides your brother Gohan. Look forward to it. Sheru seemed to have thought of something, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as he stroked his chin. Gohan, his potential is the strongest you've ever seen. How is that possible? Trunks suddenly looked surprised upon hearing this, but Uncle Sheru shouldn't be lying to him. However, in his impression, while Gohan was strong now, it's just that his potential hasn't been fully unleashed yet. That's why I want to send him to Lord Beerus for training, hoping to awaken the potential within him. When you see his leap in strength, you'll understand. Now let's not talk about it, let's set off. Our journey. Sheru smiled, closed his eyes, and then snapped his fingers. The two instantly vanished. Oh, Whis, you're so slow. Don't you think Sheru's ability is very useful? We arrived in an instant without needing to wait at all. A radiant beam of light suddenly descended into the destroyer realm, landing on the ground. Beerus emerged, munching on the supplies that Whis had previously brought from Earth. Those supplies would last him a long time. Lord Beerus, if it's convenient for you, then you can fly back by yourself in the future. Whis frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased, turning his back towards the castle. Beerus said nothing more and continued eating the dessert, called pudding, following closely behind Whis. Soft and chewy, very refreshing, but the portions were a bit small. One bite, and it was gone. Whooshed. Suddenly 2 figures appeared before Beerus, one of whom, slightly taller, knocked the last piece of pudding from his hand. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Where's this? Vegeta. Son Goku sat on the ground, holding his head, looking at the surrounding environment, rubbing his backside as he slowly stood up. Fool, look who's in front of you. Vegeta crossed his arms, scolding angrily. Then he saw the fallen pudding on the ground and Beerus's gloomy expression, and quickly ran away, hiding behind a big tree, peeking out with just his head. Whis also saw this scene, covering his mouth and laughing heartily. His mood instantly brightened, floating over to hide behind the same tree as Vegeta, his staff, glowing green, forming a barrier around the two. Behind you. Vegeta, why did you run so far? Son Goku, puzzled, scratched his head and slowly turned around. Lord Beerus. Son Goku instantly felt a chill, a sense of pressure spreading, and then saw the fallen pudding beneath him, bringing an ominous premonition to his mind, causing cold sweat to stream down his face. His body instinctively began to retreat. Lord Beerus, please let me explain, it was unintentional. Son Goku waved his hands, repeatedly forcing a rather ugly smile. Oh, unintentional. So that means it was intentional then. Beerus slowly raised his head, his face twisted in rage, his forehead, veins bulging, as he was extremely furious. He slightly lifted his arm, rapidly launching an energy ball towards Son Goku. Seeing this, Son Goku had no time to think and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, smoke swirling as layers of energy shockwaves spread out. Son Goku was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, reverting to his normal state, crashing down in front of Vegeta, creating a pit. He looked down, his hair charred black, his entire appearance resembling that of a black person, his mouth slightly open with a puff of black smoke coming out. Even the usually stoic Vegeta almost laughed, but thinking of Beerus's presence, he covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. But Whis didn't need to hold back. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Goku, look at what you've become. Whis covered his mouth, smiling softly, then lightly tapped his staff, and with a flicker of green light, Son Goku returned to his normal state. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Feeling his internal injuries heal, Son Goku was about to perform a leap to stand up, when suddenly another figure appeared above him, crashing down and burying both of them in the pit. It was Son Gohan. Oh, who ambushed me? Son Goku and Son Gohan fell on top of each other, wobbling in the pit. Father. Son Gohan supported himself, recognizing the face of the figure below, and quickly dusted himself off, pulling Son Goku out. Hi, here. Whis watched as Beerus slowly approached, lightly waving his staff, causing two puddings to appear, which slowly floated to Beerus's hand. Umph, what are you three doing in my destroyer realm? Don't tell me you came here to train. Beerus took a bite of pudding, his mood greatly improved, speaking with his mouth full. This sentence left the three newcomers stunned. After contemplating for a moment, Son Gohan stepped forward and slowly spoke. Lord Beerus, please allow us three to train under you. We want to become stronger and take first place in the martial arts tournament in a year. Oh, isn't it enough to have Sharu for first place? Why do you need to get stronger? There's no need. Beerus squinted slightly, eating the other pudding casually. There are no limits to becoming stronger. I want to compete against the formidable beings in the universe, not rely on others. Son Goku stepped forward with a serious expression. I just don't want this guy surpassing me while getting stronger. Vegeta also emerged from behind the tree, speaking softly. Son Gohan looked at his father and Uncle Vegeta, his expression suddenly serious, before continuing. I want to become stronger to protect what I hold dear. The three were resolute in their attitudes as Beerus scanned each of them. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked towards the castle. The three witnessing this scene felt a bit disheartened. Suddenly Beerus, who was walking ahead, stopped and waved his hand back, saying, Whis, these people are in your care. Hi, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled slightly, looking at the three, who also raised their heads, simultaneously exchanging glances, their faces revealing anticipation for the future. Chapter 109 Vampistar. Vampistar. As a kind-hearted and gentle King Vegeta, if he had to choose a place for exile, it would undoubtedly be a planet that perfectly fits the situation. Vampistar, being one of the most inhospitable planets for exile, was naturally the best choice for King Vegeta. There were living creatures and food, but not much. Woo-woo. Strong winds howled against those strange stone pillars. Whooshed. With the sound of breaking air, two figures descended instantly, Sharu and Trunks. What is that smell? Trunks frowned tightly, looking at the large mass of green thick substance ahead, steaming and emanating a foul odor. It was likely not feces, but if number 6 had come here, he might have felt a little happy about it. This was what Sharu thought, as this was considered his signature weapon. Shaking his head, Sharu's pink eyes scanned the desolate surroundings where even weeds were absent and no trees were in sight. There was no water or animals, just numerous pits of various sizes. The closest thing to life might be this large mass right in front of him. The sky was tinged green, resembling the green of Namek. Yet it was utterly different. There it was the green of life, while here it represented desolation. The entire planet's life energy was pitifully scarce. Uncle Cell, are you sure the person we're looking for is on this planet? Trunks frowned. This environment looked far more desolate than Earth after its devastation by androids 17 and 18, as if all life energy had been drained, leaving the planet utterly withered. That's one of the 2 Saiyans exiled by your grandfather King Vegeta 3. In a sense, you could even consider them your enemies. What do you think? Fate, isn't it? Cell glanced at Trunks beside him, arms crossed, waiting to see his reaction. My grandfather. It is indeed a kind of fate. If they aren't too evil, I'd be willing to take them to Earth. This environment is too harsh. Trunks looked around, frowning deeply, his hands clenching and then relaxing. He knew his grandfather had been the king of planet Vegeta, which was why his father was a prince. The Saiyan race had done so many terrible things that only a handful remained: his father, Uncle Son, Goku, Gohan, and the 2 on this planet. By the way, Trunks, let me show you a handy ability I just learned. Cell said, glancing at the massive pile before him. Though somewhat discomfort, an idea struck him. Saying this, he extended his right hand slightly. A surge of divine power erupted from his body, transforming into a dark purple energy that coalesced into a sphere of the same hue. Destruction. Cell's face grew solemn, though a trace of indifference flickered deep in his eyes. The sphere of destruction shot forth. Upon contact with the massive pile, both gradually vanished, dissolving into purple particles that scattered into the air along with the pungent stench. Amazing. Uncle Cell, what is that? A technique of the god of destruction? Trunks' face showed a hint of shock. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at the scene. Suddenly, he broke into a broad grin and spoke excitedly. After all, this was complete erasure, a technique that annihilated from its very foundation. It was entirely different from simply blasting things apart with energy spheres. This was clearly far more powerful. They'll teach you when I have time. But you'll need a clear understanding of divine power first. You can't manage it yet. I've already imagined how formidable this destructive energy combined with your sharp sword aura could be. Should we call it Destruction Sword Aura or Oblivion Sword Aura? Cell beamed with satisfaction. Showing off in front of others and receiving such a positive response was certainly a cause for joy. Showing off never goes out of style. Great. Trunks was extremely excited. Mastering such a devastating technique would be truly remarkable. Cell sensed 2 auras, one strong, one weak, in the far distance, narrowing his eyes. Alright, enough bragging. Let's focus on the main matter. Cell grabbed Trunks' shoulder and they vanished once more. Far away, inside a cave, 2 figures sat within, surrounded by various jars and containers scattered about. They were gnawing on what appeared to be the limb of some unknown creature, eating with relish. Outside the cave, bizarrely shaped animals crawled everywhere, constantly fighting over scraps of food, even biting each other to death. Many monsters loitered around the cave, sniffing the air, their jaws wide open, drooling profusely. Yet none dared to step inside. Whooshed. 2 figures suddenly appeared outside the cave, Cell and Trunks. Roar. Seeing the sudden arrival of food, the monsters froze for an instant, then looked up to the sky in ecstasy, thanking the heavens for their bounty. Then, as if maddened, every monster charged at the two. How hideous. Trunks turned slowly, frowning at the horde. He formed a sword gesture with his right hand, white sword aura surging and rippling, then swept it lightly before him. A resonant sword hum filled the air. An invisible trace sliced through the air, passing through the monsters like cutting through tofu. In an instant, heads flew, blood spurted like fountains, flooding the cave entrance like a sea of crimson, the stench of gore spreading. The commotion startled the father and son eating inside the cave. After a moment's pause, they quickly devoured the remaining food and hurried to the entrance. The disturbance also roused the many strange creatures sleeping and hunting outside. Cat-like beasts as large as mountains, cockroaches-sized beings, and spiders as big as men, all with bloodshot eyes, turning to look and then charging. Trunks frowned, puzzled why this area was so chaotic when it had been empty before. Just as he prepared to strike again, a powerful hand grasped his. "Let me handle this. I'm used to it." Cell's pink eyes gleamed with faint silver, shards of light flickering within. He slowly rose into the air, and when he reached a certain height, he placed a single finger before his lips. "Stop!" A soft command echoed. The fractured patterns in Cell's eyes surged outward, and rings of white radiance spread, enveloping the entire region for 1,000 li. Instantly, everything ahead was frozen in time. In the trio's astonished expressions, the breeze ceased, the vast lake of blood stopped flowing, all the grotesque creatures stood motionless, and even the swirling dust in the air was suspended. Cell hovered in the sky like a god, his head slightly raised, eyes lowered, gazing down upon the world with a brilliant radiance in his gaze. Cell's eyes blazed with brilliance as he sat enthroned in the sky like a divine being. He kept his finger poised before his lips while around him gray-black spheres, each the size of a water droplet, materialized in the void. "Kill," he uttered softly. The light in his eyes intensified. With a flick of his fingers, several black droplets shot forth, precisely targeting each strange creature, piercing them instantly. With time frozen, Cell moved with incredible speed. All creatures pierced by the black droplets collapsed instantly, turning to ash as if about to dissipate. Having done this, the light in Cell's eyes dimmed. Rings of white ripples surged in the air. As a gentle breeze blew, the wisps of ash scattered with the wind, falling upon the land. Whooshed! The black droplets that had pierced the creatures were now all white, emitting a soft glow. These were the life essences of those beings, extracted and condensed by Cell. He slowly extended his right hand, and all the white droplets passed through his palm into his body. As the white droplets infused his body, Cell experienced an extraordinary sensation of comfort. His body twitched slightly, his face contorted, and his mouth stretched wide as he let out an involuntary moan. "It's been so long since I last tasted the sweetness of life essence. Though they're low-level creatures, their purity and quantity far surpass that of humans." Cell smiled inwardly, a hint of satisfaction in his heart. Ever since he had absorbed a few humans on Earth, almost all his subsequent power increases came from his own arduous training. He had grown too lazy to bother with such meaningless acts. Cell looked down at his hands and clenched them. His body, honed to its limits, had grown slightly stronger. Just a fraction, but an undeniable increase. Cell licked his lips, already forming his own plans. It seemed his journey ahead needed some refinement. Below, leaving aside Trunks and Broly, Paragus, Broly's father, was utterly astounded by the scene. He believed that if there were gods in the universe, surely this being in the sky was one. Having spent a long time in this harsh environment, and now in his old age, Paragus' hair was already white, as was his beard. His face was etched with wrinkles, and the battle armor he wore was an ancient model covered in scars. A deep gash ran across his left eye, which was likely blind. Beside him, Broly stared up at Cell in the sky, his eyes wide, head raised, a sparkle of admiration, even worship in his gaze. His upper body was bare, his hair slightly long, his skin dark and swarthy, with a somewhat simple expression. An shaped scar marked his left shoulder. His physique was like coiled dragons, muscular and powerful, and around his waist was a green pelt, the hide of his friend Baya. Around his neck was a restraining device used to limit Broly's power. It employed a form of technology that manifested as electrical currents to prevent Broly from going berserk. The remote control was always in the hands of his old father Paragus. Beside them, Trunks stood with arms crossed, head slightly raised, his azure eyes reflecting Cell's image. He hadn't expected Uncle Cell to have already mastered that ability of hits, and it seemed that in terms of application, Cell far surpassed hit. On one hand, Trunks was happy for Uncle Cell's increased strength. On the other, he felt a pang of sorrow at the widening gap between them. "Step." Cell landed in an instant, smiling as he patted Trunks on the shoulder. "What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? The feeling of instant kills is really satisfying." Trunks was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Cell and gave a thumbs up. "Uncle Cell, you're the coolest in the entire universe." "Haha, good eye. Not bad." Cell laughed heartily, patting Trunks' shoulder repeatedly, clearly pleased with the praise. Paragus, who had been somewhat dazed, only then noticed Trunks' presence. Honestly, after witnessing a godlike being who would pay attention to him. As Paragus stared, he suddenly noticed the tail behind Trunks and exclaimed in shock, "A tail? You have a tail. Are you a Saiyan?" Paragus was startled by the tail, instinctively stepping back. Seeing his father's reaction, Broly tensed up, growling, ready to fight. The tail reminded him of the Saiyans and of the despicable King Vegeta who had exiled them here. "Huh. Trunks turned first looking at Paragus, then shaking his head, shifting his gaze to Broly. Sensing his formidable combat power, Trunks' eyes narrowed slightly. So this must be the legendary warrior that appears once in a millennium Uncle Cell had mentioned. Are you sent by King Vegeta to eliminate us? Paragus stamped his foot, halting his retreat, speaking frantically. No, that wretch doesn't deserve it. He doesn't. Then Paragus retracted his earlier words, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wished to flay and dismember him. Cell and Trunks exchanged a glance, finding it strange. Looking at the seemingly deranged Paragus, Cell spoke. First, King Vegeta and Planet Vegeta were destroyed about 50 years ago by Frieza. And you're right, King Vegeta isn't worth me coming here, let alone being sent by him. Cell shrugged and replied lightly. Is that so? Dead. Good riddance. Paragus laughed maniacally, tears streaming from his eyes, genuinely rejoicing at King Vegeta's death. No, he shouldn't have died like that. He should have died by my hand. I should have killed him myself. That old bastard got off too easy. Paragus muttered to himself, then suddenly knelt before Cell. Great God, take us away from this hellhole. I can't stand another second here. Broly, kneel. Now, Paragus barked. Hearing this, Broly hesitated, then stopped growling and began to kneel slowly. Hey, none of that. Cell instantly appeared before Broly, helping him up. This wasn't something to mess around with, kneeling here and there. And you get up too. Don't worry. This kind-hearted person behind me will take you away from this planet. But Broly has to fight him first. If he's satisfied, he'll agree. A kind-hearted soul. To fight Broly. Paragus raised an eyebrow, continuing to gaze at this scion with a tail and purple hair. A scion he had never seen before, likely a hybrid. Cell looked at Paragus, who was slowly rising, then pulled Broly up as well, and continued. That's right, to fight Broly. Oh, I forgot to mention this child. Hey, come here. Cell yanked Trunks over, pointed at his head, and spoke softly. He's the grandson of Vegeta III. You can think of him as Vegeta V. Of course he has a name, Trunks. If your Broly fights him to his satisfaction, he'll send you to a good place and arrange food and lodging. How about it? Cell looked at Paragus with a smile, delivering this news, believing he would be overjoyed. After all, after so many years, this was the only hope of leaving this place. Oh, and remember to go all out, use your full strength. He'll have your back, so don't be afraid. Kill this kind-hearted soul. Cell flashed a pure, innocent smile at Paragus. Wah. What? The grandson of Vegeta III. He's a hybrid. Defeat him. Kill him. Is this really permissible? Paragus' once dull eyes sharpened instantly upon hearing this news. Could such a great fortune really fall from the heavens? Was today his lucky day? How wonderful. Paragus feigned contemplation, then after a moment of silence knelt on one knee and spoke to Cell with some excitement. Lord Divine, thank you. I accept this match. Cell chuckled and clapped his hands, saying, That's great, then let's do it right here. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had been staring at Broly, heard words like full strength and kill him, and immediately felt disgruntled. What does that mean? Is he targeting me? What kind of logic is that? Kill him. He had seen his father fight that female scion from Universe 6, and she wasn't that strong. Even if this one was stronger, Trunks wasn't afraid at all. And even if he lost, it wouldn't be shameful. As the old saying goes, if you're bad, just practice more. A bit more practice would do the trick. Still, it was a bit annoying. Alright, Uncle Cell, I agree too. But don't underestimate me. Watch closely. My sword has no eyes. If he dies, Uncle Cell, you'll have to revive him. Trunks, unwilling to back down, slowly drew the long sword from behind him, his eyes sharp. Oh, fine. Then you two give it a try. Don't just talk without action. Cell's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. You kid. Kill him. You'll be lucky if you don't get killed. Okay. The match begins. Cell ripped off the limiter around Broly's neck. Paragus saw this, paused for a moment, then immediately commanded, Broly. Full power attack. Instantly, Cell teleported with Paragus into the sky. With a flick of his right hand, a green barrier expanded, stretching for thousands of zhang. Trunks looked at the surrounding green barrier, held his long sword horizontally before him, and declared sternly, Come on, Broly. Let me see your true power. Boom. Trunks slowly closed his eyes. Strands of gold and red light burst from his body, rising from his feet upward. The powerful aura around him vanished instantly. His purple hair turned fiery red, his body grew leaner, and a peculiar pressure slowly emanated. Trunks opened his eyes. His pupils with red irises and black centers flashed with white light. Huh. Trunks ignored Broly's astonished expression. They were going for the kill, so who cared about that? The long sword in his hand surged with dense white sword energy, slashing fiercely toward Broly's chest. The blade hummed as the strike was unleashed. Oh. In an instant before Broly could react, a brilliant sword light exploded, striking his chest. The impact sent him flying, carving a long, deep trench across the ground. He hurtled back thousands of meters, a deep gash on his chest, gushing blood. Blood poured out. Is that all? Trunks raised an eyebrow, gently stroking his blade, which shimmered with light. The sword energy screamed, and the ground beneath him cracked apart. Wah! What is that? The color changed. Paragus muttered, staring at the Vegeta V's hair and the terrifying sword light below. Super Saiyan God. Just a transformation. Simple. Cell waved his hand, patiently explaining to the white-beard old man beside him. Sup? Super Saiyan. God. A deity. Paragus was stunned for the first time, worrying about Broly's safety. If they really fought, could he win? Below. Oh. Broly emerged from the trench, blood spurting from his chest. Green light swirled around him, and the ground shattered. A powerful aura erupted as his body grew taller, muscles bulging. The wound on his chest hissed, emitting steam outward. Trunks. With a roar, Broly stomped the ground, shattering it instantly. Covering a kilometer in a single step, he appeared before Trunks with overwhelming pressure. A long trail of green light followed as he raised his arm and threw a punch. Good. Now you're serious. Trunks' eyes blazed with light as he thrust his sword forward. A dazzling sword light accompanied by the hum of the blade swept out with majestic energy. Bang! The fist pressure and sword light collided. The ground on both sides instantly caved in, leveling the surroundings. Two energy ripples expanded outward, shattering rocks as sword light and energy clashed and sprayed. Broly was sent flying again, his feet dragging across the ground, carving two long trenches. This time, he only slid back 100 meters. But Broly, like a wild beast, shook himself off and charged again, green light bursting forth. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. Trunks laughed heartily, sheathed his sword, and switched forms. His body grew more fur, his red hair turning purple and lengthening to his shoulders. His tail swayed behind him, now a dark red, as a powerful aura erupted. He stomped the ground and launched forward. A beast must be conquered by a beast. The two clashed repeatedly, the void echoing with muffled thunder. Fist pressures collided and exploded, sending out white shockwaves. The green barrier began to wobble, even cracking in several places. Now this is fun. Cell watched the red and green streaks collide below, both parties seemingly enjoying the fight. White divine power flowed from his hands into the barrier, repairing the cracks and making it as good as new. Broly, you can be stronger. Again. More intense. Trunks' sapphire eyes flickered with red. He tore off his black vest, revealing his bare torso. Golden aura erupted, enveloping his right fist as he shattered the ground and charged forward. Broly's mouth curled into a grin. With a roar, he shot forward, and the two clashed again, sending out layers of energy ripples. Trunks, true to form in his full power Super Saiyan 4 form, dominated Broly for the most part. His combat techniques kept him on the offensive. But Broly was no slouch. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. His energy surged, and his stamina seemed inexhaustible. The wound on his chest appeared superficial, and as he adapted to fighting an opponent, he grew more adept. Their battle was a brutal clash of bodies, a contest of who had the harder fists and sturdier physique. These were Broly's strengths, and over time, even Super Saiyan 4's stamina, though low-draining, began to falter. Paragus, floating in the sky, wore a faint smile. Though he couldn't sense the power levels, he could see his son overwhelming Trunks. After all, Trunks was constantly being sent flying, smashing into rocks. Paragus grinned, Lord Divine. Just call me Mr. Cell. I'm not used to that title. Cell frowned slightly in response. So what is it? Something on your mind? Paragus, seeing the man before him, frowned, felt a tremor of fear in his heart. His voice trembled as he spoke. MMR. Cell, it looks like Broly is about to win. Should we call it off? To be honest, watching Broly pummel this Vegeta the Fifth was quite satisfying, but this person was supposed to take them away from this wretched place. Going too far wouldn't be wise. After all, reality wasn't all about fighting and killing. There was also the matter of social grace. Cell turned to look at the old man, his cloudy eyes and hunched figure. He chuckled, no rush. The best is yet to come. Later you'll help me put on a little act. Do it well, and there'll be a reward. Cell's half-spoken words filled Paragus with unease. He instinctively felt this act would be nothing good, but he nodded tremblingly. There was no choice, such was reality. Huh. Trunks' right arm muscles bulged as he fired an energy blast into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. He seized the chance to retreat, putting distance between himself and this brute named Broly. Unlike others who grew weaker, this giant only grew stronger with each passing moment. His movements were swift, his punches heavy. Trunks' attacks seemed to have little effect on him, while a single punch from Broly made his stomach churn. Oomph. Broly swept the smoke aside with his arm. His aura surged, and with a tremor of green light the smoke dispersed, clearing his vision. But Trunks was nowhere to be seen. Hey, big guy, I'm up here. Trunks shouted, a circular ring of light spinning in his hand, a destructo disc. Broly looked up sharply, his hands unleashing a barrage of energy balls into the sky without restraint. Huh. Trunks hurled the disc straight into the air. A screeching sound filled the sky as the destructo disc flew, then split into countless smaller discs, slicing toward the energy balls. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the energy balls were cut apart, exploding in midair amid smoke and thunderous roars. Broly on the ground sneered at the sight. He stomped the ground, launching himself upward. The earth collapsed as he vanished from sight. He shot straight into the smoke, his right hand glowing with green light, leaving a long, brilliant trail across the sky. With a burst of fist force, he knocked the destructo discs away, sending them flying in all directions, tearing up the ground and rocks. Trunks, seeing Broly charging at him, grimaced and gritted his teeth. He slowly closed his eyes, and rings of red light surged outward. The fur on his body shimmered with a soft glow. His powerful aura vanished, leaving only an overwhelming pressure descended. He opened his eyes, sharp, piercing gaze sweeping across the horizon, his right fist clenching tightly, wreathed in a crimson aura, then surging forward in a devastating punch. Boom. A thunderous, muffled detonation reverberated across heaven and earth. Energy exploded outward in all directions. Blood gushed from Broly's mouth. Then, with a violent burst, crimson spray erupted from his chest, tracing a brilliant emerald arc across the sky before he crashed violently into the ground, shattering the earth, carving a colossal crater, and sending shockwaves that made the entire planet tremble. Phew, barely avoided disaster. What a worthy opponent. Trunks' eyes shimmered with lingering afterglow, a white light coiled around him like liquid silk, radiating outward and wrapping his form. With a swift motion, he reached back and drew his sword, holding it horizontally before him. The battle was about to end. Converged. Trunks' gaze turned razor-sharp, his hands gripping the hilt tightly as he raised them high above his head. Instantly, a resonant celestial sword chime rang out. The surrounding air churned violently, spiraling into a roaring vortex centered upon him. Silvery white energy surged along the blade, brimming with lethal intent, while his inner power drained rapidly, coalescing into pure, incandescent force. Broly rose slowly from the shattered earth, twisting his neck with defiant contempt as he glared upward. Shing! A massive sword, forged entirely from condensed white energy, materialized high above, blazing with blinding brilliance. Broly, your father has just been slain. Cell cried from above, his expression grotesquely exaggerated as he pointed downward toward Paragus, pierced through the chest by a colossal blade. Broly lifted his gaze and saw Paragus plummeting from the sky, impaled by the great sword, blood spilling from his lips, his face pale, his pupils vanished. Thump, thump, thump. Broly's pupils vanished instantly. His heart hammered violently. Blood roared through his veins. Uncontrollable energy erupted from his body, emerald light surging skyward, shattering the barrier in an instant. Yeah. Broly clutched his head, howling incessantly. Around him, a towering pillar of viridian light pierced the heavens. Dark clouds swallowed the sky, thunder rolled ominously, and jagged green lightning crackled and writhed within the churning storm. Broly's frame surged upward, muscles swelling, hair blazing gold. An immense aura erupted, pulverizing the ground beneath him and spreading outward in a web of fissures that raced across the planet's surface, as if the world itself were collapsing into apocalypse. Whoosh! Cell flashed down from the sky, his right arm channeling a stream of emerald energy that flowed steadily into Paragus' body. In an instant, every wound, old and new, hidden and visible, was healed. The blade embedded in Paragus' chest was withdrawn. Even the long-lost sight in his left eye was restored, and strands of his graying hair darkened visibly. Having completed the act, Cell drew a circle on the ground, then looked up with a sly grin. Well, now, showtime begins. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly makes his entrance. Trunks hovered midair, gripping his sword with both hands. Waves of white energy surged toward the blade, conjuring a colossal spectral sword suspended overhead. Its oppressive presence palpable, its light searing, its aura cutting through space itself. His eyes blazed with radiant white light, overflowing with sword energy. His hair whipped wildly in the sudden gale. This was his ultimate technique, the very zenith of his current power, draining nearly every ounce of energy he possessed. If his opponent could withstand such a blow, then defeat would be inevitable. Yet just as he prepared to unleash it, disruption struck. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Cell driving a sword mercilessly into the elder's chest, watching him fall lifelessly from the sky, and what followed would haunt him for eternity. Broly erupted from the earth, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks' face broke into cold sweat bead by bead. Truth be told, he wanted to curse aloud. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Roar! A bestial roar shook the heavens. Broly pounded his chest, a deep guttural boom echoing across the sky, while thunder cracked and lightning flared violently within the roiling clouds. Then he snapped his head upward, locking eyes on the gleaming white light in the sky and on Trunks' sword. Sword! Sword! Trunks! Broly bellowed. The ground beneath him collapsed entirely. Shockwaves rippled outward. Two dazzling emerald spheres ignited in his palms, swirling, merging, then violently slammed together to fuse into one unstoppable mass. Instantly, a colossal energy sphere erupted, radiating terrifying pressure. The earth sank beneath its weight. Every mountain peak within sight crumbled. High above, Trunks felt an unbearable, suffocating dread, and his expression twisted in alarm. The brilliance in Trunks' eyes dimmed momentarily. He forced a wry smile. Looks like I'm literally trying to kill myself. Father would have been finished for sure. Lucky it's me instead. Trunks narrowed his eyes, exhaled slowly, and stopped caring about consequences. All he wanted now was release. Kill. Trunks clenched his fists and brought the sword down in a furious arc. A deafening surge of sword energy roared forth, 100-meter-long spectral blade tumbling through the air, accompanied by a piercing celestial chime that scattered clouds and silenced thunder, hurtling straight toward the colossal energy sphere. Below, Broly sensed the descent, roared, stomped the void, and launched upward in a torrent of white energy, hoisting the massive sphere high with both arms. Collision imminent. Kerkum. The entire planet Wampa shook. For 10,000 li in every direction, landmasses shattered, not merely by concussive blast waves, but cleaved apart by cascading sword energy. The space directly between them fractured, splintering like broken glass, revealing a lurid, verdant dimension beneath. Cell watched closely, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Golden light swirled around his body, bathing him in divine radiance. Intimidating, overwhelming. With a casual gesture, he teleported Paragus to another world, then raised his palm forward in a subtle commanding press. His eyes blazed with golden-tinged white light. Shrapnel wind and energy shockwaves rushing toward him froze instantly, suspended in perfect stillness. Golden Cell, Divine Flash, made his grand entrance. He stood ready to intervene at any moment, to ensure Trunks' survival. Trunks gritted his teeth. The white spectral blade descended steadily, his entire being trembling with exertion. Countless sword energy fragments scattered like droplets striking the ground and blasting open massive craters. Yet the emerald sphere below did not yield. It began devouring the blade's energy, swelling ever larger. Heh! A savage grin split Broly's lips. His arms swelled with titanic strength. Viridian energy erupted from his body, surging into the cosmos. Then with a violent recoil, he drew his right arm back, clenched his fist, and unleashed a devastating forward strike. Crack! A deafening explosion tore through 10,000 meters of space. A blinding column of light shot upward, smoke and fire billowing outward. Broly shot upward from below, punching straight through the energy sphere, then seized the descending spectral blade and crushed it barehanded, charging forward unimpeded toward Trunks. His speed was incomprehensible, his power brutal and absolute. Trunks' mind registered the threat, but his body refused to obey. Trunks' pupils contracted sharply. A tremor ran through his chest. Then a massive hand seized his sword and shattered it with a shriek of metal. In the same breath, the other hand clamped down on his skull and yanked him downward, hurtling toward the earth. Whooshed! A brilliant emerald streak plunged from the sky, blasting open a colossal crater, then carving deeper as Broly drove Trunks downward, his grip crushing rock and soil alike, until molten magma glowed beneath them. Ayah! Trunks screamed, agonized, relentless. Blood poured from his skull. Feeling the rising infernal heat beneath, he summoned every last shred of strength and drove the broken blade deep into Broly's gaping chest wound. Growl! Broly roared in sharp pain. His left hand flicked outward, shattering the blade completely, while his right hand tightened its death grip on Trunks' skull, preparing to wrench it free. At that moment, Cell, who had stood with eyes closed, snapped them open. Golden light erupted from his body, his gaze burned with celestial intensity. In a flash, he launched himself skyward, leaving behind a trail of pure gold, and vanished. Suddenly, deep underground, Broly froze, sensing imminent peril. He whirled around, just as a golden blur streaked into view, a fist wreathed in divine light, filling his vision. Then, THOM, the mighty Broly was sent flying, shattering mountains, carving a deep, jagged trench before crashing into its depths. It was Cell, now cradling a gravely wounded near-death Trunks. In an instant, they reappeared beside the crater's edge. Emerald light surged over Trunks' body, his injuries vanishing in moments, his vitality fully restored. He stood up wide-eyed and breathing heavily. Cell glanced at the disheveled youth and asked coolly, "How was it?" Trunks brushed dust from his clothes and replied glumly, "Not well. Nearly died. Almost lost my head." He shook his head, then touched his neck, reassured it was intact, before continuing, "Uncle Cell, we're simply on different tiers. And this guy's cheating. Started weak, got stronger mid-fight. How is that even possible?" Watching Trunks' confidence thoroughly shattered, Cell nodded approvingly. That had been precisely his intent, to humble the boy, to temper his arrogance, to remind him he was still just a fledgling warrior. He is a cheat, but only because I allowed it. You'll likely never meet another like him. So yes, cheat accepted. And no, he's not unbeatable. You're just underprepared. I get it, practice more, right? Trunks scratched his ear, unmoved. He'd heard that line so many times his ears had calloused. Oh, so you're incompetent, and can't even hear the truth. Cell arched a brow, voice calm and measured. Boom. Just as the two exchanged banter, the ground ahead erupted, Broly bursting forth, glaring fiercely at Cell. Cell straightened, sizing up the giant, then turned to Trunks with a wry smile. "Stay back and watch. Let your Uncle Cell show you how to dominate him." Trunks perked up, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Then go all out, beat him senseless, and fix my sword. It's ruined." He held up the hilt, silent and solemn. Consider it done." Shalu shook his hands, his aura surging as his divine power continuously traversed within his body, transforming into reserves of energy. At this moment, his pink eyes had turned golden, a golden glow enveloping him, forming a membrane that encased his entire body. This membrane could serve as both an attack and a defense, making it an unparalleled choice for combat. Shalu's eyes widened in fury, golden light bursting forth as he assumed a battle stance, his body sinking slightly as his left hand extended towards the roaring Broly, beckoning him in a provocative manner. Roar! This was merely a distraction as movements were already underway. In his view, his uncle Shalu feared no one except for the Omni King, the so-called highest ruler of the entire universe. At that moment, there was a hint of fear in Shalu's heart, yet even the god of destruction Beerus did not instill fear in him. Thinking about this battle, it seemed to be forming a crushing momentum. Trunks felt a bitter pang in his heart. He knew that Uncle Shalu's wish was to become the strongest in the universe, and as someone who wanted to follow closely behind, he aimed to be the second strongest. However, it seemed that the distance was only growing, perhaps his training was still insufficient. Trunks unconsciously clenched his fists. Not to mention Uncle Shalu, he couldn't even handle the monster below. After this match, he needed to intensify his training to reach a state of temporary satisfaction. Below, Broly let out a furious roar, a torrent of green light erupting from his body, a powerful aura stirring up a whirlwind as the ground around him collapsed, creating a vast area of devastation within 100 miles, with some places directly crushed into dust by the overwhelming energy. Seeing this, Shalu raised an eyebrow. Fighting without ground would be inconvenient. He stepped forward, and the ground gradually revealed the stone blocks from the arena where they had battled against the Sixth Universe. Bang! Broly paid no heed to this, stomping his legs violently against the ground, shattering it, and instantly appearing before Shalu, his right fist creating a green ripple as he clenched it and unleashed a strike. The air emitted a piercing shriek as it exploded. Boom! Waves of white energy surged forth, invisible shockwaves tearing apart the ground. Shalu effortlessly caught the blow, then tightened his grip, twisting Broly's arm with a look of disbelief on his face. Hee. Now it's my turn. Shalu smiled lightly, the golden light in his eyes growing stronger. His left fist, enveloped in a layer of golden light, struck fiercely at Broly's head, distorting his expression and causing blood to spill, the tremendous force threatening to send him flying, but Shalu's right hand held tight, preventing his escape. Hey, here comes a big one. Shalu's left fist pounded repeatedly on Broly's head, his hand leaving afterimages as if it were nailing down each punch, accompanied by splashes of blood. It was not until he sensed Broly was on the verge of collapse that Shalu finally released his left hand, sending Broly hurtling backward, his body skimming along the ground and carving a long trench. Shalu glanced at the blood on his left fist, then vigorously shook it off and immediately ascended into the air, his right fist wrapped in strands of golden light, forming a sphere that shot forth. Bang! Broly, who was already being dragged along the ground, had no time to catch his breath before being launched away once again. Shalu floated serenely in midair, quietly watching Broly as he stood up again, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed he had underestimated this guy's defensive capabilities. His skin was quite thick, comparable to that of the 1-hour Frieza. Shalu extended his right hand into the void, and Trunks' sword hilt instantly flew into his grasp, while the fragments shattered by Broly were also gathered neatly. As he gently brushed over the visibly damaged sword, it was as if in an instant the blade restored itself intact and undamaged, beginning to vibrate, as if with joy or anger. Trunks hovered in the sky, watching Uncle Shalu's display, mumbling, "That's just so freaking cool. Uft, uft, uft. Damn, Uncle Shalu has corrupted me. I'm now swearing." Trunks seemed to recall something, quickly lowering his head to spit. Not civilized at all, throwing things from a height. Below, Shalu's eyes suddenly dimmed with golden light, turning into fragmented brilliance. He glanced at Broly, who continued charging at him, and with a light press of his hands made a swift slice forward. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, the breeze halted, dust unmoving, and then the sword light filled the heavens and the earth, bursting forth with a bang. Broly received a sword scar across his chest, a deep trench carved into the ground as he collapsed. His chest bore an shaped wound. Shalu's fragmented brilliance faded from his eyes, the golden light receding to normal. He glanced at Broly lying beneath the ground, puzzled. Damn, did I just cleave him into a pirate king? Then the gentle breeze returned, time resumed its flow, and suddenly Shalu felt something resembling raindrops hitting his head. Instantly Shalu was filled with confusion, looking up and asking, "Is it raining?" "What do you mean it's raining?" Trunks suddenly appeared, looking at the long sword in Shalu's hand, his previous confusion vanishing, replaced by joy. "Give me that sword." "No way." Shalu shot him a glance, clutching the sword to his chest before spinning away. "Hee. Uncle Shalu, you're the coolest. That sword has the aura of a sword immortal." Trunks gave a thumbs up, his hand reaching out towards Shalu, his face full of admiration and respect. "Really?" Though it's a question, the corner of Shalu's mouth gradually lifted, his eyes slightly curving, unable to hide his smile. Shalu then turned around, cleared his throat twice, and handed the long sword over with a smile, saying, "You've always had good taste. I also think that sword was extremely cool just now." Trunks snatched the sword, rubbed it in his arms before returning it to its sheath, and casually remarked, "It's cool, it's cool. Uncle Shalu is the coolest in the world." Hearing this, Shalu's smile grew wider. He glanced at the pit beneath him, frowned slightly, raised his hand to beckon, and the ground cracked open, lifting the unconscious Broly. A stream of green light from Shalu's hand flowed into Broly's body, quickly healing his injuries. Ugh. Soon the dazed Broly opened his eyes, stunned in place. Shalu thought for a moment and said, "Wait for me." Then he vanished without a trace. After a while, Shalu reappeared, accompanied by a noticeably younger Paragus. "Broly." Upon seeing Broly, Paragus rushed to embrace him, and the bewildered Broly finally reacted, blinking rapidly. Paragus felt a bit happy to see Broly again, but when he looked at the even more dilapidated and pockmarked planet Wampa, he recalled the planet to which this figure called Shalu had teleported him. In comparison, this place was utter garbage, no, even worse than garbage. Indeed, just now Shalu had temporarily sent Paragus to a primitive forest on Earth, allowing him to experience a bit of greenery and life. Shalu watched this scene, contemplating for a moment before clearing his throat twice. Paragus and Broly looked at him, especially Paragus, whose eyes were filled with fervor. Not only had his body improved significantly, but the mere fact of leaving this planet made him exceptionally joyful. Ahem. Paragus, regarding Broly, Trunks is very satisfied, so he will fulfill the agreement and send you away from planet Wampa to Earth. Earth? Was that place just now Earth? That's right. Great, thank you both. Thank you both. Broly quickly say thank you. Cell raised an eyebrow and said don't thank me, thank him instead. Well, this journey ends here. Trunks arranged for them. Prepare plenty of food. It's best if you two go train in the realm of the gods afterward. Now I'll send you off. Any questions? Paragus, no sir, please get us out of this godforsaken place quickly. Broly froze for a moment, then looked at his father's smiling face, his own lips curling up slightly as he hastily shook his head. Trunks, who had been calm all along, began to grow uneasy. He furrowed his brow and said, I have a question, Uncle Cell. Are you saying you're not coming with us? Cell frowned in return. I have some matters to attend to. He'll return in a year, so behave yourself. Oh, and tell that son Gohan that to become stronger, he must first learn to go berserk and control his power on the edge of madness. Trunks was stunned for a moment, murmuring, control his power on the edge of madness. All right, I haven't given you your reward yet, but I don't have much left. Cell scratched his head, suddenly remembering this. He searched through his subspace for a long while and finally pulled out a giant strawberry cake, handing it to Broly. The bewildered Broly, under his father's almost greedy gaze, knew this was something good. He took it casually and sniffed it. Broly's eyes lit up at the delightful aroma. Without a second thought, he began devouring it ravenously, a blissful smile spreading across his face. When only a small piece remained, Broly held back and offered it to Paragus, wanting him to taste it too. Paragus, who was naturally cold-hearted, was taken aback. Was this still his beloved son? But gazing at the tempting strawberry cake, Paragus couldn't stop swallowing. Unable to resist any longer, he gulped it down in one go. Delicious. Paragus savored the taste, feeling that this was the pinnacle of happiness, the best thing he had ever eaten. Compared to this, the food on Planet Vegeta and Planet Vampa was utter garbage. Not to mention Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vampa, he could only eat the stinking corpses of monsters, foul weeds, and disgusting but hydrating juices. Their bitter days were finally over. Then Cell handed 2 more giant cakes to the pair. Their eyes gleamed as they devoured them instantly, and then he gave them each a bottle of soda. Paragus opened it immediately and drank it all in one gulp, wearing an expression of pure bliss. Broly, imitating his father, clumsily opened his bottle, took a small sip, and his eyes sparkled like stars. He nodded at Cell, then downed the rest of the soda, gazing at Cell with admiration. His fondness for Cell had hit an all-time high. Watching their voracious eating, especially Broly's Trunks, felt a pang of sorrow. For the first time he felt gratitude, joy, for the resources he had on Earth. It was an indescribable feeling. Clearly these two had suffered terribly here, especially Broly, who had grown up in this place. Trunks looked at Cell and said softly, Uncle Cell, I won't say much. Safe travels. Cell was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Of course, safe travels. Now I'll send you to Earth. Broly, when you get there, there's even more delicious food. But no causing trouble, got it? Broly nodded vigorously. Cell chuckled. All right, farewell. Farewell. X3. Whoosh. The 3 vanished instantly, leaving Cell alone. Now what should I do next? Cell gazed down at the ravaged, pockmarked planet Vampa, his expression turning cold. Destroy it or absorb it. Absorb it. Speaking to himself, Cell gently raised his right hand. Wisps of wind converged, eventually forming a spear. A surge of immense power rippled outward. Cell took a light step and soared into space. Looking down at the wretched planet, he mused, for a planet that nurtured life, its life energy is meager, but it's still decent. Cell nodded. Golden aura erupted from his body, enveloping the spear. Cracks of golden electricity danced around him, crackling as they surged into the weapon. He pulled his right arm back, leaving an afterimage in its wake. Then his arm bulged, his eyes widened, and he hurled the spear with a thunderous force. Whoosh. A golden flash streaked across the sky like a shooting star. From within Planet Vampa, it appeared as a golden star hurtling down. It tore through the ground, blasting a massive crater, and plunged straight toward the planet's core. Cell squinted, watching the planet as he began to count. 1, 2, 3. Boom. A golden beam erupted from the planet's core, with a deafening roar spreading instantly. The ground crumbled, magma spewed like high-pressure jets, and the entire planet began to disintegrate. From high above, it was a breathtaking spectacle. After a moment, the planet exploded completely. The sheer force rippled through space. Cell's eyes glimmered with delight, a faint smile curling his lips. The explosion was indeed magnificent, like a colossal fleeting firework symbolizing the demise of life. No wonder Lord Beerus and Lord Frieza enjoyed watching such things. Seeing it for the first time was truly awe-inspiring. As the shattered remnants of Planet Vampa scattered, Cell's right hand glowed with white light. He reached out, curled his fingers, and sucked in the debris. Faint green particles converged, rushing eagerly into his palm, and then into his body. Huh. Cell let out a soft laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting, his brows raised. Clearly he was in high spirits. This life energy aided his divine power cultivation and could also enhance his combat strength. The sheer pleasure of absorbing it was almost addictive, like smoking, impossible to quit. I need to absorb more life energy. Cell clenched his fists, savoring the euphoria as the energy coursed through his cells. How once I absorb that big treasure later, even Lord Beerus might have to go all out against me. Cell waved his hand, summoning the eternal time machine. After adjusting it, he didn't sit inside, but activated it, lightly gripping its outer shell. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, Cell vanished from that timeline, traveling to the past. The final time displayed was age 762. The supreme divine realm. It belonged to no universe, but was the supreme plane, towering above all living beings. A massive palace formed entirely of characters stood, its exterior shrouded in a dense mist. Within the hall, 12 spherical glass orbs hung dazzling and colorful. These were the universes from the 1st to the 12th. They were suspended there, and in the eyes of the Omni King, even those who entered this palace were nothing more than playthings. As he approached, a small figure walked along the dim corridor of the palace, the loud clatter of his shoes echoing. His hands were clasped behind his back, his skin a cyan blue, his white hair combed neatly backward, and a halo encircled the back of his head. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he suddenly vanished as he stepped into the hall. Inside the Omni King's palace, the Omni King, resembling an eraser, stared blankly at the celestial chessboard before him, fiddling with it. Beside him stood 2 pencil-shaped attendants, their hands clasped behind their backs, their expressions cold. As the Omni King played, he suddenly frowned. Rising from his throne, his small foot accidentally kicked the chessboard, scattering countless planets, which then vanished into oblivion. He spoke in a childish voice. "Where is the Grand Minister? This is so boring. I want to find some new games to play." "Oh, I am here. Your Majesty," the Omni King. A flash of white light streaked by as the Grand Minister suddenly appeared, slightly bowing before him. The Grand Minister, the strongest being in the entire universe, was the only true singularity across all of time and space. He was the father of many angels and one of the very few beings feared by the gods of destruction. In the hearts of some deities, he was even more revered than the Omni King himself. The moment the Omni King saw the Grand Minister, his brow relaxed, and he broke into a silly grin. "Grand Minister, a Kaioshin from the 7th universe once told me about a very interesting game. I want to hold it across the entire universe." Hearing this, the Grand Minister was somewhat surprised, pausing for a moment before replying. "I wonder what game could delight your Majesty so much." The Omni King stood still, his little head pondering. It seemed to be about holding a tournament of power across the entire universe, inviting everyone to compete. After that. I forgot. The Omni King frowned, frozen in place. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned and spoke coldly. "You heard that. What were the rest of the rules?" The 2 pencil attendants, seeing the Omni King in this state, instantly became terrified. They both knelt on the ground, their hearts trembling violently, beads of sweat streaming down their foreheads. Seeing this, the first attendant quickly spoke. The remaining rules are that each universe selects 10 fighters to participate. The one who remains standing on the platform at the end wins. It will be held 1 year from now in mortal time. Oh, the Grand Minister raised an eyebrow. He found the idea quite good. The one who proposed it was indeed a bold talent, daring to suggest such a competition to the Omni King. Hearing the answer he wanted, the Omni King gave a silly smile. He looked at the Grand Minister and said cheerfully, "What do you think, Grand Minister? This is great, isn't it?" A smile also curled at the corner of the Grand Minister's lips as he replied, "It truly is a splendid idea. Moreover, this can resolve your Majesty's previous concern." The Omni King tilted his head in confusion. "What concern, eh?" The Grand Minister continued with a smile. "That is your concern that there are too many universes, 12 of them. Through this competition, we can eliminate the losing universes by destroying them, can we not?" "That's right. I never thought of that. Grand Minister, you're amazing. Then leave this matter to you. Remember to remind them about the tournament in 1 year." The Omni King grinned at the Grand Minister as he spoke. "Yes, your Majesty." Just as the Grand Minister was about to head to the 7th universe to assess the situation and issue the notice, the Omni King called him back. He produced a sugar figurine and said with some dejection, "Grand Minister, this one melted." The Grand Minister observed it carefully for a moment, realizing it was merely a mortal creation. Without a word, a faint white light appeared in his hand. He gently brushed it over the sugar figurine, and in an instant it was restored to its former state, never to melt again. "Ha, Grand Minister, you're truly amazing. Go and take care of matters." The Omni King waved his hand joyfully. The Grand Minister said no more, but bowed with a smile, vanishing in a flash. He headed toward the 7th universe, intending to go first to the realm of the Kaioshin. The 7th universe, Earth. The moment he returned to Earth, Trunks began to lament Cell's departure. Without a doubt, Cell had used the time machine to leave. On the way to planet Vampa, he had even warned Trunks that traveling through time was a grave crime. If Trunks ever used the time machine, he was to help cover up his tracks. It was best not to let Lord Beerus and Lord Whis know about these matters, or else it would be hard to explain. Trunks was truly troubled. A pile of tasks had been left to him, including arranging food and lodging for the 2 people Cell had brought back. He also had to escort them to the realm of the gods of destruction. And what did that message to Gohan mean? Cell had also given him a capsule saying it contained many toys for children. Trunks had no idea what it was for. "Oh, forget it, I won't think about it. Cell entrusted me with so many things because he believes in my abilities. Come on, Trunks, you can do this." Trunks hypnotized himself with encouragement, then began arranging the lodging for Paragus and Broly. He turned a large abandoned warehouse into their living quarters. The 2 were overjoyed. Bulma also came by, frowning at the 2 savages. Initially, she didn't want them to stay, but after learning they were Saiyan sent by Cell, her attitude softened slightly. That large warehouse was also provided by her. By now, they were probably setting up the warehouse and starting to feast and drink. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the leisurely elder Kaioshin and the Kaioshin, a rather slow-witted pair, were sitting beneath a large tree, sheltering from the sun in the shade. They sipped tea and enjoyed sweets and pastries brought back from Earth. The elder Kaioshin occasionally drank his tea and stuffed a pastry into his mouth, mumbling, This time the 7th universe defeated the 6th. Did you see the envy in that 6th universe Kaishin's eyes? Kaishin nodded eagerly, his hands on the table, and said excitedly, I saw it, Ancestor. This time we've truly made a name for ourselves in the universe. Even the other universes have witnessed the might of the 7th universe. Kibito, the best part is that we only sent 3 people to defeat them all. Kaishin, indeed. The elder Kaishin listened to them, swallowed his food, and squinted slightly. He said softly, it's all thanks to my disciples' excellent teaching. Vegeta Trunks and Son Goku. All of them received Cell's training, you know. Especially the ace Trunks. Just as the elder Kaishin was about to continue, the space before him suddenly shattered. A silvery white light surged, revealing a figure of such honor that it should have been impossible for him to appear here. The elder Kaishin's expression instantly shifted from pride to terror and reverence. He shot to his feet and exclaimed, Grand Minister. The serene Grand Minister hovered in the air, smiling. Gee, Grand Priest, what brings you here so unexpectedly? The elder Kai felt a bit dazed, wondering if the tea from Earth contained some hallucinogen. Otherwise, how could he see the Grand Priest here? Grand Priest. Supreme Kaishin turned slightly, and the moment he saw the Grand Priest, he sensed an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. Without a moment's hesitation, he prostrated himself fully on the ground as a sign of respect. Seeing this, the elder Kai realized it was no illusion and quickly knelt as well. Kibito, feeling terrified, also knelt, his body trembling uncontrollably in panic. The Grand Priest, ever with a smile on his face, hovered in the sky, glanced around, then lowered his gaze and spoke softly. I heard you once had a game match with the 6th universe, which Lord Zeno observed. And there's a certain Supreme Kai from your 7th universe who discussed the game before Lord Zeno. Where is he? The Grand Priest wore a genial smile, his demeanor elegant, though the 3 below could not see it. Hearing this, the elder Kai grew more terrified, his body trembling incessantly, sweat trickling down his face, his heart pounding wildly, and his pupils dilating slightly. He knew that Cell's rude behavior toward Lord Zeno would invite trouble, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. This disciple of his was truly a handful. The elder Kai lifted his head slightly, looking at the Grand Priest's forced smile, and replied respectfully, answering the Grand Priest, there is indeed such a person, my disciple and apprentice Supreme Kai. He does not reside in the 7th universe's realm of the Kais, but usually stays in Lord Beerus's destroyer realm or on Earth. If this brat has offended Lord Zeno in any way, I humbly apologize on his behalf. With that, the elder Kai buried his head even deeper into the ground, creating a small pit. The nearby Supreme Kaishin and Kibito dared not even breathe, their hearts racing as they recalled Cell's earlier misconduct, filled with fear that the Grand Priest might execute them on the spot. Hearing this, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly, then gently raised his hands, and a faint but pure light lifted the elder Kai's head. It's fine, don't worry. It seems Lord Zeno is quite fond of this apprentice Supreme Kai. My task today is merely to discuss with him the rules of the Universal Tournament he proposed to Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest waved his hand lightly, and a gentle breeze swept through, instantly lifting the 3 kneeling figures to a normal conversational posture. After doing this, the Grand Priest simply smiled, nodded slowly, and said, Rest assured, this visit is somewhat incognito. I came without prior notice, so there's no need for such formality. Not at all, not at all. The elder Kai replied in panic, though he let out a faint sigh of relief. At least the Grand Priest wasn't here to trouble his disciple. The 2 dumbfounded Supreme Kais beside him also sighed, their hearts finally easing. Well then, since this apprentice Supreme Kai isn't here, let's go find the destroyer of this era. Let's see what he's up to and if he's doing his job properly. The Grand Priest stopped smiling, turned slightly, and waved his hand across the void. The space twisted instantly, forming a white portal into which he stepped, creating ripples before vanishing entirely. Phew. Who would have thought Lord Zeno would actually be interested in that brat Cell's proposal, even sending the Grand Priest himself? The elder Kai wiped the cold sweat from his face, took a deep breath, and spoke with some concern. Supreme Kaishin laughed, and said, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, Indeed, this time it's Lord Beerus's turn to endure such a terrifying ordeal. Kibito added, This must be Lord Beerus's tribulation. The elder Kai looked at the 2 with a strange, puzzled expression. Wait, did they really wish ill upon Beerus? Though he thought the same, he had already been freed from that broken sword, his seal lifted, and his fate had shifted. Now it was Shin who was bound to Beerus, so why were they so gleeful? The elder Kai shook his head, divine power surging as the dust on him vanished. He turned away, ignoring the 2 fools. He picked up the green tea on the table, blew on the steam, took a satisfying sip, then lay comfortably on the grass, pulling out a health book, gifted by Cell, to read with relish. This was none of his business now. Let that damn Beerus suffer a bit. Having a disciple was truly wonderful. He glanced at the chapter title, Android 18 versus Android 17, 800 rounds sibling rivalry. Not bad, it had been a while since he'd seen such novel material. The elder Kai sat up straight. This was worth a thorough read. Meanwhile, on the destroyer planet. Achoo. Who's speaking ill of me? Beerus sneezed and sniffled. Was seeing this looked slightly surprised, and asked, Lord Beerus, have you caught a cold? Beerus shook his head and frowned, retorting irritably, How could I get such a trivial mortal illness? It must be Cell Compa or some old geezer badmouthing me behind my back. Wiz paused, then covered his mouth with a light laugh. Lord Beerus, you do love to joke. It's probably someone else, mister. Cell wouldn't do such a thing. With that, he pulled a cake from his staff, turned around, and gulped it down in one bite, his eyes wary as he thought, I can't let Lord Beerus see this, or he'll snatch my food again. Hearing this, Beerus chuckled. Speaking of that Cell, where is he? He hasn't shown up in a while. Whis. Whis. Beerus saw Whis turn his back and not respond, raising his voice with growing irritation. Then, sensing something off, Beerus sniffed and caught a rich aroma, immediately furious. Whis. You said the strawberry cake was all gone, and now you're sneaking a bite alone. Beerus grinned and lunged forward to grab Whis's arm, but Whis dodged, swiftly licked his lips, and said, Lord Beerus, I wasn't lying. This is mango cake. I heard it can cause allergies, so I'm just taste-testing it for you. Taste-testing. Beerus narrowed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as he was about to pounce, a white portal opened nearby, space twisted, and a resonant voice rang out. Oh, is it this lively here? The voice echoed as a small figure stepped through, smiling as he gazed down at everyone present, looking upon them all from above. Whis frowned, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said with some shock, Father. Then he bowed slightly as a sign of respect. Grand Priest. Beerus instantly lost his previous arrogance and fell to his knees. He had no idea why the Grand Priest, the foremost aide to the Omni King, had come to their 7th universe. The Grand Priest glanced at them, nodding slightly as a greeting, then turned his gaze to Son Gohan and Son Goku, who were sparring, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Huh, who's that? Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, looked curiously at the small figure emerging from the white passageway that had torn through the distorted space. He halted midair, hovering silently as he watched. Seeing Lord Beerus' expression shift from slight anger to terror, Gohan guessed this person was as significant as the Omni King. After all, the last time Beerus had worn such a look was in the presence of the Omni King himself. This one was likely no different. Thinking this, Gohan intended to turn to his father to suggest stopping their sparring match. But as he turned, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a faint azure light, which began to bloom and grow, increasingly dazzling. Son Goku, seeing Gohan frozen, didn't hesitate. A lapse in concentration during a fight meant one should be ready to get hit. With that thought, he immediately started charging a tenfold Kamehameha. Cold sweat trickled down Son Gohan's face. With no other choice, he pressed his hands together, energy surging within him. A powerful aura erupted and immense energy converged. His hands formed a cup-like shape as azure energy burst forth, and he thrust them forward. Instantly, as Beerus knelt on both knees, the attention of both Whis and the Grand Priest was captivated by the scene. Watching the father-son beam struggle, Beerus felt nothing but despair, his mind repeating, It's over, it's over. A look of doom washed over his face as he glanced up at the Grand Priest, who seemed to be smiling. Beerus' heart jolted, a spark of hope igniting within him. He looked up to see. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as 2 azure energy waves tinged with crimson light collided. The sheer force rippled outward in waves, the ground bearing the brunt of the impact. At the point of impact, the ground between them instantly shattered, forming a massive semicircular crater. The entire surface was crushed, turning to dust and vanishing from the world. A dazzling ring of light burst forth, illuminating half the realm of the gods of destruction in a blue glow as a brilliant flash erupted. Son Gohan, having weathered the initial shock, wore a pained expression. He had only recently mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, which had initially caused a berserk, great ape state. But thanks to his father's rough, loving guidance, he had regained control and successfully transformed. However, his body was untrained, and his lack of experience and skill meant he was nearing his limit. His energy wave was already being pushed back. Seeing this, Gohan's grimace softened for a moment as he shouted to his father, Father, Lord Beerus has a guest. Let's stop. Caught up in the moment, Son Goku frowned. His fierce expression froze as he saw the small figure in the distance, and then Lord Beerus, who was kneeling with wide, pleading eyes. Surprise flickered across his face. Goku then withdrew his aura, reverting to his base form. His opponent Gohan sighed in relief and did the same. The two descended slowly, hovering before the group. Yo, Lord Beerus, and this is... Goku blinked, looking at the Grand Priest, his meaning clear. Beerus, still on his knees with eyes wide as saucers, and his tail standing straight up, first addressed the Grand Priest with deference. Then he turned to Goku and roared, Goku, kneel. This is the Grand Priest, the most important being in the universe. Beerus spoke rapidly, his heart pounding wildly. He kept wondering why the Grand Priest had come to his realm. It couldn't be a random inspection of his work, could it? He's not that important, is he? After hearing Beerus, Goku frowned, reluctant. Even Gohan behind him frowned slightly. Neither of them wanted to kneel. The Grand Priest seemed to see their discomfort. He gently waved a hand and said with a smile, All right, Beerus. I didn't come today to see you kneel. I'm here on a task from the Omni King and to check on your work as a god of destruction. The Grand Priest's tone was light, his face full of smiles as he looked at Beerus, signaling him to rise. Beerus, who had been kneeling, was slightly surprised, but quickly stood up, standing as rigid as a soldier, his tail equally straight. Whis frowned slightly and asked with some confusion, Then Grand Priest, what is your task? Seeing Whis question, the Grand Priest nodded and spoke softly. I've come for the universe-wide martial arts tournament. The Omni King is unusually excited about this event, so I'm here to learn about the rules. I may also make some improvements. At the mention of a tournament, a universe-wide martial arts tournament, Goku's frown instantly vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. Let's set it up like the World Martial Arts Tournament. Grand Priest. Goku was ecstatic, raising his hand and speaking loudly. Oh, The World Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Priest paused for a moment, then gestured for Goku to continue. Grinning, Goku explained the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament in detail. The Grand Priest wore an expression of realization. It was similar to the match between their 6th and 7th universes. Although he hadn't watched it, he was aware of it. Alright, I will now finalize the rules and announce them to all the angels. The Grand Priest paused and chuckled. Actually, my main reason for coming to the 7th universe was to meet this being named Cell, to see how he differed from ordinary people. But I missed him twice, so I'll let it go. Now Beerus. Hearing the Grand Priest call his name, Beerus was startled and quickly looked up. Yes, Grand Priest. What are your orders? The Grand Priest looked at Beerus and slowly shook his head. Had this man lost his former spirit after witnessing the power of himself and the Omni King? Do your job well. Your 7th universe is almost at the bottom. Be careful. Hearing this, Beerus felt as if he were drenched in sweat. His heart raced wildly, and a wave of terror washed over him. Yes, I will work hard from now on, he almost shrieked. Heh, goodbye then. The Grand Priest waved his hand and tapped the void. The space instantly warped and collapsed, and a white light rose, forming a passageway. As he was about to enter, Goku shouted loudly. Hey, Grand Priest, how strong are you? Goku's face was full of smiles, his blood boiling with excitement. At this question, Beerus froze, covered his mouth, and chuckled, and Gohan slapped his forehead, lamenting his father's recurring habit. The Grand Priest seemed intrigued by the question. He grinned and said, not that strong. Just the strongest in the universe. With that, he stepped into the passage and vanished. Goku was left with a stunned expression. Beerus first looked relieved, then began to curse. Whis hovered in the sky, chuckling while eating cake and enjoying the show, while Gohan tried to mediate with an awkward smile. Goku dodged and weaved, eventually soaring high into the sky. Gazing at the starry expanse, he murmured, a universe-wide martial arts tournament. They'll get to see all kinds of strong fighters again. I'm really looking forward to it. A smile touched Goku's lips as he exploded with power, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. His hair fluttered in the breeze. Radiance radiated in all directions. In the pitch-black void, only a faint light seemed to shine ahead. Cell slowly opened his eyes, cradling the time machine as he stepped into another timeline within the river of time. Looking outward, everything was shrouded in darkness, with only a glimmer of light straight ahead. Cell turned his head, surveying his surroundings. Fragments of light shimmered in his eyes, bursting forth with streaks of white radiance. Then everything before him seemed to transform. The once inky void suddenly blazed with brilliance, and in the distance, deep and resplendent particles of light swirled like a galaxy, converging like a river. Gazing further ahead, the light before him appeared to be but a tiny tributary of this profound river. The time machine, like a vessel, carried him upstream against the surging current. Crack, crack, crack. Cell shook his head, and the fractured light in his eyes grew more intense, bursting forth from his body. These broken rays merged with the specks of light in the air, accumulating until they seemed to mend the very fractures. The radiance was blinding like a blazing sun, causing Cell's mouth to part slightly in astonishment. A sense of enlightenment stirred within him. Dazzling light filled his eyes, deep as the stars, as azure moments drifted by. Just as the particles of light gathered, a flash erupted before the time machine. The epiphany vanished in an instant, and his vision went dark. He reappeared in outer space, the light in his eyes fading, returning to normal. Phew. Cell retracted the time machine, rubbed his neck, and rolled his shoulders, eliciting a crack of bones. He stretched lazily, then glanced around with a slight frown. That feeling was truly wonderful. It seems choosing not to enter the time machine was the right decision. The timeless machine crafted by Bulma was spacious enough to hold him. But he had chosen to take a chance, and now it appeared his earlier intuition was correct. When he had time, he intended to enter and meditate, absorbing all those particles of light. Perhaps then he could become the master of the laws of time, if his body could endure it. Cell lowered his head, gazing at his hands and murmuring. He hadn't originally planned to come to the past, uncertain that he could reach such power in so short a time. But when he recalled the flash technique and the replenishment of life essence, he decided to give it a try. After all, in this past, his trunks did not exist. There was nothing to worry about now. He could go all out. Cell nodded slightly, feeling this was his true nature. Without absorbing life energy or taking lives, how could he be Cell? After sensing for a moment, he located Namek's position and vanished in a flash. The cosmos returned to silence. In the palace of the Omni King, a beam of white light emerged, and the Grand Priest stepped forth, bowing slightly to the Omni King on his throne. Raising his right hand with a smile, the Grand Priest said, Your Majesty, I shall now summon the gods of all universes to discuss and announce the rules of this tournament. The naive Omni King's eyes lit up with excitement. Grinning widely, he said, Hurry, hurry, Grand Priest. I can't wait. The Grand Priest smiled without reply. With a gesture, a staff materialized and a spark of light flashed. Speaking to the black crystal ball, he said calmly, Angels of all universes, I am the Grand Priest. Inform your respective gods of destruction and supreme Kais to come to the palace of the Omni King. His Majesty has an important summons. As he finished, the Grand Priest fixed his gaze on the staff. It flashed 12 times, accompanied by the replies of 12 angels. Satisfied, the Grand Priest put away the staff, bowed to the Omni King, and vanished. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, a grim-faced Beerus stared at Whis while Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan meditated at the highest point of the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus paced back and forth before Whis, his expression pained. Whis, the Omni King is summoning all the gods. So soon. He just sent word, and now we're being called. Whis nodded. At least that's what the Grand Priest conveyed. All gods are to assemble at the Omni King's palace. It's likely about the Universal Tournament. Arg, that cell caused such a mess. Where is he? Beerus glared at Whis, clearly in a foul mood. Whis could only shrug helplessly. Cell caused the trouble, but why are you glaring at me, Lord Beerus? Closing his eyes, Whis frowned slightly. He raised his staff to search the universe for Cell. After a long moment, his brow furrowed deeper. Lord Beerus, Cell is nowhere to be found in the entire 7th universe. Whis shook his head and shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Beerus found this surprising. Not in the 7th universe. Then where is he? Has Kappa recruited him to the 6th universe? The thought had barely entered Beerus' mind when he quickly dismissed it. That fool Kappa. Why would Cell be interested? Forget it. Don't bother looking for him. Just summon that Trunks. Isn't he Cell's disciple? And notify that dim-witted Supreme Kai. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. After all, it was Cell who proposed this tournament. Since he was absent, his disciple would have to step in. As for the Omni King's thoughts, there was no helping it. Whis peered into the crystal ball on his staff, and a green light glowed. Lord Beerus, Trunks is still on Earth. The Supreme Kai has been notified, and will arrive shortly. Speak of the devil, Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito appeared. Both wore grim expressions. Sweat beaded on Shin's forehead as he greeted them. Lord Beerus, what's happening? Why has the Omni King suddenly summoned all the gods? Is it because of Cell? Beerus turned with a snort. What else? That fool caused this mess, and now he's vanished. Can't find him anywhere in the 7th universe. Frustrated, Beerus' face flushed purple. He crossed his arms and turned away, unwilling to speak further. Shin was at a loss for words. Just then Whis' staff flashed with a message urging them to hurry. Whis frowned deeply. Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest, is urging us. We should depart. Beerus gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. Supreme Kai, have your attendant bring Trunks from Earth immediately. Yes. Kibito, though puzzled by the request for Trunks, Shin complied. Kibito nodded, vanished, and reappeared with a bewildered Trunks who still held the sword. Beerus strode over, took the sword, and leaned it against a tree. He turned to Shin. Let's go. Now. Shin nodded, murmured a spell, and the four vanished, leaving Kibito alone to gaze at the sky. Within the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, raising his staff high as faint green light emanated from it. He murmured to himself, it should be about time. The Grand Priest initiated a communication, speaking in a deep tone. Is everyone prepared? We are ready. Of course. Yes. We appreciate your effort. The black crystal orb atop the staff intermittently relayed the responses from the angels of various universes, causing the Grand Priest to smile with satisfaction. The Omni King, who had been amusing himself with a candy figurine, turned around and spoke in an innocent tone. Is it ready? The Grand Priest bowed his head with closed eyes, speaking respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, Omni King. I shall summon them from outside the hall at once. The Grand Priest slightly shrugged his shoulders, then abruptly straightened his arms and raised them sharply, causing a soft sound to resonate in the air. Swish. In an instant, under the Grand Priest's immense power, the deities outside the hall suddenly felt a spatial pull and without resistance appeared within the Omni King's palace. They parted from the positions of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, forming two rows. All the deities, including the angels, knelt on one knee, their right fists pressed against the ground, their eyes slightly narrowed in reverence. Among them, Trunks, who was also kneeling on one knee, looked somewhat bewildered. His sneaky little eyes darted around, and with a soft gasp of surprise, he mimicked the posture of Lord Beerus beside him, though his gaze continued to wander restlessly. Moi. The Grand Priest immediately noticed Trunks frowning slightly as he wondered who was so disrespectful. Then with a glance he saw that Trunks was a mortal from the 7th universe, seemingly one of the tournament participants. His brow relaxed, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Beerus and spoke with a hint of puzzlement. Lord Beerus, and this is... The Grand Priest's eyes were fixed on Trunks, but his gaze shifted towards Beerus. The angels and deities nearby cast curious looks, especially Topo from the 11th universe, who sensed that this individual from the 7th universe did not seem to be a god. Upon hearing this, Beerus' heart nearly leaped into his throat. He lifted his head, forcing a smile that he thought looked pleasant, and said, Grand Priestessima, he is Cell's disciple. Cell was delayed by some matters, so he asked this young man to attend the meeting in his stead. Trunks, hearing his name mentioned, and feeling Lord Beerus nudging him with his leg, grew extremely nervous in such a formal setting. He stood up, abruptly bowed deeply to the Grand Priest, and said loudly, Grand Priestessima, my name is Trunks. I am Uncle Cell's disciple. It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. After speaking, Trunks' heart pounded with anxiety. He silently thought to himself that if it were Uncle Cell, he probably wouldn't be this nervous. The Grand Priest nodded in acknowledgement, indicating for him to relax. Since you are Cell's disciple, we shall overlook it. Then Lady Vermaud, who is the one behind you? Vermaud was momentarily startled, then raised her head, a slight smile forming on her face. She extended her left hand to introduce, this is the candidate for destroyer of our 11th universe. His name is Topo. As I am preparing to retire, Topo is the most outstanding among my destroyer candidates. I intend for him to gain experience and broaden his horizons. Topo lowered his head slightly, raising his eyes to gaze respectfully at the Grand Priest, and spoke slowly. Greetings, Grand Priestess. My name is Topo. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Understood. For the sake of your duties as a destroyer, please do your best. The Grand Priest offered a faint smile and waved his hand. Now I invite His Majesty the Omni King to speak. The Grand Priest's eyes suddenly sharpened, his expression turning serious as he spoke in a deep voice. All those below adjusted their postures, even more kneeling in perfect unison. Seated upon his throne, the Omni King, holding his candy figurine, stood up and offered a greeting. It's been a while, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. The assembled beings bowed their heads low. It is no trouble. Next I shall announce the decree of His Majesty the Omni King. Though it is sudden, it has been decided by His Majesty and myself that after 65700 chicks, equivalent to 1 year in mortal reckoning, or 1355096 years, 157 days, and 968 hours in the royal calendar, a tournament named the Tournament of Power shall be held. Each universe will select 10 fighters to participate. It will be a battle royale based on an elimination system. Participants are eliminated when knocked off the arena. The competition concludes when only one fighter or multiple fighters from the same universe remain. The venue will be the World of Void. The rules forbid killing, the use of recovery items, weapons. Soon the Grand Priest finished reading the decrees and rules. He looked around and spoke softly. Does anyone have any questions? The Supreme Kai of the Third Universe, EA, suddenly raised his hand. Adjusting his glasses, a faint light reflected off them, obscuring his eyes. Grand Priestess, I have a question. The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow slightly and gestured for him to speak. Supreme Kai, EA voiced his doubt. Why must this tournament be held a year from now? That time frame seems a bit distant. Oh. The Grand Priest turned his head slightly, glancing at the Omni King. Your Majesty Omni King, what are your thoughts? The Omni King looked innocent and naive, pausing for a moment to organize his words before saying, Cell said to hold it a year from now, so we set it for a year from now. What's the matter? Is there a problem? As he spoke the last sentence, the Omni King's expression shifted from innocence to coldness. His eyes widened and his tone became somewhat forceful. This single question completely broke EA's composure. Sweat poured from his face, soaking his back, and he hastily replied, No, Your Majesty Omni King. This subordinate has no questions. At that moment, he didn't even dare to ask who Cell was. He only wanted to slap his own mouth for being so foolish as to speak up. It was clear that this question had displeased the Omni King. Lord Cell is akin to a friend of His Majesty the Omni King, I suppose. The Grand Priest stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment before finally giving an answer. He then looked at the Omni King and said, Your Majesty Omni King, is it acceptable to put it this way, what does friend mean? The Omni King tilted his little head, blinking innocently. It means someone who brings you joy and plays with you. The Grand Priest paused for a moment before quickly explaining. Then Cell is definitely a friend. Yes, a friend. The Omni King, looking at the candy figurine in his hand, gave his answer promptly. Instantly, all the deities below, including Topo and Trunks, were shocked by this statement and began to murmur among themselves. The expressions of Kampa and Beerus were particularly amusing. You both widened their eyes in utter disbelief, their faces a picture of astonishment. However, there was a subtle change. Beerus' shock gradually turned into delight. A grin spread across his face as he provocatively winked at Kampa. Kampa, on the other hand, clenched his teeth in frustration, scheming about how to lure this Cell to his sixth universe. Lost in thought, he turned to glare at the green-skinned Vados beside him, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. By the way, where is Cell? Why didn't he come? The Omni King floated over, standing upright with a blank expression, and drifted to a stop in front of Beerus, staring directly at him. He vaguely remembered that Cell was supposed to be the Supreme Kai of the seventh universe, wasn't he? Beerus' eyes widened, his mind filled with a cloud of bewilderment. It dawned on him that while he had been conversing with the Grand Minister, the Omni King hadn't heard a single word. Yet unable to voice his doubts and inquiries, Beerus could only obediently explain himself to the Omni King once more. With a fawning expression, Beerus quickly lifted his head and nervously began, Your Majesty Omni King, Cell had some matters to attend to which delayed him. He is striving to present an even better spectacle for you a year from now. So I have brought his disciple for you to see. Beerus forced a smile, chuckling as he explained to the Omni King, unaware that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. The Omni King tilted his head with an innocent look and said, Oh, is that so? Cell is that diligent? Then you all must work hard too. The gods lowered their heads, even further replying in unison, As you command, Your Majesty Omni King. Feeling a bit bored, the Omni King puffed out his cheeks and glanced at Cell's disciple, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. I remember you. You were the contestant in the final match. You seemed quite formidable in that last bout. Trunks, unsure of what to say, could only attribute his skill to Cell's excellent tutelage. The exchange of questions and answers soon made the Omni King lose interest in him. He mused inwardly that Cell was a far more amusing friend, unafraid of him engaging in lively conversation and even bringing gifts. Unlike these others. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the Omni King exclaimed, Oh right, did you bring me a gift too? Trunks shuddered, his mind going blank. A gift? He was about to say he hadn't prepared one, but then recalled Cell's parting gesture. A capsule Cell had handed him, claiming it contained toys that children would love. Frowning, a flicker of light danced in Trunks' eyes as he looked at the Omni King's innocent, childlike demeanor, a small sugar figurine in hand. Trusting in Cell's capsule, he bit his lip and whispered, Yes, Your Majesty Omni King. Lord Cell specifically asked me to convey this to you. Oh, a real gift. The Omni King leaped with joy, floating in the air before drifting back, down, his eyes sparkling. His fondness for Cell grew even more. Even amidst his busy schedule, Cell remembered to send him a present, truly a good friend. The Omni King's gaze softened as he looked at Trunks extending his small hand. A smile overflowing on his face. Trunks understood the gesture. He stood up, retrieved the capsule Cell had given him from his jacket, and handed it over. What's this? The Omni King examined the tiny object, then shifted his gaze back to Trunks. All the gods present held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yet their curiosity about Cell intensified. Who was this being who could bring such joy to the Omni King? Their interest in the so-called gift grew as well. The Grand Minister, on the other hand, wore a fatherly smile, gazing at the Omni King with affection, finding him all the more endearing. Trunks paused for a moment. Right, the Omni King wouldn't know how to use a capsule. He took it back, pressed it lightly, and tossed it. Click. Bang. White smoke billowed and dispersed, revealing a pile of children's playthings, children's books, toy cars, yo-yos, spinning tops, water guns, several animal masks, and even some transformation props and summoning devices from special effects TV shows. These were all carefully selected treasures by Cell himself. He had included almost every toy he loved as a child, neatly arranged in a large assortment. For items he couldn't find or needed to replicate realistically based on his memories, he had even enlisted the help of the Dragon Balls. Wow, so many gifts. Cell is so good to me. Disciple of Cell, how do you play with all these? The Omni King shouted in excitement, feeling that these items would be far more entertaining than the monotonous planet chess. Trunks smiled and began teaching the Omni King how to play with each novel gadget. Every toy elicited laughter from the Omni King, who was utterly delighted. He even pulled Trunks over to his throne, and they played together. The gods present were astonished, none daring to utter a word. The Grand Minister, however, chuckled to himself. It seemed the Omni King was indeed terribly bored, and having someone to play with wasn't a bad thing. Clearing his throat softly, the Grand Minister drew the attention of the gods back to him. Now there are two remaining matters to clarify: the rewards and penalties of the tournament. As His Majesty the Omni King finds it arduous to manage all the universes daily, he has decided to select 8 universes with lower levels of civilization from the 12 to compete. The winning universe will be granted the Super Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling any wish. Conversely, the Grand Minister paused, his smile vanishing, replaced by a grave and stern expression. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais below felt a tremor in their hearts. Conversely, they will be erased, executed personally by the Omni King. The Grand Minister's visage turned exceedingly terrifying. Behind him, the Omni King paused his play, cast a brief glance their way, then resumed his joyful play with Trunks. But now Trunks' face grew heavy with dread. A chill of fear crept up his spine, as if frozen solid. Recalling Cell's towering figure and confident demeanor, he breathed a little easier, though the pressure remained. Not just him, but all the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and even Toppo, wore the same expression. Toppo, who had once considered befriending Cell, now harbored a deep grudge against that being from Universe 7. Clenching his iron fists, he glared at Trunks, playing with the Omni King, rage surging within him. A commotion erupted among the crowd. Many pointed fingers at Universe 7 and Beerus. Vermaud, who bore some old grudge, glared at Beerus, ready to attack. Witnessing this, the Grand Minister shook his head helplessly, instantly teleporting before the crowd. Silence, he commanded in a deep voice. As the civilizations of Universes 1508, A, and 12 have all reached level 7 or above, they are exempt from participation. The remaining universes must compete or face immediate annihilation. Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais of those 4 universes breathed a collective sigh of relief, silently congratulating themselves for not slacking off in their duties. They straightened their postures and began extolling the Omni King's wisdom and other praises. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais of the other universes, however, lamented their own laziness. Among them, Vados and Whis began their usual sibling banter, taunting each other. Beerus could evidently not accept such an outcome, shivering uncontrollably and seething with rage. When he caught sight of Whis chuckling beside him, his fury surged and erupted. Whis, what are you laughing at? What good does the disappearance of Universe 7 do you? Aren't you part of Universe 7 too? If we're eliminated in the tournament, won't you also be erased by Lord Zeno? Beerus voiced the doubts in his mind, unable to fathom why Whis could laugh so cheerfully. Whis paused for a moment at Beerus' outburst, then after a brief silence revealed a truth that Beerus found hard to accept. Lord Beerus, when Lord Zeno erases a universe, only its original inhabitants, the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the mortal worlds, vanish. This does not include us angels. We angels are merely here to assist and guide the gods of destruction. From a certain perspective, our connection to our respective universes is not that strong. Whis shook his head, covering his mouth with a cheerful grin, showing no trace of tension. At this, Beerus felt as if the sky were collapsing. He clutched his head in agony, pointing at Whis with a look of anguish. Whis, why are you angels so fortunate? Kampa, gritting his teeth beside him, turned pale and glanced at Vados, speaking with disbelief. Vados, is what Whis said true? You angels want disappear with the universe? Vados blinked her beautiful eyes and playfully raised a finger. Bingo. Lord Kampa, you're right. In the end, only Lord Kampa and Lord Fua will vanish. Boo-hoo, how sad. Vados covered her eyes with her hands, feigning a crying expression, uttering mournful sounds, as if grieving prematurely over the demise of Kampa and Fua. Vados, I'm not dead yet. And who knows the outcome? Maybe Universe 6 will emerge victorious. That's not impossible. Kampa, somewhat immune to Vados' constant teasing, folded his arms and turned his head away, speaking indignantly. At that moment, Vados and Whis exchanged a glance. Whis chuckled softly without a word while Vados shook her head helplessly and spoke in a resigned tone. Has Lord Kampa forgotten about Cell from Universe 7? His strength is no less than yours at your peak, my lord. And you haven't trained in decades. It's uncertain whether you could even defeat Cell in his current prime. Nanny. At these words, everyone present froze, leaving only Whis and the Grand Priest smiling behind their hands. The statement was as shocking as a cataclysmic explosion. All the gods began exchanging glances and arguing incessantly. The Grand Priest did not stop their discussion. Instead, he went over to Trunks and Zeno, joining them and playing with toys, seemingly allowing a bit of leeway here. After the Grand Priest left, many gods stood up and looked toward Universe 7 and Universe 6. Beerus, as the god of destruction of Universe 7, was also taken aback, right? They still had this trump card. This Cell might be troublesome, but his combat prowess was formidable. In a true unknown fight, I'd probably have to unleash many lethal techniques to overpower him, otherwise I could only beat him to death. At this thought, Beerus' face instantly lit up with a smile, and even the trembling Supreme Kai Shin straightened his back. They had completely forgotten about this true ace. Beerus sneered, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he looked at Whis, and then at the assembled gods, saying disdainfully, I know the strength of our universe's Cell. Even several of the gods of destruction here might not be able to. Let alone anyone else. They're all trash. In the end, Universe 7 will surely claim victory. Beerus exuded an overwhelming aura. This was the first time he had spoken so boldly in the palace of Zeno. Previously, he had been too tense to utter a word. Now he was brimming with confidence. After all, their universe had Cell. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Beerus, are you this insolent, even in the palace of Zeno? What Cell? Rivaling a god of destruction? Nonsense. Among them, the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 was the most vocal, drawing Beerus' glare. With a single glance, his divine pressure surged, silencing the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 instantly. The rest of the gods also fell quiet, and a dead silence ensued. They merely exchanged glances with their own Supreme Kais, hoping to learn if their universes possessed such talent, but all shook their heads in silence. Only the god of destruction and Supreme Kai of Universe 11 exchanged a knowing look, having someone in mind. Beside them, Topo clenched his fists, his head bowed, lost in thought. Enough talk. We'll see who's stronger when the time comes. Beerus snorted dismissively, unwilling to waste words on these fools. Meanwhile, Kampa of Universe 6 remained silent. He and Beerus were the ones who knew Cell's combat ability best. Honestly, given the current power levels, he wasn't sure he could beat that kid. He was done for. Universe 6 was doomed. Kampa clutched his head in despair, falling to his knees. He couldn't imagine anyone in his universe who could match Cell. Of course, if someone could actually win, he wouldn't need to be the god of destruction anymore. He might as well hand over the title. Seeing Kampa like this, Vados refrained from further taunts. Instead, she leaned close to his ear and whispered something that rekindled his hope, making him stare at Beerus with gleaming eyes. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that? The Super Dragon Balls could grant any wish, so reviving a universe would be no trouble at all. He could have Beerus revive them later. No shame in losing to Cell, and certainly no disgrace in losing to Beerus. With that in mind, Kampa sidled up to Beerus and kept whispering, annoying him to no end. Eventually, under some undisclosed conditions, Beerus waved his hand and said irritably, fine, I get it. Only then did Kampa return to his universe's camp with a grin. Grand Priest, I wish to spar with the disciple of Cell from Universe 7 to provide some pre-tournament entertainment for Lord Zeno. The competition is still some time away, and I'd like to showcase the charm of a fighting match to Lord Zeno in advance. The candidate god of destruction from Universe 11 suddenly stood up and addressed the Grand Priest beside the throne with deep respect. He guessed that Lord Zeno, who enjoyed fighting tournaments, would likely not refuse. Since that was the case, using this match to probe Universe 7's strength would be excellent. Besides, he had long been eager to face this Cell from Universe 7, but since Cell wasn't present, teaching his disciple a lesson would suffice. At these words, all the gods were once again astonished. What was happening today? Why was the meeting so different from usual? Unexpected incidents kept occurring. At that moment, Zeno, who had been playing with Trunks, heard the proposal for a fighting match against Cell's disciple. His large eyes sparkled with light as he smiled and said to Topo, that's fine. Grand Priest, I want to see it now. Grand Priest, I want to see. Zeno paused the movement of playing with his toy, turning to look at the Grand Priest and Trunks beside him. Both the Grand Priest and Trunks were taken aback. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, slowly turning his body, lowering his gaze to look down at this candidate for God of Destruction. Seeing his resolute expression, he smiled. Since Zeno-sama has agreed, then Trunks, you and this Mr. Topo from Universe 11 shall demonstrate the charm of a martial arts tournament for Zeno-sama. The Grand Priest's tone was light, yet carried a semblance of firm authority, exuding the imposing aura of a high-ranking being. Trunks nodded slightly, also turning his body to look at this so-called candidate for God of Destruction. A flicker of light shimmered in his eyes, becoming razor-sharp. The aura of his entire being instantly transformed like a drawn blade, sharp and penetrating. The two locked eyes, their gazes colliding. Trunks was not afraid of a sparring match. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. After all, he couldn't let Uncle Cell do all the work in the final tournament a year from now. He had to participate too, and getting a preliminary understanding of his opponent's strength was beneficial. A smile played on the Grand Priest's lips as he watched the two. He felt the vibrant energy of youth. He gently pulled his hands and pressed them lightly against the void. Instantly, the entire palace of Zeno was bathed in a brilliant white light, and the great hall began to shift and transform. The gods from various universes found themselves in a floating spectator stand. Zeno sat alone upon his throne, surrounded by his toys. Two pencil-like attendants stood solemnly and sternly on either side, their hands clasped behind their backs. Below, a circular arena was materialized for the match between the two. Trunks stood on the arena floor, a hint of shock in his eyes at such an ability to alter space and create objects from nothing with a mere gesture. Opposite him, Topo of Universe 11 snorted, staring intently at Trunks, as if there were some deep-seated enmity between them. He swung his massive arms, clenching his fists, producing a cracking sound of colliding bones. The Grand Priest appeared in the air between them, floating, and announced loudly, "Then you two shall compete according to the rules of the Tournament of Power to demonstrate for Zeno-sama and the other universes that will participate." Trunks nodded. "No problem." Topo bowed slightly. "Lord Grand Priest, I have no objections either." Hearing their affirmations, the Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction, flew backward, and declared in a deep, solemn tone, "Then this exhibition match officially begins." At the command, Trunks slowly closed his eyes. The surging aura around him vanished, concealed within. A sacred, majestic, and vast divine presence rose slowly from his feet. A fiery red radiance instantly enveloped his body, making his frame appear leaner. His purple hair, which had fluttered in the wind, also turned fiery red. Behind him, streams of light, like flames, danced. Trunks' body shuddered violently, and the radiance overflowed, filling his form before dissipating into the air. Clang! Trunks slowly opened his eyes, revealing black irises and crimson pupils emitting wisps of white light. A powerful aura expanded, shocking the assembled gods above, who cried out in astonishment. That is divine energy. How is that possible? Isn't he a mere mortal? How can he possess divine energy? And it is even more potent and sharper than that of ordinary gods. Belmod's expression darkened. He had felt a dislike for this one called Cell's disciple, especially since he was associated with that Beerus from Universe 7. Well, can Topo win? He forced a smile, speaking softly to the twin-tailed angel guide beside him. "Oh ho ho, Lord Belmod, please don't be hasty, dear. The fight hasn't even started yet. How could I possibly know the outcome? You aren't intimidated by that talk of Cell rivaling a god of destruction, are you? As things stand, this fellow named Trunks shouldn't be a match for Topo." Margarita covered her mouth with a light chuckle. She had spent considerable time training Topo. There was no way he would be easily bullied by a fighter from another universe. Hearing this, the clown-like god slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then let out a scoff. It was good that Topo had a chance of victory. Nearby, Beerus stood with arms crossed, his expression indifferent as he watched the scene below. He spoke to Whis. "That candidate for god of destruction from Universe 11. Can Trunks defeat him?" Beerus frowned. Although this kid had created a miracle last time, his opponent was a candidate for god of destruction, likely the strongest and most exceptional being in his universe, trained by a god of destruction and an angel. He was different from ordinary fighters. Whis took a small step forward, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Lord Beerus, Trunks hasn't even shown his true abilities yet, has he?" Beerus snorted, then suddenly laughed, placing his hands on his hips. "True. Why am I so tense? There's no penalty for losing anyway. I should trust the boy." Beerus smiled calmly, leaning back against the spectator stand, saying nothing more, simply watching in silence. After all, this was someone Cell had taught. Down in the arena, seeing a mere mortal possessing divine energy, Topo merely raised an eyebrow. He clenched his fists and charged forward, his massive fist aimed directly at his opponent's head. Trunks' expression was calm as he watched the towering man before him. He didn't dodge. He clenched his right fist, a surge of red light enveloping it as his power erupted. He threw a punch. The two met, heat in their fists colliding. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The immense force of the impact instantly shattered the ground, sending out spiderweb-like cracks that spread continuously, accompanied by ripples of energy and white shockwaves. Through the haze of smoke, a figure flew backward. It was the large Topo. He slid across the ground, his feet digging and creating two craters. The inertia dragged him further, carving two long furrows before he finally stopped at the edge of the platform, barely avoiding falling out and being eliminated. "Topo!" Belmod nearly shrieked, his eyes wide, clutching his head in disbelief. His candidate for god of destruction had fallen behind in their very first exchange. Topo glanced at his feet, where rubble tumbled. He stroked his mustache, and his own divine energy began to surge. It seemed he couldn't underestimate this boy. The smoke swirled and dispersed. Trunks' body radiated a brilliant white light, his eyes overflowing with resplendent streams of light. Beams of white light transformed into galloping sword chi. He raised his hand and gently grasped, and a dazzling pure white sword materialized. He gave the blade a slight flick, and a deep gash was carved into the ground. Trunks gripped the sword tightly with both hands, holding it horizontally before him, a grin spreading across his face. Second round began. Trunks raised an eyebrow, laying his long sword horizontally before him. A resonant sword cry echoed through the great hall, his fierce aura soaring skyward, his entire being like an indomitable blade cutting across heaven and earth. Topo, seeing this, placed his left hand on his right shoulder and gave a light shake. A crimson radiance surged around him, and the immense power within his body slowly emanated. A golden light blazed in his eyes as his battle force erupted. The two locked gazes. Trunks moved first, gently flicking the blade with his left hand, causing it to tremble and sing. As the formidable sword aura spread, his eyes shimmered with brilliant light. He pulled his right arm back slightly and delivered an unrestrained slash, the terrifying sword aura like a thunderbolt, swift and unrelenting, hurtling straight toward Topo. The slash carved a long trench across the ground, surging outward along the scar. Crimson divine energy enveloped Topo's body. He pulled his right arm back, and a majestic aura gushed forth, coalescing into a fluid flowing light that wrapped around his massive right fist. As the fist's momentum built, Topo's eye sharpened. He stomped the ground and lunged forward like a crimson star, trailing streaks of flame in his wake. The sword light clashed, the fist pressure surged, and the two forces collided. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. The ground around them shattered, and the entire arena was covered in cracks. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward, startling even some of the gods, who marveled at the sheer power and ferocity of these two demigods still possessing mortal bodies. Rumble. As smoke billowed, white luminous sword energy scattered like droplets, slicing into the arena. Topo's fist pressure remained undiminished. He turned his fist into a palm and crushed the still glowing sword energy, shattering it into nothingness. Panting heavily, Topo stood still. His righteous battle suit was covered in countless tiny cuts, and even his face was a bloody mess covered in superficial wounds. He shook his body, swept his right arm to clear the smoke, and assessed his condition. Minor wounds piled up with trickles of blood seeping out. Most severe was his right fist, where the glove had completely burst open, revealing a shallow sword wound from which blood flowed. In this exchange, Trunks was unscathed while Topo sustained minor injuries, a slight disadvantage. Feeling his injuries, Topo's expression darkened. Though they were minor, it showed that Trunks' techniques were overwhelmingly lethal, and the destruction of his righteous battle suit also began to anger him. On the dais, witnessing this, his eyes glimmered and a smile appeared on his lips. He said softly to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, it seems that since the last tournament, Trunks' sword techniques have grown sharper and more lethal. He must have undergone some training." Beerus twitched his ears, narrowed his eyes, and picked at them indifferently. "Oh, as long as the kid wins, it's fine. And it's obvious he still has another transformation in store. If Topo can only perform like this, he probably won't win." The Supreme Kaishin heard this and smiled warmly. Though he didn't understand these higher levels of combat, the situation clearly showed Trunks gaining the upper hand. Truly, as Cell's disciple, he was remarkable, always exceeding expectations. Topo, don't hold back. Give it your all of it." Belmod anxiously tore at his already sparse hair, scratching frantically. After all, this battle was proposed by Universe 11, and the fighter was a candidate for God of Destruction. Wouldn't it be shameful to lose? Moreover, the Omni King and the Grand Minister were watching. Margarita smiled and blew Topo a kiss from the air. "Good luck, sweetie." On the throne, the Omni King grew excited watching the duel, clapping his hands repeatedly. "Wow, Grand Minister, this is wonderful. Cell's disciple is truly impressive. I look forward to seeing Cell's performance in the Tournament of Power." The Omni King stood on his throne, his cute little face beaming with joy, his large eyes sparkling as he blinked rapidly. The Grand Minister floated in the air, chuckling softly. "Indeed, Your Majesty, this battle is intense and delightful. As for Cell, Your Majesty should look forward to his abilities." On the stage, Trunks' eyes were sharp, overflowing with brilliant white light. His long sword trembled in his hand, but he felt no joy from the slight advantage he held. After all, when he fought Broly last time, he slashed him from the sky, sending him crashing a kilometer away, yet Broly stood up as if nothing had happened and fought him heated, terrifying. So now, no matter the opponent, until they are unconscious, the battle is not over, and he cannot let his guard down. Trunks exhaled a deep breath. The sword energy he had just condensed was his strongest attack in his current state, yet it only caused minor injuries. Sensing Topo's surging aura, Trunks planted his sword into the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Crackle! A powerful energy surged from within his body. Trunks tore off the black vest covering his upper body, and dense dark red fur began to sprout all over his torso. A magnificent crimson radiance instantly enveloped the surroundings, the ground slightly sinking. His purple hair stretched and grew to waist length, and his body grew taller. Bathed in that magnificent crimson light, his purple hair turned violet red, his eye sockets reddened, and a furry dark red tail swayed from his waist, shimmering with faint light. Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Trunks suddenly opened his eyes. His azure pupils were veiled with a misty white sword aura that radiated outward, covering almost the entire arena, which became shrouded in a fog-like sword energy. What is this? Such a powerful and aesthetically pleasing body, so beautiful. A female god of destruction, seeing this, her eyes turned into hearts, a smile curling on her lips, her cheeks flushed, and she bit her fingers seductively. His power has made another leap. Beerus chuckled, grinning. The little guy has finally unleashed his full power. It seems this battle is getting interesting. The gods above were somewhat astonished by Trunks' transformation and the explosive increase in his power and aura. Wow. Grand Minister, Cell's disciple looks so cool. Awesome, haha. The Omni King's eyes sparkled, and he planted his hands on his hips, striking a fighting pose with a beaming smile. The Grand Minister hovered high in the air, a smile on his lips as he exchanged a glance with the Omni King. Candidate God of Destruction Topo, what will you do now? On the stage, Topo stood expressionless, lowering his head to gaze at his righteous, proud battle suit. His heart was conflicted and a fiery aura blazed in his eyes, tinged with reluctance. Finally, he looked up toward Belmont. Belmont, seeing this, froze in place. Then a grin suddenly spread across his face, his earlier panic vanishing. He lowered his hands. Topo, can you no longer hold back? The scene shifted. Topo suddenly tore off his righteous, proud battle suit, already shredded by the sword aura, and murmured softly, if it's not strong enough, then become stronger. Justice that destroys everything. Top tore apart the righteous garments he once wore with pride, donning the destructive divine power he deemed more just and powerful, which transformed into a battle suit of destruction. Behind him, the word justice was faintly inscribed by the destructive force. Boom. Mighty destructive divine power surged forth from Top's body like rolling waves, instantly elongating his stature. His once slightly hunched figure now stood erect, massive muscles bulging as deep pale purple destructive force roiled. Purple light flickered in his hands, and a special mark appeared on his chest. An overwhelming pressure instantly filled the entire hall. The timid, like the god of destruction of the ninth universe, upon witnessing Top's cold and powerful demeanor, felt fear creeping into their hearts, instinctively stepping back and swallowing hard. The Supreme Kai beside him, though somewhat astonished by this power, managed to appear relatively calm except for his trembling legs, the sweat pouring from his brow, and the cold sweat soaking his back. Among the gods, all the gods of destruction stood up, their expressions turning serious as they prepared to watch the match with full attention, for now this battle had become truly intriguing in their eyes. On the arena, Trunks glanced at Top, his body trembling slightly, his heart pounding with a thumping sound, the rush of blood echoing in his ears. His body quivered with excitement, a grin slowly spreading across his face as the radiant longsword in his hand blazed with dazzling light. Trunks raised his sword high, and instantly sword chi surged in all directions. The brilliant light shone like a great sun, illuminating the world. Most of the hazy, swirling sword chi gathered into droplets covering half the arena. The sharp sword chi emanated, making the air itself seem to prick the skin. Rainfall. Trunks murmured, his lips barely moving as he uttered the two words. The countless droplets of sword chi instantly erupted, hurtling toward Top, like a dazzling meteor shower, piercing the air with explosive roars. Top, aware of the ferocity of this sword chi, raised his right hand slightly. A dense mass of destructive divine power gathered, forming a large energy sphere of black swirling with purple. The ground beneath it instantly disintegrated into particles of light, leaving a massive crater, and thus it stood before him, blocking the sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi screamed as it filled the sky, raining down incessantly, majestic and grand. Countless droplets of sword chi crashed directly into the destructive energy sphere, each impact producing a sound before dissolving into particles of light, as if the energy was being absorbed. The destructive energy sphere grew larger, the sword chi becoming its nourishment. Trunks, seeing this, narrowed his eyes and murmured, so this is the power of destruction. It's the same as the power Uncle Cell wielded. Trunks slowly exhaled a turbid breath, gently swirling the radiant longsword in his right hand. The droplet-shaped sword chi continuously converged into it, enriching its power. The longsword grew ever brighter, Trunks' eyes turning almost pale white, overflowing with light as sword chi rampaged. Gazing into the distance where the gods hovered, recalling the tale of a mortal who with his sword cut down celestial beings, he thought to try the same, to fell a god with his blade. After all, the god of destruction candidate also bore the word god. With this thought, Trunks hesitated no longer. He formed a sword gesture with both hands, and the radiant white longsword swirled in the sky, entwined with strands of white light. Sword chi, like silk, caused the ground to crumble beneath its pressure. The blade emitted a pure, dazzling sword light that illuminated nearly the entire hall, both brilliant and blinding. Top, witnessing this, was startled, his pupils contracting. He then realized this was likely Trunks' final killing move. He slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with confidence, firmly believing that destruction could not be defeated. With that thought, Top stepped forward, his foot lightly pressing the ground. Power surged through his body, his aura roaring incessantly, and the ground split apart. Both sides of the arena shattered. After this strike, the entire arena would be destroyed, so this was the final move. Top looked at the majestic sword chi spreading before him, clenched his right hand, and forcibly channeled the destructive energy into it. The immense power made his hand tremble. It was too strong for him to bear for long. Fortunately, this punch was meant to be thrown. Cell's disciple, dare you take my punch? Top bellowed, his aura magnificent, the sound waves rolling through the entire hall. Why not? Then dare you take my sword? Trunks' eyes widened slightly, his whole body shimmering with white light. He lightly lifted his fingers, and the sword emitted a roaring cry barely containable. Come on then. Top's eyes blazed with purple light. He stomped the ground, which instantly exploded into particles of light. His entire body launched upward, then he stomped the void, descending rapidly, a streak of purple light cutting across the sky. The entire void shattered the distant space, twisted, the pressure surged, and the power of his fist erupted fully unleashed. Well met. Trunks parted his lips, slightly thrusting his sword gesture forward. A resounding sword cry echoed through the hall, followed by a flash of sword light that filled the entire space, illuminating the world. The long sword transformed into a flying sword surging forth. The gods in the sky were utterly stunned by the killing power of these two, especially Belmont, who had thought that once Top unleashed his destructive divine power, he would easily dispose of Cell's disciple. Now it seemed uncertain, for that sword strike was too terrifying. In his heart, only Jiren could block such an attack. And this wasn't even the 7th universe's highest combat power. If Cell, who was said to rival Kampa, were to come, he couldn't imagine how strong he would be. Would it be a complete crush? Returning, it seemed, he would have to train the Pride Troopers intensively within this year. Belmont's expression turned grim, and even Margarita beside him no longer smiled as arrogantly as before. She too was making comparisons. Go Trunks! Beerus shouted, his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone. Trunks on the arena smiled faintly. Yes, he was Trunks, Cell's disciple, but not just Cell's disciple. First and foremost, he was Trunks. Huh. Trunks thrust his sword gesture forward with greater force, colliding with the streak of purple light in the sky. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed, and the entire Omni King's palace seemed to tremble. The bright white sword chi scattering sword light slashed into the unstoppable destructive energy. The sword light surged forward, indomitable. In a muffled sound, Top in the sky spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pierced and slashed by scattered sword chi, and even his insides were filled with traces of it. But he didn't want to lose either. So fight. Aya! Top's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a roar. With sheer will, he forced out destructive energy, draining every last bit from his body, and unleashed a final punch. Crack, crack, crack. The sword shattered, breaking apart as pale purple energy swirled around it. Then it completely disintegrated. Top, like a true god descending from the heavens, charged toward a horrified Trunks below. Hey, even if I lose, I'm gonna punch you, you bastard. Top, frustrated from being constantly on the receiving end of injuries while his opponent remained unscathed, cursed in anger. His fist power erupted, and he flashed before Trunks. His massive right fist, trailing a lingering purple light, slammed forward with a sonic boom, shattering the void, aimed straight at Trunks' head. Bang! Under Trunks' incredulous expression, the punch exploded. His head took a direct hit, his face contorted, and he was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Then the entire arena collapsed and shattered. Thus the match ended. The arena collapsed, and the final result was a draw. Oh, they fell, both of them fell. Grand Zeno tilted his head, gazing downward. But Cell's disciple is truly remarkable. Oh, both of them fought with such ferocity. The Grand Priest, a faint smile gracing his lips, glanced at the equally satisfied Grand Zeno. He gave a slight nod, looking down, and spoke softly. Both contestants, Universe 7's Trunks and Universe 11's Topo, have stepped out of bounds. This match ends in a draw. As the Grand Priest's declaration concluded, the deities below began to murmur among themselves. Some discussed who Cell was to have nurtured such a formidable disciple, others deliberated over the selection of their own universe's fighters, and still more debated Topo's performance. Meanwhile, the god of destruction of Universe 11, Belmont, wore a livid expression, his fists clenched tight. In that final moment when he saw Topo shatter Trunks' sword with a single punch, he had believed victory was within grasp. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Beside him, Margarita glanced at Belmont's heaving chest, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she spoke. At least Topo didn't lose. It's a draw, wouldn't you say? Belmont's mood lightened somewhat at these words, yet his face remained sour. He covertly flipped a middle finger at Beerus, silently cursing, hoping that Universe 7 would be targeted by all other universes in the Tournament of Power a year from now, ideally being eliminated first. He refused to believe that among so many universes that Cell fellow from Universe 7 couldn't be worn down. Lord Beerus, it's a draw for both sides. We neither won nor lost. Whis, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a gentle smile. Beerus glanced downward, showing no surprise at the outcome. Such a fighting stage could never withstand such power, and in the end their opponent Topo was clearly exhausted. Had the fight continued, Trunks would likely have emerged the victor. That kid has put in some effort, hasn't he, Whis? Make sure to bring him to the realm of the gods of destruction for training. Our Universe 7 can't rely solely on Cell. A grin spread across Beerus' face as he waved a hand. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis replied, his eyes narrowing as he spoke softly. Below the stage, Trunks, dizzy and with blood seeping from his mouth and nose, was still somewhat disoriented. Beside him, Topo had reverted to his normal state, lying limp and half dead on the ground, his body riddled with small holes and a deep sword gash carved into his right fist. Cough. Cell's disciple, you are truly formidable. I never thought I'd have to unleash the power of a god of destruction to defeat you. Topo struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed on Trunks as he spoke. Hearing this, Trunks gave his head a firm slap, shook it a few times, and said in a deep voice, humph. I wasn't defeated by you. True, you broke my sword technique in the end, and I was caught off guard, not realizing you were already spent. I stood there frozen and took your punch. That's all. If this were a real, unrestricted fight to the death, you'd have been slain by me countless times over, and I guarantee you wouldn't have laid a finger on me. And I have a name. It's Trunks. Trunks let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp and hostile. This man dared to claim he had lost. Since his training under Uncle Cell, he had tasted defeat only against that one anomaly and remained undefeated ever since. He was no longer the greenhorn terrified by androids 17 and 18. Oh, Trunks, very well, you are strong. But above me there is one far mightier, Jiren. In terms of pure combat power, even Lord Belmod, the god of destruction, cannot match him. Toppo's eyes widened slightly, hoping to gauge Trunks' reaction. TCH. Everyone has a trump card. To be honest, there are two who are stronger than me, and one of them is Uncle Cell. He is so powerful that unless comparing to a top-tier god of destruction like Lord Beerus, no other god of destruction could possibly defeat him. That's no boast. Trunks thought this was what the man was getting at, only to hear such a claim. His Uncle Cell had now mastered the powers of destruction and time, elevating his combat prowess even further. What was Jiren compared to that? Trunks' tone dripped with disdain. He shook off the dust with a slight tremor, unwilling to waste more words. Slowly he flew back toward Universe 7's direction, but before leaving he bestowed a fraction of his energy upon that Toppo fellow, a gesture of respect for how he bore his near-death state without a cry of pain. Cell, what kind of person are you? Are you truly that formidable? Having received a small portion of Trunks' energy, Toppo regained some strength. He stood up, muttering in disbelief, then slowly returned to his own universe's camp. You've worked hard to let me heal you. Margarita blinked playfully, as if acting cute. With her staff, a streak of green light flowed into his body, instantly restoring him to full health. In Universe 7, Beerus' signal whisk similarly restored Trunks to his normal state. At that moment, the Grand Priest suddenly descended and spoke in a calm tone. Contestants of both universes, His Majesty Grand Zeno is most pleased with your match. Your duel has also revealed certain minor flaws to me. Rest assured, the arena for the final tournament of power will be built vast and robust. The match will last 100 tax 1 year from now at the Null Realm. Time is short. Prepare yourselves. The Grand Priest, who had kept his hands behind his back, extended them forward and gave a sudden gesture. In an instant, all the deities present were returned to their respective universes. Finally, with a smile on his lips, the Grand Priest bowed to Grand Zeno, who was playing with his attendants, and then vanished. In a world suffused with multicolored radiance, the Grand Priest materialized, gazing at the slumbering dark pudgy figure at the center, a hint of confusion in his mind. Tell me, are you an angel or something else entirely? What is your true origin? A chaotic timeline from the past. Now planet Namek. Beneath a green-tinged sky, the peace-loving Namekian race had recently fallen victim to the invasion of the galactic tyrant Frisia. Seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality, though truly he wanted to grow 5 centimeters taller, he began slaughtering Namekians and plundering the Dragon Balls. However, his plans were thwarted by Vegeta, who also sought immortality, a genuine wish this time. Vegeta killed Choi Dodoria Zarbin and others, eventually seizing the Dragon Balls from the spaceship. This enraged Frisia, who summoned the Ginyu Force. Amid the chaos caused by 2 Earthlings, Son Gohan and Krillin, Vegeta, learning of the Ginyu Force's arrival, rushed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make his wish. But the Ginyu Force was faster, seizing the Dragon Balls first. Captain Ginyu was en route to Frisia's ship with the spheres, while the others played rock, paper, scissors to decide their targets. The first chosen was Guldo. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest descended upon the planet. Suspended high in the sky above them, seated in the air, pink eyes fixed intently on Guldo, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he licked his lips and murmured, "Found you." On Namek. On a small island, a tall man with a pineapple-shaped head stood with his hands on his hips, glancing arrogantly at the short, sulking figure beside him, offering a slight consolation. "Oh, come on, Guldo. At worst, he'll let you have the final blow on Vegeta. Look, I've already given you the bald one and the brat." Rikum laughed loudly, showing no regard for the 3 before him, as a threat, nudging Guldo with his elbow. Fine." Guldo exhaled a heavy breath, shrugged slightly, then joined Rikum in loud laughter. On his ugly green face, 4 terrifying eyes rolled around. Cell, watching from above, felt a wave of nausea. He couldn't understand why villains always laughed with that grating ha-ha. Gazing at those 2 eyeballs distinct from ordinary beings positioned on either side of the head, Cell stroked his chin, a fractured light flickering in his eyes. As he glanced at those eyeballs, faint glimmers of light blossomed within them. To him, the light grew brighter and brighter until it became dazzling. Cell's interest was piqued. So that so-called time stop is the work of these eyeballs, huh? I wonder how much stronger and longer my grasp of time will become once I devour them. Time. Truly a captivating power. A slight smile curled at the corner of Cell's mouth. When that fool unleashes his time stop technique, it would be the perfect moment for him to claim his prize. For now, he would just watch the show. Below, Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan watched the arrogant pair, their expressions darkening. One of them indeed possessed a formidable aura, but the other. As Guldo began to approach them, Krillin grew irritated. He turned and shouted, "Gohan, release your energy." "Oh." Hearing the command, both let out furious roars. A surge of immense power erupted from their small frames, white flames of aura blazing around their bodies. The ground, unable to withstand the pressure, sank slightly beneath them. Their faces contorted with strained veins bulging on their foreheads, their skin tinged with red. Crackle. The sheer energy illuminated the surrounding space. Beep, 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 beep. The numbers on the scouter worn by the 3 leaped wildly. This dramatic increase in battle power caused a flicker of surprise in Rikum's eyes, who had previously underestimated them. Guldo, nearest to them, broke out in a cold sweat. Huh. In an instant, the 2 shot into the air, their white auras trailing brilliant tails of light. Guldo stared dumbfounded as they ascended into the sky. Krillin nervously glanced at the other three spectators. Beads of sweat dripped down his bald head shining under the sun. Seeing their indifferent expressions with no intention of intervening, he let out a soft sigh. Turning his head, he roared, "Gohan!" Son Gohan nodded slightly, crossed his hands above his head, and rapidly gathered a shimmering violet-gold energy sphere which he then thrust forward. Masenko. Krillin executed the Turtle School signature technique, pressing his hands together behind his back, forming a calyx shape. A surge of azure energy erupted and blasted downward. The two energy waves interwove, sending ripples cascading through the air, clearly intent on obliterating Guldo. Guldo's face twisted in panic. After a frozen moment, he adopted an arrogant expression, thrust out his hands, and shouted, "Stop right there." Instantly, a flash of light illuminated the entire area before him. Pale yellow ripples surged forth, freezing the space. The clouds halted, birds hung motionless, and the two energy waves stopped dead in the air. Holding his breath, Guldo prepared to flee. Suddenly, a radiant white torrent of light cascaded from the sky, enveloping Guldo's pale, yellow domain. It also ensnared G-Spurter and Rikum, who had been chatting behind him, and Vegeta, who stood tense and sweating. All were frozen in place. Shattered ripples manifested in the void. A green figure appeared behind Guldo, gripping his head and leaning down to whisper, "Little one, where do you think you're going?" As the words left his mouth, Guldo, who had been frozen, began to tremble violently. His head turned with agonizing slowness. Cell was slightly taken aback by the scene. After a moment's pause, his desire for those eyeballs grew even stronger. With a flick of his hand, he gently severed Guldo's head and carefully extracted the two eyeballs. In an instant, the shattered ripples vanished. The clouds resumed their drift, a breeze blew, and the two energy waves streaked down. Cell didn't even look up. With a mere tremor of his body, a sliver of his aura burst forth. The ki blasts, unable to withstand it, shattered into particles of light and dissipated into the air. Guldo, struggling to see his assailant, finally caught a glimpse of the figure's face. But the perspective was wrong. It was a reflection. Thud. A round green head rolled forward. Purple blood oozed from the empty eye sockets, pooling on the ground. My eyes. A scream echoed as Guldo shook his remaining head, his body collapsing. Amidst the scream came explosions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive blasts erupted. The scouters on the 3 behind them detonated before they could even sound an alarm, leaving charred marks on their faces. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Krillin and Son Gohan, who had teleported before Guldo, recoiled, instantly hovering in the sky. None were more shocked than Vegeta, who stood closest to the scene. The aura emanating from the green figure had frozen him stiff, as if his very soul had been locked in ice. Even now, he felt disconnected from his own body. Then before their horrified faces, the figure crushed Guldo's wailing head underfoot and swallowed the 2 eyeballs still dripping with purple blood. Ugh, good heavens. The taste is indescribable. Like a strawberry pie from old Mrs. Susan next door, but mixed with rotten, stinking fish eyes. Utterly revolting. Cell wore a look of extreme disgust, forcing a pained smile as he regarded the 4 before him. Then he raised a hand to wave at the 2 little ones hovering above. Gulp. A simultaneous swallow echoed from the 5 on the field. G struggled to suppress his terror, while Berter beside him took 2 steps back. For Berter, in that final moment, he had glimpsed the battle power on the scouter. He dared not even count the zeros. And this scouter wasn't an old model. It was a new prototype. Could all 3 scouters malfunction at once? At this thought, Berter's fear intensified, driving him backward. Geese, witnessing the scene, felt his heart pound wildly, sweat soaking through his battle suit. Only Rikum remained bewildered, staring with mismatched eyes at Guldo's crushed head. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. "Hey, who the hell are you? Messing up our rhythm. Looking for death. He'll grant your wish." Rikum danced on the edge of death, thinking to himself, sure, Guldo was trash, but he was still a member of the Jinyu Force. And now the 4 of us have to come up with a new pose. At this thought, murderous intent flickered in Rikum's eyes. He casually shoved Vegeta aside and glared at Cell. Me. Cell pointed at himself, feigning confusion. Just as Rikum was about to explode, Cell spoke softly, "I'm your daddy." Boom. Starting from the hand, Rikum had begun to extend, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. A faint light flickered and Cell absorbed it into his being. Cell tilted his head, a look of pure bliss on his face. Ignoring the trembling Vegeta on the ground, he walked toward Geese and Berter and asked gently, "Do you want to know who I am too?" "What? Do you two want to know my name as well?" Cell curled his lips into a smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he strode toward them. High in the sky, Krillin and Son Gohan both shuddered violently, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces etched with horror, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Gohan, did you feel that aura from him just for a moment? It's terrifying." Krillin's face was bitter as he instinctively retreated to stand beside Gohan, stammering out his words. Son Gohan swallowed hard, his eyes wide, and his heart pounding violently. He stammered, "Uncle Krillin, maybe we should run while we can. Right now it seems like no one can beat him. That guy with the pineapple hair who had such a strong aura died instantly. I don't want to die. I doubt even Dad could do anything." Gohan's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he glanced pitifully at Krillin. Seeing this, Krillin also felt his resolve waver. Gohan was right. With just the 2 of them, staying here would only mean certain death. Even if Goku were here, it would likely be futile. This nameless man was too powerful, and the Dragon Balls were no longer here. There was no reason for them to remain. Krillin cast one last glance at Vegeta lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, and made a harsh decision. A white aura erupted around him, his energy surging wildly, and with a brilliant flash he grabbed Gohan by the arm and began fleeing toward Bulma's direction. There was no choice. They could only wait for Goku to arrive on Namek and use his spaceship to leave together. Whooshed! The two shot away, leaving a streak of white light across the sky, their figures vanishing from sight. Sensing this, Berta was about to act when a deep, rich voice reached his ears. "Tell me, can the fastest man in this universe outrun me?" Cell appeared in an instant beside Berta, turning his back to him and lightly tapping his shoulder before continuing. "They'll give you 5 seconds, no 10. If you can move so fast that I can't detect you, we'll spare your life." As the words fell, Berta's nerves finally registered Cell's presence, and his fear of this man climbed to another level, even surpassing that of Lord Frieza. Cell was momentarily stunned. Did this guy really need a reminder? Sighing, he re-announced the rules of this game, and then declared it begun. Berta reacted swiftly, his blue aura flaring as he stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air, with all his might flying in the same direction as Krillin and the others. Cell chuckled softly at the sight. 10, 9, 8. Cell counted leisurely, utterly unconcerned, treating it as nothing more than an amusing game. After all his training had been so tedious, why not find some entertainment? Behind him, Jis was so terrified, he nearly wet himself, trembling from head to toe. He dared not flee. To survive, he dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before Cell, his head thudding against the ground in dull, repeated impacts. Cell glanced at him, finding it rather dull, and softly uttered 10. Instantly, a sinister grin spread across Cell's face as he vanished, leaving only a gust of wind that kicked up a cloud of dust which Jis inhaled. Cough, cough, cough. Sir, are you still here? Jis slowly lifted his head, a flicker of light in his eyes, his small pupils darting about as his bright white hair danced in the breeze. Just as he prepared to escape, the image of Guldo's gruesome fate flashed through his mind. With a shudder, he remained kneeling, resuming his kowtows to the heavens and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Krillin and Son Gohan sped through the sky, leaving a brilliant trail behind them. The wind howled past, yet they dared not slow down, desperate only to find Bulma lower their energy and hide. Krillin looked back and saw Gohan still on the verge of tears. He said in exasperation, "Gohan, don't be scared. We're temporarily out of danger, aren't we?" Hearing this, Gohan sniffled, forcing himself to hold back his tears, wiped his nose, and nodded seriously, stretching his arms forward as he flew ahead. Now that's the Gohan I know. A faint smile crossed Krillin's lips as he was about to turn back, but his body suddenly stiffened, as if frozen. He looked behind him, straining his eyes toward the distance, and spotted a glimmer of light. It was one of the Ginyu Force members. Terrified, Krillin's face went pale as he cursed, "Damn it, how is this possible?" Beside him, Gohan also sensed the overwhelming evil aura. Seeing Krillin frozen in place, he shouted, "Uncle Krillin, let's lower our energy to the minimum and hide." With that, Gohan dove toward a small island to take cover. Krillin, seeing this, squeezed his eyes shut, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and followed close behind. Thud, thud. The two hid behind the island, instantly suppressing their energy to the barest minimum, controlling their heartbeats and breathing to reduce their presence to nothing. Their eyes were fixed nervously on the direction from which the aura was approaching. Moments later, a blue figure enveloped in a deep azure aura streaked across the sky at incredible speed, the distant sound of air splitting echoing in its wake. "He's here." Gohan and Krillin tensed up instantly. As the deep blue aura swept past them, a sudden flash of light blazed, and the green figure descended like a divine being, cutting across Berta's path. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Berta, his eyes wide with despair, crashed headlong into Cell. In the instant before impact, he exploded into a mist of blood, meeting the same fate as his comrade. A gentle breeze swept through the air, scattering the blood mist. Tiny green particles of light flowed into Cell's body. He inhaled deeply with satisfaction, his deep penetrating eyes seeming to glance casually at the island where the two were hiding. That single glance made their hearts leap into their throats, nearly unbearable. Cell quickly averted his gaze, then vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the lingering stench of blood and the two of them heaving sighs of relief. Elsewhere, Cell reappeared, suddenly spotting Jis still kowtowing at his left foot and the now absent Vegeta. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he regarded Jis. He had expected this one to flee. Was he really that afraid of him? Cell stroked his chin with his left hand, while his right hand, cloaked in a white glow, gently lifted Jis's chin. He then spoke, "Answer me one question. If you answer well, I'll let you go." At these words, Jis shuddered violently, looking up at Cell, as if he were a god, nodding frantically. Cell smiled at the sight. "Good. If you and Berta were to form a team named after the two of you using just 2 characters, what would it be called?" Cell looked down at Jis with a knowing smirk, as if the slightest misstep in his answer would mean instant annihilation. Jis trembled, racking his brain, thinking desperately, until a spark of inspiration hit. He forced a pained smile, and answered Jihiba. During the time when the Ginyu Force was about to face an attack, their Captain Ginyu remained cheerfully grinning, having already arrived at the headquarters of his most revered Frieza, a spaceship that had been thoroughly wrecked by Vegeta. Whooshed! A streak of light flew swiftly from afar. Lord Frisia, seated in his hoverchair, greeted Captain Ginyu with a broad smile at the entrance, holding high hopes for him. Oh, Frisia's keen eyes caught sight of the 7 round orange Dragon Balls surrounding Captain Ginyu. His heart stirred with excitement, and his tail wagged incessantly behind him. Thud! A tall purple figure suddenly landed the 7 Dragon Balls around him, settling gently onto the ground. A confident smile spread across Captain Ginyu's face as he looked at Frisia in his hoverchair and spoke softly. Lord Frisia, the mission you assigned was handled with ease. I have brought these 7 wish-granting orbs to you intact. Ginyu bowed slightly, his smile growing even brighter as he gazed at Frisia, whose eyes were already gleaming with delight. Oh ho ho ho. Captain Ginyu, you have done exceptionally well. I am most pleased. I never imagined you would gather all 7 Dragon Balls so quickly. Summoning the Ginyu force was indeed a wise decision. Frisia's eyes glowed with a faint pinkish-purple light as his body slowly levitated, rising from the hoverchair and setting his feet on the ground. Creak creak. Frisia gently caressed each Dragon Ball, in turn his heart brimming with ecstasy. He murmured to himself, oh ho 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 ho. Finally, my height can grow a little more. 5 centimeters, no more, just 5 centimeters will do. Ginyu waved his hand and continued with a smile. I am deeply honored by your praise, Lord Frisia. If you permit, I would like to perform a dance of joy for you. Without waiting for Frisia's consent, he began dancing on the spot. Hasha hashu. Ginyu raised his right leg high, stretched out his arms, then lowered them, extending his legs and forming a large 5 with his hands hopping back and forth in rhythm. Watching his performance, Frisia's face flushed with a hint of red, whether from embarrassment or something else. Suddenly, a change occurred. Both of their scouter devices exploded simultaneously, emitting sparks and black smoke. Following these 2 explosions, a series of blasts erupted from the spaceship behind them, culminating in the ship itself exploding, blazing with flames and spewing dark smoke. What's going on? Frisia restrained himself, wiping the soot from his face. His earlier excitement vanished without a trace. Glancing at the wrecked ship behind him, a fiery anger ignited in his heart. Lord Frisia, are you all right? Ginyu was also startled by the sudden explosion of the scouter devices. In an instant, all the scouters in the area, including the large one on the ship, had burst apart. Recalling the moment of the explosion, Ginyu quickly turned his body and looked in the direction from which he had flown. That was the direction of his remaining team members. How could this be? Had another powerful warrior arrived? Or had a supreme being appeared on planet Namek? How could someone destroy even the new model scouters and the ship's instruments? Ginyu, that direction you came from, is it? Frisia spoke softly, barely concealing his anger and shock, though a hint of excitement lingered. A battle power strong enough to disable the scouters on his ship. Now that was a true powerhouse. Yes, Lord Frisia, but... Before Captain Ginyu could finish, Frisia shot forward, a surge of Saiyan aura erupting around him, stirring up a cloud of dust with its overwhelming presence. Excitement flickered in Frisia's eyes. Could such a powerful being truly match him in combat? Since his birth in this world, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. He longed to utterly destroy him. A cruel expression spread across Frisia's face, his purple eyes gleaming as he lightly licked his lips. Huh, what did you say? Say that again. Cell nearly doubted his own hearing. He dug in his ear, a grin spreading across his face. He felt he had encountered a true talent. To grasp his deeper intentions so quickly, Jeez smacked his lips, wearing a fawning expression, genuinely believing Cell hadn't heard clearly. His tone grew more confident, and he smiled before speaking. The Heba Force. Jeez's J.E. and Berter's Ba, together the Heba Force. Hearing this, Cell's smile widened, further convinced that this was a true genius. He lifted Jeez up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and continued, all right. You're not bad, kid. I'm satisfied with that answer. You can go. Jeez blinked, pointing at himself, then burst into joy upon realizing, but still asked again, sir. Are you really letting me go? Cell nodded slightly. This talent had amused him, whether he killed him or not made no difference. His energy wasn't worth absorbing anyway. He waved his hand with a hint of disgust, signaling him to scram quickly. Jeez bowed and scraped, scrambling away in a panic. His speed, Cell mused, might even surpass Berters, who boasted the fastest speed in the universe. Even Cell found it amusing. Cell stretched his waist, slightly patted his neck, and cracked his bones with a satisfying sound. He smiled contentedly. Just as he was about to leave the planet, he suddenly sensed a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura charging toward him at full power. Cell froze, a look of astonishment on his face. Really? I was about to leave and I let you grow those 5 centimeters. So what now? Are you coming to fight me? In a way, I'm practically your father, aren't I? Cell rubbed his chin, convinced he was. If he left now, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of his own son? That wouldn't do. Cell shook his head, curious to see what Frisia wanted. If he was coming to pick a fight, Cell vowed to tear off one of his arms first, and then make him think twice before speaking. Without a word, Cell stood there idly, pulling out a piece of strawberry cake to eat as he awaited the arrival of the so-called Emperor of the Universe. Shalu hung in the air, his hands clasped behind him, recalling the visage of the High Priest, and a semblance of a professional smile graced his face. He extended his hand, and a mirror materialized out of thin air. Gazing at his handsome reflection, Shalu admired it for a moment before retracting his smile and crossing his arms. He still felt that the mature demeanor of the High Priest was ill-suited for someone as young as himself. Perhaps such matters could be discussed when he was older. At that moment Shalu seemed to sense something, a wicked smile, suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth as he detected a unique aura. He lightly exhaled its here. With a whoosh, a streak of azure flame flew low through the air, swiftly cutting through the void. Upon encountering the lake, it splashed up 2 high arcs of water, revealing a small, beautiful rainbow under the blazing sun. As the azure flame dissipated a few meters from Shalu, it revealed a smaller figure. With purple skin and a tail, the arms and thighs adorned with stripes of pink, the figure's torso bore the exoskeleton of their frost demon. Atop its head was a gem-like structure of deep purple with long black spikes sprouting from either side. Its pink tail flicked gently, and its elongated eyes, no larger than beans, glinted with a chilling light full of indifference to life. Gazing at the imposing green figure before him, Frisia felt an inexplicable familiarity, but it was immediately followed by a hint of aversion, causing him to furrow his brow. This person was incredibly tall. He had to look up just to meet his gaze. How annoying. To be honest, Shalu had felt a bit of anticipation before meeting Frisia. After all, although he shared blood with his father, this was the first time he was encountering this person in reality. Upon seeing Frisia, Shalu grinned widely and straightforwardly asked, "What brings you to seek me out, Frisia?" Frisia was taken aback by the words, his expression darkening instantly as his aura began to surge, a terrifying might erupting. Looking at Shalu, who still wore an amused expression, he clenched his teeth, his inner fury reaching its peak. Damn, what a joke. He was the cosmic emperor Frisia. How could this person whom he found inherently annoying dare to claim to be his father? Damn it, how infuriating. Frisia's anger flared, his crimson eyes shimmering with a faint light as he extended his right hand, red energy glowing around it, and shouted, "Die." Seeing this, Shalu's expression turned cold. He neither moved nor flinched, his narrowed eyes momentarily widening as a glimmer of pink light suddenly appeared. In an instant, Frisia's outstretched right arm exploded into a bloody mist, blood spraying everywhere, and a moment later a scream echoed through the sky. "Oh, my hand." Frisia watched in horror as his hand was annihilated in thin air. His previously sullen face twisted into a ghastly expression filled with terror and disbelief. For the first time in his life, he felt the emotion known as fear. How terrifying, to have his hand explode without even lifting a finger. Frisia gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain without making a sound. "What? Want to make a move? You can try and see which part of your body you will lose next." Shalu spoke in a flat tone, his eyes filled with mockery as he watched Frisia. He wanted to see if this cosmic emperor had the audacity to strike again. Frisia's gaze toward Shalu was a mix of fear and trepidation, but more so a murderous intent to kill. His crimson eyes darted about, and his left hand trembled uncontrollably. After a moment, Frisia exhaled a breath of foul air and chuckled dryly. "I wonder which esteemed individual you are to claim to be my father. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Frisia forced a smile, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He had hoped for a physical clash, a contest of skills after which he would ruthlessly slaughter his opponent. However, he hadn't expected the situation to be like this. The gap between the two seemed too vast. When the disparity became apparent, the weaker party found it hard to muster a desire to resist. At this moment, Frisia and Shalu were akin to this. Frisia's murderous intent had nearly dissipated. Shalu let out a sneer, the mockery in his eyes deepening, yet he patiently explained, "I have your father's blood within me, so it's not incorrect to call myself your father. Besides, you should consider yourself fortunate. What's there to be unhappy about? Let me tell you, in terms of combat power, I am nearly on par with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction." Shalu mused for a moment, looking at the somewhat dazed Frisia, and continued. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he could reach the level of Lord Beerus without using divine techniques, but with his current power boost, and having learned the half-baked destruction and enhanced instant transmission, he figured he could at least exchange blows with the current Beerus. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Frisia's tone held a hint of shock and fear as he spoke uncertainly. This person could actually match Lord Beerus. He knew that Lord Beerus was not on the same plane as someone like him. The levels were completely different. What about himself? As he thought about this, Frisia's inner fear was being amplified infinitely. Shalu stroked his chin, observing Frisia's fearful expression, which was completely different from before. Inside, he felt elated. He truly had a talent for intimidation. Just look at how the king had been fooled. Of course, this was premised on the fact that he was strong enough. "Oh, this esteemed individual, may I ask what brings you to Namek? I would like to extend my hospitality." Frisia smiled somewhat obsequiously, lowering his head and daring not to act arrogantly, nor did he dare to inquire why this person had his father's blood. "I originally came to kill someone, and I was prepared to leave, but then you, King Frisia, appeared personally. How could I not give you face? But wait, who knew you would want to kill me right away?" Shalu waved his hand suddenly, as if recalling something. He asked, "Did you just obtain the 7 Dragon Balls?" Frisia's body jerked violently at the mention, and he gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a grimace for just an instant before quickly regaining composure, still smiling as he looked at Shalu. "If you desire them, I will gladly give these wish orbs to you." Frisia said this, but internally he was cursing. He had lost so many subordinates to acquire these Dragon Balls, and now they were being eyed by this person. How infuriating. What do you mean to kill someone? It's all nonsense. Why would a powerful being like him come to this shabby planet to kill anyone? It was merely to obtain these 7 wish orbs. Shalu seemed to have perceived Frisia's internal curses and smiled. "I want to take advantage of you. How about this? I can heal your right hand and add an extra 5 centimeters to your height. Shalu smiled enigmatically, looking down at Frisia, who was already short and now bowing his head. He believed Frisia would agree. After Shalu finished speaking, he looked at Frisia, who was somewhat surprised and slightly embarrassed, his face showing a hint of redness due to the awkwardness. Frisia gazed at Shalu's half-smiling expression, marveling at the other's prowess, as he could even read minds. Anyway, he had obtained the wish-granting Dragon Ball, and his wish was simply to grow 5 centimeters taller. Now that this individual had the willingness, why not take advantage of it? Just as Frisia opened his mouth, something flashed in his mind, and then his eyes brightened as he contemplated certain possibilities, suddenly holding his breath and shouting, "Is it true? Adoptive father." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it accurately reached Shalu's ears, causing him to freeze and place the smile on his face, momentarily disappearing. Shalu's body shook violently, unable to believe what he had just heard. "Frisia, what did you just call me?" "Adoptive father." "Yes, adoptive father." Frisia's face broke into a slight smile. Then he knelt in midair and said, "You said that my father's blood flows within you, so it's only right for me to call you adoptive father." Frisia laughed inwardly. He did not feel he had lost face. After all, this powerful figure would not joke around, which meant he indeed had his father's blood within him, making it only natural for him to call him adoptive father. Moreover, if my adoptive father's combat power could rival that of the god of destruction Beerus, then as long as I serve this esteemed individual well, I might just solidify my title as the emperor of the universe, becoming a true ruler. Shalu looked at Frisia, kneeling in midair, speechless. Did this mean he had gained another son? He shook his head. "Frisia, do you really want to become my son?" "That's not impossible." Upon hearing this, Frisia's smile grew even brighter, and he momentarily forgot the pain of his severed arm as he nodded. "What does adoptive father need me to do?" "Hee. If you want to be my son, you can only recognize me as your one and only father. Understood?" "Understood, very much understood. He'll take care of that old fool and all those occupying our territory." Frisia hurriedly nodded, a hint of cruelty appearing on his face. Hearing such declarations from him made Shalu laugh, inwardly thinking, what a devoted son. Now that's truly a devoted son. Such devoted sons are indeed rare. Shalu nodded in agreement with his unwavering loyalty. Frisia exclaimed in joy, "Son greets adoptive father." No, son greets father." "Huh. That's right. Come here, my dear son. Let me first resolve the issues with your arm and height." Shalu grinned. Pure white divine energy surged forth from his body with strands of green light flowing through. He waved his hand, channeling it into Frisia's body. Boom. The radiant energy alongside strands of divine power surged into Frisia's meridians, merging with his vital channels. In a short while, Frisia's right arm manifested and his entire body surged upward significantly. If one looked closely, he had grown exactly 5 centimeters taller. Just as Frisia was overjoyed, Shalu spoke again. "Now release all your power at once. It will only benefit your body." Feeling the changes in his body, Frisia nodded slightly, sank down to the ground, and then released all of his power in one go. Boom. The ground suddenly sank and cracked with countless fissures spreading in all directions, and a deep purple aura soared into the sky, unleashing a powerful and terrifying force. Oh! With a roar, Frisia's body was covered with dense cracks, as if he were shedding skin, but the aura emanating from him became increasingly overwhelming. Rumbling. The once green-tinged sky suddenly darkened, clouds thickened in an instant, and the deafening sound of thunder rolled as purple lightning flickered and danced within, crackling continuously. Illuminating Shalu's handsome face, his gaze flickered as he watched Frisia unleash his battle power on the ground. He intended for Frisia to transform into his final form all at once. In a sense, this wasn't really a transformation, but a form Frisia had evolved into to control his power. Now that he was allowing him to recover all at once, it would inevitably harm his body, tearing at his flesh. Of course, the vast amount of life energy and divine power he had poured into him would not go to waste, quickly repairing his damaged and torn flesh, making his body even stronger. A purple beam shot up into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, shattering the dark clouds and thunder, and in an instant the world became bright. A fierce wind surged around Frisia, wreaking havoc. Shalu raised his hand, and the remaining divine power and life energy within Frisia began to stir, instantly stopping the energy from dissipating, causing the towering purple beam to vanish. Zzz. Purple arcs of electricity danced around Frisia, flickering with electric light, and a figure resembling a white body embedded with purple gems emerged. Frisia's final form had made its debut. Frisia extended his hands, admiring his nearly perfect body and the energy within him that had calmed down. Now not only had he perfectly mastered all his energy, but under the influence of his father's special power, his strength had also increased significantly, approximately 5 times that of his original final form. With such power, it would be easy for him to deal with that meddlesome old man and that Galra who enjoyed mocking his height. Tap. Footsteps sounded as Shalu slowly landed, arms crossed over his chest, a smile on his face. "So how is it, my dear son? Are you pleased with this meeting gift from your father?" Frisia raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a smile, Father, I really like this gift. I can set off right now to kill those 2 clan members." "Not so fast. The Dragon Balls are still quite important to me. As for your original clan members' lives and deaths, you can decide." "Understood, son. Will listen to father in all matters." "Very good, then. I am giving you your first task: capture that damn Dales and obtain the spirit tree he possesses." Father, wait, there's a second task capture that waste named Shrag dead or alive, just bring me the corpse. P.S. brothers, let's have a wave of free gifts. Frasier raised an eyebrow slightly at this. His father was listing some figures with a bit of a reputation in the universe, but for him, now these were all tasks he could accomplish with ease. After all, it was a mission personally issued by his father, and he didn't trust anyone else to handle it. It had to be done by himself, especially that scion named Tarble who always opposed him. This was the perfect chance to crush their space pirate gang entirely. This would also be a good thing for the universe. Cell nodded, satisfied with Frasia's capable son. As long as he did the work and did it well, that was enough. All right, no more delays. Let's go. I can't wait. Without waiting for Frasia's reaction, Cell lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and the two vanished in an instant. Main timeline. Ever since the Grand Minister summoned all the deities, every participating universe had fallen into a state of panic. Among them, the 6th and 11th universes were the most diligent. Compa was screening the universe layer by layer for powerful candidates, disregarding moral character and ethics, focusing solely on ability and combat strength. He recruited them, and over the year arranged for top-tier fighters of the 6th universe like Kuru and Kale to train under Vados. He then placed them in a space with a different time flow from the outside world for rigorous training. After all, even if they couldn't secure ultimate victory, they couldn't afford to lose face in front of the other universes. In the 11th universe, under the persuasion of Destroyer Vermaud Margarita and Topo, all 10 official team leaders of the Pride Troopers, including Jiren, were pulled into training under the Angel Margarita's guidance. Meanwhile, matters like universal brawls and incidents involving the Pride Troopers were all handed over to Destroyer Vermaud. Vermaud's temperament had turned exceptionally sour after the tournament at the Omni King's palace. Any evildoer he saw was promptly destroyed. Accompanied by Kaioshin Kai and his attendant, he could teleport wherever he wished instantly. As a result, law and order in the 11th universe improved dramatically for a time, and the entire universe seemed to enter a phase of peace. Of course, it wasn't just these two universes. The other participating universes were also undergoing grueling training. The overall level of the universes seemed to have been elevated considerably during this period. 7th universe. Trunks had already taken Broly to the realm of the gods, where he was taught by Whis and sparred with Destroyer Beerus. Among them, Son Gohan had made the most progress, mastering Limit Break in a very short time. Naturally, Son Goku had also grasped this technique. Now in the realm of the gods, Vegeta and Son Goku were sparring. Trunks was testing himself against Beerus, and Son Gohan was facing Broly. The requirement for Son Gohan to fight Broly was also conveyed by Cell through Trunks along with that message. During his battle with Broly, Son Gohan constantly pondered those words, believing that once he comprehended them, he would attain a tremendous power, unleashing all the potential hidden within him in a single burst. Earth. Capsule Corporation. The weather was not good today. Dark clouds filled the sky, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the entire planet. Thunder rolled continuously within the clouds, roaring and flashing with dazzling light. Drip drop. Soon raindrops from the clouds followed one after another, pouring down in a torrential downpour. From a distance, they formed dense silken threads, striking the ground with a series of sounds and creating tiny bubbles. Crack. Hyde slowly stretched his waist, leaning against the edge of the corridor. Resting his head on his hand, he stared blankly at the sky. The heavy rain fell, hitting the ground, and the air was filled with the slightly pungent scent of earth. Doctor, what are you doing here? Yeah, it's raining. Why aren't you going back to your room? Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, patrolling nearby, spotted Dr. Hyde standing in the corridor and walked over. Nowadays, the entire Cell squad was roaming around Earth ostensibly to protect it, but in reality, they were just out having fun. The task of Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 was merely to guard the entire Capsule Corporation, or rather to protect their creator Dr. Hyde. Hyde slightly raised an eyebrow, glanced at the two, and pulled a chocolate sandwich cookie from the pocket of his white lab coat. Eating it, he said, "I'm bored. There's nothing particularly special to do now. The debugging of Cell Promax is also complete. Now I'm just waiting for Hero Cell to absorb him in a year. The mass production of the Eternal Energy Furnace is also done. I've been thinking about creating some new androids, but I have no inspiration. So I came out to look for some inspiration." After finishing one cookie, Hyde pulled another from his pocket, his expression turning quite wistful. For some reason, whenever he didn't see Hero Cell for a while, he felt a lack of motivation. "All right, doctor. You keep looking for inspiration. We'll go on patrol. Let's go, Gamma 2. Gamma 2 made a peace sign at the doctor, grinned mischievously, and left, leaving Hyde alone staring at the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder exploded violently, turning the entire sky a brilliant white as a fierce flash of light blazed. Directly above Capsule Corporation, the space began to warp and twist, collapsing inward to reveal a dark passage. From within, a figure slowly emerged. The figure wore black-gray martial arts attire, had a crab-like hairstyle, and slightly dark skin. His eyes, sharp and tinged with killing intent, opened as he hovered high in the air, coldly gazing down at the buildings below and the bustling human populace. Raindrops evaporated instantly upon touching him. His right hand habitually rubbed the silver-white ring on his left hand, turning it continuously. With a dazzling flash of light, the passage behind him vanished instantly. The black-clad figure looked at the familiar buildings below and smirked. "Capsule Corporation, huh? Consider this a welcoming gift to this world." His hair swayed in the breeze, and his stern face was now filled with malevolence. He raised his hand slightly, and a bright yellow energy sphere instantly formed, hurling it directly at Capsule Corporation. Whoosh! The bright yellow energy sphere was compressed and deformed by the immense energy as it hurtled downward. Boom! The explosion resounded through the sky, piercing through the clouds and leaving a bright white streak that illuminated the world. A blue energy wave surged upward, blasting it apart. My! The black-clad figure frowned slightly, looking down. He clearly hadn't sensed any powerful aura. Whoosh! Just as he was puzzled, two figures flew out from below, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. They assumed combat stances, one in front of the other, righteous and imposing as they faced the black-clad man. Gamma 2 exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Son Goku." Gamma 1 scrutinized for a moment, then furrowed his brow and shook his head. "No. 2, use your justice detector and take a good look. This person before us is absolutely not Mr. Sun Wukong. The evil on him has piled up. He is evil, an enemy merely bearing a slight resemblance in appearance." After Gamma 1 spoke, Gamma 2 was stunned for a moment, then sensed a thick malevolence emanating from this person who closely resembled Mr. Sun Wukong. The two immediately assumed combat stances, ready for battle. Black Wukong looked at the oddly dressed pair before him, his expression filled with intense curiosity. "Oh, you know Sun Wukong too? Then hurry up and call him over. Although I don't know why you two have no aura, I am invincible." Black Wukong extended his right thumb, pointing at himself, a confident smile hanging on his face. Ridiculous. There's no need for Mr. Sun Wukong. The two of us can thrash you soundly." Gamma 2 extended a hand, pointing to the deep mountains behind. "Let's go over there to fight and see what big talk you can make." Black Wukong raised an eyebrow, finding the two before him both foolish and somewhat amusing. Humans truly are a stupid race. What's the harm in fighting right here? Black Wukong clenched his fists slightly, and the divine aura within him burst forth. Peach blossom-colored light instantly filled the entire sky, and a formidable pressure radiated outward, creating rippling waves. Black Wukong's body was enveloped in a layer of peach blossom-colored flowing light, with specks of light swirling within. His hair lifted slightly, also tinged with peach blossom hues, and his pupils transformed into a pale white. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world or displaying his own form. Black Wukong looked down from on high, feeling the endless energy surging within him and his own beautiful figure. He sighed in admiration. "This is the most beautiful form the gods have bestowed upon humanity, yet you humans abuse such power. How ugly. Disappear." With a furious roar, Black Wukong's eyes filled with disgust and anger. The flowing light in his hands flickered, and with a sudden pull, a dazzling radiance shone forth. A white scar streaked across the sky, surging toward the ground where the Capsule Corporation stood. The beautiful peach blossom-colored scar dragged a trail of sparks behind it, flowing with iridescent light. Gamma 2 and 1's expressions twisted in an instant. They transformed into streaks of light and chased after it, but the scar was too fast, they couldn't catch up. Just as it seemed the scar would shatter the entire Capsule Corporation. On the ground stood a sweet-looking woman dressed in a pure black suit. She pulled out a strange cannon-like weapon from behind her back and aimed it at the scar in the sky, pulling the trigger. Zzz. Bang! A dazzling bright blue energy beam burst forth, shooting into the sky. As the energy surged, it crackled and collided with the peach blossom-colored scar. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. Waves of powerful energy radiated outward. The bright blue energy beam was sliced open by the peach blossom scar, and countless bright blue bolts scattered, shooting into the sky, tearing through the clouds and illuminating the entire heavens. Sweet frowned as she saw her energy cannon losing ground, but she made no other move, silently increasing the power output. Boom! The originally bright blue energy beam instantly expanded into a pillar of light, in an instant breaking through the peach blossom scar and hurtling toward Black Wukong, who held an energy blade in the sky. Black Wukong looked slightly surprised at the woman on the ground. He increased the energy flowing into his right hand, and the energy blade in his hand instantly transformed into a long scythe shimmering with a purple luster. He chuckled softly, fingers twitching. Just as he was about to strike, he never expected two pillars of light to surge up from behind and beneath him simultaneously. 3 beams, bright blue, azure, and fiery red, arrived in an instant, catching him off guard. Nanny! Black Wukong's pupils contracted. The scythe in his hand transformed into a barrier of energy to shield his front. Bang! Powerful energy ripples spread outward, and a thunderous roar resounded across the sky. The 3 beams of light slowly intertwined instantly, sending Black Wukong flying thousands of miles, crashing him into a desolate wasteland. Bang! Black Wukong crossed his arms in front of him to block his body flying backward and smashing into the ground, carving a long, deep trench, shattering rocks and pulverizing earth. At the Capsule Corporation, Sweet put away her rifle and looked up at the sky, frowning. "That guy is up to you too. Go after him." Gamma 1 and 2 made a gesture to Sweet, then transformed into 2 streaks of light, chasing in Black Wukong's direction. Watching the distant figures, Sweet turned helplessly to Dr. Hito, who was hiding behind her. "All right, Doctor, the crisis has passed. You can go back to your experiments now." Sweet ignored Dr. Hito and returned alone to her room. Hearing this, Dr. Hito opened his half-squinted eyes, looked around at the empty surroundings, and let out an awkward laugh. currently at the Capsule Corporation. Bulma had gone to Mount Pozu to keep Shishi company, and her parents were traveling the world. So all the major affairs of the Capsule Corporation were left to him to manage. In an extremely desolate area, a massive crater and a long trench had been blasted out, smoke still dissipating into the air. Cough, cough. This timeline is strange. Not only is Son Wukong absent, even Trunks and Vegeta are missing. Instead, 3 weirdos I've never seen before showed up. Black Wukong frowned deeply, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered. He struggled to prop himself up, panting heavily. Heh, I don't know where they came from, but their combat power is not to be underestimated. Good thing I still have a trump card. Black Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, took a senzu bean from his pocket, and tossed it into his mouth. Then he stood up, lightly brushed his black attire, and in an instant the tattered clothes restored to their original state. He stepped forward in his white combat boots, his gaze disdainful as he looked at the 2 streaks of light approaching. He slowly levitated in the sky and clapped his hands. Clap, 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 clap. You've done quite well. As humans, you deserve some encouragement. Black Wukong applauded, a hint of mockery in his eyes. His body suddenly shuddered, and a powerful aura surged into the sky. Peach blossom-colored flowing light appeared in his right hand, forming into a long scythe, its tip glinting, as if dripping with blood. Swoosh. The 2 streaks of light arrived one after another. Gamma 1 and 2 positioned themselves on the left and right, their specially made energy guns aimed at Black Wukong. Gamma 1's expression was stern, a hint of anger in his eyes. He shouted loudly at Black Wukong. You are surrounded. We do not accept surrender, only destruction awaits you. Not only Gamma No. 1 but also Gamma No. 2 wore the same expression. Without Xiao Tianshan's help in the Capsule Corporation, their creator Dr. Hito would have been severely injured if not dead. Most importantly, if the monster inside were to be released, the situation would spiral out of control. Observing the expressions of Gamma No. 1 and No. 2, Black Goku smiled, pressing his left index and middle fingers lightly against his temple before revealing a helpless look. Humans are but humans, forever unable to comprehend the radiance and grandeur of a god. Black Goku closed his eyes slightly, his face a picture of ecstasy, so much so that Gamma No. 2 felt nauseated and raised his energy gun to fire at his head. Whooshed! A cerulean energy sphere shot forth with lightning speed, causing the very air to tremble. Black Goku slowly opened his eyes, a glint of crimson flickering within his gaze. He raised his right hand, and a bloody slash flew out, shattering the energy sphere instantly and hurtling toward Gamma No. 2. Gamma No. 2's expression turned grave as he faced the incoming slash. He unleashed his full power, and a surge of potent energy erupted around him, swirling into a cerulean stream that coiled about his form. Huh! Gamma No. 2 bellowed, raising his energy gun. Power converged with sparks of electricity dancing around, and a formidable beam of cerulean light formed, colliding with the attack. The immense forces clashed, sending out shockwaves of energy that rippled outward. The ground beneath them collapsed, shattering rocks and sending fissures spreading in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Black Goku smirked. He formed a sword gesture with his left hand, touched it to his forehead, and vanished in an instant. Gamma No. 1, watching from the side, saw the black-clad figure disappear and immediately burst into motion, shouting to Gamma No. 2, watch your back. These words startled Gamma No. 2, who was in the midst of unleashing his wave. With energy at maximum, his movements had become sluggish. As he prepared to retract his power and twist around, a figure materialized behind him. Too late. With a sinister grin, Black Goku arrived in an instant. He pulled back his right arm, which swelled up the air, screaming as space itself was rent by the blade of his scythe, and the energy trailing it all hurtling toward Gamma No. 2. Amid the clashing energies, Gamma No. 2 was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The strike carved a deep abyss-like gash into the earth. No. 2. Gamma No. 1's voice rang out with a tragic tone as he stowed his energy gun and unleashed his full power. The immense energy billowed his red cape, and a fiery crimson radiance blazed upward. A formidable pressure emanated as his might spread. Gamma No. 1 spoke deliberately, die Black-clad 1. With that, he charged straight toward Black Goku. Seeing his opponent unarmed, Black Goku felt a surge of excitement and dismissed his energy scythe. And the last one to die? Fearless Black Goku let his energy ripple outward, a peach-pink radiance shimmering. Power surged from within, and he lowered his stance, slightly stepping forcefully on the void before darting forward like an arrow. Gamma No. 1 clenched his right fist, the concentrated energy distorting the space around it. A fiery tail trailed behind him, and when he was a short distance from Black Goku, he hurled the punch. Black Goku did not dodge. His right fist, coated in a peach-pink glow, swelled instantly. He swung it abruptly, the air screaming with sonic booms. Their fists collided. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted. White shockwaves surged, and the dissipated energy formed golden arcs that struck the ground, creating huge craters. The resulting shockwaves shattered rocks and tore the earth apart. Both were sent flying by the immense force. Just then, Black Goku burst into laughter and charged forward again. I must grow stronger. Gamma No. 1 undaunted charged as well. They clashed repeatedly in the void, each punch generating muffled thunder. The powerful energy exploded continuously, sending white shockwaves billowing into the distance. As they fought, a figure slowly emerged from the deep chasm. Gamma No. 2. Blood streamed down Gamma No. Two's back, and the cape symbolizing justice had been reduced to ashes dispersing in the air. He watched the battle between No. 1 and the black-clad figure. The longer Black Goku fought, the more arduous it became. This transformation consumed immense stamina, making prolonged combat disadvantageous. Seeing that his opponent's strength and speed remained unchanged from the start, he was inwardly astonished. His own stamina was depleting from the fight. Why did the other show no signs of fatigue? At this thought, Black Goku's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth, attempting to create distance. A good opportunity. Gamma No. 1's eye sharpened. He noticed the black-clad figure's stamina was nearly spent, leaving a glaring opening. Seizing the advantage, Gamma No. 1 suddenly lowered his stance, twisting his waist. His right fist gathered energy to an unstable degree, and with a unified motion of waist and hips, the fiery crimson radiance blazed. He pulled back and then thrust his fist straight at the black-clad figure's chest. Bang! Black Goku's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembling. The tremendous force sent him flying, leaving a deep inward dent on his chest. Blood trickled from his mouth as he hurtled backward toward the ground. Seeing such a perfect chance, Gamma No. 1 pushed his energy to a supercharged state, flying at extreme speed to catch up to the reeling Black Goku. Then, with Black Goku's horrified gaze, he grabbed his head, gathered power, and slammed him downward with tremendous force. The impact shattered the ground, creating an enormous crater that burrowed deep into the earth, forming a long tunnel. Crash! Dirt burst outward, and the entire earth seemed to tremble. Dust and smoke filled the air. No. 2. Gamma No. 1's voice rang out high and clear. Gamma No. 2, who had been observing from the side, rushed over upon hearing the call. Simultaneously, they drew their energy guns from their holsters, their bodies surging with supercharged power as energy flared up. Massive energy converged at the gun muzzles, crackling with arcs of electricity, sparks flickering intermittently. Gamma No. 1 and No. 2 exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Die!" They pulled the triggers, and 2 blinding beams of light erupted, intertwining into a single, even more dazzling pillar that plunged straight into the tunnel crater. A brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire world burst forth, the immense energy causing the air to explode directly, the void twisting and finally shattering into a massive rift. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as rocks crumbled and disintegrated. The powerful energy wave blasted the stone layer on the surface the moment it struck, erupting violently along the collapsed tunnel. Deep within the tunnel, Black Wukong was drenched in blood, fresh blood gushing from his head. The upper part of his garments was torn to shreds, leaving only tatters. His chest was caved in, and his aura was incredibly weak. Cough, cough. That was nearly the end of me. Black Wukong slowly raised his head, blood still spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yet he grinned, revealing a faint smile. His originally pale white eyes were now bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. He no longer wished to toy with them. He intended to kill these 2 ugly humans right now. Black Wukong casually raised his hand, and a green senzu bean materialized. He flicked it into his mouth. Instantly, his body shuddered violently, muscles swelled for a moment, and all his wounds healed completely. His depleted stamina was replenished, and his body brimmed with power. Bang! 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 The sound of shattering rocks reached Black Wukong's ears. He looked up, his eyes surging with scarlet, murderous intent. His brow furrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up, filled with malice. Boom! Black Wukong's gaze turned grave. He clenched his fists tightly, and a stream of gray-black radiance instantly erupted, overwhelming the pink hue around him. His entire being was suddenly suffused with a dense aura of death and oppression. A power many times greater than before surged forth. Standing in the void, he drew his hands to one side in a calyx shape. Then a gray-black energy filled with desolation manifested. As a dazzling light appeared before him, he fiercely thrust the energy forward. Bang! The powerful energy shockwave instantly transformed into a thick pillar of light. The surrounding rock layers exploded instantly, the energy spreading for dozens of miles. The entire earth began to tremble violently. The pristine blue sky and white clouds were instantly overtaken by a gray-black hue. Dark clouds billowed, creating an atmosphere akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Black Wukong sneered and shouted, "Get out of my way." As his words fell, the energy wave in his hand instantly doubled in thickness, sending the combined energy wave of Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 flying away. Above, Nanny, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 felt the force pushing back against their hands. Not only were they forced backward, but their eyes were filled with overwhelming shock. How is this possible? Gamma 1 was the most shocked. That man in black should have been severely wounded by him. How could he still have the strength to withstand their combined overload attack? Who exactly is he? Their expressions grew worse and worse. The power in their hands was increasing, reaching a point they could no longer sustain. Number 2, I can't hold on any longer. Tactical retreat. Gamma 1 gritted his teeth, his face pale, as he looked at Number 2. Gamma 2 nodded with difficulty. Then the 2 instantly separated, fleeing in opposite directions. This man's power was too immense, they needed to request backup. Boom. Without their sustained power, the dazzling energy wave was instantly repelled by Black Wukong's gray-black energy wave. It shot into the mysterious cosmos with incredible speed, annihilating all the void along its path. From the ground, it looked like a deep, dark scar had been carved. It slowly writhed, then stretched and healed on both sides. Whooshed! A figure emerged from the deeper depths of the earth, his entire body ablaze with a gray-black luster, countless tiny pale, white light particles flickering. Black Wukong now stood high in the sky, his eyes lowered, filled with a blazing pale white light. His flowing hair was dyed a gray-black with a single strand of bangs hanging down. An aura of annihilation and death permeated his being. He raised his hands, clenched them into fists, feeling the immense power within his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up continuously. This was the supreme state he had achieved by killing countless Sun Wukongs across numerous timelines and countless filthy humans. It was the perfect mastery of Sun Wukong's power combined with his own divine strength, a testament to their mutual growth, the most beautiful form of a god. Black Wukong reveled in it for a moment, then cast a sidelong glance at the void beside him and spoke calmly. All right, stop hiding. Come out. If you can't find Sun Wukong, then just annihilate the humans on this planet. As Black Wukong's words fell, the void beside him began to twist and distort. Finally, a white light appeared slowly, forming a passage from which a figure emerged. Heh, it's rare for you, senior, to have such a strong fighting spirit. I really didn't want to intrude. A faint voice echoed, and a figure identical to Black Wukong slowly materialized. A silver ring also gleamed on his left hand. He was Zamasu, the Zamasu who had just stolen Sun Wukong's body. Black Wukong glanced at him and said flatly, I never expected you to help me. You haven't even fully mastered Sun Wukong's power yet. Coming to help me would just be suicide. Let's just kill all the humans on this planet first. Zamasu narrowed his eyes, his brows drooping. Both of them looked in the same direction where the life energy of many humans was concentrated. They exchanged a glance, and the malice in their eyes flared up simultaneously. Their bodies vanished in an instant. A certain past timeline. Planet Namek. Two short earthlings were stealthily leaping low across the ground, their forms blurring with incredible speed. Gohan, hurry up. It's too dangerous here. We need to find Bulma and regroup. Klin glanced at Son Gohan with a grave expression, not slowing his pace for a moment, but rather quickening his steps. The situation on planet Namek was too complex now. For the sake of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta and Frieza's forces were already here. Now a god of death had appeared with unfathomable power. The matter of the Dragon Balls would have to wait until Goku arrived. Son Gohan lowered his eyes, still not recovered from the scene earlier. The sight of those villains being blown into a bloody mist had traumatized his young heart. Seeing Uncle Klin's figure fading into the distance, he simply quickened his pace to catch up. At Frieza's headquarters, a figure with red skin and long white hair came dragging a trail of red light. Jees had mustered all his strength and finally met Captain Jinyu at Lord Frieza's base. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes, turning into droplets that streamed down his face, making him look rather pitiable. Captain Jinyu was idly showing off his unique dance when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He slowly looked up and said with some surprise, Jees, you're back alone. Where are the rest of the team? Then Jinyu's body shuddered violently. Remembering the high battle power reading earlier, a possibility dawned on him. Thud. Jees landed on the ground in an instant, facing Captain Jinyu with a trace of fear lingering on his face. He spoke in terror. The others. All the others are dead, killed by a mysterious person, and the only one left. Nanny. Jinyu's face twisted instantly. His forehead was already bulging with purple veins, and now they were even denser, clearly indicating his fury. Whoosh! Just as he was about to say something about avenging them, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jees's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it would split. His finger trembled as he pointed at one of the figures. Seeing his reaction, Jinyu also looked up. One of the figures saw Jees and suddenly smiled a radiant grin. Yo, isn't this the chicken from the Jinyu force? The word chicken was heavily emphasized. Cell turned his head, casting a glance, and a grin instantly spread across his face. Beaming with delight, he looked at the trembling Jees and spoke with a playful tone. Oh, isn't this the chicken from the Heba squad? How come you're so pathetic after a while? Heba squad? What's that? Frieza, seeing his father so amused, turned around as well, following his gaze. It was indeed Jees, a member of the Jinyu force, his face contorted in terror, his entire body trembling. Seeing this, a hint of doubt flickered in Frieza's eyes. What about this Jees was worth his father's laughter? Frieza. Lord Frieza. Jinyu first looked at the towering figure of Cell, then at the slightly shorter figure beside him, and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. To be honest, he almost didn't recognize him, but upon seeing those familiar eyes and feeling that overwhelming pressure, Jinyu quickly pieced it together. Oh ho 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 ho. Lord Jinyu, you truly are my most loyal and capable subordinate. You recognized me at a single glance. Frieza narrowed his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, speaking cheerfully as his tail began to sway behind him. Allow me to introduce you. This is my father. Frieza paused mid-thought. Right, he hadn't asked for this lord's name yet. Cell, just call me Cell. Cell said with a smile. Frieza quickly composed himself and continued, yes, you will address him as Lord Cell. Upon hearing this, Jinyu was stunned for a moment, feeling as though his ears were playing tricks on him. He then turned to look at Jees, only to see the same look of shock on his face. It finally dawned on him that this must be the source of that incredibly high battle power he had sensed. He bowed deeply and quickly said, Captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu greets Lord Cell. It is an honor to meet you. Beside him, Jees forced himself to suppress his expression and bowed as well. Jees of the Jinyu force. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Cell. Cell raised an eyebrow slightly. Honored. How honored. Jinyu. Jeez clenched his teeth and remained silent. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Cell looked at Jinyu and continued, and you're a bit too early to be honored. The Jinyu force is already a thing of the past. Cell frowned slightly as if a thought occurred to him, then he smiled and said, but now it can be called the GG Squad or the GG Squad. Haha, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Jinyu knew that this was the culprit who had annihilated his comrades. After all, he had never heard of Lord Frieza having a father named Cell. His father was King Cold and his brother was Lord Cooler, both of the Frost Demon clan. This green-skinned creature before him was definitely not of the Frost Demon clan, let alone someone who could make Frieza claim a different father. But since Lord Frieza himself had acknowledged it, it meant this being was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Nevertheless, Jinyu still felt a surge of resentment. He lifted his head and said through gritted teeth, what does Lord Frieza mean by this? Cell chuckled and said, exactly what I said. I killed all but the two of you from your Jinyu force. Do you understand now? Frieza showed no surprise at this. While he felt some regret over losing those men, this father of his was far more valuable in comparison. Beside Jinyu, G's recalling the sight of his teammates exploding into bloody mist couldn't stop his body from trembling. He didn't dare to lift his head. Jinyu, however, had no choice. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly for a moment, then regained his composure. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Cell. Since Lord Cell says, so then the Jinyu force shall cease to exist. From now on it will only be the GG Squad. A fawning smile spread across Jinyu's face, his expression changing faster than flipping a page. After all, he himself was cold-blooded by nature. If his opponent were someone he could defeat, he might have taken his head to honor his fallen comrade's spirits. But since this wish was clearly impossible, he would just cast it from his mind. When Jinyu finished speaking, Jesus' trembling ceased. He too seemed to resign himself to fate. The sorrow in his heart evaporated in an instant, replaced only by inner fear and the excitement of having Lord Cell on their side. After all, with Lord Cell's immense power, he might very well conquer the entire universe. Other organizations, even Lord Cooler and King Cold, would pale in comparison. Cell gave the two one last look, finding them rather dull. He waved his hand dismissively, turned to Frieza, and said, Frieza, you can start carrying out the two tasks I gave you. Take your elite forces and this. GG Squad. Yes, father. Frieza gave a slight nod and said to the two, notify all dispatched units on planet Frieza to bring their spaceships to Namek. We will annihilate the Tull's Crusher core. Remember, Tulls can be taken dead or alive. Bring me the spirit tree he has. Jinyu and Jeez were stunned for a moment, then stood at attention and nodded. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two then hurriedly jogged into the spaceship to relay Lord Frieza's orders to planet Frieza. Upon receiving the message, planet Frieza dispatched all its elite forces, sending them swarming toward Namek. Cell paid them no further heed. Instead, his gaze burned intensely upon the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. Gazing at the 7 orbs radiating a brilliant light, a conjecture arose in Cell's mind. If he absorbed all these Dragon Balls one by one, would the wish-granting power within them also be infused into his body? Oh, and the fragments. At this thought, Cell's body stiffened. He closed his eyes, contemplating this possibility in his mind. Then a flash of light appeared, and a torrent of knowledge poured into his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, a faint smile had already formed on his face. He swept his arm in a grand gesture, and the 7 Dragon Balls vanished into his dimensional space. Then he looked in a certain direction and vanished in an instant. Witnessing this, Frieza slowly lowered his hands. No matter how many times he saw this Lord's, no, his father's, teleportation ability, it never failed to astonish him. As for the Dragon Balls, he no longer needed them. Frieza looked down at his own legs, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his lips. He had finally achieved his 5 centimeters. Stomp. Jinyu and Jeez came rushing out flustered. Seeing only Frieza, they were taken aback for a moment before reporting. Lord Frieza, the troops have departed and are approaching at maximum speed. Estimated arrival time is about 10 minutes. Excellent. Then we wait 10 more minutes, and then we can dispose of that damned Scion monkey. Frieza's eyes blazed with a crimson light, his gaze filled with murderous intent, causing even Jinyu and Jeez to shudder involuntarily. Cell locked onto the direction of the Namekian Grand Elder and Nail, then instantly descended, arriving at the Grand Elder's chamber in the blink of an eye. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the figure before him, sensing a familiar aura emanating from within his body, a bloodline that belonged exclusively to their dragon clan. Who are you? The Grand Elder asked softly, a note of surprise in his voice, for his prophetic abilities proved utterly useless against this man, and the future he foresaw held no trace of him. Cell raised an eyebrow at the colossal, decrepit Namekian before him and spoke calmly. You need not concern yourself with who I am. All you must know is that if you hand over the fragments that forged the Dragon Balls, I can grant you a new life. Without waiting for the Grand Elder's response, he raised his hand and grasped, causing a faint emerald green stream of light to pulse gently and settle in his palm, dancing like a spirited sprite. A surge of potent life force erupted forth. Though faint, the green radiance illuminated the entire chamber. Sensing this life force, the Grand Elder's drooping eyelids forced themselves open and a deep craving stirred within his body, a desperate yearning to stave off death. This mere wisp of life energy was enough to sustain him for centuries. After a long deliberation, the Grand Elder let out a weary sigh and spoke with difficulty. These Dragon Ball fragments have been passed down from our ancestors, they are. Before he could finish, Cell lightly pressed his forehead and shook his head. He understood. This cunning old man was also a mercenary and the offered energy was insufficient for him. Cell then spread his right hand wider, channeling an exquisitely pure life force from within his body, a deep emerald light shimmering within. This was the life force Cell had absorbed from the entire planet Vampa, vastly different from the previous offering. The life energy of an entire planet, even a desolate one, was not to be underestimated. Bestowed upon this old man, it would grant him 2 more lifetimes and restore his prime. Oh, my lord, I shall exchange it. I shall give it to you now. The Grand Elder rose excitedly, took a deep breath, and wore a look of pure ecstasy. Such pristine life energy was a rare treasure, and encountering it now was a stroke of fortune. Even a single inhalation could prolong his life by several days. With a subtle flick of his finger, a broken earthen jar flew forth. A glint of light flashed, and the jar shattered into dust and vanished, leaving behind several fragmented orange-yellow shards radiating a wish-granting power visible only to Cell. I have long realized that since the Dragon Balls were exposed, they have brought nothing but endless trouble to our Namekian people. It is better for you to safeguard these items, my lord, so that my heart may find peace. I presume the Dragon Balls seized by those villains are also in your possession. The Grand Elder grinned at Cell, or rather at the pure life energy in his hand, while swallowing repeatedly. Cell paid no heed to the Grand Elder's prattle. He raised his hand slightly, forcibly compressing the fragments into a sphere the size of a baseball, forming a round orange-yellow orb. A smile spread across Cell's face as he obtained the fragments. He casually tossed the life energy in his hand like garbage, then vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of space tearing apart. Such a thing was of no value to Cell. He could produce another at any time. The Grand Elder hastily caught the pure life energy, cradling it like a precious treasure. He stroked it gently, and under the green glow the wrinkles on his face visibly diminished. He then slowly reclined back into his chair, holding the life force in his hands, and inhaling it gently, savoring the sensation of youth and vitality. Appearing once more, Cell arrived on a dead star near the planet Vampa. Looking up, he saw only jagged barren rocks. There was no oxygen, no life. Probing deeper, he could detect only faint thread-like remnants of life energy. Shaking his head, Cell brought out all the wish-granting items he possessed at once. Instantly, the baseball-sized fragments, the 7 Dragon Balls half the size of a person, and his own Dragon Ball as massive as a house, all appeared in the air. As if resonating, all the spheres emitted a dazzling light, with the baseball-sized fragments shining the brightest, for all Dragon Balls were formed from such fragments. A golden light blazed in Cell's eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. An overwhelming pressure erupted, pouring forth from within. A stream of golden light instantly enveloped him, divine power cocooning his entire body. The radiant gold outshone even the Dragon Balls themselves. Golden Cell God. Only by transforming into this form could Cell's physique reach its peak, allowing him to absorb the wish-granting power of these Dragon Balls with utmost stability. Cell's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light. The immense force of his aura caused the entire dead star to crack under the strain, fissuring outward from him. In moments, the star would shatter and fade into oblivion. With a mighty roar, Cell channeled the golden light backward, forming a colossal, ethereal golden figure 100 meters tall, bearing his likeness. The giant phantom's hands lunged toward the Dragon Balls, clapping together with force, crushing them instantly. A brilliant sun-like golden radiance burst forth. A powerful energy shockwave rippled across the universe, reducing the dead star to dust and scattering it. As the Dragon Balls shattered, streams of golden light surged upward at incredible speed. The miniature golden Cell seized the moment, his powerful form darting ahead, grabbing the light and stuffing it into his body. A resonant hum filled the air. Golden light enveloped Cell entirely. The colossal phantom behind him dissolved into golden particles, while arcs of golden lightning danced and wove around him. When the radiance fully saturated his being, the faint afterimage of a majestic golden dragon appeared behind him. In an instant, all phenomena faded. Cell's eyes slowly opened, a crimson glow surging within them. After a moment, all light dissipated and Cell returned to his normal form, appearing almost identical to before, save for his pink eyes now a vivid red with a golden dragon swirling within. Heh, it seems I succeeded. I wonder to what extent I've grown. Cell slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, sensing a law of power distinct from the law of time coursing into his body. Let's test this out. A red gleam flashed in Cell's eyes as he gazed down at the ruined planet Vampa. Let's start with this planet for practice. The crimson glow in Cell's eyes grew increasingly intense, with a golden dragon, like a phantom, constantly roaming within. He hovered in the air, staring down at the planet Vampa beneath him. Using it for practice would on one hand test whether his wish-granting power could instantly annihilate a planet, and on the other, he had no desire to fight that beast again. It was a waste of his time. This method was quicker, and it would also allow him to absorb the life energy of Vampa along with Broly's bloodline power. Having made up his mind, Cell hesitated no longer. The crimson radiance in his eyes overflowed, filling his pupils completely. Gazing at the desolate barren planet, he lightly raised a finger and tapped it in the void, sending forth ripples of golden light. Then Cell uttered softly, "Collapse." The sound was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated like a divine decree echoing through the void. In an instant, the once barren planet Vampa exploded violently. A tremendous roar erupted, blossoming like a firework. Powerful shockwaves of energy scattered in all directions, shattering boulders into smaller stones and stones into dust. The entire planet, including all life within it, disintegrated into powder in that moment. Then the immense energy converged in the void alongside the planet's life force. Cell's face remained indifferent, though a slight frown creased his brow. Watching the beautiful instant of the planet's explosion, a faint ripple stirred within him. After all, it was still a planet. From a certain perspective, Cell had even done a good deed, helping Broly and his father escape this tragic planet, sparing them from ever feeling its pain again and from enduring the sorrows of another life. For he had also reaped the souls of all life on that planet. Bang! As the energy surged, it transformed into a golden ring that burst outward, soon dissolving into countless particles of light that faded into the cosmos, signifying the complete disappearance of planet Vampa, never to exist again. Gazing at the gathered energy of the entire planet's life force above, Cell gave a slight wave of his hand. The emerald green mass of energy was drawn into his grasp, radiating the purest life essence, illuminating the dark cosmic void with a verdant glow. Looking at the pulsating energy in his hand, Cell opened his mouth wide and swallowed it directly. The potent energy surged through every part of his body, strengthening his physique and replenishing his internal power. Cell's expression turned intoxicated and blissful, accompanied by soft moans. The tremendous energy within was swiftly absorbed, becoming part of his own strength. The golden portions within him, originally belonging to Saiyan cells, were now entirely dyed by a layer of emerald green, transforming into a yellowish-green hue that continuously enriched his body. This was a transformation brought about by absorbing Broly's demon Saiyan bloodline, causing his originally ordinary Saiyan blood to evolve into that of a demon Saiyan. As a result, Cell's combat power experienced a leap-like enhancement. Given the perfect unity of his body and mind, and his immensely powerful soul, the berserk rampage typically caused by such a bloodline would never occur in him. Thus, he could perfectly master this formidable strength. Moreover, Cell had already mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, elevating his combat power to an inconceivable level. Enhanced by his own divine might, Cell estimated that this transformation would surpass even the realm of Golden Cell God, a level that even Black Gold Cell God could never attain. At this moment, he could truly declare that his battle strength had completely surpassed Lord Beerus. In the entire universe, perhaps only the Angel Clan could pose a slight advantage, but even they would likely be unable to defeat him. The only one who could still suppress him now was probably the Grand Priest. At this thought, Cell couldn't help but smile, his entire demeanor appearing maniacal. The potent energy overflowed around him. He was now not far from being the strongest in the universe. And the wish-granting power could still be further enhanced. Coupled with his future mastery of time-space abilities, it was simply unimaginable. He would undoubtedly become the true god of this world, reaching an invincible level, trampling even the Grand Priest and Xeno beneath his feet. With a sneer, Cell's figure vanished in an instant. He intended to devour all the Super Dragon Balls in this timeline, leaving none behind. Universe 7. Earth. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 quickly returned to Capsule Corporation, securing Dr. Hito for protection. At the site where Gamma had fought Black, Goku's 6 figures suddenly appeared. Gazing at the massive crater below, they began to discuss. Among them, 5 small blue figures and 1 small green, one chattered incessantly. Number 6, boss, do you think some fool is invading Earth at this time? And that aura feels so evil. Number 4, who cares? If they dare to come, well, just blast them away. Since father isn't around, no one can control us. What do you think, second brother? Number 2 paused, then smiled and said, what's there to fear? Our combat power is already extraordinary, isn't it? Although we haven't trained specifically lately, we can still reach Super Android 2. If worst comes to worst, we can just fuse and fight directly. After speaking, Number 2 exchanged a glance with Number 4 as if to ask, got my back right? Number 4 said nothing, but gave a thumbs up to affirm Number 2's statement. Ahem. Everyone quiet down. Let Number 3 speak. He's the smarter one among us. Listen to him. Number 1 cleared his throat twice to stabilize the situation, displaying the authority of a leader, and pointed to Number 3, the strategist. The usually composed Number 3 slowly raised his head. Seeing everyone looking at him, his cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke softly. Based on this timeline, the one invading Earth is likely Zamasu. However, due to us and Father, Zamasu has probably been enhanced, so we need to be cautious. My suggestion is to go to the realm of destruction and seek help from Son Goku and the others. After all, it's his body that was stolen, and he should be the one to deal with this person. Number 3 frowned and launched into a detailed analysis, speaking for nearly half an hour. The others listened, feeling dizzy, and could only nod hastily, agreeing that his proposal was sound. Finally, they reached an agreement. Numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 would search for Zamasu to stop his actions, while Number 1 would go to the realm of destruction to summon reinforcements. The Cell Squad's mission to save Earth begins. In the eastern capital, a bustling district of the city center, a towering 100-meter gilt statue stood tall, its visage and bearing unmistakably that of the Hero Cell. The wealthy and successful elites, in gratitude for all that the Hero Cell had done, had commissioned this monument. They believed that as long as this statue remained, the eastern capital would never again be plagued by crime. And indeed it proved true. Since the statue's erection, criminal activities such as robbery and violence had virtually vanished from the eastern capital. The city flourished, radiating an air of prosperity and hope. Until today, within the gilt statue of Cell 2, identical black silhouettes materialized. Oomph. How peculiar. Having traversed countless timelines, this is the first time I've seen a statue of this man in a city on Earth. Usually there's just some fool with a big grin. Zamasu frowned, gazing downward. The sight of those humans stirred a nauseating revulsion within him, an abhorrence so profound. A filthy race, the vermin of the universe. Annihilation. They must be annihilated to showcase the most beautiful form of the divine. Black Goku turned and spoke calmly. It's normal. Timelines differ. There's no need to dwell on it. Our current mission is paramount: to eradicate these filthy humans from Earth. Indeed, eradicate them. Purify the universe. That is our duty as gods. Zamasu's lips curled into a widening grin. Together they levitated, rising higher and higher until they hovered in the void, gazing down upon the city below. Their movements were perfectly synchronized like reflections in a mirror. They assumed battle stances, then simultaneously thrust forward their right and left hands, conjuring a brilliant yellow energy sphere. Perish humans, they roared in unison. Boom. The two brilliant yellow spheres were thrust forward, slowly intertwining and spinning in the void until they merged into a single distorted energy orb trailing a fiery tail. It hurtled straight toward the city below. The air screamed, massive white shockwaves erupted, and immense energy pulsed outward in waves accompanied by blinding flashes of light. In an instant, the energy sphere exploded with dazzling radiance, casting the entire city into shadow. Below, the populace gazed up at the slowly descending meteor and in a panic scrambled for the city's outskirts. In that moment, the so-called brilliant civilization of humanity vanished, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. This was precisely what the two gods above delighted in witnessing. The sight of filthy humans scurrying for their lives, their desperate pleas unanswered, culminating in expressions of utter despair. That was their favorite spectacle. To savor it, they had deliberately slowed the energy sphere's descent, all to behold humanity's ugliest face in that fleeting moment. Run, run for your lives. A giant meteor is falling from the sky. Hero Cell, save us. Get out of my way, you old fool. Grandpa, hurry. Leave me behind. A white-haired old woman in a wheelchair gazed at the meteor above, tears streaming down her face, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. She spoke to the old man, pushing her, who was panting heavily as he ran. No, I won't. If we die together. There's no way you'll live on alone. We've already been given a second life. No regrets. The white-haired old man behind her gasped for breath as he ran. But fate seemed unkind. The old man's foot caught on a stone, sending him tumbling to the ground. The wheelchair rolled forward and crashed into the roadside, throwing the old woman off balance. As she fell, she cried out to the old man lying on the road. Old man, are you all right? No matter how she called, the old man behind her seemed unresponsive. Viru, you idiot. Get out of the way. A scrawny man drove a ground car hurtling toward them. Panicked people scattered out of his path. Others, the wealthy, fled in jetpacks or hovercars zipping low through the air. Few people drove such obsolete ground cars anymore. Seeing the two elderly people blocking his path, immobile, the scrawny man stopped shouting. He sat back in his seat, a cruel sneer twisting his face. Gritting his teeth, he floored the accelerator, ramming straight into them. He drove over the old man and sped onward. All that remained was the old man, his skull crushed, his hot blood splattering across the ground, a ghastly pool of red and white. The old woman by the roadside froze, her body and soul seized by the sight. She seemed to die in that instant, her strength draining away. She collapsed silently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The crowd witnessing this fled even more frantically toward the city's edge, their eyes bloodshot. They trampled the old woman lying on the ground as if she were already dead. And so the woman who might have survived followed her husband into the hereafter. Enough of this. How tedious. As you wish. Black Goku narrowed his eyes and waved a hand dismissively. Zamasu, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, tilted his head slightly, his eyelids drooping. He slowly extended a hand and pressed it downward through the void. Boom. In an instant, the slow-moving meteor crashed into the ground, detonating the entire city. A powerful shockwave obliterated everything in its path, including the humans fleeing in their vehicles. A deafening roar echoed as a colossal energy sphere rose with a mushroom cloud. A fierce gale swept outward, and searing heat scorched the earth. The city and its people vanished together, reduced to ashes. Smoke billowed everywhere. The entire city sank into a vast circular crater. The terrain around it fractured into massive cracks, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Let's go. Next one. Black Goku stretched lazily, a bored expression on his face. He looked down at the sin below, now purified, and a wide grin split his face, brimming with satisfaction. Tell me, should we wait? I'd like to kill Son Goku again. I just don't know where he is. Zamasu crossed his arms, a sinister smile playing on his lips. No need. Once we've wiped out all humans on this planet, we'll slowly exterminate every human in this universe. Son Goku is bound to show up then. Black Goku clicked his tongue as he spoke. Makes sense. Let's move then. Just as Zamasu was about to fly toward the next city, he suddenly sensed several formidable auras approaching. In an instant, Zamasu spun around, a sneer twisting his lips. Which fools had he attracted? Were they so eager to die? Black Goku also detected the presence of those relatively stronger energies. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes sharp as he stared behind him. Whooshed. Soon 5 streaks of golden energy blazed toward them, their eyes falling on the ruined human city below. Number 5 stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury at the 2 Zamasus above. In an instant he transformed into Super Android 2, his body shimmering with golden light. A torrent of immense power erupted from him, golden flames rising from his feet. A formidable pressure radiated outward, golden arcs of electricity crackling around him with a sharp hiss. Number 5 strained to open his eyes, lifting his head slowly. He spoke in a low, heavy voice. What do you take life for? Behind him the other 4 simultaneously transformed into Super Androids 2, their auras flaring, dark clouds gathering overhead. Murderous intent hung heavy in the air. What is life? Zamasu paused, gazing at the 5 nearly identical small figures before him, then recalled the 100-meter turtle gilded statue he had seen earlier and burst into laughter. Life, you pitiful humans dare discuss the nature of life with a god. Know this, you humans were forged by divine hands. Yet your race is but a blight upon the cosmos, a pestilence now destined for eradication. Zamasu sneered, utterly dismissive of number 5's question. How dare mere mortals presume to debate life? And that statue erected in this city, was it not tied to you? When we raised this human metropolis, people knelt before that statue begging some so-called hero named Cell. Pathetic. A coward who hides in shadows, sending only children to face us. Number 5 found Zamasu's words absurd. After all, this self-proclaimed god still relied on stealing a mortal body to wield such power. Now he scorned humanity itself. How tiresome. But when Zamasu uttered those words insulting his father, number 5 could no longer restrain himself. The others behind him, previously motionless, now bristled with fury. To speak of wiping out humanity was one thing. They could tolerate it within their own domains. The Dragon Balls would restore the fallen, and those humans meant little to them. But to insult their father, that crossed an unbreakable line. The 3 most volatile among them shoved past number 5 and surged forward. You wretched fool. How dare you mock our father? Number 2 raised his battle aura to its zenith. Murderous intent radiating like a storm, his overwhelming presence unleashing a gale that whipped the air into frenzy, commanding awe and dread. Brother 2 speaks true. You pretender of a Kai. Neither supreme Kai nor god. You dare roar like a sovereign. Care to face me alone? Number 4 roared, his voice thunderous and defiant. Ah, so you wish to taste something exquisite. Very well. I shall grant my first wish to the divine power and bestow it upon you. Unlike the others, number 6 spoke with eerie politeness, yet his expression twisted with unsettling glee as his fingers rubbed together. Nanny. Zamasu's face flushed crimson, then paled, his entire frame trembling with incandescent rage. Had his gaze been lethal, those before him would have perished 1,000 times over. Oh, fascinating. Black Goku, standing behind Zamasu, watched number 4's remark about the Kais with a slow rising smirk, clearly intrigued that this human knew his true identity. He remained utterly unmoved by the insults, having slaughtered too many to be shaken by mere curses. He was no longer the raw, hesitant executioner of old. Seeing Zamasu's flustered flush, numbers 2 and 4 exchanged a glance, then moved in perfect synchrony, assuming an unmistakably awkward stance. Fu Shaon. Huh. Their fingertips met, and a blinding pure white radiance erupted like a miniature sunburst. Light swallowed the battlefield, illuminating heaven and earth alike. Zamasu shielded his eyes with his arm, brow furrowed in consternation. Black Goku, however, stared openly, mouth slightly agape, arms slowly lowering from his chest, as if mesmerized by the 2 figures merging into one, curiosity mingling with quiet astonishment. Yet inwardly he scoffed. Humans remain humans, forever mimicking divinity's grace. This is but a crude echo of the Patera earrings. A spark of intrigue flickered in his gaze, and in number 6's eyes stars shimmered. Whoa, will number 8 awaken now? The elegance and majesty reminiscent of his father stirred deep admiration within him. VRM. As the light gently receded, a warrior emerged, bearing 90% resemblance to Cell, yet clad in brilliant azure, his lips curved in unwavering confidence. Behold, number 8, resplendent and supreme. Zamasu, surrender now. Number 8's aura surged violently. Golden flames erupted from his feet, surging upward to coat his entire form in molten gold. Countless crackling golden lightning arcs coiled around him, unleashing a tempestuous pressure that hurled the awestruck number 6 backward and bore down upon Zamasu with crushing dominion. Nanny. Zamasu recoiled in shock, his pupils contracting sharply, his heart lurching. The sheer weight of that oppressive force slammed him into the ground, carving a massive crater. Meanwhile, numbers 5 and 3 exchanged a silent look, and fused instantly into number 15, equally striking in visage, yet composed, serene, and chillingly calm. Shoo. Without hesitation, number 8 shot toward Zamasu, leaving Black Goku to number 6 and number 15. 3 against 1 was perfectly reasonable. Left standing alone, number 6 muttered a curse, then fixed Black Goku with a gaze both predatory and unnerving. It was the look of a man spotting a nude beauty dancing provocatively before him, while holding a life-preserving device and whispering, "You're inadequate." That ravenous, malevolent hunger sent even Black Goku's spine tingling with unease. Fine. Consider you all merely an appetizer before the main course. Black Goku smoothed his hair, eyelids lowering. A suffocating silence poured forth, gray-black luminescence flooding his form, wreathing him in oppressive aura. His power swelled, surpassing even number 15's by a narrow, terrifying margin. His current strength eclipsed that of Pink, yet still fell short of this transformation's full potential. Whether number 6 could bridge that gap remained uncertain. Black Goku admired his reflection, then addressed number 15 and number 6 with quiet gravity. I almost forgot. I must name this form. By Saiyan tradition, I call it Super Saiyan Black Rose. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished, reappearing instantly before number 6. Truth be told, he'd long despised this one. Before number 6 could react, Black Goku seized his skull in one hand, and with his other delivered a devastating downward strike. Bang! Number 6 rocketed backward, slamming into the earth at breakneck speed, carving a deep, jagged trench hundreds of meters long, shrouded in dust and smoke. Just as Black Goku advanced again, number 15 lunged forward, clutching a disc-shaped weapon resembling an Ultraman boomerang. Its razor-edged rim sliced through the void, cleaving space itself with a deafening sonic shriek. Black Goku's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, instantly vanishing via instant transmission to reappear beside the airborne number 6, narrowly evading the attack. Before he could regain his bearings, a foul-smelling viscous mass struck his mouth, splattering across his face and blinding him completely. Yet beneath the stench bloomed a fragrance number 6 adored, the very essence of his own twisted artistry. Just as Black Wukong was about to turn around, a lump of brown viscous filth splattered directly across his face, followed by a stench of excrement that wafted and spread incessantly. Number 15, who had been suspended in the sky, ready to pursue, retracted the octagonal light wheel in his hand, revealing a look of disgust. He did not advance, but instead slightly shook his body, releasing a powerful aura that spread out, accompanied by a gale that swept through, isolating the stench from his vicinity. Anyway, he wouldn't go down to help while number 6 was still toying with those things. Boom. A dull thud sounded as a black figure was sent flying backward, most of its body shattered and drenched in blood, carving an extremely long trench along the way. Rocks burst out constantly, and rumbling noises echoed without end. Smoke and dust spread everywhere. Damn it. Number 6 is messing with his stuff again. I don't want to go down and assist either. Let him cool off down there alone. Number 8, who had punched Zamasu away with a single blow, instantly appeared beside number 15, taking shelter within the storm. Watching Zamasu flying toward number 6, he revealed a hint of pity. He wondered what that great and sacred noble deity would look like if he encountered filth, a sky full of filth. Would he break down? TSK. Number 6 never learns from his beatings. This time let those two teach him a lesson. Number 8 sneered, crossing his arms, and like number 15 prepared to watch the show. Number 15 frowned. His conscience urged him to help, but seeing number 6 about to unleash his ultimate move, he withdrew and decided not to intervene for now. What is this? What is this thing? Black Wukong's mouth and nose were both clogged, and an overwhelming stench surged straight to his mind, causing his expression to crumble. Boom. A dull sound echoed as Zamasu's shattered body exploded outright, scattering across the sky with blood splattering everywhere. Number 6 clicked his tongue at Zamasu's apparent death, leaped backward, clasped his hands tightly together, and stared nervously at Black Wukong before him. Boom. A wave of energy rippled outward explosively. A surge of immense power gushed forth, the ground cracking continuously, dense fissures spreading like a spiderweb as energy pulsed violently. The foul, sticky substance around Black Wukong vanished instantly, and a white light rose from his body. Black Wukong seemed to have changed into a new set of clothes, his face ashen. His previous mocking demeanor had completely vanished, replaced only by bloodshot eyes and an overwhelming, boundless, murderous intent. To be honest, this was the first time in his life he had felt such intense killing intent, the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly. How dare he? How dare he smear that thing on his face? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Black Wukong frowned, deeply looking at the head that had fallen at his feet. He sneered and said, "Hey, stop pretending. It's no fun. Get up and join me in killing this scum." "Oh, did he make you this angry?" Zamasu's severed head suddenly opened, its eyes a flicker of surprise within them. Soon the scattered limbs and blood began to coalesce, slowly forming his previous appearance. "Don't mind me. I just wanted to test if I could still revive after my body exploded. As it turns out, it's truly an invincible, undying body." Zamasu spread his arms, somewhat intoxicated by this body, then hugged himself tightly. "And thanks to that blow, I've now fully mastered the power of this form." Zamasu sneered, his body trembling violently as immense power surged forth. Traces of peach-colored light flickered, swirling around him until they enveloped his entire form, unleashing a formidable pressure. The space where the two stood trembled unceasingly. As power surged, even the void began to warp continuously. Black Wukong glanced at him briefly, then fixed his gaze on number 6, standing atop a high mountain. His killing intent flared, and his figure burst into motion instantly, leaving faint afterimages in the air. His right hand gathered light into a gray-black handblade. Before number 6 could react, he swung it directly at his neck. Swish! The movement was swift, the blade sharp. In an instant, a thin line appeared on number 6's neck. His head flew high into the air, and his body collapsed beneath. Oomph. Black Wukong's eyes flashed with crimson light. His figure flickered, his left hand firmly gripping number SIXS, small head. As killing intent surged, and light flowed, an explosion rang out. Number SIXS head turned to ashes, vanishing from the world. Zamasu also teleported to the spot. He looked up at the two figures high in the sky, his gaze piercing through the storm to fix on number 8, who had punched him to death. With a provocative expression, he burst into motion, forming a blade of energy in his hand. The air screamed incessantly, the sound of sonic booms unending. Hey, that's fast. Number 8's entire body blazed with golden light, his eyes brimming with dazzling radiance. An endless golden aura surged upward. Seeing Zamasu transformed into Super Saiyan rose a fighting spirit ignited within him as well. He clenched his fists tightly, fist pressure surging. A powerful aura shot into the sky with faint golden arcs of electricity dancing around his fists. The golden aura also wrapped around his fists, adding to their killing force. Number 8's eyes burst with golden light. With a loud roar, he stomped the void beneath him, shattering it. His figure shot forward like a golden star, his right arm pulled back, dragging a golden trail of flames. From the ground, it looked like a brilliant meteor falling. Zamasu, who had been extremely confident in his own power, saw number 8 in this state. The smile on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a look of slight shock. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Zamasu's face twisted in fury. Light burst from his hand as rage erupted. His energy blade instantly lengthened and widened, cutting through the air, disrupting the void, and hurtling fiercely toward number 8 in the sky. But no one answered his question. Only a fist greeted him. Boom. As golden light exploded, number 8's fist arrived as promised, the momentum of the punch surging as it was suddenly thrown. Bang! A violent explosion rang out. Number 8's radiant golden fist smashed straight through Zamasu's energy blade, shattering it inch by inch until it exploded into particles of light and vanished in the void. Finally, under Zamasu's horrified gaze, the golden fist slammed directly into his head, distorting his features. His skull cracked with a bang, blood spurting out. His body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a massive crater. The entire planet seemed to tremble, and thick smoke and dust spread everywhere. Number 8 revealed a hint of disdain on his face. The golden aura around his hand intensified, fist pressure building. His entire body radiated dazzling light, his aura surging. With a light flick of his right hand, blood splattered, then he clenched his fist and charged toward Black Wukong. Such a waste. Black Wukong cursed. The oppressive aura around him stirred gray-black light, flowing and spreading. A thick, deathly stillness emanated, pressure bursting forth as a long pitch-black scythe materialized in his hand. Black Wukong stomped the ground hard, causing it to collapse. His figure shot up, instantly flying toward number 8's direction. Number 15, hovering in the sky, furrowed his brow slightly. With eyes lowered, he took a sudden step forward, and instantly countless small energy discs appeared in the air, hurtling toward Black Wukong. Hey Wukong regarded the sky rent by countless Chi Yuan slashes with wary eyes. Even at this distance, his skin tingled, a clear testament to the overwhelming lethal force behind those strikes. Moreover, he did not possess the undead resilience of that fool below. Torn to pieces, he would truly perish. At that thought, Hey Wukong's brow knitted and his face grew darker. The Chi Yuan slashes had sealed every route along his path, forcing him to hover motionless in the void. He looked up at the heavens, his expression hardening. Pitch-black flames flared along the scythe in his hand as he hurled a brutal slash at the torrent of Chi Yuan slashes above. A jet-black gouge of blade, trailing dark flames, tore out with terrifying speed, shattering the Chi Yuan slashes in its path into fragments that dissolved into drifting motes of light. Yet Hey Wukong's face did not lighten, and it darkened further, for the shattered slashes re-knit themselves with alarming rapidity, returning to their original form. Higher still, number 15's green eyes glittered as he extended his hands. Their plan was to encircle and eliminate one first, a calculated move that chilled the air. Another wave rose in its wake. Number 8 gathered his fist in the sky, a golden light flickered, and his immense aura erupted. His right fist drove downward with howling pressure, ruffling Hey Wukong's hair and tightening his brow. Surveying the peril around him, Hey Wukong ground his teeth. Crimson light flashed in his eyes as his scythe trembled and sang. With murder in his gaze, he swung the pitch-black blade at the approaching number 8. Ashen-black radiance blossomed, exuding a deathly stillness. A jet-black blade of light burst from the scythe, a crushing pressure manifesting as the razor edge, dreadful and inexorable, surged toward number 8 in the sky. Hey Wukong's aura churned as potent force surged within and coalesced upon the blade. The scythe shimmered with flowing light and faint motes. At each tremor, the void began to fracture, thin fissures multiplying as his energy concentrated. Golden light burst forth as number 8 plunged straight down, seemingly unafraid of the blade. Energy convulsed through him, gathering into his right fist, clenched and overflowing with condensed chi, erupting in an instant. A thunderous collision sent ripples of energy outward. Gusts of force rolled across the land as shockwaves flattened mountain ridges for miles and tore the ground asunder. Smoke billowed thick and obscured the scene. Moments later, number 8, his right fist severed and parts of his body shattered, was flung outward from the rupture and hurtled straight toward Hey Wukong. At first a flicker of grim satisfaction crossed He Wukong's face, but it swiftly curdled into horror, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. In only a few heartbeats the tattered body of number 8 mended, as if nothing had happened. Gold light flashed, and brilliant radiance flared as his aura swelled. Just as his fist was about to strike, He Wukong, a rose-pink wave of energy erupted from the earth and shot directly at them. A cruel smile curled He Wukong's lips before he vanished in an instant, leaving number 8 to be swept away by the energy surge. Explosions roared and clouds of smoke billowed into the air. With a sudden whoosh, He Wukong teleported beside Zamasu and said, "The opposition is troublesome. Either their regenerative power is abnormal or they possess your immortal nature." Zamasu shook his head, brushed dust from his body, and said in a steady voice, "Kill him once, and you will see. Reduce him to dust. Do I refuse to believe he can survive that?" He Wukong sneered and produced a Xian bean from who knew were stuffing it into his mouth. Instantly his body convulsed, muscles swelling as an ash-black aura billowed forth. A mighty presence burst out of him, and he laughed loudly, reveling in his return to peak form. He roared with mirth. "These Xian beans are truly useful. Used properly, they are almost like having an immortal body. Lucky we seized so many." Both men lifted their heads to the sky. As the smoke cleared, the unharmed number 8 hovered amid flashing gold, and beside him materialized number 15, identical in every feature. Seeing the two appear together, Zamasu froze for a moment before laughing and remarking, "How curious. Two that look alike fighting another pair, who also resemble one another." He Wukong answered at once, a savage grin splitting his face, indeed most entertaining, as he stared at the pair. In a small pit unnoticed by the others, a tiny blue figure hid. Number 6, the one whose head had been torn off, sheltering in the hollow. He lay buried in the pit, his small face sullen as he glared at the four and complained, "Humph. I'm the only one left. I'm not falling for it. They'll hide here and wait for reinforcements. By the way, why is the boss so slow? He should have arrived by now." Number 6 muttered, a trace of puzzlement on his face. After so long a battle, could the boss have hidden as well? "Ahem. What are you doing here?" A deep, familiar voice rang from behind number 6, making his body start. Number 6 immediately adopted an ingratiating expression, and without turning replied, "Ah, boss, I just couldn't match them, could I?" He added hurriedly, "Their power far outstrips mine. Ooh, I was protecting myself." Number 1 crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, and said, "Never mind. Just stop messing around." At those words, number 6 trembled and slowly turned toward number 1, whispering, No, absolutely not. Look, boss, there's nothing to it," with a nervous laugh. He scratched his face, awkwardly smiling, then eyed number 1's empty surroundings with puzzlement, and asked, "Boss, where are the reinforcements you called?" "There, up above," number 1 said, pursing his lips and pointing to the firmament. Number 6 looked up. For figures manifested above, each having transcended into a Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Red auras leapt about their forms, their presences churned, and scintillating light danced across them. They were Sun Wukong's son Wufan Baijita and Telengkizi, father and son pairs who had returned at the news of Earth's peril, unwilling to allow a repeat of the past catastrophe wrought by the artificial beings. Number 1 had recounted how Zamasu in a past timeline had seized Sun Wukong's body and slaughtered Earth's people. Furious, Sun Wufan and Telengkizi surged forward and confronted the two Zamasu figures directly. Their auras erupted and oppressive might radiated from them. He Wukong and Zamasu were both taken aback, faintly recognizing the arrivals. Seeing their savage stances, He Wukong asked uncertainly, Telengkizi, "Sun Wufan." Sun Wufan retorted sharply, "And if I am?" Telengkizi hissed, "Go die." Telengkizi refused to waste words on such scum. Deeming them unworthy, he drew his long sword. The blade hummed and sang as a dazzling white flash cleaved the air, unleashing vast sword chi. In an instant, the unprepared pair were cut and hurled thousands of meters, chest bones shattered and bodies bloodied, mountains collapsing along their path, as an immense deep scar was carved into the earth. They flew back along that scar-shattering rock and gouging out a vast crater in their wake. Two figures suddenly flew out, spewing a large amount of blood. Trunks' furious strike was delivered without restraint. This was not like a match or sparring. He aimed to kill both of them with this blow. The sword energy was immensely powerful, slicing through with unparalleled sharpness, ultimately cleaving Zamasu in half at around a kilometer distance, while Black Goku suffered a massive gash in his chest, blood slowly flowing out, the force so great that several ribs cracked. Pooh! Black Goku's face turned grim. Large amounts of blood gushed from his mouth, rendering his complexion slightly pale as he fixed a fierce gaze on Trunks, who stood suspended in the air with his sword. He couldn't understand why this timeline's Trunks was so powerful. Though it was just a sneak attack, the power of this strike had already severely wounded him. It seemed he could no longer afford to give Trunks another chance to strike. Zamasu, cut in half, let out a loud roar as his upper and lower body instantly reconnected, fully restoring himself. However, an expression of extreme pain still appeared on his face. This immortal body indeed does not die, but it still feels pain. The agony between life and death elevated Zamasu's hatred for humanity to another level. Trunks, I will kill you." Zamasu's eyes turned bloodshot as he rushed towards Trunks frantically, his aura seemingly intensifying due to his rage, his body slightly sinking as he stomped on the ground, propelling himself forward in a swift dash. Black Goku didn't want to bother with this fool. After all, he was immortal and couldn't die. He took out a senzu bean and swallowed it directly, the dark lines at the corners of his eyes growing more pronounced while his aura began to swell once more. The sword mark on his chest along with the chaotic sword energy within him dissipated in an extremely rapid manner. Black Goku returned to his peak state, his body vibrating as gray-black light radiated from him, an unending stream of energy erupting from his being causing the void to tremble and a deathly silence to spread. Black Goku clenched his fists looking down at his hands. This overwhelming power always intoxicated him no matter how many times he experienced it. This is the stature of a god. This is the brilliance of a god. Black Goku slowly raised his head, his brow furrowed as he observed the situation across from him. Vegeta's son, Goku's son, Gohan, Trunks, this battle has summoned them all, and their strengths cannot be underestimated. To prevent any unforeseen events, it seems I must use this ultimate move ahead of time. Black Goku murmured to himself, his left hand inadvertently brushing against the earring on his left ear as his aura exploded forth, transforming into a gray-black stream of light that surged towards the enemy. In the sky, number 8 and number 15 saw the arrival of the four below and knew that their boss reinforcements had arrived. They exchanged glances, and white light suddenly burst forth as the two towering figures transformed back into the four small ones. Originally, time was almost up, otherwise number 8 wouldn't have needed to fight hard. He was merely stalling for them. Now that these people had arrived, it was time for them to retreat and leave the battle to these Saiyans. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed as number 1, accompanied by number 6, instantly appeared. Looking at them with smiles, he said, "Thank you for your hard work, let's go. Our mission is complete, let's go back to vacation." Yay. I was exhausted from the battle just now. Oh, I want to eat something good to replenish myself. Number 2 said as he stretched lazily, revealing a radiant smile. The others had similar reactions. Seeing them like this, number 1 helplessly rubbed his forehead, shook his head, and after taking one last look at the scene, he vanished from the battlefield with the others. Trunks was emanating a terrifying killing intent, his eyes sharp and fierce, white light surging from his entire body, waves of energy continuously swirling around him, the brilliant sword energy filling his gaze, while the long sword in his hand buzzed and vibrated. From a distance, seeing Zamasu cut in half and Black Goku heavily injured, he initially thought the battle was nearing its end. However, witnessing Zamasu's instantaneous recovery and Black Goku swallowing a senzu bean, his face still revealed an expression of astonishment. Trunks raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Oh, an immortal body. Interesting." Meanwhile, Son Gohan had a serious expression, especially when he sensed Black Goku's aura. His frown deepened as he looked at Trunks, who had raised an eyebrow. "Trunks, don't be too careless, the opponent's strength is also formidable." After saying this, he gazed at Zamasu, who bore his father's visage, and the anger within him was likewise ignited. Trunks flicked his sword, performing a flourish, causing the air to tremble incessantly as the sword energy howled. "Gohan, am no longer the naive child I once was. This time I will eliminate them all at once. An immortal body. I just wonder if being chopped into pieces and turned to dust can still allow for restoration." After saying this, Trunks slightly shook his body, sinking down and positioning his sword horizontally, he surged forth. In an instant, he clashed with Zamasu, who transformed his hand into a blade of energy. The shockwaves rolled forth, and the air was intermittently filled with dull sounds as waves of energy dispersed. The fierce battle continued, brilliant lights flashing through the air, sword energy surging, the sound of clashing swords resonating through the heavens and the earth, with even the residual waves causing a stinging sensation on their skin. Each strike was aimed directly at Zamasu's vital points. Although he wore the guise of Mr. Son Goku, the thought of this beast having killed so many humans made him strike with even greater ferocity. Even so, Zamasu was still able to match Trunks blow for blow, as he was not afraid of Trunks targeting his vital points. He directly exchanged injuries for injuries, sustaining no harm, while Trunks bore visible wounds on his cheeks and wrists. Just as Son Gohan was about to step in to help, he suddenly noticed Black Goku lurking nearby. As he intended to charge forward, a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Kakarote's son, you should wait a moment. This one is for me to handle." Vegeta gleamed with energy, his aura retracting into his body, becoming unnoticeable. He looked at Black Goku in the air with a wide grin and spoke to Son Goku, who arrived beside him. "Kakarote, let me take the lead. Just the thought of beating this guy who looks just like you excites me immensely." Vegeta's smile was radiant, his entire body trembling with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. Son Goku looked up at the sky, his expression somewhat strange, as he saw Black Goku with his own face. "To be honest, seeing this guy with the exact same face as mine does make me feel a bit complicated." He then glanced at the one fighting Trunks, smirking, "And there are two of them." Vegeta didn't care about that and let Kakarote remain silent. He stomped on the void, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing right in front of Black Goku. "Imposter, let me take care of you." The formerly playful Vegeta turned extremely grim upon seeing Black Goku, his face contorting with great fury, ready to explode. Black Goku was unfazed, sneering, "Eternal number 2, you dare to lecture me? Nanny, what did you say? Eternal second place." Vegeta's face grew more twisted, the surging energy within him roiling restlessly. The power he struggled to contain nearly burst forth, causing him to tremble violently, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. "I, Vegeta, have now far surpassed Kakarote. I am number 1. I am the strongest Saiyan. I am Super Vegeta. Vegeta's entire body flushed red. Glaring at Black Goku, he laughed in fury. Pointing his thumb at himself, he roared, "In a moment, Lord Vegeta is going to beat you senseless." Vegeta instantly steadied himself, then lunged forward in a single explosive step. Clenching his right fist, he struck with blinding speed, appearing before Black Goku in an instant and slamming his fist into that detestable face. Black Goku's expression froze, the mocking words on his lips died as a fist the size of a sandbag crashed into his skull. His body was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips as he plunged toward the ground. Vegeta sneered, his form blurring as he vanished. In an instant, he materialized before the airborne Black Goku, and under the latter's horrified gaze unleashed a barrage of punches. The very air trembled as the wind from his fists howled. Countless blows rained down like cascading water, each landing with a dull thud. Black Goku's cries of agony echoed incessantly. Watching Black Goku's miserable state, Vegeta felt an indescribable satisfaction. He pressed his palms together, and a golden energy wave surged forth, crackling with arcs of lightning. It tore through the ground, blasting a massive crater and driving Black Goku deep into the earth. Boom! Explosions thundered without end. Amidst the swirling smoke, it felt as if the entire earth shuddered in unison. Nearby Zamasu, locked in combat with Trunks, seemed to falter for a moment at the sight. Watching Black Goku's tumbling form, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Could they truly overcome such formidable opponents? Just as doubt clouded his thoughts, Trunks' eyes sharpened, seizing upon Zamasu's momentary lapse. With a gentle flick of his left hand against the blade, the long sword in Trunks' grasp began to resonate, its song piercing the air. A brilliant white light burst forth as majestic sword aura coalesced. Trunks released his grip, the sword spinning as threads of sword aura surged like silk. Forming a sword finger gesture, he pulled sharply, and the blade erupted with a dazzling radiance that seemed to bleach the entire world before thrusting toward Zamasu. "Nanny!" Zamasu snapped back to reality, his pupils contracting. His face twisted in dismay as he channeled a peach-colored glow into his palms, grasping the sword's edge directly. Boom! The sword light streaked across the sky, its blade trembling as it sent Zamasu hurtling down. Like a falling white star, he carved a long trench across the earth before finally embedding himself in the ground, creating a massive crater. Aart! Blood trickled from Zamasu's lips as his face contorted in agony. His hands were nearly destroyed, the sword's aura ceaselessly slicing through his palms as they underwent a constant cycle of damage and repair. The tip of the blade, along with a section of the sword, was embedded deep within his body. Torrents of sword aura erupted, tearing at his insides and eliciting screams of torment. Finally, enduring the searing pain, he wrenched the sword free. With a wave of his hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, swift and numerous, hurtling toward Trunks. A glint of mockery flashed in Trunks' eyes. He pressed his palms together, raising them to his forehead, and roared, "Masenko!" Whooshed! The energy wave from his hands obliterated the incoming spheres in an instant. The deafening explosions caused the very air to tremble. Seizing this brief opening, Zamasu fled toward the direction where Black Goku had fallen. From a distance, son Gohan watched Trunks display with a delighted expression. That Masenko was truly a technique that surpassed the master. Beside him, son Goku wore a handsome, downcast face. He sighed slightly. "It looks like I'm just going to be the one getting beaten up by Vegeta and Trunks. I feel complicated. I don't even want to fight anymore. Let Vegeta handle it." In a crater, Black Goku coughed up blood continuously. His body was covered in fist marks, his chest particularly caved in with many bones broken. Black Goku frowned as he steadied himself. He consumed a senzu bean, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. After catching his breath, he was perplexed. His own aura was clearly far stronger than Vegeta's, so why couldn't he track his movements? And this era's Vegeta was incredibly aggressive, his punches both heavy and vicious. As Black Goku's thoughts wandered, Vegeta suddenly burst through the ground above, giving chase. "Nanny! So fast!" Black Goku gritted his teeth, lowering his stance as he waved his hands, frantically unleashing a torrent of energy spheres like they cost nothing, light streaking everywhere. "Die! You counterfeit!" Vegeta's face was cold. He clenched his fists, which were now enveloped in a red glow. With a single punch, the pressure wave burst forth, detonating all the energy spheres in its path. At a speed Black Goku could not comprehend, Vegeta grabbed him by the head and said coldly, "Every cell in this body was forged through Kakarot's countless battles. Are you proud of stealing another's body?" "A god." Vegeta delivered a brutal kick, sending Black Goku flying out of the ground, blood spraying from his body. Then Vegeta stomped the earth, his right fist trailing crimson light as he launched himself upward. As Black Goku was flung out, Zamasu arrived simultaneously. He grabbed Black Goku and swiftly retreated, taking a position to the side. Whooshed! Vegeta emerged from the earth, his aura fierce and commanding. His deep blue eyes gleamed with a penetrating light. Black Goku steadied himself, panting heavily. He stared at Vegeta for a long moment, then seemed to understand. "So that's it. You waste not a single ounce of energy, drawing all your aura and flame back into your body to achieve full power." Hearing this, Vegeta raised an eyebrow and sneered. "So you do have a brain and they're not just mush." Vegeta tapped his own head, a confident smile spreading across his face. His eyes were filled with mockery, and his grin was wide with self-assurance. Trunks flew over to stand beside Vegeta, his long sword in hand. His aura was sharp, radiating a brilliant sword light. Is that so? Black Goku took out another Senzu bean and swallowed it. His body shuddered as all internal and external injuries vanished, returning him to peak condition. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The gray-black aura that had been surging around him gradually retracted into his body and disappeared. The dead oppressive atmosphere vanished. His overall aura was no longer overwhelmingly powerful, but instead settled just beneath the surface. After a moment, Black Goku opened his eyes, looked at his hands, and said calmly, "So this is it. Doing this indeed makes the power much greater, the energy so abundant." Beside him, Pietro Zamasu wanted to try the same, but Black Goku stopped him. "Your training isn't sufficient yet. Locking all this immense power inside the body is very dangerous. Let's just use our ultimate killing move." Black Goku smiled warmly and reached his hand out to Zamasu. Zamasu was stunned for a moment, then a confident grin spread across his face. With a sinister laugh, he removed his left earring and placed it on his right ear. Zamasu froze for a moment, then chuckled lightly as he removed the green earring from his left ear and swiftly hung it on his right ear. A strange smile appeared on both their faces, making Vegeta and Trunks feel utterly disgusted, prompting them to attack with a ball and a sword. A loud bang erupted and smoke filled the air, obscuring the scene within. Faintly, two green lights flickered, followed by a blinding white light that illuminated the area, resembling a 100-fold solar fist. Trunks and Vegeta both frowned slightly at the sight, using their arms to shield themselves from the dazzling light. As the light ahead dimmed further, Trunks felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. "Father, we should be cautious and call Gohan and the others over. I have a bad feeling." Trunks frowned deeper, his expression turning increasingly grim as he looked towards the place where the light had vanished, his heart trembling violently. Vegeta clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and disdainfully said, "Humph. Trunks, if you're scared, you can go back. I can handle two opponents without any problem." With that, Vegeta waved his hand and charged towards the thick smoke, his speed astonishingly swift. Seeing his father's determined gaze, Trunks pursed his lips and a surge of sword energy enveloped him, creating a hazy mist that surrounded most of the area. Ecstatic, Vegeta charged forward with his right fist wrapped in a stream of red light, leaving a trail of afterimages as he advanced, dragging a fierce flame behind him. Suddenly, a figure radiating a faint glow emerged from the smoke, striking Vegeta's face with a powerful slap. So fast that Vegeta had no time to react, he was sent flying backwards, skimming the ground and shattering it along the way, creating a long gash, and ultimately crashing through several mountain peaks, creating a massive pit. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency as he tightly clenched his fists, watching the smoke gradually clear to reveal the figure. The figure hovered slowly in the sky, extending its arms, a sacred aura emanating with a pure white halo appearing behind it, heavy and powerful. "My form is justice, my posture is the world, worship and praise. This sublime and beautiful immortal god with supreme power, Zamasu." Zamasu slowly opened his eyes, his body shimmering with colorful lights and overwhelming pressure radiating from him, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity with a cold and compassionate expression. He still bore the appearance of Son Goku, but for some reason his hair had turned white, and the earring by his ear glimmered with a bright light as he opened his arms to overlook the world. Feeling Zama's oppressive aura, Trunks was taken aback. This pressure was something even the massive Broly had never exerted on him. It felt as if he truly encountered a deity. "So what if you are a god? I will still slay you." Trunks was momentarily stunned, steadied his trembling body, gritted his teeth, and fiercely pulled his sword, the surrounding sword energy surging magnificently. As the sword energy billowed, it transformed into solid droplets that burst forth with brilliant light, their aura swirling and surging. Rainfall. Trunks' eyes filled with white sword energy as he raised his sword, shouting loudly. In an instant, the air erupted with the roaring sound of sword energy droplets crashing down, charging towards Zamasu, resembling a meteor shower streaking through the sky, beautiful, yet filled with a dense aura of killing intent. Zamasu stood with his hands behind his back, observing the rapidly approaching sword energy with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Too weak." He then slowly extended his right hand, casually pointing into the void, unleashing a burst of colorful light ripples spreading through the air, forming a circular barrier that resisted the grand sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. A muffled sound echoed as Zamasu slowly closed his eyes, seemingly listening to music, then flipped his hand. The sword energy that struck Zamasu was instantly tainted by a layer of white light, all rapidly rebounding and flying towards Trunks, who was holding his sword high. "Nanny!" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, yet he understood the vast gap between them. Just as he was about to act, three energy waves surged behind him, converging in the air and fiercely charging towards the sword energy. In an instant, they shattered it, charging towards Zamasu. The energy waves surged continuously, unleashing immense power that crushed the surrounding void, roaring incessantly, like a dragon emitting three colors of light, tearing towards Zamasu. "Is this your power? Very well, let me show you the divine power of the strongest god." Zamasu murmured softly, then a hint of madness for power erupted in his eyes, his lips curling into a wide grin as he sneered. Zamasu slightly extended his hands, and the halo behind him radiated brilliant white light. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. A roaring divine serpent, its mouth wide open, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that caused the void to tremble and shatter. Divine punishment. Zamasu bellowed, a hint of crimson appearing in his eyes as he unleashed powerful energy, surging towards the formidable energy wave ahead. The two powerful energy waves collided instantly. Bang! A colossal sound resonated, shaking the entire earth as brilliant light erupted, dazzlingly bright. The mere aftershock of the collision caused the void to explode, revealing a pitch-black otherworld. The two massive energy waves rampaged, causing the ground around them to collapse continuously. Trunks was momentarily stunned as the three others, Vegeta's son Goku and son Gohan, arrived simultaneously. Vegeta shouted angrily, "Trunks, are you just going to stand by and watch?" The expressions of the three were extremely grim. The overwhelming power of their opponent surprised them. No one expected Zama's aura to grow this powerful after merging, making it impossible for any one of them to fight alone. Trunks was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his senses, gripping his sword tightly and soaring into the sky. His eyes filled with sword energy swirling around him, coalescing into a storm of sword energy, with a massive sword shadow continuously forming. Trunks bit his lip, his face contorted. His sword emitted a constant ringing sound, vibrating, with brilliant white light strands of sword energy swirling around him, gradually converging in the sky. "Kill for me." Trunks' eyes turned red as he raised his sword high, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zamasu, and with a flash of sword light, Trunks thrust his sword fiercely. Trunks seized the opportunity while Zamasu and his father were distracted by the attack on view, swiftly appearing behind Zamasu, a massive sword shadow, dragging through the sky, radiating sharp sword energy, suddenly thrusting forward to stab Zamasu from behind. The three behind, witnessing this scene, simultaneously increased their energy output, disregarding the energy overflow, unleashing all the chi from their bodies. A torrent of red light surged forth, boosting their momentum significantly, and the energy waves in their hands thickened. Gohan and Goku shouted in unison, "Tenfold Kamehameha." Instantly, the originally azure energy wave thickened, tinged with a hint of red, the energy roiling continuously, the roar echoing loudly. Vegeta observed the two, equally unwilling to back down, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles in his arms swelling, and shouted loudly, "Ultimate invincible flash." Boom! The golden energy column wrapped in arcs of golden lightning crackled incessantly as the augmentation from the three energy waves arrived in an instant, directly suppressing Zamasu's crimson energy wave with evident results. "Nanny, how can mere humans possess such formidable power?" Goku. Before he finished speaking, a resplendent sword shadow, shining like the sun, thrust directly into Zamasu's body, the massive sword shadow splitting Zamasu in half, a thick stream of white light sweeping out, a torrent of sword energy bursting forth, continuously destroying Zamasu's flesh. "Oh, damn humans." Zamasu's mouth widened in agony, pain spreading throughout his entire being as he wailed and screamed, frantically shouting. "Humans are not what you imagine in your mind. Disappear, Zamasu." Trunks roared, his figure suddenly vanishing. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, the energy wave surged forth, and upon sensing the overwhelming power, an expression of disbelief appeared on Zamasu's face. "No, no, no, I am the immortal god. I am the strongest god. Evil humans have yet to be eliminated. How can I die?" Zamasu continued to wail, his face displaying terror, his body cut in half, the white light suddenly shining, the energy wave instantly enveloping him. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, the white light surged, and the void along the path exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. Brilliant white light emerged, the roar gradually faded, and smoke swirled. The four hovered in the void, all gasping for breath, as if on the verge of collapse. Looking at the remnants of Zamasu with not even a trace left, Trunks' face revealed a complex smile. "Finally, we have eliminated those two Zamasus." Huff, huff, huff. "Disappearance was inevitable, though our Saiyan bodies are not so easily taken." Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his head away and speaking. Gohan observed the smiles on his companions' faces. The tension in his heart also eased, realizing that Zamasu's so-called immortality had its flaws. Being obliterated to nothing meant he probably wouldn't survive. Among them, Goku had the most complicated feelings. After all, they were two individuals who looked just like him. Just as they were chatting, a familiar voice resonated. "It seems you humans are quite happy. I have already said I am the immortal god. How could I die?" Two vividly colored streams of light burst forth, and energy blades appeared, instantly piercing through Goku and Vegeta. Blood spurted forth as the two Zamasus fiercely pulled back their energy blades, retreating, a deluge of blood gushing out along with bits of flesh. "Oh!" Goku and Vegeta fell to the ground in an instant, their pupils fading away, their Super Saiyan 4 transformations dissipating, reverting to their normal states. "Father!" X2 Gohan and Trunks failed to react, quickly rushing to the ground to check on their injuries. Trunks looked at the blood continuously flowing from his father's chest, the blood soaking him completely. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes, shimmering at the corners, gritting his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. "Father! Father!" No matter how they shook and called, Goku and Vegeta did not respond, merely hanging on the brink of death, barely squeezing out a bit of chi to sustain their lives. "Ha ha ha! Humans should all die. This world does not need the existence of humans, and I will guide the justice of the world, meaning only as a god can I be just. And those gods who did not act yet tried to stop me from exterminating humans should die too." The two Zamasus, one on the left and one on the right, sneered, casually flicking their arms, blood splattering as their momentum surged. At the same time hearing these words, Trunks and Gohan set the two down, slowly raising their eyes, turning crimson, a murderous intent permeating the air as they raised their heads to gaze at Zamasu. Their faces twisted with a menacing expression. Zamasu, who had been laughing wildly, began to feel his smile freeze, followed by an inexplicable fury. Is this where the pain begins? Is this where the suffering starts? Every day I endure for the sake of the cosmic divine rules, for the beauty of this universe, witnessing those evil humans laughing and fighting, suffering day and night. How can you compare to me? Zamasu displayed a heart-wrenching expression, his hands clawing at his own face. Trunks and Gohan coldly watched their disgusting performance. Trunks stepped back. This time I am truly angry. Gohan's eyes were indifferent, filled with deep crimson, his murderous intent slowly rising, his black hair swaying in the breeze like the calm before a storm as he suddenly pushed Trunks back, unleashing an unparalleled aura. Huh. Gohan let out a loud shout, the sky instantly filled with dark clouds, dyeing the entire sky black, the atmosphere oppressive, and the two Zamasus halted their movements, astonished, before being directly blasted away by the overwhelming aura. Boom. The sky began to flicker with bright lights, followed by the sound of angry thunder, thick purple lightning rolling like dragon thunder amidst the clouds. After a moment of accumulation, it struck down onto Gohan. In an instant, an extremely thick silver beam wrapped in purple light shot skyward, a violent aura surging forth, creating a massive crater in the ground, purplured arcs of electricity swirling and flashing within, crackling and hissing continuously. Gohan's expression was cold, his muscles swelling, his originally black hair turning silver, standing upright and densely growing outward, a tuft of silver bangs hanging down his forehead. His black eyebrows turned silver as well, and the crimson in his eyes flowed with a hint of murderous intent, boiling blood surging battle intent, and a chilling murderous aura enveloping Gohan, leading him to look at the two Zamasus on the horizon. Only wanting to slay the gods, Gohan's beast form made its appearance. During their previous training session, Cell had asked Trunks to convey a single piece of advice to Gohan to control his power on the brink of berserk rage. This remark puzzled the young Gohan at the time. Upon inquiring, he learned that this method would maximize the release of his latent potential. From that moment, Gohan grasped the profound meaning behind those words. Since childhood, an immense wellspring of power had resided within him, a potential that was invariably unleashed by overwhelming fury. This led Gohan to understand the essence of controlling his strength at the edge of a rampage. Thus, to first attain this power, he needed to succumb to a berserk state. In his subsequent training, Gohan frequently sparred with Broly, who was also in a state of frenzy. Although he was consistently overpowered, he managed to find a glimmer of insight, yet still lacked the final piece, a specific emotional catalyst. The sight of his father's injuries became the spark that instantly detonated the dormant power within him. This Gohan was not the timid version from another timeline. He was a warrior from the future, rich in battle experience, who had never undergone the second potential unlocked by the Elder Kai. In this form, he became a beast that instantly surpassed every being in this universe, the strongest human in the cosmos and the strongest across all universes. A powerful energy radiated outward, churning and roiling, unleashing tempestuous gales. Violet red arcs of electricity crackled and blazed their surging intensity, leaving even Gohan himself in awe. A silvery aura tinged with violet erupted around him. Gohan examined his own hands, his scarlet eyes blazing with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the two Zamasus suspended in the sky. These two Zamasus, having merged with the power of immortality and then forcibly separated by Trunks, had become two imperfect immortal beings. Yet their auras were identical to when they were fused. Both Zamasus were blasted dozens of meters away by Gohan's overwhelming presence. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, an expression of utter disbelief dawning on their faces, which quickly twisted into chagrin and gnashing teeth. How could this be? Was a mere mortal capable of reaching such heights? Then what was the point of all their efforts, their power? The two Zamasus' expressions soured, their features contorting. Their auras surged, shattering the surrounding void. Son Gohan, had I known you possessed such potential, I should have seized your body from the start. But what does it matter? We are immortal. Ha ha. After a moment's thought, Zamasu seemed to dismiss the matter. His furrowed brow relaxed and a wide grin spread across his face. Even if you are stronger, so what? We are immortal gods. Together we are invincible. Is that so? Gohan's lips curled into a smirk, his scarlet eyes brimming with mockery as he raised his middle finger towards the two deities. Nanny, you dare blaspheme. Zamasu began, enraged by the gesture, but before he could finish, a figure materialized instantly before them. Gohan's fist shot out, first a single explosive punch that shattered the void. The pressure of the strike instantly crushed the left Zamasu, smashing into his skull and sending him flying 1,000 meters away, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, his left hand clamped onto the neck of the right Zamasu. His right fist rained down blow after blow, each one a brutal headshot. The sound of flesh impacting flesh echoed, each strike splattering with fresh blood. Gazing at Zamasu's contorting face, Gohan's lips twisted into a sneer. A god? How can the power of a god be so insignificant? Gohan stared at the face of his own father. He held nothing back, each blow delivered with full force. Only when Zamasu's face was a bloody pulp and his skull caved in did Gohan cease his assault. He then hurled him to the ground with his left hand, creating a massive crater. His gaze cold, he watched Zamasu fly back 1,000 meters. Two of you are indeed a nuisance, but that's all you are. Gohan flicked the blood from his right fist. His oppressive aura began to climb once more, the crackling arcs of electricity multiplying. He seemed on the verge of a berserk rampage, yet it was perfectly controlled. This was the true edge of madness. Trunks, who had been pushed aside, watched his vastly transformed and far more powerful brother. He recalled Uncle Cell's words, Gohan is the Saiyan with the greatest potential. Was this truly the case? His brother was incredibly cool now, but Trunks felt little joy. Instead, a deep pessimism about his own weakness consumed him. Once again, he could only stand by and watch as Gohan protected him. His opponents were two beings far too powerful for him. Damn it. Trunks clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. His face was a mask of fury. Suddenly, two figures materialized, the Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito. Phew. Good thing the fight was so intense that your energy signatures reached the sacred world of the Kai. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it in time. Supreme Kai Shin observed Goku and Vegeta, who were barely clinging to life. Lord Supreme Kai. Trunks' eyes lit up. He was familiar with the Kais like Uncle Cell. He knew Kibito possessed healing abilities. Supreme Kai Shin first motioned for Kibito to begin treatment, then turned to the injured Trunks. Don't worry, Trunks. They can be healed, but not fully restored. Kibito's abilities have their limits. Shin's face was grim. He looked towards Gohan, who was locked in a fierce battle, easily overwhelming two opponents. Son Goku. Two of them. Seeing the Supreme Kai shocked, Trunks first explained the situation, then asked Kibito to heal him. Gradually, Supreme Kai Shin's face filled with astonishment and gravity. He could not believe a god would commit such crimes, plotting to exterminate humanity, stealing another's body, murdering a Supreme Kai, and illegally traveling through time. They deserve to be annihilated. Phew. I'm about done. Thank you, Mr. Kibito. Trunks exhaled a long breath and clenched his fists. His stamina had recovered by about 80 or 90%. Kibito, lying on the ground utterly exhausted, waved a hand in acknowledgement. Honestly, this was the most draining treatment of his life. Those three Saiyans were bottomless pits, completely draining him of every last ounce of energy. Seeing his father and Uncle Goku restored to normal, Trunks felt a bit better. He then turned his grave attention to Zamasu, who was still fighting his brother. Though Gohan was currently dominating them both, their immortality was an unfair advantage. Over time, Gohan would be worn down. Trunks turned around. Lord Supreme Kai, please take my father and the others to the sacred world of the Kai. It's too dangerous here. Supreme Kai Shin nodded. He then grabbed the drained Kibito and teleported back to the sacred world of the Kai. Thankfully, the Kai's instantaneous movement didn't require stamina. Trunks nodded, relieved that the Supreme Kai and his father were gone. Now he had to figure out how to kill those two immortal beasts. Trunks already had a rough idea. Trunks contemplated all the techniques in his mind that could enable him to defeat Zamasu, who possessed immortality. This was the technique called destruction that Uncle Sherry used on planet Wampa, and that Toppo demonstrated at the exhibition tournament which Lord Beerus had taught. Destruction is one of the abilities of the god of destruction, a means to eliminate opponents without engaging in combat. Anything destroyed will be completely erased from existence, its very essence vanishing. Trunks exhaled slowly, relying on the principles he had learned previously, combined with the destructive energy absorbed from Toppo, due to his Super Saiyan god form, channeling it into his right hand, while infusing it with the divine aura from within himself to amplify its power. With a crackling sound, faint purple energy ripples began to emerge, and then fade as profound destructive energy continuously gathered in his right hand, warping the air around it, the energy limitless and accumulating in his palm. This success brought a glint of joy to Trunks' face. He never expected his first attempt would succeed, and now he could hardly believe that Zamasu would not perish. With this thought, a hint of murderous intent surfaced on Trunks' face as he lifted his sharp gaze towards Zamasu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Gohan, the intent to kill spreading within him. The next step was to launch a surprise attack to find the right moment to obliterate them. Even if that was not possible, he had to eliminate at least one of them. The muffled sounds of impact echoed repeatedly as the void continuously shattered and restored. The overwhelming force of their battle was enough to crush countless Friesias in its wake. The void erupted with explosions, energy ripples emerged, swirling white waves surged forth, the sounds of their physical collisions constant, interspersed with arrogant taunts. Son Gohan, I can feel your stamina waning, your movements aren't as quick as before. Zamasu swung his left fist while continuously launching energy balls with his right hand, a vicious grin plastered across his face, completely different from the emotions he displayed when he first encountered Gohan. From initial feelings of frustration and fear to now being cocky and arrogant, he relied on the back-and-forth consumption of energy between them and his own immortal abilities. He estimated that after a few hundred more exchanges, he would be able to slay Gohan. Once Gohan is dead, there will be no one to stop him in this timeline. However, to be cautious, he should quickly destroy this planet, and then pay a visit to the Kaioshin realm of this universe to eliminate them first as a precaution against the god of destruction Beerus and the angels. Zamasu's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, knowing that even under such powerful circumstances his immortality allowed him to recover. He directly entered a mode of trading injuries for injuries. That's right. Son Gohan, where's that arrogance of yours? Why are you not acting so cocky now? The other Zamasu was sent flying by a punch, but quickly returned to his original form, continuing to drain Gohan's stamina, while occasionally spewing insults to unsettle him. "You're too noisy." Gohan frowned, quickly moving forward, appearing instantly in front of the Zamasu, who was hurling insults, his hands gripping the thick neck tightly before forcefully twisting it in one direction. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Zamasu, who had once worn a smile, widened his eyes in shock. His insults abruptly ceased. Gohan then slammed an energy ball into his face, resulting in a loud explosion that obliterated Zamasu's head, leaving a massive crater where his body fell. In the distance, Trunks felt a vein throbbing on his forehead, beads of sweat trickling down. Maintaining this energy was immensely taxing, and now seeing one of the Zamasus, his eyes widened suddenly, a glimmer of light flashing within. His form vanished in an instant, moving at incredible speed. Having completed all this, Gohan was about to turn when a figure suddenly materialized, enveloped in a myriad of colorful lights. His right fist drew back, trailing glowing streams of energy, the power erupting forth as he clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! With a tremendous roar, Gohan was sent flying backward, a scream escaping his lips as blood spilled from his mouth, being dragged back several dozen meters. Zamasu's lips curled into a smirk as he seized the opportunity and would not let it slip away. He chased after the retreating Gohan, his speed surpassing Gohan's fists clenched together, and then he struck down fiercely. Boom! Another deafening sound reverberated as Gohan transformed into a silvery white and purple streak, hurtling through the air and crashing to the ground, creating a long trench and a massive crater. Zamasu hovered in the air, laughing maniacally at the spectacle, completely losing sanity, before suddenly shouting, "Ha!" A powerful aura surged from Zamasu, warping the surrounding space. Vibrant beams of light shot up into the sky, and the immense power caused Zamasu's body to begin to crack, revealing some purple flesh. Gohan, who had crashed to the ground, quickly regained his footing, gazing up at Zamasu, who was gathering power in the sky, his heart silently contemplating. Although Zamasu possessed great power, he did not know how to wield it. What seemed like overwhelming energy was mostly dissipated, appearing impressive, but in reality the energy gathered was less than what had been expended. A small smile emerged at the corner of Gohan's mouth as silver light enveloped him, mixed with purple flames that surged around him, the purplish red arcs of electricity swirling within, exuding an imposing presence. His body sank slightly, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, continuously concentrating power. The flames and arcs of electricity surrounding him instantaneously vanished, drilling into the fingertips of his right hand, radiating a bright glow with tiny arcs of electricity crackling and his eyes shining with crimson light. Zamasu in the sky spread his arms wide, a divine halo appearing behind him, gradually expanding, and the phantom of a divine python emerged, opening its massive mouth, crimson light flickering as energy surged. Trunks arrived in an instant, observing the Zamasu that had fallen into the pit, head slowly regenerating, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swiftly approached, his palm aimed at Zamasu's chest as he shouted loudly, "Destruction!" Ziz! Zamasu's body suddenly trembled, gradually transforming into purple light particles starting from his chest, disappearing at an accelerated speed. Zamasu, whose head was still intact, suddenly began to scream in terror, feeling an intense pain spreading throughout his body as he sensed the loss of his chest. From his torso, his entire body gradually faded away, and when only his head remained, he stared at Trunks with a look of terror and resentment. Trunks paid no heed to this so-called divine being, instead widening his eyes to watch as Zamasu finally transformed into purple light particles dissipating into the air. Boom! Trunks suddenly sat down, panting heavily as he watched Zamasu completely disappear, his face revealing an expression of joy. "Finally! Have I finally killed him?" Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with excitement. After a brief respite, Trunks mustered every ounce of his remaining strength and forcibly condensed the profound destructive energy, once more letting it float beneath his palm. Having done this, Trunks narrowed his eyes, swiftly leaping away from the area and dashing toward the sky behind Zamasu. He would wait for the critical moment when he and Gohan were locked in their beam struggle, and then it would be his turn to strike, to eliminate all Zamasus himself. Suddenly, a streak of white light shot through the sky like a meteor, plummeting straight toward Trunks. Gohan, who was gathering energy in the distance, noticed this scene. Seeing the two familiar figures, his anxious heart finally eased, and a faint smile tugged at his lips, even quickening the energy condensing in his hands. But Zamasu, hovering high above, failed to notice this. His mind was consumed solely with gathering power to kill Gohan, who he deemed far stronger than himself. He refused to believe that after being worn down by two versions of himself for so long, Gohan could still defeat him. And when he saw the almost mocking smile on Gohan's face, fury consumed him. Arg! Die! Divine punishment! Zamasu's face-bearing son Goku's features twisted grotesquely as veins bulged on his forehead. He thrust both hands forward, and with his motion, the crimson energy within the jaws of the divine serpent phantom behind him erupted forth. The energy had not yet fully condensed, but in the moment rage clouded Zamasu's mind, nothing else seemed to matter. With a thunderous boom, a colossal wave of scarlet energy was unleashed, causing the surrounding void to tremble and resonate violently. After a mere 0.01 seconds, it burst apart, charging toward Gohan on the ground with a deafening roar. What a Seeing that Zamasu had launched his attack without properly condensing it, Gohan was taken aback, puzzled by such recklessness. Then, gritting his teeth, he felt the incomplete technique in his own hands and knew he had no choice but to release it prematurely. Gohan braced himself, lowering his stance slightly. He thrust the 2 fingers of his right hand from his forehead, his left hand supporting his right arm, and shouted, "Special beam cannon." With a thunderous blast, a thick, spiraling beam of purplured light shot forth, crackling with electricity. Its immense, piercing power tore through the void, leaving a dark, mysterious rift across the sky. The beam's sheer force ripped the fabric of space apart, and from below a pitch-black scar hung in the heavens. "Whis." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, Whis nodded lightly, gently waving his staff. A green radiance spread out, forming a barrier that shielded the 3 of them. Indeed, the 2 arrivals were none other than the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. After dealing with Zamasu of Universe 10 in this timeline, they had rushed here and witnessed the clash. But Beerus' gaze was not on Zamasu, it was fixed on Gohan, who had transformed into a bestial form. Beerus narrowed his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and smirked. Interesting. While Trunks was still bewildered, a thunderous roar accompanied a blinding flash of light. With a colossal rumble, the thick and thin beams collided, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. The violent shockwaves shattered the surrounding void, turning the once azure sky into a pitch-black abyss. With a fierce yell from Gohan, the special beam cannon pierced through the scarlet beam, hurtling straight toward Zamasu. Zamasu, who had been twisted with rage, was struck with disbelief as he saw the spiraling beam. But after a moment's pause, his expression shifted to one of mockery and confidence. The beam engulfed Zamasu in an instant, reducing his form to dust. The powerful special beam cannon continued its trajectory into the sky, eventually vanishing into the infinite cosmos. Gasping for breath, Gohan let his arms fall, his head drooping. He lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed on the void where Zamasu had been annihilated. He watched as the void slowly healed, and as Zamasu, reduced to ashes, began to coalesce back into human form. Gohan clenched his fists and shook his hands in frustration. Damn it! Can I really not kill him with my own power? Is the immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls truly this unassailable? But at least Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis are here. Gohan glanced at the 2 figures standing with Trunks, took a deep breath, and leaped over. Hey kid, I sensed it earlier. What were you doing gathering destructive energy in your right hand? That can't kill an immortal granted by the Super Shenron. Beerus put his hands down and looked at Trunks with a puzzled expression. Those words struck Trunks like a blow, leaving him dazed. What? It can't kill. Then what was that thing I killed before? An illusion? Trunks' mind was a swirl of question marks. He looked toward the crater where he had killed Zamasu, only to see a broken figure slowly emerging from within. Though slow, it was unmistakably Zamasu regenerating. How? Even destruction? Trunks' eyes clouded with despair. He had no idea what to do. If even destruction didn't work, did that mean Lord Beerus couldn't destroy those 2 bastards either? Uncle Cell, do you have a way? Trunks raised his head, a sense of hopelessness spreading through his gaze. But Uncle Cell wasn't here. Beerus first glanced at Zamasu in the crater, then narrowed his elongated eyes, and turned to look at the Zamasu suspended in the void who had regenerated only his head. Oh, destruction actually had some effect. It seems this immortality is flawed. Upon hearing this, Gohan and Trunks both turned to Beerus and said in unison, Lord Beerus, only one of the fused beings has immortality. Beerus let out a slow breath, then crossed his arms and grinned. Such an immortality. Interesting. I can have some fun. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled lightly. It seemed that watching Gohan and the others fight all this time had made Lord Beerus' hands itch. He gently waved his staff, and a green light surged, transporting the Zamasu in the crater to the sky to stand alongside the other Zamasu. He also shielded the earth beneath them lest Lord Beerus get too carried away. Beerus let out a low chuckle and slowly rose, his body enveloped in deep purple aura. His purple fur deepened, and a mark unique to the god of destruction appeared on his forehead. The white divine ring behind him dissolved into runes that clung to his skin, forming 2 rings that orbited his body. His yellow eyes also glowed with a trace of purple, shimmering with an eerie, enchanting light. Beerus unleashed his full power in his base form merely to have a punching bag. Don't ask why he used his full base power. It was because he had been suppressing his strength for too long and felt uncomfortable. Plus, this was a small interest payment for the deaths of his counterparts across countless timelines who had perished while sleeping or eating. Hey kid, rest assured. Those 2 won't get away. He'll punch them around a bit first. Beerus spoke indifferently, his deep purple aura devouring the surrounding void. The purple light in his eyes flickered like stars as he hovered in the sky, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a god of destruction. Gazing at Lord Beerus in the sky, was covered his mouth with a light chuckle, then glanced at the exhausted, battered son Gohan and Trunks. He lightly waved his staff, and the black crystal orb atop it emitted a verdant glow, instantly enveloping the 2. Their wounds healed at a visible speed, and their stamina and energy were restored. This, Trunks and son Gohan clenched their fists, feeling the power return to their bodies. A glimmer of joy appeared on their faces as they exchanged glances and said in unison, Thank you, Mr. Whis. Hehehe. If you truly wish to thank me, prepare a portion of every delicacy Earth has to offer. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth, his expression utterly serene. Trunks reverted to his normal state and scratched his head with a laugh. Mr. Whis, it's not that we don't want to, but Earth has far too many delicacies. Son Gohan nodded as well. Yes, Mr. Whis. How about this? My mother's cooking is quite good. After this is overcome to Mount Paozu, I'm sure my mother would be delighted. Whis smiled and quickly nodded. As long as it satisfied his palate, even food he had tasted before was fine. At that moment Trunks suddenly paused. He extended a finger, visibly excited as he recalled a particularly delicious item. Mr. Whis, I just thought of something great. Cup noodles. Once Lord Beerus is done here, he'll bring thousands of cup noodles. We can snack on them during training. Oh, cup noodles. Doesn't sound all that impressive, Whis said, frowning slightly. The names of past delicacies had been far more appealing. Son Gohan paused, and then laughed. That's right, Mr. Whis. I almost forgot. These cup noodles are delicious. After this, let's head to Capsule Corporation to try some. Trunks eats them all the time. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled, though his gaze occasionally flickered to the battlefield. Truly, Lord Beerus was remarkable. Even with such a vast power disparity, he controlled his strength with masterful precision. Incredible. The battle was one-sided. They could chat and laugh only because they had witnessed Lord Beerus' awe-inspiring majestic presence. Each of Lord Beerus' punches precisely killed one opponent. Before he struck the other, the first would revive. Thus Beerus fought with unbridled exhilaration, unleashing his power without restraint. A truly liberating experience for him. Is that so? Then I must have a taste. Whis' eyes sparkled like stars as he twisted his body in excitement, his face full of anticipation. Huh. Trunks let out a deep breath, then sharply inhaled, falling silent as he fixed his gaze on the clash between Lord Beerus and Zamasu above. In truth, it was less a battle, and more Lord Beerus using the two as punching bags to vent. After all, Cell was gone, leaving no one to spar with Beerus. Gods of destruction were forbidden from fighting each other. He couldn't defeat the angels, and they themselves were too weak to pose a challenge. He always had to carefully control his strength to avoid killing them in one blow. But now he had no such concerns. Boom. A surge of immense force erupted. One of the Zamasus was sent flying by a punch. The overwhelming power blasted a massive hole through his heart, blood gushing forth. He crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater, and lay dead beyond any doubt. Whooshed. Moments later, Zamasu, who had died countless times, already regained consciousness. Gasping heavily, he stared at Beerus, his eyes filled with nothing but terror and horror. Damn it. Lord Beerus, this god of destruction, was far too formidable. He had to flee to switch to another timeline. This timeline was too dangerous. Next time he would kill the Supreme Kais first, eliminate all the Supreme Kais across the universe. Zamasu shook his head, regret, confusion, and fear swirling within him, soon replaced by resentment. His Petro Zamasu was weaker than the other one. He couldn't care less about that now. As for the earlier version of himself, he would have to fend for himself and enjoy the thrill of battle. Zamasu himself couldn't take it anymore. He was running. With that thought, Zamasu's face twisted in fury, his teeth clenched. His left hand opened slightly, revealing the silver time ring that shimmered. The space behind him collapsed, forming a pitch-black portal. Ha! Farewell, you foolish cat, Beerus. Zamasu leaped and vanished into the portal. Nanny! The other Zamasu's mouth twitched in disbelief. He hadn't expected his ally to betray him and flee. Foolish cat. Beerus' smile, born from the thrill of slaughter, gradually froze. Killing intent erupted from him. The moment the faintest trace of that killing intent touched Zamasu, the latter burst into a mist of blood, dying once more. Whis! Beerus called out coldly, looking down at the chatting Whis. Whis paused for a moment, then sensing the atmosphere and the situation, his smile faded, as well his expression turning unusually grave. He released a surge of angelic power for an instant, then grasped his staff and lightly tapped the ground. Waved. A white ripple emanated from within the earth, spreading outward. An indescribable force instantly enveloped the entire planet, including its space. Reverse. Whis intoned solemnly, tapping the ground again. In an instant, the entire world seemed to rewind. Time flowed backward, returning to the state of 5 minutes prior. The Zamasu who had fled was now just being smashed into the crater, not yet recovered. Everything reverted to its previous state. Heh, no more games. A cold sneer curled on Beerus' lips. A figure identical to him stretched out from his back, grabbing the nearby Zamasu with its left hand. Beerus' true body instantly teleported above the fleeing Zamasu, hovering parallel to the ground. His gaze, indifferent, a violet light flared in his eyes. Both Beeruses extended their right palms simultaneously. He murmured, "Destruction." In that instant, an ineffable pressure erupted, and screams tore through the void. Before either Zamasu could react, they dissolved into faint purple particles, vanishing from existence entirely. Their very being was annihilated. Under the god of destruction Beerus' power, they met their final death. To the astonishment of Trunks and Son Gohan, Lord Beerus waved his arm, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that instantly obliterated the two Zamasus, causing them to vanish from existence. Their gazes flickered, incessantly fixed upon the spot where Zamasu's body had dissipated, yearning to ascertain whether the immortal Zamasu could resurrect after encountering Lord Beerus' destruction. Ahem. Stop staring. They have been utterly annihilated, gone without a trace. Whis cleared his throat, redirecting their attention, and continued. If it were the complete immortal body from the start, this destruction technique might indeed have been ineffective. But since it was a flawed immortality, Lord Beerus' destruction proved fatal to them. Thus death is now their final destination. The very essence of their beings has been erased, so resurrection is impossible. Whis shook his head with unwavering certainty. Yes, awesome. That's Lord Beerus for you. Trunks' face beamed with joy as he gave a thumbs up to Lord Beerus, who was descending gracefully back to normal. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the work of a destroyer. Entrusting such matters to Lord Beerus was absolutely perfect, resolved in an instant. Keep it low-key. Low-key. Beerus waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to their flattery. Beerus landed softly, stretched his body, and remarked, "That was a fine punching bag. After that workout, I feel remarkably refreshed." Hehehe. Isn't that just because Lord Beerus has the habit of eating, and then sleeping, and then eating? I've always said such habits are bad for your health. Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle. It's just boredom. Beerus glanced at Whis, shrugged, and then turned to Trunks. Kid, do you know why your destruction was ineffective while mine made them vanish instantly? I really don't know, Lord Beerus. Please tell me, and I'll remember. Trunks shuddered, realizing Lord Beerus was imparting wisdom. He had indeed wondered why his own destruction lacked such potency. It's simple. That wasn't your own destruction, and the purity of the destruction you conjured was far too low. Beerus spoke casually, yet his gaze was stern upon Trunks. Your destruction is clearly chaotic, likely absorbed from others, and its purity is so low it's practically the worst kind. Is that so? Trunks murmured, staring at his own hands. Beerus nodded. Exactly. But my destruction isn't top tier either, it's merely the limit of what's attainable. In truth, Grand Zenith's method of erasing universes is destruction, the ultimate destruction. However, his destruction can no longer be accurately called destruction, it would be more precise to term it erasure. That's why Lord Beerus is especially fearful of Grand Zeno, because being near him allows one to feel that overwhelming power of erasure. Whis dropped a bombshell, revealing the core secret. Whis. Beerus' eyes widened in displeasure, his expression demanding, how dare you divulge such classified information? Hehehe. Lord Beerus, it's fine to share such things. They'll keep it secret, right? Whis winked playfully. Beerus turned, narrowing his eyes at Trunks and Son Gohan. Both of them shuddered and nodded hastily. Cough. Fine, it wasn't me who said it anyway. You clean this up, and well, head back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus shook his head, forcibly convincing himself he had nothing to do with it. Whis frowned at this. Oh no, that wouldn't do. He still wanted to try the cup noodles. They sounded so delicious, and he hadn't tasted them yet. Whis hastily interjected, Lord Beerus, you may not know this, but Mr. Trunks just described an incredibly delicious earth delicacy and is preparing to invite us to try it. What an incredibly delicious delicacy. We haven't tried it. Beerus' eyes sparkled. Truth be told, the recent exertion had left him rather hungry. Beerus patted his slight paunch and declared, excellent. Then let's go eat. Cup noodles. Whis supplied. Right, cup noodles. If they're not good, he. Beerus grinned, clenching his fists with a cracking sound. Trunks stood upright and assured, you two will be satisfied. Son Gohan nodded vigorously beside him. Then looking around with confusion, he asked, hey, where are Father and Uncle Vegeta? They've disappeared. Son Gohan's expression turned anxious and panicked. Could the earlier battle have blasted Father and Uncle Vegeta into smithereens? Slap. Trunks' firm hand landed on Son Gohan's shoulder. Don't worry, Gohan. Father and the others were taken to the realm of the Kai by the Supreme Kai. They're in no danger. Son Gohan sighed in relief. So that was it. He had thought. Supreme Kai. What did he come for? To get himself killed? Beerus suddenly recalled something, his expression twisting with anger. Just thinking about that Supreme Kai infuriated him. Always idle, roaming the universe aimlessly. And the Supreme Kai from another timeline. If he hadn't foolishly wandered to Earth, could Zamasu have killed him? Furthermore, even if Zamasu had reached the realm of the Kai, couldn't he have used his pig brain to come to the realm of the gods of destruction for help? Forget it. They'll deal with him later. Let's go eat those cup noodles first. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly as he spoke to Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis lightly tapped the ground, and a brilliant light flared. The three vanished instantly, heading toward Capsule Corporation. Capsule Corporation. Upon returning home, Trunks immediately asked Dr. Hito about Bulma and Zamasu. Learning that Bulma had gone to Mount Pozu and that Zamasu had been driven back by Gamma, he gave a thumbs up to Gamma. Then he rushed to his room, retrieved 4 extra-large cups of noodles, set them on a table, poured hot water into each, and waited quietly. Trunks found a dining table and placed the 4 jumbo-sized cups of instant noodles before Beerus and Whis. Then, under their slightly puzzled expressions, he tore open the top layer of the packaging and poured in hot water. Finally, he added an egg to each cup. According to Cell's reasoning, a cup of instant noodles without an egg was soulless, so Trunks had since adopted this habit of adding an egg to his noodles. Whis, is this the delicious instant noodles you mentioned? Just soaking it in hot water is enough. Can it possibly taste good? Beerus stroked his chin, wearing a look of utter bewilderment. How could a delicacy be prepared with such a simple cooking method? In all his years of existence, he had never seen such a thing. However, since it came from Earth, the planet renowned for its gastronomic wonders, he was willing to give it a try. Had anyone from another planet presented this to him, he would have undoubtedly destroyed their entire world, deeming it an insult. Whis furrowed his brow, leaning in to take a faint sniff of the cup noodles. A questioning murmur escaped his lips as he turned to look at the expectant Trunks beside him. Trunks, can these instant noodles really be delicious with just boiling water? Huh. Trunks was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling like little stars, he said in a low voice, "Lord Wish, trust me. No matter how many times you eat these cup noodles, you'll never get tired of them. They are truly delicious. Mr. Cell and I both think they are the best thing on earth. And there are many different flavors. This is just one of them." "Oh, Mr. Cell likes them too. Then they must be good. I'm quite looking forward to it. The best cuisine on earth." Beerus bared his teeth, his expression turning grim. "Kid, you had something like this and only brought it out now." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Son Gohan quickly stepped in to mediate. "Lord Beerus, you don't understand. The best things are always saved for last. If you had eaten the cup noodles first, you would have found all other delicacies inferior. That would ruin your appetite, Lord Beerus," Son Gohan said with a cheerful grin, gesturing animatedly. "Oomph. Fine, I forgive you." Beerus snorted, turning his head away before looking back. "How long does this thing take to be ready?" 5 minutes. A moment later, the 5 minutes were up. Trunks and Son Gohan first demonstrated by peeling off the lid. A rich aroma wafted out. Holding their cups, they muttered a quick, "Let's eat," and began to devour the noodles ravenously. Their movements were synchronized almost in perfect unison. First a sip of the broth, then a bite of the egg soaked in the savory soup, followed by sounds of immense satisfaction as they slurped down the noodles. They didn't forget to urge the other two. "Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you should eat too. It's really good." Seeing Trunks and Son Gohan enjoying it so much, Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance and swallowed simultaneously. They then opened their lids, sniffed, and mimicked the eating method, starting with a sip of the broth. After his first sip, Beerus' eyes flew wide open. An expression of sheer disbelief crossed his face as he pointed a trembling finger at the cup. Then he took a bite of the egg. Oishi. This is the treatment a god of destruction deserves. I want as many of these cup noodles as possible, all shipped back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh, and make sure to get different flavors." Beerus plunged his head directly into the cup, wolfing down the noodles while mumbling incoherently. This was truly the most delicious food he had ever eaten on Earth. Compared to everything before, these cup noodles were exceptional. It might not have smelled like much at first, but the rich, thick broth, the smooth noodles, and the egg steeped in the savory soup were all heavenly delights. Trunks and Son Gohan exchanged a bright, gleaming smile, wiping their noses with their fingers brimming with pride. Especially Trunks. This was a delicacy beloved by even Mr. Cell. So overwhelming a god of destruction's palate was a trivial task. Compared to Beerus' exaggerated eating style, Whis was comparatively elegant. However, with each mouthful, he closed his eyes in bliss, occasionally swaying his body and stroking his cheek with his hand, which seemed a bit peculiar. Just as they fell silent, quietly eating their noodles, a tearing sound rent the air behind them. A gentle breeze passed, carrying a familiar aura. It was the three Kaioshin, accompanied by a smiling Son Goku and Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, looking disdainful and keeping a conspicuous 8-yard distance from Goku. This time, as a descendant, Kaioshin Shin had finally done a sensible thing by bringing the elder Kaioshin to Earth, as well letting him enjoy the planet's pleasures. "Yo, Lord Beerus Whis." Son Goku greeted them immediately upon arrival. "Yo, Goku, want a bowl of cup noodles?" Beerus looked content and didn't want to talk much. Besides, there were plenty of noodles left, he hadn't finished yet. Whis also smiled and waved in Son Goku's direction. "Hey, what are you three doing on Earth instead of staying in the Kaioshin realm? Especially you Kaioshin Shin." Beerus blinked, spotting the trio of Kaioshin behind Son Goku. His expression soured instantly. Especially after the incident with Zamasu, he felt a severe sense of insecurity regarding his own life. "Haha, good afternoon, Lord Beerus." Kaioshin Shin gave an awkward laugh, unwilling to answer the question. The elder Kaioshin, however, looked aloof, occasionally whistling to himself. He was also in a foul mood. To encounter that foolish cat Beerus on his first visit to Earth, a day that should have been pleasant, was truly irritating. Forget it. But from now on, if you ever encounter anything that threatens your lives, you must come to the realm of the gods of destruction, understand? Beerus set down his chopsticks, swallowed the noodles in his mouth, and spoke with narrowed eyes and a serious tone. "You? Understood, Lord Beerus." Kaioshin Shin immediately stood at attention, his voice solemn. Beerus grumpily returned to his meal, saying no more. Trunks, however, put down his own cup, trotted back into the room, and brought out 5 more, preparing them. He made sure Son Goku and the others all got to eat. In short, after the battle, their minds were finally at ease. The next step was to use the Dragon Balls to revive the humans killed by Zamasu. That would bring this conflict to a perfect close, and Earth would have survived another perilous crisis. After the crisis of Zamasu, the Dragon Balls, for reasons unknown, had been scattered across the world from Bulma's laboratory. However, Trunks paid them no heed and simply used the Dragon Radar to gather them once more, resurrecting the entire city of Eastern Capital along with all its inhabitants. The revived populace once again marveled at the miracle, attributing everything to the hero Cell. Thus, they decided to pool their resources and erect another statue of Cell at the city center. Time flowed like water, and nearly 6 months passed swiftly. Peace reigned on Earth as if nothing had occurred since the Zamasu incident. Thus, Trunks and his companions, who initially intended to remain on Earth for training, returned to the realm of the gods of destruction after a month. There they endured nearly 5 months of grueling training, each gaining a measure of power. During this time, the various universes, especially those participating in the Tournament of Power, trained relentlessly day and night. Those with lower combat prowess trained even more arduously. Now on Earth, in a secret underground base of the Red Ribbon Army built long ago for a specific purpose, Kamen and Mazeda had painstakingly stolen the Dragon Balls from Capsule Corporation and resurrected Dr. Gero once more. Dr. Gero himself marveled at this experience. Being brought back to the world of the living twice was no small feat. At the secret underground base, how is it, Dr. Gero? How are the androids I entrusted you with coming along? I've staked everything I have on this. You must not disappoint me. Mazeda stood on a magnetic levitation platform, a cigar held between his fingers as he exhaled a plume of smoke, addressing the robust young man with orange hair before him. The androids you wanted were finished long ago. I placed them in your office this morning. Didn't you see them? The robust young man turned around, revealing a face strikingly similar to Android 16, though shorter and less burly with a rounder visage. He was Dr. Gero, restored to his youth by the Dragon Balls. Mazeda froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Abandoning even Kamen, he sped off on his magnetic platform toward his office. The towering Kamen, seeing his boss depart, unhurriedly took out a comb, tidied his spiky hair, and then said with a calm gaze, "Thank you for your hard work, Doctor." With that he strode away. Dr. Gero's face turned cold. Once the two had left, he swiftly sealed his laboratory and began typing a series of rapid, precise commands into a supercomputer. As Dr. Gero finished inputting the commands, the metal floor beside him split apart, and 3 cultivation chambers along with a small spacecraft, just large enough for 4, rose slowly from below. Huh. Dr. Gero exhaled a turbid breath as he gazed upon his creations. These were the fruits of his labor, products of his ultimate brain, especially the androids within the 3 chambers, his masterpieces, his most perfect works. After being resurrected by Mazeda and the others, 2 wishes remained on the Dragon Balls. To show their sincerity, all 3 wishes were granted to Dr. Gero. This slightly surprised Dr. Gero, and he readily agreed to their request to create androids. His second wish was for an ultimate brain, or rather to transform his own brain into the ultimate one. After obtaining this brain, he made his third wish a body that would never age. Since this timeline's Dr. Gero had not yet modified his own body, it remained human. Though he could still convert it into an android, his ultimate brain determined that restoring his youth before modification would yield better results. Finally, the Dragon Balls dispersed. He returned to the base Mazeda had built for him, rich in materials. With his new brain, he believed he could create the ultimate android and once again rule Earth as before. But then, through a micro-detection device, he witnessed the battle between Zamasu and the others. After watching especially Beerus' combat, he abandoned the idea of ruling Earth. That power was too terrifying, a realm he could never touch. He couldn't fathom how such beings existed on Earth, so he shifted his focus to the vast cosmos. Though ruling Earth might be impossible, he doubted other planets harbored such powerful life forms. After all, he had learned that even Frisia, whose power paled in comparison to his android 17, was considered the emperor of the universe. So his ultimate creation might not rule the universe, but conquering a single planet was certainly feasible. Thus, he casually built the android from the blueprints Mazeda had given him, made slight modifications, and then focused entirely on the spaceship and his own androids. Finally, I can leave this terrifying planet. Dr. Gero smiled, walking slowly toward the 3 chambers. One by one, he opened their hatches. PSSSH. White steam billowed forth. The 3 ultimate androids slumbering within opened their eyes simultaneously. A crimson glow flashed, and an overwhelming aura erupted, startling Dr. Gero. Clang. The 3 androids stepped out, their appearances identical to the previous androids 13 through 15, but their power was incomparably greater, on an entirely different level. Dr. X3. The 3 androids bowed respectfully as they saw Dr. Gero, their expressions and tones brimming with deference. A broad grin spread across Dr. Gero's face. The sensation of controlling such powerful androids without fear of betrayal filled him with immense satisfaction. Androids 15 and 14 were absorption-type models, but after Dr. Gero's modifications, their previous flaws were eliminated, and both now possessed infinite energy reactors. Android 13 was a fully infinite energy type, slightly more powerful than the other 2. Moreover, the 3 could fuse, achieving even greater strength. Dr. Gero's reasoning was that the maximum output of an infinite energy reactor could only match the energy intensity of transformations like Son Goku's, which he had observed. Even after modifications, it couldn't surpass that limit. Additional reactors were necessary. Thus, fusion allowed for absorption and further evolution. Dr. Gero had also incorporated some biological components into the androids, enabling them to evolve and consume excess energy under certain conditions with no limit to this evolution. As for the infinite energy reactors, Android 15 and 14 each had 4, while Android 13 had 6. Their energy could be shared, and when fused the output would be immense, far surpassing the strength of Son Gohan's special form at its peak. This was the ultimate product of his greatest brain and scientific expertise. Yet he dared not be overconfident, so he planned to leave Earth with them, venturing into the vast cosmos, to seek to conquer, to seize more planets far and wide. Upon learning that his androids had been completed by Dr. Gero, Mazeda hurried to the doctor's office. Haha, my very own androids. Finally, this long wait no longer feels like torture. Mazeda stepped onto the magnetic levitation board and rushed straight into the office. Two dark-tone cultivation chambers sat to the right of the open door. Mazeda leaped off the board, barely able to suppress the grin spreading across his face. He rubbed his hands together, the thick gold chain around his neck gleaming with a dazzling golden light. So these are the androids created by Dr. Jiro's brilliant mind. They look quite impressive. Unable to contain his excitement, Mazeda reached out and pressed the central button on the chamber. PSSH'd. The two hatches opened one after another, releasing torrents of white vapor. Two androids strikingly similar to Gamma 1 and 2 rose abruptly and stepped onto the floor. The androids had dark gray skin and wore capes inscribed with the word destruction. They were designated Destruction 1 and Destruction 2. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, crimson light flooding their pupils. A dangerous aura emanated from them as they fixed their gaze on the shorter, smaller Mazeda. Startled by the sight, Mazeda's hands trembled slightly as he brought the cigar to his lips and took a deep drag. Cough, cough. Damn, that's harsh. Mazeda frowned, tossed the cigar to the ground, and stomped on it. Beep identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Second level authority, user, Lord Mazeda. Destruction 1 and 2 bowed their heads, slightly bending at the waist toward Mazeda. Lord Mazeda, please give the order. What shall we destroy? Witnessing this, Mazeda thought of his father's grand ambitions and the resources squandered by that damned Dr. Hyde. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he wiped them away with his sleeve. Life hadn't been easy for him. Mazeda let out a slow breath. A tall figure appeared at the door. Mazeda noticed the slight surprise in Kaming's eyes and couldn't help but tug at his gold chain with a hint of pride. Well, Kaming, these are the androids Dr. Jiro built for me. Don't they look just like Dr. Hyde's gammas? Kaming adjusted his glasses, quickly recovering from his surprise. Have you tested their power yet? Power. Mazeda froze for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. Dr. Jiro assured me that Destruction 1 and 2 surpassed the Gamma series. We've all seen what the Gammas are capable of. Once they're mass-produced, the entire Earth will be within our grasp. Mazeda's face twisted into a sinister grin. Eyes narrowing, he spread his arms as if to embrace the world lost in a pleasant fantasy. Rumble. A sudden thunderous roar shook the entire base like an earthquake. What's going on? Mazeda stumbled, nearly falling. Destruction 2 swiftly moved to steady him, while Kaming merely swayed before regaining his balance. Kaming rushed to the glass panel at the far end of the office, peered toward the source of the noise, and shouted back, "Damn. It seems to be coming from Dr. Jiro's lab. It looks like he's escaped." Escaped? In disbelief, Mazeda frowned and clenched his teeth. He hurried forward, catching a glimpse of a spaceship high above and the now empty, exposed lab. Veins bulging on his forehead, he jumped in fury. Destruction 1, Destruction 2, go after Dr. Jiro. Mazeda fumed. How could everyone betray him? Didn't they believe in his power? Or were they simply not charmed by him? Leaving one by one was bad enough, but taking all his research materials and supplies was unforgivable. Though Dr. Jiro was decent enough to help create the androids compared to Hyde, who was a beast. Yes. Destruction 1 and 2 hardened their expressions and burst through the bulletproof glass, racing toward the spaceship high above. The glass shattered instantly, sending a torrent of air rushing in. Startled, Mazeda fell to the ground as countless shards flew around him, leaving cuts that oozed blood. These guys sure are efficient. Kaming and Scathe had already taken cover. Now he adjusted his glasses, pulled out a comb, and began tidying his hair, tousled by the air current. He muttered under his breath, "Ah, damn it. These guys are way too violent." Mazeda scrambled to his feet, roaring in anger. Kaming shrugged slightly. He thought the androids perfectly lived up to their name. What was destruction without a little violence? As Dr. Jiro's spaceship was about to break free of Earth's gravity, 2 communication signals flashed intermittently. Moi. Dr. Jiro, seated on the command platform, looked at the familiar signals with curiosity. Wasn't that Destruction 1 and 2? What did they want with him? 13, connect the signal. Dr. Jiro ordered without hesitation. Yes. 13, wearing a baseball cap, smirked as he opened the communication channels and lifted his head. Beep. The screen displayed Destruction 1 and 2 floating in outer space. Doctor, we want to follow you. That Mazeda is an idiot. We see no future with him. Destruction 2 spoke first. He had long despised Mazeda and had been waiting for an order to escape. Destruction 1 remained expressionless, but didn't contradict 2. Doctor, we know our combat strength isn't exceptional, but we still want to join you, even if it's just manual labor or clearing out weaklings. While one hadn't openly complained about Mazeda, his intent was clear. Neither saw much value in staying with him. Oh, Dr. Jiro rose to his feet at the spaceship's control center. Very well. Hearing this, Destruction 1 and 2 beamed with joy. 2 was so elated he started dancing on the spot. But you must eliminate all loose ends. Annihilate the Red Ribbon Army on Earth. Dr. Jiro said coldly. Without the Destruction series, Mazeda was useless. That rabble didn't deserve the name Red Ribbon Army. Yes, Doctor. Mission guaranteed. After cutting the communication, Destruction 1 and 2 flew back to the Red Ribbon Army base on Earth, hovering high above. 1, leave this to me. 2 raised an eyebrow and nudged one's shoulder. 1 waved a hand dismissively. Fine. 2 nodded. Great. We're finally doing some good. His expression turned serious as he drew his energy gun from its holster, gripping it with both hands. Buzz. Dark gray energy converged within the gun, pulsating with power, a roar echoing around him. Destroy. Two smirked and pulled the trigger. Click. Bang. A thick beam of dark gray energy erupted from the muzzle, blazing brilliantly. The immense energy roared, sending ripples through the air. The beam crashed down with a deafening crack, obliterating everything in its path. While Mazeda was still complaining, Takeming the base vanished in an instant. Rumble. A massive explosion consumed the entire Red Ribbon Army base. The ground collapsed as the devastating force spread, sending cracks, spiderwebbing in all directions. Smoke billowed and steam hissed from the intense heat. Phew. Two blew on the smoking muzzle of his gun, twirled it, and holstered it with a flourish. He turned to one with a triumphant grin. Mission accomplished. Oomph. One said nothing, merely patted two on the shoulder before flying toward the sky. Hey, wait for me. A hint of panic flickered across two's face as he shot upward, racing after one. In the boundless depths of the cosmos, at the divine realm of destruction, the highest plane of the universe, Beerus lounged leisurely on a recliner, his mouth wide open as he stuffed one fruit after another into it. A look of pure bliss adorned his face, occasionally squinting his eyes and shaking his little head. Beside him, Whis stood, gazing into the distance. Then, as if struck by a thought, he lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Lord Beerus, the potential of these scions is truly astonishing. Among them, Mr. Son Goku surprises me the most. Oomph. Beerus' eyes widened slightly at this, his mouth twitching as he said, Whis, are you trying to annoy me on purpose? You know full well I've trained for years without success, and now you bring this up. Beerus grumbled, his face contorted with displeasure. He rolled over, grabbed a handful of fruits from the table, stuffed them into his cheeks until they bulged, and then mumbled indistinctly. Let's not talk about that for now. The scion's potential is indeed formidable, especially that Son Goku's son. His transformation's battle power has reached an incredibly unfathomable level. As he ate, Beerus slowly sat up, his expression turning grave. And he's made breakthroughs recently. His strength likely increased again. An ordinary god of destruction without using authority would find it hard to deal with him. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, isn't that a good thing? From this perspective, in the tournament of power, our seventh universe will surely be the most dazzling existence in all the universes. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Beerus slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance. Cell has disappeared somewhere. I have a feeling that when he returns, something major will happen. Hearing this, Whis also retracted his smile, looking at the two who were about to spar in the distance. Lord Beerus, who do you think will ultimately win between them? I don't know. Let's just watch and see. Beerus glanced at Goku and Vegeta opposite him, placed his hands behind his head, narrowed his eyes, and spoke. In the distance on the ground, Vegeta and Goku stood facing each other, while Trunks, Gohan, and Broly sat cross-legged on the ground nearby. Kakarot. I'm not the same Vegeta I was before. I've mastered a new form now, and this time it'll definitely beat you down. Vegeta snorted coldly, a sneer curling at his lips, his face brimming with confidence. Ever since the tournament with the sixth universe, he had trained with Beerus almost every day, finally learning this technique not long ago. This technique suited him perfectly, and this time he would surely defeat Kakarot. Haha, Vegeta, what a coincidence. I've also learned a technique from Whis recently. I think it's pretty impressive too. Goku was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then rubbed his nose with his right index finger and chuckled. Nanny. In that case, stop boasting. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his expression turning somewhat ferocious, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. Hop. With a low roar, a deep purple aura slowly rose from beneath his feet, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy constantly bursting forth. Under his deliberate control, the energy fluctuated, but remained contained within his body, not dissipating. It kicked up dust from the ground, causing the earth beneath him to sink slightly. Vegeta's hair swayed gently in the wind, his aura turning cold and savage. As he slowly raised his head, his hair had turned a deep purple, his eyebrows vanished, his brow bone protruded, and a hint of sternness gleamed in his dark eyes. The absence of eyebrows added a touch of fierceness to his appearance, and combined with his current savage and cold aura, he truly looked like a villain. Huh. Kakarot, let me see your new transformation too. Vegeta smirked with a confident grin. He slowly clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. The deep purple aura was retracted into his body, his energy becoming restrained, making him appear even more powerful. The selfless mastery technique had appeared. Before Goku could respond, Trunks was already stunned. So it wasn't just him and Gohan who had achieved new transformations. His father and Uncle Goku had been secretly training too. A gleam of insight flashed in Trunks' eyes as he looked at his fierce-looking father. Sensing his energy, he found it somewhat peculiar. It gave him a feeling reminiscent of Toppo from the 11th universe, a pressure akin to that of a god of destruction. Gohan, observing Vegeta's transformation, raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the pressure and energy were strong, they didn't seem to match his own beast form. With that thought, Gohan smirked, rubbed the tip of his nose with his right index finger, and continued watching, eager to see his father's new form. Sitting on the far right, Broly stared blankly, his eyes wide as he watched the two, saying nothing. Goku nodded. All right, you. Goku relaxed his body and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Goku closed his eyes gently, and waves of heat emanated from his body, gradually enveloping him. A gentle breeze ruffled Gohan's black hair. The atmosphere seemed to change. In contrast to Vegeta's ferocity and coldness, Goku resembled a tranquil pond. A faint heat continued to rise and strands of silvery white light gradually ascended, pulling along shimmering particles of light that sparkled beautifully. Phew, I'm getting more proficient now. Goku opened his eyes, a silvery white gleam, like liquid mercury flashing within. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at his hands and gently clenched them. The prototype of Ultra Instinct sign. In the distance, Beerus narrowed his eyes and spoke, "Here it is. Ultra Instinct." Vegeta looked at Kakarot, who appeared almost normal, yet exuded an entirely different aura, and felt a hint of surprise. However, upon sensing his own immense power, his face once again radiated confidence. Bursting with energy, he stomped the ground, which instantly shattered. Vegeta's figure charged swiftly toward Goku. But seeing Goku close his eyes as he charged ignited a fury within Vegeta. "Nanny, Kakarot, you dare to look down on me?" Vegeta's expression shifted abruptly. He slowed his steps when he was extremely close to Goku. He clenched his fist and struck. The air exploded with a thunderous roar. The immense pressure of the punch stirred the air currents, hurtling straight toward Goku's face with devastating force. Whoosh! The moment the air current brushed Goku's hair, his body moved. With incredible and uncanny speed, he sidestepped the attack, dodging, as if he had teleported, leaving Vegeta momentarily stunned. "Nanny!" Vegeta's eyes widened as his right fist blasted toward a small mountain. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The immense force of the punch compressed and released, pierced straight through the mountain peak, shattering rocks and sending dust billowing. Devastating power, but it couldn't land a hit. It was not only Vegeta who felt astonished, everyone around, including Son Gohan, was somewhat taken aback by Son Goku's uncanny dodging speed. Such an incredibly swift dodge combined with his lightning-fast reaction time made Gohan certain that no one present, himself included, could evade an attack at such close range. Hence their shared astonishment. Among them, Vegeta was the most enraged. He had no idea what technique or transformation this was. All he knew was that his full-powered strike had been effortlessly dodged by Kakarot, even with his eyes closed. This infuriated him to the point where the purple aura within him could no longer be suppressed, erupting violently outward. Aart. Vegeta's aura surged once more, radiating a brilliant purple light. An overwhelming pressure swept through the area, causing turbulent air currents that kicked up dust and debris from the ground. Son Goku, however, remained impassive. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that swirled with a silvery mercury-like luster. Without a moment's thought, his right fist, cloaked in wisps of silver light, shot forward, carrying a wave of searing heat and explosive pressure. Before Vegeta, who was in the midst of powering up, could even utter a sound, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his abdomen. The concussive force passed through his body, erupting from his back and sending ripples through the air. Vegeta's formidable aura vanished in an instant, the purple flames forcibly suppressed back into his body. His eyes bulged, his body hunched over as he clutched his stomach, staggering backward repeatedly. A deep concave fist imprint was left on his abdomen. As his mouth opened, sour stomach acid dripped out bit by bit. Before his look of utter disbelief could fade, a whipping kick was suddenly aimed at his head. The air cracked, emitting rings of silvery ripples. A dull thud echoed as Vegeta was sent flying thousands of meters, skidding across the ground, shattering the earth and crashing through rocks. He carved a long, deep trench, leaving a trail of swirling smoke and dust. Broly, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, widened his eyes, showing a flicker of interest in this sudden lethal move. So combat wasn't always about direct heat and clashes. One could also strike like this, catching the opponent completely off guard. He had learned. Trunks followed the path of destruction to where his father had finally crashed, creating a massive crater and causing the surrounding ground to collapse. He twitched his mouth. Uncle Goku had really gone overboard. His father was bound to be furious. Trunks shrugged helplessly, then turned his gaze to Son Goku, who was still radiating faint heat. A flash of awe lit up his eyes. He wondered if Mr. Goku in this state could dodge his own swift sword strike. He wasn't the only one. Son Gohan, standing nearby, was stroking his chin, comparing this form to his own beast state. After a moment of thought, he gave a slight nod. At full power in a straight line, his father probably couldn't dodge it. However, this form looked like an incomplete, half-finished product. On the other side was covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Hehehe. Lord Beerus, it seems Mr. Goku's Ultra Instinct is a bit more formidable than the state you taught Vegeta. It's just an incomplete product, unstable. Besides, Vegeta was merely caught off guard. He didn't dodge. The fight has just begun, and don't jump to conclusions. Beerus, with his arms crossed, retorted coldly. He had been training Vegeta all these years while was trained Goku. Seeing Vegeta get the worst of it felt like a personal slap in the face, and it greatly displeased him. Whis slowly raised his staff, observing Goku's condition for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, Mr. Goku's state is unstable. Hey, just watch. Beerus grinned broadly, his face full of satisfaction. Son Goku looked at his right fist, which was trembling slightly. The silvery light in his eyes flickered and dimmed for an instant. It's still like this. I can't maintain this state for long. I need to finish this quickly. His expression turned grim. With a slight tremor of his body, silvery light flooded his eyes again, radiating in all directions. He stepped forward, heading in the direction Vegeta had been sent flying. With a whoosh, he moved at incredible speed, covering 1,000 meters in a single step from his starting point. Seeing Vegeta struggling to get up from the crater, Goku threw another punch. The accumulated force of the strike sent shockwaves rippling outward, splitting the air with a thunderous roar. Just as the fist was about to connect with Vegeta, a large hand like a dragon's claw seizing its prey clamped down tightly on Goku's right fist, immobilizing it completely. Nanny. Goku's usually unflappable face finally showed surprise. He tried to pull his fist free, but couldn't. Kakarot, did you think you could keep acting cocky? Vegeta slowly raised his head. His eyes swirled with a brilliant purple light as he wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sneering coldly. You won't be using that tricky footwork anymore. Now it's time for you to get pummeled. The last few words were ground out through clenched teeth. The purple aura around Vegeta instantly flared up, his formidable power surging endlessly, far stronger than before. He raised his right fist, which pulsed with immense energy wreathed in streaks of purple light. The immense energy crackled and writhed, causing his right fist to tremble slightly from the sheer power he could barely contain. Fortunately, there was no need to hold back. Just unleash it. So Vegeta grinned savagely. He clenched his fist and struck. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out. The sheer force of the blast split the air, dyeing half the sky a deep purple. As the fist pressure erupted, a thick, powerful shockwave rippled outward. It struck Goku directly on the head. With his right arm pinned, he couldn't dodge and took the full brunt of the blow. Whoosh! A streak of purple light laced with silver tore across the sky like a falling purple star. The very air seemed to hum and tremble. Blazing brightly, it plunged straight into the forest, mowing down all the trees in its path and carving a massive, deep furrow. Goku lay at the bottom of the destruction, blood seeping from various wounds on his body, sprawled out as if on the verge of unconsciousness. The silvery light on his body had already faded, and he was surrounded by scattered rubble and dirt. Cough, cough. Vegeta, that punch you threw. I think I just saw King Yama. Goku's eyes were unfocused, dazed from the heavy blow, if not for the hallucinations. A flash of purple light streaked over. It was Vegeta. The moment he tried to take a step, a sharp, twisting pain suddenly erupted in his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Blood surged, and he nearly vomited a mouthful. Vegeta's face darkened. He forcibly swallowed the rising blood with great difficulty, then put on a nonchalant expression. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he sneered, Kakarot. Looks like your transformation isn't all that. I win this match. Goku, propped up with difficulty against the earthen wall behind him, stared ahead with unfocused eyes. Seeing Vegeta, who appeared completely unharmed, he said in surprise. Hey, Vegeta, you're amazing. You took my full power punch and didn't even flinch. Haha, looks like you've surpassed me. Goku grinned foolishly, looking perfectly happy, showing no sign of being upset about being overtaken. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance at Kakarot's attitude, then took out a Senzu bean and tossed it to him. Snap. Goku caught it, struggled to bring it to his mouth, and chewed it slowly before swallowing. As the sound of the swallow echoed, his body suddenly swelled up. He gave a full body shudder, and his dazed eyes instantly became sharp and resolute. Then with a swift kip up, he sprang to his feet. He looked at Vegeta and said with a smile, Thank you. Vegeta. Kakarot, you really ought to train harder. Look at you now. I've already left you in the dust. Vegeta turned his head away. Though his tone was cold, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. There was undeniably a certain satisfaction in surpassing Kakarot and flaunting it before him, yet seeing Kakarot weaker than himself stirred a flicker of irritation within him. Vegeta, you've become incredibly strong now, but I won't give up so easily. One day you'll surpass you again. Son Goku scratched his head, then slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a firm fist. His face hardened with resolve, a confident smile spreading across it. He'll be waiting for that day. Vegeta sneered, then took off into the air, heading back to where they had been fighting. Along the way, he quickly swallowed a Senzu bean, restoring himself to peak condition. Though his transformed state allowed him to convert incoming blows into power, the pain and injuries were still very real. That heavy punch from Kakarot had caught him completely off guard, so his seemingly unscathed appearance earlier was all a facade. He had nearly coughed up blood, but forced it back down. Goku watched Vegeta's retreating figure and swiftly followed his footsteps light as he closed the distance in an instant. Thud, thud. 2 landings sounded in succession, one after the other. Seeing his father's smug, confident expression, Trunks knew the fight was over. His father had clearly won. Father, it seems you've won this bout against Uncle Goku. Trunks stepped forward and asked softly. Though it sounded like a question, his tone was full of certainty. Vegeta looked at the approaching Trunks, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, eyes half-lidded, and smirked triumphantly. Of course I won. Kakarot still needs another year or 2 of training. Seeing his father's smugness, Trunks sighed, helplessly shoved his hands in his pockets, and looked down at his pant legs, smiling without a word. Nearby, son Gohan approached with a mischievous grin, looking at Vegeta's proud expression. Uncle Vegeta, care to spar with me? I've been itching for a fight lately. This time Vegeta fell silent. He had seen Kakarot's son transform, a ferocious, unique power that seemed exclusive to Gohan alone. Its energy was so overwhelmingly immense that even if he perfected his own form, he doubted he could match it. He knew that much. Proud as he was, he wasn't foolish. Why would he invite a beating? He had no interest in such a lopsided spar. As Gohan walked straight toward him, Vegeta averted his gaze, awkwardly turned his head, closed his eyes slightly, and slowly made his way toward Beerus. Trunks' face also showed a hint of embarrassment. He tugged at Gohan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Gohan, you know father cares so much about his pride, and yet you." "It's fine. Pressure makes training faster. Uncle Vegeta surely won't settle for being below the three of us." Gohan turned his head to look at Trunks and Broly, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The three of them were now roughly at the same power level each, with a distinct transformation. While Goku and Vegeta trained under Beerus, and Whis the trio trained in the hyperbolic time chamber Vegeta had brought. They sparred fiercely, unleashing their full strength in wild, brutal combat. Trunks had also mastered a new form, Super Saiyan 5. It retained the balance of Super Saiyan 4 while excelling in power, speed, defense, and stamina. Moreover, it added a wild primal aura. Gohan's beast form and Broly's rage-fueled state shared similar traits, making their training and battles both exhilarating and steadily productive. Broly in particular had now perfectly mastered his raging power and was progressing towards Super Saiyan 2, though that transformation was proving extremely difficult. If he succeeded, he would likely become the most powerful among this generation of Saiyans. "Father, is that form you used in new one taught by Whis? Does it have a name?" Gohan asked, smiling at the approaching Goku. Hearing this, Vegeta paused mid-step, pricking up his ears from a distance. He too wanted to know the name of that bizarrely fast form of Kakarot's. "All that. Whis calls it Ultra Instinct, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. According to Whis, once perfected, it allows you to dodge any attack. Your body reacts automatically to attacks without thinking, so your speed becomes incredible. The reason I dodged Vegeta's move earlier was to try and comprehend it to perfect it, but it didn't seem to work very well." "Huh." Goku scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Ultra Instinct. Gohan, Trunks, and Vegeta all murmured the name to themselves. "Ultra Instinct, huh? Fine, then I'll name my form Ego Instinct." Vegeta clenched his fist, slowly thinking to himself that when Kakarot's perfected Ultra Instinct clashed with his own refined Ego Instinct, it would be quite interesting. Then Vegeta walked slowly into the hyperbolic time chamber he had brought. He would continue training, perfecting his transformation, aiming not only to surpass Kakarot, but also Gohan the prodigious Saiyan, and that freak Broly. "So father, when you perfect it, do you think you can take on my beast?" Gohan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by Ultra Instinct, another new frontier of transformation. Goku perked up at that and nodded in agreement. But as he watched Vegeta head into the time chamber, he felt a stir within himself. He too needed to continue comprehending this transformation and perfect it. Soon the grand tournament gathering the mightiest warriors from across the universe would begin, and he had to become stronger. After a brief chat with Gohan and Trunks, he headed toward Beerus and Whis. Whis understood Goku's intent and led him to a quiet place for a new round of training. Trunks watched Uncle Goku leave as well, deeply moved. It seemed their transformations were all diverging onto different paths. Gohan's beast form, Broly's unique Saiyan power. Cell had called him a demon Saiyan, a Ancient Millennium anomaly, and his father's form reminiscent of a destroyer. He had also noticed that after taking Uncle Goku's hit, his father's aura seemed even stronger. Uncle Goku had Ultra Instinct, and he himself had Super Saiyan 5. It seemed Cell's offhand joke had been spot on. There aren't many transformations or colors left for you Saiyans. "Huh." Trunks suddenly laughed, his azure eyes glinting. He gazed at a star in the sky and thought to himself, a year is such a long time. "Uncle Cell, where are you now?" In an unknown timeline, Cell suddenly sneezed. The sneeze obliterated the planet before him in an instant, leaving no trace, not even a brilliant explosion. "I am Cell, trapped within the timelines. Want me to return? Then lend me your strength and click the ads. When I return, I'll grant each of you a wish. Good night." Another 3 months passed. The few in the Destroyer realm were diligently training step by step, almost completely isolated from the outside world. During this period, a civil strife of considerable magnitude, unprecedented in history, was unfolding across the universe. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, beneath the largest ancient tree, the Elder Supreme Kai was lounging leisurely on a high-quality recliner brought by Cell, flipping through a health book page by page. He occasionally let out low chuckles, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was utterly engrossed. During this time, he had been basking in the glory of Supreme Kai Shin, spending most of his days on Earth indulging in its exquisite delicacies and occasionally visiting the beach to admire the beautiful scenery. His life was undeniably comfortable. He dared to claim that this period was the happiest he had experienced in all his years. So much so that they were all immersed in pleasure, with hardly anyone observing the events transpiring in the universe. Having just returned from Earth, they continued to rest in the realm of the Supreme Kais. After all, in principle, he was retired. Such duties should have fallen to Supreme Kai Shin. He was nothing more than a doddering old man now. Standing opposite him, Kibito also appeared quite at ease, seated upright on a sofa savoring tea, while a table of pastries lay before him. He would occasionally nibble on one, life being so blissful. Only Supreme Kai Shin was assigned by the Elder Supreme Kai to observe the universe. In other words, only Supreme Kai Shin was working now, for one was merely an assistant, and the other a retired old codger. Thus this task fell upon his shoulders. In the distance before a cliff, a gentle breeze blew, warm and slow as fallen leaves danced in the sky. Supreme Kai Shin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes wide as he gazed towards the universe. A faint light flickered in his pupils. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim, even to the point of gritting his teeth. This is, the life-bearing planets of the universe are perishing one by one. and almost all are dying of depletion. This reminded Supreme Kai-Shin of Lord Beerus the Destroyer, but even when Lord Beerus worked, he would not destroy life-bearing planets in such a manner. He mostly destroyed the abundant dead stars in the cosmos, who would drain the life energy of planets at such a terrifying speed. Divine power surged around Supreme Kai-Shin, and the light in his eyes blazed brightly as anger swelled within him. There were not many life-bearing planets in the universe to begin with. Such actions were utterly unforgivable. After some investigation, Supreme Kai-Shin discovered that on the nearest life-bearing planet a colossal tree was devouring the planet's energy, surrounded by a fleet of spaceships circling incessantly. Is this Frisia's fleet? Supreme Kai-Shin murmured, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly. No, that was unlikely. Frisia had been eliminated. The only one in the universe possessing such a fleet was Cooler. Through the largest central spaceship, Supreme Kai-Shin saw Cooler seated upon his throne, his expression one of arrogance and amusement. It is him. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Cooler, Supreme Kai-Shin's expression shifted dramatically. A hint of terror flickered in his eyes, and he involuntarily took a step back. Cooler's internal energy had now reached an inconceivable magnitude. Even Lord Beerus does not possess such imposing power. Beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down Supreme Kai-Shin's forehead. His mouth hung slightly open, utterly astounded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the light in Supreme Kai-Shin's eyes gradually faded. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Clenching his teeth, he swiftly flew towards Kabuto. If Cooler continued absorbing life planets at this rate, humanity across the universe would soon be extinct. This was even more dreadful than Majin Buu. He had to inform Lord Beerus of this. Even if he could not personally destroy Cooler, at least Trunks and the others could be sent to stop his actions. Supreme Kai-Shin's face was etched with anxiety. A stream of white light erupted around him as he frantically sped towards Kabuto. From afar it looked as if a white streak had been torn across the sky, a breathtaking sight. Deep within the universe, Cooler, who had been aboard his spaceship, had now arrived on the ravaged planet that had been nearly drained by the colossal tree. Thud. No matter how many times I witnessed this power, it remains awe-inspiring. A figure strikingly similar to Frisia stepped slowly onto the ship's deck, looking down with a slight smile as he spoke softly. He was Cooler, Frisia's elder brother, a frost demon innately more talented than Frisia, possessing an additional transformation and the inherent ability to command immense power. Frisia, unable to master his final form's power, had developed several degraded forms to control his body. Cooler, however, was different. He had always maintained his ultimate form. It resembled Frisia's final form, but aside from the white exoskeleton armor, his skin was a purplish hue. A rhomboid blue gem was embedded in his eye, and the crimson marks on his cheeks added a touch of ferocity. Indeed, my lord, this treasure called the Spirit Tree was wasted on Tulls. Only in your hands can its true brilliance shine. Salza, the captain of Cooler's armored squadron, spoke softly, his gaze filled with adoration for Cooler. Yet deep within his eyes a glimmer of gray hinted at avarice. In the end, my lord will surely ascend as the universe's mightiest and rule all of existence. No Eyes grinned, speaking obsequiously. Dor simply bowed his head slightly, a grin spreading across his fierce face. What do you know? Even if I become the strongest, it would only be among mortals. There is still Lord Beerus the Destroyer above, blocking the path. Ruling the universe is but a jest. Cooler snorted coldly, his tail swaying from time to time. He yearned to become the emperor of the universe, but he dared not offend Beerus. Even now, having obtained a tremendously powerful force, he remained cautious. Cooler lowered his gaze, looking at his hands. His power seemed to have reached a plateau, inexplicably refusing to increase, further remaining stagnant. He had heard that a space pirate named Tulls possessed a valuable item capable of greatly enhancing combat power, so he had destroyed Tulls and seized it. After all, he believed himself invincible except for Beerus. Thus he had spent years conquering the universe, now effectively controlling a vast expanse of the cosmos. The Spirit Tree had not disappointed him. Though the increase in combat power was modest, it was indeed rising. The instantaneous surge of strength intoxicated him. Previously, every increase in power had been achieved through his own efforts, step by step. As Gula was lost in thought, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Savai's eyes behind him as he slowly spoke. Great King, have you ever heard of the Namekian Dragon Balls? They can grant any wish. If you wish for immortality, then you wouldn't need to fear Beerus, the god of destruction. Namek, Dragon Balls. Interesting. That brings back some pleasant memories. Gula turned his head and chuckled softly. How could he not know about Namek? That was where his foolish brother had met his downfall, only to be revived by their father, only to chase after the Saiyan monkeys on Earth and ultimately be annihilated. When he first heard of this, he refused to believe it. But after learning of Super Saiyans and other legends, he had no choice but to accept the truth. After all, that old man was truly dead and never returned. This revelation filled him with ecstasy. He then annexed both their territories, crushing their armies like mere insects. It was only then that he began to train and discovered how powerful he could become. After this planet is fully absorbed, we'll head to Namek. But Namek has been destroyed. Do you know where the new Namekians are? Gula spoke with a hint of confusion, blinking slightly. At that moment, Ningai stepped forward from behind Savaiza, adjusted his battle suit, and spoke with confidence, reporting to the Great King. Not long ago, our reconnaissance unit discovered a Namekian settlement at coordinates Moreover, our scans indicate that planet possesses a powerful life energy signature. The fruit from the sacred tree grown there will likely grant even greater power. Oh, what a coincidence. Gula stroked his chin and thought for a moment, a red gleam flashing in his eyes. He nodded in approval. Well done, Nuize and Savaiza. They'll give you extra shares of the sacred tree fruit later. They'll head back now. I'll leave the harvesting on this planet to you. As usual, 90% for me, 10% for you. With that, Gula slowly walked away, returning to his quarters, leaving only the echo of his footsteps fading away. Once Gula was gone, the respectful expression on Nuize's face vanished, replaced by arrogance. He placed his hands on his hips and looked toward Dor, laughing triumphantly. Sorry, Dor, but this time the captain and I might have to take a portion of your share. There's only so much to go around. Heh, Nuize, I don't mind. I'm already grateful that the king has seen fit to grant us these fruits that enhance our power. Dor flicked his hair back and replied expressionlessly. Enough talk. Let's harvest the fruit first. This batch is certainly even better than the last. Savaiza smirked, then shot forward with astonishing speed, a purple aura trailing behind him. Seeing this, Nuize and Dor exchanged a glance before darting off at incredible speed toward the sacred tree's fruit-growing area to harvest the fruits of power. At the realm of the Supreme Kais, a streak of light flashed and descended rapidly beside the Elder Kai and Kibito. It was the Supreme Kai Shin. Yo, you're back. How's work? The Elder Kai glanced over, slightly shaking the book in his hand, squinting at Shin as he spoke softly. Ancestor, how can you be reading such indecent material? The universe is in grave danger. Supreme Kai Shin rushed over and snatched the book from the Elder Kai's hand, shouting in panic. You insolent brat, how dare you speak to me like that? The Elder Kai was just reaching the climax of the story, his hand practically on his belly, when Shin's outburst nearly gave him a heart attack. He shot to his feet, face red with rage, and bellowed at Supreme Kai Shin. What universal crisis? Is it worse than Beerus the Destroyer waking up? Worse than Zamasu's rampage? Startled by his ancestor's roar, Supreme Kai Shin froze, trembling slightly, his lips quivering. What is it? Spit it out. I want to know what's so important. The Elder Kai snorted, stood up, and straightened his clothes. Gula. Supreme Kai Shin stammered incoherently. What about Gula? What's wrong? Speak up. Now you've gone mute. The Elder Kai, growing impatient, pushed past his disrespectful descendant, strode forward, and channeled his divine power into his eyes, a white light gathering as he gazed into the sky. He would see for himself. Soon he located Gula and witnessed his actions. After seeing everything, he trembled with fury. What was this? An open challenge to the Supreme Kais. They spread life and create planets while he absorbs and destroys them. Did he think he was the god of destruction? The Elder Kai's temper flared. A mix of anger and worry crossed his face. This was no simple matter. He could sense the immense power within Gula. He doubted even that lazy cat Beerus could be persuaded to intervene. Kibito. Yes, Elder Kai. Kibito, who had already sensed the gravity of the situation from Shin's panic, stood up immediately, his expression grave. Take this fool to Lord Beerus and tell him someone has appeared who wants to take over his job. A sly grin spread across the Elder Kai's face. He was certain that even Beerus, that lazy cat, would be provoked if someone tried to usurp his role. If he remained indifferent, then he was truly beyond help. He believed that Beerus, with his quick temper, would go straight after Gula and the crisis would naturally be resolved. Yes, Elder Kai. Kibito obediently grabbed Supreme Kai Shin's arm, and they vanished, teleporting instantly to the realm of the gods of destruction. Only the stooped figure of the Elder Kai remained, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth with a worried expression. Sai, where did that brat throw my book? I can't find it anywhere. The Elder Kai's brow furrowed deeper until he finally spotted it in a bush. The worry and tension on his face instantly melted away. He lay back down on his comfortable recliner and resumed his ancestral pastime, chuckling to himself. You mean Lord Beerus? Kaioshin opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. Hey. Lord Beerus said he slept too little this time and needs to catch up on rest. He's worried it might delay the upcoming tournament of power, so he's currently sleeping inside the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Whis spoke calmly in a flat tone. Kaioshin, reluctant to give up, asked again. Then can you help us deal with this cooler? Whis shook his head firmly. Angels cannot participate in battles. That's a rule set by the Grand Minister. I cannot break it. Sorry, I can't help you with this. Then what are we supposed to do? With Cooler's current power, if we don't have someone of Lord Beerus' caliber, the universe will probably be ravaged by him soon. When that happens, our 7th universe will be even worse than the 9th, ending up dead last. Kaioshin lowered his head, slightly clawing at his already sparse, white hair, a look of unwillingness in his eyes as he bit his lip. Beside him, Kibito appeared far more composed, standing expressionless with his hands behind his back, an air of nonchalance about him that even drew a second glance from Whis. Ahem. Although Lord Beerus can't help you right now, there are others. Goku, Trunks, come on out. Whis cleared his throat, softly glancing behind him as he spoke. Hearing this, Kaioshin turned his gaze toward the massive rock behind him. You still found us, Whis. Goku slowly emerged from behind the boulder, rubbing his nose with a sheepish grin. With him were Trunks and Broly. Gohan was training on the 2nd floor of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Beerus on the 3rd, and Vegeta on the 1st. Mr. Goku, Mr. Trunks, and this is... The moment Kaioshin saw Goku, his previously worried expression shifted to joy, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He couldn't explain why, but seeing Goku instantly put him at ease. This is Mr. Broly, a scion with great potential whom Cell brought alone from planet Vampa. Whis said with a gentle smile and half-closed eyes. Oh, hello Mr. Broly. Hello to you too. Broly paused for a moment, then awkwardly bent at the waist, bowing slightly toward Kaioshin. Kaioshin looked at Whis with some gravity and asked, Mr. Whis, are you suggesting that Mr. Goku and the others fight cooler? Of course. I think this will be a good training opportunity. They happen to be at a bottleneck right now, so some exercise will do them good. Huh. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled softly. You have to trust them, don't you? Well, alright then. No matter how he looked at it, Kaioshin felt Goku and the others were still a bit weaker than cooler. But since Mr. Whis had said so, there was no other choice. Ha, Lord Kaioshin, who is cooler? Is he a strong enemy? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his whole demeanor radiating eagerness, as if ready to spring into action. Trunks and Broly also turned their attention toward him. They were all scions who craved battle. A formidable foe. That was exactly what they wanted. Seeing their excitement, Kaioshin could only facepalm in exasperation. Scions truly had a different mindset. Upon hearing of a powerful being, their first instinct was to fight. With no other option, Kaioshin began explaining to them. Cooler is Frisia's older brother. Frisia? The Frisia I killed. Goku jumped up first, asking eagerly. That's right. The former emperor of the universe, Frisia. His older brother. Through years of training and absorbing life-bearing planets with the fruit of the tree of might, his power has now reached an unimaginable level. That's why I came to the realm of the gods to seek Lord Beerus' help. Unfortunately, Lord Beerus is asleep. Right now, Cooler is heading to New Namek, likely intending to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill some evil wish. So I'm asking you all to defeat him, preferably eliminate him. No problem. Let's go right away. Trunks' azure eyes gleamed with determination as he took a small step forward and spoke calmly. He was currently lacking experience in real combat and wanted to test just how powerful he could be when unleashing his full strength. After all, even though they sparred every day here, it was still just practice. Only life or death battles could bring the greatest improvement. We can go now. Broly followed Trunks' lead. Wherever Trunks went, he went. He didn't concern himself with such matters. That's right, Lord Kaioshin. We can set off now. I want to see just how strong this Cooler you speak of really is. That your first thought was of Lord Beerus. Goku rubbed his hands together, bouncing back and forth with excitement, a slight smirk forming on his lips as his eyes sharpened. Phew. Kaioshin let out a slow breath, then took a deep inhale and nodded. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Kaioshin signaled to Kibito, who raised his arm slightly. The others placed their hands on his shoulders, and with a flash of green light, the five vanished from the spot, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Whis looked pleased as well. With them gone, his life would be quieter. He could go to Earth and enjoy gourmet food with Bulma without anyone disturbing him. With that thought, Whis narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips, humming a little tune as he tapped his staff lightly. A brilliant white light surged, piercing through space and vanishing as it shot toward Earth. New Namek. Today, the once peaceful Namek faced its doom. Massive spaceships landed and waves of soldiers poured out. Countless Namekians screamed and fled, but many were captured and fitted with mind control devices on their heads. The location of the Dragon Balls and their secrets were thus extracted. Under the leadership of Cooler's armored squadron, nearly all Namekians were slaughtered, leaving only the Grand Elder, a few Namekian children, and those who had been controlled. Through a mix of threats and coercion, the Grand Elder eventually capitulated and was fitted with the control headset. The Dragon Balls were gathered and summoned. On the new Namek, the sky, which had always been tinged with a faint green, was now shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, and countless lightning bolts slithered like tiny serpents, their roars piercing the clouds. Soon a torrential rain began to fall from the clouds, as if God had opened the floodgates of a dam. The downpour was immense. From a distance, the rain resembled a curtain in the sky, beating against the ground with a resounding patter, forming dense bubbles. This was an extremely rare rain on the new Namek, the heaviest in recent years. The wind surged and clouds rolled, as if it were the perfect season for slaughter. Old man, hurry up and summon that so-called Purunga. Our king is waiting to have his wish for immortality granted. Nizu looked at the great Elder Mori, who had already donned the control helmet, but was hesitating to act. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of impatience crept into his voice. With a swift kick, he sent the Elder stumbling closer to the 7 gleaming round orange Dragon Balls. Hey, increase the frequency on the control helmet. This old geezer seems off. Salza pursed his lips slightly and spoke calmly. Yes, sir. A subordinate with a catfish-like head acknowledged the order and immediately cranked the device to its maximum frequency, showing no concern for whether the old man could endure it. After all, it was his superior's command. If the Elder died, they could just drag out another Namekian. There were still some children around. With a faint hum of electric current, the great Elder Mori, who had been motionless, suddenly shuddered. His face went blank as he stared at the 7 Dragon Balls, instinctively beginning to summon the Dragon Purunga. Haha, the captain is truly wise. Nizu chuckled, his face adopting a fawning expression as he spoke respectfully toward Captain Salza. Now, under the influence of the fruit from the tree of might, Salza's power had reached an incredibly formidable level. He had once considered testing it, but when Salza merely revealed a fraction of his strength, the overwhelming aura had rendered him unable to move. So it was still necessary to flatter when the time came. Unlike Dor, who couldn't speak well and was also the weakest. Huh. All praise to the king's excellent guidance, Salza said, lowering his head slightly toward Cooler, bowing his body and speaking respectfully. Cooler showed no interest in such sycophantic behavior. He waved his hand to silence them, then cast a greedy glance at the 7 Dragon Balls. He wanted all his wishes fulfilled. He wondered if he could directly become the strongest in the universe or perhaps elevate his potential even further. He had already figured it out. The reason his training yielded no improvement was that his potential could only take him so far. To climb higher, he had to plunder the energy of others. The fruit of the Tree of Might, for instance, drained the pure life energy of an entire planet. The more vibrant the planet, the more life energy it contained. That was why he always targeted inhabited planets, to harvest more energy. The moment he obtained this fruit, he had absorbed his home planet, the frozen demon planet, causing his power to skyrocket. But now the power boost from the Tree of Might's fruit was negligible to him. He craved greater strength, at least enough to surpass the god of destruction Beerus, so he could truly rule the entire universe. As these scheming individuals indulged in their fantasies, the great Elder Mori raised his hands, palms facing the 7 Dragon Balls, and began to speak. His aged hoarse voice echoed through the void, uttering the unique language of the Namekians. Arise, Purunga. Grant my wishes. As the great Elder Mori chanted the incantation-like words, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a golden glow simultaneously accompanied by a faint hum. The already dim sky was instantly engulfed in darkness. The heavy rain gradually ceased, leaving only the rumbling of thunder rolling across the heavens. Cooler slowly uncrossed his arms, raised his head, and observed the phenomenon. His inner longing and curiosity about the Dragon Ball's wish-granting ability grew even stronger. Golden lightning like thunderous dragons churned within the clouds, emitting peals of thunder. Dense arcs of electricity intertwined, signaling the onset of an extraordinary event. A flash of light burst forth, followed by a lightning dragon that struck directly onto the shimmering 7 Dragon Balls. Instantly, fine arcs of electricity spread across the Dragon Balls, which then erupted into a massive, dazzling golden pillar of light that soared into the sky. Damn, this light is too blinding. Nizu raised his arm to shield his eyes, but a flicker of greed for this wish-granting object passed through his gaze, vanishing in an instant. Except for Cooler and Salza, everyone present used their arms to block the dazzling golden light. Only the two of them stared wide-eyed, fixated on the pillar of light. With a thunderous roar, the golden pillar of light blazed in the sky, and from within it emerged a massive lizard-like greenish-blue entity. Exuding an aura of pressure, it had 4 black spikes on its head, a huge fin-like structure on its back, and deep crimson glowing eyes. Its muscles rippled like coiled dragons, radiating immense power, with a long tail connecting to the 7 faintly glowing Dragon Balls on the ground. Everyone present who had never seen Purunga was awestruck by the sight. Purunga opened its mouth slightly and spoke in the Namekian language. You who have summoned me, I can grant any 3 wishes you desire. So this is the Dragon Purunga, a magnificent creation that can fulfill any wish. A glint of obsession with power flashed in Cooler's eyes. Unable to contain himself, he strode over to the subordinate, holding the great Elder's controller, snatched it away, and input his first wish to become the most powerful being in the universe, including surpassing the god of destruction Beerus. Soon the controlled great Elder relayed Cooler's wish to Purunga, who was circling in the sky. Purunga spoke slowly from the sky. I regret to inform you that this wish exceeds my power. I cannot fulfill it. Please choose another. Holding the controller, Cooler listened to the translation from the great Elder Mori. His face turned purple with rage, and his eyes held an expression as if he had been toyed with. I traveled all this way, and now you tell me it's impossible. Gritting his teeth, Cooler suppressed the urge to strike Purunga down with a single blow and lowered his demand. He asked for his potential to be enhanced to the greatest possible extent. Purunga nodded slightly and said, This wish is quite difficult. I will use 2 of your wishes. Without waiting for Cooler's agreement, Purunga let out a low roar toward the sky. Crimson light surged from its eyes and golden arcs of electricity burst forth, plunging straight into Cooler's body. A sound like a gate opening echoed in Cooler's mind, followed by a surge of immense energy erupting from within him, enveloping him in a powerful force. Cooler's expression turned to one of bliss and absorption, occasionally letting out faint moans. As the energy surge subsided, he gazed at his hands, his eyes gleaming with sharp light and flickering with brilliance. It works. I will slay Beerus. A sinister grin spread across Cooler's face, and his body trembled with excitement. Cooler is invincible. Gula was going to become the true emperor of this universe. He refused to believe that with his current power, he still couldn't defeat Beerus. Gula's eyes flickered, and a confident smile graced his lips. He had already decided that once he left this Namek, he would rule the entire universe and no longer fear the so-called Beerus. His current power even terrified himself. Gee, great king, has the wish been granted? Nai's hesitated, speaking slowly. He had just witnessed a golden arc of lightning shoot from the so-called divine dragon in the sky and strike Gula, but he was unsure if the great king's wish had truly been fulfilled. Heh, of course. Though the earlier wish to become the strongest in the universe failed, I believe my power now far exceeds that of Beerus. Ruling the universe is just around the corner. Gula slowly raised his right hand, clenching it tightly, and a wide grin split his face, revealing his immense joy. He recalled that the last time he was this happy was when he learned of Frisia's and King Cold's deaths. Those damned scions must also be eradicated. They were a dangerous element. Let them know that the Frost Demon clan was not to be trifled with. Great King Gula rules the universe. Great King Gula rules the universe. Someone in the crowd started the chant, and soon the entire army and soldiers joined in raising their right fists high, their voices thundering with overwhelming momentum. Among them, New Eyes cheered the loudest while Dor remained silent, merely raising his hand with a faint smile on his face. Gula was momentarily stunned by the scene, then a surge of joy spread across his face. He was quite pleased with their reaction. Although he disliked flattery, he couldn't deny that what they said was true. Gula was born to rule the universe and become its emperor. Ahem. Quiet. There are still wishes to be made. Gula cleared his throat, pressing his hands down in the air to signal the crowd to quiet down. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring the moment, and with a light chuckle, he prepared to control Elder Muri to fulfill the next wish. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A dazzling white light burst forth from the dark sky, first a single point, then stretching into a long, thin line that streaked across the horizon. The world turned white. The radiant light descended, carrying immense killing force. Not good. Gula, who had been brimming with joy, felt a stinging sensation on his skin and was met with a blaze of sword light. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart pounded wildly, and a life-or-death crisis surged through every part of his body. With no time to think, Gula gritted his teeth, his face twisting in fury. A golden light enveloped his entire body, and a powerful aura erupted, sending golden streams of light radiating outward. He gathered immense power in his right fist, wrapped in golden light, distorting the very void around it. With a grim expression, he stomped the ground, which instantly collapsed, sending dirt flying. Gula shot forward like a brilliant golden star, crashing into the thin line of light. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and powerful energy surged violently. The void around him tore apart, sending out ripples of energy. The overwhelming force spread, and the residual shockwaves killed every soldier present. Only Salza of Gula's armored squad survived, having pushed Dor in front of himself at the moment of the explosion. The Namekian children vanished instantly along with Elder Muri. Gula had only blocked that sword strike to protect the divine dragon Purunga, unwilling to let it perish. Bang! A violent explosion rang out, and a golden figure was sent flying backward through the void, crashing for thousands of meters. The body scraped across the ground, carving a long trench, before finally smashing through countless mountains and coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Who are you? Gula spat out a torrent of blood. A deep sword wound ran across his chest, seeping blood. His face was twisted with rage like a rabid dog ready to devour. Oh, still alive. That shouldn't be. Was my strike too light? A slightly flippant voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The void rippled, and a figure covered in silvery white fur materialized, a long sword in hand. The blade shimmered with brilliant light, and a lingering sword aura swirled around it. It was Trunks, transformed into Super Saiyan 5. His black vest had vanished, and his stature had grown even taller than in Super Saiyan 4. Silvery white arcs of electricity danced around his body. Long white hair cascaded down his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. His crimson eyes blazed with dazzling white light, overflowing with sword energy. The eye sockets had turned silver white, and his upper body, except for his bare chest, was covered in silvery white fur. A primal feral aura burst forth, causing the entire void to tremble. His furry tail coiled around his waist, exuding a wild beauty, while his sinister eyes burned with murderous intent. Why? You're that Scion monkey. Gula's face twisted in shock, his voice cracking at the end. He had encountered a Scion here. A Scion with such overwhelming power. Oh, recognized me. Then it's time for you to go to hell. Remember, be a good person in your next life. He's too gentle and crying. Trunks raised an eyebrow, his crimson eyes blazing with killing intent. He gently swung his long sword, sending out waves of sword energy that instantly shattered the surrounding void, revealing the deep darkness within. Then with a light upward slash, a brilliant sword light burst forth. Gula steadied himself, breaking free from the rock. Wiping the blood from his lips, he sneered, "Heh, I'm just surprised at the power of you Scion monkeys. You don't actually think I can't beat you, do you? Huh?" Gula roared, and golden light surged around him again, unleashing a powerful aura. A hidden force within him erupted, shattering the void around him and leaving a massive trail. A black hue emerged, coating Gula's body and dyeing his golden form. The deep blue gem on his head glowed, and with a slight tremor, his purple skin turned black, while his white exoskeleton armor shimmered faintly. The crimson in his eyes intensified. Watching the incoming sword light, Gula's gaze turned mocking. He raised his right palm slightly, and then crushed it with a single squeeze. Nanny. Seeing his nearly full-power sword strike neutralized, and sensing the aura emanating from Gula, Trunks' expression grew serious. He finally understood that when the Supreme Kai said strong, he truly meant strong. Whoosh! The wind howled as a figure flickered. Gula appeared directly in front of Trunks at incredible speed, his hand already pressing down on Trunks' head. Taste my supreme might. Gula gripped Trunks' head tightly, black light swirling around him, and then flung him downward with a casual motion. Crack! A deafening crash rang out. Trunks was turned into a streak of silvery white light, hurtling toward the ground. He smashed into the earth, sending dirt flying, and plunged hundreds of meters deep, creating a massive crater. Above Black Gold, Gula stood with arms crossed, a look of contempt in his eyes as he looked down. Anyone else? Gula hovered high in the sky, his arms slightly spread, as if embracing the entire heavens, his eyes narrowed in enjoyment of the power of this perfect physique. This was the first time he had manifested this form in the outside world since he cultivated it. After all, the power of this form was overwhelmingly strong, and no one had been able to force him to unleash it. One could say that invincibility is a form of loneliness. This Saiyan monkey is indeed formidable, but only to a certain extent. Gula squinted his eyes, seemingly assessing the pit holes in the ground beneath him. Although the Saiyan monkey was far from his equal, it was unlikely that he would simply perish. What was he waiting for? Who? From a distance came the howling of the wind, accompanied by faint roars of anger. Gula looked out, and a dazzling green light suddenly flickered, rushing towards his face. Is this what I was waiting for? A hint of disdain flickered in Gula's eyes as he glanced at the green light on his right, lightly raising his right hand to firmly halt it in his palm. What came into view was a massive, muscular man with crimson eyes revealing waves of killing intent. His mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, teeth grinding as he emitted a series of roars resembling a savage beast. It was none other than Broly, charging in with great haste. Another Saiyan monkey. Oomph. Gula frowned, yanking his dark arm sharply, a wave of purple energy igniting fiercely, accompanied by the shattering of the void. Broly, like Trunks, was violently hurled downwards. And it seemed he would collapse into a pit. The previously shattered void was slowly restoring, but this green flash tore through it once more, revealing the dark space within. Oomph. Is everyone trying to test the strength of this cosmic emperor? A hint of mockery appeared in Gula's gaze as he waved his right arm, preparing to reach down. A brilliant silver light surged forward, accompanied by waves of heat moving at astonishing speed, as if directly traversing through space. Even now, Gula's face showed a hint of shock. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the void erupted. Energy ripples accompanied by waves of heat surged forth, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse into dust. The silver figure flashed amidst the chaos, launching several punches that flowed like mercury, moving at incredible speed. The sound of their collision resonated with muffled thuds, waves of white energy surging forth with continuous energy roaring. Hovering high in the air, Gula did not dodge, but silently endured the onslaught of these punches. After a moment, Gula's expression turned somewhat grim as he slowly lowered his head, seeing the numerous imprints of fists accumulating, erupting at once. Bang, 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 bang. The imprints sunk into his flesh, emitted brilliant lights. The pressure of the punches surged through Gula's body and streamed out behind him. Like a deflating balloon, Gula's figure was sent flying, crashing through numerous mountain ranges, shattering rocks, skimming the ground, causing rivers to rise high. Gula finally landed far away, leaving a long trench behind with dust swirling around, obscuring the view. Who? The silver figure was shrouded in steam, gradually revealing itself. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who had mastered the perfect freeform extreme art. At this moment, a brilliant silver light flickered around him, particles of light appearing within. His hair had turned grayish-white, his expression solemn, brows furrowed, and his eyes shone with a mercury-like glow. Sun Wukong did not look at the flying Gula, but instead focused on his hands, which were now completely red from the impact with Gula's body, accompanied by waves of pain, illustrating just how tough Gula's skin was. Swish! A sword accompanied by a clear ringing sound. Trunks, his hair entirely silver, transformed into a streak of light and flashed to Sun Wukong's side. The two exchanged a brief glance, and Trunks nodded, saying, "Indeed, just as Lord Kaishin said, Gula is truly formidable, his oppressive aura rivaling that of the destroyers. However, it's not impossible to fight, though I might end up getting killed." Trunks gripped his sword tightly, the blade humming and trembling, its dazzling light flickering constantly, with the tip pulsating as if it were extremely excited. Sun Wukong's brows slightly relaxed as he replied, "He is indeed very formidable with tough skin. It will probably take your measures to inflict damage. I can only restrain him. Fighting in this form is a bit strenuous. Give me a moment to change." After speaking, Sun Wukong exhaled a breath of foul air, the silver light dissipating, his grayish-white hair returning to normal, and the glow in his eyes decreased by half, leaving only a faint stream of heat. Huh. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and let out a loud shout, a red light bursting forth, enveloping his entire being, streams of golden red light swirling and rising, and the glow in his eyes overflowing. Eventually, he revealed himself. His fiery red hair danced in the wind, his once robust body appeared to have slimmed down, and he was enveloped in a sacred aura radiating a gentleness. His crimson eyes gleamed with silver light. Waves of heat accompanied by golden red flames erupted outward, only to be retracted back into his body after a moment. Who? This form feels much better to fight in than the previous one. My mind won't inhibit my Bodis movements. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly at Trunks, clenching his fists. The emotional freedom of the extreme art combined with the Super Saiyan God allows for stable movements without hindering dodging, maximizing his battle power. This is his strongest form. Oh, is this Uncle Wukong's trump card? It really feels like a sun that can never be extinguished. But I also have my hidden card. Trunks chuckled lightly, flicking his sword, streams of light dancing upon it, the aura of a god bursting forth, enveloping his entire body. The silver hairs shimmered with a luminous glow, his aura unrestrained and imposing. The Super Saiyan 5 breaking through its limits, this is his strongest form. Trunks, you look pretty cool like this. Sun Wukong grinned and gave a thumbs up. Uncle Sun Wukong is not bad either. Trunks replied. Their camaraderie belonged to heroes appreciating heroes. Huh. The two laughed heartily, but soon their smiles faded and killing intent erupted as Gula charged forward. In the distant pit, Gula slowly stood up as if nothing had happened, then brushed the dust off his body, squinting his narrow eyes with a cold smile, saying, "A Saiyan monkey is still just a Saiyan monkey. Even if I let you stand and fight, it will be the same." Gula's body trembled, and all the imprints of punches vanished cleanly. A wave of purple energy surged forth, enveloping his entire being, a powerful aura roaring violently, spreading out, causing the ground to explode, the void twisting and trembling. Let me stretch this powerful body a bit more. Gula's crimson tongue flicked out, licking his lips as he looked at Trunks and Sun Wukong with a hint of greedy desire. P.S. Brothers, I want to achieve full attendance this month, so updates will mostly be 2 chapters. Whooshed. A green radiance ascended from the subterranean pit, enveloping Trunks. Broly emerged, his upper body bare, having transformed into the Demon Saiyan. Broly's lips curled into a grin, a hint of crimson murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As he glanced at Trunks, his gaze softened, and he spoke, "Trunks, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Cooler wasn't fighting seriously, so I wasn't easily hurt either." Trunks waved his hand in reply. Indeed, he was unharmed. Compared to Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5's greatest advantage was not the surge in power, but the maximized defense. Essentially, this form granted him an incredibly tough hide. "That's good, but I still have to kill him." Broly's initial words were soft, but they escalated into a roar. A green torrent of light surged around him, his golden pupils rotating with shimmering energy, and his face contorted into a ferocious snarl. He charged directly toward Cooler, leaving a brilliant trail of green luminescence in his wake. There's no helping it. He's no longer in a berserk rage, but he's still so reckless. Trunks helplessly pressed his forehead, then gripped his long sword and flew after him. Son Goku's expression grew grave. Though he yearned for a unknown dual reality forbade it. That Cooler was far too powerful. Compared to him, Goku felt Frieza had wasted all his years. Shaking his head, Goku erupted with energy and dashed toward Cooler. On the horizon, 4 streaks of light in different colors shimmered, trailing fiery tails. A magnificent sight. Elder, are you alright?" Kaioshin, Shin, removed the control helmet from Elder Mori's head, smashed it to pieces, and asked with a hint of anger and urgency. Beside them were 3 or 4 Namekian children and a dying elder, now revived by Kibito. You are." Elder Muri slowly opened his eyes, recalling the tragic fate of the Namekians. His heart seethed with resentment, even a peaceful soul now stirred with killing intent. Kaioshin Shin was delighted to find Elder Muri still conscious. A smile rose on his face as he said, "I am a Kaioshin here to help you. I have brought Son Goku and the others to eliminate Cooler." Elder Mori's eyes lit up. "Mr. Son Goku is here too. Excellent. He will surely destroy that demon Cooler. Frieza and Cooler are truly brothers in evil. Both are merciless killers. Alas, my Namekian people have suffered this calamity twice." Elder Mori's face darkened as he glanced at the 5 behind him, his voice bitter. "Are only 6 Namekians left?" The remaining 5 exchanged glances. The elder sighed, and the 4 children wept loudly, filling the scene with profound sorrow. Kaioshin Shin and Kibito felt deeply distressed, but were powerless. He possessed no great divine power like time reversal, nor the ability to revive the dead, only intervention and prayer. Kaioshin Shin clenched his fists, wondering why the universe harbored races like Frieza and Cooler merely to wreak havoc. Suddenly, Elder Mori seemed to recall something. He spun around abruptly, seeing the sky still dark, Purunga towering above, but slightly translucent, a sign that time was running short. Quick! Gritting his teeth, Elder Muri shot straight toward Purunga. His mind held only one thought: speed, ever more speed. If he could make a wish, even a single one, the greatly upgraded Purunga could fulfill it to an immense extent. For instance, a wish that seemed like 2. Revive all Namekians killed by Cooler and his army and send them to Earth. Could under Purunga's divine might count as one wish by expending some energy. This was the privilege of being the elder. Kaioshin Shin watched Elder Muri fly toward the dragon, a glimmer of realization in his eyes. Understanding his intent, he instructed Kibito to first transport the Namekians to Earth or another safe planet, then followed the elder. Whooshed! Elder Muri and Kaioshin Shin quickly reached Purunga. Without hesitation, Elder Muri uttered his final wish in the Namekian tongue. Hearing the wish, Purunga nodded slightly, opened his massive mouth, and roared. His eyes blazed with light, as if the entire sky and earth flashed with a red glow. Purunga spoke slowly. "Your wishes have all been fulfilled," in the Namekian language. Then Purunga gazed at Elder Muri, dissolved into a shower of light particles, and vanished. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls pillars of light faded, and the orbs spun into the sky, flying off in 7 different directions until they disappeared beyond the horizon. The dim sky brightened, though it remained somewhat overcast. Elder Muri laughed, his face radiant with joy. He turned to the Kaioshin behind him and began to speak. "Great Kaioshin." Before he could finish, an extremely fast red beam pierced through both of them. Elder Mori's words were cut short. His pupils faded, and he collapsed to the ground. Kaish and Shin, also struck by the beam, slowly looked down. With shock and a hint of mortal fear, he saw his chest, pierced clean through. Reaching out, his hand touched only emptiness. He struggled to turn around. Whooshed! Another beam struck his head, exploding it instantly. Red and white matter splattered, and his body fell. Thud! Footsteps approached from behind, revealing a grim face. Savaiza, with yellow hair and blue skin, stomped hard on Elder Mori's head, crushing it in a burst of blood. Savaiza scowled, shaking his head. A gray glimmer flickered deep in his eyes. He spat, "Tch, old fool who told you to run off. And you used the dragon's wish. How despicable." Savaiza flicked his hair, slowly levitating, and turned to gaze at the distant battlefield. His eyes strained to see the four figures locked in combat. The gray light in Savaiza's eyes blazed ever brighter, brimming with greed. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Beerus, who had been lying in the hyperbolic time chamber, was fast asleep. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered across the sky. The mark of destruction on Beerus' head began to glow with a purple radiance, the two lights resonating with each other. Beerus jolted awake from his slumber. He glanced at the light above, then touched his forehead, as if realizing something. A cascade of emotions shifted in his eyes, from anger to panic, fear to resignation. Finally, as if recalling something, he rose to his feet, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Death, is it? I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Damn that Supreme Kai. If I had more time, I'd have kept him caged in my realm of destruction." With that, Beerus removed the earring from his left ear, his eyes narrowing as he tore open the fabric of space. He found Vegeta in another dimension and lightly tossed the earring toward him. With a soft hum, Beerus dissolved into a pool of violet light particles, vanishing along with the white light in the sky. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the fast-flying earring struck Vegeta, sending him crashing to the ground. He was about to curse when he picked it up and examined it, realizing it was an earring. This should be Beerus' accessory, right? How did it end up here? Vegeta panted heavily, dispelling the violet flames around his body. He looked at the earring and instinctively placed it on his left ear. He looked up and noticed something had changed. The entire world seemed to appear in a different light before his eyes. Earth, Capsule Corporation. In the VIP seats designed for Beerus, and Whis Bulma had returned from Mount Pozu and was leisurely having afternoon tea with Whis, enjoying some pastries. Bulma blinked her beautiful eyes, tilting her head slightly as she twirled the straw in her cup. Her mind seemed elsewhere, and with a furrowed brow she spoke. "Whis, why do you think Earth has so many disasters compared to other planets in the universe? There's always some weird thing coming to Earth to cause trouble. Frisia, Majin Buu Zamasu. Do you think Earth is cursed? And when will Vegeta and Trunks be back? They can't train every day, right, Whis?" She waited for a moment, but there was no response. "Whis, see?" Bulma suddenly stood up and looked around. The four of them were now alone. Whis was nowhere to be seen. A half-eaten strawberry cake remained on the table, and only Whis' staff floated in the air, emitting a faint green glow. A residual image of Whis appeared on it, gazing into the distance toward the realm of destruction. "Lord Beerus, you really are prone to misfortune, aren't you?" Whis shook his head helplessly with a frown, then his entire form was absorbed back into the staff, falling into slumber. The staff tore through the void and vanished. The realm of the Supreme Kais. The elder Supreme Kai, who had been leisurely reading a health book on his lounge chair, stood up with unusual gravity. His eyes were fixed on the distance, filled with concern. He sensed the fall of a Supreme Kai. This meant the death of Supreme Kai Shin, and the same fate for Lord Beerus. "Sigh. The skies of the seventh universe have changed." The elder Supreme Kai shook his head, looking utterly dejected, as if his soul had been drained. A gentle breeze blew and a withered leaf fell from the great tree, landing right at the elder Supreme Kai's feet. He looked down at it quietly, his wrinkled face etched with sorrow so deep that no light could penetrate until it finally overflowed. New Namek. After piercing through two opponents, Salza no longer directed his attention to the battle of the four. He had enough self-awareness. The residual force from their clash alone could likely reduce him to dust. So he wasn't foolish enough to rush over and help Cooler. His plan now was to devour all the fruit of the Tree of Might. The temptation of the power from a planet's entire harvest of such fruit was something an ordinary person couldn't resist. And coincidentally, he was just an ordinary person. So with apologies, he intended to take advantage of the gap, while Cooler fought the Scions to consume all the fruit. That way, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could at least escape. Greed flickered in Salza's eyes as he looked at the increasingly barren ground and the towering Tree of Might in the distance. Without further hesitation, he ignited a purple aura around his body. He charged forward toward the Tree of Might at incredible speed. Far in the distance, a resonant sword cry rang out, and a sword light as brilliant as a star flashed continuously. The dazzling white radiance illuminated everything, and sword energy began to spread across the entire sky. The air was filled with murderous intent, sword energy, and sword light. Trunks held his sword high with both hands. His crimson eyes overflowed with streams of white sword energy. A storm of sword energy raged around him as the blade hummed incessantly. Whether in excitement or lament, it was unclear. He watched the battle between Goku, Broly, and Cooler. Calling it a battle was generous. It was more of a one-sided affair. Cooler toyed with them like a cat playing with mice, looking utterly relaxed. Trunks' mission was to wipe that relaxed look off Cooler's face. He was channeling all his energy into the sword, preparing to unleash a strike that would catch Cooler off guard. After all, among the three, his killing power was the highest. So the other two would act as bait, and he would be the one holding the fishing rod. Oh. Broly was covered in wounds, but still charged forward. With a furious roar, a green light flared around him, rising into a massive pillar of light. His pupils had partially vanished, a sign of his impending rampage. Thick green electrical currents crackled around his body, swirling and leaping. He had already reached the level of a Super Saiyan 2, just one step away from it. With a violent tremor, Broly shattered the void. He stomped hard, launching himself toward Cooler, who was fighting Goku like a green shooting star. His muscles bulged, and he thrust a hand shaped like a dragon's claw toward Cooler's head. Cooler, who had just kicked Goku away, saw Broly charging at him, and thought it was the same as before. His eyes gleamed with red light as he sneered, unafraid. A purple aura surged around him, enveloping his right fist. Then he clenched his fist and struck. The void collapsed along his fist's path as his punch pressure erupted. Broly roared, gathering a condensed green energy sphere in his left hand and hurling it straight at Cooler's abdomen. Simultaneously, his massive right hand lunged for Cooler's head. Nanny! Cooler's eyes widened as bitter fluid surged in his mouth. This giant's combat power was completely different from before. He must have cheated. All these thoughts piled up in Cooler's mind like garbage, causing him to freeze for a moment. Then, as if the world spun around him, the scenery blurred past. Pain shot through his head, and when he looked up, all he saw was dirt. Cooler was dragged by Broly and slammed into the ground. Broly's fists rained down like a pile driver, pounding Cooler's head until it grew dizzy. The ground cracked and boomed. Huh, Trunks, you were right. He really did cheat. Goku, wounded, chuckled softly, his face full of exhaustion. Trunks glanced at him and gave a slight nod. He raised his sword and brought it down with a mighty roar. Broly, get back. My sword is coming. Broly, who was pummeling Cooler, heard this and swiftly retreated. At the same moment, a dazzling white sword light blazed, turning the entire dark sky white. Heaven and earth turned white. Moments later, the surroundings were filled with sword light, all surging toward Cooler on the ground. Cooler squinted and looked up. It was the sword light of heaven and earth. Gula merely cast a glance upward, and in an instant the resplendent sword light filled the sky, dazzling as the sun, bringing a piercing sting. Gula's pupils contracted sharply. He knew this was no time for games. Instantly, his entire body erupted with violet flames, unleashing his full power for the first time, including the portion of strength bestowed by Palunga. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, dark clouds gathered, and purple thunderbolts churned within the clouds with tiny serpentine arcs of lightning slithering through. A powerful surge of energy formed a violet pillar of light that shot upward to resist the pure white sword radiance. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed, a dense web of cracks spreading like a spider's web, shattering and sinking into the lake bed. He still has such power. How could someone this strong only reveal himself now? Trunks frowned deeply, his expression shifting dramatically. The hands gripping his sword began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the pure white sword light, spreading upward. Sword aura continuously scattered and surged outward, shooting into the surrounding mountains and carving out massive craters. Behind him, Son Goku and Broly exchanged a glance, their eyes heavy with gravity. They moved to Trunks' side and began to combine their powers. Roar! Broly let himself slip into an uncontrollable state. His body shuddered violently, muscles bulging abruptly, his frame towering higher. Green light surged up and down his form, and immense power roared within. Green light rose from both his hands and converged into his palms. In an instant, two condensed green energy spheres materialized, distorting the surrounding space and causing cracks to spread through the void. With a furious roar, Broly slammed his hands together, forcibly merging the two energy spheres. Instantly, a colossal green energy blast erupted, hurtling straight toward the violet pillar of light where Gula stood below. Nearby, Son Goku lowered his stance, cupping his hands behind his back. Azure energy gathered around him, golden particles of light shimmered, and arcs of golden electricity crackled and sparked. The immense power made Goku's hands tremble nearly beyond his control. When it reached a critical point, Goku's eyes widened, and he thrust his hands forward, shouting Kamehameha. ZZZZ. A torrent of azure energy laced with gold roared forth, shattering the void along its path, like a blue dragon roaring toward the violet pillar below. Huh! The three cried out in unison, pushing their power to the limit. Their three energies converged and swirled around the pure white sword light. Power surged, energy pulsed violently, and with lethal force it pierced through the violet pillar, driving straight toward Gula's head. What? Hovering in the air, Gula was unwilling to accept this outcome. How could his immense strength, combined with the power granted by the dragon, be defeated by these three Saiyans? Would that not make him no different from Frieza? No, he refused to accept such an end. Gula shook his head, his eyes burning with a crimson hue. The violet flames around him blazed like fire, and immense power flooded his body. Gula looked up, his eyes gleaming with red light wide to their utmost. He raised his hands. He could not believe he would lose. He was destined to become the emperor of the universe, a great being to rule all of existence. How could he be stopped here by three Saiyan monkeys? Huh! With a fierce cry, Gula gathered immense power into his dark hands. Gazing at the sword light descending from the sky, he charged first, his fists wrapped in violet flames, and struck out. A violet streak shot forward, and the two forces collided violently. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. Waves of energy rippled outward, shattering all the ground around them. A violet streak crashed down. Like a purple star, it tore a violet line through the air, plunging into the lake, sending up a massive splash, and staining the entire surface red with blood. Huff huff. The three panted heavily, their energy nearly drained by that one strike. Yet Gula seemed not entirely dead, though his aura had plummeted dramatically, a far cry from before. Cough. Uncle Goku, it looks like Gula is still alive. Our next fight might be tough. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a bitter smile as he spoke. His Super Saiyan 5 limit break state could no longer hold. He could only maintain Super Saiyan 4 now. The sword in his hands trembled slightly. Heh, my stamina is almost gone. I can't even maintain Ultra Instinct anymore. Son Goku, looking fatigued, hunched slightly. His Super Saiyan God transformation had reverted to Super Saiyan 4, a form that felt more stable for his current state. But Gula isn't in good shape either. The three of us together might still have a chance. Of the three, Broly seemed the best off. Though his stamina was nearly spent, an endless stream of energy seemed to be replenishing him from within. In the lake, Gula slowly sank toward the bottom, his body covered in dense sword wounds. Several sword auras churned within him, emitting faint hums as streams of blood drifted upward through the water. Gula's gaze dimmed. No matter what, his dream of becoming the emperor of the universe had shattered under that sword strike. Slowly raising his right hand, Gula touched his chest. There a massive gash nearly pierced through his entire torso, blood seeping out continuously. Gula fell into contemplation. After a long moment, his crimson eyes shifted, a glint of light flashing within. His fighting spirit began to swell once more, and even the wound on his chest seemed to shrink slightly. That's right. He still had the fruit of the spirit tree, including the one from the last planet, still aboard his spaceship untouched. Though it might not greatly increase his combat power, it could at least heal his injuries and provide him with a substantial amount of energy. With that thought, Gula's violet flames enveloped his body momentarily, suppressing the wound on his chest. Then a violet streak shot out. Gula emerged from the lake waters. Seeing him, the three in the air tensed, instantly lowering their stances, ready for battle. A violet radiance soared into the sky, instantly putting the three on high alert. Gula, bearing a massive sword wound across his chest, sneered at them with indifference. So you're in worse shape than me. But I've no time to play with you now. Urgent matters call. Gula gathered energy spheres in both hands, hurling them rapidly toward the trio. His hands became blurs, the void trembled, and his figure vanished as he dashed toward the spaceship and the spirit tree. Damn it. Trunks lightly flicked the blade, causing it to hum. A pure white sword radiance flared, and with a surge of sword energy, it pierced through the air in an instant. Energy spheres exploded one after another in the void, the air trembling and roaring incessantly. Several violet energy balls detonated entirely. Trunks, sensing Gula's aura, vanished on the spot and reappeared high above, sword in hand, close to Gula. He spread his arms, the sword hanging in midair. Forming a sword finger with both hands, strands of sword energy flowed through the air, spreading out before suddenly shooting toward Gula. The sound of air splitting echoed as the attack, incredibly fast, reached Gula and thrust toward his head. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Gula's eyes turned a bloody crimson, a violet aura flaring around him as a powerful energy surged forth. Coating his right fist in violet flames, he punched fiercely toward the flying sword. Sparks flew and a metallic clang rang out as the flying sword was smashed away in an instant. Then, with a flash of violet light in his eyes, Gula appeared before Trunks in an instant. He pulled back his right fist, trailing a violet flame, and with the aura enveloping his fist, he clenched and punched, the force of the strike accumulating before being unleashed. Trunks' pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the swift punch, his heart skipping a beat. Many thoughts raced through his mind, but this blow was unstoppable. A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. A massive fist print was embedded in Trunks' head, his face twisted in pain as he was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed. Gula tilted his head with a sinister grin, stamping his feet hard on the void, shattering it, and then shooting after Trunks in the direction he was flying. He quickly overtook Trunks' flying speed. Just as he was about to raise his hand, two streaks of light, one fiery red, one emerald green, shot toward him from either side. Gula halted abruptly, his face contorting into a savage grin. He caught both fists with his hands, then casually flung them downward, smashing them into the ground and creating a massive crater. Then, moving swiftly, he appeared above Trunks, blocking out the light. In Trunks' horrified gaze, he grabbed his head and flew low to the ground toward the spaceship and the spirit tree. Holding Trunks' head, he pressed it into the ground as he flew at high speed, carving a long trench. When he grew bored and was about to finish him off, a green figure charged toward Gula, roaring, "Let go, or die." Broly now resembled a wild beast more than ever. His mouth hung open, saliva flying, and the pupils in his eyes had disappeared. His hair, once short, now reached his waist, dyed a golden hue tinged with green. His body seemed leaner than before, but green arcs of electricity crackled around him, and his aura had reached an astonishing level. His speed was so great that Gula couldn't even react. Just as Gula turned around before he could respond, a massive hand seized his right arm and squeezed with brutal force. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Then came Gula's screams of agony. Gyula's right hand released Trunks, who was on the verge of death from his injuries. Broly grinned, savagely tossing Trunks toward Goku behind him. Then with his left hand, he grabbed Gyula's head, gripping it tightly. Powerful energy relentlessly bombarded Gyula's head, the sounds of explosions and electrical currents filling the air. Gyula's face twisted in pain, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing, and smoke pouring from his mouth. Now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Broly easily overpowered the severely wounded Gyula. In the distance, Goku caught Trunks a strange look in his eyes as he watched Gyula and Broly. Without overthinking, he formed a sword finger with his left hand and vanished from the planet. He needed to return to Earth to heal Trunks with senzu beans. Trunks was critically injured and couldn't wait. He figured Broly could handle the fight alone. After all, Broly seemed to be in that uncontrollable savage state again, and staying there might not be the best idea. Broly grinned at Gyula, letting out a low chuckle. A sense of dread washed over Gyula. Then a tremendous force sent him flying like an arrow, a violet streak crashing deep into the ground. Broly followed, raining down punches that made the earth tremble. Deep underground, Gyula felt a flicker of terror. If he had known, he would never have come to Namek. What cosmic emperor? He was about to be beaten to death. Far away, Savaiza first went to the spaceship and devoured all of Gyula's spare spirit tree fruits. Then he climbed the spirit tree and consumed every fruit, ripe or unripe. A surge of immense power roiled within him, threatening to burst his body. Energy leaked out in wisps. Savaiza's originally blue skin turned purple, and his eyes became bloodshot, gleaming like crimson orbs. His once lean frame stretched to an unknown height, his yellow hair fell out completely, and his body swelled, muscles piling upon muscles. Savaiza clenched his fists, feeling no fear or panic at his body being on the verge of bursting, only excitement. It seems I'm the one who gained immense power. I really must thank Lord Gyula for being so selfish, hoarding spirit tree fruits from so many planets without eating them. But every cloud has a silver lining. Now I probably don't need to fear Gyula anymore. With this power, I am invincible. Savaiza laughed maniacally for a long time. After a while, his eyes flickered as he looked down at the spirit tree. He punched through it, intent on devouring the rest. The energy, the overwhelming power, it would all be his. A mad gleam in his eyes, Savaiza's pupils glowed with a gray light. Spreading his hands, he used his immense power to compress the spirit tree energy, surging as he reduced it to the size of a spirit tree fruit, then swallowed it whole. Only a deep, massive crater remained. He then began to absorb the residual energy of Namek. From space, the once vibrant green planet now appeared withered, more desolate than Vampa. All water sources had dried up, leaving only barren land. Savaiza hovered high in the sky, his aura soaring. His body kept breaking apart under the strain of the overwhelming power, but he wore an expression of pure ecstasy, indifferent to his Suntobe shattered form. He turned his gaze toward the distant sounds of battle. A greedy look spread across his face, the gray light in his eyes intensifying. Wreathed in a violet aura, he shot toward the source of the explosions at incredible speed. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma found herself unable to locate was a source of great frustration. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawed at her heart. She felt as though some momentous event was about to unfold. Even the sweets in her mouth lost their flavor. Seated on her familiar stool, she propped her cheek with her hand, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as she murmured to herself. Trunks, Vegeta, when will you return? And Cell? That fellow hasn't shown his face in a whole year. Are you all just training? And I wonder what he intends to do with that time machine he wanted me to build. Bulma sighed softly, her thoughts drifting away with the setting sun vanishing into the distant horizon. At Korin Tower, Korin was engaged in a dancing game with Yajirobe. The rule was simple. They drew a line and took turns throwing a beanbag. Each had one chance per round and could dodge. Whoever was hit had to dance. Korin had proposed the game, and Yajirobe initially looked reluctant and disliked it. However, after a few rounds, he found himself growing increasingly fond of it. It became a daily ritual, mainly because he seemed to hit Korin every single time. It was a mystery. Korin was a cat after all, and should have been agile. Yet he was struck every time. Over time, whenever they played, Yajirobe was guaranteed to win. Today, the arrival of two others brought a touch more vitality to this sparsely populated place. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Goku and Trunks, whom he carried on his back, arrived in an instant. Seeing Korin and Yajirobe at play, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Goku's face and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But then, recalling Trunks' injuries, his brow furrowed deeply as he called out loudly. Korin, do you have any senzu beans left? Trunks is badly hurt. Goku's expression was grim as he gently laid the nearly lifeless Trunks on the ground and hurried towards them. Korin, who had been in the middle of a dance, was startled by the familiar voice. Turning, he saw Trunks, his aura faint and his body drenched in blood. His eyes, usually hidden, widened in shock. He rushed over, found a small jar, and retrieved 3 senzu beans. Placing 2 into a pouch, he took the remaining 1 and approached Trunks. Goku, frantic, took all the beans into his hands without looking back. Thank you, Korin. Trunks, hurry, this is a senzu bean. Swallow it. Trunks, his face contorted in pain, struggled to open his mouth. With the last of his strength, he chewed slowly, as the sound of him swallowing echoed. Trunks' external injuries vanished at a visible rate. His energy rapidly returned to normal levels. His body trembled violently, his muscles bulging momentarily before returning to their usual state. Trunks' eyes flew open, and he sat up abruptly, looking at Goku with a grim expression. Uncle Goku, we need to get back quickly. Broly is all alone there now. Goku, seeing Trunks fully recovered, smiled faintly. Don't worry, Trunks. Broly seems to have broken through his limits and reached Super Saiyan 2. His unique form of Super Saiyan is incredibly powerful. When I left, he was dominating cooler. But just to be safe, we should get moving. Goku nodded, swallowed a senzu bean, and his injuries healed instantly, his power restored to its peak. He then turned to Karin and Yajirobe, speaking calmly. Karin, Yajirobe, thank you for this. We have urgent matters to attend to. Bye. Before anyone could react, Goku and Trunks vanished on the spot, using instant transmission to return to New Namek. Goku is still so impulsive, but it has been a long time since we last met. Yajirobe stroked his thick beard, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. Well, it seems Goku and the others have encountered a powerful enemy. Looks quite dangerous, but he'll probably be fine. After all, his name is Son Goku. Karin's serious expression melted back into its usual cheerful smile. He tapped his staff lightly on the ground, looked up, and chuckled. In an unknown timeline, a green figure covered in black spots materialized. Gazing at the final Dragon Ball before him, a slight smile graced his face. Damn, this is way too hard collecting all the Dragon Balls. Especially in some timelines where some bastard destroyed the Super Dragon Balls, forcing me to slowly gather this wish power bit by bit across the universe. If I ever find out who it was, I'll beat his head in. Cell was furious. Over the years, he had scoured every timeline and parallel dimension, taking all their Dragon Balls and absorbing all their wish power. He had only the Dragon Balls from his own main timeline left. This had elevated his power to an inconceivable level, almost as if he could make anything happen just by speaking it. He felt like a living, breathing Super Shenron. One thing gave him pause, however. In all the timelines and parallel worlds he had visited, he had only found 6 sets of Super Dragon Balls. Adding the one from his own timeline made exactly 7. He wondered if it was mere coincidence. Cell shook his head, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Doesn't matter anyway. He gazed out at the starry cosmos, tilting his head as he murmured, about time. The year is almost up. Time for me to head back. Cell closed his eyes, sensing the unique connection with his offspring. He quickly located his own timeline. After all, his timeline possessed the most complete and powerful laws of the universe. This was something he couldn't have done before, but now it was different. Having absorbed so much wish power, Cell felt as though he was omnipotent. A brilliant golden light blazed in Cell's eyes, within which a golden dragon coiled. Behind him, the phantom of a colossal golden dragon spiraled. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, discerning all things. Locating a specific point, he spoke. Open. His voice resonated with the very Tao, causing the entire universe to tremble. A pitch-black passageway materialized before him, instantly swallowing Cell. The void returned to stillness. After a long silence, a dazzling white light bloomed. A small stooped figure appeared, hands clasped behind its back, gazing at the passage Cell had opened. It raised a hand, and a wisp of residual wish power floated into its grasp. The diminutive figure glanced down at it and murmured, "Good, it's almost complete. But when the time comes, will it be Zalama the Dragon God or Cell the Dragon God?" How intriguing. Outsider, I hope you don't disappoint me. The small figure lifted its head, revealing a pair of silver-white eyes. Strands of white light swirled within them like the eyes of a deity. The new Namek star. At this moment, from the perspective of the cosmic starry sky, the current Namek is no longer the vibrant, life-filled green planet it once was. It resembles a withered tree, scarred and pockmarked, with numerous pits of varying sizes, among which lies an enormous pit, resembling a gigantic abyssal eye, emanating a sense of deathly silence. This is the giant pit where the spirit tree took root, now being absorbed by Shavi-Za, draining every fragment of life energy, all for the sake of obtaining immense power. Bang, bang, bang. In the new Namek, the sound of roaring explosions echoed the earth, cracking, accompanied by the relentless cries of anguish. "Oh, you bastard. This barbaric monkey dares to treat me this way. Damn it, damn it, damn it." In the pit, Gyula's eyes were filled with red veins, his head shaking violently, his thoughts spiraling into madness. How could he, a future cosmic emperor, be humiliated by such a barbaric Saiyan monkey? Must the Ice Demon clan suffer at the hands of these Saiyan monkeys? He was filled with an unwillingness. Power. He desperately needed immense power. Gula had never felt such a strong desire for power before. In the face of life and death, it seemed a powerful force surged within him, a potential granted by the Dragon Polna, and his Bodhi's response to the current dire situation. Huh. Gula roared furiously, a purple aura erupting around him momentarily, sending Broly, who had been pressing down on him, flying back. At this moment, Gula was panting heavily from the brief release of power and his numerous injuries. Gula's face was contorted, looking exceptionally terrible, bloodied, with his nose broken, and even the blue gem atop his head showing signs of cracking. He was almost out of fighting strength. Seeing Broly, whom he had just sent flying, rapidly returning, Gula gritted his teeth, a crimson, killing intent spilling from his eyes as he cursed, "Damn it. What a monster. How can he still have strength after all this time?" Gula did not wish to linger any longer. He quickly ascended, flying towards the spaceship, a purple flame trailing behind him like a magnificent purple comet across the sky. Gula lowered his head, gazing at the desolate ground, a flicker of joy in his heart. As long as he absorbed the fruits of the spirit tree, he could return to his peak state, and then he would no longer fear anyone. On the ground, Broly watched as Gula rapidly fled into the sky, a complex expression crossing his face with his pupils flickering and his power surging violently before suddenly fading. Ultimately, Broly's will overcame the brutal force within him. His aura gradually diminished, his long hair retracing to its original length, and the green arcs of electricity surrounding him slowly dissipated. Broly returned to his Super Saiyan form. Ugh, it feels like I'm being torn apart. Suddenly, Broly dropped to the ground, his body racked with pain, as if he were being ripped apart. At that moment, Broly recalled Trunks from the God of Destruction realm who had treated him well and thought of Trunks' tragic state. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to bear the pain, taking a deep breath. His golden eyes revealed a fierce, killing intent towards Gula, his head lifting slightly as he gazed at Gula, who was now just a purple flame in the distance. Broly's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful stomp, he surged towards Gula. Surrounded by a green luminescence, he left a trail of green flames in the sky. The ground, devoid of life and further caved in by Broly's savage stomps, now revealed a deep, abyssal black hole beneath. 3 brilliant streaks of light crossed the sky, and soon 2 of them converged. Whoosh! As Gula rushed towards the spaceship, he frequently glanced back, cautiously wary of being pursued by that monster. Gula's brows furrowed, emotions swirling in his eyes. Contempt, joy, anger, and a hint of fear. He truly did not wish to encounter that terrifying monster again. Thus he decided that after absorbing the spirit tree, he would destroy the entire planet, for he knew that Scions could not survive in the cosmic void. He must completely annihilate that monster. After accomplishing this, he would still be the lofty cosmic emperor he once was. Just as Gula was lost in thought, a gray flame surged towards him, revealing an exceedingly grotesque monster, hairless with cracked skin, yet exuding a sense of oppressive terror. This caused the paranoid Gula to widen his eyes, his pupils constricting, and he immediately halted, his expression heavy. Just as he was about to speak, a very familiar voice emerged from the creature. King Gula, it is I, Shaviza, your most loyal subordinate. Shaviza grinned widely, gazing at Gula, his eyes brimming with barely contained greed. Shaviza, how could this be? Gula's brows shot up, his eyes widening clearly in disbelief. He simply could not equate the grotesque yet imposing creature before him with his loyal and handsome subordinate. Hee. King Gula, I am indeed Shaviza, but to save you I was forced to consume those spirit tree fruits, which is why I have become this way. Shaviza waved his hand with a worried expression, as if genuinely concerned for Gula's safety, after being compelled to eat the spirit tree fruits, slowly approaching Gula. Nanny, you fool, you ate my fruits. Gula's eyes instantly widened, his crimson gaze flickering with rage, his entire being distorted with anger, as he gasped for breath, pointing a trembling finger at Shaviza. Those were the elixirs for him to return to his peak. How could they be consumed just like that? Don't worry, King Gula, you still have me. Shaviza grabbed Gula's outstretched finger, gazing at Gula's form with a look of obsession. Just as Gula was puzzled by this action, Shaviza slowly raised his head, a gray hue swirling in his eyes, his mouth opening slowly, though his voice had changed. King Gula, you smell so good. Shaviza tilted his head back, his mouth wide open, a gray mass diving directly into Gula's shocked and enraged mouth, completely entering his body and taking control of his mind. Oh, you are not Shaviza. Who are you? Gula's body trembled uncontrollably, his hands covering his face, slightly hunched over, swaying in the void, speaking in agony. Who am I? I am merely a Zephyrian, even more worthless than the barbaric Scion monkeys in your mind. By the way, my current name is Baby. Gula's body seemed to stop suffering, halting its tremors, slowly lifting his head, his mouth stretching wide in what appeared to be a mix of madness and joy. His head slowly rose, revealing his eyes where the pupils had vanished, leaving only a dark expanse akin to sunglasses and half a sky blue. Now there was no longer Gula, only Baby remained. I am Baby, the former king of the Zephyrians. We Zephyrians are a peace-loving race, universally endowed with high intelligence, abhorring violence as a means of resolution and dedicating ourselves to the study of technology. Our entire planet was in a state of thriving ascent. A barbaric race, the Scions, with their formidable physiques and the ability to transform into giant apes under a full moon, saw their combat power increase dramatically. Moreover, we had little inclination to develop weapons of destruction. This led to planet Super being violently seized by these savage Scion monkeys. All Zephyrians perished except for me. In the end, I transferred my consciousness into a microchip. Through my own research, I created a mutant robot, Dr. Mew, and sent him away from planet Super. He was then tasked with developing the ultimate life form, Baby, to exact revenge on these ruthless Scion monkeys. In the end, Dr. Mew did not disappoint my efforts. He established the M2 army in space, creating numerous mutant robots to gather energy for me, and finally, I was reborn. The great Zephyrian king was reborn, but the M2 army, including Dr. Mew, was annihilated by a being known as Cooler, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. My grand plan for vengeance seemed to have crumbled. However, I discovered that Cooler was an incredibly powerful aggregation of life force and energy. If I could take over his body, my power would surely be enough to eradicate all Scions. Afterward, I parasitized the body of his subordinate, Shaviza, lying in wait. Eventually, I parasitized all of his underlings, using them to enhance my own energy and growth. In the end, this Cooler core lived up to my expectations, becoming nearly invincible in the universe. They even seized something called the fruit of the spirit tree, which could absorb a planet's powerful life force to strengthen combat abilities. At that moment, I knew the time was near. Finally, when the cooler core had almost conquered all the planets brimming with powerful life energy in the universe. The fruits of the spirit tree I had obtained had already strengthened my body to a formidable degree. After all, aside from Cooler, almost all the fruits were mine. Just as I was about to seize Cooler's body, I received news about Namek, a planet with wish-granting orbs that could fulfill any desire. The thought of immortality and indestructibility lingered in my mind along with the revival of my own planet, Suffer. If Cooler's body were to become like that, then once I took it over, I would be nearly invincible. After all, there seemed to be a being even more powerful than Cooler, called the God of Destruction, Beerus. Though I didn't know who he was, seeing Cooler's wary expression made it clear he was an extremely formidable powerhouse. Acquiring an immortal and indestructible body would put my mind at ease. Although I wasn't particularly interested in ruling the universe since I had such power, I wanted to try and dominate it. I would become the emperor of the universe. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, Cooler immediately rushed to Namek. But Cooler was too foolish, and the interference of those damned Saiyan monkeys caused the Dragon Balls to scatter, thwarting my wish and my plans. Of course, although things didn't go exactly as planned, the result was the same. I ultimately obtained this powerful body. Now all that remained was to deal with the alien Scions and gather the Dragon Balls again to fulfill my wish. Baby grinned, his expression triumphant. For the first time in so many years, he was truly happy. After all his scheming, he had finally succeeded. Beside him, Savaiza regained control of his own body. Feeling the immense energy within and the sharp tearing pain, his face contorted in agony. Yet when he looked at Baby, a glint of fanaticism shone in his eyes. With an air of reverence, he declared loudly, "Congratulations, Lord Baby, for finally mastering this formidable body. The glory of the Zephyrians shall be realized once more in your hands." "Is that so? Heh, then offer me everything you have. For the Zephyrians." Baby shouted, his eyes gleaming with greed as he looked at the energy within Savaiza's body. Although this new body was powerful, it had sustained severe injuries and needed massive energy to recover. Savaiza's energy was just right. "Yes, it is my honor, Lord Baby." A hint of fanaticism flashed across Savaiza's face. He instantly released all his energy. The surge of immense power caused the very void to tremble, with faint cracks appearing. Vast torrents of energy surged into Baby's body from every direction, flooding his form and nourishing his battered frame. Baby narrowed his eyes in pleasure, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. He took a deep breath and soft moans escaped his lips. The surrounding terrain shifted constantly. Waves of energy collided, coalescing around the two of them into a fierce gale that erupted from their bodies. The once dim sky was instantly shrouded in massive dark clouds, with faint crimson flashes flickering within. A huge crater formed between them, above which a tornado howled. Crimson arcs of electricity rippled incessantly around their bodies. Baby, with a look of bliss, slowly closed his eyes, savoring the fullness of his energy. Then he glanced at Savaiza, who was panting heavily and had stopped channeling energy. A look of displeasure crossed his face, daring to hold back after claiming to offer everything. Savaiza had now transformed from his previously ugly, burly form into something even more emaciated than his original state. He looked as if he had aged 50 years, his skin covered in wrinkles, his face etched with exhaustion. Only the fanaticism in his eyes remained undimmed. He had just lifted his head expecting praise from Lord Baby, when before he could react, darkness descended. A large hand clamped down on his skull, followed by a voice tinged with indifference and a hint of gratitude. "Savaiza, this king will remember your contribution to the Zephyrians. When I rule the universe, I will erect a statue of you in the Zephyrian square. Now offer me everything you have." Baby's tone carried a hint of ruthlessness. He stared wide-eyed, his gaze filled with an insatiable craving for power. Ignoring Savaiza's terrified expression, Baby's right hand tightened with force, squeezing out the last vestiges of life energy from Savaiza, drawing it out and absorbing it into himself. "Oh, Lord Baby." The cries faded away, and Savaiza was reduced to a pile of dry bones. Baby gave a slight shake of his right hand, and the bones turned to dust, scattering in the wind. That's all the energy, isn't it?" Baby sniffed in satisfaction. His body began to undergo some changes. Cooler's original form was now encased in armor of red and yellow. Golden gloves covered his hands, his entire body turned pitch black, and the blue gem on his head was dyed a deep crimson. Red patterns gradually emerged on his face, adding an eerie aura. "How do I look now, Scion Monkey?" Baby turned slowly. Behind him stood Broly, his face a mask of shock, staring tensely at this transformed Cooler. Baby rotated his form, gazing at the Scion giant before him with a half smile, his eyes brimming with excitement and confidence. A trace of bewilderment lingered within him as well, for according to Cooler's memories, this hulking figure had previously displayed a formidable power, yet now that strength seemed to have dissipated, fleeting like an ephemeral bloom. This caused a flicker of greed to gleam in Baby's eyes, which were already burning with an intense thirst for power, as he coveted the hidden strength of the one before him. After all, a power capable of momentarily surpassing Cooler was undeniably extraordinary. However, after a moment's deliberation, Baby clicked his tongue, repulsed by the savage aura unique to Scions. He still felt a strong aversion to inhabiting a Scion's body. Baby's gaze toward Broly then took on a different shade as he puzzled over why such a barbaric race could harbor one with such immense strength. This confusion, tempered by time and hatred, morphed into envy. The thought of destroying what he could not possess began to haunt Baby's mind. His formidable aura began to radiate outward, enveloping him in a terrifying presence. Broly, sensing this, grimaced. "Forget it. I'm done racking my brains. You should just die." Baby finally shook his head. The universe he ruled had no place for the barbaric Saiyan race, thus they must be annihilated. With that, Baby slowly lifted his head, his right hand opening abruptly as a pitch-black sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. A surge of immense power was released, and crimson arcs of electricity crackled around him, exuding an aura of destruction. The concentrated energy of the sphere caused the very void to tremble, and the mere residual force was enough to tear the fabric of space, revealing the dark, empty dimension beyond. Broly, having returned to his normal state with a clear mind, involuntarily swallowed at the sight, taking a cautious step back, eager to flee. He reveled in reckless combat, but he was not truly suicidal. In the face of death, his body was seized by an emotion called fear. Trying to run, Baby raised an eyebrow, a faint amused smile crossing his lips as he took a small step forward with his left foot. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped Baby, and a terrifying pressure bore down on Broly, rendering the already exhausted Saiyan immobile. "Nanny." Broly frowned deeply, his mouth slightly agape as he shook his head like a wild beast, his sharp eyes darting about in a hint of panic. He did not wish to die here, not when there were so many delicious foods he had yet to taste, not before seeing Trunks and his father again. Most crucially, he had yet to repay his greatest benefactor Cell, or even speak another word to him. How could he perish like this? Broly's face contorted with struggle as he channeled all his energy, desperately trying to break free from the immense pressure. His body trembled violently, every muscle bulging as green light surged forth. His aura grew increasingly wild, and the space around him began to collapse. Baby, however, was unimpressed by Broly's efforts. His eyes narrowed and a smirk played on his lips. He relished watching the savage Saiyan's desperate struggle in the face of death, like a trapped beast thrashing in vain only to ultimately succumb to the despair of losing his life. This was what he truly craved. Seeing Broly's anguished expression, a look of satisfaction flickered in Baby's eyes. Tired of toying with his prey, he willed the sphere of energy in his hand to launch hurtling toward Broly. The powerful energy rampaged, tearing through the void along its path, exposing the dark emptiness of space as it shot toward Broly. Sensing the anomaly ahead, Broly slowly raised his head. His pupils contracted sharply and his heart jolted. He could not evade. A glimmer of despair shone in Broly's eyes. Was this how he was to die, when he still wished to live? A torrent of memories flashed through Broly's mind. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes sharpened once more. The overwhelming pressure that had restrained him had dissipated. Broly's fighting spirit reignited. He gathered all his energy into his right fist wrapped in green light and punched forward with all his might. He refused to perish in passive resignation. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as layers of shockwaves rippled outward, sending white waves of air surging. The two energies collided, causing the ground beneath to cave in the destruction spreading from the epicenter. Cracks spiderwebbed outward and billowing clouds of smoke obscured the view. Bang! Finally, an explosion resounded. From within the smoke, a figure trailed a green afterimage as it shot out like an arrow crashing into the distant ground. It skimmed across the surface, carving a long, deep trench before exploding into a massive crater. "Is he dead?" Baby muttered to himself. With a slight tremor of his body, the surrounding smoke dispersed, restoring his vision. A faint gleam shone in his blue eyes. Drip drop. Rain began to fall from the sky, growing heavier until the entire heavens were shrouded in rain. The air was filled with the scent of earth, and the raindrops pattered incessantly against the ground. Soon even the long trench filled with rainwater, which overflowed and merged into streams. The rain seemed oddly timed, like a lament from the Namekian planet itself. This could be considered the planet's final rainfall, for soon it would wither, eventually crumbling into the void of space, reduced to cold debris adrift in the vast cosmos. Hep! Baby sneered as a purple aura flared around him, slowly enveloping his entire form. Raindrops vanished within 2 meters of him, seemingly vaporized by the purple energy. Cooler slowly lowered his stance, moving his hands into a fighting pose, his expression solemn. He sensed a hint of killing intent within the ordinary rain. A fierce, murderous aura gradually permeated the air, causing even his skin to prickle with an unusual stinging sensation. This stirred a flicker of excitement within him. According to Cooler's memories, this should be. Whooshed! A sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A brilliant light streaked forth at an incredible speed, illuminating the entire world in a flash of dazzling white. Rip! The void finally gave way as if a gash had been cut along its path. The radiant beam hurtled toward Baby. What met his eyes was a longsword. A sharp tearing sound, Shryak, resounded through the void as brilliant white sword chi slashed across the fabric of space itself, cleaving it with an eerie crystalline resonance. Before Baby's eyes hung a longsword radiating dazzling incandescent light. Its aura exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Suspended motionless before his brow, its tip pulsed rhythmically with lethal sword mane brimming with murderous intent. Yet this body, Goldo's peak form physique augmented by the full harvest of the spirit tree, was now under Baby's command. He had anticipated the strike, rendering the blade insufficient to kill. Only a slender crimson line appeared across his forehead, beading with tiny droplets of blood. Oh, truly formidable killing power, damned Saiyan monkey. Had I not been prepared, I might well have fallen for it. A faint sardonic smile curled Baby's lips as violet energy flared around his right hand. He extended 2 fingers and seized the blade's edge midair. The sword trembled violently, scattering raindrops into vapor, its vibration humming with both exhilaration and fury. Heh, you are not Goldo. Then who are you? A figure emerged from the downpour, enveloped head to toe in shimmering silver-white light. Though emitting no overwhelming aura, his presence alone bore crushing weight and sovereign authority. His brows knit faintly, his eyes blazed with luminous intensity, overflowing with white sword chi that bled outward like mist. Yet within those scarlet irises flickered doubt, thickened by seething malice. Though the physical form resembled Goldo's unmistakably, so the uncanny dissonance, the venomous hatred and jealous loathing in those eyes, convinced him instantly this was not Goldo. Goldo's gaze held only unshakable confidence, and a singular primal urge to destroy. It bore none of this intricate layered emotion. The silver-white figure was Trunks, hovering calmly in midair, brow furrowed, tail swaying steadily behind him. At the sword's escalating, keening vibration, a flicker of concern crossed Trunks' face. He raised a hand, and with a surge of resonant sword chi, the blade recoiled swiftly, rejoining his grasp at his right side. Who am I? Does that truly matter anymore? After all, our race, and this very planet, have long since been erased from memory, haven't they? You need only know this: I am a revenant, and your imminent executioner. As for my name. Baby paused briefly, then spoke slowly, deliberately. My name is Baby. Remember it well. Saiyan. The instant the word left his lips, Baby vanished. Trunks spun sharply, scanning every direction, yet found no trace of him. Baby. A parasitic entity, akin to Majin Buu, having usurped Goldo's body. Trunks' expression hardened. Divine energy thickened around him, coalescing into dense mercury-like silver-white radiance that flowed ceaselessly, interwoven with spiraling threads of sword chi. The torrential rain softened subtly, as if the entire world had drawn a breath and fallen silent. Reality fractured. A fist wreathed in violet energy erupted from the void. Trunks' pupils contracted violently, his heart lurched. From that single blow, he sensed overwhelming peril, and a killing intent that bloomed like poison in the air. Trunks watched the fist draw nearer, clenched his teeth, and summoned every ounce of strength. His right arm snapped upward, the sword raised high to intercept. Baby observed Trunks' strained grimace, a smirk rising on his lips. Then, fist clenched, he struck with absolute unrestrained force, aiming to obliterate him outright. A thunderous boom reverberated, not fading but intensifying, its lethal pressure surging forth. A final agonized shriek rang from the blade, followed by a cry of pain as Trunks hurtled backward, torn from the sky. He crashed into the earth from above, carving a colossal crater, so violent that the planet itself shuddered twice beneath the impact. High above, a brilliant streak of light faded into oblivion. Sword chi still echoed, while another flash plummeted vertically, piercing the ground before vanishing without trace. It was the sword's tip, the very apex of Trunks' blade, shattered cleanly by Baby's devastating punch. Trunks lay buried in the crater, eyes rolled back to reveal stark white sclerae. The fractured half-sword in his grip spiderwebbed with cracks, and a deep concave fist print marred his chest. A wide pool of blood spread across the ground, life ebbing fast. Above, Baby narrowed his eyes, gazing at a deep gash across his own right knuckles, blood welling slowly. A faint frown touched his brow. He flicked his fist lightly, sending droplets arcing away, then tilted his head slightly, lowering his gaze upon Trunks, whose life force dimmed with each passing second. He shook his head almost imperceptibly. How dull. Was he simply too weak? Though Baby had yearned to end Trunks with a single blow, he'd also hoped Trunks might withstand his full power. Now disappointment lingered, but Baby tightened his fists, feeling the immense coiled might thrumming within this vessel, and a subtle chilling smile lifted one corner of his mouth. This power, this is what befits me. This is the power worthy of the true sovereign of the cosmos. Huh. Baby laughed softly, almost deliriously, running his fingers over his own form with eerie reverence. Then murmured, rest assured, the title of cosmic sovereign is yours, and this entire universe shall be yours as well. As Baby sank deeper into self-absorption, a pitch-black rift tore open before him, silent yet accompanied by a voice soft, yet piercing directly into his mind. A pitiful parasite swollen with a speck of power, already preening with pride. Shall I grace you with a little playtime? The rift burst fully, revealing a towering figure whose face wore a look of withering disdain, and a faint mocking curl at the edge of his lips. At that very instant, the gloomy heavens blazed with sudden brilliance. The rain ceased entirely, replaced by an impossible star-strewn cosmos unfolding across the sky. Far away upon shattered earth, Broly. Quick, swallow this. It's a senzu bean. It will heal your wounds instantly. Goku cried, urgently cradling Broly, who lay near death. Goku had never imagined it. Just before he departed, Broly had been raging, overpowering Goldo, pummeling him into the ground. Yet upon returning, Broly lay broken, barely breathing. Goku knew not that Broly's Super Saiyan second-grade form had ignited solely from extreme momentary rage, a state potentially sustainable, even masterable, had it not been shattered by grievous injury and utter exhaustion, leaving it fleeting as morning mist. Goku pried Broly's jaws apart and thrust the Sensabine inside. Faint consciousness remained. Broly managed 2 rough, hurried chews before swallowing it whole. Gulp. At the sound of swallowing, Broly's body convulsed violently, muscles swelling massively. His external wounds sealed before the eye healing at visible speed, his dulled gaze sharpened into lethal focus. Broly surged upright, gasping raggedly, staring at his hands in wonder, clenching them tightly, savoring the sensation of restored vitality, and sensing unmistakably a power greater than before. He grinned, a raw, savage grin born of pure vindictiveness. He would tear baby limb from limb, to avenge the humiliation inflicted upon himself and Trunks. His eyes flickered, briefly gratefully, toward Goku, who nodded once in silent acknowledgement. Then Broly shot skyward, a blazing comet of vengeance. Goku scratched his head, mildly exasperated by Broly's fierce independence, then with a pulse of divine energy transformed into the perfected Ultra Instinct form and soared after him. Who are you? Bebby stammered, startled by the towering figure who had abruptly appeared before him. Had it merely been a sudden appearance, he wouldn't have felt such alarm, for the figure before him exuded neither an overwhelming aura nor any semblance of power. Yet in the very instant of his arrival, the entire world seemed to shift. The Namek, which had been drained of nearly all its life force, began to slowly regain its vitality. Tender sprouts emerged one after another from the parched earth, brimming with life. Dried up rivers and lakes swelled anew, and the craters upon the ground gradually vanished. The whole world transformed, as if reshaped by the presence of this being. Even the once dim sky suddenly unveiled the cosmic starfield, where constellations blazed and cast a faint ethereal light upon the tall figure below. Tiny specks of starlight shimmered around him, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. This towering figure was none other than Cell, who had returned from various timelines. Not long ago, he had acquired the 6 sets of Super Dragon Balls along with all the wish-granting energy that had been dispersed. On his journey back, he forcibly absorbed the entire river of time into himself. Now he himself was essentially a walking river of time. He had grown stronger entirely on his own path, to the point where he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Then out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared and soundly thrashed him. This left Cell deeply shaken, for he couldn't fathom who could so effortlessly dominate his current self. But after defeating him, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. Cell searched every timeline, but found no sign of him, even suspecting that the Grand Minister might have taken a disliking to him and decided to toy with him. After a moment's thought, Cell shook his head, dismissing the idea. If it were the Grand Minister, he surely wouldn't act so covertly, hiding his true face. Unable to fathom the identity of his assailant, Cell decided to stop worrying and return to his own timeline, the Central World. He had sensed Trunks' presence and intended to surprise him, but it seemed the surprise was on him. Ignoring Bebby, Cell slowly lowered his gaze to the distant crater where a grievously wounded Trunks lay. In an instant, Cell's previously calm expression turned icy. A terrifying aura radiated from his entire being, and within his crimson eyes swirled streaks of white light. A faint ashen-white luster emanated from his eyes, which were like quicksilver. Deep within his gaze, 6 orange-red pentagrams glowed. The overwhelming pressure rendered Bebby, standing nearby, completely immobile. Bebby could only stare at Cell, his eyes wide, his body trembling uncontrollably. Streaks of bloody tears trickled from his eyes, his face a mask of sheer terror. Hovering high above, Cell's eyes drooped slightly. As he slowly extended his fingers, ashen-white light radiated outward, and faint ripples spread through the void. An ashen-white hue also enveloped the severely injured Trunks and the sword in his hand. In moments, Trunks' wounds and the fist-shaped indentation on his chest gradually faded away. Even the blood he had coughed onto the ground flowed back into his body. The shattered sword was restored whole once more. Everything returned to its pristine state, as if he had never been injured. The entire planet was bathed in an ashen-white light, as if heaven and earth themselves were changing color. Time shifted, erratically pausing and reversing in many places. With his mastery over time, Cell was now the most powerful being in the entire world. Manipulating the time of a single planet was effortless for him. As Cell slowly closed his eyes, a flood of information surged into his mind, revealing everything that had transpired over the past year. He learned of Zamasu's invasion of Earth and gained a clear understanding of the current combat prowess of Son Goku and Trunks. He also learned of Dr. Gero's resurrection and the creation of androids who had fled Earth. He even foresaw the impending death of the Supreme Kai, the inevitable demise of Beerus, and the slumber of Whis the Angel. All events of the past year that were remotely connected to him flooded into Cell's mind, granting him a clear perception of what was to come. See, Cell? Uncle Cell. Trunks' eyes widened in utter disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Trunks stared intently at the towering figure suspended in the sky, who seemed like a cosmic deity. The corners of his eyes grew moist. High above, Cell slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lowered his gaze and spoke. Long time no see, Trunks. Cell's mood lifted. Though a minor issue had arisen, now that he was back, all problems would be easily resolved. Seeing Trunks on the verge of tears, Cell sighed and rubbed his forehead in mild exasperation. You're not a child anymore. Cry. I was only gone for a year. We can catch up later. There's something I need to take care of first. Cell cut off Trunks before he could speak further. With a sudden upward thrust of his hands, his entire body erupted in a dazzling ashen-white light. The light burst outward, sending ripples spreading across the entire universe at incredible speed. In moments, the whole cosmos was enveloped. A soft glow flickered within. Reverse. A low, clear command was uttered. Cell's lips moved slightly, and an equally brilliant golden light flared. In an instant, the entire planet Namek was restored to its former vibrant state. The Namekians on the planet began to revive one by one. Even the Supreme Kai Shin, whose head had been shattered, and the Elder Guru, whose head had been severed, had their time reversed, returning to the moment just before their deaths. Simultaneously, in the realm of the gods of destruction, a deep purple light materialized, blazing fiercely. As the flames died down, Beerus' figure stepped forth. Beerus looked at his hands with a hint of delight, yet a glint of killing intent also flickered in his eyes. Though he didn't know how he had been resurrected, the feeling of being reborn was wonderful. However, the Supreme Kai had been killed, and he needed to seek vengeance, didn't he? With that thought, the god of destruction Beerus unleashed a terrifying aura from his body, his killing intent swirling. He needed to head to the realm of the Supreme Kais first. Whis! Beerus bellowed, his voice blazing with fury. After a moment of silence, he realized Whis was not there, deducing that he must be on Earth. TCH. That glutton is never around when I need him. Looks like I'll have to put in some effort. Beerus clicked his tongue, a deep purple aura swirling around him as he assumed his destruction form. The energy of destruction continuously annihilated the space around him. He surveyed the space before him, quickly gauging the location of the realm of the Supreme Kais. Frowning, Beerus formed a sword gesture with his right hand, gathering immense destructive energy at his fingertips before pointing at the void. Crack! The sturdy void of the realm of the gods of destruction shattered. Beerus stepped into the rift and vanished. The new Namek had now been completely transformed, no longer bearing its former withered appearance. It had regained its vitality, with the entire planet shimmering with traces of green. The dim sky had shifted back to a green-tinged radiance, and the whole planet was saturated with shades of green. Didn't I die? Me too. I remember being killed by those evil beings, didn't I? Could it be that the Grand Elder revived us using the Dragon Balls? A relatively young Namekian trembled and chuckled. I don't know, but this means those villains have been driven away. That's a good thing. An older Namekian beside him shook his head and replied. What? What's happening? Namek has returned to its former state. Did Cooler have a change of heart? That's unlikely, right? Son Goku, who had been flying at high speed, halted and hovered in the sky, observing the planet's transformation. A hint of confusion crossed his face as he scratched the back of his head, unable to comprehend. Could it be the Dragon Balls? A spark of insight flashed in Goku's mind. He slapped his left hand with his right, wearing an expression of sudden realization, but soon deflated. But Shenron clearly vanished, meaning the wish was already granted. I'll forget it. He'll just go find Cooler. Goku shook his head, deciding not to overthink, and sped off toward Cooler's direction, leaving a brilliant golden-red streak across the sky. Meanwhile, at a distant corner of the remnants of Grand Elder Mori's tribe, two figures slowly rose from the ground. They exchanged glances, both looking utterly bewildered. Grand Elder, weren't you killed by Cooler's forces? Kaya Shinshin widened his eyes in astonishment as he stared at the unharmed Grand Elder Mori. His mouth hung slightly open, and after a long pause, he suddenly realized something. Wait, I think I was killed by him too. Have I been revived as well? Kaya Shinshin quickly stood up, frantically checking his body for injuries. Finding none after a thorough search, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Good. But what's going on now? Grand Elder, any idea? Seeing that he was perfectly fine, Kaya Shinshin inwardly relaxed. After all, the Elder had said his life was now tied to Lord Beerus, so cherishing his own life was also for Lord Beerus' sake. Grand Elder. Kaya Shinshin turned around in confusion, only to see the Grand Elder kneeling devoutly on the ground, gazing at a faint golden light in the sky. His entire body radiated the same brilliant golden light as the sky, dazzling and resplendent. He resembled a devout worshipper who had suddenly encountered the deity he served, his eyes gleaming with newfound light. Kaya Shinshin stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. He could only stand there foolishly. No matter how much he spoke, the Grand Elder seemed determined to kneel motionless, occasionally murmuring, Dragon God. Uncle Cell, it has indeed been a long time. Trunks' voice was slightly choked, but he quickly suppressed it, wiping his tears with his sleeve before speaking excitedly. So, Uncle Cell, after this year away, do you have the confidence to become the strongest in the universe? Trunks' slightly reddened eyes revealed a mix of excitement and thrill. Even if not, Uncle Cell is still the absolute strongest in my heart. The way he restored me now feels entirely different from mere revival. Even the broken longsword in his hand was mended. This sensation feels more like reversing time than simple restoration. It seems Uncle Cell has mastered incredible power this past year. Even if he's not the universe's strongest, he's close. Cell smiled gently and shook his head lightly. Not yet, but soon. Then no one will be able to look down on me anymore. Cell's tone was exceptionally tender, and the way he looked at Trunks was equally warm. Upon hearing the phrase, strongest in the universe, Baby, who had been pinned down by the oppressive aura, stirred. Perhaps influenced by Cooler's thoughts, or maybe due to his own twisted mindset, the mention of strongest in the universe agitated him. This allowed his body, or at least his head, to briefly speak. I am the strongest in the universe. What the hell are you? Baby glared at Cell with a dark expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred. He couldn't accept it. Why hadn't he encountered so many powerful beings in this universe earlier? If I had, I wouldn't be stuck in this worthless body. I once treasured this vessel, and now it can't even move. What kind of universe's strongest is this? Oh, I almost forgot about you, little insect. Did you think I couldn't handle you just because I ignored you? Cell, hearing Baby's words, paused for a moment, then turned his head and stared coldly at him, his tone laced with amusement and a hint of mockery in his eyes. Cell took a step forward and then slammed his hand onto Baby's shoulder. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Baby's, or rather Cooler's, body burst apart, spraying a massive cloud of blood mist with limbs and flesh flying everywhere. A gray-black liquid-like mass then shot toward outer space at an incredible speed. Boring. Did you think you could escape like that? Cell shook his head, and the 6 5-point stars deep in his eyes began to emanate golden streams of light accompanied by faint dragon roars. Cell looked up, his eyes fixed on Baby's true form above, and spoke softly. Annihilate. At his command, as if he were a cosmic deity, his words exuded authority. The power of the wish materialized into 2 enormous hands that clapped together, with Baby trapped between them. No, this isn't the ending I wanted. The Tuffles haven't risen yet. I haven't become the emperor of the universe. I can't die here. In despair, Baby's body erupted with immense energy. He pressed his hands together, forming a gray energy wave that he pushed toward one of the giant hands. Sizzle. The powerful energy crackled, echoing through the heavens, striking one of the golden hands directly, but it was utterly ineffective. The mighty energy wave passed straight through the hand and shot into the distant cosmos. Why? No effect. This defies logic. Baby's face twisted in terror, but he ultimately failed to stop the hands from clapping. With a final thunderous roar, his body was obliterated, leaving not even dust or soul, vanishing completely from the universe. What a waste of time. Cell glanced casually and then dismissed the matter. He clasped his hands behind his back, composed himself, and struck a cool pose. He was sure Trunks must have been captivated by his dashing demeanor. Indeed, upon witnessing Cell's dashing technique and posture, Trunks was so stirred that he nearly dropped his sword, his eyes darting restlessly. Within them sparkled starlight, brimming with admiration. Uncle Cell remained as magnificent as ever in his eyes. Cool. So cool, Uncle Cell. The 3 of us fought for so long without victory, yet with you a single word brings him to his demise. Truly befitting the universe's strongest. Trunks sheathed his long sword and raised both thumbs in praise. He might argue with others, but with Uncle Cell it was different. His power was undeniably superior, and Trunks fully acknowledged it. After all, he aspired to be the second strongest in the universe, and even if he couldn't reach that peak, he wouldn't fall far behind. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. My power is beyond question. Even if Lord Beerus and Whis were here, I wouldn't flinch. My current strength likely ranks just below the Grand Minister. Though Cell spoke of humility, his face was brimming with pride. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, a ceaseless grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, by the way, Uncle Cell, what did you do during that year in the past world? Trunks asked with a hint of curiosity. While he acknowledged Cell's surge in power, the leap to the Grand Minister's level astonished him greatly. Though only slightly, for the universe's strongest was never just the 7th universes, but the foremost across all 12. At this, Cell fell silent for a moment, as if pondering where to begin. After a long pause, he replied in a deep voice. I went on a journey, picking up a few things from each timeline. Accumulating them naturally boosted my strength. I gathered all the wish-granting power from every timeline along with some items I wanted to study. Eventually, I found it inconvenient to rely too much on the time machine. In the end, I absorbed the river of time that manifests the world's chronology. My physical strength increased only slightly, but my understanding of the world and mastery over the laws of power grew immensely. He then rambled on, recounting everything that had happened in that year. As Trunks listened, the light in his eyes grew more intense, tiny stars twinkling within his face, filled with admiration as he gazed at Cell. Truly worthy of Uncle Cell. Though some concepts like laws and wish-granting power were beyond his grasp, just hearing those terms told him they were something formidable. Perhaps he simply hadn't encountered them yet. Whooshed. As the two conversed, 2 streaks of light of different hues shot across the distance. Their speed was so great that it rippled the void, stirring up layers of waves. Under Cell and Trunks' watchful eyes, 2 figures slowly materialized. They were Broly and the arriving Son Goku. Trunks, has Cooler been defeated? And this? Hey, Cell, you're back. Son Goku, who had been frowning at Trunks, suddenly shifted his gaze, and in that glance he spotted an astonishing figure. Startled, he recoiled violently, his eyes bulging wide, his mouth agape, revealing his front teeth, a look of panic and terror etched on his face. Whether others sensed it or not, Goku felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Cell, as if any hint of hostility would be crushed by his immense pressure. Cell turned sideways, raising an eyebrow as he greeted Goku and Broly. Yo, you two. A year apart, and I've missed you dearly. Beside him, Broly stood still, an irrepressible smile spreading across his face, genuinely overjoyed, his body trembling slightly. He reverted from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state. Benefactor, Broly said softly. Hello. Cell replied. Trunks, when did Cell return? Why didn't you tell us? Goku pulled Trunks aside and whispered. Hearing this, Trunks was amused and helplessly waved his hands. Uncle Goku, I just ran into Uncle Cell. As for Cooler, yes, Uncle Cell eliminated him. Not only that, but he also restored the entire planet and brought back the auras of many Namekians. Restoring auras naturally meant resurrection. No way. Is Cell really that powerful now? He seems even more miraculous than Shenron. Goku murmured, clenching his fists unconsciously as he watched Cell converse with Broly. He yearned to fight him. So how was your stay this past year? Comfortable enough? Cell asked, eyeing Broly, who looked noticeably sturdier. Broly replied shyly. And the food was good, right? Even in the realm of the gods of destruction, you could still enjoy Earth's delicacies. Good, Cell nodded. He didn't want to continue this trivial conversation. Broly only ever answered with a single making it impossible to sustain the chat, so he swiftly ended it. It's like texting a goddess. No matter what you share, if she either doesn't reply, or just says or it means she doesn't want to engage, signaling you to stop texting. She's just being polite, not wanting to delete you outright, so don't be a simp. Meanwhile, on the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin was intently watching every move on New Namek. When he saw Cell's return, his anxious heart finally eased. But later, witnessing Cell's divine abilities, he couldn't help but marvel. Only a teacher as outstanding as I could produce such a brilliant disciple. The Elder Kaioshin shook his head repeatedly in admiration, his lowered head unable to hide the grin that nearly stretched to the back of his neck. No wonder. Anyone would be grinning ear to ear, imagining the joy of having a disciple on par with the Grand Minister. And so the Elder Kaioshin experienced it firsthand. Finally, unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter, gesticulating wildly with pure delight. Old man, what are you laughing at? So pleased him. A cold, detached voice echoed through the void, lingering in the Elder Kaioshin's ears. This froze the jubilant Elder Kaioshin in place. That familiar voice, he would never forget it. It was. A figure tore through the void, hovering aloft with hands clasped behind his back, an ominous aura of destruction surging and swirling across the sky. It transformed the entire heavens into a deep purple. The figure revealed a face with narrow, drooping eyes and an indifferent expression exuding a faint, elusive, murderous intent. It was the god of destruction, Beerus. Lord Beerus, why have you come to my realm of the Kaioshin? The Elder Kaioshin asked, his voice trailing off as he observed Beerus' furious expression, a hint of confusion in his tone. It stood to reason that Lord Beerus would be somewhat angered after being resurrected, but shouldn't he have gone to New Namek? Why had he come to this Kaioshin realm instead? The Elder Kaioshin was perplexed, lowering his gaze and not daring to look up at the enraged Beerus. Oh, so you mean I cannot visit you here without a reason? Beerus spoke coldly, his narrow eyes flashing with purple light as an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. Now that the Elder Kaioshin was no longer bound to him by life, Beerus would not hesitate to destroy this old relic if provoked, for he saw little use in him. As for the younger one, Beerus also sought to settle scores with him. Though someone else had killed him, it was still the Kaioshin's sin to constantly venture into dangerous places. If left unpunished, such incidents would recur and Beerus would suffer alongside him. Beerus stretched his hands behind his back and set his feet on the ground. He tilted his head and stared at the Elder Kaioshin, purple sparks flickering in his yellow eyes as if ready to destroy him if no satisfactory answer was given. That single glance and those words filled the Elder Kaioshin with terror. He waved his hands frantically and stammered, No, Lord Beerus. It's like this: the one who killed Kaioshin Shin was on New Namek, a man named Savaizo, one of Cooler's henchmen. I merely thought you would go to New Namek first, and was puzzled as to why you came to my Kaioshin realm. I meant no disrespect. Your presence here is an honor. The Elder Kaioshin wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his heart pounding with tension. Oh, Cooler. I recall he is Frisia's brother, isn't he? Beerus narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin in thought before speaking slowly. As his words fell, the killing intent around him grew even more intense, spreading like a sea of blood and hell. Gulp. Feeling the extreme pressure up close, the Elder Kaioshin fell to the ground in fright, trembling as he said, Yes, Lord Beerus, he is indeed Frisia's older brother. You are correct. Excellent. This man is incredibly bold, daring to kill a god. I will annihilate every member of the Frisia clan, leaving none alive. Beerus grinned, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Beerus looked down at the Elder Kaioshin, who had fallen to the ground, a peculiar glint in his eyes. He let out a scoff and said, You're so old and I was just teasing you. Do you think I would actually harm you? What are you afraid of? Forget it. Now send me to New Namek. You can do that, can't you? Beerus withdrew his aura, waving his hand in resignation. Phew. Hearing this, the Elder Kaioshin slowly rose to his feet, finally daring to wipe the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Lord Beerus, firstly, though I am retired, I am still a Kaioshin. I do not know instant transmission. Secondly, New Namek has undergone a great change. Cell has returned and all of Cooler's forces have been annihilated by him. The Elder Kaioshin then realized that he had been too frightened by the destructive aura to recall earlier the angel Whis would fall into a deep slumber upon the destruction god Beerus' death, and it seemed Whis had previously gone to Earth. Beerus had come to him thinking he might still possess the ability to use instant transmission as before. But that was impossible. Now only Kibito on the Kaioshin realm could use instant transmission, but due to certain reasons he was currently on Earth, and the upheaval on New Namek prevented him from teleporting there. Oh, Cell has returned. Now that is good news. Beerus completely retracted all his destructive aura, showing no change in mood upon learning that the Elder Kaioshin could not use instant transmission. He was only interested in the news about Cell, for Cell was the one he had been most focused on throughout the entire 7th universe. He was also somewhat curious about Cell's current power, wondering what level he had reached. Most importantly, had Cell surpassed him? Beerus stood still, lost in thought, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The elder Kaioshin dared not even breathe, standing there dumbfounded alongside him. His thoughts wandered. Earth. Capsule Corporation. Failing to find Whis anywhere, Bulma returned to her laboratory, intending to research some more powerful weapons. Having experienced such events before, she never wanted them to happen again. Tired of always relying on Sankan, Vegeta, and Trunks, she began to develop stronger weapons and defensive devices. She too wanted to contribute her strength to protect Earth and this family. At the same time, at the place where the two had just dined, the void trembled continuously. Ripples spread outward in a vague elongated shape, slowly hovered high in the air, emitting a faint green glow. A sacred aura filled the surroundings. The shape finally materialized in the void. It was the Angel Whis staff. The light grew increasingly intense, bursting outward, and Whis' figure gradually emerged from the staff. Slowly opening his eyes, Whis glanced at the surroundings and smiled slightly. It seems things have taken a turn. Lord Beerus has ultimately been revived. Whis blinked, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Deep down, he was somewhat glad that Lord Beerus had been resurrected, even though Lord Beerus was slovenly, lazy, bad-tempered, always complaining about his work and criticizing his cooking. But at times he was still decent, showing a touch of humanity. When had it started? Whis frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Cell. It was Mr. Cell's appearance that had caused the current Lord Beerus to differ from his past versions, changing him for the better. Whis' appearance caused a slight tremor throughout the entire Capsule Corporation, and most people rushed outside. Gamma no. 2. Protect Dr. Hito. They'll go check. Gamma no. 1 said in a grave tone, stepping forward with a serious expression. Of course I Gamma no. 2 will protect Dr. Hito with all my might. Gamma no. 2 grinned, full of confidence. Dr. Hito continued his research, merely glancing up before ignoring the commotion. Bulma felt the tremor and was somewhat annoyed, wanting to ignore it. But thinking it might be caused by Whis, she set down her work and walked out of the laboratory with a frown. The smile on Whis' face grew even broader. He lightly stepped forward, instantly descending to the ground, landing gracefully on the tips of his feet. His right hand gripped the staff tightly, a faint green glow emanating from it. Just as Whis was about to examine the recent events, sounds echoed from beside him. Whis turned his head, a look of realization dawning on his face. He stood up slowly and spoke with a smile. So it's Bulma. Please don't mind my sudden disappearance earlier, it was beyond my control. Whis could roughly deduce the reason from Bulma's expression. She was undoubtedly displeased by his sudden slumber, and naturally anyone would feel the same. Following half a step behind Bulma was Gamma 1. Upon seeing Whis, he let out a helpless sigh, greeted Bulma, and then turned to leave. He returned to Dr. Hito's lab. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have bothered coming out in the first place. Slumber. Why would you fall asleep? Do angels slumber from time to time? How troublesome is that? Bulma frowned, seizing upon the word slumber and asking with a puzzled tone. No, angels only slumber for one reason: the death of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai. Whis shook his head and spoke gravely in a low voice. My sudden slumber indicates that Lord Beerus has perished, otherwise such a thing would not occur. Over the past year, Whis had grown familiar with Bulma, and seeing no harm in revealing this truth, he simply disclosed the answer. Lord Beerus is dead. How is that possible? Isn't he incredibly powerful? Bulma's eyes widened as she instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. In her memory, even someone as formidable as Cell had told her what an immensely powerful being the god of destruction Beerus was. A being that even Cell himself could not defeat. How could such an existence suddenly die? She was truly shocked by this. Suddenly Bulma froze for a moment, her mind racing. Combining Whis' earlier words, a possibility occurred to her. Could it be that the god of destruction and the supreme Kai share a single life? After all, the immensely powerful Beerus seemed far less likely to be killed than the somewhat naive supreme Kai Shin. As Bulma organized her thoughts, Whis looked into her eyes with a hint of admiration. As expected of Bulma. You've guessed it. Indeed, Lord Beerus and Supreme Kai Shin are bound together. If one dies, both perish. So the death of Supreme Kai Shin triggered a chain reaction, causing Lord Beerus to die as well, which led to my slumber. As for what happened next, please allow me to answer you later. After revealing everything, Whis turned his attention back to the black crystal ball on his staff. A green light surged from it. Whis closed his left eye and slowly peered through his right. In the Supreme Realm, within the Omni King's palace, perched at the highest point of the universe. Upon his throne, the adorable Omni King stared blankly at the little sugar figurine in his hand, which resembled him. He was somewhat longing for Cell, the apprentice Supreme Kai, who had brought him joy. As if in response to his thoughts, a flash of light appeared in the void beside him. The Grand Minister materialized, looking at the adorable Omni King and speaking with a resigned smile. Your Majesty, Omni King, the 1-year period is nearly up, and Mr. Cell seems to have returned to the 7th universe. Shall we hold the Tournament of Power a little earlier? It's only a few days away anyway. Cell is back. Bring him to me, Grand Minister. The moment the Omni King heard the Grand Minister utter Cell's name, he could no longer listen to anything else, automatically tuning it out. Such was Cell's charm to the young Omni King. As you wish, Your Majesty. And the Tournament of Power. Oh right, the Tournament of Power. That fun game Cell proposed. Let's do it. Let's do it now. I can't wait. The Omni King blinked slowly and stood up looking quite cheerful. The mere mention of Cell's name filled him with energy. His mind was already racing with thoughts of what amusing gift Cell would bring him this time. Just thinking about it was exciting. As you command, Your Majesty, Omni King. The Grand Minister chuckled and bowed, then vanished in a flash of white light. Soon after, he issued a summons to all the gods of destruction and angels across the universe, preparing to commence the Grand Universal Tournament of Power. In an unknown space, after the Grand Minister had disappeared from there, a small dark-skinned figure high above slowly opened his eyes. His eyes brimmed with a crimson hue. Rolling them, he revealed a sinister grin. Heh, sealed me away for all these years, have you? And you sealed my power and memories too. Quite the game you play. A surge of black light erupted around Bobo, instantly shattering the white chains binding him. He then looked up at the sky with a mocking laugh. So it's still that simple-minded child ruling the entire world. What a waste. This throne needs a new master. Bobo's body was enveloped in a black glow and he vanished from the spot. After a long pause, a short, mysterious figure whose face was obscured descended, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke indifferently. I wonder if this contingency plan will ever be needed, Mr. So, the mysterious figure let out an eerie chuckle before fading away. So that's how it is. Why do they always run into such troubles? Bulma frowned slightly, her hands unconsciously clenching as she worried about sunken Trunks and that big simpleton Broly. But Mr. Cell's return like this is beyond my expectations, Whis said with a light chuckle. In truth, his brow was already furrowed. The power Cell had displayed defied his understanding of strength. Had he perhaps reached his father's level? Growing so fast. It seems I've underestimated Mr. Cell after all. Just as Whis was about to speak, the staff in his right hand began to vibrate intensely. It was a message from the Grand Minister. Whis slowly opened it, listened to the entire message, and replied. A rather peculiar smile spread across his face. He murmured to himself, the Tournament of Power. It seems Mr. Cell intends to participate as well. Isn't that a bit unfair to the other universes? Whis burst into laughter. He was quite intrigued by the upcoming tournament. Beside him, Bulma was taken aback. The Tournament of Power? So soon? Is it already this quick? So a year has passed already. I truly didn't feel it. Have I grown another year older? Bulma looked up, reaching out to touch her own smooth, jade-like face of 18, and smiled. I suppose I've merely aged a year. Time truly is like flowing water, silently slipping past each of us. Bulma shook her head, not particularly concerned about this matter, even though it was a tournament that would determine the fate of the entire universe. Yet she felt no great sense of tension. With Cell alone, Universe 7 could probably trounce all the others. This competition was simply no contest. As long as Cell remained in their Universe 7, they could not possibly lose. That was the sense of security Cell gave her. Just like Sunken used to. As Bulma thought this, a trace of nostalgia gleamed in her eyes. Of course, Trunks and Vegeta were also excellent. Scions all loved to fight, born as battle maniacs. Ho ho ho. Indeed, with Mr. Cell here, it's quite a difficult thing for our Universe 7 to lose. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled softly. He added inwardly, not difficult. It's outright impossible unless Father steps in personally. This was originally an exceedingly unfair battle. The other universes were destined to vanish. Merely a normal cycle of universes. Whis shook his head, gently dismissing these thoughts. Suddenly, a pure white radiance appeared out of nowhere, forming a white passage that instantly enveloped Whis. Before Bulma could react, Whis vanished once more. Meanwhile, on New Namek. With the crisis on New Namek resolved and the evil energy released by Baby dissipated, Kibito could once again sense New Namek, his instant transmission unimpeded, much to his delight. He eventually arrived on New Namek, found the Supreme Kai Shin, and reunited with Trunks and Cell. He also brought back several Namekian children. I never imagined that beside Cooler there was a Zephyrian named Baby hiding. How despicable. Supreme Kai Shin punched the air in fury. If not for that, he wouldn't have died. At this rate, Lord Beerus was probably killed by him as well. From now on, he'd likely have a hard time. Supreme Kai Shin hung his head, his eyes downcast, and spirits low. He couldn't understand why he was so unlucky as to encounter such a thing. Lord Supreme Kai, your revival is all thanks to Lord Cell. Kibito nudged Supreme Kai Shin, signaling him to express gratitude. He couldn't just be resurrected by such great divine power and then complain without saying a word, could he? At the same time, he lamented how tough his life was as the Supreme Kai's attendant. All right. The Supreme Kai was startled. He looked up at the towering Cell beside him and spoke a little sheepishly. Mr. Cell, it seems we've troubled you once again. Supreme Kai Shin bowed slightly, expressing his thanks to Cell. There's no need for such gratitude. We're all colleagues. It was merely a casual act. Cell shook his head and waved his hand. As he said, it truly was just a casual gesture. I believe the Grand Supreme Kai will be overjoyed when you return to the Supreme Kai realm. Supreme Kai Shin spoke with some excitement. After all, once Cell returned, the Grand Supreme Kai probably wouldn't have time to scold him anymore. In a way, that was a good thing. Haha, rest assured. Even if I didn't want to go, I'd have to soon. He'll go see my master. He's already here. Cell suddenly looked up, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. Such strange words left the others bewildered. What had arrived? Boom. The void in the sky suddenly split open, revealing a passage constructed of pure white radiance. The suction within the passage was immense, instantly pulling in the unprepared Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito. Goku, Trunks, and Broly held on for a few seconds before being drawn in as well. Only Cell seemed to stroll leisurely as if brushing against a gentle breeze, standing firm and unmoved. He remained unaffected by the tremendous suction. Cell glanced at the passage and then lost interest instead, watching with amusement the great Elder Muri, who lay prostrate on the ground in devout reverence. He gazed at Cell with an extremely devout expression, as if beholding the dragon god in the flesh. He muttered under his breath, "The dragon god descends, the dragon god descends." He seemed almost entranced. Even when Cell tried to speak with him, he ignored him, simply repeating, "Dragon god," over and over. Having no other recourse, Cell went along with his words and asked, "You speak of the dragon god. Which dragon god? Why do you look at me like this?" As soon as he spoke, the great Elder Mori's expression and words finally changed. Watching Cell slowly descend before him, he spoke in a slow voice. "The dragon god Zalama, the revered deity of us Namekian dragon clan, the creator of the Dragon Balls, the supreme god." Upon hearing this, Cell shook his head. He had no desire to listen to such platitudes. He asked a few more questions, but the answers were unsatisfactory. Indeed, even the ability of Zuno within his own mind showed little reaction to this. It was only natural that he couldn't obtain much useful information here. Regarding the dragon god Zalama, that mysterious figure had told him he would have to engage in a final struggle with him to truly reach the pinnacle. Although he wasn't in a hurry now, the words of that mysterious figure surely held meaning. After all, he was powerful. The strong have no need to rely on deceiving the weak to get things done. Moreover, even without being told, Cell could guess the gist of it. Probably when he absorbed the final set of Dragon Balls, the dragon god Zalama would emerge attempting to seize his body or something of that sort. He had read such tropes in novels until he was sick of them, hiding away for ages waiting for a genius to appear, then possessing them. How tiresome. Cell shook his head, then slowly raised his hand toward the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. The white passage was about to fade. There was no time left to linger. Cell took a leisurely step, instantly darting into it. The white light vanished, returning to nothingness. The great Elder Muri, who had been under the influence of a powerful prayer, also regained his senses and clarity of mind. Looking around at the desolate emptiness and finding himself still kneeling on the ground, the great Elder was stunned for a moment, his mind somewhat dazed. Gazing about, he wondered what had happened to him. Where was this? Why was he here? And hadn't he died, pierced through the chest by a laser? The great Elder Muri instinctively touched his chest. There wasn't even a hole in his clothes, let alone a wound. Finally, the great Elder Muri shook his head, rose, and flew toward his village. Since he couldn't understand what had happened, he decided not to dwell on it, preferring not to invite unnecessary worry. Whoosh! A breeze blew by, carrying away the desolation and ushering in a new spring. Life on Namek continued peacefully, as if nothing had occurred. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus slowly emerged from deep contemplation, his mind emptying as he twisted his body, just about to speak again. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted, shattering the surrounding void once more, as a sacred and warm radiance shone forth, blindingly bright. The Grand Minister hovered in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed down at the two below. Beerus turned, meeting the Grand Minister's gaze directly. His expression shifted from nonchalance to one of fear tinged with reverence. Reacting swiftly, without hesitation, Beerus performed an almost instinctive motion, sliding on his knees from a distance directly before the Grand Minister. Bowing his head low, he spoke loudly. "Welcome to the 7th Universe, Grand Minister. May I ask what brings you here to grace us with your presence again?" The Elder Kai, who had been stunned, finally snapped out of it and hurried to Beerus' side, kneeling as well. My visit to the 7th Universe is twofold. First, the Omni King wishes to meet with Mr. Cell, and second, he intends to hold the Tournament of Power earlier than planned." The Grand Minister gave his signature smile and nodded. "However, it seems everyone is scattered across different planets, which is rather inconvenient. It would be better to gather them all together." As the Grand Minister spoke to himself, Beerus and the Elder Kai dared not lift their heads, forcing themselves to remain composed. Beerus inwardly wondered what spell Cell had cast on the Omni King. Why was he summoning Cell again? Wasn't the last visit from the Grand Minister also because he wanted to see Cell? Beerus swallowed hard, his eyes wide, suppressing his urge to ask, and kept his head down. The Grand Minister chuckled softly, flew a short distance into the air, then raised his hands, which overflowed with pure white light. A trace of immense pressure leaked out, causing the entire realm of the gods of destruction to sink slightly. Clapping his light-filled hands together gently, the Grand Minister sent ripples spreading across the universe, erupting in a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire realm. This was one of the Grand Minister's minor techniques, creating small portals to search for specific individuals across the universe, and then drawing them through. This method was convenient and swift, never failing. These portals naturally targeted Earth and New Namek, bringing Whis and Cell and the others. The void before the Grand Minister trembled, emitting streams of white light, finally forming a portal that expelled Whis. Whis felt a momentary blur, white filling his vision before arriving in a new place. "Whis, go wait below. There are still some guests to come." The Grand Minister spoke softly with a hint of gentleness. "Yes, Father." "Grand Minister." Whis bowed slightly, then moved to Beerus' right side, tapping his staff lightly. Beerus glanced furtively at the Grand Minister, and seeing that he was not paying attention, he steeled himself and whispered harshly to Whis. "Whis, did you sneak off to Earth for food again while I was asleep?" Beerus growled through gritted teeth, feigning anger. Hehehe. Lord Beerus' death doesn't feel good, does it? Don't worry, I brought some takeout, though I was planning to eat it myself. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, then leaned in with a wink. This only infuriated Beerus further, but he was powerless, unable to defeat Whis, so he sulked in silence. His teeth grinding audibly, he finally spat out after a long pause, "Fine, Whis. From now on, I'll lick every bit of your food before you eat it. I'll cover it with my saliva just to disgust you." Beerus seemed to have devised a perfect revenge, grinning smugly at Whis. "TCH, I thought you had a clever trick, Lord Beerus. Have you forgotten? The food is stored with me. You'll have to ask me for it, and of course I wouldn't resort to such a disgusting tactic as spitting," Whis said, covering his nose and mouth with a look of disdain. "You?" Before Beerus could finish, more white lights scattered from the sky, and a portal spewed out 3 people. Voila! Losing their balance momentarily, the 3 plummeted to the ground, creating 3 massive craters upon impact. Dust filled the air and cracks spread across the ground. Huh. The Grand Minister, hovering in the sky, let out a soft exclamation of surprise, unsatisfied with the result of only 3 people. A look of both curiosity and amusement appeared on his face. "Interesting. Unaffected, are you, Mr. So?" The Grand Minister spread his arms wide and white lights swirled around him, increasing the portal's pull, but to no avail. The passage ahead remained empty. Just as the Grand Minister grew intrigued and prepared to unleash a greater technique, a tall green figure burst forth, standing level with him. "Yo, long time no see, Grand Minister." Cell grinned, raising his right hand with 2 fingers formed into a sword gesture, touching his forehead in greeting. The Grand Minister paused for a moment, scrutinizing Cell. In that instant, when his gaze fell upon Cell, it was as if the entire world stood still. The Grand Minister's body trembled, his previously relaxed demeanor freezing. His eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, could no longer look away from that direction. His gaze gradually grew solemn, his usually clear and deep eyes now filled with complex emotions and thoughts. The signature smile on his lips slowly faded, replaced by an indescribable seriousness. As time passed, faint yet dazzling starlight began to flicker in the Grand Minister's eyes. These lights seemed to emanate from the most hidden recesses of his soul, shining through his pupils, making him appear even more enigmatic. Each star was like a tiny universe containing endless mysteries and power, inviting one to delve deeper into their truth. After a moment of solemnity, the Grand Minister's expression suddenly relaxed, becoming more casual as he addressed Cell in a deep voice. "It seems Cell has gained much this past year. A great fortune indeed." "Oh, you flatter me. I was just bored and took a stroll. As the saying goes, open your eyes to see the world. How can you not travel? As for that fortune..." Cell's expression shifted and he spoke with a smile. "Compared to you, Grand Minister, it's nothing." The Grand Minister was taken aback, not responding, but looked at the others on the ground before saying, "The Omni King wishes to hold the Tournament of Power early and also wants to see you." Cell nodded. "Understood. Excellent." The Grand Priest nodded slightly, his expression easing as he slowly descended, landing gracefully on the ground. Cell followed suit, descending just like the Grand Priest, and came to stand beside Whis and Beerus. "Hey, you brat, where have you been this past year? There wasn't a trace of you in the entire universe." Beerus, who had been lowering his head, spoke in a deep voice, his tone filled with confusion and intense curiosity about Cell's whereabouts. After all this, one always seemed to have his own plans for everything. For instance, even now, though he couldn't sense it precisely, Cell's power had clearly undergone a monumental leap, not to mention the means he used to resurrect him earlier. Even Whis couldn't do that. Beerus clicked his tongue in chagrin. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. "I just took a trip to another timeline to experience life a bit. Besides, I enjoy traveling, so I spent this year wandering through other timelines. And my power hasn't really increased that much, I merely grasped 1.5 laws." Cell waved a hand, nonchalantly speaking, as if mastering laws were the simplest thing in the world. "Nanny." Beerus' eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He nearly leaped into the air, but managed to steady himself, mindful of the Grand Priest's presence. Yet the shock in his eyes only deepened. "Go on a trip, come back having grasped 1.5 laws. Did you think mastering laws was a game?" Beerus swallowed hard, muttering inwardly. Mastering, borrowing, and comprehending laws are entirely different concepts. You see, even a god trains their body to its absolute limit, eventually achieving unity between body and soul, becoming one and the same, just like myself. I believe Cell is the same now. So to continue growing stronger, one must seek external help. The simplest method is to absorb the life energy of others, with planets being the richest source. But that power is unstable and not the righteous path. A true powerhouse comprehends laws. For instance, all gods of destruction comprehend the law of destruction, reaching the level of borrowing it. That's the origin of the destruction form. But mastering it is extremely difficult. First, each law is unique. To master a law, the previous master must first perish. Then you must become the strongest being in the universe who comprehends that law. Only then can you master it, otherwise you can only borrow it. Currently, the master of the law of destruction is of course His Majesty the Omni King. Who would dare to even think of mastering it? Not to mention anything else, even the Omni King's 2 attendants are formidable opponents, let alone Lord Grand Priest and His Majesty. It's a case of having the will but not the power, an impossibility. Yet now there exists a 4th divine being in the universe who has mastered the power of laws, and he's an original native of the 7th universe, a mere apprentice supreme, Kai, who has become such a grand figure. This left Beerus utterly dazed. The one he could once defeat has now reached the same level as Lord Grand Priest. And he's mastered 1.5. How enviable. Beerus' expression grew incredibly complex. Even the elder Kai beside him was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with joy. After all, he was Cell's master, even if only in name. That meant he could bask in reflected glory and reap great benefits in the future. In contrast, Whis' expression remained unchanged, though he slightly furrowed his brow. After exchanging a glance with the Grand Priest, he relaxed and broke into a smile. Ow, where's this Trunks? Geez, my butt still hurts. For some reason, I couldn't use Bukujutsu for a second back there. 3 figures emerged from 3 large craters in the distance: Son, Goku, Trunks, and Broly. Uncle Goku, I don't know either. But this place looks like the realm of the Kai. I'm not sure why we ended up here after entering that white tunnel. Trunks furrowed his brow, his hand already resting on the long sword at his back, his gaze sharp and piercing. Only Broly remained silent. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he sniffed the air, his eyes shimmering faintly as he peered into the far distance. His gaze stretched until he saw Cell standing on the ground. A look of joy spread across Broly's face, and he shouted to Trunks. Benefactor. It's my benefactor. He's up ahead. Trunks, I'm going first. Broly nodded to himself, then stomped the ground hard. The earth beneath him collapsed instantly, massive rocks tilting upwards as a dense web of cracks spread outwards like a spider's web. A huge crater exploded, sending up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. What benefactor? Trunks. Son Goku choked on the dust, waving his hand to clear the air, his voice filled with confusion. But before he could finish, Trunks, equally excited, sped off into the distance, leaving Goku alone pacing in place. Hey, wait up. Son Goku tensed his legs, furrowed his brow, and quickly gave chase. Here they come. The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, stated calmly. In the distance, 3 figures approached at incredible speed. So who are the other participants from the 7th universe? Since His Majesty the Omni King has decreed the tournament be held early, we must take all participants to the Null Realm. The Grand Priest inquired in a slow, deliberate tone. However, he wasn't looking at Whis or the others, but rather fixed his gaze on Cell. In his eyes, Cell was now the de facto leader of the 7th universe. He'll summon a few more people, Grand Priest. Please wait a moment. Cell stroked his chin, appearing to contemplate who to bring for the competition. Soon he had decided on the participants. Cell slowly levitated his body, emitting a faint golden radiance that flowed through the air like grains of golden sand. The scarlet light in his eyes flickered, and the 6 5-point stars deep within his pupils glowed faintly. Summon. Son Gohan, Vegeta, Gamma 1, Gamma 2, little sweetie, Cell 1 appear. Cell spoke calmly. Ripples of golden light spread across the entire universe. The celestial canopy trembled, and in an instant the figures of the 6 individuals materialized in the void. His words became reality. Where is this? Wasn't I training? You? Are you Cell? Hey, it's Hero Cell. Want a meeting, my idol? Calm down, too. It's not like you're the only one who hasn't seen him. Master. Father. Compared to the others, little sweetie, and one suppressed their confusion the moment they saw Cell, instead bowing respectfully. Yes, I am Cell. The tournament of power is about to begin. I apologize for summoning you all so abruptly. Cell nodded, slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he swept his gaze across everyone. His eyes lingered for a moment on Vegeta and Son Gohan. Cell's smile widened as he murmured to himself. It seems you've trained hard this past year. Your power has indeed increased considerably. 3 figures soon appeared before the group. Uncle Cell, Father. Trunks greeted each of them in turn. Broly trotted over to Cell's side, saying nothing but grinning foolishly. As for Goku, his gaze darted between Vegeta and Gohan, his hands clenching unconsciously and his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He thought to himself, it seems Gohan and Vegeta's training has yielded excellent results. From the lingering aura of their power, I can sense it. They are incredibly strong. The tournament of power. Wasn't it supposed to be held a year from now? There's still some time before that, isn't there? Vegeta crossed his arms, visibly irritated. His battle suit was tattered and his energy was still somewhat chaotic. Clearly he had been training moments ago. What angered him was that he had been in the middle of his training when he was summoned without consent. This infuriated the self-centered Vegeta. Even if it were Cell, he would still show his displeasure without restraint. Hearing this, the Grand Minister shrugged helplessly and stepped forward. Indeed, it was set for a year from now, but the Omni King grew impatient. So it's happening today. Understand, Mr. Vegeta. The Grand Minister wore his signature smile, yet for some reason Vegeta sensed a chilling undertone in it. He shuddered. You understood. Vegeta lowered his head. He dared not challenge this being now. This was someone even Beerus would kneel before, far beyond his ability to offend. He was no longer alone. He could no longer vent his temper freely. Vegeta glanced briefly at Trunks, then quickly averted his gaze. Awesome. It's happening early. A clash of the strongest warriors from across the universe. Just thinking about it thrills me. Goku shouted excitedly, trembling with anticipation. He had been waiting for this day for so long, training tirelessly for the tournament of power. He longed to have a good fight with Kefla from Universe 6, as well as Hit. Both were opponents that made his blood boil. Well then, everyone ready. We're departing. The Grand Minister noted Cell's silent agreement, gave a slight nod, and raised his hands upward. In an instant, those present transformed into streaks of white light and vanished, leaving the Kaioshin realm in utter stillness. The Void Realm created by the angels was a dimension devoid of sun, moon, or stars. without seasons, weather disasters, or any air. It was a subspace developed by the Grand Minister distinct from the universe, belonging solely to his domain, existing beyond the 12 universes. Originally pitch black, after the Grand Minister took charge and reshaped it, the sky transformed into a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. At its center floated a massive top-like circular structure, colossal in size, designed to accommodate the 80 participants. The entire arena was forged from the universe's hardest thunderbolt steel. After the previous exhibition tournament, fearing another draw, the Grand Minister reinforced the entire structure to ensure some ground remained by the end. But now, with Cell joining the fray, one could only wonder what the Grand Minister was thinking. A massive disc orbited outside the arena, packed with gods and angels from other universes. The contestants stood within the arena, some chatting, others silent. A lively scene. Lord Kampa, I suppose even if Universe 6 doesn't win the final match, they could still snag second place. A tall, voluptuous angel with exquisite features covered her mouth with a light laugh. It was Vados and her destroyer Kampa. Of course. Even though that Kefla is infuriating, I've sparred with him almost every day this year. The new form he's mastered now. If I didn't use my destroyer authority, I might not be able to beat him. Despite his fierce expression, Kampa's tone was brimming with pride. He felt confident about securing second place. After all, training with Kefla this year had made him lose a lot of weight. Boo-hoo, my precious chub. Kampa's eyes welled up with tears as he wiped them away, utterly dedicated to this tournament. Hit has also made tremendous progress this year, and that girl named Kale has learned to control her wild power. If Universe 7 didn't have Cell, Universe 6 might have taken first place. Vados blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke softly. Who says otherwise? That Beerus just got lucky. Kampa rested his head on his hands, crossed his legs, and said lazily, speaking of which, their team should be arriving soon, right? No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white light erupted on the arena. The void hummed, rippling outward in waves. All the gods and angels present who had been chatting rose to their feet with solemn expressions. Within the light, the Grand Minister's figure emerged, leading Universe 7's team. The gods bowed in unison, saying, "Greetings, Grand Minister." The Grand Minister nodded slightly, spreading his hands to teleport the non-combatants from Universe 7 to the spectator seats. At the same time, the Grand Minister turned to Cell and whispered, "Since you wish to participate, you must not use true law-based power, agreed? Otherwise this match would be pointless." Cell nodded slightly. "Of course, Grand Minister. I understand. Very well. Come with me to pay respects to the Omni King." The Grand Minister floated upward with Cell following closely, and they disappeared into a small palace. After they left, the gods began chattering again. "So that's Cell? The apprentice Kaioshin favored by the Omni King. He doesn't seem special." "You wouldn't know. Some things can't be judged by appearance alone." "Then tell me what's so special about Cell?" a Kaioshin asked indignantly. "I don't know." Another universe's Kaioshin waved his hand, admitting his ignorance. "Vados, can you tell if Cell has changed? I feel like he's gotten weaker." Kampa asked with some confusion. Vados shook her head, her expression turning slightly grave. "I can't tell, but he's definitely far stronger than before. I can't gauge his power at all." "Hey, Beerus." "I don't know. Don't ask. I'm clueless. My head hurts. I don't want to talk." Beerus' rapid-fire responses left Kampa silent. He snorted, turned away, and muttered, "Fine, keep your secrets. Who cares?" He glanced at Whis and found all three of them silent and grim-faced. Deciding not to press further, Kampa turned his attention to the other contestants from Universe 7. Gods, angels, and participants from other universes were also fixated on Universe 7, all eyes turning in that direction. So this is the arena of the Tournament of Power. It's enormous. Goku looked astonished, turning to see the massive battlefield packed with countless beings of all shapes and sizes, yet all eyes were fixed on them. "Uncle Goku, it seems those are our opponents," Trunks said gravely, instinctively reaching for the sword at his back, only to find it gone, replaced by a small note. "Hey, where's my sword?" Trunks opened the note with confusion, and as he did, a golden light shimmered forth. Though the paper bore no words, a voice echoed directly into his mind. "Trunks, weapons are prohibited in the tournament. I've taken your sword and sheath for safekeeping. You'll get them back after the match." It was Cell's voice. Trunks froze for a moment, then quickly understood. Just as he was about to put away the note, two streams of green light swirled and landed on Vegeta and Gohan, restoring all the energy they had expended during training. A faint white glow also mended their tattered clothes and banished the lingering odor of sweat. Sensing his peak condition and seeing his restored battle suit, Vegeta sneered coldly. Gohan marveled at Mr. Cell's power. Feeling his fatigue vanish, he was filled with renewed vigor, his eyes sharp as he glanced back. The others also looked behind, except for No. One and Sweetie, who stood aloof with arms crossed and eyes shut, lost in thought. At least you know how to be considerate, since my stamina wasn't fully recovered." Vegeta rolled his neck and wrists, briefly scanning the fighters behind him. Sensing their energy, he let out a contemptuous laugh. "Is this the best they can offer? If they're not hiding their true strength, I could take down half of them myself. Are they all just trash?" Vegeta deliberately dragged out the last word, his face brimming with confidence and a wild smirk. The earring, symbolizing his mastery of destruction, gleamed with metallic light. He only paused briefly when glancing at the 6th and 11th universes, dismissing the rest with a sweep. And his claim about taking down half naturally referred to those universes. Such words naturally grated on the ears of the other universes' warriors. "What? Trash. How dare he insult us like that? This is too much. Too much. Does the seventh universe really think one man can defeat all seven of us? Arrogant. Far too arrogant. Not only the contestants from the other universes, but also the deities seated high in the stands erupted in fury. These were the elites they had painstakingly gathered from across their cosmos, and this man had just called them trash. It was infuriating. Hideous. Truly hideous. How can such an ugly creature exist in this world? A female god of destruction dressed like an Egyptian queen leaned back with her hand on her forehead, eyes shut in disgust. The other gods of destruction and supreme Kais expressed their opinions as well, each to varying degrees. Of course, the deities from the four non-participating universes watched coldly. After all, their universes weren't being insulted, and they had no stake in this tournament of cosmic extinction. They merely observed from the sidelines, curious whether the man from the seventh universe truly possessed the strength he claimed, or if he was merely a pathetic clown. Vegeta's arrogant proclamation was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up enormous waves and igniting widespread fury. In the 11th universe. The 7th universe is far too arrogant. But let's hope they have the strength to back it up. Otherwise our year of training would have been wasted. Dispo sneered, his tail twitching incessantly, dismissing Vegeta's boastful words. Don't be so quick to judge. If he dares to speak like that, he must have some skill. Still, it's undeniably arrogant. In my view, such behavior is simply foolish. Another older man clad in the uniform of the Pride Troopers and wearing a mechanical prosthetic over his right eye stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking slowly. Topo glanced at Vegeta, then at the Sharpie trunks behind him. Shaking his head, he turned to address the towering man at the center of their group. What do you think, Jiren? The man named Jiren stood with his eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest, a posture that exuded the aura of a true powerhouse. The moment Topo uttered Jiren's name, the entire 11th universe fell silent, all eyes turning to the towering figure. Jiren slowly opened his large eyes, uncrossing his arms. His dark pupils shifted toward Vegeta, a crimson glint flashing within them. He is strong, a true warrior, but he is far too proud. A year ago, I would have lost to him. However, I have transcended my former self. Jiren's body trembled, and a tremendous aura erupted from him, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that surged toward Vegeta. After all, the match hadn't started yet. A little probing was permissible. Jiren has made his move. The Supreme Kai of the 11th universe. Kai leaped to his feet in excitement. In his eyes, this clown from the 7th universe was no match for Jiren, their trump card. Finally, someone worthy of notice appears. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. His goal had been to provoke these so-called strong ones into an early test of strength. With a mighty roar, purple arcs of electricity crackled around Vegeta, coiling about his form. His immense aura surged like a violet thunder dragon, crashing against Jiren's pressure. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the powerful energy transformed into shockwaves that radiated outward, accompanied by a torrent of heat. Many warriors from other universes, unable to withstand the residual force of the collision, were blown off the arena and teleported to the spectator stands. This caused immense embarrassment for their respective gods of destruction and Supreme Kais, who felt as if their faces had been slapped raw. They had just been mocking the man from the 7th universe for his audacity, only to have their own contestants knocked off the stage by the mere residual pressure of his aura. The humiliation was unbearable. From the moment they witnessed the residual force unleashed by Vegeta and Jiren's brief probe, both the lofty deities and the stronger contestants from other universes who hadn't been blown away by that aftershock chose silence. Most were even filled with sheer terror, their eyes wide as saucers, utterly unable to comprehend how this short, arrogant man could wield such immense power. Could it be that the more arrogant one is the stronger they become? The others were baffled. Uncle Vegeta has indeed grown even more formidable. Just the sheer force of his aura makes my body tremble. It's actually quite thrilling. A faint smile curved at the corner of Gohan's lips as he unconsciously clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the man from Universe 11 who had exchanged probes with Vegeta. To him, this tall man, surrounded by others, seemed to be the strongest fighter of their universe, for he appeared to be on par with Uncle Vegeta. Goku and Trunks were also slightly astonished, but after a brief glance at Vegeta, they turned their attention to Jiren. After all, they were teammates, and discussions about combat prowess could wait, but observing the opponent took precedence. So it seems this arena isn't entirely filled with trash and scum. A smug grin spread across Vegeta's face, exuding arrogance. Especially when he looked around and saw those who had been transported to the spectator stands. The mockery and disdain in his eyes were almost palpable. It appeared that a year of training combined with Beerus' unique methods had inflated his pride even further, making him utterly intolerant of those weaker than himself. You're not bad either, but you're too arrogant. When the real match begins, you'll regret your pride, because I will defeat you without mercy. Jiren spoke coldly, the red gleam in his eyes gradually fading. The overwhelming aura around him dissipated, making him seem like an ordinary, robust man. He turned around, folded his arms across his chest, and paid no further attention. In his mind, he was invincible. Especially after enduring that inhuman training, he had been reborn. He had already gauged Vegeta's strength. Strong, yes, but merely strong. He was unbeatable. After their brief exchange, everyone present raised their assessment of Universe 7's threat level. Many universes even chose to form alliances planning to eliminate Universe 7 first before the true tournament of power began. This coalition reached a staggering 5 universes, having secretly formed an alliance under the private orders of their respective gods of destruction and supreme kais. Only Universe 6 and the proud Universe 11 chose to stand alone. Especially the gods of destruction. Some sharp-eyed ones had already glimpsed the earring on Vegeta's ear. That was a symbol of their office, meaning Beerus was grooming this man named Vegeta as the next god of destruction. Not just a candidate. When Beerus retired, if Vegeta still lived, the position of god of destruction for Universe 7 would undoubtedly be his. Many deities tried to cozy up to Beerus, but the god of destruction, angel, and supreme Kai of Universe 7 all wore in different expressions, as if they cared nothing for the match's outcome. They remained silent, simply watching the arena. Quitella stroked his chin, staring at the unusually quiet Beerus with a furrowed brow of confusion. Even Belmod, the god of destruction of Universe 11, looked troubled. His lips parted as if to speak, but in the end he just sighed and said nothing. Thus, before the Grand Priest's arrival and the Omni King's appearance, the deities and contestants could only chat idly. Some sat cross-legged on the ground, conserving their energy, unwilling to waste a single ounce of stamina before the match. Their worries were futile. They were merely cannon fodder for the tournament pathetic souls who would be thrown off the stage in the first clash. But that was a story for later. At that moment, in the Omni King's miniature palace, 2 figures slowly entered. The adorable Omni King was sprawled on his throne, fiddling with the toys Trunks had brought him. 2 pencil-like guards stood dutifully at his sides, fulfilling their roles. They stared straight ahead without a sideways glance. Of course, upon seeing the shorter of the 2 figures entering from the entrance, they bowed slightly in respect. After all, that was the Grand Priest, the Omni King's steward. A single whisper in the Omni King's ear could make them vanish, erased by his majesty. They had no desire to experience that. The Grand Priest saw the Omni King playing on his throne and shook his head helplessly before smiling affectionately. Your Majesty, Mr. Cell has been brought here. All the final contestants for the Tournament of Power have arrived, awaiting your presence. Cell is here. The Omni King casually tossed aside the toy in his hand, sat up, and flew excitedly towards Cell. The once fascinating plaything was now discarded like rubbish, a scene not lost on Cell. Cell shook his head helplessly, a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Your Majesty, 1 year has passed, just as promised. Wow, Cell, you have no idea how hard this year has been for me. It's so boring here. If it weren't for the toys you gave me, I'd have died of boredom. The Omni King grabbed Cell's large hand, his round, sparkling eyes staring at Cell with adorable anticipation. So, Cell, we haven't seen each other for a year. Did you bring me any fun gifts? I'm tired of all those toys. The Omni King pointed sideways at the pile of toys on the ground, speaking faster with a serious tone. Toys. I was in a bit of a rush this time, so I didn't bring any interesting ones. How about next time, Aquan? Cell pretended to look troubled, striking his right fist into his left palm with a regretful expression. Next time I'll give you a big surprise. Is that so? And what's Aquan you mentioned? Is that me? The Omni King was disappointed for a moment, the brilliant light in his eyes dimming slightly, but he still asked with a smile. Yeah, good friends should have nicknames for each other, right? Aren't we good friends, Aquan? The Omni King's tiny mind couldn't quite process it, but he giggled, joy brimming from his eyes. Good friends, of course, we're good friends. I really like the name Aquan. So what should I call you, Cell? After all, good friends need nicknames. At this, Cell was momentarily speechless. If only he hadn't brought it up. A nickname. What could he be called? Asha or Alu. Both sounded pretty stupid. Cell stood there in silence while the Grand Priest beside him covered his mouth, chuckling softly. How about you call me Lao Sha? Cell wiped the sweat from his brow. As someone terrible with names, he couldn't think of anything good. At least Lao Sha sounded better than Asha or Alu. Great. Lao Sha. From now on I'll call you Lao Sha, and you call me Aquan. Perfect. The Omni King chuckled foolishly, then noticed the Grand Priest beside him. After a moment's thought, he murmured. Grand Priest, you said the Tournament of Power is ready. Shall we go out? I want to watch it now. With Lao Sha participating, it's sure to be exciting. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Grand Priest smiled lightly, waving his hand to teleport them away. The Omni King held Cell's right hand, followed by the 2 stunned pencil guards. They could hardly believe their ears. Aquan, Lao Sha, had the world gone mad, or were they insane? That was the Omni King. A pure white, dazzling light surged forth, and several figures slowly appeared high above the arena. The pure white radiance suddenly transformed into a grand throne upon which the king sat, flanked by 2 pencil-like attendants, while the high priest hovered at the front, with Sheru leaning against the throne conversing with the king. While the attendees were still fervently discussing how to first defeat all the contestants from the 7th universe in hopes of achieving a mutually beneficial situation, upon seeing the faint glow above, all the deities, including the angels, stood up solemnly. The high priest nodded slightly at the scene, saying, Then let us all welcome His Majesty the King. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. All the deities and angels in the audience bowed in reverence. Hello everyone. I am looking forward to this competition, and I hope you all do your best. Hee. The king adorably raised his small hand, indicating that he was cheering for them. Thank you, Your Majesty. The gods expressed some excitement. It was the first time they had heard the king say such encouraging words. The contestants on the field were also in an uproar. Is that His Majesty the King, the highest being in the universe? But is he really that small? He doesn't seem that powerful, does he? By the way, wasn't that person next to His Majesty standing in the position of the seventh universe at the beginning? A tall, ugly figure looked at Sheru and spoke with confusion. Hey, you can't really say this appearance seems to be Sheru whom the god of destruction and the supreme Kai mentioned. An older man with white hair stroked his beard in shock and exclaimed. Due to Sheru's uniqueness, many beings from various universes began to investigate him. Although they couldn't uncover his true combat power, they had gathered clear details about his physical characteristics. Thus, at this moment, upon seeing Sheru's appearance, the person gasped and loudly voiced his suspicion. Wow, it's really him. I heard that Sheru has a good relationship with His Majesty the King. I thought it was just a joke, I didn't expect it to be true. They are standing right next to the throne. It's only a matter of time before he gets a chair. Hey, don't talk nonsense and be careful not to be overheard. I heard Sheru is the ace contestant of the seventh universe, the strongest existence. Don't gossip behind his back. He might just be the first to throw you off the stage. A contestant from the same universe spoke gravely. He didn't want his universe to be singled out by the seventh universe's ace due to a trivial matter. Of course, Sheru himself was very magnanimous. Even if he heard them, he would merely punch them off the stage. After all, Sheru was quite gentle. Ahem. Now let me repeat the rules of the competition. The high priest cleared his throat twice, and the noisy sounds in the arena gradually settled into silence. He smiled, and then spoke calmly. The competition will last for 100 taka. The central pillar of the arena will descend as time passes, and when it reaches the same height as the ground, it will signify the end of the competition. The use of any abilities other than one's own is prohibited, and killing is forbidden. As long as you knock your opponent off the stage until only one universe remains, that universe will be declared the winner. Now are you all ready? The high priest smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Sheru cheered for the king one last time before flashing to Trunks' side, sealing his own powers, and looking up at the sky. Each contestant from the universe clenched their fists, gathering strength, and nodded in agreement with their god of destruction and supreme Kai. The members of the seventh universe looked at each other. Even the usually silent Suite and number one opened their eyes at Sheru's arrival. Sensing the fighting spirit in everyone's eyes, Sheru nodded and spoke. We are ready. Son Goku and the others rubbed their fists in excitement and eagerness. The high priest glanced at Sheru, suddenly bringing his right hand down sharply, and then spoke seriously. I declare that the power tournament officially begins. With the high priest's voice falling, all the members of the seventh universe fell silent, and in perfect harmony, they rushed in various directions, with Son Goku and Vegeta being the most excited and the first to burst forth. Their figures flashed and vanished in an instant. Only Trunks, Broly, and Sheru remained on the scene. The sounds of intense physical clashes echoed throughout the arena. Hey, what are you two doing here? Aren't you going to join in the fun? These are the elites from across the universe. Are you sure you want to stay here with me? Sheru crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, looking at Broly and Trunks, who remained in place, and spoke with curiosity. Well, Sheru, uncle, I will leave first. Trunks nodded, using his energy blade. His whole body was enveloped in a fierce sword aura as he stomped down hard, transforming into a white streak of light that disappeared into the sky. He just wanted to say one last word to Sheru before leaving. What about you? Sheru turned to ask. I just want to stay by your side. Broly shook his head, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A powerful aura leaked out, surrounded by swirling green light, with arcs of green lightning crackling around him. The immense power caused the void to tremble continuously, and the hard thunder steel began to collapse, revealing a pit with countless cracks spreading outwards. Broly's black hair instantly turned golden, and his long hair floated without wind. His muscular body swelled, and his wild green eyes were filled with intensity. At this moment, Broly was in a state of Super Saiyan, but close to reaching Super Saiyan 2, determined to be Sheru's bodyguard and ready to stay by his side. Sheru, standing before Broly, helplessly rubbed his forehead, somewhat astonished. Did he really need a bodyguard? How could he have fun like this? Having restricted much of his battle power, he wanted to engage in a good brawl with this who would want to fight him. Fine, how about this? We can take turns. You go first, and then I go, okay? Sheru implied something, and just as his words fell, a group of figures suddenly jumped out behind him, all with playful expressions, around 20 in total, representing various universe alliances, specifically coming to knock Sheru off the stage. The leader was a tall, robust man looking down at Sheru and Broly with a hint of mockery in his eyes, arrogantly speaking. So you are Sheru. You look pretty average, not as formidable as that guy beside you. We actually brought a total of 18 people for you. Don't let me down. The robust man smirked, speaking in a very arrogant tone with a hint of disdain. He couldn't understand why those deities were so afraid of this little guy, sending 18 of their universe's elites to take on one. Oh, now it's 2. Sheru didn't turn around, but looked at Broly and calmly said, did you hear that? 18 of them, 9 for each of us. It's settled. Broly glanced at the 18 individuals, nodded, slightly sighed, and his Super Saiyan transformation faded. He felt it unnecessary to go all out against these people. He was merely surrounded by swirling green light, with no fighting spirit in his eyes. They were just a bunch of lackeys. Sheru nodded with a light smile, feeling satisfied. He turned to the previously arrogant man, and his smile instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Sheru's figure vanished without a trace. Nanny, where did he go? How did he disappear? The once confident, robust man widened his eyes in disbelief. How could he just vanish before his eyes? Whoosh. Sheru suddenly appeared before the robust man, sneering, your mouth is very foul. In another place I would have killed you countless times by now. Consider yourself fortunate. Sheriff's body sank, and with a slight pull of his right hand immense strength was unleashed, suddenly crashing out. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the robust man had yet to react when he was sent flying out along with several others who were also pushed off the stage. The edge of the arena collapsed under the powerful force, shattering into fragments as dust swirled around. In total, 10 individuals, including the robust man, were knocked off the stage. Sheriff glanced around the scene, somewhat frustrated, scratching his head, and said, "Mine." Broly shook his head. "It's fine. P.S. How about sending some free gifts?" Broly shook his head, indicating he could not care less. For such weak and insignificant underlings, he had no desire to even lift a finger. It would be best if Cell knocked them all off the stage. He had taken on the role of a bodyguard to showcase his formidable power before Cell, and for that there needed to be worthy opponents to battle against. Heh, then it's settled. Leave the stronger ones to you. But since the match has just begun, everyone seems a bit lackluster. How about this? I'll add a little seasoning to this match, and clear the stage while I'm at it. Cell smiled calmly, as if everything he was doing was effortlessly simple. No, impossible. This must be a dream. I'm probably still at home sleeping. A man with a catfish-like head stared at the crowd around him, which had suddenly halved. He let out a hollow, disbelieving laugh. Turning to look at the arena behind him, his once calm and confident face instantly twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. A large portion of the arena had been brutally shattered, splintering apart. It seemed he was the luckiest one there. While his allies bore various injuries, he remained completely unscathed. Then, as if possessed by madness, he clutched his head with both hands, muttering words of denial. Every now and then he would slap his own face, but perhaps due to his deteriorating mental state, he felt no pain, only reinforcing his belief that this was all a dream. 5 more figures appeared on the spectator stands, evenly distributed. 5 from Universe 4, 5 from Universe 2. Oh, how can this be? How were the elites of our universe eliminated just like that? Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4, stood frozen, staring at the scene before him in disbelief. He squeezed his rat-like head with both hands, rubbing it vigorously. He had never imagined Cell would be this powerful. At this rate, wouldn't his universe be finished in no time? After all, only 5 remained. Not beautiful at all. How can you be so ugly? Useless. Helles, the god of destruction of Universe 2, appeared somewhat exasperated. Destruction energy surged around her, her hair floating and dancing without wind. Her overwhelming pressure caused the 5 elites to tremble in fear. Helles was a god of destruction with vision. She could accept her universe being completely eliminated from the stage in the end. But losing 5 members right at the start was something she simply could not tolerate. She was even tempted to slaughter them all on the spot. It was just too disgraceful. Calm down, Lady Helles. This demeanor of yours is hardly elegant. Maintain your composure. Think of it this way. We still have 5 contestants left, don't we? And Universe 4 also lost 5 people, didn't they? Sawa, the angel of Universe 2, gently brushed aside the floating strands of hair before her and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Helles gradually quelled her anger, retracting her destruction energy, and snorted coldly. As for you lot, go back and train some more after this. Helles took another look at the 8 people remaining to surround Cell and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the remaining ones were all from Universe 9 and had nothing to do with her universe. The Omni King, hovering in the sky, also took the small tablet handed to him by the Grand Minister. He tapped to extinguish the eliminated fighters from Universe 4 and Universe 2, then chuckled. Cell is really amazing, isn't he? So cool. He knocked so many people off. The Omni King grinned foolishly, sitting on his throne, his little legs occasionally swinging. He looked at Cell with eager anticipation, wondering what he would do next. The Grand Minister could only offer a resigned smile at this, waving his hand. He then turned his attention elsewhere, for anyone Cell encountered was simply crushed. There was truly nothing worth watching anymore. Ho. Lord Beerus, don't you think Mr. Cell is being a bit too flashy? Whis whispered with a light laugh covering his mouth. Whis, I can't keep it up any longer. Well done, Cell. Knock them all off. Eliminate every single one of them. Beerus stood up, his grin stretching wide, his body trembling with excitement. He had intended to maintain a cold demeanor until the match ended, but seeing quite lost, dejected expression, he simply couldn't hold it in anymore. Truly, the heavens sending Cell to Universe 7 was a wonderful thing. Beerus' flamboyant display immediately drew the ire of many gods of destruction, particularly those from Universe 4 and Universe 9. The former had a long-standing rivalry with Beerus, while the latter saw all 8 fighters currently surrounding Cell as their own. That hairless cat Beerus is so annoying. I thought his quiet demeanor meant he had changed his ways, but he was just biding his time to mock me. God of Destruction Quitella ground his teeth in fury, his hands clenched tightly. Sidra of Universe 9, witnessing this, grew visibly flustered. He tugged at the sleeve of the Supreme Kai, shaking it incessantly, and stammered, What do we do? What do we do? Are all 8 of our Universe 9 fighters going to be eliminated? I don't want to die yet. Sidra finally collapsed weakly onto the ground, utterly dejected. Seeing this, Supreme Kai was furious. He barked, Are you the God of Destruction, or am I? Such a weak-willed character, Pa. We still have the Dangerous Trio. They are true masters. Those 10 who were eliminated were clearly weak. Trash. Don't let the other universes fool you. Ro's face was full of confidence, his sneer taking on a slightly savage edge. He shouted towards the arena, Bergamo. Lavender. Basil. Don't let the others affect you. You are the core of Universe 9. This battle must be a victory, not a defeat. Universe 9 has no need for spineless dogs. As soon as Ro finished speaking, he drew two hostile glares, from Helles and Quitella, the gods of destruction of the recently eliminated universes. What the hell do you mean? So our universes are trash, and yours are all elites. Ro merely shuddered, steeled himself, and continued cheering for his Universe 9 fighters, ignoring them. What do we do, big brother? Cell's strength is clearly formidable, but the Supreme Kai is ordering us to fight. Is that not foolish? Basil had already shifted his feet, ready to retreat. This idiot Supreme Kai suddenly jumping in infuriated him. Even Bergamo, the eldest of the trio, was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he nodded and whispered back, "You're right, third brother. I also think our Supreme Kai is a bit of a fool. It's obvious we can't win, yet he's forcing us to fight. Let's find a chance for the three of us to make a run for it first." Bergamo let out a long, weary sigh, analyzing the situation calmly. Lavender, however, was a bit slow on the uptake. He stared at Cell's figure, licking his lips, greedily murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Big brother, we don't have to kill him, just eliminate him. What's there to fear? Listen to the Supreme Kai. The 8 of us can just wear him down." Bergamo and Basil were both stunned by Lavender's words. They exchanged a glance. Bergamo gritted his teeth in anger and delivered a resounding slap, catching Lavender off guard and sending him tumbling to the ground. That sharp slap instantly cleared the haze from Lavender's eyes. "Damn it. It seems the Supreme Kai isn't the only fool here. You're 1-2 second brother," Bergamo said irritably. But remembering they were brothers, he still grabbed Lavender and made a run for it. Basil, being quick on his feet, had already fled. This left 5 bewildered contestants from Universe 9 standing there staring blankly at the scene. Well, what do we do now? This act of abandoning their comrades by the dangerous trio chilled their teammates' hearts. Upon witnessing this, the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction of Universe 9, especially Luoer, roared in fury. "Damn it, I've raised you for so many years, and this is how you betray me. You're all a bunch of..." The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, rolling up his sleeves and leaning over the edge of the spectator stands, as if ready to leap down and join the fray. Fortunately, the God of Destruction beside him, Sidra, tightly held Luoer back, preventing him from acting on his impulse. Upon hearing such crude remarks, the Supreme Kais of Universes 8 and 11 frowned, slightly shifting away, as if instinctively distancing themselves from such a vulgar individual. After all, stupidity was said to be contagious. Indeed, many Supreme Kais across the universes no longer regarded this course being from Universe 9 as a deity. He was too disgraceful. Some, like the Elder Kai of Universe 7, had never in their long lives witnessed such foul language spoken so openly, especially in the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. The Omni King naturally heard these words, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the Grand Priest, and murmured, "Grand Priest, this Supreme Kai is so annoying. Should I erase him?" Without hesitation, the Grand Priest maintained his signature smile and nodded slowly. "Indeed, it is my oversight that such a vulgar deity exists among the chosen Supreme Kais. He deserves to be erased." The Grand Priest and Omni King spoke in hushed tones, yet how could the deities seated in the spectator stands fail to hear them? Luoer, upon hearing this, felt his heart tremble violently, then a chill crept from his spine through his entire body. His face twisted in terror, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. He truly could not comprehend why disciplining his own dogs warranted erasure by the Omni King. He would never understand. He was destined to vanish from existence with this question unanswered. "Excellent." The Omni King suddenly smiled, gleefully raising his small left hand. A pale white light gathered in his palm, and with a single clench he grasped the very laws of destruction of the entire world. Luoer's body was instantly enveloped in this pale radiance, engulfing him completely. Suddenly Luoer realized he could no longer feel his own body and screamed in terror, "Omni King, I am." Before he could finish, Luoer of Universe 9 was erased by the overwhelming cosmic laws, his existence utterly annihilated from the universe. This minor incident sent a wave of terror and relief through the participants who had earlier mocked the Omni King's height. Even those engaged in battle instinctively paused, watching in silence. Gulp. Sidra swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back before collapsing onto the ground in despair. After all, the lives of the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction were bound together. With Luoer erased, he too. Sidra curled up in his seat, clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably from fear. He said nothing, simply waiting silently for death to claim him. The deities participating in this survival game couldn't help but shudder. If their own contestants were eliminated, they too would be erased by the Omni King. Witnessing Luoer's fate, some gods felt a somber sense of shared doom. The Grand Priest, aware of this, pointed a finger at Sidra as his form began to fade. A beam of pure white light shot forth, instantly stabilizing his dissolving body. Though the lives of a Supreme Kai and God of Destruction are intertwined, this situation is somewhat exceptional. I shall grant you a new life. However, exceptions are never ideal, so after this tournament concludes, win or lose, you will no longer serve as a God of Destruction. Understood? The Grand Priest spoke calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Understood. Understood. Thank you, Grand Priest. Thank you, Omni King. Huh. Sidra wept with joy, overwhelmed by a mix of sorrow and elation. He couldn't quite describe his feelings, though death might still await him. For now he was alive, and that was enough. Below the stage, Cell's eyes gleamed with golden light. Ever since the Omni King and Grand Priest had acted, he had been observing them intently, eager to understand their methods. From what he could see, the Omni King's power was a high-level application of destructive energy, likely a skill only a master of laws could wield. As for the Grand Priest, Cell shook his head. He couldn't fathom the Grand Priest's techniques. He could only sense the presence of laws within that white light, though their nature eluded him. The farce soon ended. On the battlefield, all participants turned back to their opponents and resumed fighting. But this time their clashes grew far more intense, even turning into brutal skirmishes. The arena was in chaos. With a year of preparation, the contestants from each universe were far stronger than in the original timeline. The pliable steel arena was soon shattered by their unrestrained attacks, splitting into numerous fragmented battlefields. For instance, Sun Wukong had set his sights on Gullit of Universe 6. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 with Limit Break, he engaged in a fierce clash with Gullit, who had assumed his golden form. Neither gave ground. Their powerful energies collided, stirring up raging winds. Meanwhile, Son Gohan faced off against Hit, the two locked in an equally passionate duel. Trunks confronted Topo, while Vegeta battled Jiren. The remaining fighter Little Sweet roamed the arena, picking off weaker opponents from various universes with her heavy cannon, each shot unleashing the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. Number 1 stood by her side, transformed into Super Android 3, acting as her bodyguard. Number 1 radiated golden brilliance, elevated to the same height as Cell. Golden aura blazed skyward, golden arcs of electricity crackling around him, flashing with intense light. His overwhelming power erupted without restraint. The pressure of his aura pinned weaker beings in place, allowing Little Sweet to blast them with concentrated fire. Massive deep blue energy blasts sporadically erupted across the battlefield, carving deep, vast trenches into the arena's surface. Cell, pleased with the scene, flexed his arms. He decided to join the fray and warm up, intending to toss those big dogs off the stage. Broly had already knocked the remaining 5 down with a massive energy sphere. Now Universe 9 had only 3 members left, or rather 3 dogs. Cell's eyes gleamed with golden light as his aura surged. He leaped and vanished. The hunt had begun. As Broly single-handedly knocked all 6 of the 9th Universe's beast contestants off the stage, Cell seized the opportunity to vanish without a trace. Only Broly remained, a look of distress on his face as he furrowed his brow and rubbed his thick black hair. What should I do now that you're gone? Broly appeared somewhat dejected, frantically turning his small head, contemplating what could attract Cell's attention aside from demonstrating his battle prowess. After all, if Cell intentionally hid, Broly knew he would never find him. So what should he do? Broly racked his brains, standing at the edge of the platform, gazing at the fiery battlefields around him, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck his mind. It was simple. He could just knock all the other universe contestants off the stage. Once he figured this out, a radiant smile spread across Broly's face, and his aura grew increasingly terrifying, a powerful presence erupting from within him. A torrent of green energy swirled around him, manifesting a formidable momentum that intensified as Broly's aura surged, culminating in a furious roar. Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. His muscles bulged, his body shot up slightly, and green arcs of electricity danced around him like a dragon, the hardened thunder steel ground buckling under such overwhelming power. Even the entire void trembled in response. Wow, Grand Priest. This person is amazing. What's his name? The Grand Zeno blinked, innocently staring intently at the Grand Priest with an excited smile. If I remember correctly, this is Broly from the 7th universe. In a way, he has a good relationship with Mr. Cell. The Grand Priest replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing that he had a decent relationship with Cell, the Grand Zeno was filled with anticipation, eager to see what he could achieve. The gods in the audience were truly astonished by Broly's powerful aura. They never expected that a mere mortal could possess such formidable strength. Moreover, since he was also from the 7th universe, could it be that everyone in this 7th universe was an expert? Ketla and Belmod's expressions twisted as they began to confidently observe the small battlefield on stage, realizing that everyone from the 7th universe was indeed formidable, each possessing tremendous battle power. Not only were Vegeta, Trunks, and Cell powerful, but even the remaining fighters Goku and Gohan were strong as well. This filled them with indignation. Why was it always that damned Beerus's universe? Had Beerus saved Grand Zeno in a past life? How could he be so lucky? Many gazes scrutinized the seats of the 7th universe, fixating on Beerus. In contrast, Champa, who was seldom seen as good as Beerus, appeared particularly calm, as if he were not surprised by any of this. However, Beerus seemed particularly pleased with the situation, sensing the malicious gazes directed at him. He even squinted his eyes slightly, showing a hint of enjoyment. Whis and the old Kai stood by, somewhat composed, but both wore broad smiles. After all, this was the pride of the 7th universe. On the stage, Broly roared, resembling a wild beast, charging forward like a madman, delivering punches to anyone who was not from the 7th universe, prioritizing knocking them out over elimination. Most of the already towering thunder steel columns collapsed with a crash, and the entire stage shook violently. Meanwhile, Cell, who was searching for 3 stray dogs in the arena, couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. Really, do they have to be this reckless? Is he going all out? Cell shook his head, retracting his gaze to focus on the 3 stray dogs in front of him. The trio of danger felt a tremor run through their bodies upon sensing Cell's gaze overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from his crimson eyes. It felt as if they were mere ants before him, leaving them weak and unable to muster strength. It seems we can't escape now. Lavanda Basil, let's unleash our full power. Even if we cannot win, we must use our all to at least injure him. Basil's face darkened as he glanced at his elder brother, feeling helpless. He instantly flashed to Cell's right side, releasing energy from his body. Lavanda could no longer wait. A murderous intent spread across his eyes, drool dripping from his mouth as he positioned himself to Cell's left, spewing toxic mist that enveloped his claws, glistening coldly. In the center, Cell crossed his arms, calmly watching the trio's performance, appearing in no rush. Underestimating us will come at a price. Deploy the triangular danger formation. Basil's eyes narrowed as brilliant blue light erupted from his body, while Lavanda and Basil emitted yellow and red light respectively. The three moved at super speed, forming a triangle around Cell, unleashing countless energy spheres toward him. The energy whistled, accompanied by a fierce wind. Seeing this, Cell's smile widened, and he swiftly lowered his hands, his body sinking slightly as he stomped the ground, shattering it, and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Without even looking, Cell waved his hands, repeatedly batting away the numerous energy spheres that flew toward him while maintaining his speed and charging toward the so-called triangular formation. He casually reached out and instantly seized one of the attackers by the head, pulling slightly back to reveal the blue-haired figure. Cell lowered his gaze with a slight grin, saying, "Caught the biggest pup, not bad." Then, with a look of terror from Basil, Cell's golden energy surged, tightly gripping the head before violently pulling up and smashing down. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the immense force shattered the ground around them, creating a massive pit in the center. Basil lay there, as if a dead dog, eyes rolled back, blood pouring from his mouth. Countless cracks spread outward, smoke rising and swirling, obscuring vision. Cell stood up from the enormous pit, shaking off the blood on his right hand, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of gold as he looked at Basil and Lavanda, who were still stunned. His indifferent voice carried a trace of delight. Not bad, you two pups actually didn't run away. You're quite obedient. Don't worry, since you're so compliant, I'll go easy on you in a bit." Cell lifted his gaze and saw Basil, who had always been extremely wary of Cell's strength, collapse directly to the ground, his body trembling incessantly from fear. Meanwhile, Lavender, who had initially harbored a hint of a hunter's mentality, stared in terror at Cell's bloodshot eyes, as if he were an incarnate demon, instinctively stepping backward. Step! Cell moved his figure, instantly appearing between the two. He pressed his hands on their heads, lifting Basil from the ground, while halting Lavender's retreating steps. Cell leaned in, whispering close to their ears, "Although your attacks strike me as utterly tedious, they have sparked a bit of fighting spirit within me. I suppose I must thank you for that." Basil and Lavender could barely comprehend what Cell was saying. Their entire bodies quaked with terror, and their legs felt as if bound, utterly unable to move. Their fighting spirit had long been eroded by the sight of Bergamo being instantly neutralized by Cell. After all, in their minds, their eldest brother Bergamo was the single most formidable combatant in the entire ninth universe. Even if he couldn't match this so-called Cell, he should at least be able to withstand a few blows. Dare to dream a little more, and perhaps even wound him. That would be ideal. After all, this was not an unknown match, but a chaotic free-for-all allowing for multiple opponents against one. They thought that even if they couldn't defeat Cell, they could at least hinder him in his subsequent battles. Now, however, that wish had been dashed. Their eldest brother couldn't even withstand a single strike from the opponent, and he hadn't even activated the form that amplifies his power and enlarges his body upon injury. This meant he had been instantly defeated without even the time to activate his ability. At this thought, Basil's gaze toward Cell grew even more terrified. He trembled, trying to stammer out something. But Cell grew impatient. He clenched his hands, gripping their heads, and in an instant the two big dogs fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back, a trace of blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Then with a forceful toss, he hurled them into Bergamo's crater. He was so kind it made me weep. He even had the decency to reunite the three brothers. Observing the almost identical expressions of unconsciousness on the brothers' faces, Cell couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, he pushed an energy sphere toward them, sending them off the arena. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded through the skies. The ground shattered violently, and the three brothers were instantly flung away by the blast shockwave, tumbling precisely off the arena before being teleported to the ninth universe's area. Watching the dangerous trio, Sidra shook his head without a hint of reproach, though a trace of helplessness lingered deep in his eyes. He appeared utterly weary, and even the reddish strands of hair atop his head seemed to have paled. It was not the weariness of age, but the exhaustion of the spirit. Upon the throne, the Omni King gleefully tapped away the icons of the dangerous trio, confirming that all their icons had dimmed. Grinning, he looked at the Grand Minister and said, "Grand Minister, Cell is truly amazing. 3 against 1, and Cell still defeated them with a hey-ha." The Omni King seemed quite pleased with Cell's instant elimination of the dangerous trio. The Grand Minister chuckled and nodded, about to say something, when a thunderous roar swept across the entire arena, drawing their attention. The Omni King also cast a curious glance. Rumble! A resounding explosion carried boundless energy, surging and reverberating. Waves of white air churned across the field as the auras of two individuals clashed, Gulato and Son Goku. Their battle seemed to have intensified, and the explosion was the result of their opposing energy blasts colliding. The collision of the two energies caused all the surrounding lightning rods to collapse. The scattered rubble was reduced to dust swept away by the tempest of aura and drifting toward the horizon. This convergence brought together the various fragmented battlefields scattered across the arena, almost as if the match had just begun anew. Standing at a corner edge, Cell watched with keen interest, his arms crossed over his chest ready to wait. The real show was about to begin. After the final clash, two figures stood facing each other atop the only two remaining lightning rods. Their powerful auras drifted through the void, filling the entire arena like a gentle breeze. Ho ho ho. Son Goku, it seems you haven't slacked off this past year. Though your power hasn't increased much, your reflexes, attack angles, and combat rhythm have all improved markedly. Did you encounter a master during this year? Gulato raised an eyebrow slightly. He greatly admired Son Goku's rapid progress and his martial spirit, even seeing a reflection of his own younger self in Son Goku. This brought to mind memories that, though arduous, were nonetheless fond. This lifted Gulato's spirits so much so that a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, and deep in his eyes burned a confidence, a certainty in his own combat prowess, a conviction that he would not lose in this unknown duel. A master, indeed. Son Goku nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward Whis' seat in the spectator area. Whis, noticing Son Goku's look, smiled faintly and gave a slight nod. Whooshed. After one last glance at Gulato's son, Goku slowly closed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. His body relaxed, achieving unity of mind and body, his arms hanging loose. His state of mind became utterly clear, discarding all distracting thoughts, focusing solely on savoring the battle. Breathe in, breathe out. Son Goku breathed again, but this breath was different from before. Every hair on his body seemed to breathe, gradually emitting white vapor. Silvery white light began to flicker and dance, swirling around him, imbuing his entire being with a profoundly sacred aura. This transformation left some of the deities seated in the stands stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend witnessing such a phenomenon in a mere human. This is Ultra Instinct. The low voice was nearly a roar. Arak, the god of destruction of the fifth universe, shot up from his seat. This exclamation dispelled the hesitation of the other deities, confirming their suspicions. But how can such a divine technique appear in a human? That is a true art of the gods, one that even we gods of destruction find extremely difficult to master. Kim, the god of destruction of the 12th universe, also rose to his feet, frowning in puzzlement. Impossible. I don't believe it. Belmod was so agitated he nearly tore the tufts of hair from the sides of his head. That's right, I don't believe it either. Quitella also stood up, but his gaze shifted toward Beerus. He noticed that Beerus' expression was merely a bit more serious, his posture still relaxed, as if he were accustomed to seeing such a thing, unsurprised that a divine technique could appear in a human. Reluctantly, Quitella had no choice but to believe. In the end, even all the deities rose to their feet, their eyes fixed gravely on Son Goku. On the field, with each breath Son Goku took, silvery white light enveloped his entire body. Finally, he opened his eyes. Within his calm gaze, silvery light flowed like liquid mercury, gaining a touch of divinity while losing a hint of humanity. His originally dark hair and eyebrows were also dyed a silver white hue, stirring without wind. The upper part of his martial arts uniform torn to shreds by the fierce battle and surging aura revealed a muscular physique as solid as twisted dragon sinews. His eyes, like those of a deity devoid of emotion, glanced down at Gulato. In that moment, Son Goku, transformed into the embodiment of Ultra Instinct, appeared more godlike than any deity. The gods, witnessing Sun Wukong's stance at this moment, grew serious, closely observing the match, with some deities even eager to decipher the secrets of mastering the supreme ultimate skill from him. The high-ranking divine official observing Sun Wukong transformed by the supreme ultimate skill couldn't help but smile, genuinely pleased at yet another individual comprehending this profound technique. Wow, wow, wow. Divine official, he looks so cool. The white light is bursting forth, and I can even feel a wave of heat. King Quan's eyes widened in curiosity as he gazed at Sun Wukong, completely captivated by his impressive demeanor. The divine official smiled slightly and explained, Your Majesty King Quan, this is our Angel Clan's supreme ultimate skill. Mastering it is indeed a challenging feat for humans, which shows just how formidable Mr. Sun Wukong truly is. Wow, the supreme ultimate skill. King Quan sat up straight, his eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single detail. On the arena, although the other contestants continued to battle, their gazes were almost entirely drawn to Sun Wukong atop the high pillar. His radiant stance and the heat waves stirred their admiration for the strong. Buret was equally stunned by Sun Wukong's display. Just as he was about to make a move, Sun Wukong acted. Sun Wukong suddenly lowered his body, launching himself forward like a cannonball, creating a deafening rush of wind as he barreled toward Buret. The heat radiating from him and the energy surging out created a dazzling silver halo that was utterly captivating. With all his might, Sun Wukong's fist came crashing down onto Buret's chest. A flash of silver erupted. Before Buret could react, he was sent flying, hurtling towards the edge of the stage. In a critical moment, Buret rolled and pressed his feet into the ground, countering the immense force. The ground shattered beneath him, leaving deep fissures. Crack. Ultimately, he came to a halt at the edge of the arena with a few stones rolling down. This left Gyurit astonished as he knelt on one knee in pain, clutching his chest where a deep imprint of a fist sent waves of agony to his brain. Pooh! Gyurit coughed up a mouthful of blood, the warm liquid staining the ground red, before steadied himself, adjusting his breath, and standing up, his face twisted in pain. Looking at Sun Wukong, who stood on the high pillar where he had just been, Gyurit smiled. Instead of getting angry, wiping the blood from his mouth, he exclaimed loudly, "Very well. You are impressive. Among all the opponents I've encountered, I would call you the strongest." Gyurit then displayed a crazed expression as he slightly hunched. Streams of black light emerged in the air, enveloping him like ink drops. His aura surged dramatically. The normally stoic Kampa, witnessing this scene, had a wide grin on his face, his eyes transforming into crescent shapes. Unconsciously glancing at Beerus, he arrogantly declared, "So what if it's the supreme ultimate skill? Black Gold Gyurit is about to make his entrance." Kampa glanced at Beerus, who remained silent, and felt a surge of irritation, saying in a deep voice, "At this rate, Sun Wukong will lose. He absolutely cannot defeat Black Gold Gyurit." Beerus finally reacted, turning to Kampa's smug face. He countered, "Kampa, are you so happy just because of Gyurit? Our universe's Cell hasn't even shown his true power yet. Even if Wukong can't win, so what? In the end, it will still be our universe 7 that triumphs." Beerus spoke nonchalantly, though his tone dripped with disdain and mockery. He then sat back, crossing his legs, humming a tune, seeming unconcerned, yet deep inside, he felt a hint of anxiety. It wasn't fear of Gyurit claiming victory, but rather concern for Sun Wukong. "Wukong, what will you do when facing an opponent far beyond your level? Will you create another miracle?" Beerus gritted his teeth, watching Sun Wukong. Whis frowned, feeling that Sun Wukong's opponent was quite formidable, not for himself, but because he empathized with Sun Wukong's struggle. The black light intensified, enveloping Gyurit, causing his aura to erupt like a geyser. Sun Wukong sensed the impending crisis, furrowing his brow as he extended his right hand, sending forth deep blue energy spheres towards the black light. Boom! A series of explosions rang out, shaking the entire arena, yet the black light appeared unscathed. After flashing a few times, 2 large hands emerged from it, tearing apart the cocoon of black light. Black Gyurit slowly stepped out, his form nearly indistinguishable from his golden state, save for the color change. However, the overwhelming aura he emitted was worlds apart from before. Gyurit grinned wickedly, his body trembling as purple flames erupted fiercely, a powerful aura radiating from him, shattering the ground around him into fragments, which were then crushed into dust. Glaring at Sun Wukong, who was surrounded by silver light, he sneered, "I will only use the same power as you to fight. Let's see." Immediately, Gyurit stomped the ground, transforming into a purple streak, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also surged forward, his right fist enveloped in silver light, coiling back before striking down fiercely. Gyurit met the blow with a punch of his own. Bang! A tremendous roar resounded. 2 waves of energy exploded forth, powerful forces clashing, causing white energy ripples to manifest as the ground beneath them fractured violently. The arena was filled with the surging residual energy of both combatants, spreading outward like a howling wind, shattering rocks. Among them, a bird-like contestant could not withstand the overwhelming aura, appearing wounded by it with blood streaking down his body. Oh! He flapped his wings frantically, using every ounce of strength to stabilize his body against the force. Just as he began to feel relief, a rabbit girl plummeted from the sky, landing directly on him. Oh no! In that moment of distraction, the powerful storm of energy sent both of them tumbling off the stage, their cries of despair echoing. Thus all contestants from Universe 9 were eliminated. Seeing this, Sidra's last glimmer of hope vanished, and in despair, he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. After a long pause, Sidra opened his eyes in confusion, looking up at the sky, only to find that King Quan and the divine official were completely absorbed in Sun Wukong's battle. They had no time to pay attention to him. Thinking of this, Sidra relaxed his mind, secretly rejoicing, "Hooray! I can live a little longer. Go, Sun Wukong. Fight a little longer. What luck! Am I truly the fabled child of fortune?" He joked. The moment their probing clashes erupted, Sun Wukong and Gyurit became entangled in a fierce grapple. The air thickened with surging power. The collision of their fists sent ceaseless thunderclaps echoing, tearing white waves of energy through the void of the realm of nothingness. They fought from the heavens to the ground, weaving through the remaining contestants. Explosive impacts and rolling aftershocks swept through, and any fighter lacking sufficient strength was blown away by the storm of their battle, first frozen by the overwhelming pressure, then consumed by the ensuing gale. With Broly and Tien constantly eliminating the weaker contenders, few participants from the various universes remained. Yet the deities in the stands paid little heed, their eyes locked solely on Sun Wukong and Gyurit. As a result, only Universe 7 remained at full strength. Universe 6 had 8 fighters, Universe 11 6, Universe 2 3, and Universe 3 1. All others had been knocked off the arena. This meant that Universes 4, 9, 0, and 10, 3 entire universes, were destined to be erased the moment Sun Wukong and Gulat's battle concluded. The air crackled with fierce impacts as Sun Wukong and Gyurit clashed, their bodies locked in combat. Yet neither wore a pleasant expression. Having maintained Ultra Instinct for too long, Sun Wukong's stamina had waned, his movements far slower than at the start. Gyurit meanwhile grew frustrated. Though their energy levels were nearly equal, every time he struck, Sun Wukong's body drifted like a speck of dust in the wind, seemingly hit, yet always evading. And in that fleeting moment of missed attack, Sun Wukong would exploit his weakness, countering with heavy blows. Though Gulat's physique was formidable, even he couldn't withstand such relentless punishment. Unbeknownst to Gulat, he began releasing more energy with each strike, gradually surpassing Sun Wukong's output. Yet he still couldn't land a hit. Enraged, he retreated, deciding to abandon the spar and crush his opponent completely. But Sun Wukong refused to let him escape. His gaze flickered to Gulat, noticing a brief lapse in composure. A silvery white radiance flared within him, blazing brilliantly. He touched down briefly, then stamped the ground, transforming into a streak of silver light. His right fist shot forward, roaring with the wind. With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong's eyes turned razor-sharp. The silver-white light converged into his right hand, vanishing as he condensed his power into a fist and slammed it down. Gulat's pupils contracted. His heart trembled for an instant, but he shook himself, gritted his teeth, and ignited his purple aura. He wrapped his right fist in flames, ready to meet the blow heat in. Yet Sun Wukong, charging from afar, tilted his head and executed a clean dodge. He pulled his right arm back, dragging a trail of silver light, and drove his fist toward Gulat's heart. A thunderous explosion erupted as the immense force pierced through Gulat's body. The ground behind him shattered in a fan-shaped ruin, layer upon layer cracking open. Scorching heat surged, and a massive crater formed at the epicenter of their collision. After the punch, Sun Wukong rolled backward, landing with ethereal lightness, as if floating through the air. He touched down tens of meters from Gulat, panting heavily. Lowering his head, the silver-white light around him began to dim, its brilliance fading. It shifted to a pale blue with specks of light swirling within. The gray-white strands of his hair vanished, reverting to their original jet black, and the mercury-like glow in his eyes half dissipated. His stamina could no longer sustain perfect ultra instinct, forcing him into a state of emotional instinct. Yet he paid little heed to his condition, instead gazing at his right fist. Blood dripped from it, pain racking his body, and it trembled from the backlash. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shuddered slightly. His eyes narrowed and his expression darkened. The sensation of his final punch felt wrong, like a mortal striking a 10-centimeter steel plate with bare flesh. Though he had landed the blow, it seemed to inflict no damage on Gulat, while he himself had squandered precious energy. Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. He gaped, unable to comprehend how Gulat, known not for his offense or stamina, but his impenetrable defense, could have his guards so easily breached by Sun Wukong. Even saying it aloud, Kampa found it hard to believe. Whis gazed at Gulat, who stood motionless. She blinked, her beautiful eyes pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. Lord Kampa, do not worry. Gulat is fine. Just watch. As if on cue, a series of cracks emanated from Gulat's body. He lifted his head abruptly, his crimson eyes blazing with battle lust. With a shake, his joints popped like frying beans, and a purple aura surged, coiling around him. Pulling his feet from the ground, Gulat dusted himself off and chuckled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I acknowledge you. But this is a battle for the survival of universes, so today you fall. With that, he leaped into the air, gathering energy between his hands. Soon a massive purple energy sphere formed, brimming with unparalleled power and destructive intent. It swelled until it nearly covered half the arena. No wonder it looks so familiar. The same transformation as Gula. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky. The energy sphere whipped up a storm, tossing his black hair wildly. For a fleeting moment, despair crept into his heart, an invincible foe. Yet the thought vanished in an instant. He took a deep breath, lowered his stance, clenched his fists, and roared. With the roar, fiery red light surged around Sun Wukong, enveloping his body. The energy shifted, divine essence merging perfectly with the light particles of ultra instinct. Steam rose from his form. Without hesitation, he brought his hands together behind his back, forming a calyx. Azure energy particles gathered, their golden arcs of lightning crackling around him. The potent energy churned, unleashing tidal waves of power mixed with scorching heat. Heh, holding back are you? Not bad, Sun Wukong. But the winner of this match is me. Gulat's eyes widened as he thrust the massive energy sphere downward. Pressure engulfed the entire arena. The overwhelming force, accompanied by howling winds, crushed the ground, flattening it before shattering it again in a relentless cycle. This brutal display irked some contestants from other universes. Jiren, locked in a fierce battle with Vegeta, frowned. Even he would find such an energy sphere difficult to withstand. A deep voice bellowed, followed by a whistling wind. A fist wrapped in purple flames hurtled toward Jiren's distracted head. What? Jiren stumbled, flying backward, as if skimming the ground, carving a long trench before exploding into a massive crater. That's what you get for losing focus. A short figure landed, purple hair billowing in the wind. Vegeta, having transformed into Ultra Ego. He too looked skyward, murmuring to himself. Kakarot, are you going to create another miracle? Vegeta, having transformed into Ultra Ego, wore a cold and stern expression. His thick black brows had vanished completely, and his brow bone jutted out more prominently than before, giving his face an even more ferocious look. A purple aura blazed around Vegeta like roaring flames, adding to his imposing presence. Jiren. Toppo, who was locked in close combat with Trunks, saw this, and his eyes widened in disbelief, his hair and beard bristling, as if he had witnessed something impossible. Heh, what do you want to join him? Trunks raised an eyebrow and let out a sharp shout. The sword aura around Trunks grew increasingly intense. The thick sword in his hand split into two slender blades. As he drew them back, both swords hummed and trembled pure white, sword aura swirling around the blades, while sharp light flickered at the tips. Trunks' sharp eyes overflowed with pure white light. In an instant he broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Silver-white arcs of electricity coiled around the blades, adding to their killing power. Under Toppo's horrified gaze, Trunks swung both swords simultaneously, unleashing a cross-shaped slash that charged forward. Break! In his panic, the purple energy in Toppo's hands had yet to take shape before the two brilliant sword energies burst forth, slashing toward him. The sword energy was so fierce that the cross-slash split the entire ground apart, creating a perfectly smooth surface without even a trace of rubble. "It's over," was Toppo's final thought, yet he still crossed his arms in front of him, ready to block. Whooshed! At that moment, a ripple of afterimages faster than light surged forth, dragging Toppo away into the distance. "Heh, I've been waiting for you, Broly." With Trunks' fierce shout, a burly towering figure descended from the sky, shimmering with green light. Crackling arcs of electricity surrounded him, flashing so numerously it was like a thunderstorm roaring and crackling. Broly lightly stepped down, and a dull thud echoed as the ground around him erupted, splitting apart. With increasing force, it shattered into rubble and dust. Dispo's swift dash was briefly halted by this impact. In that instant, Trunks' face lit up with joy. A phantom sword materialized beneath his feet, lifting him high into the sky. Then a dazzling white light burst from Trunks' eyes. A vast torrent of sword energy surged forth, falling through the air to form countless phantom swords hovering high above. Trunks lightly plucked the blade, making it ring out. A piercing sword cry echoed through the sky, and the dim void world was suddenly illuminated by a beam of white light, a brilliant sword radiance. "Rainfall, Aurora," Trunks murmured softly. Countless phantom swords surged forth from heaven and earth, coalescing into a storm of sword energy that swept toward the two, brimming with killing intent. Before Dispo could react, the storm engulfed them both. "Oh!" Two different screams rang out as countless bloody gashes and dense tiny holes appeared on their bodies, with blood seeping out. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Toppo forced out the destruction energy within him. Opening his mouth wide, he roared as deep purple light flashed. The destruction energy surged violently, forming a massive gaping maw that seemed ready to devour the entire storm of sword energy. Just as Dispo felt safe and breathed a sigh of relief, a massive hand tore through the barrier formed by the destruction energy. Under Dispo's horrified expression, it precisely gripped his head and then slammed him violently into the ground. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed, and a large chunk of rubble burst from the ground. Broly had used his full strength, so Dispo was knocked senseless, his face battered, nose broken, blood streaming everywhere, and a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. He convulsed on the spot, like someone having an epileptic fit. This fighter's combat power was now nullified. Broly casually picked him up and tossed him toward the edge of the arena like trash. But halfway through the air, a thick, deep blue energy blast shot out, completely knocking Dispo off the stage, stealing Broly's kill. Broly looked up and saw the indifferent Sweet. Recognizing him as an ally, Broly said nothing and prepared to leave. In the spectator stands, Belmod was unusually quiet, refraining from his usual loud antics. He stared calmly at Dispo, who had been restored, and spoke. "Dispo, you did well. At least you gave Toppo some time to prepare, otherwise he would have been knocked off the stage earlier." However, Dispo did not respond. His mind was entirely consumed by Broly's formidable figure, which seemed inescapable, becoming the inner demon of his life. "Damn it, where do you think you're going?" Toppo's eyes blazed with fury, his anger practically materializing as he looked up at Broly's towering form. But Broly paid him no heed and ran off into the distance, having spotted 3 new targets. Oh! Toppo was on the verge of madness. He quickly gathered a ball of destruction energy in his hand, but just as he was about to unleash it, he noticed something. Was the sky bright? He looked up and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a dazzling sword radiance. Without hesitation, Toppo hurled the destruction energy ball upward. It collided with the sword radiance in the sky, but the result was not as he had hoped. Sizzle. The sword light seemed to encounter no resistance, slicing through the destruction energy ball, cleaving it in two. Then, like divine punishment, it descended violently, crashing down upon Toppo. Boom! A flash of light streaked across the sky and earth, forming a thick pillar of light. After a moment, the light faded. Only Toppo remained, struggling to stand in the center. The ground around him had been dented into a perfectly regular crater. Uffed! Toppo could no longer hold on to a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. He collapsed to his knees, his consciousness wavering between fainting and the searing pain. Several sharp sword energies had burrowed into his body, now roaming within, tearing at his flesh. Thud! Trunks stood beside him, looking down at him. He wasn't in a hurry to throw him off, instead turning his gaze to the distant battlefield. Goku suddenly pressed his hands together in a cup-like shape. A blue energy began to take form, with strands of golden electricity flickering within. Drip! A bead of sweat dripped from Goku's forehead. He thrust the energy forward. Kamehameha! With Goku's roar, a wave of blue energy erupted, forming a thick beam that charged toward the massive purple energy sphere. The golden arcs of electricity that followed transformed into a golden lightning dragon in the sky, roaring before merging with the Kamehameha, tinging it with a golden hue. The golden Kamehameha, like a furious thunderbolt, shot directly towards the enormous purple energy sphere in the sky. The powerful energy crackled and sizzled, resounding endlessly across the horizon. Finally, under the gaze of all, the two forces collided abruptly. A thunderous roar instantly swept across the entire realm of nothingness. The immense energy dispersed, causing the entire realm to tremble. The ground cracked inch by inch as if lifted like a plank into the sky, eventually ground into dust by the spreading energy. A storm of powerful energy surged in all directions, tearing the entire arena apart under the full-force clash of the two combatants, shattering it into separate fragments of battlefield. Ea! The immense pressure forced Son Goku downward, his feet sinking deep into the ground. His face contorted in agony, and his body, pushed beyond its limits, began to tear with traces of blood seeping out, presenting a truly harrowing sight. The Kamehameha in his hands formed a thick golden thunder dragon that plunged into the massive purple energy. Yet it was like a river flowing into the sea, barely creating a ripple. Instead, the purple energy sphere absorbed Son Goku's power and grew even larger, surpassing the entire arena in size. Even some of the gods of destruction looked on in terror. Holy crap, is this even human? What kind of battle is this? Are we sure this isn't a fight between supreme deities? Sidra, the god of destruction of the ninth universe, involuntarily swallowed when he sensed the energy within the colossal purple sphere. He wondered what would happen if he were in Son Goku's place. Would he be blown to dust? The answer was certain: he would surely die. Sidra had to admit that this human named Gulith was someone he could never withstand, at least not against this single energy sphere. Even his own power of destruction could not be absolutely certain to obliterate energy of such purity. Of course, this was only about endurance. If it were him, he would never give Gulith any time to gather energy. He would destroy him at the very first opportunity. It was like a martial arts master who could defeat 10 opponents, but ask him to catch a bullet. He'd surely meet his ancestors. Of course, among the gods present, he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Many of the lower-tier gods of destruction showed varying degrees of shock. Beerus was not among them. Whis, from here Goku has no chance at all, does he? Beerus rested his hands on his knees, his expression growing more solemn. Though his words were a question, his tone carried a note of certainty. Yes, Lord Beerus, if Mr. Goku cannot achieve another breakthrough, then indeed he will lose. He might even be directly. Whis lowered his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Clearly both knew the outcome, merely seeking comfort in their words. Huh, is that so? Beerus gritted his teeth, forcing a bitter smile, silently asking himself, Goku, is this all you've got? Is this where you stop? Transcend the present. On the battlefield, Son Gohan, who was engaged in a simple skirmish with Hit, also witnessed this scene. Seeing his father in such agony and drenched in blood, a murderous intent began to fester within Son Gohan. His eyes, which had turned emerald after breaking through to Super Saiyan 4's limits, now flickered with a crimson hue. Step aside, Hit. I have no time to play with you now. Son Gohan let out a mighty roar, his body shimmering with fluorescence. A red radiance burst forth, pushing Hit back several meters. Just as he prepared to rush to Son Goku's side, a shattered ripple appeared behind him, accompanied by a voice tinged with anger. What did you say? Play. Just because I haven't used my full strength, you think this is all I have? Hit, usually a man of few words, was enraged by Son Gohan's remark. Never in his career had he been so humiliated. He immediately activated his time skip technique, enveloping Son Gohan. The stored time was all applied to him, temporarily imprisoning him in a temporal jail. Hit's hands glowed with a faint purple light, his eyes filled with a fractured white radiance, his brows furrowed. Since Son Gohan wanted to go to Son Goku, Hit would not allow it today. However, Son Gohan, trapped in the temporal prison, was only momentarily stunned. Sensing the difference in space around him and the stiffness in his body, the crimson murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be contained, erupting fully. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds like shattering glass echoed through the void, accompanied by a glowing white light. Nanny, this is impossible. My stamina is sufficient. How could this be? Hit's eyes showed a hint of disbelief, his mind filled with confusion. But the next moment, the entire sealed space shattered instantly, and a colossal silver-white pillar of light shot into the sky. A figure bathed in silver light slowly emerged, surrounded by thick purplish red arcs of electricity, as numerous as a thunderstorm incarnate. The lightning crackled and hissed, a true god of thunder descending. Son Gohan had undergone a transformation. The upper part of his martial arts uniform was blown apart by the immense energy, revealing his muscular chest. His silver-white hair stood on end at a dramatic angle, and speed, his silver brows set above crimson eyes, exuding a fierce, murderous intent. A silver-white radiance tinged with purple flowed around him, his aura exploding outward. The sheer pressure made it difficult for Hit to breathe. This was no ordinary beast form. It was a new form that combined the essence of a god with the beastly nature. Son Gohan, briefly suspended in midair, had two distinct strands of hair hanging down at his forehead, unlike the single strand of the beast form, one long and one short. Help! Even someone as strong as Hit dared not fight alone. He shouted at the top of his lungs, channeling his energy. Instantly, 5 figures who had been battling the 11th universe flashed toward him. Huh. Son Gohan raised an eyebrow, lowering his body. His aura spread out as he stepped lightly on the void, turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight at Hit. Even the void of the realm of nothingness was shattered by this single step, revealing a dark, swirling void that continuously devoured the surrounding broken space. The moment Hit saw Son Gohan disappear, his sense of crisis peaked. His pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounded wildly. A fractured light filled his eyes and burst outward as he pushed his time skip to its absolute limit. Countless shattered ripples pulled at the surrounding space, attempting to freeze it. But a flash of silver and purple light passed through and the ripples exploded into nothingness. Son Gohan was like a sharp sword, his right hand extended into a fist, and he suddenly punched at Hit. Halfway through, a yellow figure flashed in front of Hit, taking the blow instead. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The wind from the punch exploded, the force surging into the yellow figure's body. Silver-white light burst into ripples. The yellow figure shot backward like an arrow, skimming the ground and carving a long trench before falling off the arena. Even Hit, merely grazed by the force of the punch, had his chest caved in. His legs gave way involuntarily, and he spat out a torrent of blood as if it were free. His gaze towards Son Gohan had changed, filled with nothing but terror. Hit supported himself with both hands on the ground, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, a scarlet mark flowing across his chest, the silvery glow gradually fading, leaving Hit with an indelible and terrifying memory. He felt that in that moment Son Gohan truly wanted to kill him. Even if he survived, he would surely end up disabled. As for the future, would the sixth universe still have one? Lost in thought, Hit unconsciously turned his gaze to the trapped Goku, his hands instinctively tightening. Was he left with no choice but to place his hopes on others? Just as Hit was pondering, four figures suddenly appeared, charging towards Son Gohan from all four sides with overwhelming momentum, their fists crashing down. Buzz! Son Gohan's immense pressure formed an invisible wall of air around him, blocking everyone in front, making it seem like they were both very close, yet infinitely far away. Get down, all of you. Son Gohan seemed to have lost all patience with the eliminated fighters, directly reaching out and swiftly grabbing the heads of two individuals, violently smashing them together. The sound of flesh colliding was accompanied by wails as the Saiyans Kale and Kaba crashed into each other, their bodies shaking violently, a shockwave erupting. Both Kale and Kaba were sent flying several meters, while Vegeta, standing firm in front of Son Gohan, resolutely blocked Hit, throwing another punch at Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan cast a puzzled glance at him, then began to gather his strength, lowering his body slightly, as his right hand pulled back, drawing out a long silvery light, the fist's momentum building in his hand, causing the very void to tremble. Then Son Gohan swung his right arm, the silver light flashing as his fist struck out with all his might towards Vegeta. The two collided in an instant. Boom! The silvery light erupted first, followed by a tremendous bang that resonated, creating relentless winds. The force of the punch swept across the ground, carving a deep ravine, everything before him dissolving into dust. Vegeta, who had just been in a resolute stance, was instantly sent flying, his body disintegrating in the air, first his fists exploding, then his entire form collapsing into a heap of scrap metal, rolling off the stage barely alive. Fortunately, he was not a typical carbon-based life form, otherwise that punch would have turned him into dust. Hit, who was protecting him, fared a little better, managing to evade the final blow using his time skip technique, though he was still injured. Seeing this scene, Kampa was also astonished by the current Son Gohan, while Beerus hurried to heal Vegeta and Hit. At that moment, Kampa was nearly convinced that Son Gohan's strength had definitely reached the level of a god of destruction. If he ascended any further, it would be difficult for himself to defeat him. Beside him, Beerus had transformed from concern to a mocking grin. Gohan, hurry and support Goku. Forget about those small fry. Beerus shouted loudly with his hands cupped around his mouth to amplify his voice. Beerus was still pondering whether Son Goku could create a miracle, but the current situation made that seem difficult. Since Son Gohan could save him now, it was better to do so. The previously furrowed brow of Whis also relaxed, revealing a light smile. Wow. Grand Minister, this guy named Son Gohan is incredibly strong and quite handsome. Indeed, the seventh universe is quite impressive. The Omni King stood atop his throne, dancing with joy and wearing a silly grin. Indeed, very strong. The Grand Minister stroked his chin and replied. However, his gaze was focused on Cell, a bit puzzled about why he had fought against those people earlier, yet now remained still, merely watching. He could clearly eliminate everyone present by himself, but perhaps that would make the match less entertaining. In the end, unable to comprehend, the Grand Minister shook his head, hands clasped behind him, deciding not to think any further as he continued to observe. In the arena, Son Gohan slightly nodded, swiftly moving, dragging Kale and Kaba with him, effortlessly tossing them off the stage. After resolving all of this, just as Son Gohan intended to head towards his father's battlefield, a roar like that of a beast erupted from behind, prompting him to turn around. Oh, how dare you hit my big sister? Die. In an instant, he exploded forth, his body growing taller, muscles bulging, emerald green hair extending, shimmering with gold. A green aura surged, energy roiling as he charged towards Son Gohan, each step causing the ground to tremble. Witnessing this, Son Gohan felt a surge of battle intent, but it gradually dissipated after a moment. He shook his head and murmured, I should resolve this quickly. As soon as Son Gohan's words fell, he surged forth, transforming into a silvery light that shattered the ground, directly rushing towards the frenzied Kale. With a powerful left hand, he seized Kale's right fist and under her astonished gaze his right arm swung wildly, like a torrent of mercury, striking her face repeatedly, each punch spraying blood. Bang 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 bang. The immense force should have sent her flying, but each time Son Gohan pulled her back, resulting in this bizarre scene unfolding before everyone. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed continuously, blood splattering from Kale as the silver light exploded. Purplured arcs of electricity crackled around her, searing her and faintly producing a burnt smell. Only when the pounding ceased and Kale's cries of anguish faded did Son Gohan finally kick her off the stage. Phew, I must say this way of venting is indeed quite satisfying. Son Gohan pondered for a moment, exhaling a breath of turbid air, flicking his right hand to shake off the blood, his whole body shaking, dispelling the blood from elsewhere. Then he suddenly turned, stomping the ground and surging towards Son Goku. Accompanied by Son Gohan's stomp, the entire ground erupted, shattering from where he stood, sending thick clouds of smoke swirling. As Son Gohan dashed forward, he pondered, feeling a bit anxious about something. It was about Broly and others who could obviously support his father, yet why weren't they moving? Moreover, it seemed his father had reached the final stage, his body drenched in blood, transformed into a blood-soaked figure. Seeing this, Son Gohan's heart trembled, his feet quickening. Just as he was nearing Son Goku, a gust of wind howled, the void fracturing along the way. Feeling the force coming from ahead, Son Gohan's pupils constricted, his hands guarding in front of him, and he was abruptly blasted away. Bang! A massive sound echoed as the ground shattered, smoke billowing. Son Gohan's body crashed to the ground, carving a long ravine, creating a massive pit, and he was expelled amidst a shower of debris. This scene shocked the gods present, as they couldn't comprehend how the previously powerful Son Gohan had been sent flying. Only Beerus stood up with a grave expression filled with doubt, even a flicker of anger in his eyes. He was thinking, questioning, and denying whether he had seen it wrong. Smoke billowed, obscuring the view. Gradually, footsteps sounded as a tall figure emerged, parting the smoke to reveal a handsome face. Glimpsing the sent-flying Son Gohan, he spoke softly, "Don't mess around, it's a crucial moment, don't disturb my show." Familiar sounds emerged as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the entire figure, while Beerus clenched his hands tightly, and that was Cell. Cell? How could it be Cell? Many deities were puzzled, their minds swirling with confusion. Were they not on the same side? Had Cell joined another universe, or was there some hidden scheme at play? The divine spectators' seats erupted in chaotic murmurs, everyone chattering away in a cacophony of voices. Even Caulifla, who had just been relentlessly taunting Gohan from the arena, now stood with her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. As she beheld Cell standing aloft, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. Her usually straight back curved slightly, her determined eyes softened like rippling water, and she murmured to herself in a barely audible voice, "So handsome. Is it really him? Cell?" Caulifla's gaze, tinged with shyness, roamed over Cell's handsome features as he stood above. The blush spread down her neck, and her mind began to wander into wild fantasies. Could it be? Did he strike his own teammate? For me, her thoughts were a jumble, but this absurd notion clung stubbornly to her mind, and she accepted it as truth. Her heart pounded wildly, her face flushed even deeper, and she sank to the ground, panting softly, biting her finger, her eyes shimmering with emotion. In Universe 6, the god of destruction, Kampa, witnessed this scene. After a moment of bewilderment, his suspicion turned to delight. He spun around and boomed at Vados. "Haha. Vados, don't you think Cell has finally come to his senses and wants to switch to Universe 6? It must be." Kampa was gesticulating wildly, a stark contrast to Beerus' gloomy low growl. However, after a moment's thought, Vados mercilessly shattered Kampa's daydream. "Lord Kampa, why would Mr. Cell, who is perfectly fine in Universe 7, want to come to ours? Furthermore, Mr. Cell just said he wants to watch the show. That means he wants to see the decisive battle between Son Goku and Gulet. A battle for just the two of them without outside interference. Please don't talk in your sleep in broad daylight." Vados sighed, rubbing her forehead. Serving this god of destruction was certainly an unforgettable experience. How could he be so different from Lord Beerus? "Nanny, but I saw Son Goku is about to lose. What's there to see? Can Son Goku possibly break through again from the brink of defeat? Impossible. It's already an incredible feat for a mere human to master Ultra Instinct." Kampa waved his hand, dismissively, pouting in disbelief. "Then that's not our concern," Vados said, her beautiful eyes blinking as she shook her head. Beerus, overhearing their conversation, pondered for a moment and felt it was probably correct. The knot in his stomach loosened, but he still harbored the same doubt, as Kampa Goku had already exhausted his strength and defeat seemed certain. Though Beerus wished for another breakthrough, such a feat on the battlefield was far from simple. Even the Omni King on his throne looked slightly puzzled, his innocent face adopting a serious expression as his eyes widened in observation. The Grand Priest, predicting the future course of events, could only shake his head helplessly. He had no idea what Cell was thinking. On the battlefield, Gohan, who had struggled to his feet, shuddered. The surrounding rubble shattered into dust that dissipated into the void. Violet red arcs of electricity coiled around him like a furious dragon, while a silver-white radiance tinged with purple grew ever brighter. The two strands of hair on his forehead fluttered, and a crimson light blazed in his bloodshot eyes. Gohan stared into Cell's eyes, tilting his head in confusion. "Why?" Cell shook his head. "No reason. This is an opportunity for Son Goku. I don't want you to ruin it." Gohan frowned, glancing again at his father, who was drenched in blood. Rage blazed in his eyes as he demanded an opportunity. That's how it is when people of different levels see things differently. The gap between us is too vast for you to perceive what I see. Cell shook his head again. Is that so? Gohan's eyes sharpened instantly. The flowing light around him hardened into sharp spikes projecting an aura of menace. He stomped the ground, vanishing in a flash, and reappeared directly before Cell. A fist the size of a boulder hurtled toward Cell's head. A howling gale enveloped the crushing pressure of his punch, tearing a jagged rift in the void behind it. This was Gohan's full-powered strike, and he was certain that even Cell would find it unpleasant to endure. Slap. Fist met palm, and only a single echo resounded. The force and momentum seemed to vanish entirely, as if two ordinary men were scuffling. Gohan's fist was firmly gripped by Cell, and he could not break free. Gohan's heart pounded with shock as he looked up. Cell twisted his fist, and dark light surged around him, climbing up his body and dyeing it a black-gold hue. At the same time, a brilliant pure white radiance burst forth, swirling around Cell. Huh. You bet you get a little power, and you start acting cocky. Let me teach you a lesson today. A grin split Cell's face. The green of his body was entirely consumed by black. His energy was restrained, his aura unassuming, yet an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. Under Gohan's horrified gaze, Cell's right fist, wreathed in dazzling white light, descended with savage force, shattering the void around it. As he pulled it back, the very fabric of space crumbled under the strain. Bang! A pillar of brilliant light shot upward, followed by a thunderous roar. A figure was sent flying, tearing through the air toward the edge of the arena. Cell let out a cold sneer, then vanished and reappeared behind Gohan's tumbling form. He seized Gohan by the head, and with a surge of power, a radiant light exploded. His fists became a blur, raining down hundreds, thousands of blows upon Gohan. The sound of flesh being pummeled echoed without end, detonating in the void. With a final punch, Cell sent Gohan flying. He touched down lightly, then flashed again, clasping his hands together, forming a fist. He arched his back like a drawn bow and delivered a mighty hammer blow. He struck downward with tremendous force. Bang! The reverberations spread endlessly. Gohan was smashed into the ground, shattering the rock and plunging into a deep crater. He was drenched in blood, unconscious, his mind lost. Thud! Cell landed softly. The brilliant white light around him flared for an instant, vaporizing the blood on his body. The black-gold hue receded, revealing his green form. A golden light blazed in his eyes, and 6 stars deep within them shimmered, dissolving into points of starlight that swirled and faded. He glanced at the blood-soaked Son Goku and whispered, "A miracle reappears." Whooshed! In an instant, a thread of wish-granting energy attached itself to Son Goku, beginning to emit a faint glow. Seeing this, a smile spread across Cell's face. He wasn't allowed to use it for himself, but lending it to another was fine, wasn't it? I am the miracle. A flicker of golden light shimmered in Cell's eyes, casting upon Goku's form and infusing his body with a wish-granting power that would at his most critical moment provide the miracle he most desired. The other combatants on the arena grew increasingly frustrated, eventually unleashing their most formidable powers and engaging in true slaughter. Energy clashed, sending waves of force surging forth. Explosions erupted, the void trembled, and the ground shattered repeatedly, kicking up clouds of dust. Amidst the fierce battle of the strong on the arena, even the gods seated high in the stands found it difficult to discern who was the protagonist. However, the higher-tier gods fixed their gazes upon Goku and Gullit, astonished by Gullat's immense power and curious as to how Goku could endure so long against such overwhelming strength. Had he truly broken through his limits? Pressed down upon the void, Gullit felt the violent clashes of numerous strong warriors on the arena below. Impatience flickered in his eyes. The purple aura hidden within his body slowly rose, and a powerful energy surged forth. Gullit could no longer dawdle. He needed to blast Goku off the stage quickly. Howa! With a sudden roar, Gullit gathered all his energy and channeled it into the massive purple energy sphere beneath him. In an instant, the energy sphere enveloped the entire sky, flooding the arena with purple light and powerful surging energies. Fortunately, the arena was made of thunderbolt steel reinforced by the Grand Priest, otherwise ordinary ground would have been crushed by the pressure of this energy. Aya! Get up! Below, Goku, struggling desperately, had his eyes stained red with blood, his eyes wide, and cracking, his face twisted in a ferocious snarl as he let out a beastly roar. His Kamehameha had been compressed between his hands, the massive energy sphere almost pressing against his face. The overwhelming energy crashing against him blurred Goku's vision. His rigid body trembled violently, his energy and stamina depleted. The Kamehameha in his hands dissipated, and his entire form was engulfed and consumed by the powerful energy sphere. Beneath his ferocious expression lay confusion and longing. The pupils of his eyes gradually vanished, revealing the whites, leaving only his body and consciousness instinctively craving power. As if in response, the wish-granting power within him began to flow slowly, drawing external energy into his body while wrapping him in a golden light to protect him from the scorching and annihilation of the energy. Outside, Beerus sat slumped in his seat, dazed, his eyes filled with confusion. He could only look helplessly at Whis, a weary gleam in his gaze. Whis simply shook his head, sighed, and spoke softly, "Lord Beerus, do not worry. Mr. Cell said this is an opportunity, so it is an opportunity, whether it seems so or not. Whis emphasized the last few words, instantly snapping Beerus back to reality, causing his hazy memories to gradually resurface. Indeed, he had been so worried about that Goku fellow that he had nearly forgotten that Cell was now on the same level as the Grand Priest. How could he possibly understand Cell's decisions? With that thought, Beerus' body slowly relaxed from its rigid state, and he turned his attention to Vegeta, who was fighting Jiren. After all, Vegeta was the disciple he had acknowledged, the future destroyer of the 7th universe. For some reason, after witnessing Goku being swallowed by the purple energy sphere, Vegeta felt an inexplicable irritation and rage. His fight with Jiren grew more intense as he tapped into the divine energy within him, which swirled around his purple aura, transforming it into a flowing radiance that emitted sparkling particles. The malice in his eyes diminished slightly, his form became leaner, and his powerful energy gradually faded, leaving only an immense, overwhelming aura. Across from him, Jiren had already unleashed his full power. The proud battle armor on his upper body burst apart, and a fiery red energy surged, even stirring the ground and igniting mysterious flames. Seeing Vegeta's transformation, Jiren did not retreat, but grew even more ferocious. Seizing a momentary opening during Vegeta's transformation, his eyes blazed with endless crimson light that exploded forth. His form shot forward, his eyesight combined with the power packed into his right fist, aiming directly at Vegeta's head. Bang! A flash of red light appeared. Jiren's full-powered punch struck Vegeta's head. The pressure from the fist rippled out, and the ground beneath them instantly caved in, cracking and splitting. Vegeta's face twisted from the blow, and he stumbled backward, but after a few steps he abruptly stopped. He slowly raised his head, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A hint of mockery flickered in his purple eyes, and he said with confidence, "Is that all you've got? Is this your full power? How disappointing, Jiren. Or have you always been a weakling?" Vegeta taunted repeatedly, wiping the blood from his mouth. Feeling the surging power within him, his expression took on a hint of intoxication. He wondered how Jiren could possibly fight against this power of his. "No, impossible. That was my full power strike. How can you be unharmed?" Jiren's face showed panic. He gritted his teeth, pulled back his hands, and then unleashed a flurry of afterimages, striking Vegeta's body repeatedly. Energy erupted, waves of white air surged, and the ground shattered into rubble. Vegeta simply endured the blows, but as he felt the power within him surging even stronger, his grin widened. In an instant, he vanished from Jiren's sight, easily evading the attack. Then, lowering his body, his right fist trailing a purple light, he slammed it fiercely into Jiren's chest. The force was so immense that his fist sank into Jiren's chest, the pressure bursting through and shooting out from behind Jiren's body. Ugh! How is this possible? Before Jiren could react, a sharp pain exploded in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the agony, he lowered his head to see Vegeta standing before him, fist buried in his chest. Regaining his senses, Jiren clutched his chest and stumbled backward, his face contorted in pain, disbelief filling his eyes. "I am meant to be the strongest in the universe. How could I fall behind here?" As Jiren barely composed himself, a dark shadow suddenly loomed in his vision, growing larger. Then pain struck as Vegeta's leg whip sent Jiren flying, skidding across the ground and shooting into the distance. He plowed through a mass of rubble, carving a long trench stretching hundreds of meters from one side of the arena to another broken section of the battlefield. Finally, like an arrow released from a bow, he crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. He lay unconscious, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Trash is trash, unable to withstand even a single punch. So this is all the 11th universe amounts to, Jiren. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. The arena was strewn with debris, and almost everyone still standing was from their 7th universe. Not a single member of the 7th universe had been knocked off the platform yet. In contrast, the remaining fighters of the 11th universe, lacking any exceptional abilities, had long been knocked down by Little Sweetie and Number 1. Only the wounded and dying Jiren and Toppo remained lying unconscious on the ground. At this critical juncture, only the full roster of the 7th universe, along with Toppo, Jiren, and Gullit, who was suppressing Son Goku, remained on the field. Now Jiren and Toppo had almost no chance to fight back. With only Gullit left as an enemy, everyone present, including the gods of destruction, turned their gaze toward Gullit and Son Goku. The deity of the 11th universe looked at the fallen Jiren and Toppo with an expression of utter disgust, his face twisted in dismay. "Lord Belmod, our 11th universe is truly finished." Upon seeing Jiren's pitiful state, Kaioshin Kai was filled with despair. After all, in his heart, Jiren was invincible among mortals. Yet now he lay like a wounded stray dog, discarded amidst the rubble, his consciousness hazy and blood staining the ground. It seemed impossible for him to stand again. Indeed, at this point I can't help but admire that universe of Beerus, to produce so many formidable fighters. This is a disaster not just for our 11th universe, but for all universes. Belmod scratched his already thinning hair, finally seeming to resign himself. He felt admiration for the participants and the 7th universe's abundance of talent, but he would still despise Beerus himself even now. Indeed, the 7th universe has an abnormally large number of powerful fighters, and they've all emerged in recent years. It seems this is the work of that Mr. Cell rather than Lord Beerus. Marikarita idly twirled a strand of white hair from her left ponytail as she spoke casually. Belmod instantly realized she was right. These fighters all obeyed Cell and revolved around him. It couldn't be the handiwork of that detestable Beerus. This realization brought Belmont a moment of comfort. At least he hadn't lost to that hairless cat. Hey, looks like our sixth universe has secured second place after all. Not bad for our universe. Compa puffed out his nose with a hint of pride, hands on his wide hips, and made a face at Beerus. Lord Compa, second place is indeed impressive, isn't it? Vato's rarely offered indirect praise, a slight smile gracing her lips. Second place is nothing to boast about. I haven't even said anything yet, Beerus retorted, legs crossed and arms folded across his chest. Hey. Compa unusually didn't retort, instead focusing his gaze on Gullit. Beerus fell silent for a moment as well, then looked down. After hurling his energy sphere, Gullit descended slowly to the ground, his expression grim as he stared at the encapsulated Son Goku. Seeing Goku's calm demeanor and hearing no screams, Gullit knew something was wrong with his attack, though he couldn't pinpoint what. But that wasn't what Gullit was thinking about now. Gullit looked around. The entire seventh universe except for Son Goku had surrounded him on the shattered continent. They stood at various points, just staring at him without attacking. This silent scrutiny made Gullit deeply uncomfortable. He felt like a fat pig about to be slaughtered, with everyone's eyes filled with a faint killing intent. Nevertheless, he assumed a combat stance facing all of the seventh universe. Son Gohan was the most enraged. He had been beaten by Cell, which wasn't shameful, but now he desperately wanted to pummel Gullit. Of course, this was forbidden by Mr. Cell, and Gohan couldn't understand Cell's actions. He remained standing only because his father's energy was rapidly recovering. Thud. Footsteps echoed as a figure wielding two slender swords slowly approached Cell, frowning. Uncle Cell, can Uncle Goku really break through like this? It seems a bit unreliable. Trunks' long swords dissolved into particles of light, fading into the void and drifting away in the wind. Cell turned his head and replied casually, "Don't you already have an idea? Son Goku's energy is already recovering. With a little intervention from me, a breakthrough is inevitable. Between life and death, the desire for power and a warrior's heart, he will surely succeed. Of course, my intervention is also crucial." Cell shrugged slightly. Another set of footsteps approached. Broly, who stood obediently behind Cell, silent. Gradually, almost everyone gathered around Cell, chatting idly. Only Vegeta remained aloof, arms crossed, observing the engulfed Son Goku with a scrutinizing gaze. His purple eyes glimmered as he watched Goku, a smirk slowly spreading across his face. "Here it comes." As the words fell, the massive purple energy sphere exploded violently. A tremendous surge of power radiated outward, kicking up a colossal energy storm that sent rubble flying and shattered the ground beneath. Then a brilliant pillar of pure white light rose, drawing all the scattered energy back into itself. The energy grew denser and larger. Gullit, standing nearby, grimaced and clenched his teeth, a flicker of disbelief in his heart. On the spectator stands Beerus, and Whis wore genuine smiles. Beerus even stood up, an eager expression on his face as he twisted his wrist and glanced at the blurry figure within the pillar of light, a wide grin splitting his face. So the brat finally decided to come out. After a moment, the colossal pillar of light suddenly dissipated, leaving only waves of searing heat rolling across the arena. A figure enveloped in a dazzling white glow slowly emerged. With a slight tremor, the light faded, revealing Son Goku's handsome face. His entire body radiated waves of heat that surged upward, emitting faint particles of light. Goku's aura was imperceptible, his hair a lustrous white, more vibrant than the previous silver white of Ultra Instinct. His hair drifted and his eyes held a flowing silver white light with golden pupils that embodied both divinity and humanity. Standing there, he seemed to be the very center of everything. Son Wukong hovered in the sky, his feet gently touching the ground, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he gazed at his own hands, clenching them into fists unconsciously. This body felt different now, possessing a sensation of perfect, effortless mastery, yet not quite. If it were perfect Ultra Instinct, his mind could not harbor so many stray thoughts. Moreover, his body seemed to have grown even more powerful. Clenching his fists, Son Wukong struck forward. The speed was so incredible that it seemed both as if he had thrown the punch and as if he hadn't yet. The void before him crumpled like a piece of scrap paper, nearly shattering. "Haha, father is fine, and he seems even stronger." Son Gohan gradually returned to his normal state, his eyes wide as he stared at Son Wukong's transformed appearance, a look of pleasant surprise spreading across his face. Cell, observing Son Wukong's new form, placed a hand on his smooth chin, pondering this new transformation. In terms of appearance, it was remarkably similar to perfect Ultra Instinct, and even the feeling it gave off was alike, but it was clearly stronger. What was this? A second stage of Ultra Instinct. A step further into mastery. As Cell considered naming this new form, the distant Goldo could no longer stand still. Seeing Son Wukong's new appearance, his face twisted with envy, for this Son Wukong was the most stubborn opponent he had ever faced. Every time he severely wounded him, he came back stronger. Sometimes he even wondered if this so-called Son Wukong had always been this strong and was merely toying with him, but a moment's thought dispelled that notion. Yet the more this happened, the more Goldo found himself admiring, even envying Son Wukong. Standing still, Goldo instantly unleashed his full power. A storm began to swirl around him, purple energy flaring upward. His immense aura cracked the ground, sending fissures spreading in all directions. His crimson eyes fixed on Son Wukong, who radiated heat, he stomped the ground and charged. The force shattered the earth, rippling the surrounding void. Purple flames blazed around his fists, making him appear like a falling purple star from afar. In an instant he arrived before Sun Wukong, his hands clenching into fists, the pressure of his punches bursting forth. The moment his fists touched the heat emanating from Sun Wukong's body, Sun Wukong transformed into a silver-white streak of light, leaping up with a graceful, ethereal motion that possessed an indescribable beauty. His indifferent eyes glanced at the slightly surprised Guldo, and he drove his knees down, slamming into him and sending him flying. The immense force sent Guldo crashing into the ground, bouncing and rolling before he finally managed to steady himself. His feet dug into the earth, carving 2 long furrows. Feeling the force transmitted through his arms, Guldo's fighting spirit ignited deep within his eyes. A slight smile touched his lips as he lowered his arms, crouched slightly, and his purple aura swept away the dust as he shot forward. In response, Sun Wukong also smiled, assuming his classic fighting stance. The heat surged around him as he moved with an ethereal grace towards Guldo. In the void, 2 streams of light of different colors collided, instantly leaping and flowing continuously. They shattered mountains, their immense energy clashing fiercely. The residual force rippled through the air, accompanied by the continuous sound of physical blows and the eruption of white shock waves. Smoke rose from all directions, within which silver light flashed and burst forth. A black figure was instantly blasted out, followed by a barrage of countless deep blue energy spheres raining down from the sky, homing in on Guldo from erratic directions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were continuous, causing the entire realm of void to tremble. Faced with the numerous energy spheres, Guldo chose to punch each one into scattered particles of light. However, just as he was about to destroy the final energy sphere, a figure shot in from a distance. A large hand clamped directly onto Guldo's head, then slammed him brutally into the ground. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed. The ground around them shattered, cracking into fine gravel, with Guldo's head buried deep within. Sun Wukong's mouth curled up in delight. He then yanked Guldo out and kicked him high into the sky. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. With a light step, his arms created ripples in the void as he quickly caught up to Guldo's flying form. He then unleashed a flurry of punches upon Guldo's head and body. Like a torrent of quicksilver, the blows rained down relentlessly, leaving a trail of afterimages and flashes of silver light accompanied by dull thuds. In an instant, Guldo's body was covered in imprints of fists, and he spat out acidic fluid. But Sun Wukong had no intention of stopping. He rapidly moved to the path of Guldo's flight, clasping his hands behind his back. He then brought his hands together, forming a cup shape. Waves of brilliant blue energy rippled outward and immense power overflowed. The void hummed and trembled as if unable to withstand the energy Sun Wukong was gathering. Huh, me, huh, me, huh. With a sudden roar, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward. A colossal wave of azure energy instantly illuminated the entire realm of void, engulfing the injured Guldo. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the realm. The very ground was ripped apart by the Kamehameha wave, cracking into a dense web of fissures like a spiderweb. Finally, the largest arena platform itself exploded, disintegrating into dust. Guldo was blasted out of the arena by the energy wave, completely eliminated. The remaining unconscious fighters, Topo and Jiren, also fell. All members of Universe 7 stood on large pieces of rubble, quietly waiting for the match to end. Guldo is out too. Looks like second place is really settled now. Campo waved his hand helplessly, silently awaiting the judgment of the Omni King. The Grand Minister watched intently, staring at Sun Wukong for a full 3 seconds before shifting his gaze. In his eyes, this human, named Sun Wukong, had mastered an ultra instinct that was only a hair's breadth away from that of an angel, a truly remarkable feat. After a brief check to confirm that only the contestants from Universe 7 remained on the battlefield, the Grand Minister addressed the Omni King. Your Majesty, the match is over. The victor is Universe 7. The defeated universes are now yours to erase. Great. The Omni King cheerfully raised his right hand. In an instant, the defeated universes and their gods were enveloped in a transparent light. Haha, Lord Vados, I lost after all. Guldo sat slumped on the ground, his expression complex. It's all right. You did your best. That was impressive, Vados said with a light laugh. Jiren, I'm sorry, I couldn't revive your master. It couldn't be helped. Those Universe 7 fighters are truly formidable. How could we blame Lord Belmont? Jiren gave a helpless smile. Topo and the other members of the Pride Troopers gathered around him, preparing for the final erasure. Many gods began their farewells. Finally, it was Campa's turn. He looked at the silent Beerus beside him and made a funny face. Goodbye, brother. Don't forget your promise. As soon as he finished speaking, the Omni King clenched his fist. In an instant, all universes except for the few not participating in the tournament were erased without a trace. Everything became a void. Though Beerus knew the final outcome, his heart still clenched. At that moment, a wind seemed to blow from somewhere, stirring the fine hairs of memory, blowing into Beerus' heart and scattering a slightly plump figure. Then it faded and was gone. Though he knew that the Super Dragon Balls might soon be used to revive Campa's universe, including all its life, witnessing him being utterly erased before his eyes still stirred a faint ripple of melancholy within his heart. Beerus unconsciously clenched his fists. For the first time, he confronted the sheer might of Grand Zeno, igniting within him a yearning for power more intense than ever before. Alas, Lord Beerus, this is inevitable. The destruction of a universe is also the arrangement of fate. Whis gently shook his head, helpless in the face of this. Such matters were entirely beyond his capabilities. Even if he wished to intervene, he could do nothing but place his hope in the Super Dragon Balls, the wish-granting orbs capable of fulfilling any desire. In an instant, only the two deities of the seventh universe remained on the spectator stance. God of Destruction Beerus and Kaioshin, Shin the Elder Kaioshin, had retired and Kibito didn't count, leaving the space desolate and empty. Whooshed! A flash of white light burst forth as the Grand Minister abruptly appeared on the spectator stance. He clapped his hands together, and a pale white ripple spread outward. Rumble! A thunderous roar echoed, and the entire spectator stand began to shake violently. The spacious areas on both sides suddenly constricted, compressing all remaining individuals tightly together, leaving only a fist's width of space between their shoulders. All the angels gathered there. Those who shared a closer bond over the years began to murmur among themselves. Sister, do you wish for Lord Kampa to return? Whis raised an eyebrow and spoke softly to Vados, who stood beside him. Lord Kampa. Well, it's not so bad. If a new god of destruction were appointed, I'd have to adapt all over again. If Lord Kampa returns, my work would be a bit easier. Of course, if Mr. Cell were to become our sixth universe's god of destruction, I'd wholeheartedly approve. Vados seemed to recall something pleasant, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents as a light smile graced her lips. Oh, that's impossible. Whis lost his inclination to continue the conversation. He straightened up, lifted his head, and gazed at the Grand Minister and Grand Zeno. Vados shrugged, clearly aware that such a scenario was utterly impossible. How could someone so powerful be content with the role of a mere god of destruction whose existence was constantly under threat? The Grand Minister nodded in satisfaction, clasping his hands behind his back. He raised his head slightly, his eyes lowered as he surveyed the nearly unscathed crowd on the arena floor. He spoke in a deep voice, "Congratulations to the seventh universe for winning the final match. You know, the seventh universe has truly impressed me. So many exceptional individuals dwell within it." The Grand Minister chuckled softly, extending his left hand and pressing it against the void. A flash of white light enveloped the entire arena, instantly restoring the shattered battlefield to its former state. The 10 participants of the seventh universe stepped forward slowly. Such an ability is quite convenient. Trunks reverted to his normal state, glancing at the Grand Minister as he spoke softly. "It's not that impressive. If you wish to learn, I could teach you, Trunks." Cell turned his head, half joking. "I'd rather not. Isn't that what Uncle Cell is for? He'll stick to my own combat style. Such miscellaneous skills are of little use to me." Trunks shook his head. Cell knew this well. He smiled and said nothing more, turning instead to approach Goku, who remained in his enigmatic state. Seeing Goku's puzzled expression, Cell couldn't help but ask, "Well, how do you feel about this new form? This is the power you crave from the depths of your heart. I call it Ultra Instinct Second Stage. What do you think?" Cell cheerfully patted Goku on the arm. "So it was your doing, Mr. Cell. I was wondering why a strange surge of power suddenly erupted within me at the end. Thank you so much." The heat radiating from Goku's body instantly dissipated his hair, turning jet black as he reverted to his normal state, bowing slightly towards Cell in gratitude. "Haha, there's no need for that. Though I lent a hand, it was ultimately your unyielding heart of a warrior that made it possible. Without that, I would have been powerless." Cell pointed at Goku's chest. "A warrior's heart? I don't quite get it. But without you, Mr. Cell, I'd probably have been knocked off the arena long ago, ha." Goku laughed heartily, his eyes narrowing into curved lines as he unconsciously scratched his head. "Umph, how insufferably smug you are, Kakarot. He'll surpass you again in my own way." Vegeta suddenly strode over, his gaze fixed firmly on Goku. After speaking, he crossed his arms and walked away. "Hey, Vegeta never gives up, does he? I need to master this power within me as soon as possible. Ultra Instinct Second Stage." Vegeta's words ignited Goku's fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, his blood boiling with fervor, and cast a determined glance at Vegeta's retreating figure, his resolve hardening. "Now then, as the victorious universe, what wish would you like to have fulfilled?" The Grand Minister floated slowly before the group, his gaze fixed directly on Cell, who stood at the forefront. "I," Cell began, but a youthful voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Wow, wow, wow. Old Cell, your battle was incredibly intense. Holding this tournament was definitely the right decision. Haha, I'm so happy." Grand Zeno flew down from his throne, landing directly on Cell's shoulders, his wide, innocent eyes brimming with uncontrollable joy. "Haha, little Zen, that's just basic stuff. No need to hype it up. If you enjoyed the show, you should thank the others from our universe. If I had gone all out, all the other universes would have been knocked off the arena in an instant, and where's the fun in that?" Cell, now in high spirits, grabbed Grand Zena's tiny legs and spun him around a few times. "Everyone from the seventh universe fought brilliantly. Truly impressive. But since you've won, what wish would you like to make?" Grand Zeno looked at Cell with an air of anticipation, eager to know what wish old Cell had in mind. The Grand Minister chimed in. "Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Bring back the erased universes." Cell answered without a moment's hesitation, nodding firmly. Revive the erased universes. Are you sure, old Cell?" Grand Zeno floated up after hearing this, tilting his head in confusion as he asked again. Even the Grand Minister was taken aback by this wish. He hadn't expected anyone to make a wish so detached from personal desire. How intriguing. With a faint smile, the Grand Minister reached out and grasped the 7 orange Super Dragon Balls, each exuding a sense of pressure, and gathered them above the arena. Cell nodded, his playful expression turning serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Naturally, my wish is to revive all the universes that were erased. This declaration not only surprised the angels on the spectator stands, but also caught Trunks off guard. He had assumed Uncle Cell would wish to become the strongest in the universe. But then again, Trunks paused to ponder and quickly understood. Uncle Cell intended to rely on his own power to become the universe's strongest. The true strongest in the universe. He slowly raised his head to gaze upon the 7 colossal Dragon Balls resting upon the arena, their orange radiance shimmering with a faint golden light. The sight of such immense forms stretching beyond the horizon stirred an involuntary sense of awe within one's heart. Marveling at the sheer size of the Super Dragon Balls, especially Broly, who had never witnessed them before, opened his mouth wide, his pupils dilated, and tears began to fall uncontrollably from the corners of his lips. He wondered if this thing could be eaten, how long would it take to finish? Perhaps a lifetime wouldn't be enough to consume it all. Wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful? The others, however, did not show much reaction. Though they were still stunned by the colossal size of the Super Dragon Balls, upon seeing them again, the novelty had already faded from their hearts. Now it is time for the reward. The Grand Minister spoke to himself, his figure suddenly ascending. He extended his hands, which had been clasped behind his back, nodded slightly at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and then spoke in a deep voice using the language of the gods. Arise, Shenron of the gods. Grant my wish. I want to get rich. As he uttered the final 3 words, the Grand Minister paused for a brief moment, voicing them in an extremely low tone. However, Cell caught it, and a faint smile immediately crept across his face as he thought to himself. So even the Grand Minister cares about his pride. I thought he only had 2 expressions, a smile or a black face. Turns out he can feel embarrassed too. Just as the Grand Minister's voice, brimming with majesty and power, echoed like rolling thunder across the vast, boundless void realm, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 7 Dragon Balls, silently suspended in the void, seemed to be awakened by an invisible, powerful force suddenly bursting forth with a dazzling, blinding golden light. These golden rays, like fierce bolts of lightning, tore through the endless darkness, illuminating the entire void realm. At the same time, thick, wild arcs of golden electricity began to dance and flicker madly among the Dragon Balls. They were like agile dragons, winding and intertwining, weaving together to connect each Dragon Ball tightly. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Balls, which had been scattered haphazardly, arranged themselves neatly. Then an unprecedented intense light erupted with such brilliance that it was impossible to look directly at it. This light shone like a blazing sun, radiating boundless energy and pressure, as if it intended to devour the entire world. It bathed the once dim void realm in a sea of gold. The void above the 7 Dragon Balls shattered with a roar, opening a massive hole from which endless golden auspicious clouds surged forth, filling the sky of the void realm in neat rows, imbuing the pitch-black realm with an immensely sacred aura. A resonant hum sounded as a boundless golden pillar of light rose with a thunderous roar, scattering brilliant, rolling golden radiance. The endless auspicious clouds connected with the golden pillar, slowly merging to form the shape of a golden-winged dragon. Its majestic dragon head rose, casting a glance over the vast void realm, and its form began to expand dramatically, as if it wished to soar through the cosmos. Yet no matter how large this Super Shenron grew, it could not extend beyond the void realm. It was as if the void realm was a cage, and it was merely the beast trapped within. Roar! As if in anger, Super Shenron reluctantly retracted its body, coiling its massive form around the arena. It unfurled its gigantic dragon wings, causing endless storms to erupt, without reason, only to dissipate before reaching the others. The originally infinite Super Shenron was forced to shrink. Its once boundless eyes, now only the size of planets, it opened them, unleashing a torrent of crimson light. Finally, it fixed its gaze upon the diminutive Grand Minister before it opened its mouth slightly, and spoke with a voice of immense authority. O deity who has summoned me, speak your wish. I can grant any wish you desire. Super Shenron radiated golden light, the divine glow illuminating the entire scene. Rolling auspicious clouds swirled around its form, its majestic body awe-inspiring. Only Cell among those present remained unmoved by the sight. Yet deep within his eyes, 6 5-point stars shimmering with golden light began to tremble violently. The golden radiance surged outward, seeming uncontrollable. In an instant, his eyes overflowed with gold, tinged with a bloody hue, sending ripples cascading outward. At that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky, vanishing just as quickly into the void, disappearing without a trace. However, Cell's keen spiritual sense caught that fleeting instant. What was that? Another hidden powerhouse I don't know about. Cell frowned slightly, his hands clenching unconsciously. The laws of time and space surged around him, sending gray-white ripples spreading out, drilling into every corner of the void realm, sealing it entirely. Then the Grand Minister's voice rang out once more, revive all the universes that were erased. Super Shenron paused as if sensing a familiar aura. It shook its head and spoke softly. This wish is simple. It shall be granted immediately. Saying this, Super Shenron's eyes blazed with an incredibly intense crimson light. Countless threads of wish-granting power descended from the sky, converging at the apex of the void realm, then spreading outward. The universes that had been erased by the power of the Omni King were instantly restored by this power, including the lives that had been eliminated. In an instant, the empty spectator stands flickered with the figures of numerous gods and the erased participants. They seemed not yet to have realized what had happened, staring at their own hands with looks of disbelief, their memories still frozen at the moment before their erasure. They naturally knew they had been eliminated by Lord Omni King, but now had they been revived? The most exuberant and joyful was of course the god of destruction of universe, 6, Ukampa. He seemed unfazed by his own revival, instead immediately finding Beerus and slapping him on the shoulder, his grin stretching wide, his face beaming with joy. "Haha, brother, I knew you'd keep your word and revive me after the tournament. When we get back, I'll treat you to a feast." Kampa was overjoyed, his entire face alight with laughter, his belly jiggling with his mirth. "Oomph. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. What feast? I'm not interested. It's not like our universe lacks good food. I only missed you because there was no one to argue with me. Don't flatter yourself." Beerus suppressed the joy within him, curling his lips and folding his arms across his chest. He turned his head away, and as he did, a smile he couldn't contain curved his lips upward. "Boo-hoo, Lord Kampa, I thought we would never see each other again." Vados said, her lips curling as she pretended to cry, wiping the corner of her eye with her sleeve. Kampa turned around momentarily confused. Was this joy or sorrow? "Well, your wish has been granted, so farewell." The Super Shinran nodded its head slightly, its entire form once again transforming into a thick, resplendent golden pillar of light. The pillar rapidly merged with the 7 Dragon Balls that were radiating light. The auspicious clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, the shattered void began to mend, and the overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls flew towards the edge of the void realm, preparing to scatter once more across the corners of the 7th and 6th universes. Ultimately, the 7 Dragon Balls dragged trails of brilliant golden light as they charged into the temporal spatial laws set by Cell. Within the spatial shift, the potent power of wish-granting surged directly into Cell's body. As this power of wish-granting surged into him, Cell abruptly pulled an object from his body and hurled it outward, enveloping it with his own temporal spatial law force. The wish-granting power from the main timeline was the most formidable. This force forcefully inserted itself into Cell's body with extreme tenacity, surging towards the Sea of Soul. Within it were 2 clusters of light of differing sizes and colors. One was the temporal spatial law, and the other was the 6 scattered miniature Dragon Balls. This intruding wish-granting power slowly converged, eventually forming a single cluster, solidifying into a 4-star Dragon Ball. It violently crashed into the 6 scattered Dragon Balls, and in an instant the chaotic Dragon Balls arranged themselves in order, merging into one. A brilliant light flashed with dazzling radiance, nearly blinding even the miniature figure of Cell's condensed soul. "Haha, here it comes. Here it comes, the classic body-snatching scene." Cell furrowed his brow slightly, his scarlet eyes seething with murderous intent. His grin stretched wide as he extended his hands, spreading the temporal spatial law over them. Gray and white streams of light danced, and a storm surged, his face twisted with utter madness. Cell directly altered the structure of the Sea of Soul, shaping it into a massive arena and changed the environment to resemble Earth, all in preparation for the ensuing battle. Gradually, the dazzling, brilliant golden light coalesced into a humanoid figure, its entire body shimmering with golden radiance. It had 2 horns on its head, was clothed in magnificent robes, and held a staff remarkably similar to that of an angel in its hand. The golden figure slowly raised its head, its eyes half-flitted with an air of supreme arrogance. Its lips parted slightly, and a hoarse voice echoed throughout the Sea of Soul. "I am the dragon god Zalama. Offer up your body, and I shall grant you boundless wealth and power." The man who called himself Zalama threw back his hood, hovering high above, looking down upon Cell. The arrogance in his eyes intensified, and his gaze toward Cell was filled with mockery, as if offering his body was simply what Cell ought to do. "Offer? How about I offer you a horse's ass instead?" Cell sneered disdainfully. He took a light step, and a gray-white aura spread around him, enveloping the entire Sea of Soul. In an instant, the entire Sea of Soul became still, time and space frozen. Zalama, who had just been sneering, was rooted to the spot, his body immobile. Before Zalama could react, a fist the size of a cudgel came hurtling towards him, wrapped in a brilliant white light, the whistling wind flowing with it. "Hey, wait!" Zalama's eyes widened. He wasn't ready. Bam! A tremendous sound erupted. The little golden figure Zalama was sent flying 1,000 meters backward. Skimming across the ground, he shattered rocks and carved a long, deep trench, finally exploding in a distant massive crater. Phew! Cell blew a breath of air over his right arm, dispersing the lingering heat. He glanced at the distant little golden figure and curled his lip in disdain. So weak. A real dragon god, or a fake one? Meanwhile, in the outside world, since the tournament is over, I shall now send you all back to your respective universes. The Grand Minister hooked his hands upwards. As white light flashed, all the gods and participating fighters present vanished. Just before disappearing, Growlithe glanced towards Son Goku and roared, "Son Goku, he'll come to your 7th universe sometime. We'll fight again." As his words faded, the gods and participants abruptly vanished from the spot. Son Goku, too, having just heard the shout, was transported away before he could even react. On the scene, only the 12 angels, the Grand Minister, the Omni King, and his attendants, and Cell remained standing. "So, even now you won't come out. I underestimated you. You managed to slip out. The Grand Minister's face was grim. His staff materialized glowing green. The void was violently torn open, and a short black figure stepped out. It held its hands behind its back, a ferocious grin fixed on its face, faint crimson light flickering in its eyes. Cloaked in black streamers, it stared at the Omni King, its eyes filling with greed and saliva dripping from its mouth. This person was Popo, or rather Popo with his memories awakened. Who are you? The Grand Minister asked, his expression stern, holding his staff horizontally before him to form a green barrier that enveloped the others. The angels reacted at that moment. Strands of green light emanated from their staffs, heavy with the aura of destruction, their black crystal spheres aimed at Popo in the sky. The Omni King's pencil attendants also looked grim, shielding the Omni King behind them. Heh, who am I? I am the Lord of the Cosmos, the Supreme Ruler, the being who controls the entire world. And now you let a little brat rule it. Isn't that a bit absurd? Popo's voice echoed calmly, his tone astonishing. What did you say? You dare speak ill of Lord Omni King? Both pencil attendants glared furiously at Popo, white light dancing in their hands. It gradually turned into a deep black hue from which the aura of death emanated. The two attendants pressed their fists together, their power merging into one. The black light in their hands condensed into a massive black hand that thrust towards Popo. In an instant, the entire void realm began to tremble violently. Countless auras of death surged forth, a fierce murderous intent gradually spreading, an endless oppressive force welling up and crushing down towards Popo. Impressive. To think that you two wastes have comprehended this level. Not bad, not bad. In a little while you two will be mine as well. Popo opened his mouth wide, his tongue snaking out, licking his lips as he looked at the Omni King and his attendants as if they were divine pills. Deep in his eyes was nothing but greed. Watching the massive hand of death rushing towards him, Popo extended his right palm. A black vortex formed upon it, growing larger and larger until it became a black maelstrom that took the shape of an abyssal beast. It directly absorbed the black handprint, filled with the aura of death, into itself. Burp, that was a truly delightful delicacy. Popo even let out a satisfied burp, rubbing his belly with his hand, a look of contentment on his face. What? He just swallowed it like that? The pencil attendants' faces showed disbelief. Their combined power was nearly equivalent to a complete law. They were beings born alongside the Omni King. The Omni King represented destruction, while the two brothers represented life, though it was a fragmented part. However, when they temporarily combined their power, its intensity was almost that of an entire law force. How could this be? Moreover, they had unleashed a killing move right from the start, a great technique they had only recently comprehended over the past few millennia. They had always struggled with the weakness of the life law's killing power, so they had begun serious study. They eventually realized that death was also a part of life. At that point, their killing power had reached a certain level. So how could this happen? Boom. The earth trembled incessantly, the sky roared with unending gales. Cell hovered at the horizon, his power surging through his form. Silver-white light burst forth and thick bolts of lightning writhed like playful dragons roaming the heavens. Cell had transformed completely. His scarlet pupils shimmered with silver radiance, and his emerald body had turned a brilliant silver white. The sheer might of his power warped the very space around him. A mere gesture shattered the void into fragments. Cell had now evolved into the demon Super Saiyan 5. Unfathomable strength erupted within him, veins bulging across his frame as his body elongated. Ripples of gray-white energy coursed over his skin, unleashing a crushing pressure that shattered the earth and toppled the distant mountains. Buzz! A streak of golden light shot out from a distant crater, accompanied by an enraged voice. Damn it. I try to talk nicely, and you force me to get rough. Serum emerged from the pit, his form battered and torn, blood trickling from his lips. His scepter was snapped in two, and a fist-shaped mark was imprinted on his crown like a slave's brand. Restore! Serum roared. In an instant, the power of wishes blazed forth, mending his wounds, repairing his shattered robes, and restoring the broken scepter to its former glory. Only after his injuries were fully healed did Serum's expression ease. He glared up at Cell, who hovered high above, and said coldly, "Damn it, I'm a mage, and you want to fight me up close. Now it's my turn to kill you." Serum raised his staff high, his eyes glowing golden with surging light. He chanted, "I decree your body shall crumble, your spirit shall perish, and you shall never be reborn." As he uttered the curse-like words, the power of wishes swirled beneath the sky. A brilliant golden radiance flared, engulfing the entire sea of souls before crashing into Cell's figure and burrowing into his body. It hurts. The pain is unbearable. I'm dying. Cell froze for a moment, then plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. He writhed and thrashed, howling in agony. You bastard, now you know my power." Serum laughed heartily, his face brimming with triumph. He placed his hands on his hips, ready to savor Cell's demise. That's not right. Why aren't you dead yet? I commanded instant death. How are you still alive?" After a long pause, the thought struck Serum. He had been so distracted by Cell's agonized screams that he had forgotten to check. Suddenly realizing the truth, his smug grin faded, replaced by a scowl of fury. "Damn it, I get it now. You're messing with me, aren't you?" Serum's face twisted with rage, his robes rustling and flapping in the wind. You only just figured that out. How stupid can you be?" Cell abruptly stopped thrashing and stood up. He shook off the dust with a flex of his body and shot Serum a look dripping with contempt. Looks like the power of wishes doesn't recognize its old master anymore. Cell turned his right hand, and a pure sphere of wish power rested quietly in his palm. Howcinthisbe. Sarum clenched his teeth, uttering each word with disbelief. That's just how it is. I can't help it. Just die in peace. I swear I'll clean out every last bit of your legacy. Cell shrugged slightly. A wave of energy rippled from him as silver-white light enveloped his right fist. The pressure of his gathering power caused the surrounding void to explode. In the next instant, Cell vanished before Sarum's eyes. Howie, body indestructible, soul eternal, flesh imperishable, fists nullified, space locked, time sealed. I am invincible. Fear had now consumed Sarum's heart. The moment Cell disappeared, that terror magnified exponentially. He screamed every protective word he could think of, driving the wish power into a frenzy. Golden light blazed around him, growing ever brighter. Whooshed! In the blink of an eye, Cell appeared before him, dragging a trail of silver-white light. His speed and force tore apart the space along his path. Glancing at his own fist, an idea struck him. He channeled all the wish power within him into his right hand, exhaled softly, and whispered the pinnacle of force. Buzz! A flash of gold, Cell swung his fist. The wind screamed and shattered, space ripped apart, and the laws of time and space surged to accelerate the blow. Crack! With a single sound, the golden defensive barrier around Sarum collapsed utterly. Silver-white light flared, and the surrounding void exploded in its wake. A torrent of killing force surged like a raging sea, blasting the ground into a fan-shaped ruin. The sky itself was torn open by the punch, revealing the dark cosmos, and a streak of gold flew out. The golden light, like a falling star, crashed into the earth, ripping a deep, long trench through the land. As its momentum faded, the golden figure bounced across the ground before finally creating a massive crater. Sarum was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness, his mind hazy. The lower half of his body had been obliterated, leaving only his torso and head. Blood spilled from him, scattered by the wind, and soaked into the dirt. Sarum struggled to speak, but for some reason the second word would not come. Buzz! A ripple of gray-white energy spread, and Cell's figure materialized, hovering high above. He sneered, still trying to recover. I've stretched the time it takes to say that second word to 1,000,000 years. You'll have to say re for 1,000,000 years before you can say cover. Now go dot. Cell's expression hardened. With a flick of his right hand, gray-white ripples gathered in his palm, gradually forming a long sword. He took a step forward. Rustle. The sound of flowing water arose. A river of dazzling white light materialized beneath Cell's feet, surging forward to envelop Sarum. Soon another figure appeared behind Sarum. Cell paused briefly in surprise, then understanding dawned. What future could a dying man have? With a laugh, Cell swung his sword. A brilliant beam of light rose, and with agonizing slowness severed both Sarum's heads. In the moment before death, realization struck Sarum as well. He murmured in his mind, so you're not from this world either. No wonder. Once the heads were separated, the sword's energy exploded, transforming into countless tiny blades that annihilated both of Sarum's bodies. With that, a flash of gold appeared, and the mighty power of wishes gradually returned to Cell. From this moment on, Cell could truly claim to be the strongest in the universe. The realm of nothingness. I'm done playing with you. Let's begin my journey to become the master of the universe. Bobo sneered, flipping his hands. A pitch-black vortex unfurled across the sky, instantly tearing it apart and devouring it, then replacing it, surging toward the Grand Minister with incredible speed. Decree unreachable. The Grand Minister stood at the forefront, his gaze resolute as he swung his scepter. White light burst forth, and surging laws of power transformed into chains that gushed out, sealing the dark vortex and rendering it immobile. At the same time, the Grand Minister swung his scepter again and declared with authority, "Decree the stars of the heavens shall suppress, and the power of angels shall serve me." As his words fell, the entire realm of nothingness began to tremble. Boundless stars and galaxies were dragged from various universes, unfolding across the shattered sky of the realm of nothingness. The vast power of the stars formed a fine radiance that scattered upon Bobo, its formidable force suppressing him. The power of the 12 angels converged entirely upon the Grand Minister, causing the halo around his neck to shimmer with dazzling light. His expression grew increasingly divine. He thrust out his left hand, and a white passage emerged from the void before him. Through a great divine ability, his hand transformed into a colossal palm, reaching directly toward Bobo. "We shall assist you as well." Two pencil-like guards darted out and nodded simultaneously. Gradually, two beams of life light shone pure white and brimming with immense life energy. They merged into a single figure, transforming from a slender stick-like form into a robust being. Pressure radiated from its body, and its eyes turned into boundless darkness. The white aura gradually turned pitch black, exuding endless killing intent and a desolate stillness. Finally, with the guards' full concentration, the law of life transformed into death. They condensed all their energy, including their ultimate understanding of the death law, into a single spear. The spear was utterly black, its shaft imbued with the essence of death, while its tip was dazzlingly bright, emanating unparalleled sharpness and oppressive force. "Kill!" The guards hurled the spear of death toward Bobo. A ferocious killing force erupted, the aura of death surging and tearing through the void as it sped straight toward him. In an instant, the void continuously annihilated. The entire realm of nothingness unable to withstand the immense power of the three shattered into fragments that flew toward the vast edges of the universe. Oomph. So you've been hiding such power. But I'm not afraid of you. Bobo's aura expanded and the dark vortex sealed by the chains of law dissipated, reappearing above his head to resist the might of the stars. Then a trace of the law of nothingness surged from his body, followed by the law of destruction, which emerged as a violet-black stream. The two laws coalesced into armor covering Bobo. Empowered by two laws, Bobo brimmed with confidence. He withstood the attacks using the law of nothingness to evade damage, while the law of destruction transformed into a rain of arrows charging at his foes. Damn it, this man possesses three laws. Why have I never heard of this before? For the first time, the Grand Minister's face showed a hint of shock. With his own perfect ultra instinct, he had no fear of these attacks, but the guard. At this critical moment, there was no time to think. The Grand Minister gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The stars of the heavens shifted from Bobo to hover above the guard, their power turning into golden fragments of starlight to shield him from the rain of destruction. The Grand Minister moved with grace and agility, each dodge radiating an indescribable beauty, inspiring many angels with new insights. No, I must help the Grand Minister. The usually naive Omni King wore a resolute expression, his earlier joy from watching the match turning grim. He floated upward, erasure power surging from his hand, shattering the void as he focused on Bobo and clenched his fist to erase him. Seeing the Omni King's intervention, the angel's momentary panic subsided, for his power was unfathomable. The erasure power enveloped Bobo, but moments later it inexplicably dissipated as if entirely useless. Howie. Everyone present except Bobo and the still unconscious Cell thought the same thing, including the Omni King himself. He had no idea why his power effective for eons had no effect on this being. The Grand Minister paused briefly, then realized and spoke grimly. You are not a native of this universe, are you? Only native beings are subject to the Omni King's erasure. So you, like me, are not from this universe. The Grand Minister spoke with certainty. Though he himself did not know his origin, he was indeed not a native. He was born before the universe itself. Naturally not. But I am not like you either. You are merely a puppet while I am a transcendent. Bobo seemed immensely proud, spreading his arms to relish the superiority of an outsider. And I don't have three laws, just 2.5. After I devour this little cutie, he'll have the full 3. A complete law avatar is rare, especially one of the same origin as mine. Slurp. Bobo looked at the Omni King, drooling with desire. But first a little snack to replenish myself. As his words fell, Bobo struck swiftly. The law of devouring covered the guard's head, while the laws of nothingness and destruction surged simultaneously. The overwhelming pressure pinned the guard in place, leaving him to watch helplessly as the devouring law consumed him. Bobo wielded these laws with great proficiency, using the law of nothingness to silently approach the guard before unleashing a combo. Even the Grand Minister failed to react in time, and the stars above, though powerful, could not withstand 2.5 laws. Thump thump. A strong heartbeat echoed. Pure white light surged into Bobo's body, rapidly repairing his battle damage. The immense life force even elevated his killing intent and physical power to new heights. Whoa, this feels amazing. Now I can say with 3 laws I am invincible. Bobo twisted his body and flexed his fingers. Powerful energy radiated, annihilating nearby smaller galaxies into tiny particles of light. The formidable aura filled the Grand Minister's face with wariness. Inwardly, he cursed the guard for being a sacrificial pawn that empowered the enemy. Just then a familiar voice rang out behind the Omni King, dripping with arrogance. Invincible. I am the invincible one, you sewer-dwelling rat, you little piece of trash. At these words, Bobo's expression darkened, his smile freezing as a violent aura erupted. Who is that strong one speaking of me? Why not show yourself? Bobo spoke cautiously, fearing that a new powerhouse had emerged during his long slumber. A two-known fight would be unfavorable. Your daddy, Cell. As the words fell, Cell, bathed in golden light, stepped onto a red carpet of heavenly stairs, hands behind his back, striding toward the Grand Minister with overwhelming presence and style. Cell, bathed in golden light, stepped slowly down a crimson heavenly staircase and approached the Grand Minister. Seeing the solemn expression on his face, Cell patted the Grand Minister on the shoulder and burst into laughter. Oh, don't be so tense. Smile. Show me a smile, and I'll take him down for you. How about that? Cell's face was brimming with confidence, as if he regarded the current Bobo as nothing more than a trivial nuisance. He was exceptionally casual, strolling with effortless grace. Can you really defeat him, mister? Cell, this is no time for jokes. Even with your formidable strength, we need to combine our powers for even a slim chance of victory. He possesses 3 laws. The Grand Minister's face was grave as he spoke with utmost seriousness. His solemnity was understandable. At this critical juncture, if they failed to defeat their opponent, the entire universe would be drastically altered. The first to suffer would be the Omni King and the angels, a situation he desperately wished to avoid. Thus he earnestly hoped that Mr. Cell would join forces with him. 3 laws. Who doesn't? Cell looked contemptuously at Bobo. With a sudden surge of energy, immense law power erupted from him. The laws of wish, time, and space. All 3 were among the highest and most supreme laws. In truth, he had only realized after absorbing the wish law that his own space-time law was actually a fusion of 2 laws. time and space, which accounted for its overwhelming power. So when Cell claimed he was now invincible, it was no joke. 3. This is fantastic. And 3 such powerful laws at that. A smile finally spread across the Grand Minister's face. Even the killing technique he had been gathering paused. He was overjoyed realizing he had such a powerful ally without knowing it. He had thought Mr. Cell was merely a novice who had just reached this level. Unexpectedly, Cell's strength surpassed even his own. Time, space, and wish. Friend, how about we discuss this amicably? Bobo froze for a moment, his smile completely stiffening. Sweat poured down his forehead as he cursed inwardly. What a damn joke. If I'd known there was a powerhouse like this, I'd rather have stayed asleep. Ruler of the universe. I'd be better off wiping someone's backside. At that moment, Bobo's heart was filled with regret. After all, he had barely managed to. What? Bobo suddenly froze. He called himself the Transcendent One, but what exactly had he transcended? He had completely forgotten this crucial matter. The moment he tried to recall, his mind went blank and pain surged through him. The more it hurt, the more Bobo tried to remember. Finally, the pain became unbearable, and he clutched his head, writhing in the void, letting out agonized screams. Hey, cut it out. Are you faking it? I haven't even touched you, and you're already playing dead. Get up. They'll go easy on you and let you die painlessly. Deal. Cell looked at Bobo's state, a bit exasperated. After a moment's pause, he spoke helplessly. Bobo, lost in his torment, couldn't hear Cell's words. But as time passed, the pain in his head grew worse. To Cell, it looked like Bobo was putting on a show or pretending to be sick, which ignited Cell's anger. Alright, I don't care how you want to die anymore. They'll choose for you. How about being beaten to death in agony? This time, Cell didn't wait for Bobo's reaction. With a surge of power, a gray-white hue spread out, instantly merging time and space to seal off the realm, preventing Bobo from escaping through space. Body, immortal; soul, immortal; form, boundless; strength, endless. Defend. Cell spoke calmly, a crimson gleam flashing in his eyes. Brilliant golden light rained down from the heavens, falling upon Bobo and manifesting as a suit of sturdy armor. Yes, Cell had stacked these defensive buffs on Bobo because he was afraid of killing him too quickly and spoiling the fun. At this moment, Cell recalled a technique from his favorite novel in his original world, which was very similar to his own. He decided to borrow it for a bit of showmanship. I hope you last a while. Past future technique. Cell waved his hand casually, and the gray-white hue spread out once more. With a light step, the physical embodiment of time, the river of time, flowed out from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the entire world. Silver-white light scattered from it, and the rushing waters transformed into various scenes, snapshots of Cell's past and future. What he summoned were his cells from a second ago and a distant future. Come out. Cell roared, plunging his hands into the river and precisely striking the heads of 2 figures. Damn it, who the hell hit me? Screw this, I'm coming out to get you. 2 identical voices echoed from the river. One after the other, they swam upstream and slowly emerged. Hey, is that me? Yep, only I, Cell, can be this cool. So we're the ones getting hit. Looks that way. Well, sorry in advance. But how about we beat up this old geezer first? Then he'll come help you 2 later. Cell spoke with focus. Are you sure you want us to come out? If we do, someone up there might come after you. Aren't you afraid? The future Cell's eyes sparkled with countless stars. With a wave of his hand, stellar energy surged. He glanced at the present Cell and chuckled softly. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I'm invincible now. Cell shrugged dismissively, curling his lip at the future self and raising an eyebrow. You're not scared, are you? Oh, that temper of mine. The future Cell stepped directly out of the river of time. Seeing this, the past Cell nodded and slowly followed. But the moment they stepped out, the present Cell felt something unclean watching him, making him deeply uncomfortable. Damn, is there really someone up there? Forget it, I don't care. Cell shook his head violently. With a surge of energy, brilliant golden light erupted from his body, gathering on his fists. Let's have fun first. Both of me charge. Beat him to a pulp. The present Cell charged out first, golden light flickering around him. His immense power froze space itself, and countless fists rained down, causing the void to tremble incessantly. The 2 cells exchanged a glance. The past Cell also erupted with golden light and charged at Bobo, while the future Cell looked at the scene with nostalgia. Stellar energy formed into gauntlets on his hands as he too rushed toward Bobo. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 streaks of light relentlessly unleashed killing blows upon Bobo. The residual force rippled outward, obliterating entire galaxies, but they were quickly restored by a gray-white ripple. Thunderous booms echoed continuously. Each time Bobo was on the verge of being killed, he was healed anew. Finally, Bobo came to his senses. His law power surged outward, but as it neared the 3 figures, it shrank back into his body, as if afraid. Phew, that was damn satisfying. Alright, this punching bag is done. One final move, kill. Okay, not bad. The 3 nodded in unison, extending their right palms in perfect sync. Space laws surged and converged, focusing on Bobo's body. A majestic voice resounded. Space annihilation. The entire void exploded instantly, and Bobo was torn apart along with it. His body shattered into pieces. The laws within him scrambled to flee toward Cell, stopping 3 meters away without touching him, as if in terror. Crack, crack, crack. The crack spread to Bobo's head, where his seal was finally undone. In his dying moments, Bobo recalled his true identity and closed his eyes, helplessly murmuring, "So I was nothing but a pitiful puppet. Transcendence. Ha, how ridiculous." Boom. With a deafening explosion, the shattered space formed a dark vortex that consumed Bobo's remains, and the world returned to silence. Bobo's existence vanished entirely from the world. Hell, take my leave now. There are matters below that need my attention. No time to chat. The future Cell chuckled lightly, opened the river of time beneath his feet, and disappeared into it. I'm off too. I have some troubles on my side. Farewell. The past Cell also stepped into the river of time and returned to his own world. Phew, that's a relief. Cell sighed softly. He found the remnant life law, and with a ripple of gray-white energy, time reversed. The broken life law restored itself into two pencil guards. After expressing their gratitude to Cell, the pencil guards returned to the Omni King's side. Wow. Old Cell, you're even stronger than me now. How about you become the king? Being king is exhausting. So many things to do every day, I don't even have time to play. The Omni King jumped into Cell's arms, his naive eyes speaking the most sincere words. Cell hesitated for a moment before firmly refusing. No, I just want to be the strongest in the universe. Being a king or a universe ruler is boring. So keep up the good work, little Omni. But I can give you advice from behind. You can't be as willful as before. Cell patted the Omni King's little head and said softly, now let's start a new life. In the king's calendar, Cell became an existence above the king, earning a new title, Emperor. To match Cell's name, he was simply called the Cell Emperor. However, the universe was still governed by the Omni King. The title of Emperor was merely nominal. Yet all gods knew that while the Omni King was the nominal ruler, the true power behind the throne had become the Cell Emperor. In the end, Cell reconstituted Bobo, stripped him of all power, erased his memories, and returned him to the former Bobo, restoring him to Earth's guardian. After countless years, Cell retrieved the cosmic tree he had cast away, absorbed the power of the 6 universes it contained, and cultivated in seclusion for an immeasurable amount of time. Finally, unable to bear the constant, unseen surveillance from above, he went to the Omni King's temple. With a single punch, he shattered the solid celestial canopy and stepped outside. The first thing he saw was a familiar yet strange figure. The cosmic tree was formed from the spirit trees of all timelines he had collected. He had planned to revive those 6 universes and then absorb their power to defeat the hidden hand behind the scenes. But Bobo turned out to be so weak that he never needed it. Damn it, you. Want another fight? I still want revenge. Cell was filled with indignation, recalling how he had been brutally defeated. The figure before him was the mysterious person who had attacked him when he returned. Hey, mister. Cell, you jest. Although you are strong now, I am stronger. After all, I am the one. The mysterious figure pulled back his hood, revealing a face that Cell knew all too well. Cell shouted in disbelief, Grand Minister, so you were messing with me all along. Were you playing me? The mysterious figure shook himself and his black robe dissipated, revealing the classic attire of the Grand Minister. He explained to Cell, I am not the Grand Minister. If you must call me something, you can call me one. One. Cell frowned, puzzled. Indeed one. Because I am the first life born in this time-space. The universe itself was created out of my boredom, including the Grand Minister and Bobo. The Grand Minister was merely a template I created to serve the Omni King and Bobo. You could think of him as my evil avatar, albeit a very weak one. I sealed his memories and buried him on Earth, thinking he would never break free. But then I saw a variable. Guess who? One raised an eyebrow, looking at Cell with interest. Cell was at a loss for words, so he simply pointed at himself. Is it me? Am I the variable? No, not quite. You are the second. One shook his head and spoke solemnly. The first variable was Salama. He is not from this realm. The power of wishes he brought is also from outside. You are the second. Unlike Salama, I pulled you here from beyond the realm, while he was naturally drawn here. One spoke in an extremely slow tone, each word striking Cell's heart, shaking him to his core. So his so-called transmigration was orchestrated by the guy in front of him. Should he thank him? For a moment, Cell couldn't accept this truth. Don't overthink it. I had been watching Zalama as he grew. But when I realized he wanted to create a so-called perfect world, I sealed him inside the Super Dragon Balls, split them into 7 sets, and scattered them across various timelines. Do you know what kind of world he wanted to create? One turned around and asked. Cell didn't hesitate this time and nodded. Equality for all. Exactly. Equality for all. He wanted to create a world where everyone is equal with no distinction between gods and humans. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But his version of equality meant making himself the supreme god, while everyone else became his livestock toiling for him. He destroyed people's freedom and herded them like cattle. He deserved to die, but I didn't want to do it myself. So I thought of summoning another outsider to eliminate him. And so you were born. One looked up with a light smile, clearly satisfied with his decision. But how are you any different from him? Aren't you also hurting living beings? How I knew you'd say that. One was not angered. He waved his hand, conjuring a sofa, and lay down contentedly. I only created the Grand Minister. He has his own thoughts. The Omni King was nurtured by the universe itself. Ooh, I didn't interfere. The only ones I touched were you and Zalama, both outsiders. Alright, I don't want to chat anymore. I need to sleep for a while. See you next time. One waved his hand abruptly, sending Cell back into the universe, landing on Earth. A few days later on Earth at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and Vegeta gave birth to Bra and Goku, and Shishi had gone. It seemed that a new life was indeed moving forward slowly. Cell sat on a bench outside watching the sunset. Trunks suddenly approached, holding his sister Bra, and sat down beside him. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks asked the question that had always lingered. Uncle Cell, are you the strongest in the universe? Cell nodded with a light smile. Of course. Then can I be the second strongest? Hearing this, Cell turned to look, glanced at Bra and Trunks' arms, and then stared intently into Trunks' eyes as blue as the sky. He said solemnly, Of course you can. The end of the book. Within the vast cosmos on the planet Cyril, a desolate ruin lay bathed in the silvery moonlight. The cold wind howled, rolling dust and stones across the ground. The moon's glow like a veil of white gauze cast light upon several silhouettes. Bang! A humanoid figure was hurled through the air, dragging across the ground and carving a deep, elongated trench, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Cough. What is this? Is this how the Red Ribbon Army conducts itself? Alex stared wide-eyed at the figure flying backward, his gaze filled with wariness. Clenching his teeth, he cast a furtive glance at Jace behind him, his expression laden with unspoken meaning. Jace, understanding Alex's intent, gave a slight nod, and in an instant appeared before him, assuming a combat stance, as a formidable aura gradually emanated from his being. His robes fluttered noisily in the wind. Jace's eyes were sharp as he fixed his gaze on the three opponents before him. With a flick of his left hand, several long spears materialized in the void, their tips gleaming with a deadly cold light. What? Does this behavior displease you of the Sita family? Number 13 raised an eyebrow, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. After staring at Jace for a few seconds, he seemed unable to contain himself and burst into derisive laughter. Number 14 and number 15 exchanged a glance before joining in his laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Alec, is this brat beside you your last resort? If so, then you might as well die. Number 13's smile abruptly vanished, his expression turning grim. The moonlight slanted across his face, causing the earrings at his ears to glimmer brilliantly. Hearing number 13's words about Jace, a surge of inexplicable rage welled up within Alec. His eyes, once filled with fear, were now ablaze with fury. His body trembled uncontrollably, causing the dreadlocks on his head to sway. Kill Jace. Don't be afraid, we still have a backup plan. Alec's hands, previously tucked into the pockets of his coat, swung out violently as he roared. Upon hearing Alec's command, Jace's cold eyes flickered with a hint of killing intent. He stomped the ground, his form blurring as he vanished from Alec's side, surging toward number 13 and his companions. Watching Jace's movement, number 14 and number 15 were about to act, when number 13 rolled his neck, a look of mockery on his face. With a slight step, his figure also disappeared. A dull thud echoed in the void, followed by a scream. Jace was sent flying backward, a massive fist print visible on his face, and a spray of blood splattered across the ground. Overestimated you. Number 13's lips curled into a cruel smile. A purple energy surged around his hands. He moved swiftly through the air, quickly catching up to the airborne Jace. Before Jace's horrified expression, number 13's hand swung repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. The whistling of fists and the sound of flesh colliding echoed through the void. Countless bursts of energy erupted, surging outward like a waterfall. Number 13's fists rained down upon Jace, leaving his body covered in sunken fist prints. Jace's face contorted in agony, his eyes rolling back, blood spilling from his mouth. With each punch, droplets of blood splattered from his body. Alec witnessed Jace's helplessness, and the rage that had flared up from number 13's words dissipated entirely. Instead, a chill crept up from his spine, spreading through his entire body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. What in the world was happening? Was this still the invincible Jace he knew? How could the Sita family's most prodigious genius be rendered utterly powerless? Alec's mind was in turmoil. He knew that the Red Ribbon Army had seized most of the valuable life planets through sheer force over the past few years, even eliminating the remnants of the Frisia force. Yet seeing Jace reduced to such a state was still a profound shock. Regret washed over Alec for having previously seized a high-quality life planet that belonged to the Red Ribbon Army. Damn it. Now he could only rely on their backup plan. He hoped Oyer and Maki would find another Dragon Ball. The plan to make Jace the strongest in the universe would have to be accelerated. Otherwise, they would all die. Alec stared at the remaining number 14 and number 15, his eyes full of caution. He swallowed nervously and took a step back, contemplating an escape. After all, if Jace was lost, he could cultivate another. But if he himself died, that was the end. What if Maki and the others were too slow and he ended up dead along with them? But just as Alec began to make a move, number 14 and number 15, who had been in his line of sight, vanished. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded from behind him. Oh, Lord Alec, where do you think you're going? You can't move until number 13's work is done. Otherwise, it's death. Number 15 had conjured a green energy sphere in his left hand, its powerful energy crackling. He pressed it lightly against Alec's back, halting his movement. Drip. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Alec's forehead. In an instant, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He slowly raised his hands in surrender, remaining silent. But his face grew increasingly contorted, and the fear in his eyes reached its peak. Seeing Alec's compliance, number 15 adjusted his sunglasses, a smirk curling on his lips, evidently satisfied with Alec's behavior. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed from afar. Jace's body slammed straight into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Thud. Number 13 landed, as well, brushing aside the smoke to approach Jace. He grabbed Jace's blood-splattered hair with his right hand, sneering. Next life, don't be so cocky. Who do you think you are? Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. His words fell, but Jace remained unconscious, showing no sign of response. Board number 13 patted Jace's cheek lightly with his left hand before slowly standing up. He looked at his right glove, now covered in blood, and disdainfully pulled it off, tossing it onto Jace's face. Then he extended his right hand toward Jace, and a green energy sphere slowly formed. The powerful energy pulsed with arcs of electricity dancing around it. Number 13 cast one last glance at Jace before speaking coldly, "Die." He then launched the energy sphere,